This guy is completely lost. Just moments ago he was a regular dude in the 21st century. And now blink and boom he finds himself smack in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. What the heck was that noise? Before he could even wrap his head around the situation, he nearly bit the dust from falling rocks. Just as he managed to get back on his feet, the smell of gunpowder hit him like a freight train, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, a cannon fired right next to him, almost sending his soul flying. The main character stood there frozen, utterly bewildered by what was unfolding, with explosions ringing in his ears. He could not help but yell in frustration. What the heck is going on here? Seriously? Come on. It was then he realized there was an army fighting right beside him. And he just collapsed onto the ground in shock. What? What is this? What on earth is happening here? Suddenly, a panicked soldier rushed toward him. Your Highness. Are you okay? With the enemy charging at him wielding a sword, the main character scrambled backward, screaming at the top of his lungs. Stay away. I mean, do not come any closer. But the enemy soldier listened. The main character stood there, dumbfounded. The soldier froze in place, trembling, before suddenly dropping to his knees, shouting, Your Highness. We are so doomed. Please. Your Highness. Save us. The enemy soldier was crying buckets, leaving the main character even more confused. What in the world is wrong with this guy? The main character slowly stood up, cautiously moving forward. Dude. Just take a deep breath first. Just then, a blinding orb came soaring toward him, exploding with a massive blast that sent the main character flying. Miraculously, he survived the explosion, clutching his chest, struggling to breathe, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. What the hell? That was a bomb. And now there is this strange blue light catching his attention, right where the explosion happened. A bizarre green flame was raging, causing those caught in it to scream in agony. The main character, witnessing this for the first time, stood there gaping in shock. Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed forward. Over here. Over here. The team is regrouping. They absolutely cannot let them climb up here. The soldiers charged towards the wall, valiantly wielding their swords. Just then, a massive object sliced off one soldier's arm and impaled another through the stomach. The severed arm flew toward the main character, blood spraying everywhere, sending him into a panic. The group of soldiers who had just charged forward were all cut down in the same brutal way, unable to fight back. It was then that the main character realized something terrifying was looming ahead, but it was already too late. A gigantic spider was climbing over the battlements, heading straight for him. Spotting the main character, its eyes lit up, and it let out a shriek that pierced the air. Instinctively, the main character covered his face, trying to guess what this thing in front of him could be. Just then, another group of soldiers charged at the monster, determined to take it down right there. But sadly, their fate mirrored that of the previous soldiers, dying uselessly without making a dent. Witnessing this horrifying scene unfold, the main character felt his entire body trembling, paralyzed by fear. My body. I can't move. Is this a dream? This situation is just too unreal to handle. Don't treat me like this. Just let me die and see how it feels. Facing the claws of the monster, the protagonist was utterly desperate, only able to sit there and accept death shrouded in uncertainty. Just then, a warm voice rang out. Your Highness. Why are you avoiding reality like this? With just one swift strike, the guy in front of him sliced the massive monster in half. He then turned to the protagonist and smiled. Why are you reacting like that? Seeing the protagonist's jaw drop in shock, the guy worriedly stepped closer. Your Highness. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Looking at the guy from up close, the protagonist felt an unsettling familiarity. Remembering a character from the Empire Defense game, he gasped in disbelief. Lucas. Oh my. Lucas. Tears welled up in his eyes. It is. Your head is injured. Is not. He wiped away his happy tears and effortlessly lifted the protagonist off the ground. It is all good. At least you finally said my name. In all my years as your guardian, I never thought I would hear you remember it. Is it really Lucas? Wait, if that is the case, could it be that am I inside the Empire Defense game? Realizing the truth, the protagonist screamed in despair. He was the only one to clear this game, so he understood all too well the situation he was in. He was doomed. This is that ridiculously hard game where I just set a record. Empire Defense. That is it. The place where I had to fight tooth and nail to fend off an avalanche of monsters. The game that almost broke me.
Wow.
Why did I end up in this game? In a flurry of confusion, Lucas grabbed his hand and yelled, Your Highness. The enemy is approaching. It is the Black Spider Army. The fortress is on the brink of collapse. But the spiders want to attack after sunset. We have 30 minutes until sunset. So until then, I will do my best to hold them off. Your Highness. Draw your sword and stand in front of the protagonist with a face full of determination. No hesitation. Seeing this, the protagonist was utterly confused. Why is he protecting me? What is with this guy? Your Highness. Who am I right now? With a million questions swirling in his mind, the protagonist struggled to survive until sunset. As the sunlight flickered out, the monster army immediately retreated, leaving behind the crumbling walls and the remains of soldiers. At this moment, Lucas finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, night has fallen, and the black spiders are retreating. The protagonist stood on the fortress wall, staring intently at the monstrous horde below. This scene was truly barbaric. How could a modern guy like him possibly endure this? After a long silence, he finally spoke up. Lucas, what is the date today? And where exactly are we? Lucas replied, it is the last day of February in the year 649 of the imperial calendar. We are currently at the front line, the fortress on the border. Realizing tomorrow is the first day of March, the protagonist gritted his teeth in frustration. March 1st, 649 in the imperial calendar. The monsters will start attacking the fortress. I am exactly in the midst of a super dangerous situation. Of course. Ever since I started playing Empire Defense, I have faced this scenario hundreds of times, and I am realizing my true identity. I shouted towards Lucas. My name is as von Heider ever black. And after Lucas confirmed it, the male lead just lost his mind. Wow. Why did I have to end up as this jerk? The mad third prince of the dynasty, the one commanding this battle, is also the one responsible for countless casualties among thousands of soldiers. And he is the character destined for the most tragic ending in this story. As von Heider ever black. Why did I have to become this? What a nightmare. After returning to the command tent, I looked in the mirror and started cursing. You fool. You should have just stayed put in the capital. Why did I rush over here? After venting my frustration, I plunged back into my thoughts about this game. A classic tower defense game. This game is widely known for its extreme difficulty in the hellish level, along with the Iron Man mode used throughout the process. These two things can combine to overcome the hellish iron level. And I am the only one who has ever beaten that iron hell mode, not just because of the points I could earn. I am confident that I have the skills to figure out a way to solve this. But one thing stands out. It is the guide for this situation. I immediately opened the system window, frantically searching for an escape. I can't afford to fail this level. In this game, to survive 3 years, you have to face the Black Spider army first. If you want to get through halfway into the second year, how am I supposed to fight against hundreds of gigantic monsters? The current situation is extremely dangerous. And I know that, so I slapped myself, trying to calm down. Focus up. This game Spider. This is the game I once cleared. If I compile all the experiences and knowledge I have, I will definitely find a suitable solution. But right now, my head is completely blank. I stared at the system screen, then burst into laughter. Haha, this is it. I am really screwed this time. Looking at the available information, I could not help but shout out loud. What level are these spiders anyway? Level 55. Level 60. And there are thousands more out there. What the heck? Plus, the wall on this side is made of stone, and the only weapon I can use here is this old cannon. What can I even do with that? After venting, I realized that complaining won't do any good. After thousands of hours playing this game, my chances of winning are practically zero. I need to find a way to improve those odds. Calm down. I have to stay calm. In Iron Man mode, the game does not allow saving or reloading, so if I make one wrong move, it is all over. That is why I have to find every possible way to make the most out of every second. Since I started playing this game, I learned that each situation or level has a method to conquer it and survive, even if it is just a tiny chance of survival, no matter how small. It is crucial. After a while of searching for every little detail, Ash finally found a glimmer of hope for survival. Immediately, he kicked the door open, with his big head searching for Lucas. Lucas was standing guard outside and quickly responded, Your Highness. Aye. What is going on? As soon as Ash saw Lucas, he gave the order, Hurry up. Gather a squad of soldiers under my command. Lucas froze for a moment before asking, A squad? Your Highness. You mean the guards? You have never called for them before. Why now all of a sudden? But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Stop asking and just do as I say. I already have a plan to get us out of this situation. Ash pointed forward, wearing a confident smile, although he did not understand. Lucas followed the orders and quickly assembled the guard team that night. Apart from Lucas, seemed everyone else was feeling pretty desperate. Ash scanned the room carefully, recognizing some familiar faces. Lily. And Damien. Yeah, it is definitely familiar. I have seen them die countless times, but this time, it will be different. Ash looked at Damien and asked, Why is he curled up like a ball? Lily explained that he just lost a friend today, so he is really heartbroken. Ash recalled what was described in the game title. Now that he thought about it, it was the same in the gameplay guide. Always in an unstable state, he was the first to sacrifice himself. He was a healer, playing an incredibly important role but could not do anything useful. After thinking that, Ash began to declare, All right, First, I am going to explain my role in tomorrow's battle to everyone. First up is Lily. She is a fire mage, a key position in the squad, using spells to deal some serious damage. But wait, why is Ash saying she will be the tank tomorrow, taking the brunt of those spider attacks? This left Lily utterly shocked, but damn, Ash did not care. Moving on to the next person. Ken is a heavy armored knight capable of pushing back the enemy front line, drawing the spiders' attention, and attacking them. He is the tank, but Ash's assignment for him was to infiltrate the enemy and create chaos. Ken was questioning reality after hearing that, but Ash moved on to the next person. As mentioned before, Damien is a healer, a vital class in the game. However, breaking all norms, Ash assigned him the role of a sharpshooter, targeting the most important enemies. Finally, Lucas would lead the remaining soldiers and maintain a solid front line. After hearing the mission assignments, everyone was left dumbfounded, silent for a long time. This made Ash a bit uncomfortable. What is going on? Can someone say something? Ken could not hold back anymore and angrily punched the wall. What the hell? Is this your plan? Are you serious right now, Your Highness? Are you really going to put everyone here in danger with that command? Are you out of your mind? Suddenly being questioned, Ash was a bit taken aback. But that crazy guy is not me. It is that jerk Ash. Yeah. Things are getting a bit wild here, but this is a level you can pass through the usual way. So that means if you are not crazy, you can get through. Right, I can lose here. To survive, Ash has to go through with this crazy plan. When his aura suddenly shifted completely, it radiated the essence of royalty. As the son of the noble king and the current army commander, do you really want to defy this decree? Feeling the pressure, everyone in the room turned pale with fear. Especially Ken, shaking so much he could barely speak. Your Highness, At this moment, Ash looked like a demon. Grinning wickedly, that is right. The person standing before you is that crazy guy. If we lose this battle, it is game over. To make the plan work, Ash has to ensure everyone follows his orders without question. In the tense atmosphere, Ash suddenly stood up and walked straight toward Lily. He did not say a word, just pulled out his sword and stabbed it straight into Lily's shoulder. Shocking everyone. You all can hear the orders loud and clear. Right, Ash was determined to fully commit to this crazy role. If he was going to do it, he was going all in. At this moment, even a seasoned knight like Ken, who had faced countless life and death battles, was sweating in fear. That lunatic. The prince is truly insane. Did he not realize how valuable a wizard can be? How can we step onto the battlefield with this guy in charge? Suddenly, Ash's dagger ignited, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Only Ash knew what was going on. I am not sure if the developers intended this as a joke, but all the trial characters have hidden skills. These traits are completely opposite to their character profiles. Ash spoke up at this moment. Lily, you were cut by a sword when you were young. Right. When those goblins attacked your village. After that incident, you received the fire skin trait. As long as you have mana, you can block any physical attack. Am I wrong? Lily was so scared she was on the verge of tears, wide-eyed as she looked at Ash. Fire skin is a defensive ability, but it also grants a massive attack power. This makes it nearly impossible to utilize it fully in the game, but this is reality, and Ash plans to maximize this ability. Hoping to get through this challenge, standing before the blazing fire, Ash wore a sinister smile. There is no turning back now. It is time to go all out. Just like you said. That bastard threw me in here. So I am going to beat this damn game, and then track you down for a serious beatdown. After his little show, Ash slowly withdrew his dagger. Sorry for going a bit overboard to prove a point. Lily was extremely curious at this point. It is all right. Your Highness. But how do you know all this? Ash said it was not important, then immediately turned his gaze to Ken. You were a thief when you were young. Right. Coming from a slum with countless mouths to feed, it must have been tough to become a knight. The secret is out. And Ken instinctively steps back a few paces. How? How did you know? With a knife in hand, flashes a mysterious smile. I told you. That does not matter anymore. What matters now is what you can do with it. The trait Ken possesses is a thief's survival method. The timing habits of its owner will mimic that of a thief, capable of minimizing their presence to face danger and avoid attention. The catch. It drains a ton of hate with each use. Seeing Ken silent, Ash presses on. You can steal whenever you want. Right. You can hide and dodge attention. Answer me. Or do I need to give another example? Shaken by Ash's earlier crazy antics, immediately bows his head. No offense. You are right. I can. Hearing this, Ash is quite pleased. All right then, from now on, you will follow my orders. And finally, Damien. Ash places a star on the table and slowly walks towards Damien, the ace up his sleeve for this plan. He sits down across from Damien, wearing a gentle smile. You have incredibly perceptive eyes, do not you? That is why you could foresee your friend's death. Damien sadly recounts. He was a hometown friend of the god. They both came from the same orphanage. In the midst of battle, he sacrificed himself for the god.
Wow.
Why did you bring us here? Your Highness.
Wow.
Demian cries as he questions Ash's twisted actions. What do you plan to do? Our 2 worthless lives are nothing to you. Just a game. Please. Give Van back. Return him to the god. Just give him back. In a desperate plea, everyone falls silent, quietly turning their gazes toward the two. They all understood. This battle was destined to fail. With not a glimmer of hope in sight. At this moment, only Ash held on to his faith. He places a hand on Demian's shoulder, his gaze unwavering. You can blame me. Demian, if you need to, feel free to hate me. But your friend sacrificed his life for you. Are you planning to sit here and wait to die, wasting your friend's sacrifice? Just because you are on death's door, because of a half-baked commander. Are you really going to throw away the life your friend sacrificed to save you? You need to reclaim what you have lost and avenge him. Kill those spiders. Get out there and fight. Teach them a lesson. Demian, do you want to kill those damn spiders? Demian, with a hollow gaze, replies that he does, but it does not stop there. Ash continues. And do you want to kill me too? Faced with this question, Demian hesitates for a long time before finally answering yes, causing the other 3 to jump in surprise. According to the Empire's laws, to attempt to assassinate a royal family member comes at a cost greater than death. No one expected Demian to answer so bluntly. Only Ash was grinning brightly. All right. I promise. Once we get out of here, you can kill me whenever you want, as a defender. Lucas can let that happen. But just as he protested, Ash cut him off. If the plan fails, if that happens, I would rather let someone kill me. I swear on the honor of the royal family, even just for one day, follow my orders. Ash understands that sometimes you need to use your anger as fuel. Even if it is a grudge against yourself, those words seem to have an effect. Demian slowly stood up, ready to follow the plan to attack. Meanwhile, Ash stood in the middle of the room. Looking down, I won't make any excuses. Because of my poor judgment, our army was almost wiped out. But if we stick to this plan, we can push back those spiders. It may be small, but there is still a chance of winning. So just this once. Just once. Please trust and listen to me. The looks on everyone's faces completely changed. Filled with fighting spirit. Determined to find a way to survive in despair. And so, all preparations were complete. Ash did not know if this team was a total mess. But there was no other choice. The next day, the vigilant soldiers spotted the monsters approaching and sounded the alarm. The Black Spider army is heading our way. The monsters are coming. The soldiers still seemed a bit skeptical. Will everything be okay? Your Highness. Ash reassured them that they just needed to follow his instructions. The plan is very simple. While the others buy time, Ash and those here will find the queen and blow her away with this mana cannon. By eliminating the excessive mana interference, Ash hopes there will be enough firepower to defeat the queen. The problem is her location. It is so far away that we can't see it with the naked eye. Can this really be done? Of course it can. Ash is not just any ordinary person, he is a gamer who has beaten this hellish game. He smiled confidently and activated the system's map function. Instantly, a curtain of light shot from Ash, piercing through everything with ease. Ash's mapping skill allowed him to see the entire area in the form of a small map. Seeing the stats of this shabby group for the first time, Ash was completely shocked. It was truly pathetic. But thankfully, this skill was still useful. Through the small map, Ash searched for the trace of the spider boss. But after reviewing the entire map, he suddenly realized that the target of this mission, the queen of the spider monsters, was not on the map. Meanwhile, at the city gate, Ken was watching as the gate slowly opened. Before going into battle, Ash had given him all the remaining stamina potions, along with orders to step outside and draw the monster's attention. Ken recalled that moment, scared to the point of going pale. Do you think I can do this? Charging into a swarm of monsters is like signing my own death warrant. Even the bravest warrior had to hesitate at this command. Inside the tunnel, Lily was also nervously recalling Ash's words. Lily, I am going to give you a tough mission. Even though she is scared, she tries to cheer herself on, telling herself she can do it. Now, she has put all her trust in this unreliable prince. Once ready, Lucas shouts loudly, commanding the soldiers to take their positions, facing a massive horde of monsters. Young Dung raises his sword, rallying his comrades. You all need to hold on. We have to buy time until the prince defeats that queen. That sullen expression surely means the prince is ready for anything. Meanwhile, he realizes she has not seen the queen spider around at all. Before Ed could report back, Lucas had already ordered the attack and turned to him with a bright smile. With things having escalated this far, there is no turning back now. Ed decides to keep it to himself and find a solution on his own. Alright then, let us stay calm. First off, the goal of this battle is not to check for the boss monster. So it is no surprise it is not showing up on the map. It might appear when the final onslaught hits. They have got a safe backup troop behind them, those soldiers ready for any unexpected surprises. That is the only place the queen could show up, just as Ad suspected. On the mini-map, deep behind enemy lines, a group of monsters stands completely still. Immediately, Ad grabs Damien's shoulder and points into the distance. Damien. Over there. Do you see it? Damien looks in the direction he pointed and replies that he sees a bunch of spiders, just sitting there, doing nothing. This answer surprises Ad a bit. He thought this might be possible. He turns his gaze back to Damien, asking if he can see the Spider Queen. At this moment, Damien squints, his eyes starting to shine. The Queen. Is she the one with a spider lower half and a human upper half? Hearing that description, Ad suddenly breaks into a creepy smile. Found her. Finally, he has located the most crucial target to eliminate. Seeing the boss's figure, Damien feels a bit scared. But for someone who has seen it hundreds of times, Ad has moved past that fear. No need to be scared. It will soon be blasted to bits by this cannon. Without wasting any more time, Ad orders the soldiers to turn the cannon south and prepare to take down the boss. After the mana loading for the cannon is complete, Ad points at the lever, asking Damien to grab it. Damien bends down, trembling as he holds the lever. Prince. I am not confident. I have never done anything like this before, so asking me to do it feels a bit. Not letting him dwell on that, Ad cuts him off. Damien. You could even miss the shot. Even if you mess everything up, I will take full responsibility. All you need to do is pull the trigger. That is it. You are the revenge soldier. After all, Ad places a hand on Damien's shoulder, his gaze determined, offering words of encouragement. He has made up his mind to take full responsibility for this dissolve plan. All the consequences fall on Chaiha. The soldiers are just following orders. With renewed confidence, Damien's eyes sparkled, activating the legendary distant vision ability. The moment he pulled the trigger, a massive mana bullet shot out, soaring forward. Unlike regular mana bullets, this one seemed to have a mind of its own, arcing gracefully toward the distant Spider Queen. After a huge explosion, the soldiers checked with their binoculars, excitement bubbling over. They hit their target right in the middle of the monster horde. Now, Damien had become a hero in the eyes of the soldiers. This guy is seriously impressive. Is this really his first time? Haha. Damien chuckled and replied, I am just following the instructions. When I hold the gun, my body seems to move on its own. Only Ask truly understood what had just happened. What are you talking about? Damien. It is all about that incredible ability of his always hitting the target. In the game, he could not wield real weapons. But here, all he has to do is grab it. Haha. They have readied their attack now, just like I expected. Haha. Ask was laughing in excitement over the successful plan, when he suddenly sensed something was off on the battlefield. What is going on? Why are they still moving? A soldier with binoculars reported fearfully. Prince. They are still advancing. Over there, a swarm of spiders is approaching. They are coming this way. Hearing this, Ask panicked, grabbing the binoculars to look into the distance. As the dust began to clear, the silhouette of the monster army emerged. The Spider Queen is still alive. In her moment of near death, she used the smaller monsters as shields and successfully escaped. Now, she is furious, targeting the fortress with her wrath. At the sound of her furious shriek, the monsters suddenly retreated. The soldiers were baffled. Where did they suddenly go? The spiders are moving. Are we not going to shoot that queen? How are they still unharmed? At this point, Ask was pale with fear. He knew that a terrible nightmare was waiting for them behind. The retreating spider monsters suddenly regrouped into a massive horde, charging straight at the fortress. Faced with this monstrous tide, all Ask could do was smile nervously. Damn. The orders came in fast from that Spider Queen. Outside the fortress walls, Ken was sitting quietly, praying behind a large tree. I only have one potion left. Maybe I should just run. With the monsters going berserk, he could no longer complete his undercover mission. If I charge into those monsters behind me, it is just a one-way ticket to death. Just then, a tremor caught Ken's attention. He poked his head out with a tiny glimmer of hope to scout the area, only to feel utterly defeated and fall to the ground. The Spider Queen might have taken another hit from the mana cannon, but the spiders were still moving, showing no signs of stopping. Ash was gritting his teeth, unsure how to survive this. The spiders were still active, and the queen was still alive. Could it be that we are just not strong enough? The original queen of the black spider swarm would only need to get hit once or twice by the cannon to go down for good. Still, compared to other monsters in the game, she is not that tough. But this queen seems a bit different. I have no info on Ada at all. What if Ada's stats are off the charts? What if Ada has some special tricks up her sleeve? Or what if she is not even allowed to be killed? So what do we do now? Ash is buried under a mountain of negative thoughts, unable to think straight. Just then, a soldier pulls him back to reality. Your Highness. The energy from the cannon has been overused and is nearing its limit. This is a big problem. We won't be able to fire as much as we planned. Hearing this, Ash snaps at Headlone. You have said enough already. How many more shots do we have left? The frightened soldier reports. We can only fire 5 more times since we have already fired twice. That leaves us with just 3 shots left. Hearing this, Ash is left stunned. Just 3 more shots. We have no choice but to take down that queen with just 3 shots. Plus, Demian's eyes seem to have some kind of side effects. With a maximum of just 3 shots, will he be able to hold out until then? Thankfully, the central wall holds up remarkably well at that moment. A soldier reports that the monsters are approaching. Ash's only glimmer of hope is instantly snuffed out. He looks at the massive monster in front of him, feeling the urge to curse loudly. Is it really trying to break through? Damn. Nothing like this exists in the game. Ash yells out. Defend. Use all our firepower on that giant monster, but with its enormous body. Regular cannons feel like just a scratch. The sturdy wall now seems like thin paper before the beast, crumbling down with ease. The horde of monsters rushes in, charging forward. Seeing this, Lucas draws his sword and commands the soldiers. Everyone, draw your weapons. We are heading down to the first floor. Ash does not waste time and orders the soldiers beside him. Gather here. Those going down will defend us. We need to keep firing at the queen before those terrifying monsters reach the artillery area. We must kill the queen if we can take down the boss. Everyone here is done for, and this is reality, not a game. So dying means it is over, no second chances. Once the mana cannon is fully charged, Demian immediately fires, aiming straight at the distant queen. Seeing the mushroom cloud, Ash yells. There is no way we missed that black spider queen. But she is still standing. Get ready for the next shot. Hurry. Meanwhile, Lucas fights valiantly, taking down all the monsters heading towards the artillery team. Protect the artillery area. We must protect the Imperial Prince. Ash stands on the wall, helplessly watching as soldiers are killed off one by one, with casualty reports flashing continuously. Tightening his mind as the numbers keep climbing. I do not know how it happened, but here I am, playing this like it is just a game. This is a place where people fight to survive. And the truth is, the screams are more than just numbers. They come with horrifying sounds and a stench that is unbearable. With the situation as it is, 5 shots. My mana cannon will blow up before I can even fire the 4th shot. What am I supposed to do now? I can't think of a method to deal with this. Ash tries to remember the strategies that helped him clear this game, but nothing seems useful in this desperate situation. Just then, a loud shout from Ken echoes in the distance. Ken downs his last potion and screams at the top of his lungs, a knight of the Empire. Instantly, the monsters are drawn to him, rushing towards Ken in a frenzy of hatred. With his goal achieved, Ken turns and bolts, luring the monsters away from the city wall. Spotting a large rock ahead, he quickly hides behind it and grins with satisfaction. The survival trait of the rogue has been activated, enveloping Ken in a shroud of black mist. But suddenly, a notification appears for Ash. Seeing this information, Ash panics and yells a warning. Wait! What is your health like? Due to blood loss, the Ken's trait has been cancelled and can't be activated. Standing amidst the wave of monsters, Ken looks like a delicious snack with no way to fight back. In the final moment, he did not even have time to curse before being torn apart. Damn it. I should not have trusted anyone. Witnessing this horrific scene, Ash falls into despair, even from a distance. I can clearly hear the sound of flesh being ripped apart. My wrong orders have cost lives, not just Ken. Everyone out there has lost their lives because of a command I gave. I am killing all of them. Even more than that, while playing this game, I have always sacrificed my own people as bait whenever needed. This damn game has been designed to lead to this. In the pursuit of saving someone, obtaining an item, completing side quests, or achieving goals, someone has to die. And I enjoy killing them. For all the mistakes I have made, I have not complained about anything. But now I realize everything. The harm I have caused up until this point. Ash can't hold it in anymore, releasing all the pent-up emotions. Stop it. I said stop. You damn monsters. But he also realizes the truth, that all these deaths come with endless pain. And they won't stop. So once it dies, the monsters will keep on coming. Just as a monster lunges at Ash, a sword pierces through the beast's head. The one to strike is none other than Lucas, who prioritizes Ash's safety even in life-threatening situations. Is everything okay? My lord, at that moment, snaps back, gripping his dagger and slicing off the monster's head. That is right. There is only one way to make these monsters stop. Kill them before they kill us. After preparing for the 4th shot, the artillery team immediately notified Ash. But he felt that Demian's current state was far from okay. Ash shouted in disbelief. Demian, can you even shoot? Despite his bloodied eyes, Demian pushed through. Yep, sir. 4th shot. The mana bullet weaves through countless suicide monsters, heading straight for the queen to explode. However, that damn queen was still alive after all that. Hearing a scream echoing from afar, the entire artillery team fell to the ground in despair. To fire this fourth shot, the entire team did not hesitate to endure the scorching cannon, pushing themselves to the limit, even risking their hands. Our attacks were futile. The mana cannon has reached its limit. If we try to fire one more time, it will blow up on us. We truly have no options left. It is time to surrender. Drenched in sweat, looked around. Was it really over? We had reached the brink of despair. Our defenses were shattered, and our artilleryman could no longer open his eyes. Is it really ending like this? Is there truly no hope left? Just then, a frantic soldier shouted after peering through the scope. We must have done some damage. The queen's skin has been torn away. I can't believe that even in such a desperate situation, the marksman managed to do his job. He turned excitedly toward Ask. If we fire one more shot, we could. At that moment, a massive attack soared straight towards the turret. Lucas, seeing this, shouted desperately for the prince. Unable to do anything as he was surrounded by monsters, the turret shattered, and Ask was thrown into a free fall. It is broken. The whole world, all hope has vanished. Everything, in his day. Ask vaguely heard Lucas calling out to him. When he opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was the desolate wreckage, with Lucas using his own back to block a large piece of wall. Seeing this, Ask jumped up in shock. Lucas was covered in wounds, and the first thing he did was check on Ask. My prince, are you hurt anywhere? Ask hurriedly approached. That is what I should be asking you. Are you okay? Lucas vomited a mouthful of blood, his mind barely holding on. My prince, do you remember? That was a long time ago. 20 years, to be exact. Ask fell silent, unsure of what to say, lost in thought as he gazed at Lucas. As a player suddenly appearing in this form, Ask had no memories at all, not seeing a response. Lucas continued. The first time you allowed me to be your bodyguard, you said to me. Ask wondered what the previous owner of this body must have said to earn Lucas's loyalty. And he asked, what did I say? The memory of that day has remained vivid in Lucas's mind, never fading, even as a child. Ask was determined that if he could not become the emperor, he would become the greatest man in the world. For the one who would become his knight. Ask wanted Lucas to be the best knight in the empire. Those words touched Lucas's heart so deeply that he thought about them day and night, with unwavering eyes. Lucas declared that he believed in the ruler he served. Ask was a bit taken aback and asked in return. Even in a situation like this, Lucas replied without hesitation. Anytime. Anywhere. Just as he finished speaking, Lucas hit his breaking point, buried under a pile of rubble. After pulling Lucas out of the wreckage, Ask looked intensely at him. Just hang in there. Lucas, you are the main character, the savior of the world. You can't die here like this. Now. Ask needs to find a way to take down that boss as quickly as possible. He scanned his surroundings, searching for anything useful. I need to think of a way to get out of this situation. Is this the place beneath the artillery area? How long have I been out cold? At that moment, he noticed the soldiers nearby, all huddled together. Thankfully, they dodged the barrage and no one died. But the artillery did not fare as well. Pondering this, Ask still could not understand how everyone survived. Did the spider monsters not take advantage of this chance to attack? Just then, the answer appeared right before his eyes. Lily was engulfed in flames, followed by thousands of spider monsters creeping toward Ask. Your Highness, it is not over yet, is it? Seeing this, Ask hurried forward. But Lily stopped him. I can't hold them back any longer. Right now, I can only block their path. But those monsters will break through the gate and get here soon. We do not have much time left. Hurry. Don't let our sacrifice be in vain. She chugged the last vial and used her body to block the path, buying precious seconds for Ask and the artillery crew. Ask gritted his teeth and turned to urge the soldiers. Get up. Artillery crew. It is time for one last round of ammo. The soldiers struggled to stand, trembling and speechless. But, sir, we have already said that the artillery is no longer usable, so when we fire, the cannon will just blow up. Right. Ask glanced at the horde of monsters and said, if we do nothing, we are dead anyway. Isn't this the time to take a gamble, even if it means sacrificing ourselves? We have to give it a shot. The artillery crew fell silent for a moment, then asked, but how can we aim at the target now? We can't even see outside anymore. There is no way to know the position of that spider queen. Ask replied, if the cannon is broken, then carry it with your hands. No need to aim perfectly. Demian just needs to fire. Load the ammo. That is an order. The artillery crew, though skeptical of this absurd command, had no choice but to comply. Then, Ask moved toward Demian, thinking about what he was about to do. I do not know exactly how the mechanics work, but as long as Demian can fire, that shot will definitely hit its mark. We have no choice but to trust. Demian was sitting dazed on the ground when he suddenly heard a call from behind. Demian, this is the final shot. You just need to fire one more time, please. Just try one more time. Now. Demian's vision was severely impaired. Even Ask in front of him was just a blur. You turn to Ask and ask, who do you care about? What does any of this even mean? No matter what I do, nothing changes. Ask replies that if Demian fires one more time, that Spider Queen will die. But Demian suddenly interrupts. That is not what I meant. If I fire again and that Spider Queen dies, what will change? No matter how hard I try, this world is already in ruins. I want everything to stop right now. I do not want to live like this anymore. I just want to move on. Demian gets swept away by negative thoughts. Mumbling aimlessly. Just then, Ask shouts. Demian, do you really think this world makes any sense? You think if you overcome these challenges, you will keep living in hell? Demian is a bit taken aback. Stuttering,
Yep.
Ask immediately grabs him by the collar and yells loudly. Then stops saying the obvious. You idiot. If this world really has difficulty levels, then this is definitely hell. And this is a mode where you can't save or load any data. It is utterly absurd and ridiculous. And nothing goes my way. That is life. Who does not know that we are living in a brutal era? Are you really planning to give up? You are just going to give up and raise your thumb, waiting to be killed. Is that it? We must keep fighting until our last breath. I will continue to fight. I will keep strategizing in battle until the very end. If you want to give up and die so easily, then go slit your throat right now. Ask pulls out a knife, pointing it at Demian, making him hesitate for a moment. Before Demian can react, Ask swipes the knife aside and leans in close. But if you are too cowardly to do it, then be my trigger. Don't go looking for death. Got it. The only thing you need to do is prove yourself to me as your commander. Don't make excuses about having nothing left to live for. You are my pawn, my key, my trigger. That is what you need to do. That is what I need from you. Demian, thanks to that convincing speech, Ask unlocked a new skill. Unyielding Commander. Immediately, Ask places a hand on Demian's shoulder, activating this new skill. I command you. Shoot that monster dead. Demian finally succumbs to psychological manipulation, his gaze steady but tinged with fear.
Yep.
My lord, I will follow your orders. While the two are playing mind games, the artillery crew has successfully loaded the shells. But there is one problem. There is no way to extinguish the fuses. Without hesitation, Ask steps forward and says he will hold the cannon body. Hearing this, the artillerymen rush to stop him. Prince, it is really hot. If you touch it, you might get burned at the very least. Ask remains unfazed, sitting right next to the cannon body. To him, dying while fighting is better than dying uselessly in the jaws of the monsters charging towards him. After everything was set, Ask turned to Demian and asked if he was ready. Demian gripped the lever tightly, saying he could not see anything anymore, not even feel his hands. But Ask smiled brightly. It is. No worries. Demian. At that moment, Demian's gaze became more determined than ever. He had resolved to put all his trust in this commander. No matter how unreasonable the demands might be, with his mind prepared, Ask used both hands to embrace the cannon, summoning every ounce of strength left to lift it off the ground. Seeing this, the entire artillery team rushed over to assist, even with their arms burning. No one was willing to give up, striving to complete their final shot, even at the cost of their lives. Suddenly, a gigantic spider monster appeared right in front of them, heading straight for the cannon. It seemed the Spider Queen sensed the danger and sent her minions to intercept this last shot. But it was too late. Receiving the command to fire, Demian gritted his teeth and desperately activated his ability. The bullet shot straight into the sky, piercing through the monsters in its path, carrying the hopes of Az and everyone present on the battlefield. At that moment, the Az monster horde was closing in, but no one could resist any longer. Az looked up at the sky, following the bullet as it soared away. We hit them. We hit them. From the start, this was an impossible mission. A shot straight at an enemy we could not even see. There was no way to hit them accurately. Yet, that shot struck the Spider Queen. She never anticipated the bullet's trajectory, did not expect the distance of the shot. She was unprepared for the hundreds of thousands of monsters in its path, all seemingly reenacting a predetermined outcome. That bullet flew straight into the Spider Queen, who was growling and screaming in rage, landing right on her head without deviating even a centimeter. That shot blew the Spider Queen's head off. And that is what is remembered before everything faded to darkness. At that moment, a familiar message popped up. Dude, are you insane? How did you win? It was the first message from someone watching Az's stream. He just stared at the screen, unsure how to respond. When asked if he planned to stream again, Az finally replied, but as he tried to remember, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Instantly, a wave of pain washed over him, reminding him that he was still alive. As Az wondered where he was, He heard Lily's voice beside him. The knight has used healing magic on you, but since you were pretty badly burned, it is going to take some time to heal completely. You have been asleep for 4 days now. Your Highness, I thought you would never wake up after being thrown into the battle against the Black Spider Army. As Z's eyes widened in astonishment as he lowered his head, I am a... Lily continued. Thanks to your Highness' leadership. During the final assault, the Spider Queen was killed, and the Black Spider Army stopped immediately. You won. Your Highness. Hearing this, Az felt a bit better. He looked out the window, observing the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, while Lily reported the current situation. The rescue team has rearranged our allies' bodies and dealt with the spiders. We are almost done cleaning up now. Your Highness, you have severe burns on your hand, shoulder, and neck. If you return to Crossroads, you will need to go to the church. But even if you heal, there will still be scars. Az looked at his bandaged arm and said that scars are better than losing your life. He could not believe he survived such a hellish ordeal. Then he turned to Lily, asking about her condition. Lily placed her hand on the cloth covering her leg, her eyes waiting for a moment. After using up all her mana, a spider had clawed her back. Luckily, the Spider Queen died right after, so she was not attacked further, but perhaps due to nerve damage in her waist area. She could not move her lower body anymore. Az wanted to say something comforting, but he did not know what to say and remained silent for a long time, seeing his discomfort. Lily continued, please do not worry. Your Highness, just being alive is enough. The survivors include Nam Cannon, Lucas, Damien, and Your Highness. That is it. After hearing this, Az gritted his teeth, holding his head in frustration. Just like that, out of hundreds in the battles, only 9 were left this time. There had to be another way. Right. I should have come up with some special strategy. There must have been a way to save more people. Suddenly, Lily stepped forward and grabbed his bandaged arm. Your Highness, you are not a god. In that situation, there was no way to save everyone. You did everything you could. Right. Az sadly acknowledged that he was the one who led the troops to this place from the start. Even though Az had done that, he still decided to take responsibility for it. At that moment, Lily spoke up to comfort him, saying that the monsters growing so numerous after decades was something no one could have predicted. So please do not be too hard on yourself. Everything you have done has been more than enough. Still, the weight of guilt in Az's heart did not lessen at all. Just then, Lucas burst through the door, tears and snot all over his face. Your Highness, I am so glad you are awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Get a healer here right away. This whole scene is really terrifying. Az said he could still manage, then asked about Lucas's health. Lucas, having just woken up, donned his armor and rushed straight to Az, full of confidence. You know, my greatest strength is my power. Of course, Az knew that. After all, he was the main character in this hellish game. After catching up, Lucas pulled out a stack of documents and began his report. Your Highness, during this time, I have completed the death toll statistics. There are many people we could not gather the remains of, but we have collected everything we could. Hearing this, Az asked where the collected remains were kept. When he found out that everything was gathered in the northern part of the Vanguard base, Az immediately stood up, insisting on going to see. Seeing this, both Lucas and Lily tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. On the way, Az came across Damien frantically tending to the wounded. They say he is a healer, but how is he supposed to find his way around like this? This time, he really put in the effort. Seeing Damien's bright smile, seemingly tireless, made us feel a twinge of guilt. Damien, this strategy succeeded thanks to you. If you want, I will reward you with enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life, so you never have to step foot on the battlefield again. Since you are a mercenary, you can do whatever you like in the future. Damien quickly responded, Your Highness, you once told me that I am your key. I want to know the origin of those monsters. Who created them? Where? Well, and why they must die. So please let me follow you. Your Highness, his gaze was resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Lucas smiled and glanced at Az. His commander now had another loyal follower, which made someone like Az feel happy too. Of course, Az would not refuse. A character with game hacking traits is someone to keep close. Shortly after, a ceremony was held to honor those who had sacrificed their lives. Standing before the sacred flame, Az made a firm resolution. I know there is no better way, no better strategy. Nothing is more foolish than constantly worrying about what could have happened in the past. I chose a tactic and executed it, and this is the result. So I will have to accept it, bear it, and move forward. As the memorial service was winding down, Az ordered Lucas to reorganize and move the fallen soldiers. Lucas was a bit taken aback by the command. In Crossroads, thousands fall every year. This is a world where memorials cost more than lives. as ordered the soldiers to be buried in the eastern fields of Crossroads. The place he chose to be a graveyard and build a monument in the game. Not only that, he specifically chose the last day of February each year to honor these great sacrifices, as did all this, not just for them. Throughout the countless times he reset, while playing this game for all the characters he had killed without hesitation. This was also a way to atone, as stared directly into the flames and said firmly to Lucas, "Lucas, we won T lose a second time. We won T fail again. Let us head back to the main headquarters at Crossroads." And so as his journey officially begins here. After that, he received a mysterious reward from the system directly into his inventory. 3 days had passed since the army set off back to Crossroads. Everything kept repeating. Leaving as utterly bored, he kept asking Lucas if they were there yet, over and over. The answer was always that they were almost there, in his boredom. As checked his system. Now, he needed to make a crucial decision. After going through the beginner's guide, players reach level 5. And this is when they must choose their profession. Looking at his stats, as felt utterly disheartened by his pathetic numbers. But if you look closely, you will discover something pretty interesting. Even though the stats are all over the place, you still get to choose any class, just like in the game. Yet, on the last page, there is a class that has never seen before. Newbie Commander. What the heck is this? Could it be that the Hell Mode achievement is actually a hidden class? At this moment, Az remembers the only skill he received. Unyielding Commander. And it is clear it is urging him to become a commander. This skill grants teammates within a 10-meter radius immunity from mind control, pretty powerful. But in the early game, it is kinda useless. It only really shines in the late game fabbing battles, when its true power kicks in. Az cautiously thinks, choosing a class that is not meant for him could be too risky. This is truly a dilemma. Just as he is scratching his head unsure of what to pick, Lucas the Loud announces they have arrived. Az immediately sticks his head out the window, eagerly taking in the sights of the Crossroads fortress in real life. Crossroads is the name of the fortress located at the southernmost tip of the empire. It was built to stop monsters from continuously pouring in from the Black Lake to the south. At one point, it was the most crucial fortress of the empire. But as monster invasions gradually decreased, the soldiers were reassigned to other areas. Mercenaries then took their place as guards, former soldiers waiting for retirement or inexperienced rookies. Those mercenaries are recruited regardless of nationality or skill. The empire just needs bodies to stand guard. They only require a dull barrier to keep the monsters at bay. As more people arrived, restaurants, inns, and banks began to sprout up inside the fortress. Decades passed, and the fortress slowly transformed into a city. Eventually, people stopped calling it Crossroads the Fortress, and began referring to it as the Monster Banishing City. The Fortress City, to mock the mercenaries blinded by greed. It also earned a nickname, the Path of Sacrifice, the City of Tomes. That is what they called it. As Ash made his way into the fortress, he could not help but gawk in astonishment. This was humanity's last stand. Crossroads. He could not believe he once saw this on screen. It was much bigger than he imagined, and way more advanced than he thought. Wait a minute. Am I really going to take over this city? At that moment, Ash suddenly sensed something was off in the air. People gathered on both sides of the road, their eyes filled with resentment as they stared at the convoy. Thinking back, Ash could understand the reason somewhat. After all, their lord and newly appointed commander had just wiped out the militia and almost met the same fate. Suddenly, Ash broke into a sinister smile. He had prepared something to deal with this situation. Following the convoy were 400 black spider magic stones intentionally displayed for everyone to admire. These magic stones were taken from high-level monsters, so they were of excellent quality. Just the sheer quantity alone was a small fortune. The fortress would not have to worry about money for a while. Ash sat in the carriage, his expression filled with satisfaction. That is right. If he could get past an unimaginable challenge, he would at least walk away with that much loot. To make this game easier, he needed to get on the good side of the common folk. Right now, the people's trust in him was practically non-existent, but I know how to make them like and trust me. Get ready. Be charming and proper, and I will win their trust in no time. Ash was lost in his thoughts, chuckling to himself like a total goofball the whole way. It was not until evening that he finally arrived at Lord Grotron's mansion. Gazing up at the massive estate, Ash's jaw dropped in awe. Is this really where I am going to live? The tiny house I used to stay in can't compare. I never imagined I would have a dream home like this. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man dashed out of the house, chattering away. Oh master, I am so glad you are safe. Ash could not recall this character from the game and asked him who he was. The young man fumbled, saying, "You can call me master. Please forgive me, my lord." Ash did not mind what he was called. He could just call him master if he wanted. Suddenly, the young man grabbed Ash's hand and rubbed it against his cheek. I am just worried you might get hurt, my lord. This poor servant was fretting to the point of illness. The guy who looked like a fake servant was named Idle in this game. He is an MP managing the city and handling Groton's affairs. Things like building facilities and maintaining systems should be just like in the game. Ash would complete his quests here with this guy. After asking a few questions, Idle excitedly led Ash into the mansion. Welcome back, my lord. I have prepared a hot bath for you before dinner, so make sure to relax. As he stepped inside, Ash could not stop gaping in amazement. Being a broke nobody in his past life, he had never seen a house so grand. Once he regained his composure, Ash immediately asked if the soldiers had rested. According to Lucas's report, they had all been given time off after the battle. Then, Ash also decided to let Lucas take the day off today. No work required. As Lucas began to come up with a million excuses, Ash waved him off. Come on, take a break. You can work tomorrow. With no other choice, Lucas begrudgingly accepted this day off, letting out a long, sad sigh. I understand, my lord. After that, Ash was led to the bathroom to enjoy a massive bathtub soak. After a long, tiring journey, Ash figured treating himself like this was totally justified. He chuckled to himself, thanking Idle, and even gave him a day off like everyone else. Just then, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Idle seemed to turn into a completely different person. By the way, you did a great job. Ridataku. Hearing that name, Ash felt frozen. That was the name he used to stream in his past life. Who in this world could know it? Idle said while closing the door. Who would have thought you would ace the tutorial, surpassing my expectations? Hearing this, Ash was so furious he could grind his teeth. Idle raised his hands to the sky, dramatically announcing, why hide it? Yep. I am the manager of the Imperial Guards. But before he could finish, Ash punched him in the mouth, sending him flying. The manager. That bastard. So he is the one who brought me here. The more Ash thought about it, the angrier he got, ready to explode from all the pent-up rage since arriving in this world. Suddenly, Idle was on his knees, crying profusely. Calm down for a second. Rico, I sincerely apologize for suddenly bringing you to this place, but still. This world needs Ryutaku. Ash could not care less. Charging ahead into the rocky pit without a second thought. After a beating, Idle was left looking like a beaten pig, obediently kneeling on the ground. Ash had calmed down a little, cautiously probing for information. Let us just get to the point. Back then, you were the manager, right? And you really are the manager of this game. Or rather, this world. Idle did not say much. Just replied, that is correct. This kind of answer only fueled Ash's frustration. He could not believe he was talking about this so casually. Then, Ash asked why he was brought here. Idle first pulled out a handkerchief and started to cry like a baby. In this world, there is a true ending. Only one true ending. And no one can ever reach it. I have had to reset this world countless times, just to try and touch that ending. But I have never once been able to reach the ending I wanted. Hearing this, Ash asked, so you needed help from someone else? Suddenly, Idle snapped his fingers, summoning countless glowing orbs beside him. To put it simply, that is exactly it. I transformed this world into a game, and made sure all players from different worlds knew about it. Many have pioneered using methods no one had thought of before. But still, no one has reached that true ending. The look on Idle's face was one of clear frustration. You have gone through countless endings with this world. You are almost at your limit. Ash noticed this and wondered, are not you always a true ending? I do not even know if it exists. Idle looked directly at Ash and declared, Ryutaku, you want to be able to reach the true ending, but you can achieve something others can t. Hearing this, Ash immediately thought of the hell mode that only he could surpass. He was curious if that was the reason. Idle explained that he concluded Ash had the highest chance of success, which is why he brought him to this world. Hearing this made Ash furious. What the hell did you bring me here for? You kidnapped me. And on top of that, you made me go through that tutorial. Idle tried to shield himself while explaining. It must be a game glitch. I did not want it either. Wait. Let me tell you about this. This is about the reward you will receive. Instead of a reward, Ash decided to stop and listen before throwing another punch. Seeing this, Idle transformed into the shape of a treasure box. If you reach the true ending of this world, I will grant you one wish. Ash was curious about what was inside that treasure box, but it sounded really tempting. Idle then remarked, wiping his nose with 2 streams of blood. In other words, I am like a god in this world. When you return to your real world, I will definitely send you a meaningful gift. Ash felt a spark of doubt and asked again, anything at all, even 10 billion cash. Hearing this, Idle adjusted his glasses, trying to look cool. Just 10 billion. I could do 100 billion. Want to up the ante. This only fueled Ash's anger more. This damn guy acts like he is so high and mighty. Still, with such an enticing offer on the table, Ash found himself a bit swayed. Honestly, It sounds pretty good when you put it that way. He would grant his wish. And there is so much he wants to do. I only have one wish that I need to fulfill. If this guy really can make it happen. Then, at that moment, Idol smirked and said, you must have a wish of your own to fulfill. Right. Ridataku. A wish even more precious than money. You gave up on that dream because you thought you could not achieve it. Did not you? Those words made Ash realize something. This guy, standing right in front of him, calling himself a god, brought him here because he knew about him. He knew Ash had been regretting his past, carrying that weight in his heart. Once again, Idol reminded him that he could make that dream a reality. Ash immediately averted his gaze, denying that dream was already over. But Idol insisted that if that wish still lingers in your heart, it will never fade away. Ash then asked, if you have the power to grant any wish, why not just handle it yourself? Idol bowed his head, answering sadly, right now, a god's power is severely limited. In this world, a god is just an ordinary human. That is why I need to find someone to take my place. Like you. Ash could only sigh and asked a crucial question. Let me ask you this. What happens if I die here? Idol replied without a hint of hesitation. Well, you die. That is it. After hearing that, Ash could only brace himself. His life was now at risk at any moment. At that moment, Idol spoke with an eerie mystique. Life is a game of survival. There is no save and no reload. If you have completed hell mode, you should know that. Hearing that, Ash realized it was true. That is just how this game works. Even with all the bizarre things happening, death could not be changed. The tension was thick in the air when Idol suddenly said he could send Ash back to Earth, right now. Hearing this, Ash excitedly asked, wait, really? Idol explained. Absolutely. To be honest, my original plan was to bring you here first and then ask for your opinion. But then I hit a snag. Please choose. Do you want to strive for the true ending to have a chance to fulfill your wish? Or do you want to return to your peaceful days, where you do not have to worry about the dangers of death, living a boring life? Ultimately, it is all up to your decision. Faced with these two choices, Ash fell silent for a long time. Normally, he would choose to return immediately, but now he was torn between these two paths. One was to finally achieve his long-held wish, and the other. Ash felt this was worth a shot because he had the confidence. He had completed this game on the hardest dungeon mode, basically. He knew almost everything about this game. Completing it again. Why not? After thinking for a while, Ash made his decision. Alright. I will do what you want. Hearing this, Idol shouted out in joy. However, was serious about this decision and reminded him, if I am agreeing to do this, then you better help me out properly. And once I reach the real ending, do not forget to grant my wish. Idol was so happy at that moment that he would accept any request. What more could a god say? Just consider me your faithful servant for the day. Immediately, Ash issued his first command. From now until tomorrow morning, sell all the black spider magic stones. Seeing Idol hesitate, Ash started to lose his cool. Wow. It is an exchangeable item. You should know how to sell it. Idol felt a bit anxious and quickly made excuses that all the shops were closed. Ash could barely hold it in anymore and warned loudly. Get off your butt and do what I say. You lazy butt. I do not care if you have to stay up all night selling, or if you sell it at dawn. I just need to know you will complete the transaction by tomorrow. Got it. Idol lost all his divine authority and Joe's asked again. The stones. Got it. But there are 388 black spider magic stones in total. If sold at market price, it will be a huge amount of money. What do you plan to do with all that cash? Ash simply said he needed to go somewhere and grinned wickedly. The next morning, Ash decided to test his luck at the mercenary guild. Why not start with 100 spins on the damn slot machine? After a sleepless night, Idol finally exchanged all the black spider magic stones for money, all for Ash to throw into the slot machine. Just standing outside the mercenary guild, Ash felt the buzz of the place. Lucas felt uneasy and planned to go in first. But before he could, Ash kicked the door open and shouted loudly, everyone, listen up. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Those who were drinking got interrupted and shouted in anger. Who the hell are you? Looking to die. Ash was not backing down at all, shouting back defiantly, Zika. You bastard. Who are you talking to? He approached and grabbed the guy who had just shouted, making him tremble in fear. I am your future master here. You are the one looking to die. Right. No one dared to oppose Ash's presence anymore. But the whispers kept spreading. That guy is the third prince. That crazy dude. I heard he wiped out all his soldiers on the front lines. But did not he also wipe out those nobility? Ash did not care what others said about him. He was focused on scouting for talent around here. The Mercenary Guild is where players can create new characters, and of course, their influence would vary depending on their rank. Ash scanned the room, looking for anyone skilled. Suddenly, a purple light caught his attention. The woman at the bar. a silver-haired beauty, looked over at him and smiled. "Welcome to the Crossroads Mercenary Guild." "Your Highness." Just a glance, and Ash recognized her as Vang Esther instantly. He approached her to strike up a conversation. "May I ask for your name?" The woman stood up, saluting like a soldier. "My name is Jupiter. It is a pleasure to meet you." Hearing this, Ash was utterly astonished. The green lightning sorceress Esther. He could not believe she had been here before him, but on the surface, he acted completely oblivious. "I have never seen this suit before. Which country is it from?" Jupiter touched the emblem on her chest and introduced herself. "This outfit belongs to our Everbright Empire. You might not recognize it because this style is from several decades ago." Hearing this, Ash asked further, "You served the Empire. As a former soldier." Jupiter was happy to introduce herself. "I served there for 30 years. I was even the commander of the 2nd Sorceress Squad. After retiring, I have made a living as a mercenary." Ash continued to shower her with compliments. "Retired and still sacrificing yourself for the country. You are truly a model soldier." Jupiter laughed and replied, "Not really. It is just that my pension is not enough to live on." "Your Highness, what wind brought you here?" Ash chuckled and replied, "What else would I be here for? Of course, to hire a few useful mercenaries." Jupiter cut straight to the chase. "Are you sure you are not here to buy some bait to die here in front of you?" Hearing this, Lucas furrowed his brow, ready to draw his sword for the insult, but Ash quickly stopped him. Jupiter not only was not afraid, but also laughed in disdain. "The rumors of the battle at the front line have spread all the way here. Your Highness, seems like you have paid quite the price for your incompetence. While it is true that we are lowly mercenaries making money from this, we are not fools digging our own graves. None of us want to lose our lives to a rookie commander." Jupiter's words represented all the mercenaries present. To earn their trust, Ash had to prove his worth. Ash smiled and stood up, facing the mercenaries. "I understand, but listen to me. Are not all of you here to sell your lives? Since there is no other way to make money than selling your lives, would not that be your fate? But now, regarding losing your lives, are not you just fools digging your own graves?" That declaration seems a bit odd. "Damn Jupiter." Ash leaned in closer to Jupiter and whispered, "Right. Your past career was quite impressive. But were not you kicked out for embezzling military funds? Isn't that just digging your own grave? From corruption to smuggling with the enemy. When caught red-handed, he was kicked out and humiliated with a demotion, but he still has the audacity to wear the military uniform. How embarrassing." While throwing insults, Ash could not help but think of the descriptions of this character. Jupiter, the embodiment of corruption. A rotten soldier from the inside out. A veteran unworthy of respect. But his combat skills are nothing to scoff at. A hero and more like a pirate than a soldier. That is this woman right here. The Thunder Witch. Jupiter. Even though Jupiter was furious, she calmly responded, "Your Highness, even if my fate turns out poorly, I still take pride in being a warrior of the Empire. Please be cautious with your words." Not wanting to waste any more time, Ash cut straight to the chase. "How much?" "The pride you just mentioned. How much are you selling it for?" Instantly, Jupiter's demeanor changed as she shot a glare at Ash. Ash showed no fear, repeating the question once more. "How much will it cost to make you my hunting dog?" Jupiter scoffed, claiming she was worth a lot. At least 100,000 util a year. No sooner had she said that, Ash immediately offered 200,000. Hearing that staggering amount, Jupiter was so shocked she dropped her cigarette. That price Ash just threw out was quite high for a mercenary. "But you are the prince of the Empire and the lord of this city. Plus, you have just sold nearly 400 magic stones. Wasting a fortune." Ash was ready to pay any price to secure an Azar. Mercenary. Clutching a stack of cash, he declared boldly, "I will buy that fear of death from you. I will double your previous salary right now. And any coward who does not want to sell their life can head home. But if you want to be a true mercenary and earn serious money, then meet me at the vacant lot west of Crossroads tonight." After wrapping up at the guild, Ash headed straight to his next destination. The church. After a healing process, Ash's burn wounds had fully healed but would leave faint scars. The one who treated him this time was the Saintess Marharita, a legendary hero and top healer. Once specific conditions were met, Ash would invite her to work for him right away. But that was not the reason he had come here today. Ash pulled out a bag of coins and placed it on the table. "Saintess. As I mentioned in our last communication." Marharita immediately understood and called for all the free members of the church. Ash pointed out that the Knight's Peace was among them and seemed to be adapting quite well. Ash was very pleased, laughing as he said, "Let us get started right away. We have a lot to do today. It won't be simple." That night, in the west of Crossroads, the funeral procession had arrived ahead of time, soldiers standing in formation, the Empire's flag draping over each coffin, along with a large choir. In a city where death was as common and cheap as this, A full ceremonial funeral was a rare sight. More importantly, compensation had been given to each family. Many were shocked by the death toll. And the news spread from person to person throughout the city. Rumors would soon circulate, and Ash had no intention of sugarcoating it. You want to show it a reasonable respect. These are frontline soldiers, warriors famous for their noble duties for humanity. Ash stood on the podium, boldly declaring, "I am the third prince and the current lord, Ashbourne Hatter Everblack." Upon hearing this, murmurs began to rise. To them, the idea of a scumbag like the third prince becoming lord felt like hell was waiting, just around the corner. Ash did not care at all. He continued, "Let me be clear. All the soldiers on the front line, everyone will die. Each week that passes, a new wave of graves will sprout up in this cemetery, and the elegies will echo. But I assure you, your deaths are worth more than mere survival. The funds for organizing funerals and compensations are substantial. Almost half of the money we earn from magical stones goes toward compensation. That is right. Death can't become a trivial and cheap affair. That is why I will do everything I can to keep you alive. I will use every means to save you and make use of you on the front lines. So do not you dare go dying easily. Survive and claim your pay from me. Don't make me pay for your funeral arrangements." Ash's speech came to an end. He had no idea how the people felt about it. A plea from an unworthy commander, two wild parties of a mad lord. He did not care what they were thinking. He could only prove his point through the upcoming results. That in this harsh front line, he deserved to be here more than anyone else. Ash flashed a confident smile, ready to tackle the next stage. Let us crush stage 1. Shall we? According to the announcement, stage 1 will begin in 3 days and 1 hour, after the funeral ends. Ash headed straight to the back of the mansion. As he and Lucas stood in front of a pile of stones, the system window suddenly popped up. "Do you want to activate the teleport gate?" As soon as Ash agreed, the pile of stones flew up and formed a mystical gate. Lucas had never seen anything like it before, his jaw dropping in shock. "Your Highness, what is this?" Ash explained that this was the gate leading to the dungeon beneath the lake, leaving Lucas even more horrified. In other words, this was the gateway straight to the enemy's headquarters. Protecting the Empire is a blend of tower defense and dungeon raids. This is even written on the game's cover. The stage where monsters invade Crossroads is the tower defense part, and between each stage, when the enemy is not attacking, you explore the dungeon beneath the lake to uncover the source of the monsters. And known as free exploration, this intertwining of two genres is the basic structure of this game. Ash stared at the gate, pondering. So it can open before stage 1. This game is indeed challenging but not absurdly so, of course. I struggled a bit during the newbie training, but starting like this is already pretty good. I began with a character that nearly screams Demian and a long-range mage named Jupiter. Not to mention a pile of money. Do I have a chance to pull this off? No way. I am definitely going to make it happen. Ash then explained the game rules to Lucas and told him to find the enemy for the next phase. After hearing that, Lucas laughed confidently. The deity understands now. I will prepare myself well. Your Highness. Ash was completely taken aback by this. That is it. Isn't it supposed to be that Lucas does not understand anything and questions almost everything? Not only has the prince he served his whole life suddenly changed, but he also knows everything from the city's design to the presence of the dungeon. Even though he is just here for the first time, that is already suspicious enough. And yet, Lucas follows me without questioning a single thing. Isn't he that pretty weird? Out of sheer curiosity, Ash decided to ask directly. "Hey, do not you want to ask anything?" Lucas suddenly stared at Ash and spoke. "Your Highness, I am so scared right now that I am sweating bullets. Too afraid to breathe heavily." But Lucas acted like a knight, saying that he would only follow his command. He had no questions at all. "I am your sword and shield. I will only slash and block at your command." Ash understood immediately just by looking at him. There is no way he has no questions at all. But what he meant was that he trusts me more than the doubts in his heart. "Lucas, you little rascal. I am definitely going to reward you big time." Right after that, Ash headed straight for the gate. "All right, Lucas. Are you ready to dive into the danger zone?" Lucas, with a determined look, replied, "I can climb mountains and walk through fire with your Highness." Receiving this answer, Ash smiled with satisfaction. Without hesitation, he set the teleportation point at the lakeside. As the two stepped through the gate, the pile of stones immediately collapsed, as if nothing had ever happened. During the teleportation, a game tip window popped up, making Ash furious. What the hell is this? Don't give me those annoying tip windows again. Cut the fake niceness. After a while, a gate appeared by the lakeside, teleporting Ash and Lucas to their destination. Ash looked towards the lake, recalling the information about this place. The Black Lake is the source of monsters, a hellish realm that breeds nightmares. A dungeon located at the southernmost part of the world. Just then, Lucas jolted, warning about the phenomenon ahead. The water on the lake suddenly bubbled, then split in two, creating a path right at the bottom of the lake. From the depths, Countless suits of armor floated up, moving like the undead. Seeing this, Ash's eyes widened in shock. Oh no. Do not tell me it is living ammonia. Out of all the monsters, why do we have to face these guys? I would not mind running into any level 1 monsters. Goblins are fine. Humans are good too. Even a wyvern would not be a problem. But among all those low-level monsters, how many are there? I just want to avoid these ones. Damn this game's rotten luck. Ash was so annoyed that he started banging his head, cursing this damned game incessantly. Meanwhile, Lucas was extremely alert, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. Those guys must be the monsters we have to battle this time. Suddenly, a notification window appeared, updating the information about the new enemy, level 5 living ammo soldiers, 1053 of them, and boss B1. Just one. Seeing that number go over 1,000, Ash looked like he was about to faint. Noticing this, Lucas walked over to check on him. Your Highness, are you okay? You look unwell. Where does it hurt? Ash was drenched in sweat, worried about the impending future. It felt like he had said something similar during his newbie training phase. Damn it. I am doomed again. 741 times, that is how many times I have reset the game. Each reset had its own reason. But when living ammo showed up as monsters at that stage, I did not hesitate to reset everything. Living ammo is a name that hints at a monster created from armor. Their bodies are like shadows inside. Long story short, they can resist most physical damage. Once you start acquiring more gear, they become easier to beat. But right now, everything is a mess. If that thing does not show up, it is game over. It is like someone's trying to sabotage my game. Seeing the horde of monsters approaching, Ash immediately ordered a retreat. With only 3 days left until Phase 1 kicks off, Ash had no choice but to do everything he could to defend. As soon as he got back to the mansion, he immediately gathered the Eider squad. What is the state of the city's defense? Eider read through the reports and stated that there are a total of 526 people available for the front lines. After hearing this, Ash exploded in anger. What? I have been recruiting for 100 rounds and only got 500 people. Eider explained that during training, most soldiers had been filtered out. Ash was so angry he was gritting his teeth, cursing up a storm. Damn it. Those stupid idiots. After calming down a bit, Ash asked how many more recruits could be added. Eider replied that he had already hired all available mercenaries in the city, so no more could be recruited. Immediately, Ash ordered a message to be sent to other cities offering double the weekly pay for soldiers. But that is not all. He also wanted to send a message to the royal palace, informing them that monsters were starting to rise and requesting as many reinforcements as possible. Eider was jotting this down when he suddenly paused. Master, is that really okay? Ash understood what Eider was trying to warn him about. If he requested military reinforcements from the Empire now, future events in the game would be devastated, but Ash felt he had no other choice. He just wanted to survive. Ash ran his hands through his hair, insisting, just send the message. Since it was the player's decision, Eider happily took the order. After taking a few steps, Ash suddenly remembered something and turned to give another order. And gather all the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in this city. Send a conscription notice. Hearing this, Eider quickly warned him, but if you do that, the magical stone production line will come to a halt. Ash could no longer hold back and leaned in closer, grinding his teeth. This city is about to become dust. Why worry about producing magic stones? Stop all production activities and bring them here. Eider was so scared by that face that he hurried to work, not daring to ask another question. Back in his room, Ash let out a long sigh. This game is no longer at the usual difficulty level. I could not decide before, but now I do not have time to wait any longer. The game's difficulty has ramped up. I need to create even more valuable items. I am going to make a bet. Ash opened the system screen and accepted the class change to Rookie Commander. As soon as he hit accept, a wave of celebration effects popped up. Congratulations. You have become a Rookie Commander. Confused about what was happening, Ash's heart suddenly ached. Along with that, a red window appeared, applying a debuff, reducing growth stats by 50%. Ash was stunned by the second debuff added, reducing item proficiency by 50%. Immediately, Ash seemed to explode, grabbing the system window like he wanted to devour it whole. What the hell? Are you kidding me? What the hell is this? Damn it. What kind of class gives so many debuffs? What kind of scam is this? Idle. You miserable excuse for a guide. I swear I will make you pay. Ash grabbed the hammer by the fireplace, ready to take it out on Idle. Just then, a bunch of notification windows popped up. You have obtained the attack totem, defense totem, super buff, and command ability. You can now use the synergy power system. While transforming, Ash was halted by the flood of notifications. Seeing this for the first time, he curiously clicked to view the details. Attack totem, defense totem. When you are on the battlefield, soldier morale will increase. All allies receive an additional 5% attack and 5% defense. Super buff. All buffs provided by the commander character are enhanced by 1 level. Command ability. The ability to issue precise orders on the battlefield. The desires of the commander will be communicated clearly and accurately. Subordinates can fight exactly as the commander wishes. Now Ash understood why he was debuffed first. He calmed down and carefully studied the newly received features. Synergy power. The benefit of the command level. Based on the combination of each member's class, the team can gain a new skill. Try out different combinations. This system is really amazing for a gamer. This class is incredibly satisfying. Ash was very pleased with this choice. Calmly putting the hammer back in place before going to sleep the next day, Ash raised an eyebrow and questioned Idle about the situation at hand. Can anyone explain what is going on here? Idle hesitated to explain. Well, the thing is, no one responded to the draft orders at all. The god brought along the union leader. It sounds all fancy, but in reality, it was just a power grab. At that moment, the union leaders of the blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons were shouting angrily. What kind of nonsense is this? How can you drag us here like this? Are you ready to take responsibility if production goes south, even if you are royalty? You need to wait for the right moment. Seeing this, Ash felt a wave of panic. Everyone's fired up now. Look at them shouting like their veins are about to pop. But first, I guess I should apologize. Yet Ash's thoughts and actions were completely opposite. The guy was radiating dark energy. Veins bulging, ready to explode. You think you can just yell at me like that? You do not know who I am, as the prince and lord of the city you live in. If I decide to cancel things, even if it means halting your entire production, that still would not be enough. And now you dare to mess with my mood. You are just itching to die, are not you? The union leaders suddenly realized they should be scared and behaved like obedient pups. We are sorry. This is the first time a prince has become the lord in this city, and in moments like this, Ash's wretched title finally came into play. After that, the negotiations went smoothly. The union leaders were left dumbfounded, and Ash reiterated once more. I will give you 20% of the magical stones collected by the army at the base price. If a direct purchasing line for magical stones is established, won't you be the ones benefiting? Let us collaborate. And whenever I give the order, war supplies must be prioritized for production. Of course, I will compensate fairly based on production. Is not this deal a bit too sweet? Using money and power as leverage, Ash managed to reel them in. This negotiation was all he could do for now. Hearing about the money, all the union leaders readily agreed. Thus, Ash's first plan was a success. Time until Phase 1. Just 61 hours left. Outside, the heavy footsteps of armored soldiers approached. Inside the room, Ash's voice echoed ominously in everyone's ears. I am sure you have heard this from Lucas already. Outside, the monsters were howling and advancing. Inside, he reported that the monsters, more precisely, the armored soldiers of 1,000 years, were marching toward this city, expected to arrive in about 2 days from now. Pausing, Ash crossed his arms and pondered as he watched everyone, seeing their terrified expressions. He could read the 3 words, "We are doomed," on their faces. Lucas cautiously asked, "What do you need us to do?" Your Highness. Ash clasped his hands together and replied seriously. We need to utilize everything we have. From now on, I will guide each of you specifically. At the Crystal Palace, everyone is quietly discussing strategy. Lucas has been appointed as the commander of the army, and he clearly shows his determination, promising to give it his all. Ash carefully warns him that the soldiers might be restless, so he needs to keep them in check. Lucas responds loudly. Understood. At this moment, Lily weakly speaks up. Your Highness. She sits in a wheelchair, her body frail, her face pale. Exhausted, she says, in my opinion. But Ash does not give her a chance to refuse. Sorry, Lily, but we really need your help right now. He smiles reassuringly. You won't have to go to the front lines, so do not worry too much. Curious, she asks, what should I do then? After being assigned a task, Lily is given the responsibility of supervising repairs for the ancestral protection artifact. She ponders. I understand now. Ash feels remorse in his heart. I am sorry for putting you in this position, Lily. You probably want to get a break, but you will continue being a contributing citizen to this city for the rest of your life. Jupiter, who is a bit blunt, chimes in. Can I ask one thing? Your Highness. She brings up the pay, the annual salary that you mentioned. If someone like me performs well, will it be increased? Ash thinks to himself. This money-hungry woman. He reads her information from the system, noting her obsession with money, especially gold. It is a trait that drives people crazy, he thinks, recalling the same thing he saw in the game. Damn it. But he cheerfully replies. Of course. I will raise your salary based on the results you deliver. Jupiter beams. Then you better start thinking about next year's raise. Your Highness, she is confident after being appointed as the captain of the Special Operations Force. You want to find a mercenary as capable as me. Then, Ash calls Damian in and hands him a crossbow. Here you go. Damian. I have prepared this for you. He hesitates to accept. Your Highness. This is... Details about the crossbow appear. Common crossbow. Level 10. Attack. 10-15. Durability. 30-30. Bonuses. None. In this battle, Damian will be the ranged attacker. And he is thrilled to have the weapon in hand. I will give it my best shot, if that is what you want. Your Highness, but seeing how he holds the crossbow, Ash feels a bit worried. His grip looks a little awkward. However, watching him shoot the energy cannon with such precision, he figures he will get the hang of it soon enough. Ash suddenly realizes that Damian is not wearing his glasses today. Where are your glasses? He looks a bit dazed when Ash asks. Did you decide to stop wearing them? Damian scratches his head, shyly responding. Actually, my eyesight is too good, so I intentionally wore these glasses to limit my vision. He chuckles and adds, but now that my vision is crucial, I decided to take them off. Ash looks at everyone assigned to their tasks. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ida excitedly jokes. Thank goodness. I was worried about having another character wearing glasses, but it seems he is not really in Ash's good graces, as Ash is eyeing him with a sharp gaze. Can you just behave for once? After the strategic meeting at the eastern wall of Crossroads, workers are busy repairing the fortifications. Josh and Ben rushed out to greet the prince, nervously welcoming him. Your Highness. Ash waved them off, saying, Yeah. Aye. How's the wall holding up? Josh glanced at the rotting wall, and Easy reported, Not too good. It has been neglected for a long time. Hearing this, Ash fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief. He then turned to question Ida. If this city is a fortress city, then is not fixing the walls the most basic thing to do? Why has this place been left like this? Ida nervously replied. Because we do not have the budget. He explained that since monsters have appeared less frequently, the production of magic stones has plummeted, leading the previous lord of the castle to cut funding. Ash held his head in confusion, thinking, wasn't the whole point of this fortress to keep the monsters out? He silently cursed, realizing that the fortress's monster-repelling function was fading due to the decrease in income from those very monsters. It was absurd. Immediately, he ordered, use all the budget and materials we have. Reinforce and repair it to the highest possible standard. Got it. Josh and Ben stood at attention, responding in unison. Yep. Your Highness. Ash waved them off, saying, get to work. The monsters are closing in. Next, he and Ida went to the woodshop to check on the progress. Looking at the workers lounging around, Ash instructed, I am sure you have heard the situation. Here's what you need to do in the next 3 days. He grinned mischievously. We need a wooden wall. King looked puzzled, asking, what? Ash gestured animatedly. A wooden wall. You do not get it. It has got to be this high. You see, to block their path. King understood a bit, but he was skeptical. I hate to say this, Your Highness, but those monsters will easily get over a wooden wall. It is hard to expect any real defense from that. Ash rephrased for clarity, saying, what we need is not a sturdy wall to completely stop them. King was even more confused. What do you mean? Then, Ash slyly, what you need to do is build the wooden wall just how I say. He raised his hands high to indicate the height, a really tall wall. Then he spread his arms wide to show the width. And it needs to hold up well. Finally, Ash concluded, basically, it has got to be a super annoying wall. Of course. King looked baffled, asking, what does that mean? The air fell silent for a moment, and an awkward vibe radiated from Ash, embarrassed but angry. He snapped. All right. Enough questions. Just get started. With 2 days left, Lucas was busy practicing with the crossbow in hand. Jupiter lounged lazily under a tree, not preparing anything at all. Ash was continuously getting mad at Idle for the poor conditions. Lily's complexion was improving, and she and the others were studying the defensive artifacts together. Thus, the preparations were complete. While it might not look perfect, it should be enough to withstand the monsters. The system announced. Gate 1. 30 minutes until the start. Countdown. 31 minutes and 24 seconds. A soldier with a telescope was scanning the forest far from the city. Suddenly, shadows began to emerge from the forest, advancing towards the castle. The guarding soldier immediately shouted, they are coming in. Right after that, the booming war drums sounded along with shouts as they charged forward. The armored soldiers were numerous and lined up in perfect formation to attack. Each solid, powerful step surged forward, knowing no retreat. Moments later, a whole herd stomped out from the dense forest. Inside the city, the sound of drums and trumpets echoed, signaling that the battle was about to begin. Flames were ignited, rallying the troops. With the catapults ready to launch rockets, the booming sounds resonated across the city walls. And there was nothing to fear. He stood atop the walls. Commanding this battle, the commander rallied the troops, reminding them that they were just a bunch of weaklings. The truth is, facing an armored army was the worst nightmare in the first half of the game. But regardless of that, right now, they had to push through this battle. He was too big. And we were the mightiest army in the Southern Kingdom. In reality, his army was basically a ragtag group of mercenaries, made up of old folks and rookies who did not know their butts from their elbows. The commander continued to lie through his teeth. The hydro magic was ready, and he had all the latest gear prepared. Honestly, no matter how much gold you throw at it, you could never equip enough. He looked at his troops. Victory was in our hands. There was nothing to worry about, but Ad is still confidently flaunting his personality, talking big without batting an eye. The cannons are ready. And he wraps up his rousing speech with a powerful line. Let us fight with everything we have got so that tonight, we can all sit together, raise our cups in celebration of victory. Because on the battlefield, it only takes one person worrying for the whole lot. In the distance, dark clouds gather. Thunder crackles above the armored soldiers. Ad smirks triumphantly, thinking to himself, just like back in the day. Jupiter. Half of the power in this battle will rely on the day. In the woods, Jupiter puffs on a cigarette, her eyes flashing with deadly lightning as she commands a group of soldiers following her. Rookies. The mage it hired at a ridiculous price is already in action. On the battlefield, the sound of hooves clattering rings out. All the monsters share one goal. Jupiter leads the charge, urging her horse to run faster. Their aim is to kill the humans standing in front of them. If there are no other targets, they will move to take out the nearest humans they can find. In other words, their path is crystal clear. That is why the traps are working like a charm. Ad and the others do not have enough time to fully understand them. The moment he sees them fall into the traps, he immediately orders, "Do now." Jupiter. But that is enough. The dark clouds in the sky are thick, and thunder rumbles ominously. Jupiter conjures a lightning sphere in her hand, flashing a bloodthirsty grin, then quickly directs the lightning to strike down on the traps. Let me enjoy my work for that paycheck. The blinding golden lightning crashes into the pit. The first wave, a dazzling display. The armored soldiers are nearly blown away by the strikes, even if they are armored spirits. These lightning bolts are a serious threat. The first wave passes, and white smoke billows up as if someone just lit incense in honor of the fallen. The armored soldiers are not seriously harmed. They are struggling to get back on their feet. The souls inside the armor glance around, their eyes flashing with deadly intent. Jupiter, furious, shouts, "What the hell are you looking at? Learn to respect your superiors, you damn monsters." Right after that, another lightning bolt is about to strike. After the first wave, the armored soldiers have been marked by the lightning. Asting sees this and thinks, those marks are Jupiter's signature. She holds the cigarette in her hand, and the golden lightning grazes it, igniting the tip. Jupiter smiles with delight, gathering a blue lightning sphere in her hand. Tonight's dinner is going to be electrifying, kiddos. With that, she hurls the lightning sphere away. Jupiter encourages the armored soldiers, take your time, chew it well. The second wave, let us dazzle them again. On the city walls, the soldiers suddenly break into loud cheers. Ast recalled her grandmother's dimension mechanism. Enemies marked by the first dimension would be taken out by the second. At that moment, the system flashed, reporting that over 50 enemies had been eliminated, the number skyrocketing in real time. Standing on the city wall, gazing at the distant battlefield, Ast silently praised, "Nice job, Jupiter." Then a pit erupted with thick white smoke, signaling that the enemies had been roasted to perfection. But still, the armor was charred, with pieces scattered all over the ground. Right after, they were trampled by the very feet of their teammates. The kill count was set to 1,000. The armored soldiers continued to advance in droves. That last attack was just a minor scratch. Ast issued the command, "Fall back, Jupiter." Now, she took charge of the new recruits. Let us move. The 5-member team spurred their horses back to the city. The armored soldiers quickly chased them down relentlessly. Jupiter led the way, urging her team, "Run. New recruits, do not look back. Just keep running." Ast had the best vantage point. He watched as they herded the armored soldiers away. Feeling a sense of glee it was going exactly as planned, he turned to the new recruits. "Do exactly as I instructed. Everyone, hold your positions." Below on the battlefield, Baker was falling behind. The armored soldiers were closing in fast. He urged his horse to go faster, telling himself, "Just a little further. Just a little more." Jupiter was leading, showing them the way into the city. Baker sprinted behind, trying to keep up. With every move they made, wooden walls were being constructed. Jupiter's team funneled the armored soldiers into the narrow path they had built with wood. On the ramparts, Ast clenched his fist in admiration. "Great job, Jupiter. The wooden walls gradually closed in on the armored soldiers, the gaps between them shrinking tighter. They looked up, stunned for a moment. Welcome. This is your first time encountering a battlefield wall like this, right? Ast smirked. What will it be? Choose. He silently challenged the armored soldiers. Back off. Or break through this. Jupiter skillfully maintained a distance, ensuring the enemy could always see her team not too far, not too close. Ast clearly understood their choice. It was painfully obvious: kill the humans in front of you. The armored soldiers continued forward, entering the narrow path Ast had set up. Indeed, those stupid monster bastards. If their side had blocked your way, you would break the wall and keep pushing forward. They were jamming into each other in a tight space. He raised his hand to signal. Everyone, get ready to fire. The ranks of the armored soldiers were narrowing, and they were losing the ability to move. Ast spoke. We have waited long enough. My soldiers. He swung his arm and laughed loudly. Dante, hold back. Fire away. At his command, the cannons thundered, firing their shells. The booming explosions echoed. It was unclear how many shells they had fired. Red and yellow flames shot out onto the battlefield, aimed at the narrow path where the armored soldiers were crammed together. They barely reacted, just standing there watching the shells fall. And boom. The explosion nearly wiped out a group of armored soldiers instantly. These are the basics of the fundamental defense strategy. Shells rain down, exploding with a thundering boom, taking out plenty of enemies. Control the road. This is the kill zone. Ast keeps giving orders. Fire away. Shoot. Just keep shooting. Mian, armed with a crossbow, steps up beside the third prince Ast on the castle wall. He expresses doubt in his heart, wondering if this will be enough. Looking at the smoke rising below, Demian thinks that the monsters won't be able to cross that boundary, but Ast does not see it that way. Not yet. Just as he finishes his sentence, the armored soldiers begin to prepare their defenses. They react a bit slowly, finally activating their shields all at once. Their shields seem sturdy, absorbing quite a bit of damage from the shells. Ast clearly anticipated this. Of course. There is no way this would be the end of it. Those damn pests are tougher than they look. Damn it. But he was ready for this and had prepared accordingly. Those bastards. Ast commands. Lily. Activate it. She responds confidently.
Yep.
Your Highness. Initiating the gravitational field artifact. The purple artifact gradually emits a blinding light. Patterns form a circle surrounding the artifact, stabilizing the energy absorption. Two mages on either side activate the artifact. They simultaneously announce that the artifact is being activated. A corresponding purple gravitational field appears around the defensive armored unit using shields. The heavy gravity slows their advance, making them feel like they are weighed down. Ast seizes this opportunity immediately. They are moving slower now. Lucas. He quickly takes action.
Yep.
Your Highness. The archery unit is ready. Massive crossbows that require two people to operate appear on the castle wall. The archery team takes turns positioning their crossbows. Lucas raises his sword high, aiming for the core of their souls. Ready to fire. He thrusts the sword forward with a clear command. Fire. The archers spring into action, their arrows soaring through the air. It is clear. Fire away. The impact of these gigantic arrows is incredibly strong. They pierce through the heavy shields and into the bodies of the armored soldiers. The frontline defenders hit by the arrows drop like flies. Their armor shatters. The arrows strike their weak points, and the souls within the armor are sent to the afterlife. Ed watches the battlefield with satisfaction, dealing damage with two streams of projectiles simultaneously, and then finishing them off with the artifact and crossbows, just as planned. However, there is a twist. Someone is approaching. A soldier reports. Your Highness. The monsters are moving around the wall. Ed jolts, realizing too late. He had been too focused and forgot to keep an eye on his surroundings. Those armored soldiers are indeed circling around the wooden wall. Ed grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. He had anticipated this possibility, but did not expect their numbers to be so overwhelming. He immediately issues orders to the special operations team at the foot of the castle wall. Jupiter, I am assigning the armored unit pushing to the right flank to you. Hold them back and use a hit and run tactic. She takes a drag from her cigarette and acknowledges the order. As you wish. My lord. Jupiter leads the charge, spurring his horse into action. Let us get to work. Ride faster. The armored soldiers see someone and rush into attack. She condenses lightning into her hand and unleashes a powerful strike. Take this. Spotting a flash of lightning on the right, Ed feels a bit relieved. Good. Jupiter has blocked that side. Now only the left side remains. He turns to the young man beside him, Demian, who jumps in surprise and replies. The wind. Ed is preparing to assign tasks. We need to get this done. He points to the left side. Shoot down the monsters attacking from the left. Demian quickly acknowledges the order.
Yep.
He takes a deep breath to regain his composure. Just then, Demian's eyes light up as he nocks an arrow, gripping the crossbow tightly. With a gentle flick of his hand, the arrow flies through the air effortlessly. Unstoppable. The arrow has incredible accuracy. Zooming straight toward a charging monster, the arrow pierces the monster's helmet. It wobbles a few times before its soul literally leaves its body. The soulless armor crashes down to the ground with a thunderous clatter. On the city wall, Demian cheers. We got one. Ed quietly admires the skill. So this is the divine eye. Taking down the core soul of a ghost with a mere arrow. Just how terrifying will this overwhelming power become, with the center area as the attack point? Jupiter handles the monsters flooding in from the right, while Demian focuses on defense on the left. The system reports over 450 monsters defeated. And the count is climbing. Ad and the team are close to annihilating 500, smiles with satisfaction. Calculating quietly. At this pace, I bet everything will go smoothly until the boss monster shows up, although it gets a bit tight at times. Being this well prepared is certainly worth it, but just as he starts to celebrate, a twist occurs. The souls of the fallen suddenly transform into a small stream of energy. These energies slowly rise into the sky. Ed squints to see. What the heck is this? There is nothing like that in the game. At this moment, the system announces they have defeated 500 monsters. The energy swirls in the sky, as if it is coalescing into something heavy. Gradually, the face of a gigantic demon appears, blotting out the sky. Ed breaks into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth to suppress the fear rising within. Here's the system notification. Level 1. Level 25. Ghost Knight. Quantity 1. Level 5. Living Armor Legion. 522. Defeated. 500. Ed realizes its identity. The monster leading the Living Armor Legion. The Ghost Knight. This is the source of power for the entire Living Armor Legion. That legion is already incredibly strong. But even if they defeat all of them, they will still face the second wave. The boss monster is here. Yet Ad and the team have not taken down all the living armors. It has already shown itself. The Ghost Knight has manifested but remains still. It does not appear to be causing any detrimental effects. Nor does it seem to be preparing for a fierce attack. It simply hovers silently in the air. However, this is no longer a game. This is reality. The soldiers are terrified, shouting in panic. What on earth is that? Just its sudden appearance in the sky is enough to send every soldier into a frenzy. Seething with anger, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. This is the difference between human wars and the battle against monsters." The primal fear in the presence of a grotesque creature. Just the sight of that monster sent chills down the soldiers' spines, making them drop their weapons. Moreover, it was not just the humans who were terrified. Jupiter's warhorse was rearing up in panic. She could not control her horse anymore. What a nightmare. The horse bucked wildly, causing Jupiter to gradually lose her balance. Then she was thrown off by her own steed, hitting her head hard on the ground. Not far away, a group of armored soldiers was storming forward. The sound of chaotic footsteps and raucous noise filled the air. This was bad. The rookie mercenaries sprang into action, blocking the armored soldiers from reaching Jupiter. The temporary commander shouted for everyone to get in position and protect the mage. Ash was a bundle of nerves. Jupiter's strength was at stake, and the hero squad was in peril. Lucas urgently suggested, "Your Highness, we need to use the artillery and cannons to cover Jupiter's team. If Sarko disappears, more enemies will show up." Lucas was baffled by this decision. "But Your Highness." Ash was too focused on the battlefield to listen. The soldiers were in sheer panic at the sight of the leading monster. The cannons and catapults had ceased fire, and the defense line was crumbling fast. He shouted, "We need to focus on restoring Sarko. All the soldiers have lost their minds." On the battlefield, compelled to follow the commander's orders, Lucas seriously replied, "Understood." "Your Highness." Ash clenched his sword tightly, gritting his teeth. "Sorry. Jupiter, do not give up." At that moment, dawn on the battlefield, Jupiter jolted awake. Confused, where was she? She held her head in her hands. The painful, wet sensation making her wince. Looking down at her hands, she realized it was blood. Jupiter cursed herself silently. Damn it. What is she doing at her age? John rushed in front of her and shouted, "Lady Jupiter, can you hear me? We need to get moving." Lady Jupiter, now more alert. She recognized that she was in the middle of a battlefield, with rookies blocking the monsters to protect her. Jupiter held her injured eye and struggled to stand up. What a deadly situation this was. "It definitely was not the time to be lying on the ground," John said. "The reinforcements will be here soon. We just need to survive until then." Before he could finish, a monstrous spear lunged toward them. John instinctively sensed the danger. His brows furrowing together, he turned around, swinging his spear toward the monster's head. The monster was pushed back a bit, but it managed to stabilize itself. The helmet was slightly dented, but the monster was still alive and seemed to be enraged. John cursed angrily. "Damn it. How can it still be alive after taking that hit?" Jupiter suddenly snapped, yelling, "Rookie! Behind you! Behind you!" But it was too late. The spear pierced through John's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, pain radiating through his entire being. He could not bear to look behind him. Really? John was sure he had taken out all the monsters around him. Behind John, a living monster had been split in half, its hand still clutching the spear that had pierced him, unable to move. He became a juicy target in the eyes of the monsters. Two living armors clash with their weapons. John screams in disbelief. Save me. I can't watch this unfold before my eyes. Jupiter grinds her teeth. I will turn all of you into minced meat. You wretched monsters. She raises her hand to summon lightning, only to realize there is not a spark in sight, furious at her own helplessness. Jupiter mutters. Damn it. I can control my magic right now. Not far away. Gia is surrounded by monsters, crying out in terror. Get away. Get away. Her fate is sealed as multiple spears pierce her body, blood spilling out as she dies on the spot. He watches his comrade meet such a bloody end and is overcome with fear, screaming as he turns to flee, but the monster does not let him go. It thrusts a sharp spear at him, and just before it falls, he realizes the danger creeping up behind him, only to feel the spear impale his body. The tiny defense line, consisting of just a few members, is quickly wiped out. Jupiter catches the scent of the living armors in front of her. The stench of rotten armor and the smell of dead bodies fill the air, the scent of those who have died, as her strength gradually returns. She gathers enough energy to unleash her lightning. Those monsters better stay at the bottom of the lake, veins bulging on her forehead. It is clear she has exerted herself for this strike. Why can't they just let this old lady collect her paycheck in peace? She swings her hand, and lightning crashes down on the living armors. The lightning incinerates the monsters, sending their souls back to the heavens. Jupiter gasps for breath. Utterly exhausted, feeling like she is only using a quarter of her usual power at this point, she is drained. Yet the living armor horde keeps advancing. She thinks to herself, this is the end. Jupiter glances at Parker, the last rookie in the team. Run. He looks confused. Auntie. She does not want to see anyone else perish, urging Parker to escape. At least we still have someone alive. I will use magic to buy time. So just Parker, full of righteous determination, retorts, I can't leave. This is the best thing I can do. I am a mage after all. Jupiter is taken aback. What? Parker stands firm, blocking the living armors, shouting, the second rule of survival for a mercenary, always stand by your team's mage. He analyzes. Instead of fleeing, I have a better chance of survival if I support you. Jupiter is momentarily stunned into silence. The young mercenary's strategy actually takes effect. He does not kill the living armors. He just pushes them back with his long staff, creating more distance. Parker strategizes with Jupiter. I will do everything I can to hold them off, so you just focus on preparing your next spell. Demian has been providing support from the castle, but it is still not enough to stop the enemy. The moment Jupiter gathers enough magical power to conjure a brilliant bolt, the young mercenary's body is pierced by 100 spears from the monsters. As Parker falls, she screams in madness. Damn it. At the same time, a powerful bolt strikes down from the sky, taking the lives of the monsters. If only she could gather her strength just a little faster. Could Jupiter save Parker? She is too exhausted to accept each death fading before her eyes. Jupiter watches Parker as he lies dying. She asked, Wait. Tanbine, what is the first rule of survival for a mercenary? He could not understand why she was asking this right now, but he tried to answer. Don't take any jobs that could cost you dearly. His vision blurred, and Parker shed tears thinking of his mother. The dark clouds over the battlefield are gathering. Jupiter looked at the living armor rushing towards her, mumbling to Parker, all your survival rules are totally wrong. Tanbine, you can't be a mercenary if you keep saving people like that. Her hand began to spark, flames igniting. If you want to get rich. Jupiter clenched her fist. If you want fame. A powerful punch sent a monster straight down to hell. She screamed. Just take the dangerous jobs and make a ton of money. She dashed left, then right, her fist taking down each monster, smashing them to bits, her voice echoing across the battlefield, all while dodging the mages as far away as possible. Jupiter was panting, muttering to herself, because they are the ones who will reap all the glory. Her hand was injured. The paper crumpled at her side. Above all, if she wanted to survive, she should not become a mercenary in the first place. Jupiter pulled out a weak potion, wanting to take a hit before she passed out, but looking at her bloodied, crumpled hand, she sneered, realizing she did not have the energy to ignite anything anymore. Jupiter sighed as she watched the monsters prepare for another attack, thinking it would be an easy job just to collect her paycheck. She smiled, realizing it was not going to be that easy. From a distance, the sound of horse hooves clopped along with a loud shout. Still alive. Lucas appeared right on time with a sword in hand. True to his title as the commander, his moves were incredibly precise, defeating a group of monsters closest to Jupiter. She was stunned, unable to believe she had just been saved. And the one who saved her was Lucas. A few minutes earlier on the city wall, Ash shouted orders. Quick, focus on recovering the corpses. The soldiers have lost their minds. Lucas received the command and responded. Understood. Your Highness. Ash grit his teeth and silently prayed. Jupiter. Just hold on a little longer. Then, he knocked the nearest soldier on the head, angrily shouting, Get your spirit back. You fools. Don't let the size of the monster intimidate you. The system announced that the unyielding command skill had been activated. The soldier suddenly burst with fighting spirit, even louder than Ash's words. Got it. That monster. I am not afraid of you. The sudden shift caught him off guard. Eyes wide. What are they doing? Ash suddenly felt scared, looking at his hand that was glowing. He seemed to have made a realization. Don't tell me. The system displayed information about a card. Unyielding Commander, which helps boost morale, increases the combat spirit of allied soldiers within a 10-meter radius. Ash understood that this skill not only prevented a drop in morale, but also lifted the spirits of the soldiers who were about to give up. Immediately, he changed his plan. Lucas. Respond.
Yep.
Your Highness, Ash declared boldly. I will take responsibility for reassuring the soldiers and rebuilding the corpses. Lucas, bring the rescue team. Go unlock the gates. And save Jupiter's army. Stepping into the death zone to rescue your teammates. That is one dumb command. But Lucas responded seriously.
Yep.
Your Highness, I promise to return as soon as possible. Lucas showed no signs of hesitation, watching him ride off to save Jupiter. Ash silently hoped he would succeed. Lucas, meanwhile. Ash focused on whacking each soldier in the head. Come on. You idiots. Wake up. Below. Lucas was on horseback, sword in hand, heading to save Jupiter. With pinpoint accuracy, he took down the monsters closing in on her. Jupiter was genuinely surprised to see guards come to her rescue. She was so shocked she dropped her cigar without realizing it. Lucas maneuvered his horse around her, turned back, and said, Hold on tight. Before Jupiter could process what was happening, he yanked her by the collar and pulled her up onto the horse. Right after that, he spurred the horse and took off. Lucas's steed quickly carried them away from the living armor, but just when they thought they were safe, the monsters were not going to let them off that easy. One of the monsters roared as if giving orders, so it and a few other monsters started hurling spears like they did before. The spears flew through the air, their sharp tips glinting with a cold light. As they got closer, Lucas swung his sword fiercely to break their flight paths. Then he continued to urge his horse towards the city gates. Jupiter gently called out, Wait. Young knight. Lucas replied nonchalantly. What is it? She suddenly played matchmaker. I have a granddaughter. You might find her interesting. She is a good girl. Lucas remained unmoved. He shot her a cold glance. If anyone still had the energy for jokes, they should use it to recover their magic. There are still plenty of monsters ahead. Jupiter chuckled softly, sighing inwardly for his master. Lucas would be as gentle and diligent as possible. But if it was not for the prince, he would be colder than ice. She hesitated before speaking. Thank you for saving me. Lucas urged his horse on, casually replying, No need to thank me. I am just following the prince's orders. His gaze drifted to the other side, a slow ache spreading throughout his body. Over there were the rookies who had sacrificed themselves. Lucas thought, but I am really sorry, sir. It seems Lucas won't be able to return soon. As if understanding his thoughts, Jupiter glanced at the battlefield. Just clear out these monsters first. Then you can mourn later. As they neared the city gates, Jupiter muttered, It has been a while since I have felt this way. A hint of blue appeared on her face. It had been a long time since she was this angry, thanks to the indomitable commander. The corpses had been reassembled in an instant. It saw that Lucas had brought her back, and Jupiter was safe again, but he felt no joy from saving 4 precious heroes. Parker and Tongue, all top-notch fighters. In just a moment, he had become too cocky with his gaming skills, even in the game. It had to manage the morale of the troops. Words like fear and confusion are practically strangers in your dictionary, but the reality is far more detailed and colorful. It never saw it coming his battle steeds were about to be terrified, because this is the real world. You need to calculate things 100 times more carefully. That is just the way reality is. The flames are spreading further due to the artillery fire from the north. The undead are getting weaker, and the enemy is flooding in. The wooden walls are burning and collapsing. The undead are no more, and the monsters are charging in like a wave. It gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow tightly. They had to fight along the walls now. If possible, he wanted to end this with just firepower. Looking at the system notification. Level 1. Level 25. Phantom Knight 1. Level 5. Living armor 277 has been eliminated. They have also taken down a ton of monsters. It is worth a shot. This battlefield is still under its control. Lucas brought Jupiter up to the walls, reporting the mission to the third prince. Your Highness, I have rescued Countess Jupiter. Lucas reluctantly accepted Jupiter as the Countess. It seems he had previously refused to acknowledge her, because she was expelled from the army for her rebellious actions. But maintaining her dignity was the right move. Jupiter was overjoyed to see the survivor return. She coughed lightly, feeling deeply ashamed. Your Highness, this old man has made too many mistakes. Her bloodied hand hung loosely at her side. I caused the rookies to die in vain. How embarrassing is that? I did not blame her. Instead, he gently reassured her. You had no idea a monster like that would pop up out of nowhere. And you also did not know the steeds would go berserk. It is not your fault. She clenched her blood-stained hand, determined to seek revenge. That is why I swear I will defeat them and avenge this wrong. Jupiter gazed at the phantom knight in the sky. No matter what, I will take that monster's head. It urged her to focus on recovering. Jupiter, you will need your abilities soon. Below, the living armor surged forward. On the walls, the artillery continued to thunder. It immediately ordered a retreat and focused on recovery. Below, the living armor surged forward. On the walls, the artillery continued to thunder. It quickly issued a new command. The undead could not function anymore. Cease fire. The soldiers received the order. There. They quickly stopped firing, pulling the cannons back inside. It also called for the archers to take a break. Damian, take a rest for a bit. He did not seem keen on it. But the enemy was still approaching. I patted his shoulder, encouraging him. You still have to catch a big prey. Rest a little to regain your strength. All right. Damian finally obeyed, replying, Yep. Your Highness. The enemy finally reached the walls. Seeing the walls still unbreakable, the living armor clung to them. They scrambled to climb over and get inside. I began to deploy a new combat strategy, preparing for close combat. The soldiers grabbed their weapons, shouting, Gold, wind. Getting ready for the fight. You keep giving orders. Frontline infantry. Push forward. The soldiers echo. Push forward. A battle without magic. A battle purely based on physical strength. That swallows hard. The real fight is just beginning. His soldiers are ready to face the monsters. At the city wall, the living armor is slowly approaching. The monsters swarm like ants, climbing up, their eyes shining like hungry wolves ready for a feast. It gives the command. Prepare. The soldiers take their positions seriously. Anxiety and anticipation fill the air. The rustling sounds of the creatures climbing the wall below continue without end. It peeks out, hand still raised in the air. Not yet. Wait. He is waiting for them to get even closer. When he sees the right moment, it immediately shouts, Now! Drop it. The monsters can't hold their ground as it rains rubble down along the walls of the fortress. Many living armors crash to the ground and shatter, but the rest of them rise again. He frowns, clearly frustrated. Even after being hit by the steel rock barrage, they still get back up and climb the walls, taking down a few monsters. Some soldiers struggle to haul the rubble onto the battlements, the commander's voice ringing in their ears. Drop it now. In this struggle to resist, he takes the chance to reorganize the formation. He needs to straighten out the team. Jupiter is the main member. The system announces, activating synergy power. Its team layout includes himself. Norths. Level 5, with Knight Lucas. North Sar. Level 27 on the left flank, and Archer Damian. Northen. Level 15. On the right flank, there are two mages, Lily. North V. Level 17. And Jupiter. Norths. Level 25. Level 27 and Archer Damian. Northen. Level 15. The right flank has two mages, Lily. North V. Level 17. And Jupiter. Norths. Level 35. Who has just been added, activating long-range Knight. Commander 1. The team's psychological warfare will be boosted. Done with magic, mages. All members increase magic damage by 20%. Ed is incredibly surprised. A glimmer of hope sparks. A 20% boost. That is fantastic. But right now, some soldiers on the wall have suffered broken weapons. The hands of the living armor claw at the fortress. Soldiers scream in panic. The enemy is here. The monsters quickly advance. Weapons drawn. Its soldiers are ready to fight. A commanding living armor bellows, rallying its horde. Just hearing it sends chills down its spine. From now on, they must battle against a ferocious enemy in overwhelming numbers. The soldiers are trembling with fear, making him wonder, can they really do this? Just then, a powerful golden sword slashes over the heads of the living armors. The dazzling sword light erupts in the fortress. Lucas weaves through the monsters, fiercely slicing them to pieces. Then, he pauses to catch his breath. Lucas announces to everyone, "I will be decapitating them. What we need to do now is keep our spirits high and hold them back." The soldiers feel invigorated. They respond in unison. "Understood." Hears the command and jumps into action. "Got it." Following orders, Lily raises her hand, activating acceleration creation. A blue light spreads throughout the fortress, boosting the soldiers' speed. The system reports to Ash. The movement of all teammates has increased by 5% for 5 minutes. He hears the command. "Got it. I will follow orders." As Lily raises her hand to activate the acceleration creation, he hears the command. "Got it. I will follow orders." As Lily raises her hand to activate the acceleration creation. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the fortress struggle to resist the monster horde. Lucas seizes the opportunity as they get cornered to strike. His sword slices through them like cutting fruit, their sturdy armor shattering effortlessly. Ash watches in delight. This is Lucas's first skill. Fierce Awakening. A skill that makes him stronger the more enemies he takes down. Lucas is holding his own against half the fortress wall. However, it is still not enough. Their side is slowly losing ground. The soldiers are flesh and blood, continuously getting hurt by the monsters. The small team captains quickly command the injured to retreat and reposition, while the monsters remain relentless. Ash assesses the situation. Unlike the living armor, more and more of his soldiers are getting injured. Seeing this, Damian quickly speaks up. Reporting, "I am heading back to the front lines." But Ash raises his hand to stop him. Deep in thought, Damian needs to harness his strength to attack the boss behind. Ash squints. Feeling troubled. What should he do? Watching the soldiers struggle, a thought sparks in his mind a way to reduce casualties and eliminate the remaining enemies. Suddenly, a destructive fire erupts at a corner of the fortress. Grabbing Ash's attention, his eyes widen, focusing on the source of the fire. This is not ordinary fire. It is burning the monsters to ashes. Over there, a girl sits in a wheelchair, unleashing flames that scorch the living armor. That girl is a powerful mage Lily. Ash suddenly remembers. That is right, she can use magic, but Lily is not eager, having already exhausted herself with just one spell. Panting heavily, "Please, you let me." Ash realizes. It seems she can't use fire magic as much as she used to. He is not about to let her off the hook. He grabs the handle behind her wheelchair. Thinking he will reward her with a hefty payday, Ash pushes her, saying, "Come on, let us fire off a few more flames." Lily protests. "I want to quit, and I am out of mana." Ignoring all of Lily's pleas, Ash pushes her through the chaotic battlefield of the fortress. Just one more time. "Get ready. Fire." Lily can do nothing but cast fire magic while shouting her lungs out. The team's combined power is at 20%, plus a 5% boost from the artifact. The final power of the fire magic is 25%. Truly devastating. Ash is draining every bit of strength from Lily while encouraging her. "You got this?" Flamethrower. One more time. "Lily. Come on." The soldiers use their bodies to block the enemies. Lucas uses his sword to fend them off, while Lily incinerates what is left with fire. The souls of the monsters quickly escape to the sky, leaving their lifeless armors to crash down with a thunderous roar. The exhausted soldiers were panting when someone spoke up. "It is..." And just like that, everyone erupted in victory. "We did it. We stopped them. We made it. We really did it." But Ash's words shattered the joy. "It is not over yet." Everyone froze. "What?" Lucas, worn out from the battle, was left speechless. Ash furrowed his brows, cautiously warning, "Do not lose focus. There is still one more." Just as he finished speaking, the fragments of armor on the ground trembled and shot up into the sky. All the battered armor of the living armors was sucked up high by the Ghost Knight. It transformed the scrap metal into armor for itself, not just armor, but also a massive iron sword. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty hunger behind the oversized helmet. Moments later, the ironclad body of the Ghost Knight was complete. It was no longer hovering in the air. It landed with a thud, with its gigantic frame. The Ghost Knight hit the ground with a bang. Even the sturdy fortress shook as if an earthquake had struck. What the heck is this reality? Ash held his head in despair. Is this even real? This thing is a boss. The Ghost Knight was all decked out in white, wielding a gigantic sword. The knight stared straight at Ash, radiating a terrifying aura. His hands trembled uncontrollably. But Ash tried to steady them. Sweat was pouring down his face as he stared at the Ghost Knight. "Damn it. Do not be scared. It is just a monster. The only difference is it is a higher level." From the fortress, a barrage of cannon fire erupted along with shouts. "Fire!" The cannons kept blasting away. No holding back on the ammo. Bullets rained down heavily on the Ghost Knight. Its eyes lit up, piercing through the smoke and chaos of the battlefield. Suddenly, the Ghost Knight's legs glowed. The defenders shouted orders. "Keep firing. Hurry. Before it gets too close to the walls, though engulfed in flames. The Ghost Knight advanced step by step. Lily gasped in shock. Later. You order her activate the third artifact. Lily quickly responded. Yep. She shouted, activating the artifact. The magic from the artifact began to spread. It can boost the magic effects of the recipient by up to 100%. Next, the people of Jupiter surged with green energy. The system announced, Jupiter's magical effects are increasing. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy and exclaimed, awesome. Jupiter opened her eyes, feeling like it was her golden age again. Ash pointed at the Ghost Knight and commanded her to hit it with everything she has got. Jupiter, focus your power on its chest plate. She stepped forward. Then Jupiter summoned lightning from her hands. Be careful with those lightning bolts. Lightning began to appear in the sky, hidden behind the clouds. Instantly, lightning struck down. Even if he gets zapped, there is no healing from that. Thunder crashed straight into the Ghost Knight. It was violently struck by the lightning. The knight's chest plate shattered, revealing a blue core inside. Ash exclaimed, that is the soul core. He shouted. Demian readied his crossbow, preparing to shoot. Here we go. Fire. His eyes lit up. Then Demian twisted the handle. The mechanisms of the crossbow began to move. A piercing arrow of light shot through everything. The arrow struck the core of the knight, the water core slowly fading, and then it shattered into pieces. Ash exclaimed excitedly. That was a beautiful shot. Demian, Ghost Knight slowly fell. Was Wover? Yet. His eyes still gleamed with light. Ash looked up in horror. Damn it. Is it still not enough damage? The Ghost Knight's wrist suddenly lit up. He swung his sword down at the wall. If that sword struck, it would break the city wall. Ash quickly shouted. Jupiter. Give it one more hit. She chanted a lightning spell, raising her steel weapon amidst the storm of thunder. The Ghost Knight, a sword shot high into the sky. Enveloped by Jupiter's lightning, she yelled. You are the one asking for lightning punishment. You fool. In an instant, lightning spread across the sword, coursing down to engulf him. The sword transformed into a lightning rod, shocking the Ghost Knight completely. His face flickered in the flashes. But he managed to swing the sword down at the wall. Ash quickly called out to everyone. Run. Everyone. Get away. He shouted. Stay clear of that sword. Lucas rushed to him. Your Highness. We need to leave now. The sword struck the wall, creating a straight, long fissure. The attack was so powerful it sent soldiers flying within the fortress. A thick cloud of smoke obscuring everyone's view. Ash groaned as he sat up, and Lucas kindly asked, Are you alright? Your Highness. He replied. How's the wall? The night was still, and Lily and Jupiter looked towards the Ghost Knight. Ash stood up and gazed in that direction. The Ghost Knight was fading away. His core ignited with the last embers of fire. Then he vanished. Finally, the curtain demon has been slain. The Ghost Knight, the remaining energy of his essence swirled around. Lucas shouted. Your Highness. It is dangerous. Ash signaled to him. It is, Lucas. The energy swirled like ocean waves. I already know about this. The Ghost Knight's final rage. It is fear and madness. It is not a damaging attack, but if you underestimate it, it can drive you crazy. Ash stared intently at him. He unleashed the finishing move against the Ghost Knight. This is human territory. Get lost. Monster. His indomitable commanding skill activated. His golden light pushed back the chaotic energy. The Ghost Knight's defenses crumbled away. The warm golden light illuminated the city walls. The soldiers stood frozen, asking each other, where did the gate go? Along with all those demons. The soldiers on the wall looked at the scene before them. Your Highness has done it. Is it finally over? Rays of sunlight began to pierce through the fog, the mist dissipating for the light to shine through. The Imperial flag waved proudly in the bright sunshine. Ash raised his hands and shouted, We have won. Then everyone cheered in unison, celebrating their victory. We survived. We will continue to win. And we will keep on surviving. The soldiers turned to look at him. As the fear slowly faded from their eyes, Lucas smiled at him. And I could see that fear was replaced by the joy of victory. Whether it was thanks to my motivational skills or my words, the feeling was just incredible. As shouted the mantra, defeat the monsters and survive. Everything I did was with all my effort. A message popped up. Level 1 completed. Rewards for clearing the stage have been delivered. Please check your inventory. That evening after the battle, a festival was held in the city's central square. As raised his glass and said, Now, cheers everyone for defeating the ferocious Amadu monsters and claiming victory for us. He shouted, Raise your glasses. Everyone at the banquet joined in the toast, as stood before the crowd, shouting, Drink up. I am covering tonight's tab. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. The festival was in full swing, with a musician playing the violin, the sweet melodies echoing across the celebration. Laughter filled the air as people raised their beer glasses, and in the distance, The enticing smell of fried rice wafted through, along with the sizzling sound of grilled meat at a table. Soldiers were arm wrestling, the referee lifting the winner's hand high. The rookie soldier had triumphed, while the loser looked frustrated, cursing. Damn it. That does not count. As sat in a corner, watching the soldiers joke around, the loser shouted, "Let us do another round. This time with my left hand," as watched them with a gentle smile. When suddenly, footsteps approach. "Sir, are you alright?" Lucas asked him. "You have not eaten anything today. Please have some food." As replied. "Alright then," Lucas added. "That is not the look of a commander who just won a battle. Sir, you managed to stop thousands of living armors without significant casualties. I think you should be a bit happier," as closed his eyes and took a sip of beer. Indeed, there were no major casualties. However, just as he took a gulp, he spat it all out. "Are you okay, sir?" as tried to respond. "It is just that this tastes a bit different from what I expected." He scrunched up his face. "Isn't he this beer? It has got to be at least 20%. He wiped his face and continued with his unfinished thought. "Anyway, there were no major casualties. But we still lost precious lives. The moment someone dies, whether the loss is big or small does not matter anymore. Every life is important. And everyone is valuable, of course. I know I can save everyone in this brutal game. That would be a ridiculous thought." As pondered. "But if I had just been a bit more careful, they would not have had to die. It is different from the tutorial rounds. Back then, I still had the chance to change everything. It is painful to know that now." Lucas stood by, trying to comfort him. "Your Highness did very well, so you do not need to feel bad. That is what I think." Then, as the fire flickered, he continued, "But no matter what I say, I can't make your regrets disappear." He said to us, "But Your Highness, this is a victory celebration. If its host is not happy, the morale of the soldiers won't rise." Lucas smiled at him. "So please cheer up, at least for now. Enjoy it with them. That is part of a commander's job too." As smiled back at him. "Is smiling a commander's job?" Eider, dressed like a chef, suddenly came running in, shouting loudly he has got a point, as jumped in surprise. "Like, what the heck is going on?" Eider brought out a platter of veggies and excitedly said, "Crying for the sacrifices is important. But we also need to celebrate and live happily." As thought helplessly, "What on earth is he doing?" He offered the veggie platter to us, saying it is not good to only eat meat. "So I brought you some greens." As replied, "I have not even had a bite of meat yet." Eider smiled and said, "Congratulations, my lord, for completing Act 1. My master. It was quite a challenge. But you did great." As felt a bit shy hearing that. "Please keep up the good work." My lord picked up a tomato from the platter and popped it in his mouth. Eider cheered. "Look, Princess is eating veggies." As looked at him, confused. "What are you doing?" Eider kept shouting. "The prince does not have any meat to eat, so he is having veggies." Everyone heard this and immediately turned to apologize to us. "We sincerely apologize. My lord, we were foolish." Tears streamed down their faces as they shouted, "I can't believe we made the prince, who is famous for only eating meat, eat veggies." As looked at them, bewildered. What kind of bizarre fame is this? What on earth has this life been like? A soldier shouted, "You worthless fools. Hurry up and bring meat to the prince. Meat. And do not forget the wine." And just like that, the feast became wilder than ever. "Pour it all. Drink up." As was thrown over someone's shoulder while meat was stuffed into his mouth. After all this, it ended up like this. I was planning to reflect on today's battle in a dark and quiet corner. A hand gently tugged at his shirt. "Prince Az." He turned to see Lily, her whole body trembling. "Lily, when did you get so emotional?" She burst into tears. "Fire me. Please fire me." "My lord." As grasped his hand. "It is. You do not have to work anymore. No one is getting fired during these tough times. Let me pay you really well instead." Two wizards passed by and noticed her. "Miss Lily." They rushed over to and, saying they wanted to give up. Wallace turned to walk away. "Exactly. Please take her away." As sat down at the table. Next to him was Damien, sipping wine. "My lord." As thought anxiously. "What now?" Damien chuckled. "The drink here is a bit bitter." As worriedly said, "That is not water. Who gave this kid too much wine?" He glanced over and saw Lady Jupiter, with a sly look, pouring wine into Damien's glass. As shouted, "Hey Jupiter, what are you doing to this kid?" She looked at him and casually replied, "He is not a kid. He is a fully fledged mercenary now. He will learn to drink, smoke, and burn cash." Jupiter closed her eyes, saying, "He is like my grandson. So I will teach him well." As gritted his teeth. "Why would you teach your grandson stuff like that?" What a scoundrel. Damien leaned against him. My lord, as looked down at him. How dare you put your hand no. Your head on the prince. You have grown bolder. Damien quietly bowed his head, sadly saying, whenever I am alone, I always see my dead friend. Do you remember the past? I can't help but think about that day. The guilt of surviving without him tearing my heart apart. Damien chuckled softly. But strangely, when I am next to His Highness, I feel a sense of peace. It is why I stay by his side. Before I could finish my sentence, he had already buried his face in the table. It is not that I am special or some great person. It is just who I am. But I can't tell him that. Jupiter sat smoking and turned to Ash, saying, for some reason, I feel my magic is stronger under His Highness's presence. Is it because of his incredible leadership? But Ash thought, it is not that my leadership is great. It is just my style and the support of the team. This battle is already pushing us to 25% of our limits. You feel uneasy. But how can I say that? Lucas also smiled and said to Ash, when I am with His Highness, all my worries vanish. And I feel light and quick. It is all thanks to his noble character and the commanding talent of a leader like him. Ash looked at him and exclaimed, that is why you are always by my side. Right, he softly replied. Maybe. Ash wondered, what do you mean by maybe? That answer does not quite fit the knight you are supposed to be. Then everyone raised their glasses and shouted, for our fallen comrades. For those who survived. For our prince. Confused, asked, what is going on?
Well,
what is wrong with you all? Someone spoke up. Your glass is still full. You replied, it is because I do not feel well. Everyone replied in unison. We sincerely apologize. Your Highness, we could not make you feel better. We have made Prince Ash, the famous guy who drinks nonstop for a week, not have a single drop of alcohol tonight. You fell silent for a long time. What kind of ridiculous fame is this? How wild has this prince lived? Everyone kept shouting. We are dying. Please put us out of our misery. Ash could not take it anymore and snapped back. Stop making a scene. You rowdy bunch. Sit up straight. They invited you. So just drink. Ash replied. Why should I drink? He raised his glass with a dangerous look and asked, are you all satisfied now? Once you force your commander to drink, do you know what happens next?
Me.
Fill up my glass. Everyone's glasses were filled to the brim. Then they all shouted and drank to their heart's content as the moon shone in the night sky. We feasted, sang, and chatted, celebrating the night we won. Ash staggered back to his room. Completely wasted, he plopped down on the bed. Ash opened the system to check his loot. He had to sort through all this before going to sleep. And wow, so much gold. He touched the gold to see what color it was. A golden light shone from within the gold. Could it be a legendary item? Ash stared in awe as he picked up the gloves. Not just SAR but the highest tier item. He smiled in satisfaction. Oh my god. Frustrated, throws the gloves against the wall. Damn it. What is this? The worst among the rare SAR gear. Item info. SAR level 7 gloves. A hand-to-hand combat type. Attack. Not even 777. Durability. 7 out of 7. Each stack gets a 1% boost. Today's luck is on fire, whispers the gamblers. He shouts. These gloves are trash. This glove deals damage like a roulette. I have used it a few times when bluffing, but it is useless in real battles. A moment later, he walks over to where the gloves fell on the ground. Well, better than nothing. Ash picks them up and puts them on. Can T throw them away? Can T give them up? After all, they are SAR. They look pretty good. He grimaces at it. When needed, it will just blow up. Must be a lucky charm. A lucky charm. But Ash still can't help but complain. Damn it. If I could just get my hands on some nice level up hacks. Would not that change everything? He shouts in frustration. What kind of luck is this? Even though I've got a rare gold item, I am still staring at the ground and then back up, pacing back and forth until morning. Scene shift. The next day, Ash is D as he steps outside. What a headache. Lucas greets him with tired eyes, his face looking just as rough as Ash. Good morning, sir. Ash looks at Lucas and says, you are right. You should really take it easy this morning. He wipes his face and replies, as your attendant, how could I? Ash looks at him and thinks, seems like he has had one too many drinks. Ider comes in carrying a tray of tea. Greeting everyone. Good morning to you all. Ash can T help but marvel. How is this guy always so lively? Ider cheerfully says, 12 cups. At this moment Ash and Lucas are eyeing the tea tray eagerly. Here, warm honey tea. Drink up. You too. After that, Ider and Lucas head back to the battlefield, where the giant sword of the demon knight is stuck in the city gate. Ash crosses his arms and asks, with this, we can even bite the wild beasts. let alone fight monsters. How long will it take to fix this? The envoy replies, it will probably take more than 2 weeks. The most important thing is to lift that sword up. A mission notification pops up. Phase 1. Waiting time starts. 9 days and 20 seconds. Then he turns to Lucas. The soldiers will support the wall construction starting tomorrow. He nods in compliance.
Yep.
Master. Ash urges. The faster. The better. He turns to the other one and asks, Eider, how's the situation in Viet Bun? He replies, a nearby city will soon send soldiers. Those sent to the central area will return tomorrow. Ash contemplates. So I have to wait until tomorrow to see how things progress. I can handle other things on my own. But Viet Bun is beyond me. Well, hopefully, they will make it here safely. Ash says, good, Eider. If anything goes wrong, let me know. Continues. Whereas Lucas. While waiting, let us get some work done. Lucas asks, what do you mean? He confidently announces. The dungeon. We are going to raid those monsters' lair. Lucas, a bit worried, asks, like last time. We will teleport to the Black Lake. Right, Ash says. You got it, Lucas. Just like last time. We will dive to the bottom of the lake with the remaining troops. It is time to turn players into dungeon attackers. By evening, after wrapping up the discussion with the team, Ash exclaimed, all right, that is enough for today. Let us head home. Eat well, and rest up. We will meet again tomorrow morning. Everyone left the meeting room. As for the team this time, I decided to just tell them we are going on an expedition tomorrow morning. Seeing is believing. Right. No need for long explanations. That night, as I rolled Lily's wheelchair out of the room, I said, I will see you again soon. Ash felt a bit guilty. Sorry, Lily, but the dungeon requires 5 people. Then he turned to Eider and said, get all the supplies ready for our expedition. Eider hesitated. What should I prepare? Ash replied seriously. Food, camping gear, and various potions. And more. Eider listened intently. Prepare lights. Bring flashlights and potions, anything that glows. Just bring it. The scene shifts to the next morning. In the royal campus. At the courtyard. Jupiter carried the gear and could not help but wonder. This feels serious. Where are we headed? Ash used a spell to lift the stones into the air. Soon enough, everyone would know. Then the stones rearranged themselves into a portal. Jupiter gasped. This is some advanced teleportation magic. She looked at it and said, it has been dormant for hundreds of years. How is this possible? Ash thought to himself. If we explore enough, she will find the answers. He turned to everyone and announced, we will teleport from here to the monster's lair. At the bottom of the Black Lake. Everyone listened seriously. While Lily broke down in tears, the bottom of the Black Lake is the kingdom of monsters. We are going to explore that place and find out why the monsters are emerging from it. This is the only way to put an end to their invasion forever. Eradicating the source of the monsters is the real goal of this game. Ash interacted with the system screen. Teleportation initiated. Selecting the destination, the lakeshore. He said, I will summarize everything for you while we travel. Now follow me. Suddenly, Lucas chimed in. Let me go first. Please. Before Ash could respond, he stepped through the portal. I told you it is safe. The system notification popped up. Loading. Teleporting. Tip. Characters gain strength by leveling up. You can level up through experience. And experience can be gained from all battles. Ash grumbled. Can we get a tip that is a little less vague? This is clearer than 3 days of explanations. Everyone stepped through the portal and reached their destination. Jupiter looked around. Confused. This place is... She wondered. Is that really the lake? Ash turned to her and asked, have you been here before? Jupiter. She responded, slightly choked up, 20 years ago. When the royal soldiers were stationed near that intersection, we received orders to pollute this lake. He replied, you are telling me they tried to pollute a lake this big with dirt? They must have had a really foolish commander 20 years ago. Jupiter recalled, the entire mage team was mobilized, and we tried to use magic to dump dirt to fill this lake. Ash asked, but what happened next? She replied, this lake could not be filled. No matter how much dirt we dumped, it absorbed it all. She frowned and said, and rumors spread in the royal army that this lake is a gateway to hell. After the first week of the campaign, monsters began to appear in massive numbers, and the army was defeated. The plan fell apart. This is the first time I have come close to this lake since then. Ash encourages Jupiter. Stay strong, he says, because we still have to go deeper. A notification pops up. Do you want to enter the kingdom beneath the lake? Yes. Yes is the wind. A bright red warning pops up. Warning. You cannot turn back until you find the next stopping point. Do you still want to continue? You stay calm. Who are you scaring? Do you think I have only played this game a couple of times? After confirming, the dark water begins to swirl. Ash looks at it. This is the entrance to the dungeon. He shouts. Alright, then Ash and everyone jump into the swirling water. A notification appears. Loading. You are entering the dungeon. Tip. Recklessness is the biggest reason for failure. Always stay alert in every situation. It is so dark. My first impression is it is pitch black. It really is as dark as ink. Can't he see a thing? There is some sound in the darkness. As if the darkness is creeping closer. It seems Lucas is calling you. Master. Master. Where are you? Master. Ash replies. I. Do not panic. Everyone calm down. Light it up. Finally. Everyone reaches the bottom of the lake. Lucas raises a torch. Everyone is holding either a torch or a light. Lilith casts a fire spell to illuminate the area. A moment later. The light spreads wider. She panics and shouts. What is that? What is that? Lucas and Jupiter are equally shocked. He asks. Master. What is this place? Ash answers. This is a trapped kingdom. The kingdom beneath the lake. An underwater dungeon. He stares at the city gate ahead. This is also the home of the monsters we have torn apart. A wall of fragments. Ash's group stops at the grand city gate of the kingdom beneath the lake. Ash gently pulls his hand away and thinks, I can breathe. And I do not feel any difficulty moving either. He looks around. Perhaps thanks to the ancient magic that envelopes this entire city. Lily can't help but feel a bit astonished. How can there be such a large city at the bottom of the lake? And we can move so easily. Lucas suddenly tears up and says, Someone is coming. Indeed. A nameless figure walks very lightly. The whole group turns to look at the nameless figure. That person has long white hair, wearing a black robe. It grips Lily's wheelchair tightly and says to everyone, Guys, stay calm. That is not an enemy. This is our first time entering a challenge space. So it must be a guide and piss. The nameless figure steps forward and gently asks, Are you treasure hunters looking for treasures in the kingdom beneath the lake? Ad stares at the person in front of him. What? She looks up and tells him, There is nothing here that you are looking for. Go back to the surface while you still can. Ad cautiously thinks, I have never seen her before. This NPC does not exist in the game. He ponders. The dungeon is a challenge space located at the bottom. The lake has about 100 NPCs living here. This is the time when any NPC might appear to provide guidance. The admin stared at her. I have played this game 742 times and still can't believe I am meeting an NPC for the first time. But hey, let us keep moving forward. A moment later, he spoke up. We come from the surface with the goal of destroying the source of the monsters. The cold, nameless figure looked at him. The admin declared firmly. Because the monsters pouring out from this place have caused suffering to the world above. We are here to put an end to that, the nameless figure coldly replied. The nightmare of the kingdom beneath the lake will never end. No one can break this nightmare. It will exist forever, she added. Many great warriors and countless heroes have tried to lift the curse of this place. But they all failed. The nameless figure said flatly. Do not step into this dark place. Turn back to the surface while you still can. There were crackling sounds before you get swallowed into this abyss. Before going mad with regret, the admin thought silently. If I really was going to turn back because of this warning, I would have given up and returned to Earth a long time ago. He spoke up. I am the leader of Crossroads. The defensive city meant to hold back the monsters. I have a duty to protect this fortress. To safeguard all the people from the beasts. His voice echoed throughout this dark place. That is why we have traveled so far to get here. But every door is locked. So we can't enter the city. The admin tried to ask. If there is another way, could you show us? The nameless figure looked coldly at him. Then she replied, Fine. I want to see if those words truly come from courage. Or just the wishes of a fool. The nameless figure led the way. Follow me. To the entrance of the city, the admin asked. How should I address you? What is your name? She paused. Then softly turned her head and replied, I forgot my name. The nameless figure quietly said. If you must call me something, just think of me as Mumyang. It has been 10 minutes since we have been wandering around the city under Mumyang's guidance. Lucas suddenly chimed in. We can trust someone with no identity. This is a trap. The admin, feeling a bit irritated, said. It is. Just go with it for now. Are you a clock or something? You have been scratching at everything exactly every 5 minutes. The group kept walking. When suddenly Mumyang stopped. Here, if you go from here, you can enter the city. You look around. This place. She replied, it is the sewer system. Watch your step. So we crouched and followed the very narrow sewer for about 5 minutes. The admin bent down to crawl through the drainage. In the first area, the dry sewer, we finally reached the first stage of the kingdom beneath the lake challenge. The admin looked around and spoke up. This is where all the drainage connects. All the pipes are dry. Not a single drop of water. Then he took out some stones. The admin arranged the stones and formed a teleportation portal. The system announced. First area. Dry sewer. You have entered a safe zone. The admin thought. A safe zone exists even here. It is a safe zone that monsters cannot invade. Simply put, this is a checkpoint in a new area. So you can teleport back and forth here thanks to the portal. Open the system menu. Next time. We can pick up right from here. The screen displays information. Teleport. Choose your location. Vungtadok. The dry sewer. The ruined area. Lily suddenly panics and shouts. Sir, can I go home? Please. Ed tries to reassure her. Come on. Do you really think we brought all this gear just to stop here? Moomying chimes in. We will stop here. Where we go from here is up to you. Ed turns to her and says, thanks for leading the way. Moomyung. She adds, I warn you. The kingdom beneath the lake has been completely consumed by nightmares. She glances at Ad and says, if you truly have to venture into the abyss despite everything, here's my advice. She warns him. Never let the light fade. Ed falls silent for a moment. Then she says her final words. I hope the path ahead is blessed. Moomying turns to leave. Lucas, confused, asks, what was that woman? How does she live in this underwater city? Ad replies, I have no idea. The silent knight looks around a bit nervously and says, Prince, the darkness here is strange. Even with these eyes. I can see ahead, you say. It is like the darkness is breathing. The silent knight wonders. But how can that woman walk around without a torch? It ponders for a moment. I can't answer that. This place is full of secrets that even I, who have conquered every level, do not know. But I do know one thing, it confidently declares. We will see her again. When we do, we will ask, whether we meet as foes or friends. It does not matter. Then he turns to everyone. All right, are we ready? We need to gear up at the safe point, the system announces. Area 1. Dry sewer. Completion status. Normal zone, not exceeding 3. Boss zone, not exceeding 1. It tells everyone. At our group level. Taking care of this is no problem, you say. Let us move on. Lucas follows behind you and says. This corridor leads to the drainage exit. He looks around. How long is this? Ad replies. We will reach the end soon. A challenge area typically consists of rooms and passages where you can find items. Battle enemies. Or talk to and hear. The event in the first room is that suddenly a massive sewer rat appears. Letting out a fierce shriek, the system alarms. A swarm of rats surrounds the group. Defeat the enemies in Dry Sewer Area 1. Level 3. Large rat. 14 enemies. Ad looks at them and smiles confidently. A large rat. We can't underestimate their numbers. But they are not tough opponents. Meanwhile, Lily screams. Rats. Why are you so scared of everything? Then Ed raises his hand to give orders. Lucas. Handle the front. Keep your distance and only attack the ones that get close. He grips his sword and responds. Got it. Standard procedure. Ad continues. Silent Knight. These things are tough. So aim for their eyes or neck. You reply. Yep. Prince. Next. Ed turns to Jupiter and Lily. Save your magic. Just attack the ones that get past Lucas's defense. He thinks. And I guess I will just sit back and observe. Lucas swung his sword, effortlessly slicing through the rats. In the calm of the night, he focused on using spells to attack the vermin, one by one. They fell, and before long, the rat horde was wiped out. Chimed in. Great job. Everyone. Not bad at all. Knight said. Compared to the god's worries, this was pretty easy. Lucas turned to him, asking. There are 13 sea rats. Should I gather magical stones? Ad replied. No need. They are not worth much, and there are not many of them. Suddenly, he paused. 13. According to the window, there are 14. Indeed. One sneaky rat slipped through, and was hiding against the wall right behind Ad. He turned, and it lunged at him, ready to bite. Caught off guard, Ad screamed in panic as the rat charged toward him. Suddenly, a notification popped up showing the jackpot numbers. The rat froze in place. Knight was left speechless. While Ed stared at his hands in disbelief. A lucky scoring over 100 points. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Lucas rushed over. Your Majesty, are you alright? He replied. Lucas asked. What was that just now? How could you take down that monster in one blow? Ed put on a serious face. I can tell him that every time I win, I get treasure chests and goodies when I open a gauntlet. He struggled to come up with a reasonable answer. So this is it. It is the prince's punch. Lucas looked puzzled. The prince's punch? Ad stammered. Yep. The prince's punch. Haven't you heard of it? Ed broke into a cold sweat, forced to explain. When a member of the royal family is in a pinch, we can unleash a super ability. Just a few times. That is how it works. Just accept this answer and move on. Lucas' eyes lit up. That is amazing. However, at thought, everyone except Lucas did not seem too convinced, but we pressed on. Luckily, they were all quite sharp. The system flashed a notification. Dungeon. Area 2. This room is empty. Ed stood in the middle and urged everyone. There must be something hidden here. So let us check thoroughly. Knight noticed something. There is something here, Ed excitedly said. Come on. Gravels, I am counting on you. He exclaimed. Your Highness. It is a treasure chest, Ed praised him. Great job. But be careful. This could be a trap disguised as a chest. Just as he finished speaking, Jupiter swooped in and grabbed the chest. Her greedy character trait activated. He panicked and thought, what if it is a trap? She opened the chest, and nothing scary jumped out, prompting Ed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thanking his lucky stars it was just a treasure chest. After a while, Jupiter seriously said to him, I apologize. But whenever I catch a whiff of money, I can help myself. She gleefully said, Here, I will return this chest to your Highness. Ed interjected. Wait. Old lady, do you think I can see what is in your pocket? Suddenly, a red notification appeared. Eliminate the enemy. Dungeon. Area 1. Level 3. Boss of the dungeon. The group stared at the next wave of rats after breezing through round 3. Ed paused. We finally made it to the last room. In front of the group stood a tall, sturdy door, leading into the chandelier room. The leader turned to the team and said, Once we take this down, we can head home, so hold your ground. Everyone. The door slowly creaked open, and everyone stepped cautiously into the room. Inside, there were piles of dead mice stacked high. The leader grimaced and covered his nose. What the hell is that smell? Blood. In the distance, a shadowy figure sat with its back turned, muttering, Those damn mice. There is no escape for them, just for the rats. The figure revealed its clawed hand, crushing a mouse. We need to kill them all, the giant rat hissed. We have to wipe out every last one. We need to clean this rat mess up. It threw its head back, howling, making the kingdom at the bottom of the lake squeaky clean. Spotless. The knight stood still as it gazed at the rat creature. Was it really speaking human words? Suddenly, its ears twitched, as if it heard a sound. It angrily turned its head. Damn it. There are still some live rats. The system's bright red screen lit up. Eliminate the chandelier. The sewer area of the chandelier. Level 15. Giant rat. You are the sewer system manager. It roared fiercely. No matter how many I kill, the rats are still everywhere. Those damn rodents. The leader was equally bewildered. A sewer system manager. A rat with a human-like name. It went berserk, lunging at the group. I will kill all of you. The boy's eyes widened. I need to say something. Lily screamed in terror, throwing fire at the rat. Flames erupted around its body. The rat screeched. Hot. Too hot. She kept shouting and casting spells. Do not come near me. The rat was quickly charred black by the fire. It howled in fury. You wretched rats. Jupiter unleashed a lightning bolt. That is enough. She shot a bolt through the rat. Good night. And it was blown apart. After that blow, the rat gradually collapsed. I need to clean up the rat mess. At this point, it was really done for. Earth marveled. That was fast. Thanks to the combo of the two mages, lightning and fire, the rat was taken down easily. The monsters in the early chapters are known for their weak magical defenses. If we had only relied on physical attacks, that last fight would have been much tougher. Lily, panicking, pleaded with him. We are going home soon. Right. Your Highness, the ever-determined Li Sang tried to respond. Soon. Are you scared? She replied. The whole room is filled with rat corpses. How can I not be scared? Leaving behind the charred rat body, the group moved towards a chest at the far end of the room. The system popped up. Chest detected. Earth. Learning from experience. Turned to Lucas and instructed. Lucas, hold Jupiter back. He nodded. Yep. Your Highness. Then Lucas carried her away. Jupiter squirmed and yelled. Let me. Lucas, show some respect for your elders. Meanwhile, Earth looked down at the chest. Let us. He pulled out a sword from the chest with an excited expression. The system displayed its information. Assassin. Level 15. Type. Long sword. Attack. 2025. Durability. 2025. When attacking a rat monster, damage increased by 25%. Rat slicer. Go slice the rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He thought, this will be super useful. Earth called out, Lucas. Over here. He happily took the sword with both hands. Thank you. Your Highness, Earth added. It is still not good enough to trade in your regular sword, but hang on to it. We will use it later. Lucas replied. Sure thing. Then he bent down to grab something from the chest. Was not there another one? Here it is, the system announced. Summoning scroll. Automatic defense tower. Earth thought. This is definitely something that will drop in Area 1. Telling myself to come here for this is not an exaggeration. We have collected all the rewards. There is no reason to stick around anymore. Earth excitedly told everyone. Alright. Let us get out of here. Lily cheered. Right in the middle of the lake. Mission complete. The announcement popped up. First area completed. The dry sewer is done. The group headed to the next location. After passing through the hallway leading to the chandelier room, they would reach the end of the sewer. Earth gazed ahead in amazement. From here it is inside the kingdom beneath the lake. Earth stood in awe looking at the city before him. These were the streets of a thriving city. Even the alleys looked this good. A city that achieved the intricate level of a magical society. This is the true essence of the abandoned kingdom beneath the lake, but in a city developed to this extent. There was not a single ray of light. No living creatures in sight. The city was drowned in darkness and decay. In the middle of the street, only the street lights flickered. The scene looked incredibly lonely, as usual. Earth summoned the teleportation gate in this area. The system screen lit up. The second area. The safe secret alley has been opened. However, the system issued a warning. You cannot enter this area yet. He paused for a moment and thought. Anyway, I was not planning on going there today. There is still a lot to explore in this area. Then Earth turned to say. Everyone. Great job. We will call it a day here. He opened the system. Teleport. Select your destination. The King's Mansion. Earth looked at everyone and said. Alright, let us head home. The announcement popped up. Free exploration completed. Your rewards have been sent to your inventory. Afterwards, the screen displayed the character's information. Character levels. Earth. Level 9. Lily. Level 20. Damian. Level 21. In the dim light, a figure in a black cloak stood in the distance. That person muttered to themselves. So he is the last player. He traveled a long way to get here. Figure picked up a flute and played a tune. The melody attracted a swarm of rats. The figure wore a jester's mask and said, Forgive us our sins. He stood boldly among the swarm of rats. It is all for the kingdom beneath the lake. Everyone stood before a teleportation gate that continuously emitted blinding light. Earth turned around. His bright eyes focused on everyone as he enthusiastically said, You all did great. Enjoy tonight. Hearing this, Lily gradually relaxed her body. She let out a wary yawn. While Jupiter, exhausted, closed her eyes, slowly bringing a cigarette to her lips as she said, I am glad for that too. Who would have thought a whole city like this was beneath the lake? It is hard to imagine what has happened here. As she spoke, the lady lifted her sharp eyes, and in a hushed tone added, Moreover, that shadow of mine. She paused, thinking to herself, that shadow is too unusual. After that, Jupiter turned to Ash and politely asked, Is there anything else you wish to instruct us? Your Highness. Hearing her question, Ash fell silent for a long moment before finally answering, Not at the moment. After saying that, Ash fell into deep thought, thinking to himself, Even though I have completed the entire game, I still have no clue about the current state of the kingdom beneath the lake. He paused here, then suddenly thought, But this time, I have a feeling. Then he imagined a scene of a castle shrouded in thick fog and thought, I have a feeling that I need to go there and uncover the truth behind this. He then silently resolved in his mind, In that case, let us tackle this step by step together. Hearing Ash say that, Jupiter smiled slightly and replied, Looks like we won. To be sleeping well tonight. Might as well get some snacks. Replacing Lily, she excitedly raised her hand and spoke with eager enthusiasm mixed with a hint of worry. Me too. I want to join you. Jupiter. I doubt I could sleep well either. After hearing Lily's words, Jupiter responded with a mix of helplessness and affection. All right, my lady. Let me take you to my favorite spot. While gently pushing her wheelchair, from a distance, Ash watched this scene and felt his heart warm. Thinking, how harmonious. The night was awkwardly filled with smiles as he turned to Ash, saying, I will head back to the temple. Even though hearing about that darkness is a bit frightening. Still, suddenly, he lowered his head awkwardly and continued, If I can pray, I am sure I will feel less afraid. Ash gently replied, All right, you go rest now. Night. After saying that, Ash turned to Lucas and said, Let us head inside. We should get some rest too. Hearing this, Lucas immediately replied respectfully, Yep. As you wish. And the two of them walked together under the bright golden moonlight. Suddenly, Lucas politely asked, "Your Highness, we won't be going back there again. Will we?" Hearing this, Ash immediately replied, "Not until the next defensive meeting. Why is that?" Hearing Ash's question, Lucas suddenly asked back in confusion, "Should not we scout first?" Upon hearing this, Ash understood and exclaimed, "That is what you mean." Pausing for a moment, Ash turned to Lucas and smiled lightly. "It has already been taken care of." Hearing this, Lucas gasped in surprise. "What?" Seeing Lucas's shock, Ash explained, "The monsters that will attack us here will be the undead sewer rats. These monsters are a specialty of the kingdom beneath the lake." Ash briefly recalled the scene of encountering the swarm of sewer rats earlier. They would first head to the exploration area. Once they reach a certain density, they will start to multiply, then leave the lake and head straight for our city. At this point, his voice unexpectedly turned serious. "The monsters we encountered during the exploration will be our opponents in the next defense." After hearing Ash's explanation, Lucas understood and quickly replied, "I see." The two chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived home. As soon as the door opened, Ash's voice rang out, "We are back. Ider, have you prepared the food and bath water properly?" Hearing the familiar voice, Ider immediately rushed downstairs, panicking and exclaiming, "Oh my master. There is a problem. There is a problem." Feeling helpless, asked back, "What now?" Ider's face suddenly turned serious as he hurriedly said, "There won't be any soldiers coming." Hearing this, Ash let out a confused sigh. Ider, now even more panicked, raised his voice to explain, "The Central Command and nearby cities all said they can't send their troops here." Upon hearing this, Ash corrected him in disbelief. "How can that be?" Just then, a loud growl erupted from Lucas's stomach. Lucas shyly bowed his head and politely said, "Excuse me, Your Highness." Ash stared at Lucas intently, thinking to himself, "This is not the time for this news. It won't solve anything right now." With that, Ash raised his voice. "Forget it. We will deal with it tomorrow. Bring out the food." After a night of rest, the next morning, Ash asked sternly, "What do you mean there are no soldiers?" Hearing this, Ider fidgeted and scratched his head, replying, "There has been a war breaking out on the Western Front, so the Empire has to focus on handling that." Losing patience, shot back, "What?" Ider immediately replied, "They are recalling troops from everywhere to prepare for the battlefield. So it is only normal they can't send anything here." Listening to this, Ash furrowed his brow, thinking, something's off. Then he realized, the Empire is always at war, no matter the day or season. We are always causing trouble with the neighbors. He instinctively clasped his hands together under his chain, continuing to ponder. Out of the blue, they are mobilizing all the troops from the south, just when I requested reinforcements. With that thought, Ash asked, "What about mercenaries? Can we hire anyone?" Hearing this, Ider hesitated before responding, "We have tried to hire, but there are not many new members left." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Ider added, "The last battle was just a few days ago. Asking for mercenaries on such short notice is unrealistic." After hearing that, Ash helplessly rested his head on his hand, thinking, "What do we do now?" Yet, at that moment, Ider let out a strange, subtle smile. Seeing him like that, frustrated, stepped forward and gripped his face tightly, exclaiming, "What is so funny? Are you laughing? Do you have some secret method to recruit more soldiers?" Ider, startled, struggled to reply, "Well, there is, but it won't be pleasant." Hearing this, Ash seemed to lose his patience. His face flushed with anger. "Do you think I care? Those monsters are about to wipe us out. Spit out your soldier recruitment plan already." Suddenly, a glint of danger flashed in Ider's eyes as he calmly responded, "All right, if you really want to. Follow me." So Ash, Ider, and Lucas got their horses ready and gathered in the yard. Once they were mounted, Lucas asked, "Secretary Ider, where are we headed?" Ider calmly turned back to answer Lucas, "We are going to find the former lord." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Ider in shock. Ider then smirked and continued, "We are heading to the home of the warlord Roth." Suddenly, Lucas asked, "What exactly is a warlord?" Ider replied, "To put it simply, it is the count responsible for defending the front lines, tasked with protecting the entire front against enemy nations, monsters, and natural disasters. The warlord holds greater authority than a typical count. In other words, they are not just local nobles, but military commanders with a mission to protect an entire region." Amidst the sound of hooves, Ider's voice rose steadily as he continued to explain. Even from the early days when people arrived at Crossroads, the warlord Roth had already ruled over this region. Ash and Lucas walked alongside Ider, listening to his explanations. Even the city itself was named after that warlord. After a brief pause, Eider continued. The road was established by the Roth family, and the castle on this road is called Crossroads. His words painted a vivid picture of a path lined with the Roth family's banners leading to a sturdy castle. Eider continued. It had protected this place since its founding and came from a well-known lineage. Hearing this, Ash suddenly turned to Eider and asked, so why did he resign? After saying that, he fell into deep thought. The southern front was very far from the center, and truth be told, in this place, the warlord held more power than the emperor. After a moment of reflection, he thought, but he chose to serve under the emperor and became a part of the empire, which is also why Ash became the new leader of this land. Thinking about it, he slightly bowed his head and wondered, did he really give up the land that had been passed down for generations? Well, hearing Ash's question, Eider turned to him and smiled, saying, the situation back then was quite complicated. Just listen closely, and you will understand. Time passed. And finally, everyone arrived at a path leading to a large house. Eider, seeing this, exclaimed, we are here. That is the place. The three dismounted and slowly walked towards the house. As they walked, Eider introduced. This place was built by the warlord Ross as a retreat after he returned here. On the outside, the house looked quite old, with wild plants overgrown and vines crawling everywhere. Ash curiously gazed at the old, vine-covered gate and asked, does anyone really live here? Hearing this, Eider chuckled and replied, of course, I still send supplies here regularly. From inside the house, an elderly man with silver hair and a beard stepped out and called out loudly, who is there? After speaking, his anger grew, his face turning bright as he tightened his grip on the bottle in his hand and shouted, what are you doing here? Get out. Leave my house now. Hearing that familiar voice, Eider excitedly ran towards Charon, smiling, saying, long time no see. Eider. Recognizing Eider, the old man seemed to calm down and replied, my friend, it has been a while, has not it? After observing the drunken old man in front of him, Ash thought to himself, this old drunk is Warlord Cross, the former lord of that city. Ash scrutinized him closely, thinking, it is hard to believe. No wonder he had to retire. Eider approached Warlord Cross excitedly and said, come on, Warlord. Guess what? I brought guests. Hearing this, the old man looked astonished and asked, guests? Didn't I make it clear that I do not want anyone bothering me anymore? Hearing him say that, Eider confidently responded, just talk to them a little, it won't hurt. With that, he turned and gestured for Warlord Cross to look at Ash, then formally introduced, take a look, the newly appointed leader. His Highness, Prince Ashborn Hader Everblack. Hearing Eider say that, Ash raised his hand slightly, smiling sincerely as he introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, Commander Cross. I am the youngest son of the Holy Emperor and the newly appointed Lord of Crossroads. At the same time, he thought to himself, even though he was a tyrant, Ash could not let a commander look down on him. He smiled faintly, his handsome face radiating pride, and thought, this is a bit awkward, but manners are important. Just like a new recruit meeting their superior. After a moment of reflection, he felt more confident and began to speak. I came here today to, but before Ash could finish, the commander interrupted loudly. Get lost. Hearing that, Ash was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, what? Charon, growing increasingly furious, shouted, I said get lost. You idiot. Feeling the tension rise, Ash could not help but feel anger bubbling up inside him. He thought, all right, that is crossing the line. Suddenly, he realized that the Everbrack Empire was a harsh monarchy, and no matter how powerful the commander was, how dare he disrespect a prince, not to mention trying to throw me out. With that thought, Ash's anger erupted, and he glared at the commander. You are being incredibly rude. After a pause, he continued, let me remind you of your rank compared to mine. Before he could finish, he noticed that Commander Cross had drawn two heavy weapons, leaving him momentarily speechless. Then, he softened his tone, saying, never mind. He slowly turned to walk away, thinking, what is it like in the Everbrack Empire, where people wield weapons against royalty? Suddenly, Commander Cross charged at Ash with his weapon, shouting, get the hell out. Seeing this, Ash felt he had found the answer to his thoughts. He thought to himself, is this guy completely insane? Didn't our grandparents always warn us about messing with lunatics? Damn it. The furious voice of Commander Cross rang out again. If I am still talking, you better get lost, now. As the tension escalated, Eider quickly intervened. He said urgently, I will be back. Commander. Hopefully, we We can have a proper conversation. After all three had exited Commander Cross's courtyard, he stood at the gate, shouting, "Don't you dare show your face here again. Leave me alone." Got it. Hearing his disrespectful words, Lucas struggled to suppress his rising anger. Ash tightened his grip on his sword, eager to challenge the commander. But instead, he helplessly clutched Ider's arm, whispering, "Calm down. Calm down." Then, Ash thought to himself, Commander Cross, full name Charing Cross, a character who has never appeared in the Homeland game. Suddenly, a majestic image of a female warrior flashed through Ash's mind, and he continued to think. But the reason I remember him is that he is the father of the strongest tank in the game, Evangelion Cross, with her top-tier skills. She is one of the most popular Sauls in the game. After pondering for a moment, Ash quietly decided, I need to find a way to ally with that old man. Will I get a chance to be his Saul? Then all three of them mounted their horses and left the home of General Cross. When suddenly Ash asked Ider, "How is that old man going to handle the army?" Ider replied, "General Cross has his own army. These elite warriors are sworn to be loyal to him for life. If we can persuade the general, the army situation will be much easier." Hearing this, Ash instinctively rubbed his chin, deep in thought, and said, "We have to win him over by any means necessary. Talking might lead to a slap, and meeting face to face would be even harder." After hearing Ash's concerns, Ider quickly turned to him and said, "I have an idea." Hearing that, Ash was surprised and asked, "What is it?" Ider smiled and replied, "Sometimes only drinking buddies understand each other's hearts," while mimicking the action of raising a glass. Hearing this, Ash sighed and thought to himself, "I want to live a noble and pure life. But this world won't let me." Then under the evening light, Ash boldly returned to General Cross's house. As soon as he arrived, he cheerfully called out, "General, are you there?" General Cross. When the door opened, he saw Ash again, and Charing Cross exploded in anger. "What are you doing here? I warned you to stay away." Suddenly, he was drawn to the cart piled high with Ash's belongings, asking, "What is that?" Seeing Charing's curiosity, Ash lifted the cloth covering it, revealing a treasure trove of gold and silver underneath, and confidently replied, "What else would it be?" He smiled even brighter and added, "It is your favorite stuff." Ash was a reckless punk, a party-loving prince who spent all his time drinking, and was a disgrace to everyone everywhere. No way would a guy like that show up empty-handed in the countryside. Of course, he would bring along a ton of expensive drinks. Ash casually raised a bottle of wine in front of him, gently shook it, and smiled. "Let us drink." General Chot paused for a moment, then slowly said, "What if you do not drink?" Charon panicked and exclaimed, "Who said I do not want to?" He gazed longingly at the precious bottle of wine in Ash's hand, unable to suppress his thirst, and quickly added, "Come on in." "Your Highness, bring that all in too." Ash chuckled to himself at the 180-degree shift in Charon's attitude, thinking, good thing he is easy to read. Meanwhile, in another place, Lily was blissfully asleep on a comfy bed, seemingly sensing the mischievous grin and involuntarily furrowed her brows. Shivering slightly, back at the Cross residence, Charon pushed the door open and said, "This way." After that, he stepped ahead to lead the way, while Ash pulled in a cart loaded with gold and silver, grumbling under his breath. Damn it. With each step, he stumbled over empty bottles scattered on the floor, exclaiming in annoyance, "Oh my." Unable to hold back, Ash raised an eyebrow and quickly covered his nose and mouth with his hand, thinking, this place reeks of alcohol. He is not just a casual drinker. He is a full-blown alcoholic. Once inside, Charon prepared 2 intricately carved glass cups and placed them on the table, saying, "It has been ages since I drank with someone else." Ash hesitantly glanced at the cup Charon pushed toward him, asking suspiciously, "Is this cup even clean?" Charon replied helplessly, "Even if the house is filthy as a pigsty, the cups have to be clean. Isn't that how you show respect for the drink?" With that, Charon swiftly grabbed the bottle of wine Ash had set on the table and excitedly said, "Let us see what you brought." He then carefully inspected the bottle, reading each line printed on it, and exclaimed in disbelief, "First-year royal whiskey from Beastmaker. Oh my god. This is a rare one." Beastmaker is the Emperor's middle name, meaning this bottle was created in the year the Emperor ascended to the throne, which also means it is worth a fortune. After that, Ash opened the bottle with elegance and poured it into Charon's glass, thinking to himself, "I brought him this expensive drink, so please treat me well." With that thought, Ash discreetly observed Charon's expression, contemplating the message behind this gesture. Watching him raise the glass to drink, Ash slowly lifted his own glass and said, "Cheers." After downing the drink, Charon happily sighed, his face slightly flushed with joy as he exclaimed, "This is indeed high-quality wine. Even the sensation when swallowing is different. Seeing him like that, Ash asked regretfully. If you chug it down like that, can you really taste it? Charon clicked his tongue and replied. If I were to compare it to the cheap drinks I usually have, should not I drink it the way I normally do? That way, I can make a fair assessment. After hearing Charon's words, Ash's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. Thinking, is that really true? I do not drink, so I have no idea if that is accurate. After a moment of thought, Ash seriously opened his mouth. Anyway, we need to talk about, but before he could finish, Charon cut him off sharply, saying, let us not change the subject. With that, he slightly raised an eyebrow, pouring more wine into his glass while waving his hand in annoyance, and said loudly, just drink up. If you are going to talk about something else, then just leave. Impatient and tipsy. Chimed in. At least give me some snacks. After saying that, he looked at Charon's pensive face and could not help but sulk. This old drunkard only drinks without eating anything. After a moment of thought, Charon tossed a small bag onto the table and said, here. Eat this. Ash eyed the bulging bag in surprise and asked, what is this? Charon immediately explained. Dried fruit. I made it from the fruits harvested from my garden. Hearing this, Ash was even more amazed and asked back, you have a garden? At that, Charon turned toward the window and said, can't you see over there? Outside the window. It is right behind this mansion. Through the window's glass, Ash spotted a small wooden house in the distance. And then Charon's calm voice rang out, proudly stating, it is small, but I take care of it as a hobby. After learning the origin of the food, Ash casually said, well, thanks for the snack. After saying this, he popped a piece of dried fruit into his mouth and took a bite. The moment his tongue touched the fruit, his face scrunched up, and he immediately spat it out. Ash held the piece of dried fruit in his hand, angrily exclaiming, what is this? It is way too bitter and sour. How can I eat this? In stark contrast to Ash's expression, Charon calmly picked up a piece of dried fruit, savoring it slowly while saying with annoyance, how dare you spit out something I worked hard to grow? That is just rude. After saying this, Charon's expression mirrored Ash's from earlier. He immediately spat out the piece of dried fruit too. Seeing this, Ash raised his voice. You can't eat it either. Charon's face darkened as he wiped his mouth with his hand, saying, disgusting. I grew this fruit, and it tastes like trash. After that, he pushed the small bag of dried fruit toward Ash and said, here. Take it, if it is so bad. Then why are you giving it to me? Charon effortlessly opened the jar, poured some into his glass, and calmly said, if it was good, I would have eaten it already. Why would I give it to you? Obviously. His words left Ash stunned, thinking to himself, is not that right? He always speaks nonsense, yet it is strangely convincing. Suddenly, Charon stared at the dried fruit in his hand for a long moment before saying, the knife lies in the far southern region of the continent. Then he continued, the days are long, and the land is very fertile. They say there is no better place to grow fruit than here. Hearing this, Ash voiced his dissatisfaction. Then what is wrong with its taste? Charon rebutted, they say all crops, not just fruits, can thrive if the land is tilled properly. As he spoke, his voice instinctively dropped, and he continued, if only we were not invaded by monsters every 2 days. Hearing this, Ash was surprised. Charon maintained his somber tone and continued, the monsters destroy the gardens and kill all the farmers. But when they die, they leave the land tainted with dark energy. Do you know what happened next? The entire area becomes poisoned, which means the soil is cursed, and all the crops die off. As Charon spoke, a flood of thoughts began to swirl in his mind. He lowered his head slightly, paused for a moment, then continued, that is why there are no fields around the knife point. The scholar Krot looked down into his cup with a puzzled expression, staring at the yellow drink made from fruits and grains that could not possibly be harvested from this land. Suddenly, Ash's voice broke the silence that had settled in, asking, so why do you have an entire orchard? Charon did not respond right away. He lifted his cup for a sip and replied in a low voice, every person should feel regret at least once in their life. Right, clearly. Because he was casting shadows everywhere. The little wooden house where Charon grew fruits felt lonely, and a bit melancholic. In that moment, Charon's steady voice echoed as he said, that garden is my regret. Charon gently touched the fine wine bottle Ash had brought and added in a somber tone, now, even if I want a drink, I can tea. Sensing the weight of sorrow in him, Ash politely poured wine into his cup and asked, scholar, do you know why I came to see you today? Charon immediately shot back stubbornly. Didn't I tell you to leave if you were going to change the subject? After being rejected for the second time, Ash angrily slammed the bottle down on the table and said, if you want, you can kick me out. But I am still going to say what I need to say. Then he suppressed his anger and calmly continued, The monsters have started moving again, and their numbers are terrifying. Ash's steady voice rang out. Recounting. The last invasion had 1,000 living armor. Then his tone dropped slightly as he added. We managed to stop them, but the walls were severely damaged. And our soldiers are few, almost to the point of despair at this point. Ash paused, lifting his hopeful eyes to meet Charon's gaze as he earnestly said, We really need military support. Scholar. We need the soldiers under your command. As soon as he said that, Charon closed his eyes in defeat and replied in a hoarse voice. I have no soldiers under my command. Without missing a beat, Ash called him out. Everyone knows about your family as private army. Seeing this, Charon added, I have friends I have trained to fight on the battlefield my whole life. But when I gave up, they did too. When I laid down that spear and ring, those friends laid down their weapons as well. They are no longer fighting. Hearing this, Ash lost his composure, standing up and stepping closer to him, urgently saying, they should return to fulfill their duties. In contrast to Ash, Charon remained calm, raising his cup to drink it all in one go and said flatly, It is useless. After saying that, he looked at the piece of dried fruit in his hand and added, This land is not worth protecting. Hearing that, Ash looked confused and asked, What do you mean? With a look of unwillingness in Ash's eyes, Charon replied in a low voice, Don't waste innocent lives trying to protect this worthless front line. Instead, evacuate everyone. From the time of his ancestors until now, the man who inherited a family dedicated to protecting this land speaks like this. Suddenly, Charon looked up, locking eyes with Ash, and asked curiously, Why have you come to this land, Prince? Without giving Ash a chance to respond, he continued, Everything on this land is slowly dying. With no hope and no future, his sharp gaze remained fixed on Ash, carefully observing him as he added, This is advice from someone who has wasted a lifetime protecting this place. Leave it, and do so as quickly as you can. His final words echoed in Ash's ears long after he stepped out of Charon's estate. He warned, Before the curse of this land consumes you. Ash walked on until he reached a thicket, where Lucas suddenly popped out and asked, Your Highness, did you manage to persuade him? Lucas quickly replied, Failed that one. But I brought you a gift, and he handed over a bag of dried fruit to Lucas. Then, Ash stared blankly at the bag of dried fruit in his hands. Lamenting, who said success would come in just one day, Lucas immediately shot back. So you are saying it is time to head back? Definitely worth the time and effort. Then, as if recalling something, Lucas asked, By the way, what happened with the battle plan? After mounting his horse, Ash began to explain. It seems like he has been through something. He paused and turned to ask, Lucas, do you know anything? Lucas quickly responded, I do not know. Ash then turned back to face forward and slowly said, Ider told me to ask the person involved. Ash suddenly imagined Ider's sly face in his mind, thinking, that bastard cursed us. Then, feeling hopeless, Ash spoke. Regardless, persuasion is persuasion. Now we just have to do everything we can. What we can do, fix the walls, prepare for war. No matter what we prepare, the monsters will still come. I have to work as productively as possible and kill those monsters with all my strength. After careful consideration, Ash commanded, Turn the knife back. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Level. Mysterious. 3 giant rats. 3,251 of them. The next morning, the sky was still blue, with early rays of sunlight filtering through the murky clouds beneath the flags still waving over the fortress, showing signs of damage and debris still lying around on the ground. Ash and the stonemason union leader stood before a massive water stain on the wall. We just destroyed the large sword stuck in the wall. Today, we will clean up this wreckage and start repairing the wall. He looked toward the wall and commanded, Do not throw away those sword fragments. Instead, move them to the front of the wall. They will make for a great barrier. Below the wall lay sharp debris scattered across the ground, perfect for trapping rats. He crossed his arms and asked the stonemason union leader, How long do you think it will take to finish repairing the wall? He replied respectfully, albeit hesitantly, Sadly, the condition of the wall is worse than we expected. So it turned back to look at him. Just say it. How long will it take? The stonemason leader flinched under his gaze and quickly responded, 10 days from today. Ad received the answer and slightly lowered his head, deep in thought. 10 days. We have about a week before the next wave of monsters hits. That is not enough time. Dark clouds continued to roll in above the recently fortified wall, the embodiment of imperial architecture, the Crossroads wall. I know we can fix it with just a few bricks, but with a serious expression and a cold gaze, he declared, I will take care of the materials and labor. Do whatever it takes to complete the repairs within a week. The stonemason union leader, hearing the command, quickly responded. He intended to say something, but could only stammer a few words before stopping. "But your highness." When did ask close in on him with a dangerous look that left him silent. Crying inside. "But what?" "Go ahead. Say it, speak up." Deep down he felt a bit guilty. He knew this was an impossible task. But he had no choice but to push them. The system screen displayed information about the enemies at level 5. Over 3,000 giant rats. No mistake and no hallucination. He recalled the previous exploration. 3,000 of them. The rats the size of dogs we encountered during that free exploration. There would be 3,000. Then he thought about the wall still being damaged. We have to secure the wall. In reality, the stonemason union leader could only bow his head in tears at his request. "We will do our best." He patted the man's shoulder. "Thanks. I will remember everyone's hard work and sacrifice." Saying that, regardless of the stonemason union leader holding his face next to him, he turned around and loudly commanded the other workers there. "Hey, we are protecting the world here. Let us get to work." Everyone responded in unison. "Yep. Your Highness." Time just keeps slipping by. And a few days later, inside the spacious room, the only light comes from the floor lamp, neatly placed on the table, where you are sitting across from Commander Cross. During the day, I oversee the repairs on the wall, and at night, I drink with Commander Cross at his place. My hand reaches out to accept the drink he is pouring, and there is no conversation between us, just exchanging shots of liquor. During the day on the wall, the Union stoneworkers are hard at work. While their commander looks on with a wary expression, the defenses are slowly being rebuilt. Somewhere, before the sun rises, I am drowning my sorrows in drinks with Commander Cross, who is completely wasted and throwing up, with Lucas doing his best to help, and my liver is taking a beating. Night falls again, and the sky tonight is stunning, with a crescent moon hanging beautifully in the air, and the stars twinkling in the tranquil space surrounding the mansion. After hours of downing shots, after 4 days of silent drinking, Commander Cross finally decides to speak up, holding his glass. Commander Cross suddenly asks, "Do you love anyone?" The candle on the table flickers, casting a warm golden glow. I hear the question and it catches me off guard. My lips curl down in confusion. What the hell? Faced with my bewilderment, Commander Cross remains calm, sipping his drink. "I am asking if you love anyone." He sets his glass down. Eyes closing. "I guess not." Seeing this, I quickly reply, "That is right." I sit up straight, facing his question seriously. "Honestly, there is no one." I raise my hand, letting out a sigh as I ponder. The person I love. I think back to my time before, back on Earth, before I became a game character. The image of a lonely boy in the dark flashes in my mind. I was all alone. Memories of me staring at my phone to escape the feeling of isolation. Feeling unloved and not loving anyone in return. I reflect on that dark time, just living like a solitary figure. And then a glimmer of hope begins to appear as I start to feel accepted by others. Then I began streaming, and my channel began to grow, receiving love from viewers. I love you. Sometimes, the funny questions. How much would it take for you to shake your butt? 100,000 troops before the day is done. Back in reality, I quickly wave my hand to erase those images from my mind. No way. That is just the one-sided feelings of those people. Anyway, no matter how much I think about it, I struggle to cover part of my blushing face with my hand. "There is no one." Commander Cross just casually replies, "You are really suffering." Good. Ash looks at him without saying a word. Then he nonchalantly points at him. Feeling annoyed, "You dare say that when you are the one drinking alone at home?" Your predicament only makes Cross laugh even more. I ask him a similar question. "Do you love anyone?" Commander Cross looks at the glass in his hand, shaking it. "I used to think so." The image of a girl holding a bouquet of orchids and smiling appears in his mind. My wife. The only one I ever loved. Throughout my entire life. His words catch in his throat. She has been gone for 3 years now. His face drops as he hears this. He rests his chin on one hand and leans in, continuing to recount the tragic tale of his late wife. "She was torn apart by monsters right in this garden, and we had to hold her funeral with an empty coffin." The glass of wine on the table reflects the warm golden light from the blackened trees. Gaze lowers, filled with sorrow, as he thinks about the curse that has haunted the owners of this land for generations. You might call it a curse dark and mysterious. A true curse. He reflects on the grandeur of the castle, the one that day and the one you cherish. One day, you will have to choose between them, no exceptions. He recalls those who came before him, the family that established this place long ago. My grandfather and even my father could not escape this curse. His hand trembles as it reaches for his glass. This time, the sadness in his eyes is mixed with pain etched on his face. And I too have lived through that moment. He starts to remember and recount the days gone by, beginning with the image of the flag fluttering over the fortress under the blazing sun. In the decades past, the monsters did not dare to show themselves. He still stands alone on the battlements, gazing at the breathtaking beauty of the peaceful castle, but with no income and poor finances. I had no choice but to start a business. He recalls the advice his late wife once gave. She said I should farm south of the front lines, near Asbert, beyond the fortress. Roth remembers the nights he spent alone, studying the map. The northern lands were ravaged by war, while the peaceful, empty southern lands were far more suitable. He vividly recalls that southern land, filled with lush greenery, fresh air, and sunlight filtering through the trees, creating a truly serene place, with monsters rarely appearing. The land remained mostly untouched. We believed this land was perfect for farming, so we expanded our family's territory southward. Back then, he and others worked tirelessly on that fertile land, which steadily grew, welcoming newcomers. With so few monsters around, we could easily protect ourselves. And we thrived for a while. He recalls those early days, sitting where he is now, with sunlight still streaming through the vines lining the path to the mansion. This garden is the southernmost part of the front lines, and it is the lady of the house. As he speaks, both he and the young man direct their gaze toward the door, where light spills in. My wife led the farming and clearing of the most dangerous area. Then memories of joyful days with his beloved wife flood back. I still remember the grapes she fed me with her dirty hands. He recounts the moment when he could not hide his happiness, as the one he loved fed him fruit. The fruits we cultivated during the early days of our settlement were not edible, but they were sweeter than anything else in the world. A thought slipped into his mind as he gazed back at the new land. There was a time when we hoped we could stop fighting monsters, work the fields, and harvest fruits to survive. Back then, he smiled a gentle smile filled with happiness. I wonder if we could live like that forever. Now, his face darkened with a sorrowful look, but it was clear this was not possible. He continued recounting the day that brought him the most pain and struggle, which was during the second year of farming. Monsters, with their sharp claws and blood-red eyes, came charging in. We received intel that about 100 large monsters were approaching the castle, and we rushed back to the stronghold. In that moment, he still remembered the image of his dear wife waving goodbye, sending him off. His wife, managing the garden, reminded him to be careful and bid him farewell. The commander, Krot, closed his eyes tightly and hesitated. Then he carried on. Only upon reaching the castle did he hear that the monsters had split into two groups. One group headed for the area where the villagers were farming, and another separated from the main group and invaded the cultivated land. Fruit crates were scattered across the cold ground. Chaos erupted at the castle just as he arrived. The main group of monsters began their assault, and he had to make a choice. Commander Krot witnessed the scene unfolding before him, gritting his teeth with an expression of intense tension. Should he save his wife on the farm or protect the lives of thousands inside the castle? A warm golden light still radiated from the lamp, still burning bright. Commander Krot paused his story, asking us a question. What do you think I would choose? You looked at him. The one who chose the castle. Commander Krot continued his tale, the resilient image of the castle resurfacing. Indeed, just as our ancestors did, following the principles and laws, he chose the castle. Cannon fire erupted from the castle, as we defended each section and battled the monsters. We managed to defeat them after several hours of fighting. A horrifying scene appeared before his eyes. Blood splattered across the ground, and the bodies lay lifeless. When we hurried back to the fields, they had been devastated, and everyone was dead. His footsteps halted beside a pile of corpses sprawled on the ground. Just about a dozen monsters had slaughtered hundreds of people, including the orchard and my wife. His body trembled as he witnessed such a horrific scene. Krot was loyal to his mission, yet he lost what was most precious to him. He questioned himself. Where did it go wrong? Recalling the crumbling walls at that time, the defensive line shuddering as it protected the front lines, and the times he reviewed his map, the territory had expanded too much. Sadness and regret were clearly etched on his face. It was all my fault. But the most painful thing, the image of his beloved wife resurfaced in his mind. But this time it was all shattered pieces. In that moment, I abandoned my wife and chose the castle. He raised his glass of wine, his gaze still downward. My daughter calls me a madman. She can't understand why I chose the castle over her mother. He remembered the day the little girl left, leaving him alone behind. A few days later, she was gone. He looked down at his trembling hands. In the end, this is the consequence of protecting this place with my life. His eyes were filled with deep sadness and pain. As he lamented, my wife is gone. My daughter has left, and here I am, withering away alone. Ash remained silent, listening intently. This was just a riddle. Your Highness. Commander Cross tried to restore his stoic demeanor, gripping a battered sword, looking at you and asking, you know what this place is called? Right. You understood those words as soon as you heard them. It means the Castle of the Dead. Commander Cross then replied, images of crosses flashing through his mind. This castle was built from death, and it will force one to choose. He leaned on both hands, his cold gaze fixed on you, saying to protect the castle. There will come a time when one must sacrifice something precious. Ash remained silent because he understood it is not a curse, but a prophecy. A prediction of unavoidable cause and effect in the future. The banner symbolizing the Cross family still stands. Our clan has endured that sacrifice over the years, but now it can't happen anymore. He closed his eyes, bowing his head slightly. I can pass this cursed legacy on to my daughter. Ash seemed to grasp something. His cold eyes looking at him. I understand now. You crossed your arms in front of your chest, facing the commander and asked. So you stepped back from your position to protect your daughter from inheriting it. He simply replied. Yep. He looked down at his trembling hands. I want my daughter to leave this cursed land and live happily and freely. You thought about the figure of a once mighty warrior. And Sir Tank Evangelion Cross. A character I really wanted to recruit. The one who desired to stay away from the battlefield. The empty cup continued to catch the falling drops of wine. Look here, Prince. You want me to help protect the castle? Right. He slammed the wine bottle onto the table. His brow slightly furrowed. I have protected it enough, even at the cost of my loved ones. You just stared at the choice in silence. And finally, he said, I want to give up. The wine glass on the table reflected the face of Commander Cross, his eyes mirrored in the glass. Devoid of pride in defending the front lines for a lifetime. Outside the mansion, the moon shone brightly. The vines stood there as if nothing had ever happened, and the commander's voice rose once more. I want to die in this orchard, not on the castle walls. In his eye, there was nothing but regret for not being by his wife's side when she passed away. The night sky outside Commander Cross's mansion was still beautiful. Surely this is reason enough for me to refuse to help you. The lamp on the table remained lit. I am telling you the truth as a token of gratitude for your company, Commander Cross calmly reminded. Now go. And here's one more piece of advice. Ash remained silent and listened seriously. If that moment comes to you, choose wisely. Do not end up regretting it like I do. Morning at the castle. Just fixing the fifth wall. 2 days until the next chapter. Ash's footsteps stopped. Everyone did great. He reached out toward the food table being prepared by the servants, responding to everyone's cheers. Let us take a break and eat something. Everyone cheered. We get to eat. The banner still fluttered proudly on the castle. And everyone cheered, just as expected from our prince. When needed, he is ready to spend. Your Highness, do you have wine? You are standing among the joyful workers celebrating around you. Just chill. These guys are just here for the food. The union leader of the stone workers is accepting the wine that is being handed down. Your Highness. You asked. How's the repair going? He quickly replied. Since you provided enough manpower, I think we can wrap it up on time. The large water leak from a few days ago has now been temporarily fixed. The repair of the wall will be completed in 2 days. Hearing this, you can't help but praise him. Great job. The most important task is done. You turn to the alchemy union leader next to you. So shall we attach that now? As soon as he heard this, he tightly grasped the scroll in his hands, joyfully exclaiming, finally, we get to use this. It is a summoning scroll, the one we found on our last expedition, and we can only use it after studying it in alchemy, which just finished today. At this moment, the system interface pops up. Do you want to use the summoning scroll for automatic defensive lighting? You grip the glowing scroll tightly in your hand. Of course. And slowly bring it forward. Immediately, the system announces, you have acquired a character skill, automatic defensive lighting summon magic. The alchemy union leader and the stone workers union leader are all holding onto something and standing in front of a pile of items. This should be enough, you recall back in the room. Finally, the items you received as rewards. Right now, you are holding a spherical object radiating powerful energy and a core of advanced energy. With this, all the materials are complete. The system announces again, automatic defensive lighting summon. Please choose a location for installation. You reach out to touch a spot on the map appearing on the system screen. Should I place it here? Right after that, all the items lying on the ground earlier soared up in front of you, unable to hide your excitement. Those objects quickly started assembling together. You stand there watching as the weapon forms before your eyes. Finally, a massive cannon is completed in front of everyone around. The cannon's barrel can move back and forth, unlike ordinary cannons. You feel incredibly satisfied. Awesome. And the alchemy union leader standing beside you is equally amazed. This is lost architectural magic technology from hundreds of years ago. You pat the cannon with a joyful expression on your face. All right, everyone. Thanks to you all, our defense line is getting stronger. Everyone is super excited. Keep it up. The atmosphere is fantastic. You are genuinely happy. A smile spreading across your lips. If this keeps up, we are golden. Transitioning to a stone house with sturdy wooden doors. Smoke billowing from the furnace. The next stop is the blacksmith. The furnace is roaring with a large flame, and on its surface are metal items that have been shaped beforehand. How does it look? In the room, Lucas, wearing shiny metal armor, stands with his hands on his hips, grinning at Asva, the blacksmith, saying, "It could not be better. Our ordered armor is finished." The system displays a series of information about the armor set. Level 30 Shadow Armor. Classification. Defense rating 50-55. Durability 12-12. With physical damage resistance for the wearer increased by 33%. The wearer gains a special skill, Shadow Transformation Level 1. This armor is made from the main material of Shadow Knight energy. And I do not like that its durability is only as good as glass. The system switches to another info page. Shadow Transformation Level 1. Nothing can touch you for 5 seconds. You become immune to all attacks. But you also can T-attack. This is more useful than I thought. Lucas bends down to wipe away a tear of emotion. The deity will use it well. My prince. Asva smiles knowingly. Of course. I made this just for you. Remember to use it wisely. He crosses his arms and gives a gentle smile, almost crying when he was measured for the armor. I should gift him more often. You have crafted a fine piece of armor. The old man bows respectfully. I just cherish the chance to use such rare materials. Suddenly, the guild leader bursts with enthusiasm. If you trust me one more time, I will do my best. Just place your orders with me whenever you need, my prince. Asva replies briefly. I will do just that. It turns out that the sturdy stone house is actually a base, a level 3 blacksmith. Creating gear at the blacksmith is crucial. Even at the end of the game. I am definitely going to visit there often. Still have that poised stance. Arms crossed. Calling out. Lucas. The young man in front immediately responds. Yep. My prince. Asva's expression turns serious. Let us head to the west side of the castle. The most important part of the event is over there, in the western area of the castle. Cannon fire erupts non-stop. The open land to the west of the castle. The sound of the cannons echoes in remembrance of those lost. Asva stands on a high platform in the back, while Lucas looks down at the crowd below and the memorial plaques right behind them. You stand there with a cold expression, strands of hair blowing in the gusts. Not many casualties in the previous round. I do not know if that is good or bad. Young girls in solemn attire holding song sheets begin to harmonize a song of remembrance. You stand straight before the stone memorials, the wind continuously blowing, making your hair and the hem of your robe flutter. All the plans for today seem to pass in a flash. Night falls, with the full moon shining brightly in the clear sky. Asva and Lucas linger under a large tree near the memorial area for those who have fallen. A slow step approaches. So you have used most of the city budget for this ceremony, and you even arranged bonuses for the martyrs. The man with his hands clasped behind him is the strategist Cross. It really resembles how the funds are managed. Hearing your voice, he turns around. The strategist Cross speaks up again. But this is the front line against monsters. Young lord, this is a place where lives are swept away like dirt through a monsoon. There will come a time when you can hide them just with good intentions. Hearing this, you turn away in disappointment. Is that all you came here to say? Asa stands up to face Lucas, still behind you. Or are you just too drunk to stand up against the man? Hearing this, you turn away in disappointment. Is that all you came here to say? Asa stands up to face Lucas, still behind you. Or have you run out of liquor at home? He casually replied. There can never be enough alcohol. I usually come here alone to buy drinks. But today I am here for a different reason. He explained what brought him to this place. Asking the previous leaders if they wanted to defend the city, you hurriedly asked back. And what is the answer? Commander Cross immediately responded. They all want to. They are ready to protect the city once again. The sound of your joyful cheer shattered the quiet space. Asva, unable to hide his delight, exclaimed. This is the best news I have heard all week. Commander Cross thought about the army preparing for deployment, saying, I do not know what those old men can pull off, but right now, they are gearing up again. I will hand over command to you. Just remember to use them wisely. They are all old-timers like me. You jumped up, grabbing the commander's hand in awe, thanking him so much. Really? He was taken aback by your excitement, saying, no need to thank me. Thank them instead. You recalled his serious demeanor from the previous day, and you wondered what to do next. Who would have thought he would help me? Honestly, I was completely surprised but also grateful. The entire fortress now wore a magnificent glow under the night sky, with the Ask district standing tall opposite Commander Quad. After all, many have thanked them. Thanks. I think this is all I can do for you. He replied softly. Protect the fortress and your new territory. Good luck, you happily replied. Thanks for your help. Commander, I will do my best. Today felt bright and full of echoes. I will come visit when I need your wisdom. Wisdom. Just lean on me. You raised your voice, calling out to the commanders retreating back. I will send over some good herbs for your health. Hearing this, he quickly turned around, responding, Better not send anything at all. After saying that, he sighed, looking relieved as if he had put down a heavy stone in his heart. Then he turned away. Waving goodbye before leaving, you stood there, watching his figure fade away. He must be heading to the orchard. I wanted to stop him. You thought about the Lord, who had dedicated his life to protecting the fortress. Even in his old age, Commander Cross had been a frontline protector his entire life. He must have learned a lot during the fortress's defenses. But then, thoughts of his painful losses came to mind. For he had also lost so much in this fortress. You remained there, your gaze fixed in one direction, your expression tinged with sadness. I did not dare stop him and just watched him go. You even imagined a day when you could sit with him over drinks, sharing experiences from his time as Lord, believing that next time we could chat more and hear some advice on being a Lord. His figure faded from your mind, and at that moment, you had no idea there would never be a next time. Another morning arrived. The sky today was gloomy, carrying a sense of foreboding. At the great fortress, the cannon stood in the center as a signal for an impending battle. 2 days later, the stage was set. In the morning, the wall repairs were finally completed. The construction foreman stood nervously in front of Ask, reporting the situation. We rushed some parts, but it is still enough for the wall to serve its purpose. But you were not angry. Instead, you praised them. Great job. Really well done. Everything is ready. The cannons and arrows were stacked high, and we had enough supplies. On the walls, there was a ready-to-fight army, and an increased force of about 300 silver-armored soldiers. The commander of that army is an older man from the Golden Bank. They say there were about 1,000 at first. He turned back and flashed a confident smile. But honestly, that is already more than I expected. He turned to stroke the cannon with a face full of anticipation. Oh my darling. How dependable you are. Below the fortress, all preparations for the battle have been meticulously set. The annihilation zone is ready. Everything is perfect. From high above, he looked down, a determined expression clear on his face. Let us see what you have got. Monster. A figure wearing a demonic mask emerged beneath the fortress. He is the flutist, the last musician of the kingdom beneath the lake. His footsteps stopped, a short distance from the fortress, with the wind blowing dust around him as he stood there gazing at the whole city. At the foot of the fortress, a soldier galloped up. The horse galloped rapidly, as if something urgent was happening. The soldier was in a hurry, relaying the news to the troops. A horde of giant sewer rats with glowing red eyes was charging forward. The monsters are coming. From above, he observed the thick layers of dust being kicked up as they closed in on the fortress. The system displayed a notification. Round 2. Starting in 10 minutes. Realizing the battle was imminent, he raised his voice to give the command, they are coming. Stay alert. The entire fortified city echoed in unison.
Yep.
Indeed. The preparations are flawless. The emblem flag fluttered in the wind. And in all the times he played this game, nothing has gone as smoothly from start to finish as it has this time. Faced with the onslaught of monsters, he was not scared at all. Instead, he was filled with confidence. Come at me. Monsters. Through the thick dust, the flutist slowly approached, the eerie mask coming into view, catching Ash off guard. He had spotted the flutist in that dense dust. Who is that guy? Lucas asked anxiously. Is something wrong, Prince? He pointed forward. Lucas. Do you see the figure over there? In the direction Ash pointed. It was just a thick cloud of dust, and there was no sign of anyone in it. Lucas tried to raise his hand to squint into the distance but saw nothing at all. He called out loudly.
Wait.
Can you see anyone over there? But the response was the same as Lucas. No one is there. How strange. He turned back, his face tensing up. Is it an illusion? But the image of the flutist kept flashing in his mind. But what if it is not? If that guy is really there, then who is he? The sounds grew louder, and the ground began to shake. He looked down from above at the monsters drawing closer to the fortress. They are here. He tightened his grip, reassuring himself. I must stay calm. The giant sewer rats were still charging wildly, whether it is an illusion or not. No matter how many there are, I can only do one thing. His expression turned cold. Stop them. The command rang out, and all the soldiers were ready. Artillery. Load up. All the cannons fired simultaneously at the command. Fire. The barrage fell heavily. Shells bursting with sparks soaring straight at the horde of monsters. The shells exploded with a thunderous force, causing massive damage to the rat swarm. The relentless pressure from the continuous blasts scattered the monsters. He stood high above, observing the colossal explosion below. Feeling satisfied, the system flashed a notification. 91 kills. Nearly 100 rats blown to bits in just the first wave of shells. Axe regained his initial confidence, a smirk creeping onto his face as he thought. Let us wipe them out. It is almost too easy. Those pesky little vermin. Even after taking down so many, the swarm of monsters kept pouring in, their numbers growing absurdly large, making them cluster together even more. Despite the ongoing explosions, The creatures continued to swarm the fortress walls. In other words, if they focused their fire on a specific area, they could take out a massive chunk all at once. He reached out to open the system, noting that the battle had been going on for 30 minutes. Glancing at the information on the system panel, he thought confidently, at this rate, everything's going to be fine. The monsters had started to climb up, and he thought about raising his binoculars for a better look. What the hell? Below, the rat corpses were piled high like a mountain, a literal mountain of dead bodies. Monsters kept climbing up only to fall back down. Relentless. And the number of creatures ascending grew exponentially, creating a massive pile of corpses, as they began to scale the walls. Below the battlefield, countless monsters were charging toward the fortress, and the number of corpses was beyond his calculations. He turned and shouted orders. Artillery. Shift your firing zone. Aim for the clusters near the fortress's base. Sharp debris littered the ground, with corpses scattered far from the fortifications, and the courtyard was covered in obstacles. But it was still secure. The cannons on the walls were firing at full strength, and arrows were raining down too. Despite the relentless onslaught, the monsters managed to dodge the arrows raining down. However, there was one thing he had overlooked. The defenders on the wall reported helplessly. They are too fast. It is really hard to hit these guys. He clenched his fists. Furious. Those damn rats were nimble and useless. He pictured the muscular body of a giant sewer rat, running with the speed of a four-legged beast. Why had not he anticipated this? Damn it. He began to envision the aftermath of this. Realizing that way more rats would reach the fortress walls than he had anticipated, the large cannon suddenly powered up. Charging rapidly, in an instant, powerful green energy beams shot forward. As Batsack watched in awe as the sheer force unleashed triggered the automatic defenses, the energy bolts homed in on each monster. In the blink of an eye, numerous monsters were taken down, their bodies erupting into the air with each explosion. Witnessing this scene, he could not contain his amazement at such overwhelming power. Oh my, that is insane. But he quickly regained his composure. Clearly, the automated defenses were the best strategy for protection. After the recent barrage, the monsters continued to flood in, but no matter how effective it was, it could not protect the entire front line. He looked up at the weapon that had just demonstrated its might, realizing that the turret had run out of ammo and would soon enter a reloading phase. Then you look down at the growing horde of monsters beneath the castle. There are too many of them. They are closing in faster than I thought. The monsters that get too close are cut down by sharp shards. The army uses their swords for the task. But soon, they will reach the fortress general anyway. Gritting your teeth, you think of the worst-case scenario. A one-on-one fight is probably unavoidable, and fighting them hand-to-hand would bring a lot of damage. Suddenly, an explosion sends many monsters flying apart, and you realize something's off. Shells are raining down, targeting the monsters and taking them out. What the heck? Those shots are spot on. You can't help but turn around in surprise. Who's it over here? An old soldier from Kim Ngwa is patting a cannon crew member on the head, praising them. You remember that you are being supported by this experienced green-clad army, Kim Yan. That is a mercenary army filled with seasoned warriors, performing beyond your expectations. On another side, another member of Kim Ban is constantly reminding everyone to stay sharp. Watch out for those rookies, and keep vigilant. We have got a long fight ahead. Meanwhile, another soldier from Kim Ban is encouraging a young member of the cannon crew, saying it is fine even if it is cramped. Just keep firing. Even just the bullets will help. They are standing guard over the warriors, guiding them, while one soldier from Kim Ban confidently reassures, do not worry, Your Highness. These seasoned veterans will take good care of the troops. Look up with a smile spreading across your lips, your eyes filled with trust. All right, I believe in everyone. On the castle walls, you are still observing everything, and the shells keep firing. The defense is proceeding smoothly. Then, thanks to the support from Kim Ban, the assault on the fortification is going smoothly. Meanwhile, if you are curious about what my team is up to, at that moment, Lucas is angrily yelling at the troops. Left flank. Your firing range is too thin. Wake up. Aim carefully. You continue your narrative, your tone calm as if recounting a small story, while Lucas is commanding the front line. Suppose I mention a directive to the entire front line. Lucas will give detailed orders that fit my directive. Despite my ignorance of the military tactics in this world, which leads to a series of utterly vague orders, Lucas somehow manages to understand and deliver precise commands. You look at him, a satisfied smile curling your lips, thinking to yourself, what a talented protagonist. At the same time, in another corner, someone is quietly tightening their grip on their weapon. That person is Demian. He is training his aim, slowly but accurately. He is piercing the heads of the gray rats approaching the castle. But since Demian's strength lies in long-range shooting, he is not as prominent in these wide battlefield skirmishes. But still, The rising number of corpses is a good sign. Ash stands with his arms crossed, intently watching Damian, a slight smile creeping on his face, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Quietly praising. Good job. At that moment, a large ring is floating in the air, suspended above a huge, dimly glowing orb below. That moment, Lily was in charge of controlling the creatures in battle. Right now, she is pointing straight ahead, commanding the gravity creature to hold still for 3 minutes. Prepping gravity creature number 2. The scene is hectic with her flitting around everywhere. Then, Lily suddenly turns to Ash, her eyes sparkling. Her face lit up like she is showing off her skills with pride. She leans in and winks at him, as if to say, "Look at me. I am giving it my all." But Lily freezes, her expression turning sour as if she just got splashed with cold water from Ash's indifferent attitude. At this moment, he thinks to himself, "Sorry, Lily. No matter what you do, we still need you on the front lines." And next up, the final member of our main squad, Jupiter. Yet at this moment, she is longing on a chair, sipping wine, puffing on a cigarette. Cheerfully speaking, everyone's working so hard, and Ash is so shocked his eyes are about to pop out. Internally screaming, is she seriously just chilling? His sharp gaze is locked onto her, making Jupiter shiver. Ash thinks, I did tell her to rest and wait for orders. But this is a bit too relaxed. She immediately pretends to stretch, grimacing as she rubs her back, mumbling about her aches. Why does my back hurt when I am focusing so hard? He forces a friendly smile, even though inside he is feeling helpless. Unable to scold her because she is a rare mage, Ash seriously reminds her. The best need to remember to do their job carefully, while Jupiter just smiles lightly, calmly raising her glass. Her confident gaze meets his, and Ash can't help but feel a flicker of annoyance. I really do not like this old lady. Well, thanks to everyone's efforts. Except Jupiter. The front line is being managed quite well, even with the rat horde closing in. Just then, a surge of intense energy erupts from the automated defense, slicing through the air like a beam of light. He can't help but feel thrilled, and the power of the automated defense is truly impressive. Ash immediately hugs the defense leg, rubbing it affectionately like it is a well-behaved child. Good job. Inside the walls, the rats are sprawled on the ground, completely unresponsive, and he can hide his joy. At this rate, we will breeze through this level. Ash face can mask his smugness, the corners of his mouth curling into a proud grin. In his mind, he is filled with thoughts. Could this be the first time we get through a level without major losses? Suddenly, in the distance, a shadowy figure appears through the haze, catching him off guard. Seeing the figure in front of him, Ash's heart races. The guy from last time. So I am not imagining things. Then he panics, shouting urgently, "Map, now!" Staring at the map, Ash can't believe his eyes widening in shock as he lets out a curse. Crap, he thinks to himself. Still fixated on the map, the enemy NPC is invading. In level 2, there are many events that can happen in levels, because the variables make the game more interesting, and the invasion of enemy NPCs is one of them. Whether it is an NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake or from a rival kingdom, all kinds of nasty surprises can ruin a level. Everything seems to be spiraling out of control. Ash grits his teeth in frustration. But hey, this is only the second act. It is way too early for chaos to break loose. Right. Plus, I do not even have the game master here to ask why he designed it this way. Suddenly, you whip around, shouting right in the face of the person next to you. The tension thick in the air. It is a quiet night, and you see him. Right, amidst the hazy smoke. Krot stands there, unmoving, as if the chaos around him is just background noise. Your eyes lock onto your target in the smoke, and you answer clearly. Yep. That is Krot. Is not. Ash's urgency spikes, his voice cold and decisive as he orders. Shoot him now. The night is tense, and he frowns, hastily replying. What? He looks human, does not he? Not a monster. You shoot back without hesitation. Doesn't he matter? Just shoot him already. I am pretty sure he is an MP from the underwater kingdom. And that outfit, that Brad style. It is all coming back to me now. Then, Ash points at him, gripping the shoulder of the knight, yelling in panic. You have to shoot him before he blows that whistle. He tightens his grip on the gun, his hand trembling, eyes darting wildly. He stammers. Your Highness. Please. Frustrated, he shouts. He is my target. Knight. If you do not want to see more people die, shoot him now. Hurry. Suddenly, a chilling whistle pierces the air. Its sound slicing through the battlefield like a knife. Ash freezes, eyes wide open, filled with a mix of dread and disbelief. But contrary to Ash's expectations, nothing happens. A wave of confusion washes over him as he glances back. At this moment, Crot is still calmly blowing his whistle, his demeanor eerily serene amidst the suffocating tension. But just then, the rats suddenly transform. They stand still, their eyes glowing bright red, like blood. The soldiers on the walls stare down at the swarm with a mix of horror and disbelief. They are stunned, their faces filled with confusion and doubt, beginning to murmur, "What is going on?" The rats have stopped, but just moments later, the rats go wild. Screeching loudly, they immediately surge forward, each one rushing in like they have lost all control. The rats quickly head toward the city gates. One soldier screams in fear. They are concentrating their attack on one point. Ash panics, his eyes darting ahead. Voice frantic. "Where are they heading?" Lucas responds in shock, his voice trembling with fear. "The center of the wall. That is where." He continues, his voice trailing off. "Where we just finished construction." He immediately yells loudly, his commanding voice echoing across the battlefield. "Change the direction of all the crossbows and ballistae. Unleash everything we have got." Then, explosions erupt in succession, raining down on the rats. Smoke and fire billowing up, the ground shaking under the relentless barrage. But the scene before Ash fills him with heavy dread. The defenses cannot keep up with their speed. Below, the rats charge forward recklessly. And he is deeply unsettled. They change direction way too suddenly. A scouting rat suddenly dashed ahead, faster than the rest, its fiery red eyes gleaming with madness. Sharp claws slicing through the air like arrows piercing the front lines. Suddenly, it came to a halt, its claws digging into the ground. Then, the rat leaped dramatically, its face twisted in a menacing grimace. Eyes blazing, mouth wide open revealing sharp fangs as if ready to tear apart everything in sight. At the same time, cannon fire roared incessantly, smoke swirling thickly in the air above. Suddenly, the scene before Ash shocked him to his core, his face darkening, confusion and fear flickering in his eyes. The rat had slammed hard into the wall, dying before it could even gasp. Blood splattering everywhere, leaving him dumbfounded. What the hell were they planning? One by one, they charged forward frantically, blindly throwing themselves at the city wall. The soldiers were stunned, shouting in panic. Were they crazy? Why were they doing this? Ash continued. Right into the wall we had just repaired that morning. He was overwhelmed with confusion, a wave of sheer terror washing over him. Those lunatics. That wall had only been finished a few hours ago. Even though everyone had tried their hardest in such a short time, the truth remained that the wall was imperfect. Since we had only focused on filling the gaps, a water crevice had been overlooked. And now the sewer rats were charging straight into it. They were attacking the wall with their heads, bending metal bars with their sharp claws, gnawing at the stone with their fangs, digging straight into the wall. Moments later, a crack appeared in the wall, signaling an impending nightmare in a way that no monster, except for those rats, could accomplish. Ash was furious, gritting his teeth, his body tense with rage, eyes burning with hatred, locked onto the figure standing silently in the distance. In that moment, I might have been mistaken, Ash continued, but that bastard seemed to be smiling. An MPA from the underwater kingdom, a bard who commanded monsters with his flute. That is what the players called him. Right now, Ash felt a surge of panic. The flute player had to be eliminated. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Demian, take him out." Yet, the crossbow in Demian's hands trembled, refusing to act. It seemed that Crot had heard Ash's command, but he stood there, showing no intention of evading. The next second, Crot gently tipped his head down, pulling the brim of his hood. As soon as Ash saw his movement, he urgently shouted, "Demian." Before Demian could react, Crot's figure vanished behind a veil of thick smoke. Demian's helplessness left Ash at a loss for words. Tears of regret welled up in his eyes. I could not. But even if he is the enemy, I can't shoot. Ash's face was serious. He never expected Demian to react this way, as Demian should have been a seasoned fighter. But the enemy included humans. He had no choice but to face humans in the future. If Demian could not get past this issue, his combat ability would drop by half. After a moment of thought, Ash gently patted Demian's shoulder, trying to comfort him. "Let us talk about it, but right now, they have to tackle this problem." Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted orders, "Artillery and archers, focus your fire on the center." As soon as Ash finished his command, arrows from the walls started raining down. Then, he turned decisively and said, "Jupiter, you have a job to do. Hurry up." Hearing this, she showed her fierce spirit, knowing he would say that, so I was already prepared. Jupiter's confidence rubbed off on Ash, who eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go for it." From the ramparts, powerful lightning struck down, obliterating a wave of leading rats. Giving it all, at full capacity, Lily shouted back, "Activate the flamethrower." Just as she finished her sentence, the cannons were ready to fire. With a decisive tone, Lily commanded, "Fire at will." The rats below the ramparts scattered in panic before Ash and his team's deadly traps. After noticing this, He rejoiced. That is right. It is working. In the next moment, Ash fell deep into thought. They are all concentrated in one spot. So the area in front of the wall will become a graveyard. Thinking this, Ash's face lit up with satisfaction. You must think the fortress walls are no joke. Right. You little vermin. Just as the rats were about to respond, a beam of light from the side caught his attention. Ash's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that the system screen had appeared, making him think to himself the names of the bosses that were just in question were now revealed. Level 30. Champion Rat. Elite. 3 of them. Champion Rats. Accordingly, he stared at the champion rats and deduced. If their names are out, then they must have shown up on the battlefield. And they are bringing in the second wave of sewer rats. It seemed like Ash had guessed the champion rat's scheme, and he anxiously ordered everyone. They are trying to breach the walls. Stop them. Before anyone could follow Ash's order, one champion rat was already very close to the ramparts. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward at breakneck speed. This urgent situation caused him to shout continuously. Do not just stand there. Stop them. Finally, the soldiers on the ramparts reacted to his shout, and a barrage of cannon fire was unleashed. The leading champion rat took a hit, but it seemed unfazed. Suddenly, Ash remembered the image of the other rats from the past. They looked at least twice as big as the rat they were currently facing in the dungeon. If that thing hits the walls, the next moment, a massive green cannonball shot out. Another round of cannon fire, identical in color, targeted the rat directly, just as Ash hoped. The champion rat was hit and momentarily stopped in its tracks. In an instant, it was obliterated, its bloody silhouette flashing before Ash's eyes. Even so, he still could not feel at ease yet. Get ready. We need to take down those champion rats first. Fire. Do not hold back on the ammo. Following his orders, cannon fire erupted in the air. Ash did not take a second to rest, continuing to activate the powerful artillery, aimed at Jupiter. Hearing this, Jupiter's face lit up, and she sprang into action. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to take on those pesky rats. The power was immense, decimating countless rats. However, despite unleashing a deadly strike, the sheer number of rats left Jupiter feeling overwhelmed. Damn it. Still not enough. The damage had to be spread too wide. So it was not enough to take out the champion rats. Ash shouted in urgency. Lily. Where's the fire spell? Lily, confused yet surprised, replied. The skill is still on cooldown. In her flustered state, he reassured her. I know. Understanding Ash's intent, Lily summoned all her strength to conjure an incredibly powerful spell. As she unleashed it upon the battlements, she could not help but groan. I knew this would happen. Oh man. Lily's fireball struck right in the face of another champion rat. Flames quickly engulfed it and erupted dramatically. The champion rat did not stand a chance against this surge of power. Without making Ash wait long, another rat charged in to attack. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, and it lunged forward with a menacing growl. Ash's eyes widened in shock as he alerted everyone. There is still one left. Stop it. Hearing his command, Lucas jumped into action with his sharp sword at the ready. From above, he hurled his sword, enveloped in blinding magic, straight down. It immediately pierced the champion rat's body. As if to uproot it entirely, Lucas declared loudly, we need one more hit. Seeing this, Ash quickly turned to Demian. Hurry up. Demian's eyes sparkled with determination and the glow of the formation. Without hesitation, he unleashed an arrow from his crossbow. The champion rat was drenched in blood from taking 2 brutal hits. Ash's voice rang out. That is right. We have defeated it. Before he could finish his sentence, the champion rat, bearing 2 fatal wounds, charged forward. Ash stared in disbelief. It can still move. A storm brewed within him. Wait. Unfortunately, the champion rat smashed through the fortified wall. He led the swarm of rats and advanced into the stronghold. Something felt off. Having been a battle-hardened commander all his life fighting against monsters, the man immediately recognized that this attack was different, completely unlike the times when he was in command. The monsters were not just overwhelming in numbers. They were coordinated too. They were no longer a disorganized mob but a united army. In the forest, Charon's heart raced with worry. Had Prince Ash really faced attacks like this 3 times before? Now the man understood why the new commander, the youngest prince of the empire, had desperately sought his help. The young prince was indeed talented, even though this was hard to believe since he was notoriously known in the city as a drunken party boy. Thinking this, Charon brushed against his weapons and contemplated. But danger loomed should he pull back. Suddenly, the bloody scenes from his past flashed before him. Charon's face darkened in an instant. He firmly extinguished his urge to retreat. Next, Charon mounted his horse and turned to leave. He was retired now. There was no need to dive headfirst into battle. Charon could live out his old age peacefully and eventually pass away in his fruit garden. Just as he took a few steps away, Charon heard the sound of bombs and bullets raining down on the battlefield. The horrifying image of the rats reappeared before his eyes. Charon's eyes widened in terror. Immediately, he struggled with his thoughts. Charon had not fought in ages. He needed to go home. Back to that fruit garden. Charon silently reassured himself. Wait for me. This time, I will protect you myself. Switching scenes to Ash, who was urgently giving orders on the city wall, issuing evacuation commands immediately. Apparently, a champion rat had breached their stronghold. He anxiously observed the rats from a distance. The second wave of the sewer rats was closing in fast. Without hesitation, Ash shouted commands, except for a few gunners and archers. All remaining infantry capable of fighting were to move down to defend the city gate. Lucas, take command of the soldiers. Everyone else keep up the fire. We need to establish a firewall to cover the breach in the city wall. Jupiter, fight freely as you wish, but take out as many as you can with one strike. The moment you gather enough mana, unleash all your lightning. Though he was already worn out, Jupiter nodded vigorously, as if he understood.
Yep.
My lord. Ash quickly turned to Lily. Do you have anything we can use right now? Hearing this, she replied seriously. Just a speed-up creature. Right. The next moment, he continued to inquire. What about a fire-breathing creature? Lily's face showed clear panic. But it would take 10 minutes to recharge. In this life-or-death situation, Ash could not think much longer. Use the speed-up on the spirit right away. And use the flamethrower as soon as it is charged. She trembled a bit but still managed to respond.
Yep.
My prince. Ash's legs grew more frantic. And Demian suddenly halted at that moment. Ash had noticed the tearful, vulnerable expression on Demian's face. My lord. Ash. He recalled the mistaken image of Demian from earlier. The guy must still think everything is his fault. Then, Ash snapped his fingers on his forehead to bring him back to reality. Under the sunlight, he radiated a brilliant aura. Great job.
Good.
Ash's words of praise moved Demian even more. Your Highness. Ash gently placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him. Do not blame yourself for a couple of minor mistakes. Have some confidence. A marksman never misses the target. And a true game hack character stands out. Wanting Demian to regain his confidence, he firmly asserted that just being there is already a huge contribution to us. So believe in yourself like I believe in you. Demian replied with an emotional tone.
Yep.
Your Highness. Right after that, Ash shifted back into battle mode. Good job. Demian, because you are the last line of defense. Your mission is to obliterate those rats over there. The ones breaching our soldiers' defenses. After regaining his composure, Demian decisively agreed. Understood. Your Highness. I will do as you wish. Hearing that, Ash nodded seriously. Wanting to empower him further, he focused intently on the situation below the wall, thinking to himself, now all we can do is hope everyone is giving their all to finish their tasks. The next moment, Ash loudly announced the situation. The rats are advancing, ready to engage. The soldiers lined up were terrified, but they still prepared to charge into battle, just as Ash planned. A squad of skilled soldiers blocked the path of the champion rat. With just a tiny opening, the sewer rats began to slip inside the fortress. Before they could get any deeper, they were met with a swift and clean slice. It turned out Lucas had struck with a serrated sword. Even though it was drenched in rat blood, the sword still glimmered with righteous light. He calmly issued orders. The entrance for the rats is very narrow. Handle them one by one. The soldiers, hearing this, shouted in unison. Understood. They became incredibly enthusiastic and charged into battle. On the wall, Ash suddenly exclaimed. What the heck is that? The number of rats crawling through the wall was increasing. Were they widening their entryway? Seeing the rats' astonishing cleverness, Ash's face turned pale. What kind of sewer rats are these? Are they like those tunneling rats? Unable to hold back any longer, he unleashed a new attack. The flamethrower was ready, starting to rev up. Just as the flamethrower was about to fire, a chilling scream rang out. This sound quickly caught Ash's attention. What is going on? Lily. He turned just in time to see the sewer rats climbing the wall and attacking the nearby mages. A blood-soaked mage cried out in pain. She yelled. Lily. Seeing the scene, Ash immediately rushed over. He swung his fist and knocked the rats back. Take that. Royal punch. With just one blow, the rat hit the jackpot. It was sent flying off the wall. Ash felt even more tense. They have climbed over the wall now. As he spoke, the sewer rats split into two groups. One bunch burrowed into the hole, while another climbed the wall. Lily's eyes brimmed with tears but sparkled with determination. She was furious, launching her attacks as if avenging everyone. Shouting, "You filthy creatures, get back to hell." The creation mechanism could not be activated due to many alchemists being injured, and some had even died. The battlefield. A soldier's face turned pale as he stared at his severed arm. In agony, he screamed, My hand is gone." The soldiers holding the walls began to suffer losses as well. The ranged sharpshooters were busy dealing with the chaos, and both teams were losing their numbers fast. On the ramparts, Ash was continuously fighting against the horde of enemies that kept pouring in. Breathing heavily, he thought to himself, at this rate, the damage will spiral out of control. Suddenly, amidst the atmosphere of despair, a voice filled with astonishment rang out from a member of the Gold and Silver clan, announcing, "It is the day of battle." Bewildered, asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Just as he questioned it, a blinding light burst from the distance. It turned out to be sunlight hitting Charon's weapon, making it shine with righteous brilliance. To everyone's surprise, Charon boldly rode in on his warhorse into the battlefield. He shouted defiantly, "Come face me, you filthy beasts." The light from Charon's weapon continued to radiate everywhere. Just by observing for a moment, Ash immediately recognized the challenge in the air under his overwhelming presence. The horde of monsters could not bear it and screamed in pain. Ash's heart raced with worry. What is he planning? Krot, unable to hold back, he shouted a warning. "What are you doing?" "Battle King. You will get yourself killed." It seemed Charon had anticipated this outcome. His face showed a clear determination. Charon Krot's entire life had been about killing. The place he was born was a fortress that always had to fend off monsters, so even when his father died and he inherited the position, becoming a young lord, he still had to slay monsters every single day. He was the bane of monsters, plain and simple. That was until she showed up, Clara holding a bouquet of flowers, smiling brightly as she said, "Good morning, Lord." Charon looked at her, puzzled, and asked, "What are you trying to sell?" Clara handed him the two largest, most beautiful flowers and gently replied, "They are flowers for compassion." A female merchant seeking a permit to open a flower shop left Charon stunned. Holding the flower in his hand, Charon coldly said, "This is the front line of the fortress. What we need are spears, arrows, and ammunition. What do your flowers even mean? They will wilt quickly." Clearly unfazed, Clara eagerly convinced him, "It is exactly because they are fragile and weak that people need to cherish and protect them." Charon was confused when he lowered his gaze to the flower in his hand. Clara continued, "These beautiful flowers may wilt quickly, but they always carry some significance for everyone." He could not comprehend this at all. Charon initially suspected she was a foreign spy. The sound of her voice rang out like the morning sun, spreading warmth and clarity throughout the air. Clara cheerfully said, "Welcome back." Charon glanced around her shop, hesitating before exclaiming, "I have never seen this type of flower before." Almost every day, he would visit the flower shop searching for clues. He slowly learned the differences in color and scent, memorizing the names of each flower. Yet, even so, he still could not understand why they were so beautiful. A year later, Charon proposed to the girl, back in the present, amidst a bloody battlefield. Charon roared, "Look at this, you filthy rats." On the other side of the fortress, Lucas and the soldiers stood firm, blocking the rat horde from breaching the walls. From a distance, Ash spotted Charon and suspiciously thought, "What is he doing? Is he out of his mind?" He was tense, wondering what the hell Charon was up to. He better not get himself killed. Charon's face darkened. Silence enveloped him as he clenched his teeth, eyes shut tight. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and charged forward. The sewer rats surrounded Charon, their mouths gaping wide as if they were ready to tear him apart. He recalled a day long ago, under a gloomy sky, when those monsters had attacked him head-on. After the battle ended, Charon rushed home. Looking disheveled, he saw his beloved wife lying on the bed. Clara's eyes were filled with tears. Her breath still quickened as she cradled the baby in her arms, gently saying, "Look, this is our daughter." Charon, in the midst of blood and dust, clumsily yet carefully picked up the baby. Evangeline fit snugly in his hands, and Clara lovingly called out, "Evangeline, our daughter," as beautiful as her name. But Charon could not grasp the beauty of the moment, so he had no words to respond. Evangeline's tiny hand grasped his finger, leaving him so stunned he could not speak, struggling to comprehend it all. How could such a delicate, fragile little child make his heart race like this? Just moments ago, he was slaughtering monsters relentlessly, commanding everything to protect this place. And now his mind felt utterly empty. Back to the grim reality, Ash shouted orders, "Gather the soldiers. Hurry up, stop the cannon fire." The commander could be hit. He gestured in another direction, instructing, "Use bows and arrows to shoot the rats over there." The soldiers responded immediately. Following orders, Ash leaned over the fortress wall, looking down and calling loudly, "Lucas." Lucas heard and looked up, responding loudly, "Yep." "Commander." Ash spoke quickly, "Concentrate our forces at the city gate. We need to save the commander." Lucas furrowed his brow, resolutely replying, "Don't spare anyone. This is not a rescue mission. He pointed at the crack in the wall, calmly saying, "We can attack the rats from behind. That could take them all out." Lucas shouted confidently. "We will win and bring back the commander. Just give the order, accept." Immediately, the gates opened, and Lucas led the charge, raising his sword high, shouting, "Forward! Let us eliminate these crazed rats and protect the commander." The sound of hooves mixed with the soldiers' cheers echoed across the battlefield. Ash watched anxiously, thinking, "No time to waste. We need to move faster." In the heat of battle, Charon's arm was injured, blood pouring out in torrents as he glared wide-eyed, letting out a long roar. The sewer rats, undeterred by death, charged at him, only to be impaled by his spear. No matter how strong he was, being surrounded by a horde of rats was too much for Charon. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and even now, his heart was heavy with unspeakable pain. Why could not we understand him? The two leading rats charged at him, and Lord Warrior questioned why he was even here doing this. He had promised his wife that they would meet again in the afterlife. It was his decision. "Why should I fight for this damned city?" A rat seized the opportunity and grabbed Charon's arm, pushing him to the brink of collapse. He could not help but think, "Wow." The answer Charon had searched for his entire life still eluded him. The spear was stained with fresh blood, but one thing was crystal clear to him. Charon trembled as he plunged the spear into the ground, using it to support his wounded body from falling. His mount had been taken down by the rats, but Charon gripped his weapon tightly and charged straight at them. The flower, or the child, so fragile and small, was something he had to protect at all costs, and what he had always excelled at was slaying monsters, was not it. Charon choked out a song. "My daughter is living in this city. This is the world she calls home." He cried and swung his blade relentlessly. Blood rained down from the sky, and he vowed, "I won't let anyone invade." Charon's arm was clawed by the rats, his legs ambushed, and the rats bit through his armor. A shower of fresh blood erupting. Charon's eyes widened, bloodshot with fury. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the pain deep in his chest. He knew that no matter how many orchards he planted, no matter how many monsters he killed, those days would never return. But for a man who only knew how to fight, he would raise his spear. Charon felt the strength of his youth returning, seemingly tireless as he swung his weapon with fierce determination. On the left, he skewered a rat, killing one, and on the right, he pinned another to the ground. Charon counted them down. Another one bites the dust. He gritted his teeth and stood tall, waiting for the last ones. Fresh blood streamed down the spear, running down to the tip and dripping onto the ground. But then silence fell. Why were not they attacking anymore? Had Charon already died? A powerful voice called out, waking him from his daze. "Warrior Cross." Lucas finally caught up. Charon turned in surprise to see him. Lucas said seriously, "All the enemies have been eliminated. The battle is over." Charon was stunned. Sunlight broke through the dissipating dark clouds, shining down on the blood-soaked ground. No longer was there a strong and handsome Charon. Before Lucas stood an aged warrior, his hair white and his body riddled with wounds. The blood trailing down was indistinguishable as his or the rats. He rasped, "Sir, you can rest now." As he finished speaking, the spear slipped from Charon's hand and fell to the ground. Ad quickly jumped off his horse. Lucas and the soldiers placed their hands over their hearts in salute. "Your Grace." Lucas's face was smeared, his shiny armor marred with scratches. He slightly bowed his head and said, "I think we arrived too late." Ad looked at him in confusion. The soldiers standing nearby fell silent. The stillness weighed heavily on Ad's mind. He blinked in shock as he discovered something not far away. Charon lay still in a pool of blood, while Damian was busy administering first aid. The soldiers formed a circle around them, creating a space in the middle. Feeling the weight of this grim atmosphere, Ad softly called out, "Damian." The surroundings were so quiet that Damian could hear clearly. Lifting his head to look up, then, feeling helpless, he bowed his head and shook it, even without making a sound. Ad understood the response well enough. He bit his lip, his bangs falling over his eyes. Ad pulled a glass vial from his pocket, thinking to himself that he still had that high-grade recovery potion from the last reward. Maybe this could help. Just then, Charon's weakened voice rang out, saying, "Stop it. This is not just a simple wound that a miracle cure can fix. I think it will only make things worse." Ad quickly called out. At that moment, he glanced at Ad, signaling him to help him sit up. "I can't see anything," he said. The fog had lifted, and sunlight poured down over the fortress. Charon replied seriously, "The battle is truly over. Commander, your contributions are immeasurable." He looked at the familiar city walls that had been a part of his life for so long. "The wall has been breached," Ad gently reassured him. "Yep. The wall is broken, but no monsters got through. Everyone inside the fortress is still safe." Charon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Ad and whispered, "That is such a relief." Suddenly, something caught his attention. The wall, which had stood shoulder to shoulder with him through countless, bloody battles, was now filled with grown men crying uncontrollably. Charon urged, "Don't hide your feelings. Everyone," he chuckled softly, saying, "This is the front line of the battlefield. Casualties are unavoidable. It is no surprise. It is just that now it is my turn to face death here." The soldiers fell silent. No one replied. Only the sound of sobbing grew louder. Charon continued to encourage them. "Don't be so sorrowful when others have to pay the ultimate price. Let us celebrate our victory and that you all survived to come back." His gaze became distant, gradually losing focus. Charon spoke bluntly about the harsh reality here. This is a city of graves. Many will die in battle. He looked at Ad again, but it also meant that on those graves, life would continue, though his body was fading. Charon's mind remained sharp. He said, "If the city keeps mourning those lost, it will never move forward. Your Highness, caring for the wounded is good, but we must ensure that we do not forget happiness in the face of sorrow." Frowning deeply, he replied, "I will definitely do that." The battle flag fluttered in the wind, blending with the warm sunlight of midday. Because hope is the lifeblood that drives us forward. Blood trickled from the corner of Charon's mouth, but he endured the pain to keep speaking. "So if anyone dies, it is completely reasonable for me to perish here, for I have lost hope at that moment." The surrounding soldiers bowed their heads in silence. Charon earnestly spoke, "Please promise me one thing." "Prince Az," you immediately replied, "you just say the battle plan, and I will do everything in my power to fulfill your wish." His voice carried a bittersweet sadness. As if lamenting that his daughter could be here, Charon gazed into the distance, remembering the moment he watched the carriage leave, saying, "Send it my apologies." His hand fell limply by his side as he told the girl to go freely. Etched in his mind was the image of little Evangeline holding his finger, giggling, living the life she wanted. As quietly replied, "I will definitely pass on your words." Charon's voice lightened as he said, "Good. That is good. My dear." He was still tormented, saying, "I could not keep my promises. To the garden. To you. To my daughter. To everything." As took his hand firmly and asserted, "General, you saved this country, not just once, but you have done it your whole life, protecting everyone on both sides of the line." His voice was more serious than ever as he said, "This nation owes you a thank you. No strings attached." Charon's body was weakening, 5 months of wear showing on his face, marked by time. Even in this moment, mixed with sweat and blood, he remained a resilient warrior. Yet, this warrior who dedicated his life to battle muttered, In the end, I did nothing." He could no longer hear his words. Then the boy recalled the bag of dried fruit the general had given him, as could not understand why he held onto this bag of fruit when they did not taste that great. Perhaps that bag was meant for this moment. Charon was still mumbling, as fed him a dried grape. His eyes gradually became dreamy, and he let out a soft sigh. In those fleeting last moments of life, Charon met Clara again, and she fed him a dried grape just like that. "This grape, it is so sweet." The general's face had completely frozen, and from afar, the sound of the bell rang out. It signified that the monster invasion had ended, and the evacuation order was lifted, as could not comprehend how this man had sacrificed everything to protect this city. He hated it so much that he wanted to end his own bloodline. Why did Charon return at the last moment? For what he fought and died for? Why did this battlefield compel a man to sacrifice his life? As his hair fell over his eyes as he croaked, "Heavy-hearted General." Charon's eyes closed, his body growing cold. As he looked satisfied at the moment he departed, as softly said, "The position of commander of this city is truly too heavy." He still held Charon close, the soldier bowing his head in silence, as a gentle breeze blew as if to escort his soul. Just then, a notification sound rang out. "Stage 2. Clear. Your rewards have been sent. Please check your inventory." Stage MVP. 3 stars. Lucas. Character injured or deceased. West. Charing Cross. Scene transition. The moon rises high, illuminating the night. The mansion doors slowly opened. Ida rushed in a panic, shouting, "My master, are you hurt anywhere? I have been so worried waiting for you." Az was covered in blood, softly calling out, "Ida." Ida was still rambling on. "You really nailed that scene. You are truly impressive." Az suddenly grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up. Ida, confused, blurted out, "Master." Az forcefully pressed him against the wall. Ida struggled to breathe, stammering, "Master, what are you?" Grit his teeth and demanded, "Tell me." Ida coughed. What do you mean?" He repeated, "I am saying, answer me." But he stubbornly replied, "What are you talking about?" Az growled, "Stop playing dumb and tell me the name of that damn director." The kid replied, "This situation is clearly strange. What is with this level of difficulty?" The tutorial is usually straightforward, so I did not think much of it. A boss shows up in scene 1, but I can only blame myself for being unlucky. However, in scene 2, there is an NPC commanding the monsters. That does not happen even in hell-level scenes. Tell me, what have you been doing? As lifted Eider's body, pushing him hard against the wall. He shouted, why is the game suddenly this hard? What other weird stuff is coming next? As was unable to calm down. Asking relentlessly, explain why you pretended to help me while hiding these conditions from me. Speak carefully. You bastard. Eider was sweating profusely, trying to keep his composure. He frowned and replied, you may not believe me, master, but I am helping you in my own way. I am being honest. As tightened his grip, his anger palpable. You are talking nonsense. You are helping me, and this is what I get, and you still say you are helping me. Eider struggled to lift his hand, pointing at him. The collar. As indeed had a collar around his neck. Eider explained. The collar you received is a reward for completing the scene. If you finish scene 3, its functions will unlock. In the center of the collar was a sparkling gem, and Eider continued. When its functions are unlocked, you will understand why these strange things are happening. If you complete just one more scene, you will see why all this is going down. As fell silent, unsure whether to trust his words. Eider's face had gone pale, but he insisted. Master. Regu. I hope you can overcome this. As his grip lessened, and Eider was able to speak more smoothly. I truly hope you can keep fighting like you are now. One day you will understand the madness of this world. As raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Because at that point, you won't be able to escape it. As shot back coldly. Escape from what? Eider could not answer, forcing a pained smile, like a pawn controlled by someone else. Eider muttered. From this very world, the scene shifted to another place, where tiny feet were walking alone in the night. Evangeline's hair danced in the wind as she stared off into the distance. 3 days after scene 2 ended, flags of mourning hung throughout the city. The atmosphere was heavy with the losses from the battle. Yet, the not-so-pleasant conversations between Az and Eider continued. As usual. At Grosvenor, and during that time, we were busy preparing to welcome the next battle. The carriage was waiting for us to run down the road, with Lucas sitting at the front. And after the scheduled day, I would return to the mansion. The system display, Stesla, started after 12 days and 9 hours, with 297 hours, 7 minutes, and 13 seconds left, as furrowed his brow. Silently calculating, including the 3 days that had passed. There were still 15 days left to wait for the next event. That is more than enough. Building the fortifications faced no obstacles, so everything was fine with this pace. He felt something and glanced outside to take a look. In the distance near the gate, and the estate stood a girl waiting. Az wondered, what is going on? The girl's eyes widened as she stared intently at their carriage. Az called out, Lucas. There is someone at the gate. Before he could finish, the girl dashed towards the carriage, thrusting her spear forcefully into the window. Az stared in shock at the sharp tip of the spear in front of him and shouted, what the hell is this? Even Gerlin was also taken aback by the current situation. I just wanted to pop the wheel. No idea how much time had passed. Az stepped down from the carriage, still smoking from the broken glass, with Lucas looking worried. Are you okay? My lord, he replied calmly. Yeah. Probably. Lucas turned and asked. She, and how dare she? His sword was pointed straight at even Gerlin. We will arrest you immediately and punish you severely. Az chimed in from behind. She is just a kid. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Warning. Do not underestimate an enemy because of their age. My lord. She seems to have been trained. Az asked again. Trained. He began to analyze from what he observed. Look at her outfit. That is the Royal Academy uniform. On her left breast, there is a badge. Lucas noted it. That insignia is solid evidence. He tightly gripped his sword as if interrogating her. What is an academy student doing here? State your identity. Evangeline did not answer Lucas' question but boldly retorted. I am the one asking you. You fakes. Upon hearing the way she addressed them, felt like they would been hit with a ton of bricks. Their faces going wild as they shouted in unison. Ah, fakes. We are not fakes. Evangeline pointed at the estate gate, firmly asserting, this is my home. I have returned after a while. But why are there these strange guards here? She shared her theories. Maybe they are a bunch of bandits always causing trouble. Or some other lady wants to invade this place. I am confused due to a lack of information. Finally, Evangeline explained why she had to stop the carriage earlier. Seeing you guys coming, I had to block the way. Az face twisted in confusion as he asked. Well, you could have just asked instead of smashing the carriage. Evangeline smiled confidently and waved her hand. Well, The academy taught me that if you suspect someone is an enemy, show your strength and take the upper hand. Her eyes darted away. Guilty. Not daring to look at him. But I did not mean to smash the carriage like that, so I apologize. Then, in the blink of an eye, Evangeline's attitude shifted, pointing her spear back at them. So who are you clowns? And why are you suddenly in someone else's house? Evangeline turned dead serious, her words dripping with threat. Depending on your answers, you guys might get hurt, so watch yourselves. Lucas slammed his sword into the ground. Cutting the nonsense, this is the home of Lord Crossroads. Directed both hands toward Ash. Of course. It belonged to the Lord. Evangeline frowned in confusion, asking, what are you talking about? My dad is the Lord. Both Ash and Lucas were taken aback by the reason she used to counter their words. Ash's eyes widened in realization, almost piecing it all together. Oh, get it? So you are the one. At that moment, an image of Jaren Cross from the past flashed through his mind. Ash called out a name. Evangeline Crossroads. She looked at him in curiosity. Do you know me? Ash simply replied, I have heard plenty about you from your father. He thought to himself. The moment I locked eyes with her, I instantly recognized she is the daughter of the Great Cross. Ash sighed internally. She has her father's eyes. Suddenly, he thought about something. Wait a minute. The tanker cupser Evangeline Cross I saw in the game was a stunning woman. The girl in front of me is not only way younger, but also quite different in stature. Ash raised his hand to measure. She is shorter than I thought. He silently questioned. Why is she so different? The other characters resemble their game versions pretty closely. Lucas leaned in next to Ash and whispered. Your Highness. Judging someone's appearance is a bit rude. You know, Ash hurried to clarify. Evangeline. It is just a misunderstanding. She across from him was grinding her teeth. How dare you comment on someone's looks right in front of them? How many lives do you have? Ash was sweating profusely as he replied. Just one. Evangeline interjected. Treasure it then. She raised her hand to grip the rope slung over her shoulder, revealing the golden feather pattern shimmering on her iron shield. Evangeline held a spear in one hand and an iron shield in the other, getting into a fighting stance. One foot pressed firmly on the ground as she stepped back. I have changed my mind, she declared loudly. Earlier, I intended to block the way, but now I am serious. Without a hint of hesitation, Evangeline launched herself forward with lightning speed to attack. Ada once again recognized the resemblance of Charon Cross in Evangeline. She truly is the daughter of a warrior, just like him. Each thrust of her spear was parried by Lucas's sword. He firmly demanded, lower your weapon. Evangeline, who was standing before Prince Aeth, the third prince of the Empire, she had no faith in Lucas' words first. You trespass. And now you are impersonating someone. What the hell? Evangeline's eyes sparkled as she kicked the blade away from her. She raised her spear and retorted. As if the third prince would have the cash for that, Evangeline gathered her strength and struck at her opponent, forcing her to this place. Lucas on the side was not holding back either as he readied his sword for a counterattack. As his blade flew toward her, Evangeline swiftly reacted, stepping back to dodge. Aeth, observing their duel, muttered to himself. But here I am just standing around. Evangeline smirked. You have got some skills there. Lucas replied. Of course. Evangeline, I am a former student at the Royal Jama Academy. He raised his sword and introduced himself. I am the second-ranked student of class 369 at the Lucas Mugregor Academy. Lucas's voice reached Aeth's ears, revealing that Prince Aeth, standing behind him, was also an alumnus. Upon hearing this, Aeth felt a spark of curiosity in his mind. Really, I graduated from Academia too. Lucas continued to speak respectfully, noting that among all the students of class 369, he was the legend of legends. Aeth turned his excited gaze toward him. A legend. I am a legend. Aeth's eyes lit up with curiosity and excitement. What is so legendary about that? Come on, Lucas. Why the sudden silence? After a long pause, the full moon peeked through the clouds, and a resonant voice filled the space. Well, Your Highness. Here's how it goes, Aeth asked blankly. Is that why I became a legend? Lucas's face was drenched in sweat, fully aware of the royal expectations. You were incredibly strong and bold, continuously striving in your studies. And you earned your first place through sheer talent. Aeth smiled and nodded at him, secretly mocking. Such an open-minded perspective. Really progressive. Yeah. With that kind of study ethic, you might as well just change your name. So proud of yourself. Aeth held back. Evangeline closed her eyes and chuckled. So you guys are calling yourselves my school's alumni. Do you think I am too dumb to see through that? Both Aeth and Lucas froze, unsure of what she would do next. The veins in Evangeline's hand, gripping her spear, bulged with tension. All right, get it? She unleashed her power. First place in class 375. Evangeline Cross. Evangeline yelled and lunged to attack, ready to show some respect to her seniors. Lucas had also prepared to swing his sword in defense. The two clashed fiercely, creating a cloud of dust and debris. Evangelian's spear met Lucas's blade, sparking flames with each impact. Ada watched, thinking to himself that since they were both Sala level, their fighting was truly on another level. He was completely captivated by the battle. Indeed, they were the fighting geniuses of this world. Watching was entertaining, but at this rate, someone was going to get hurt. A commanding voice echoed in the air. Stop, both of you. Halt. Ada shouted for them to cease the battle. Enough. I think there is a misunderstanding. Let us talk this out first. But the two in front seemed completely oblivious to his words. The clash of metal continued without any sign of stopping. Eighth, feeling helpless, called out in desperation. What is going on? Can anyone hear me? Hello? People? He glanced over at Evangelion, guessing they could not hear anything. Then he looked at Lucas. Both knights were too focused on their fight. Aethys' hand clenched into a fist. Realizing he had no choice but to intervene as an outsider, he took a deep breath and started to step forward, planning to use the weakest move. He just needed to interrupt the fight. In his mind, Aethy kept murmuring, easy does it, just be gentle. Alright, here we go. You sneak up behind Evangelion, close your eyes, and throw a punch. It is the prince's punch. She quickly pulls her head back. Aethys' fist lands solidly on the weapon Evangelion is holding. The system lights up with a calculation board, and the jackpot numbers start jumping wildly. After a moment of spinning, the jackpot lands on 777. The jackpot display shows 775, radiating a blinding golden light. Congratulations. Aethys' whole body freezes in place. Why now? At that moment, all Evangelion can do is stand there, frozen in shock. Suddenly, a massive wave of colorful energy erupts from beneath the ground, shooting up into the sky. Aethys' fist is still poised in the air, but his body has become stiff. He stares at the wall of the mansion, now broken in pieces, and can only scream inside his head. How could this happen to me? Lucas turns to the person next to him. Your Highness. That was an incredible skill. Aethy quickly retorts. That is not the issue. Evangelion, blasted away by his power, now lies unconscious in the rubble. Lucas covers his mouth, his face pale. How could you be so ruthless to a child? Aethy is still trying to explain. I did not mean to do that. The weapon and Evangelion's spear have shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the ground. Not knowing how much time has passed, Aethy looks at Lucas and asks. She has not ascended yet. Right. In the downpour of memories, images from the past resurface. Back when Evangelion was still a child, whenever a monster appeared, Evangelion's mother would come into the room to comfort her. She would always hold the little girl close and whisper, I am here to make sure my precious daughter does not cry because of this. And she would smile every time she said it. But Evangelion knew the truth. The one who was really scared was not her, but her mother. Each time, the little girl would look at her, saying, it is, Dad will defeat all the monsters, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Her mother would return a gentle smile, responding, you are right. Later on, Evangelion realized that what her mother feared was not the monsters. It was losing her husband, and she also feared that one day, her destined daughter would have to fight on that bloody battlefield. Evangelion's eyes opened, waking from her dreams. She looked around her surroundings. This place. Evangelion lay in bed, internally sighing at the familiar scent. She felt warm rays of sunlight streaming in from the window. This is her room. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door as it creaked open. Evangelion glanced over and immediately sensed someone was about to enter. She quickly pulled the blanket up over her head with lightning speed. The sound of shoes padding across the floor grew closer to her bed, along with the footsteps. She could hear objects being dragged across the ground. Aethy sat down on the chair next to the bed, but did not say a word. After a long pause, Evangelion spoke up first. It has been 3 years. How's Dad been lately? She did not wait for you to respond and just kept rambling on. Honestly, Dad, you do not need to tell me. I know you have been living your best life, battling monsters. Right. Evangelion buried her face in the blanket, mumbling to herself, this is not what I wanted to say. Not stuff like this. Something more normal. Something else. Finally, Aethy responded to her. Sorry, Evangelion, but I am not your father. Her eyes widened in shock as she wondered who. Evangelion's hand reached out from under the blanket. Searching around for a weapon, she shot up at lightning speed, glancing down at her hands. Wondering. Bandages. Am I? Aethy sat in a chair, rubbing his forehead. She did not seem fully awake yet. Probably because I hit her a bit too hard yesterday. A flood of memories from the previous day flashed through Evangelion's mind. She pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, you old man from yesterday. Aethy corrected her. I told you, I am not an old man. Evangelion insisted. You may look weak, but you hit hard. Definitely an old man. Aethy nearly lost it. Shouting, I do not look weak. I told you I am not an old man. Then, he completely gave up, saying, fine. Let me introduce myself, Miss Evangelion Cross. I am Aspen Hatter Everbrack, the third prince of the Empire and the current lord of Crossroads. Evangelion frowned and asked, are you still rambling about that nonsense? She smiled playfully. If you are a prince, does not that make me the queen of a dukedom? Evangelion raised her bandaged hand in a dramatic pose, wondering if she should wave elegantly, as silently pulled a badge from his pocket. The blinding light from the badge left her in awe. Evangelion took the badge and examined it closely. The Everbrack royal insignia, no way. Is it the real deal? She bowed her head, trembling, Wallace confidently crossed his arms. I told you so. Suddenly, Evangelion turned to him with sparkling eyes. I am a fan of yours from back then. As was taken aback, asking, what? She repeated, I am a huge fan of His Highness. Please give me your autograph on a blank piece of paper. It read, cheer up, Kim as voice rang out. All right, sure. He looked at her and asked, is it because I am the most rebellious person in the Empire that you admire me? Evangelion excitedly replied, yep. Because you are a crazy jerk. Hearing her answer, as could only laugh awkwardly, wanting to shut up. But why? She covered one side of her face, saying, because I want to rebel too. Rebel against my father. Evangelion passionately listed out a few things. You caused disasters, created a series of problems, and even trampled on the honor of the royal family. She continued with her own story. So I ran away from home. At first, things were pretty good after I got into the Royal Academy. Once in the Royal Academy, Evangelion felt that. But why is the only thing they do all day is train? Forget about rebelling. I am being forced to be a model student, as silently confirmed. That is definitely true. She is not just a model student. The truth is, Evangelion graduated from the Royal Academy as valedictorian in just 3 years, while it normally takes 6 to finish. She is a genius who made her mark in the Academy's history. Evangelion is super emotional, feeling utterly helpless. And the only rebellious thing she did was not contact her father for 3 years. As chuckled softly, that is quite an adorable rebellion. But in the blink of an eye, she regained her spirit, only to hear about him. Despite having an emperor for a father, he disappoints everyone daily. Possessing enough creativity to create hot gossip every week, Evangelion recounted with a tone of reverence. He used gold to make a fountain and crafted a rug out of gemstones. He even made the emperor furious to the point of losing his cool. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. He is amazing. So cool. He is the ideal model for me, as chimed in. Really? You think so? You quietly told yourself. Becoming someone else's role model has a lot to do with your self-awareness. Congrats. Kim as. Your carefree life is not meaningless at all. Evangelion looked up at Az, puzzled. Where's my father? She confidently showcased her fists. I plan to follow in his footsteps and unveil my rebellious plans. Or did he run away as soon as he found out? As expression turned serious again. You really have not heard the news? Evangelion. She paused to ask. What news? I just graduated from the academy in Vietnam. As his hand resting on her lap tightened into a fist, Evangelion seemed to sense something was off. What is wrong? Did something happen? As lowered his head to deliver the news. Miss Evangelion. The words were incredibly hard to utter. But your father has passed away. As began recounting what had happened a few days ago. In the battle against the monsters. He sacrificed himself to save everyone in the city. He left us as a hero. I recorded his accomplishments and sent them to the palace. He dedicated his life to fighting. So at least he will receive the Royal Honor Medal. Evangelion sat in silence, listening to us speak. The funeral will take place in 3 days. And we will conduct it with the utmost solemnity. Her face twisted into a painful smile that seemed to be crying. Just when I intended to be a rebellious daughter, he went and left. Evangelion whispered. My father always said he would leave while fighting the monsters. And it really happened. Her hands, wrapped in bandages, rested quietly on her lap. He did not even get to feel my wrath, as dark hair fell over his eyes. The current lord here is me. And I am also in charge of commanding the front lines. Your brow furrowed tightly as you looked up to meet her gaze. Your father's departure was my doing, so direct all that anger towards me. Evangelion looked at you in disbelief. Wait, is that really you? Prince Az. You were taken aback by her sudden question. She continued. The princess I have heard about. Evangelion looked at you, seeing someone who did not care about those around him, and did whatever he wanted, a true lunatic, as tilted his head. Do not just throw that in my face. In the room, Evangelion's voice echoed. Thanking you for your concern. Your Highness. As mentioned, there are servants waiting outside. If you need anything, just let them know. The wooden door swung open once more, and just before he stepped outside, Evangelion called out to him again. Your Highness. Her expression was incredibly sincere as she said, I am sorry about yesterday. The carriage and everything else. As turned around and gave a gentle smile. It is. Take care and rest well. The door closed, leaving Evangelion sitting alone on the bed in silence. Her image appeared on the information panel, accompanied by Idol's voice. Introducing first. You need to know the age of Miss Evangelion. He pointed at the picture beside him. This year she will be 16. As sighed after hearing this. She is really young. She is 2 years younger than Yin, but little did anyone know. The earliest Evangelion appears in the game is at the end of the 2nd year, or the beginning of the 3rd, as let out a sound of realization. Idol continued explaining. But in this game, due to countless interrelated events, she has appeared earlier than usual, as pondered deeply. I see. So that is why Evangelion looks different in the game. He analyzed in his mind. In other words, the time when Evangelion typically appears in the game is about 2 years from now, and it is not unusual for a child to grow up in 2 years. Kids really do grow up fast these days. The information panel displayed. Level 35. Evangelion. Guest character. Title of young hare. Profession knight specializing in spears. Strength 35. Intelligence 20. Agility 30. Magic 20. Endurance 35. Mystic power 20. As assessed. Even as a tank, her agility stats are still really high. Water dripped from his mouth as he quietly praised her. Truly the top tank in the game. Her stats are outstanding. Not to mention her skills are practically cheating, allowing her to resist 100% of abnormal physical statuses. Suddenly, a piece of information caught Az's attention. What is this? The information panel stated. Equip characters. 2 out of 3. Can't he defeat the clumsy little lady? Cannot be nullified. He repeated the line he just read. The clumsy little lady, Is she always equipped with this? Introductory information appeared on the screen. The clumsy little lady, due to being too young and inexperienced, may sometimes lead to a few mistakes. The chances of making minor to major mistakes increase on the battlefield. But after continuous learning from combat experience, this trait will be lost. As slapped his forehead and exclaimed, oh no. Her appearing earlier than expected is good. But that means she has this disadvantageous trait. He smacked his forehead again, realizing, after all, she is still young. If she is only 16, she is just a kid. She should be playing and chatting with friends, not fighting on the battlefield. As thought he heard the echo of someone's voice calling him, he jumped, eyes wide with a hint of panic. Ider standing nearby felt curious. Master, do you wish to recruit Miss Evangeline for your army? As lowered his hand and looked up at him. You see that? Ider asked curiously. Are not you planning to recruit her? Even though Miss Evangeline will become a powerful weapon after a long moment of silence. He replied, saying that not wanting it would be a lie. He thought to himself, having 2 SR-level fighters at stage 3, Lucas and Evangeline. There is no way he would not want that. But then, the image of Jaren Cross flashed through Az's mind. He looked at his trembling hands while saying, I want my daughter to escape this cursed mission and live a peaceful, happy life. He remembered when he held Jaren Cross's body on the battlefield. He had made a promise to him. The last words Jaren spoke to us were, I hope you find freedom and live the life you desire. That was the final wish of a warrior. A plea to keep his daughter away from his family's burdens. His last request, as concluded with Ider. I want to keep that promise. I will let the child decide the life she wants. Ider did not hold back, pointing out, but did you really mean that? As his face was wet with tears, biting his lip so hard it bled. That is not true. Ider's words echoed in the air. But is not it better to use every means to keep her here? If you lose her, you won't regret it. Right. As pondered, I will regret it. He stared resolutely at the table, declaring, but I do not want to sacrifice my morals just to pass this stage. Ider still did not get it, asking, isn't it because you do not care about morals that you can conquer the Hell Saint state? As smirked. Of course, if I handled it the same old way, that means I would not have progressed at all. I want to be better today than I was yesterday. Ider's glasses gleamed as he predicted. That bond will eventually tie you down. As simply replied, I do not care. I can't force myself to be a saint. But I also do not want to turn into a monster. What I want is, even in a world where life is as fragile as a thread, I still want to be human. That is it. As raised his hand to remind. Anyway, take care of Evangeline. Ider. She is just a teenager. She must have a lot on her mind. He nodded respectfully. Understood. The sunlight streamed through the glass window into the room, and Ider called out, Master. He brought up another issue regarding Evangeline's injuries and gear. As jolted. That, Ider reported the status. stating that both the injuries and gear were SAR-level items, but they were too damaged to salvage. How do you intend to compensate? Sweat dripped down his face as he internally screamed. SAR-level item. Both of them. Damn. That means those things are expensive and super rare. Eider flipped through the documents in hand, thinking of a solution. Or we could make her new gear. We currently have high-quality mana cores from the last skirmish. He paused. Concerned. Master. What is wrong with you? As his expression was blank. Well, I used all the mana cores to produce mana guns. Eider exclaimed. What? Why would you waste them on useless stuff? His hands on the table started to tremble. If I give up my dignity, would that make up for it? Eider bluntly replied. I do not think so. As sighed. This is a disaster. As squeezed his eyes shut, deep in thought, he slammed his hands down on the table, rallying his troops like a general ready for battle. As turned his gaze toward Eider, mentally noting it was time to hunt for some mana cores. After all, it was about time to explore some dungeons. All he needed to do was gear her up with some new equipment. Right. A few hours later, in the backyard of the royal mansion, a group of figures gathered together. It has been a while. Everyone. Have you all been resting well these past few days? Facing him were 4 people. Lucas, Jupiter, Damien, and Lily, lounging on the low cart. When she looked up, her face was drenched in tears. Fists clenched tightly as she cried out. Why me? Lily clutched at his shirt, wailing. You promised you would recruit more people. Just go call them. He explained, trying to pull away. I have already recruited a few from the mercenary guild. As thought to himself. The problem was they were all low level. Of course, they would improve and become skilled warriors. But they were still too weak to be the main force. He had no choice but to let Lily tug at his collar. Sighing internally. If only there were someone good enough to replace her. I would switch her out in a heartbeat. Just then, a pair of legs appeared, accompanied by a voice asking, Where is everyone going? As glanced toward the source of the voice to see who was approaching. Evangelion was gradually walking toward them from a distance. Lily stared at her, bewildered, and asked, Your Majesty, who is that? As reached out to point at the person beside him. Introducing her. Some of you may not have met her yet, so let me introduce. This is Evangelion Cross, daughter of the warrior Cross. Damien and Lily closed their eyes and bowed their heads in sympathy at the same time. Jupiter, with a fist clenched over his heart, solemnly spoke. I am very sorry about your father. Miss Evangelion, she mirrored their gesture, responding, Thank you for your concern, but I am fine. After exchanging pleasantries, Evangelion turned to us with curiosity. So where are we headed? He answered straightforwardly, to a dungeon. Evangelion pondered. A dungeon? There are not any around the city. Then, as if recalling something, she exclaimed, Do you mean the dungeon at the bottom of the lake? As did not deny it. Instead asking, You know about it. Evangelion began recounting what she knew. The dungeon at the bottom of the lake is a dark fairy tale. Sometimes, some reckless adventurers come to the lake in search of treasure. He smiled confidently, shaking his head. Not all. We are going back. Evangelion stared at him blankly. What you are saying is, as continued, there is a dungeon that the Cross family has overlooked for generations. And you think that your Majesty has been there and returned. Is that what you believe? He pointed both hands at Evangelion, bluntly suggesting, maybe your family knows, but you just do not in reality, as had known all along. She had not received the education necessary to inherit her family's name. So even though the secret of the dungeon at the bottom of the lake had been passed down through the Cross family, she remained oblivious. He turned to wave goodbye. Anyway, if you do not believe us, that is fine. We are going back regardless. Evangelion, standing behind, insisted, I want to go too, as was taken aback, asking, What? She is confidently talking about her standout qualities. Even though I look like this, I am still one of the top graduates from the Royal Academy. Did you know? I can guarantee my combat skills on the battlefield are more useful than anyone else's. Senior, as his words are a bit hesitant. Alright, we get it. But Evangelion won't give up on expressing her desires. If there is really something at the bottom of the lake, I want to see it with my own eyes. She adds another reason. I am the sole heir of the Cross family. Both my parents were killed by the monsters from the lake. At least I have the right to join everyone. Right. As thinks to herself. That is why I do not want her to get involved in this. You remember? Because that is the investigation she wanted. As suddenly asked, How are you doing? Are you alright? Evangelion raises her hand to tap a few times to prove it. Yeah. I am just. You ask another question. So how's your mood? Evangelion does not understand. What? Az continues. Have you calmed down yet? She lowers her head, her lips curling down. Staying still like this is even worse. It would be better to move around. But just within a few short seconds. Evangelion lifts her head up, brimming with determination. After all, you will take me with you. Right, finally, Az reluctantly agrees. Alright. You think to yourself. I can keep refusing her. And at the same time, Az feels Lily's eager eyes behind him. You declare. Then Lily can stay at Crossroads. Hearing this makes her overjoyed to the point of tears. Cheering. It. With the current lineup, the new synergy power is equipped, as S level 11. Jupiter Sar level 37. Lucas are level 31. Damien N level 24. West characters Evangelion Sir level 35, split into 2 roles. Knight Commander. Leadership. Morale of the team stays high. And the Knight Duo. And Knight 2. Physical defense of all team members increases by 20%. Ida hands over replacement gear to Evangelion. Right now. This is all we have. She tries spinning the spear she just received. I used to use this back in the day. It has been a while. Az received Thunder. Quite a strong team. You smile contently and ask them. Shall we get started? Is everyone ready? Everyone's eyes show they are ready. Waiting for the upcoming mission. Az raises his hand to activate magic while informing everyone. Good. I will introduce the whole team along the way. You specifically call Evangelion. Come on. Junior. She is left in awe seeing Az magic. You smugly promise her. Let this senior show you the hidden wonders right in your hometown. The info board displays a line announcing. Uploading. Instant transmission. Soon after, another info board pops up. Next, your choices will determine the NPCs you meet in the dungeon as your allies. Choose effective strategies to utilize the NPCs in the best way possible. The feet walking side by side quicken down the dark path. Finally, as S team reaches their destination. Area 1. The shallow sewer. Lucas, holding the forged sword, feels puzzled. Hey, did not we already explore this place? Why again? Az explains to him. Because we now have a new member in the team. I think it is best to test our teamwork at the easiest location. Lucas hesitantly asked. Are you saying the monsters will attack again? Az replied. Exactly. He started planning in his head. After the defense round, the monsters in the dungeon would respawn. Which means we can keep gathering items and leveling up our characters. The monsters in this area are becoming particularly easy to defeat, making it perfect for leveling up the small team here. Next, the main team members will focus on the attack, exploring the dungeon further while taking down bosses and completing events, and the small team is tasked with gathering items. They will head to the explored and upgraded areas while snagging loot from the monsters. Az smirked confidently. Dividing positions like this is a straightforward dungeon exploration tactic. Even though we are in the main squad, we are still returning to the easiest area so that Evangelion can get acclimated to the dungeon exactly. That is why we are here. Evangelion's face had turned pale. Her cheeks puffed up like something was about to burst out. And she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand when she could not hold it any longer. Evangelion crouched in a corner and threw up everything in her stomach, while Jupiter sat beside her, nervously rubbing her back. Oh man, are you okay? Az glanced over, realizing that motion sickness after teleporting is a real thing. Lucas was surprised too. But this was the first time he would seen someone actually get sick. Evangelion turned her head, looking pale, her voice trembling. What do you mean? Old man, can't you see I am fine? Lucas chuckled in response. That is pretty funny. Little girl, are not you struggling a bit? Az watched the two exchange competitive glares and thought. They both share similar strengths. So I figured they would get along well. But where in the world is the rival for the most valuable character position? On both walls were embedded stones radiating a shimmering blue light. Evangelion's eyes widened in amazement. I had no idea this place really existed. How did you know about it when even someone from the Cross family like me is clueless? Az crossed his arms, feeling smug. I knew she would ask that, so I came prepared with an answer. He flashed a sparkling smile. I can reveal everything to you. But there is no way the Emperor sent me here without a good reason. Right. After hearing that, Lucas and Evangelion looked at him with trusting eyes. Az thought to himself, it seems everyone believes in me. Even though the truth is I have nothing to do with the Emperor at all. In this empire, the title of Emperor is incredibly useful. In any situation, the Emperor can serve as a reasonable explanation for everything. He sincerely clasped his hands together. I have not seen Emperor Bowser's face. But thanks a lot, Father Az. I mean, Dad. All of them stood before a dark passageway, and as commanded. Well then, turn on the lights. Let us move. Evangelion waved the torch in her hand. Panicking. What kind of darkness is this? As lit the torch and reminded her. You would better get used to it. The dungeon is shrouded in this darkness. You smirk provocatively. But hey. If you are scared of the dark. Evangelion. You can just head back. This is not even a challenge. The info board announces. Area 1. Sewer dry. Progress complete room 0x4. The whole group moves deeper inside. Levi, followed by Demian. Then Jupiter, with his trailing behind. And at the end is Evangelion, as suddenly stops in their tracks. So what kind of monster are we facing today? A red circle appears on the surface of a block, resembling an eye. It morphs into a leg and starts stomping heavily on the ground. Evangelion gapes, looking up at the creature right in front of her, as observes too. Noticing various rocks of different sizes gathering together to form its body, a massive monster stands before them. As if waiting for this moment, the info board issues a mission. Eliminate all enemies. Sewer dry room 1. 6 golems. As frowns and mutters. It is a golem. One of those pesky nuisances, he thinks to himself. So these giants are going to attack in massive numbers. Evangelina's spear moves in and taps against her armor. Producing a faint sound, the noise catches Az's attention, causing him to glance at the person beside him. She seems a bit anxious. After all, she does not have much combat experience. He claps his hands together and says loudly. All right everyone, as crosses his arms behind them and asks. Shall we check our skills? Evangelion confidently leaps forward. I will take the lead. The golem seems to sense the incoming attack and raises its fist. Its powerful punch comes crashing down, and Evangelion instantly blocks it with her shield. She grits her teeth, cursing. What even are you, you damn monster? Evangelion stumbles back a bit. She pauses, questioning. Is it normal for monsters to be this strong? Just now, Evangelion used her first skill. Damage storage. The spear in her hand radiates power, and Evangelion stares intently ahead, whatever it takes. After all, she yells once again, charging into attack. Even if you are just 2 golems, bring it on. Each thrust of Evangelion's spear strikes precisely at the golem's head, activating her second skill. Ad exclaims from the side. He secretly admires. So this is the strongest one. Evangelion from the Quad Clan combos both attack and defense skills seamlessly. Evangelion darts like a bolt of lightning towards the golems. I am taking down the rest of you too. Ad analyzes quietly. She stores damage with her first skill, then unleashes it on the enemy with her second. Clearly, the damage storage is not unlimited, but Evangelion is practically cheating. Suddenly, her foot slips, sending her body wobbling unsteadily. She falls to the side, and the info board announces. Trait activated. Clumsy little lady. Ed cups his face with both hands, his expression turning into that of a character from a Scream painting. You are sweating bullets. And over there, Evangeline is lying still, signaling everyone. Over here. Over here. Hurry up. Then Lucas used his sword skills to take down the remaining golems, one by one. They fell. Just like that, the dungeon raid went smoothly. Evangeline, feeling unsatisfied, demanded once more. Let me take another shot at it. All I could do was think to myself, that is it, my dear junior. She must want to make up for that embarrassing fall earlier. The info board popped up again. Completed. Area 1 of the sewer dungeon. Finished. The monsters had been crushed into tiny bits, scattered around my teammates' feet. I thought to myself, clean this up in under an hour. Area 1 is too easy. Calling it training would be an insult. I moved my feet to notify the others. Everyone must be warmed up by now. Let us take a little break and head to Area 2. It will be tougher than here, so be careful. Evangeline's eyes widened in surprise. Senior, what is this place? Right in front of them was Area 2, the hidden alley. I replied, today we will explore this place. I felt a rush of anticipation. It is time to gather that mana. Finally, we are about to uncover this hellhole at the bottom of the tiger's den. 2 torches were placed close together to light the fire. Everyone decided to take a breather before exploring Area 2. The whole team sat under a streetlight and started their dinner. Even though Area 1 was pretty easy, cleaning up still took effort. I turned my gaze to Lucas, who was struggling to stuff bread into his mouth just to compete with Evangeline. And I thought to myself, do not compete with a kid over something like this. The orange-yellow flames crackled in the air, radiating warmth. I turned my head to ask, Demian, are you okay? He smiled and replied, of course. I am not tired at all. I pulled out a hunting rifle. Here. Take this. Demian looked puzzled. Prince, what is this? The rifle info appeared. Hunter as Justice. Level 25. Mana type. Attack power 50 to 75. Durability 5 out of 5. Capability 10 out of 10. When attacking enemies from behind, it increases the chance of landing a critical hit by 10%. He exclaimed. It is a mana gun. I recalled receiving this SAR item from the previous challenge. Disregarding its smaller size, a mana gun is just like a mana cannon. It only allows one person to use it. I did a quick assessment. It has high damage output but is unstable, hard to aim, and has limited ammo, which is why it is not a popular weapon. I thought about a scenario. But what if Damian used it? Those issues would not matter anymore, I suggested. Why not try using it as a secondary weapon from now on? Damian picked it up and felt its weight. It is heavier than it looks. I asked again. Heavy. Right. I smiled to myself. He is going to have to get stronger in the future. He will need to carry around 5 to 6 guns all the time, because I will compensate for the low ammo by increasing the number of guns. They must be in production right now in the game. Each character can only use one weapon at a time. But this is the real world. No one can stop him from using multiple guns at once. Call it cheating or whatever. But I won't let the game rules hold me back. Damian smiled confidently. Thanks, Prince. I will make good use of this. Ad whispered. We should thank you, you little cheat. He then lifted the lantern and announced. All right. Everyone's had enough rest. Right. Let us keep moving. Lucas and Evangelion were still busy bickering over the bread when they heard him and stopped, their mouths full from gobbling too much. A notification popped up. Area 2. Hidden Alley. Progress. Common Room 04. Boss Room 01. Everyone gathered their belongings and picked up their lanterns. Facing the scene of a city shrouded in darkness, Ad turned back and signaled. Let us go to the second area of the city in the dungeon. The torches emitted a warm orange glow, lighting the path ahead for Ad's team. We cautiously ventured deeper into the alley of the kingdom under the lake. A place devoid of any light, Ad thought to himself. I could not feel anything back when I was just playing the game. He furrowed his brow, feeling the atmosphere. But now, actually walking this path, the air felt incredibly eerie. No surprise, considering it is the lair of monsters. Ed gazed at the towering buildings in the city, his mind racing. Just imagining a golem the size of a house, suddenly appearing from over there sent chills down his spine. And at that moment, a golem appeared out of nowhere right in front of them, its punch shattering a skyscraper to pieces. Ed gasped and dropped his jaw. Holy crap. Evangeline beside him wore the same shocked expression. The golem's arm retracted, revealing steel cables, and iron tubes were continuously spewing out white mist from its head. Right in the middle of the golem's head was a huge glaring eye, glowing ominously. A mission notification displayed. Eliminate the enemy. Hidden Alley Room 1. Level 15. Elite. Steam-powered golem. 2 units. Ed gritted his teeth as he looked at the information. Are we already in the first dungeon? In this dark alley? We can tell anything apart. In front of them, the gigantic golem was already swinging its arm to attack. Lucas immediately sprang into action. Let me handle it. He charged forward, moving with incredible speed to slash at the golem's fist. Ed shouted in worry. Be careful, Lucas. There is still another one. Lucas turned to the side and saw that indeed, another golem had appeared. Evangeline assessed the situation and decided to jump in too. She raised her shield to block the golem's powerful punch. Evangeline put all her strength into holding it back. It was stronger than the previous ones. Ed gritted his teeth and thought. Good job, Evangeline. Lucas. While you two buy some time, I will come up with a plan that is my role in the team. He turned to the other two. Jupiter. Damian. We will target the golem that is fighting Lucas first. Ad analyzed. Both Lucas and Evangeline are knights with superior physical abilities. But comparing their roles, Lucas leans more towards attack capabilities and tanking skills, while Evangeline is more of a pure tank. However, when it comes to endurance, Evangeline still has the edge. After considering many points, he shouted commands. Evangeline switched completely to defense and blocked it. She tilted her head in response. Yep. Senior. I observed the situation on Lucas's side. The big monsters like golems are too strong to balance their numbers. That one even has the elite title. So clearly fighting head-on will be tough, which is why we play as a team. I yelled over to Lucas. Now, bring it down. He glanced this way. Got it. Usual style. Lucas gathered his strength, raised the tip of his foot to gain momentum. His eyes glinted with a red light as he swung his sword down at one of the golem's legs. Lucas's figure froze. The golem behind him leaned to one side, missing part of a leg. I continued commanding the other side. Jupiter. Blow off its armor. We need to expose the mana core. She placed the flute to her mouth, ready to execute. Jupiter's extremely powerful energy shot straight down onto the golem. After a barrage of attacks, It was not fully down, but only a small wet mark appeared on its body. Jupiter gritted her teeth looking at the golem. That is not enough, I told her. It will be enough. Demian beside her raised his gun. Getting ready to take aim, he quietly calculated. Demian did not need a big opening. Just that small wet spot would be enough. I signaled. Goat. Demian, pull the trigger. He squinted and squeezed the trigger. The force from the bullet sent Demian flying backward. I had anticipated this and was ready to catch him. Safe, Demian reflexively shouted. Prince. I asked with concern. Are you okay? In his eye. He spun around trying to respond. How's the golem? I smiled and pointed forward. Look, the golem was pierced by Demian's shot, creating a hole right in its chest. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. That is good. Over with Lucas. He had also finished. Closing his eyes and sighing. It was indeed a tough battle. I gasped and said, that was a powerful elite monster. Much stronger than the regular ones. I was baffled by its difficulty compared to Area 1. In my mind, I concluded that the challenge in Area 2 would be to fight a small number of elite monsters. Simply put, each battle would feel like a boss fight. On the other side, Evangeline was holding off the golem while shouting, "Wait, are you guys on break or what? We are not done over here." I jumped at the sound of her call. Right. Sorry, you fight so quietly. She angrily rebutted. How the heck is this quiet? My armor is about to break. I hurriedly pointed at the rest of the team. We need to get over here. Juniors. Everyone. Fast. The following tasks were fairly easy. As the alley widened, the steam-powered golems started off tough. But once we figured out how to fight them, they became manageable. While moving, I bumped into a monster disguised as a treasure chest. My buffer's expression wondered. I wonder if they would believe me if I said I intentionally fell for their trap. Looking at the amused faces of the others, I could only reassure myself. As long as they are having fun, I am good with anything. In a house deep within the city, every door and entryway is sealed tight. Not a crack in sight. Lucas, armored and ready, stretches his hand into the pitch-black darkness. Searching, damn it, he is climbing up a tall wall, feeling his way around the other side. But it is like the darkness is pushing my hand away. I really hate this damp, sticky feeling. After a bit of searching, Lucas turns back to announce, well, it seems like we are not getting out of this path anytime soon. I guess we just have to keep going down this alley. The night air shares its opinion too. Those buildings are not a good choice either. He and Jupiter stand in front of a house, where countless tiny nails have been hammered in to block the door, completely locked up. Jupiter tries to peek inside. It is sealed up like a mystery. No way to open it the usual way. The night air speculates a possibility. Could they have locked the door to protect themselves from whatever's outside? But what is out there? Ash replies. Night air. He insists. This was secured from the outside. Night air's face goes pale upon hearing that. Ash explains. It is meant to keep whatever's inside from getting out. Night air stammers. So then what is inside this building? Ash's breath catches. Who knows? Right now. We do not need to know. With that, he turns around to call the others. Let us keep moving. Night air hurries to catch up from the back. Yeah. Hurry up. A notice board announces. Second area of the sealed alley. Completion status. Regular rooms 3 out of 4. Boss room 0 out of 1. Ash's feet come to a halt, signaling to the team. Is this the next room? Someone exclaims. It is a massive center. Ash scans the area while reminding everyone. Stay alert. We never know when the golem might show up. Evangeline points in one direction. Senpai. Over there. There is a fountain. Though it is all dried up now, I see a statue. They both head toward it. She lifts the torch in her hand to get a better look at the towering statue above. Ash thinks to himself. It has a crown. Could this be the king of the underwater kingdom? After inspecting the statue closely, he wonders why the statues on either side have been destroyed. Night air suddenly points and shouts. Prince, look over there. His finger is aimed at something glowing in the distance. There is a light. It resembles a flame but is blue, floating eerily in mid-air. Ash glances in that direction, thinking to himself, another light beyond our torch and lantern means. Night air firmly states. That could be a person. Ash stands beside them. Directing. Approach cautiously. Everyone ready your weapons. At this moment, in the vast center, the entire space is shrouded in darkness, with only their team standing there. Ash leads the group forward, in a city surrounded by monsters. There is only one thing more terrifying than monsters. That is a human. Because there is no one normal living here. Lucas stays alert in front, guarding Ash from behind. Is it a hostile NPC or a friendly one? Who could it be? One wrong step and it is game over. No room for mistakes. I wonder how long it has been since we have seen so many scattered body parts of those golems on the ground. Ash glanced around, Realizing these were remnants of the steam-powered elite golem that had been taken down, he shifted his gaze to a slender figure wearing a mysterious black cloak in front of him, silently questioning whether this person had single-handedly wiped out all these elite golems. The mysterious woman tilted her head and spoke up unexpectedly. "Well, look who made it all the way here," she complimented. "You all seem to be taking this exploration quite seriously." Ash was taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" The woman turned around to face him. When Ash finally saw her face, he exclaimed, "Moomyung." Ash stared at the girl in front of him and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Moomyung." He frowned, thinking to himself, "I have never met this person before. But I need to stay on guard. She is a new I do not recognize. Out of the 742 times I have played in the past, there is no way to tell if she is an ally or an enemy." Moomyung calmly replied, "I am just taking a little break. Living in the underwater kingdom can be exhausting. You know," as she rummaged through her cloak. She added, "But putting that aside, since you have come this far, I should show you something interesting." Everyone in Ash's party became alert at her actions. Moomyung pulled out a fairly large red fabric bag from within her cloak. She tossed it onto the ground, revealing a plethora of shimmering, sparkling items on top. Moomyung extended a hand forward and proposed, "Why not buy something while you are still here? I will sell you high-quality goods at a low price." Ash's jaw dropped at the sight before him. "Wait, are you an NPC merchant?" Moomyung responded, "I am not sure what that means. But yes, I am a merchant." She continued introducing her wares nonchalantly. "Right now, I have a buy one get one free deal, plus a 30% discount on your first purchase." Moomyung pointed to a set of armor with 10 pieces. "Are you going to buy? Or are you just going to stand there and miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime deal that is surprisingly cheap?" She spoke enticingly. "You do not get service like this knocking at your door every day." Ash's face was starting to sweat, and his eyes reflected a struggle and hesitation. Finally, he squatted down in front of her and asked, "What are you selling here?" Moomyung began to showcase her items. "These are things I have collected while wandering around this underwater kingdom. They are incredibly rare items you won't find anywhere on the surface. So take your time to look and think it over." The 5 members of Ash's team were mesmerized by these items, and he silently confirmed in his mind, "These are indeed some excellent items. Merchants usually sell high-quality goods, but this place seems to have even better stuff. I guess Moomyung might really be a useful NPC after all." Ash looked up at Moomyung, curious. "What do I need to trade with?" She replied, "Currency from the outside world is useless here. Magical stones or mana cores will do. I will accept those for trade." At this moment, Ash realized. He understood now. Magic stones are also a type of currency, and they can be used for trading. I can convert them into money and also use them for exchanges in dungeons, he recalled. But given this situation, it was a bit tricky. Every time I received magic stones, I converted them all into currency, and now I do not have a single coin left. Ash leaned on his hand, his face serious as he calculated. "I did not think I would run into an NPC merchant this soon. Priceless items right in front of me. Yet I can own them. Maybe I should try appraising the things I have collected today. How much would she offer for all of this?" Umahu held up a few stones, squinting at them. "Lettuce. Honestly, they are not worth much. However, since it is your first time buying, and I know you are eager to explore this place." She tucked them into her cloak while looking at Ash. "As a symbol of my support for your quest, I will let you choose one item." Ash could not help but think, "She is a real gem." He clenched his fists, excitement bubbling inside him. "You better not go back on your word. Did you just say I could pick any item here?" Umahu confirmed once more. "I will keep my word. Go ahead and choose." Ash scanned the sparkling items draped on the cloth. "What should I choose now? What can I pick that will have everyone saying I made a great choice?" From Jupiter, a stream of liquid poured out as if yearning. She presented a ginseng root, saying, "Your Majesty, this old lady does not ask for much. Just to have a taste of this 100-year-old ginseng, I think I would rejuvenate the best. Maybe by 10 years. Ash thought to himself. She should pick equipment, not some old lady's health supplement. He bluntly replied, with her feelings. Jupiter could only grit her teeth and turn away. Lucas presented a pair of boots. "Your Majesty, what do you think of these feathered boots?" Ash quietly assessed. "They have speed-boosting abilities." Then he asked Lucas, "So you want to add some agility?" He smiled and shook his head. "But if you wear these boots, you will be able to escape dangerous situations much more easily." Ash felt a lump in his throat, almost tearing up from the thoughtfulness. That Lucas is such a sweet guy. Truly. He is the only one who genuinely cares about me. But I am not in the fighting ranks. So I will have to decline. Damien sat down, eyeing an item. "I think this is a potion maker." Ash started to take notice of that item too. An item that can produce potions at regular intervals. That is pretty interesting. Damien smiled. Looking up, if we place this in the temple, it could greatly assist in healing wounded soldiers. Ash slowly analyzed. He is right. Although its potion production speed is a bit slow, if potions keep being produced like this, it would be a tremendous support for the injured. He bit his thumb, thinking, but potions can easily be bought and sold in the outside world, so taking this would be a bit of a waste. Ash tilted her head, gazing at the person who had been silent all this time. Aren't you going to pick anything? Evangeline smiled faintly. After all, I am just temporarily joining this team. And honestly, I am not that interested in gear. She slowly recounted. When I graduated, the principal gifted me an incredibly high-quality spear and shield. He mentioned it is currently being refurbished by the blacksmith. Right. For me, that is more than enough. Lucas and Ash froze in shock, suddenly realizing, oh right, we came here to upgrade her gear, and I let myself get blinded by material things and totally forgot about that. He approached her and asked, Mumian, do you have any shields or spears? She exclaimed, I have a whole set. Mumian pulled out 2 items and placed them before him. The info panel displayed the first item, a demon-possessed spear, level 35. Spear type, attack from 35 to 40, durability 20x20, with damage increased by 30% when hitting the enemy's weak points. And the second item is a knight-possessed Sar shield, level 35. Shield type, defense from 35 to 40, durability 20x20, and when directly blocking an attack from the enemy, damage received is reduced by 30%. Sar gasped, silently marveling, nice. Very nice. It looks pretty cool and works quite well. Everything is solid. The system panel displayed additional information. Demon Keeper and Knight 2 out of 2. When both items are equipped, the special abilities of the 2 weapons are increased by 50%. Wait, the monster's aura, is it fading? He realized something important. It is a complete set. Without their pair, neither item can tap into their true potential. Aura kept biting her fingers, feeling confused in her head. What should I do now? I can just pick one. Mumian gently reminded. I told you there is a buy one get one deal. Do not you remember? Aura stopped being anxious. She continued. You do not need to pay extra. Just take both. Can you believe it? Mumian confidently handed him the shield and spear. Take them. This is a set after all. And besides, they won't be of any use to me. She only made one request in return. Just explore this place often, and we will trade again if we meet. Aura felt like she saw a halo around Mumian. The strange woman standing before me right now is starting to seem not just like a heavenly being, but more like a guiding light for mortals. His cheeks flushed with tears. Thank you, Mumian. I promise to use this well. He silently vowed. Is this the feeling of being supported by an incredibly powerful player? This clueless guy will give it his all. The admin waved over to the person standing across. Come here. Evangeline. Take this. She opened her eyes wide at the call. The admin mentally organized everything. Now I will be able to explain to her what happened yesterday. Actually, it was my fault that your gear got destroyed to the point of being unrepairable. And this is the equipment we chose to replace it for you. Evangeline shook her head in refusal. I was the one who started the battle yesterday, and I was just trying to stop you. She considered it clearly. Though my gear got damaged in the process, the destruction of it is ultimately still my responsibility, so do not feel bad. If you want to change the reason again, then this is not just a substitute. It is a gift. Evangeline wants to refuse again, so Tess, waiting for her to finish her sentence. You quickly strap the shield and spear onto her. Let us see how it goes. When adults give her something, what she should do is say thank you and accept it. It looks perfect on her. Once you are done with everything, you cheerfully rub your hands together, not giving her a chance to refuse. This is a graduation gift from the prince himself, an underclassman at that school. Evangeline Cross. You are not going to refuse a gift from someone in the royal family. Right, you add silently. And this is also for the late Cross, who sacrificed themselves to protect the city. You say confidently, he deserves to be praised gloriously. And if I let his daughter's gear get damaged like this, what face would I have to look him in the eye? Evangeline bows her head. It's a bitch. Thank you, senior. I will use it well. You reply. No problem at all, Jupiter. Feeling indignant, shouts. What about me? Your Highness. Where's my gift? You remind him without hesitation. I pay you well. You think to yourself, I will give you a magical item if it appears. So just be quiet. Lucas over here is also crying out. What about me? What about me? Prince. You answer simply. I already made a whole new armor set for you. You add silently. I have got a whole plan for your gear ready. So do not worry too much. The knight smiles gently. Your Highness. You think to yourself, you better feel okay. I just gave you a mana gun. The thing is no joke. Jupiter pulls out a bright yellow magic stone. Look at this. Merchant. I am taking that. She grabs the ginseng with a very satisfied smile. If I eat this? You look at her curiously. Where did you pull that magic stone from? Her hands start gathering all the stuff back into a red cloth bag. And your voice echoes in the space. The way. Can I ask you something? She replies. Sure. If it is within my knowledge. You ask directly. Do you know anything about the Pied Piper? The Pied Piper. She looks up and glances at you, asking in return. Who is that? You describe a few characteristics. He is a wandering bard wearing a black hat. He can control monsters with his flute. For my guess, he is from around here. She rests her chin thoughtfully. Is that guy? There are many eccentric characters wandering around this lake's edge. But that one is special. Notorious. I know his name. You wonder to yourself. He is not that notable of an NPC in the game. Is he really notorious around here? She points in a direction. If you continue towards the middle of Area 3 and 4, you will find a pretty large safe zone. That is where most of the people who still have their wits about them after abandoning their kingdom usually hang out, she tells you. The people here call it the headquarters. Just a quick reminder of the available info. The headquarters. Yeah. I have heard about it before. It is a safe zone that unlocks after completing the third area. This place is a hideout for most of the NPCs in the game, and is packed with essential facilities and merchants you will encounter throughout your journey. Mooming turned to leave. Highly likely that the person you are looking for is over there. Even if they are not physically present, you can still gather more intel from others at the headquarters. Even though you have got a long way to go, she tilted her head at Ad. I believe you won't have any trouble getting there. Before leaving, Mooming dropped a parting line. See you next time. Hope you managed to keep your heads on your shoulders till then. Knight was curious. A merchant appearing in a place like this. She seems really interesting. Lucas stared after Mooming as she walked away. That woman. I just can't bring myself to trust her. Ed glanced over and asked. Well, he simply replied with 4 words. Because she is too strong. Lucas shared the details he observed. Maintaining a calm and composed demeanor while handling everything alone. She is something special. Incredibly strong. After hearing this, Ed thought quietly. Well, if I take care of her for about 3 years, gear her up fully, level her up, and unlock all her special skills, she could easily pull this off. I guess considering her as a monster is not unreasonable. But if it were me, I would categorize Mooming as a benevolent Nepsi. There is no way a bad person would hand me an cell level gear set. Shaking off his thoughts, Ed clapped his hands together to call the others. Come on. Enough chit-chat. He signaled to everyone. Let us go take down the boss. I am sure the next stop is the boss room. The system board popped up with the mission details. Area 2 Hidden Alley. Completion status. Normal room 4 out of 4. Boss room 0 out of 1. Ad was filled with determination. It is time to take down the boss and grind for treasure. The whole team arrived in front of a house. The door had been completely cut open. Ad looked up at the cut. It seemed like something broke the seal and escaped. I wonder what was locked inside, but it seems like that seal was pretty useless. Right. Anyway, the way is inside. Let us head in. Damien's face turned slightly pale as he hesitantly asked. Do we really have to do this? Even Gerling seemed to share his sentiment. Maybe we should turn back while we still can. Ad smiled slightly ominously. You guys. Quiet down. How can we have come all this way without even seeing the boss yet? Let us move forward. After going deeper inside, his footsteps halted. This place. One of the team members asked. Is this some kind of storage area or something? Another chimed in. Is massive. Lucas poked the weapon in his hand against the wall of the room, noticing traces of mold and dampness on the floor. The walls and the furnishings too. I think this place has been flooded for quite a while. He turned around to look at the person behind him. Could there have ever been a flood that reached this place? Ash simply explained. Well, we are at the bottom of a lake, so it is not surprising for something to be wet. Damien's trembling hand pointed in one direction. Your Highness. Over there, Ash asked him. Is something wrong? Damien. He pointed at something lying motionless on the ground. It is right there. Ash continued. What is there? After seeing what Damien was pointing at, Ash's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? He could not believe it. Asking himself, is not that just a pile of muck? Just then, a notification board popped up announcing a mission. Eliminate the boss monster in the hidden alley. Level 20. A giant steam-powered golem. The janitor of Warehouse 3. N. Bullock. Ash furrowed his brows, reading the information carefully. Again with the name of a person. He recalled a previous situation. Just like the warden at the sewer in Palo from the first area. Here was yet another boss with a person's name. What could be the reason for this? The golem that lay still suddenly sprang to life, exclaiming, "Oh no, I overslept again." It seemed to sense something and turned its head, its eyes glowing bright, as if searching. The golem raised its arms, aiming at Ash's team, saying, "Well, it is cleanup time again." A red beam of energy shot out from the golem's outstretched arms. Its attack blasted towards Ash's team. Lucas and Evangelion both lunged forward to block the attack, shouting loudly, "This is dangerous, Your Highness." The golem's energy blast hit Evangelion's shield and was deflected in another direction. A small explosion occurred. Jupiter tilted her head to look at it, exclaiming, "That is light magic. It is so rare to see in this day and age." She asked Ash, "Your Highness, you have come up with a strategy, right?" He smiled back. "Of course." He was quietly analyzing in his head. "I am a bit surprised by its size. It is larger than I expected. But I know exactly how to handle this big guy. There is no enemy in this game I do not know about." Ash shouted loudly towards Lucas and Evangelion. "Do not let its size intimidate you. Use the same strategy as before. We just need to destroy the energy core." He began analyzing. "But this guy is so huge. Meaning it has a lot of cores in its body. 2 arms and hands. 2 legs, back, and head totaling 10 energy cores." Evangelion gasped, repeating what he just heard. 10 cores. Lucas also questioned further. "Does that mean it won't stop until we destroy them all?" Ash confidently pointed forward, replying, "If we have to completely destroy it, then yes. However," he slowly explained, "if you destroy the energy core, the corresponding part will cease to function. Our first target will be its arms." Jupiter charged her power. "Got it. Then I will charge in first." Demian pulled out the gun Ash had given him earlier. "I will take care of the right arm." At the same time, Jupiter's attack struck the golem's left arm, while Demian's shot hit its right arm perfectly. The metal surface on the golem's arm shattered, sending a cloud of white dust into the air. It focused its strength down to its feet, stomping hard into the ground. Ash signaled to everyone. "Next up, it is time to go for the legs," he shouted loudly, directing them to disable its mobility. "Lucas, Evangeline." The golem stood still, groaning, "My back hurts so much." It swung one arm high, wondering if its life was slowly being wiped away. Ash glared at the spinning arm of the golem, which was using it to attack. The golem's arm slammed down where Lucas and Evangeline were standing, shattering the ground. But they managed to jump away just in time to avoid it. Ash quietly praised the two of them. "Nice dodge, Evangeline and Lucas." He used his hands to shield his face from the flying debris, thinking to himself, "It is incredibly strong, and its attack range is massive." Evangeline shouted once more and launched herself to attack, jumping away from that pile of debris. Her spear accurately stabbed hard into one of the golem's feet, countering its attack. Lucas glanced back at her, thinking he could not be left behind. He darted forward like lightning, his sword slicing across the golem's leg. Its legs were completely shattered into countless pieces. The golem raised one of its mangled arms. "I want to go to the palace and learn magic someday. I am sick of cleaning this place up like a maid." Ash shouted, ordering, "Evangeline, fall back and defend." Jupiter, Demian, attack its right arm. All three acted simultaneously, attacking the golem's right arm, which soon severed. The eye in the middle of the golem's head glowed, but it was still mumbling. "One day, I will create a magic spell for cleaning, to make my colleagues' lives easier." Before it could finish, countless attacks from various angles struck it. Finally, the golem's entire body collapsed to the ground. Lucas stepped on its metal body. Taking a few steps forward, he gathered his strength and plunged his sword down hard into the golem. A blinding light burst forth from the spot where Lucas had stabbed. He turned to report to the others. "We have destroyed the energy core in its back. Now we just have the head left." The upper body of the golem suddenly jerked. Lucas slipped, but luckily he managed to grip his sword tightly to avoid falling to the ground. The golem's head was still babbling, saying, "Strange. I thought I had cleaned this place already." The pile in the back worriedly directed, "Just steer clear." "Okay." But the two of them, Axe's bangs fell over his eyes. His teeth clenched tightly. Suddenly, he swung his fist forward, exclaiming, "Damn it. I just want to get a hit in." A red jackpot display appeared overhead showing the number 125. The impact from Axe's punch sent a dent into a section of the golem's head. Its head dropped straight to the ground, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Axe gasped for air, exclaiming in disbelief, "I actually landed a good hit. That was seriously terrifying." Golem's head lay cracked and motionless to the side. It felt like drops of water were falling on it from above. "Oh no, It is raining. An image flashed through its mind. Countless raindrops pummeling its body. Lucas bent down, offering a sword to Axe. The finishing blow. Axe met his gaze, replying with a nod. Yeah. His foot stepped onto the golem's body. The one who kills the boss will earn a ton of extra experience points. Axe stood right in front of its eye. Currently at the lowest level, he gripped the sword tightly with both hands, wondering if he should seize this opportunity. Just then, the golem muttered. This rain is. Axe looked at it and then stabbed the sword down hard, pausing for a moment before jumping away from the monster. The display showed. Boss room completed in the hidden alley. Level 29 golem. Giant steam powered. Cleanup complete. N block. 3 stars. Completely destroyed. You have successfully destroyed all components. Next. Everyone in the team spread out to check the collected items. Axe licked his lips, staring at the information screen, thinking to himself, I will get extra rewards for complete destruction, and I was the one to land the finishing blow. How much will my level increase? Knight called to him. Your Highness, there is a treasure chest down this way. Axe waved back in response. Sure. I will be there in a bit. He called out for another person. Lucas. He stood far away, blocking Jupiter. She could not get close and kept shouting, Your Highness. Can't I just look? Axe over here did not care. Focused solely on opening the treasure chest. A rare item. He picked up the item from the chest. What did I get? The information screen displayed. Magic Sphere. Level 30. A type of magical orb. Damage 40-50. Durability 15-15. Whenever you defeat an enemy, the damage of your next attack increases by 5%. Effect lasts for 30 seconds. Axe grimaced. It is a magic item. Jupiter saw it and exclaimed with joy. Oh my god. He tossed it into her hands. Here. Take it. Jupiter accepted it happily. Thank you. Your Highness. Axe looked at her, silently thinking, well, it suits Jupiter better anyway. Display information board. Terrifying gear set piece 1 of 3. Once you collect all 3 pieces, every time an enemy drops, a wave of panic will spread like wildfire. You are wondering when you will ever manage to snag those other 2 pieces. Axe keeps gathering what is left. There is still 1 chest left. 2 types of premium energy. I got the treasure chest in the chamber and cleared out the second area. After collecting all the items, you inform the others. To the next save point and then home. Evangelion Gelho. Awesome. Information board notification. All completed. Area 2 hidden alley. Completed. Completed. Axe leads the way into a room. This place. You lift your head to see the long, winding staircase above. Probably the stairs leading to the city wall. Axe reorganizes everything in his mind. So far, the information he has is still under control. We are headed in the right direction. He signals to the others. We go. Everyone in the team follows in single file up the long staircase. Not sure how long they have been climbing, Jupiter warily asked. Your Highness. My legs are about to give out. How much longer until we get there? The knight quiet beside him has become shaky with tension. Leading from the front is not faring much better. His face is drenched in sweat. Just a little more. Hang in there. We are almost there. Time is a blur. And Lucas and Evangelion are the first to reach the top of the staircase. Axe arrives and collapses to the ground. Shaking, Jupiter, out of energy, still manages to pull out a cigar. I guess I am about to kick the bucket in despair. This will be the last cigar. Axe reminds him. After this puff, it is game over. Old man. He turns his gaze toward Evangelion and Lucas, who are casually drinking water on the other side. Do those two even realize they are vibing strangely together? Axe stands up and points toward the exit. Everyone. Great job. We did it. The others look outside and see it a teleportation gate. Jupiter rushes out, finally escaping. This old skeleton is about to turn to dust. She is shouting while running. As soon as we get back, I am soaking in the tub, one hand holding a whiskey glass, the other pinching a cigar. After a short run, Jupiter suddenly stops in her tracks. Axe and the others curiously move closer. Then, Jupiter, Damian, and Lucas stand in shock at the sight before them. Evangelion squinted and shouted, "Look at that. It is." Axe spoke. The true form of the kingdom beneath the lake. Below was a vast city filled with houses, and facing them was a massive castle, prompting someone to exclaim, "It is magnificent." Damian lowered his head, noticing something down below a light. He pointed it out to the others. I have seen lights in certain areas of the city. Someone installed magical light stones and eternal lights around the city, especially in the central areas and alleys. So many that some people living here can move around. Evangelion pointed in a direction. What is that? A house with lights. Axe frowned and fell silent for a moment before speaking up. The royal palace at the bottom of the lake. He thought to himself. That is the last exploration area we need to reach someday, and that is where our fate unfolds. He thought to himself. That is the last exploration area we need to reach someday, and that is where our fate unfolds. The system notification board popped up. Free exploration has ended. You can view the items you purchased. Summary board for level cap characters. XX increased by 4. Level 15. Lucas Esser increased by 2. Level 33. Jupiter Sar increased by 1. Level 38. Demenal increased by 3. Level 40. Summary board for level cap characters. XX increased by 4. Level 15. Lucas Esser increased by 2. Level 33. Jupiter SR increased by 1. Level 38. Demenal increased by 3. Level 27. West. Evangeline SR increased by 1. Level 36. After the whole team returned from the dungeon to the manor, Axe instructed, "Let us take a break today. Everyone did great." You thought to yourself. We started exploring in the afternoon and returned in the evening. We spent an entire night and day. Axe yawned loudly, thinking, I should rest too. I will sleep until evening, eat some food, and then get back to work, not knowing how much time had passed. You suddenly opened your eyes wide awake. Axe looked at the clock and saw the hour hand was between the 4 and 5. While the minute hand had just passed the 1 a bit. Sit there dazed on the bed, telling yourself that only by dinner time will you be able to organize the items you collected yesterday. The info board displays your inventory. And Axe pulls out a glowing green torch. It is the reward for clearing Area 2. And it can't be extinguished. You ponder silently. Dungeon exploring is always a battle against the dark. So it can be a bad item, even if it will be a while before you actually need it. Axe dives back into the inventory, pulling out another item after all. Who knew such a valuable reward would appear? The info board shows the details. A summoning scroll for a giant steam golem. Player skill. You read its name. The scroll summons a boss monster. Axe starts calculating. It is a one-time use but incredibly useful. You could summon that giant golem boss you encountered during your first expedition as your servant. The info board pops up with a question. Do you want to use the giant steam golem summoning scroll? Yes. Axe grabs the scroll. Deciding there is no need to hesitate, let us use it right away. You smile contentedly as the scroll glows and the skill transfers into your body. Perfect. The info board announces that Axe has acquired the player's skill. Summon. Giant steam golem. Usable once. Axe thinks to himself, I will keep it in the inventory as my trump card. For when I need it, this should be enough. You bow your head and rub your stomach, which is starting to growl. Then Axe shoves his hands into his pockets, yawning as he steps out of the room into the hallway. Upon entering the kitchen, he calls out, I wonder if there is anything to eat. Evangelion and Lucas are munching on some veggies inside when they see him and gasp. Prince. Axe looks at both of them, puzzled. What are you guys doing? Evangelion recounts the situation. I came to the kitchen because I was hungry. But this guy's here. Axe glances at the pot of rice and the empty bowls on the floor and realizes they teamed up to raid the kitchen. You walk over to them and ask, I came here because I am hungry too. Is there anything to eat? Lucas and Evangelion lower their heads to respond. Besides what we have eaten, there are some ingredients, but they are uncooked. Ask them, are you guys really hungry? Evangelion and Lucas nod vigorously in unison. You roll up your sleeves and step into the kitchen, playfully telling them, just sit at the table. I will whip up something simple. Lucas watches Axe's back and asks, Prince, do you know how to cook? As you reach up to open the high kitchen cabinet, a little. Evangelion says, curious. You are a royal who can cook. Axe tilts his head and counters her. Why not? Is there a rule saying I can tea? Even if there were, what would you do about it? I am royal. After all, you think to yourself, I am so hungry. I will cook whatever I can. Axe recalls his modern days. Typically, ramen with green onions and eggs, with kimchi on the side, made for an amazing late-night meal. But here, that is impossible. Scan the items in the cabinet. At least this house has some ingredients. There is butter, milk, eggs, spices, and smoked meat. One idea pops into your head. Axe grabs the glowing green torch, using it to ignite the firewood and light the stove. The pan was set on the fire, a small block of butter tossed in, waiting for it to melt. Axe's expression turned a bit wild as he stood alone in front of the stove, his arms moving at lightning speed. After a long while, he set a plate of food on the table. Here you go. Eat up and then hit the hay. Both Evangelion and Lucas looked at it and exclaimed in unison, their voices slow and drawn out. Axe introduced his creation. Golden toast. Secretly adding in his mind that it was made from milk bread, eggs, and honey. Grilled, along with a sandwich filled with smoked meat and salad. He picked it up and took a bite. Not bad. Axe felt a bit of regret. We do not have ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise. But it is still pretty good. Lucas, after taking a bite, had tears streaming down his face. It is so good. You could replace the royal chef with this. I can believe I am eating something made by a prince. I am sure this honor will be passed down for 3 generations. Axe reminded him, do not overdo it. Just eat. Evangelion, sitting across from him, stuffed her cheeks full. It is really delicious. Just like the stuff sold at the festival stalls. Lucas thought the same. Spot on. Axe quietly told himself, this is the recipe for street food toast. Evangeline suddenly lowered her head. This reminds me of my childhood, she slowly recounted. When I was little, I heard sounds coming from the kitchen. And when I went to see, my dad was devouring the food he would made in a hurry. Monsters invaded at any time. He would return at night after defeating them and eat a simple meal to satisfy his hunger. Evangeline stared into space, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint smile. He would come back all dirty and bloody, and throw whatever was in the kitchen into the pan. And then we would share a glance. He would look at me for a moment and ask me questions like that, the girl described. Back then he would ask, you want some too? Right. Evangeline sighed. Just like that, Axe exhaled, looking at her and asking, you are eating too? Evangeline tugged at her soft cheek. It is his fault for feeding me too much, and that is why my cheeks are still chubby to this day. Axe complimented her. It is. And it makes you look like a child. Evangeline turned her gaze to a corner of the room, picturing her family. After all, while we were eating like this, my mom would wake up right after and scold my dad for letting me eat so late. She covered her mouth, giggling. If only you could see his surprised face right after. Evangeline lowered her hands, her laughter slowly fading. The image of her family had become hazy. Just the late-night moments that made me remember. Remember those late nights? Axe brought up something. The funeral for the warrior is tomorrow, he explained further. Crossroads really does not have a funeral culture. So I have to take charge of everything for now. If you want, you can lead the funeral tomorrow. Evangeline fell silent for a moment before declining. I want you to oversee it, she said. I respect my father. I think he was a great man who protected those here his whole life. Evangeline bowed her head. But I still can't forgive him. The girl looked at the person sitting across from her and asked, Your Highness, you told me how my mother passed away. Right, Evangeline reminded herself. My father protected the city and let my mother go forever. I will never forgive his choice. But even though my heart aches, I understand what he was thinking. Protecting the city is a lord's responsibility, and my father was just loyal to his duty. But the day we buried my mother in the orchard, my father did not show up. Instead, he was busy securing the southern military base, because he had to prepare for the next battle. That is the job of a lord of Crossroads. Her hands resting on her lap tightened into fists. Because that was more important, she continued. I realized when I buried my mother's empty coffin at his place. Evangeline concluded. So what about the leader of Crossroads? I can be that person. Ash looked at her and asked. Is that why you left? Evangeline gently replied. Yep. She closed her eyes sincerely and bowed her head to him. Thank you for preparing my father's funeral for me. Your Highness. Even though I think that warrior Cross is a respectable man. When facing Ash again, there were tears in the corners of Evangeline's eyes. But I can forgive him as a father. The girl quickly pushed her chair back and stood up, thanking him for the dinner. Finally, Evangeline returned to her room, leaving just one sentence. It was truly an honor to be served by the prince himself. Ash watched her small figure disappear, thinking that having a family like that was really tough. The plate on the table was empty. He suggested, Is late. Should we just go to sleep? Lucas replied, Yep. Your Highness. Their footsteps walked in parallel down the hallway. Suddenly Lucas asked a puzzling question. Are you okay? Your Highness. Ash glanced over. What? He voiced his speculation. Your Highness also has a complicated relationship with family, which is why you are helping Miss Evangeline. Ash broke into a sweat, mouth agape, wondering. Oh really? A complicated relationship. Aren't I just a player? Lucas lowered his head and thought. You must have seen yourself in Evangeline's past. I know I can say enough, but I know a lot. He looked up at Ash, asking face to face. Did the gods say something wrong? Ash felt a jolt of surprise, thinking to himself, I can say anything if he is genuinely worried, or if he is just testing whether I am the real Ash. The two of them stood staring at each other for a long moment, in his mind. Ash thought, I can speak because my whole body is frozen at this point. They faced each other awkwardly, and he wondered, why is Lucas acting so strange? What is the purpose behind that question? How should I respond? The image of Ash sitting regally, powerfully on a throne took over his mind. Because Ash was the son of the Emperor. I am sure his family is not as simple as they appear. But how could I possibly know anything about Ash's family? He hesitated. Lucas hurriedly bowed and apologized, begging for forgiveness, saying he should not have asked such a sensitive question. Ash quickly forgave Lucas, saying it is fine. It was just a surprising question. My brain did not load that one in time. Lucas smiled gently, assuring him that both his family and Evangeline's would be just fine. Ash silently assessed. That was $1 million smile right there. He forced a smile, looking like he just survived a disaster. Yeah. Thanks. That is great. He reassured himself. Maybe I am overthinking it. He is probably just curious. Ash quickly dismissed him, saying, anyway, have a good night. See you tomorrow, Lucas. Lucas replied enthusiastically. Yep. Prince. Good night to you too. As soon as he saw Lucas off, Ash slammed the door shut. His face was pale, sweat dripping down. Breathing heavily. What just happened? Does Ash have family issues? I need to dig into this later. Ash gripped his hands that did not belong to him, silently reminding himself that this is not his body. Oh man. Taking on another person's identity is not easy at all. Under the beautiful weather, standing beneath the massive city walls. The next day, Crossroads immediately prepared for the next phase. The system displayed information about the enemies of Stage 3. The monsters looked huge and intimidating. This time it was the Golem army. There were only a few monsters, but they were elite. We need to adjust our strategy and fortify our defenses accordingly. We have about a week until Stage 3. Ash stared at the enemy list on the display. We need to be well prepared this time. Dangerous bosses flashed in Ash's mind, readying himself to react perfectly, even if unexpected situations popped up. He wore a serious, determined expression, saying, we have to be stronger and destroy the source of those changes. In Ash's body, was crazy about getting the staff to work hard. And so, I continuously ordered and urged every production team, ramping up preparations for the next phase. A day later, in the afternoon, under the sunset beyond the city walls, the mages were busy preparing for the ceremony at the western land of Crossroads. The cemetery, where the tribute ceremony was being held. Ash was deeply focused on his notes, noting that a few people were injured in Stage 2, but only one had died. The name Charing Cross stood out clearly. On the death list, Charing Cross, the former predecessor. Lucas came to report in his armor. Prince, everything is ready. Ash had prepared everything. All right, let us get started. The main road was packed with people, but they had to make way for the coffin, which was leaving the church and moving down the city's main street. A procession followed the coffin, flags fluttering in the crimson light of sunset, marking the death of the former lord who had ruled this land for decades. As the coffin passed, the townsfolk seemed indifferent to the loss, even as the city had grown numb to death. White flowers were scattered along the path of the carriage, with many weeping in sorrow. Arriving at the cemetery, illuminated by the eerie blue flames of the torches, the coffin finally came to a stop. The sun cast its last fairy rays, and large flags were solemnly displayed alongside the guards. Only the funeral was held here before the coffin would be buried in the garden of the former count, a small grave marker, adorned with a bouquet of white flowers nearby. For the wife of that day, who also lay there. Ash stood before the crowd under the blazing red of sunset, one last time, declaring that the deaths of these people were indeed costly. Countess Charing Cross had sacrificed so much and then some. Ash placed a hand over his heart, as if the Countess's words were forever etched in his soul, deeply ingrained in our hearts, causing those who listened to choke back tears. The Countess, before closing her eyes forever, still worried for this city. She once said to bring happiness to as many people as possible. The city could not be sustained by sorrow alone. The fortress in his words symbolized hope, not sadness. Because this is a fortress, a place where death is always present. It must be ruled by joy and hope rather than grief. Ash spoke passionately to the crowd. But today he would defy the wishes of the late Countess. He would mourn for today. This battleground was sustained by the sacrifices of countless people. Not just the late Countess. Every lost life carries pain. And for those grieving the death of the Countess, I want everyone to deeply remember the pain of this sacrifice. For the coffin where the Countess lies has been brought out into the light. And remember, through the actions and sacrifices of the people, this country and humanity can survive. Let that be known. Ash stood before everyone and shouted, repeating this message. The graves of so many sacrificed souls here shone brighter in the sunlight. People would continue to die here, and each of those deaths was valuable. He closed his eyes and honored those who had fallen. Let us take a moment of silence for those who contributed to protect this place. Everyone mourned the sacrifices and always remembered, grateful for them. The entire cemetery fell silent during the moment of silence. I hope one day this city will celebrate with festivals instead of funerals. The Countess, before passing, still thought about the happiness of the city, smiling as if unafraid of death, just as she wished. The sky gradually made way for the night to fall, and the sound of fireworks echoed in farewell. The funeral was over. Throughout the journey carrying the coffin back to the fortress, only the sound of hoofbeats could be heard. Someone gasped upon seeing a shadowy figure of a girl standing before the grave. That person was Miss Evangeline. The young lady's expression was stoic, and there they were. The calls echoed throughout the fortress halls. Miss Evangeline. Miss Evangeline has returned. The other guys bow their heads in respect to Lady Evangeline. It has been 3 years since she has traveled this far from the capital. We deeply regret the sacrifice of the late Countess. We could have done better. She approaches the Countess's coffin, Can we take a look? The lid of the coffin opens, revealing the Countess resting peacefully among a bed of pure white flowers. My father. He is really gone. Her trembling hand reaches towards her father. He always fought on the front lines, like he was invincible. And now. But she stops herself, clenching her fists, turning away to thank everyone. That is enough. The Countess's coffin has been buried. A man approaches her. My lady. I think I should tell you about this. Evangeline's eyes widen when she sees it. The item he carefully presents to her is the late Countess's heirloom, passed down through generations of the Crot family. Intended to bury it with her. But I wanted to speak with you first. She looks at it, but words fail her. He persuades her. It is a bit worn, but with some care, it can be restored. Before he can finish, Evangeline firmly decides, just bury it. The Countess's coffin is still being buried, right next to her father's. Everyone complies. We will do that, lady. Look towards the distant light. She gazes into the undefined yet far-off glow. Once the pastor finishes the eulogy, the day comes to an end. The sunset casts a warm glow over the grave of the late Countess, building a fortress of stone and snow, marking a life of sorrow. A verse from her favorite poem. The last images of him linger in her mind. I had prepared it because I thought it would suit the late Countess, but it did not fit the somber mood of the funeral, so I held back. I recall his words. There will come a time when you must sacrifice something important to protect the city. But I question myself. What will I sacrifice that is truly important? Will I still be me after losing it? Evangeline steps up behind me. I did not realize you had a poetic side. I laughed. But no one else could join in. I secretly recited poetry because I thought it did not fit my image. But you caught me. She replies. You have a great talent. Why not recite it out loud next time? I ask with concern. Are you okay? She smiles blankly. Of course. I always knew this day would come. The image of Lady Evangeline standing alone in armor is striking. After all, if I were deployed to another battlefield, I would not be able to return to this city. And now that my father is gone, I can't be here to say goodbye. She confides to me before her father's grave. Being at his funeral feels like a miracle. I subtly express curiosity. So you are planning to go to another battlefield? Evangeline gently replies. Of course. I am not planning to stay here. I will sort out the estate, sell off family belongings, and leave. Axe also realized that Evangeline had made her decision from the start. It was the sunshine singing over the grave of the recipe, which is why she had hidden the family heirlooms, passed down through generations. He smiled and hinted at wanting to help. Let me help you sort through your stuff. It is too much for a little girl. Let the grown-ups handle it. Evangeline wondered. Are not you going to stop me? Axe was surprised by her question. Why would I? The girl calmly said. The deity abandoned their fortune and ran away. They could live selfishly and comfortably. The sunlight spilled over the intricate banners. The Crot family had served for far too long. I do not know if I can do as well as your family, but I will do my best to protect this place. Ed confidently patted back and said with a grin, promising her to set aside her worries and embark on her journey. Junior, I will do everything I can to make sure your family's efforts are not wasted. Evangeline blushed slightly, feeling shy because the prince before her was nothing like the comments she had heard. He truly was different from the rumors. Senior, Ed nonchalantly replied. Yeah. So what? The girl asked him why. If you were brought here against your will, I thought you would be crying and begging to go back. But I was surprised by what you are doing here. I just smiled and exhaled lightly. Someone told me I would get a wish if I protected this place. That is the reason. He recalled the condition that the game master had given him. The manager reminded him, still speaking in a tone that was both dangerous and mysterious. If you bring this world to a true end, I will grant you a wish. At thought? Right. I am not working hard because I am some kind of saint or something like that. He remembered the feeling of frustration from his previous life. He only did things for personal desires and aimed for an outcome. So why? A loud noise interrupted S' train of thought. What was that? An attack. But it was just Evangeline's stomach growling. She was hungry. Ed sighed inwardly. Does your stomach always growl like that when it is hungry? It sounds just like thunder. Evangeline wanted to eat the dish he cooked. Food. Senior. The one you made yesterday was delicious. Let us go eat. Ed laughed excitedly, thinking to himself, survivors gotta eat and keep going. He regained his energy and shouted, let us head back and eat. Everyone responded. Yep. Prince. The afternoon sun descended. The funeral had ended. Sunlight bathed the gravestones of those who had closed their eyes. The dead were buried, and the living had to keep moving forward. The next act was drawing near. The sky was crystal clear. Everything was perfect for preparing for Act 3. After that day, I would juggle 2 tasks at once, one being my daily duties. Preparing for the next act. Crest of the Crot family was boldly printed on the sturdy wall. The second task was to liquidate the Crot estate. Ash had a conversation with Evangeline at the end of the Earl's funeral. Evangelion had declined the title of Count and wanted to leave this place. It was best to settle the family estate and hand it over to her, so she would not have to come back here again. The manager sighed sadly. It seems the master has decided to let young Lady Evangelion go, but Idol still had to follow orders. I understand. I will liquidate all the assets of the Krot family. I will also handle the inheritance issue and announce it to everyone. Ash agreed with him. Thanks. Idol. Make sure to keep me updated. Idol was working with the system, his face showing a serious expression as he responded. Of course. But selling everything within a week is nearly impossible. His assets were displayed on the screen. Most of the Krot family's wealth was not money, but land. There would not be many buyers in a week. Ash proposed using his own money to buy the assets. Then buy it under my name and make sure to pay a fair price. You are determined to say. I want to clear everything out in a week and send Evangeline on her way before the next act. All the Krot family members, except for Miss Evangeline, have perished. Every single member of the Krot family sacrificed themselves here. Evangeline is the last heir, or in other words, the only one left alive. Ash wants to keep that cheerful smile on her face without dragging her into any mess. At the very least, Evangeline should get far away from this place, without getting pulled into the fight. Before venturing far, Lady Tech asked you to do this. It was her last wish, and I will make sure to fulfill it. Ider smiled knowingly. Understanding, just trust me. Your Highness, Ash assessed him with a stern gaze. Ider is definitely an efficient secretary. I am sure he will handle everything. The digital screen showed there are only 8 days and 11 hours left until the start of Act 3. Time is flying by, and the next act is approaching fast. Ash clenched his fist. I will do it. He looked at his tightly clenched hand, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Ready to complete this game without having to sacrifice lives, without compromising morals. I will prove that. Time keeps ticking away. Under the sunlight, the wooden houses with high porches and 2 lanterns at the entrance stood tall. 1 week later, the blacksmith's shop. The 2 blacksmiths looked up with pitiful eyes, trying to hide their tears. Then they stammered. We are sorry. Your Highness, this is our first time making mana guns. The process is more complex than we expected. He continued to cry pitifully, tears and snot flowing freely. We do not have enough time to make 5 guns. Forgive us. Ash let it slide. It is, after all, it is a tough item to create. Right. The gun emitted purple beams of light. Mana guns were invented and researched 100 years ago, but were discarded due to cost and practicality. Both alchemists and blacksmiths need to collaborate to create one, making it very difficult to produce. The furnace, made of stone, was still burning bright. How many have you made? The 2 blacksmiths hesitated. 2 mana guns are carefully wrapped. I want to be angry, so bring them here. Yep. Your Highness, Ash holds the gun, radiating an unusual glow, his face a picture of surprise. What is this? The information about the gun is described in detail. A rarity. Level 55. A mana. Attack 225 250. Durability 7 out of 7. With 7 out of 7 bullets. This gun fires enchanted bullets and kills enemies with a success rate that scales with the user's proficiency. More information. An overpowered weapon has emerged. 2 blacksmiths report back with excited and proud expressions. We crafted it using the mana you provided. The guide from the Queen's protection contains the types of mana to create this gun. Completing it is nearly impossible. We killed the Queen and took the mana from her. Normally, the Black Spider army appears in the second half of Year 2 in the game. The mana of the Widow's Song is in darkness but radiates clusters of alluring yet dangerous green light. The mana from the Widow's Song. I guess that the gear crafted from this mana would surpass the quality of all my current gear. I had a feeling about it. But this is truly game-breaking. It can carry me for at least a year. The mana gun possesses power that far exceeds any current materials. The mysterious purple and blue hues radiating from it are even more captivating. The character Demian and the PC graphics emit a golden aura. And the owner of this gun is Demian, a wise character, meaning he can fully optimize damage output. Ash can't help but smirk wickedly. This damn game just got easier. The 2 old blacksmiths Zozia are visibly thrilled to see men loving this item. I am so glad you like it. We felt mesmerized while making it. And we are truly happy to have contributed to its creation. The other gun is also described in detail. It is a standard model, with some size shot variations. A level 20 mana gun. Attack 25-26. Durability 20 out of 20. Due to the size shot from the creator, firing all bullets simultaneously, when fired continuously, accuracy decreases. But it is effective in certain cases since Demian has no issues with recoil. Ash praises the blacksmiths for their great work, and the 2 old men nod happily. You both did well. Just like the other blacksmiths. I will reward you generously. I need your help with the next weapon. Leaving the blacksmith's shop, the evening sun casts a fiery red glow. Yep. Your Highness. No need for thanks. We are grateful to you, Your Highness. Enjoy your day. Lucas holds two tightly wrapped guns. Curious about their functions. Is that mana gun really that good? Your Highness. Ash replies. Yeah. He confidently asserts that it will change the tide of this battle. Lucas is amazed. Is it really that strong? Ash replied. Yeah. I hope it will be done before the showdown. The digital screen displayed. Stas bar. 8:30 p.m. until the start. Mentum thought. There is still enough time for the knight to get familiar with the gun. The sunset sky was slowly giving way to the stars. The wheels kept rolling down the bumpy road. As Ash stepped down from the carriage, Lucas approached. Prince, I think you should take a look at this. He replied. What is it? From a distance, Ash spotted Miss Evangeline standing there with a pile of belongings. The two stood facing each other. Miss Evangeline held out an envelope full of documents and spoke seriously. Today, your secretary gave me this. He glanced and recognized it as a money transfer receipt. The property transfer papers were neatly signed and laid out on the table. After liquidating all the Grot family assets, there is a bit of money left. With this amount, Evangeline would not have to worry about finances anymore, and could live as she pleased, she said while Ash was examining the paper, thanking her for getting it done so quickly. But right after I received the paper, the secretary told me some things. Ash wondered. What did he say? Evangeline imitated him like idol, quoting her master. After receiving the money, you have no business here anymore. So pack your things and get out of here quickly. He said that. She pouted, clearly unhappy. And then he mentioned it was his lord's order. And he packed her things and kicked her out. Can you believe it? Did he really give that order? Ash paused for a moment and said seriously. Yep. That is right. Evangeline. Wait. Why are you kicking me out so soon? I have not even said goodbye. Ignoring her surprised expression at the sudden change in attitude, Ash bluntly said. If you are leaving, then hurry up. No need to make a fuss about it. Those golems with their blood-red eyes and massive bodies, exhaling hot steam. Tomorrow, this place will be a battlefield. Do you want to get caught up in that? She hesitated. Disregarding that, Ash shouted, Shut up and leave. You have nothing to do with this city anymore. In the afternoon, before the fortress, the two stood facing each other, Evangeline still trying to hold on. In the next battle, I will help. Just like you helped me. Ash sighed and covered his face with his hand. Evangeline's belongings are on the ground. When you leave, just do it neatly. Do not bother about it anymore. She wanted to stay, but he firmly replied, I can protect this city without the help of a kid like you. She forced a smile despite sweating profusely. You have seen me fight. I can handle this. I can do even more. Suddenly Ash yelled, his face darkening, veins clearly visible. Evangeline. She flinched, her eyes sparkling like a puppy being scolded. He yelled, Didn't you decide to abandon your homeland and start a new life? That is why she gave up her position and inheritance. She left her home and everything tied to it. Evangeline hesitated. I did. But, he shouted back, if you have made your decision, then go ahead. Leave and do not look back. The fortress in the battlefield was in ruins, smoke and dust swirling in the air. Just like you said, this battlefield is all about ruin and death. And if you step into that mess of ruin and death, you won't be able to escape. Ash handed back the documents to her, urging her not to get caught up in the monster battle again, to leave this place forever, and do what she truly desires. He paused for a moment, recalling the last words from the formula day, to live freely and do whatever she wanted, which were her father's final wishes. Evangeline's eyes widened when she heard that. Ash gave her the documents, and she said she wanted to be a rebellious daughter. Evangeline, wanting to do everything against her family's wishes. Ash's gaze turned serious as he said, but at least listen to your father's last wishes. He closed his eyes, turned away, and walked off without looking back. She was an outsider now, and this house no longer belonged to her. She reached out desperately. Wait, Senpai. Evangeline could only watch Ash walk back inside with someone else, saying, We have a meeting about tomorrow's battle. I hope you leave right now. Evangeline shouted, thanking her for the past few days. Senpai. I mean, Your Highness. The door opened, letting a blinding light spill out, and she shouted, hoping her senpai would hear her words, that she would visit her parents' graves one last time, and leave Grotron. Evangeline finally met someone to say her last words before leaving, wishing for victory to always be by his side. Your Highness. She turned away, her gaze full of resolve, hoping luck would always be on her side too. Good. The door slammed shut, and Ash sighed, letting his emotions spill onto the floor, prompting Lucas to remind him, You do not need to be so hard on her. Ash immediately retorted, If I am too lenient, she will cling to this place. Didn't you hear? Help with the battle. She can handle it. So I can't back down on this. Evangeline picked up her luggage, staring off into the distance, letting out a sigh. Ash looked out at the sunset through the window. Not every goodbye needed tears. A check was enough, he thought to himself. I think she said she would visit the grave one last time. Ash turned away, biting his lip, tears streaming down, bidding farewell to the Sar character. Evangeline regained his composure. All right. Whatever's gone will be gone. Let us just focus on what we need to do. Lucas nodded with a cheerful smile. As you command. Your Highness. The door swung open, and Lucas shouted excitedly. Is everyone well rested? The people in the room looked exhausted. Lily, pale and sweating, complained. Why again? I thought to herself, our great mage. Miss Lily, he grinned wickedly, laughing like he had never had the chance before. Don't you like peace? Lily, it is time to make it happen again. Lily cried out, grabbing the prince's collar. Please send me back to the workshop. Your Highness, I will work there until I drop. Please, ignoring her pitiful pleas. We have less than a day before the battle. Let us just stick to the strategy from last time. Ash handed the mana gun to Demian, saying, and Demian, I have a little gift for you. He wondered. Your Highness, what is this? He asked. Do you like it? It is beautiful outside, is not? As Ash introduced the gun. Demian, this is a mana gun. The door burst open, and a soldier rushed in to report. Report from reconnaissance. Your Highness, the monsters. The monsters have appeared. Ash was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the monsters. What? The monsters, with their glowing red eyes and emanating heat, marched into the city. They were a golem army, about 200 strong, advancing rapidly towards the city. Ash was completely on edge. How could this happen? We still have time before the game starts. Suddenly, a red flash lit up from the notification system. Ash had interfered with the game. The countdown timer on the system screen was hidden. Stesla exclaimed. What is going on? The system screen clearly displayed the remaining time until round 3. Stesla. No time and 30 minutes until the start. Ash stared at the now glaring red system screen. Do not mess with me. The system window can pull a fast one like this. Damn it. What the heck is going on? In the midst of the chaos, another soldier rushed over. And that is not all. Your Highness. The enemy is splitting into 2 directions. Ash wondered. A monster army. 2 groups. Wow. The soldier breathlessly reported. About 80% of the 200 are advancing towards the city, but the remaining 20%, around 50, have split from the main group and are heading towards the fairy orchard. The scene at the orchard remained calm just before the monsters crashed in. Hearing the news, both Ash and Lucas went pale. What? Right now. Evangeline is in that orchard. Miss Evangeline was completely unaware of the sudden attack looming from the monsters. To confront the unexpected onslaught, all the soldiers charged out. Hurry up. Hurry up. The red sunlight poured down. Everyone rushed to intercept the approaching monsters. The golem army is coming. The monsters are invading this place. Ash's footsteps quickened as he moved forward with Lucas trailing behind, shouting, Where's their current position? The scout replied loudly and clearly. We can see them with the naked eye now. The monsters are getting closer to the city. They are swarming like ants. A thick haze advancing on the city without slowing down. They are right there. Ash's face darkened, breathing heavily, looking at them. Even though we have fought them in the dungeon before, facing hundreds of them at once is far more concerning. Before Ash stood hundreds of towering golems approaching, bringing an invisible pressure. It felt like a massive wall was bearing down on them. He shouted loudly, his expression grim, asking the scout, when do they enter cannon range? The soldier quickly replied, at this speed. It will be less than 15 minutes. Ash ordered everyone. We need to get ready and shoot them as soon as they come into cannon range. Move it. Lucas, clad in silver armor, wore a serious and concerned expression. Prince, are you really going to leave her alone? Ash breathed heavily. Well, he grimaced, veins popping on his forehead. Why did this phase suddenly start like this? And what is the reason for the monsters splitting into 2 groups? In the Duke's garden, Miss Evangeline is still completely unaware of what is coming, Ash angrily thought. Why now? There is no way all this is just a coincidence. He assessed the situation. Malevolent, with a cold gaze, sweat trickling down his face. Someone is intentionally trying to control this situation in their favor. The screen displayed that someone was trying to interfere with the game. So whose intentions are these? Ash wondered. Why are they determined to sabotage this game? The high-ranking officials in the fortress also came to speak seriously. My lord, we have heard the news. Let us go there. Ash was taken aback. What? The commander spoke decisively and urgently. The frontline defense is already strong enough. Even without these old-timers, we will be fine. Let us send our troops to the garden. We will rescue Evangelion. Despite the intense situation, Ash's face was grim. But he spotted a gap in the commander's words. There were 2 mistakes in the request. He was taken aback and felt apologetic. The fortress's first line of defense was weak and struggling against the monsters. The first mistake was assuming the front line was strong. Really, those soldiers were barely managing to set up the artillery. Caught off guard, they forgot to use their artifacts. And some cannons were not even lined up. The soldiers pushed the cannons, while reporting that the artillery's equipment could be ready before the enemy got into range. Fine. Let us just say they can manage it. The rookie soldiers were struggling to deal with the sudden crisis. Flames spilling around them. If you leave the front line, most of the remaining soldiers will just be rookies. The commander's face was getting worse by the minute. Do you really think we can drive back the Golem army with just these new recruits? He continued, pointing out the next flaw in the commander's words. And the second mistake was thinking he could save Evangeline. The Duke's garden, bathed in the afternoon sun, stood out against the surrounding flatlands. There was no protective barrier in front of the garden, just flat plains and a few small hills. The fallen leaves cast flickering shadows, highlighting the red glints from the soldiers' eyes as 5 colossal golem clouds moved in. No matter what, even with a wall and you using it to fight, you are still in trouble. His face was grim and furious. And it was 100% certain you would all be wiped out, because there was no protection there. The fiery red sunset created a deadly atmosphere around the fortress, thick smoke blanketing the ground. This game is called a tower defense game for a reason, because of the huge advantages walls provide. If we try to fight the monsters in an open area without walls, face to face, that is a one-way ticket to death. The image of a soldier falling on his blood-soaked flag was etched in his mind. It was simply throwing away his own life. And Feeney shouted, "Sir, even if we lose our lives, we will definitely rescue Evangeline, no matter what." Before Hiroth could finish, Ash yelled, cutting through his ridiculous plan. His face darkened. Veins bulging, he said, "That is not a plan. For crying out loud." The atmosphere above the fortress felt suffocating. Ash placed a hand on his forehead, trying to calm down. "I want a viable plan. Not your pointless deaths," he quickly retorted. "Then what are you planning to do? If no one goes to rescue her, Evangelion will die. And we can't let that happen." Ash said nothing, his serious gaze deep in thought. They were right. Evangelion's shattered form lay in his thoughts, fragile beneath the cracked glass stained with blood. Without support, Evangelion was surely doomed. But to save her, we needed to rally an elite team capable of the rescue. The core members of Prince's team were all beast lovers. At the very least, I needed to send my entire main team. And while the main squad dealt with the monsters, they still needed brave soldiers to hold the line. The loser in this game would drown in a sea of blood. And if that happened, our defense would fail, even if we saved Evangelion. If this front fell, it would be game over. Talk about a dilemma. Ash recalled the image of Rose in battle. He had to choose between saving his wife in the plains or protecting thousands of people in the city. He remembered previous conversations with his father, wondering what he had chosen. In this dire situation, he felt a bit more empathy for his father, sweat streaming down his face. He thought he was starting to grasp a fraction of his father's pain. His predecessor, Ash calmly issued his orders. "This is my command. None of you will join the rescue team." The soldiers were stunned, immediately voicing their protest. The flag stood firm on the fortress wall, the sunset casting a deeper shade of red upon it. Right. The answer had been chosen from the very beginning. Ash calmly gave his orders, fully aware of Lucas' discomfort. "We can't waste any more manpower. I will concentrate all forces on this defense." This decision weighs the life of Miss Evangelion against the lives of thousands in the city. One life versus thousands. There was no hesitation needed from the start. No weighing necessary to know which side was heavier. The soldiers turned pale as they imagined the dire consequences for humanity if the monsters were not stopped. If this wall falls, tens of thousands here will perish, and humanity will be thrust into danger. Everyone's face went ashen at the thought of that grim future. "We must keep fighting, no matter what happens," Axe reminded himself. "No matter what, this front must hold." And Sar character displayed alone on the system screen. Because if the game ended, there would be no more save points, and he would lose in Sir character. The air was thick as the wind blew. Axe emphasized, "I will say it again. None of you are to participate in the rescue team. Instead, focus on your defensive preparations." The red brick mansion where the Duke once lived was now overgrown with moss, untouched by anyone. To the southeast of the road, there was a summer villa where the predecessor lived when he was alive. Miss Evangelion brushed against the trees where Chaco once resided, her face carrying a sorrowful expression. This place felt less like a home and more like an overgrown garden. There were still signs that it had been meticulously cared for not long ago. However, it lay abandoned after losing its owner. The warm sunlight filtered down, breathing life into the budding sprouts that were awakening day by day as the sun climbs high and the weather warms up. Even in this polluted land, the trees still bloom and bear fruit. The girl stands there, touching each tree for what feels like an eternity, as if she can't bear to leave. Evangeline realizes she will never see this sight again. She will be leaving this place forever. The leaves, larger than her palm, look even more beautiful under the evening sun. After her mother passed away and she left home, her father took it upon himself to care for this place. She remembers her father, just a short while ago, tenderly pruning the grapevines. Just days ago, he was still here, nurturing each tree. The plump purple grapes hang heavy in the sunlight, the leaves bearing some nasty bites, hoping that this year the tree will bear fruit, even though he knew that was not likely to happen. Evangeline lingers, imagining her father still toiling away in the garden, so foolishly dedicated. She walks through the garden, hands stuffed in her jacket pockets, luggage piled high on her back, her mind racing with thoughts. This place is over. Her parents are gone, and she is leaving. Her gaze falls, whether it is the past or the future. This place is nothing but ruins now. The family crest flutters in the fiery red flames, marking the end of the Cross lineage, who had protected this land for centuries, leaving nothing but tragedy behind. Nothing left at all. The graves of the Cross family lie still in the suffocating air of that day. Nothing but death and dust. Evangeline's hand is in her pocket, clutching some gold coins and the family name inside her jacket. She stands before her father's grave, thoughts swirling in her mind, blaming herself for always running away, escaping from everything to enjoy a safe life. The last warrior left without ever fighting. Her face is expressionless as she stands before her parents' graves. Dad, you won't see me anymore. I am going far away from here. They will forever remain here, unable to accompany her any longer. She had hoped they would guide her like constellations. But clearly, that is impossible. The sunset beams through the gaps in the vines, the sky slowly darkening, giving way to night. There is so much she wants to say, but now she can't remember anything at all. Suddenly, she feels the ground shake violently beneath her, and Evangeline feels dizzy, her head spinning as if the earth is trembling. The girl bows her head, biting her lip. Perhaps she is just too emotional. Lady Evangeline finally bids farewell to her parents with a smile, despite the tears welling in her eyes. I am leaving now. She wants to go with a smile on her face. Evangeline wipes her tears, saying goodbye, adjusts her luggage on her back, sighs deeply, turns around, regaining her composure and smiles. All right, it is time to go. Deep inside Evangeline's heart, she whispers twice, flashing back to when Evangeline was still little. She lay curled up in bed with her mother. When will I have to go there? Clara asked. Puzzled, Evangeline's eyes lit up as she excitedly replied. I heard from Dad that the hero of the Growth family has to fight on the front line. Hearing that, her mother displayed a worried expression. The little girl asked back. Do not you want me to fight? Clara hugged the little girl tightly and whispered. It does not matter if I want you to or not, because that is the fate of the Growth family. She paused for a moment, then continued. But it is truly sad. The girl hesitated for a moment before asking. You did not know things would turn out this way, did you? Her mother looked confused. Evangeline continued. Every time the monsters attack, you do not know that you will be worrying about Dad, right? And you can foresee that when I grow up, I will have to fight out there too. Can you? Her mother patted her head and said. I do. Clara recalled the day her father gave her flowers and proposed, remembering her mother's joyful face at that moment as she said, I knew that if I married your father, I would have to cry every night whenever the monsters invaded. The image of Evangeline being born in tears and her mother's embrace came to mind. And if she brought you into this world, one day you would have to fight out there. And then she would have to suffer because of this fate. She knew it all. Evangeline naively asked. Then why? Why did you marry Dad? Why did you have me? Clara hesitated before responding. Why indeed? She pondered, then she finally broke into a gentle smile and said, maybe it was to experience something beautiful. Why did her mother choose a future filled with sorrow and tears? 3 years after her mother passed away, Evangeline still could not grasp it. And she thought to herself that perhaps for the rest of her life, she would never truly understand the reason. Back in the present, Evangeline was badly injured, coughing up blood and crashing hard against the wall. She looked around and wondered, how long had she been unconscious? In front of Evangeline stood a massive golem. It did not seem like it had been long. Why was there a golem here? The golem suddenly attacked her, her body reacting even before her mind registered the situation. Evangeline darted her eyes back at it, and the golem threw another powerful punch at her. Evangeline dodged the blow and raised her weapon and shield. She shouted, Are you kidding me? The golem's eyes glowed red with fury, and Evangeline swore. This jerk has the audacity to mess with someone else's home. She gripped her weapon tightly and challenged. Come on, you damn monster. Suddenly, From somewhere, 2 more aggressive golems charged toward her. Evangeline turned around in panic and thought, there are 2 more. She swung her shield fiercely, using it to block a punch from one golem, while her other hand thrust her weapon into the other golem. But there was still one left. That golem threw a punch at Evangeline, and she thought, I can't block this in front of me. It hit her squarely, sending Evangeline flying. This time, she was hurt even worse. Evangeline struggled to curse under her breath. Damn it. She tried to get back up and face the golems, shouting loudly, I have had enough, you damn monsters. She was now fighting 3 golems at once, and Evangeline leaped high into the air. The golems kept landing blows on her, but Evangeline stumbled. Her body was battered from injuries, and her legs felt like jelly, barely able to stand. She thought, the golem army ambushed us a day earlier than everyone at Crossroads expected. Evangeline gritted her teeth and said to herself, I need to get back and warn everyone about the ambush. But the scene before her made Evangeline freeze. Hundreds of golems were advancing toward her, and Evangeline exclaimed, what the hell? That was when Evangeline realized that the 3 steam golems she had just seen were merely the scouts. These were the real army. Evangeline turned around, thinking to herself, I need to run fast. But all that was left of the horse was the reins, and she sighed. Where's the horse? Evangeline looked ahead and calculated. Then I will just run to Crossroads on foot. But then she glanced down at her bloodied feet and wondered, can I really do this with these legs? Evangeline gritted her teeth and tried to run as fast as she could, reminding herself that it did not matter if it was possible or not. This was the only chance she had to keep her distance from them. Suddenly, she felt the golem flying straight at her, anger bubbling up inside. The golem looked ready to attack. She quickly turned around, pulling out her shield and thinking, what the heck? I need to use my shield. But in her rush, she carelessly let her legs collide. That stumble caused Evangeline to lose her balance and fall. In that moment, she blamed herself for making such a mistake again. The golem unleashed a devastating attack, sending debris flying everywhere. Evangeline was hit and fell to the ground amidst the chaos. Even though she tried to get up, she was severely injured. Before her stood a golem soaring high, accompanied by a legion of golems advancing from below. She was incredibly smart, but right now, all she could think was, it is so pointless, unexpected, and unavoidable. Death was slowly closing in on her. In desperation, she said to herself, there is still so much I have not done. I have never been on a date, never had a drink, never smoked. I have not even grown up. I have never thought about what I want to do with my life. It is. Evangeline closed her eyes tightly, feeling no anger or pain, just regret. This was what this little girl felt in her final moments. The tears she had been holding back for so long finally fell. She thought to herself, I wish I could have done so much more. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, then do it. Evangeline opened her eyes wide to see a figure in a flowing cloak illuminated by sunlight. Aspo, all the things you have not done, do them one by one. Life is short. You need to live without regrets. Right. Evangeline looked up. Prince, you are standing there shielding me. Then you turned and smiled. I have come to save you, my little subordinate. 30 minutes ago, on the walls of Crossroads, amidst the calm battlefield, Ask's eyes were resolute as he declared, I will go alone. His words left those around him stunned. Ask boldly announced that this rescue mission would only have one participant. The rescue team would be just me. I will save Evangeline. The soldiers watching were horrified. Wow. Lucas exclaimed in panic, unable to understand why Ask would make such a reckless choice. What are you saying? Your Highness, Ask's lament rose amidst the tension. Listen to me. You idiot. Shut up, Lucas blurted out a furious retort. Is your life the problem here? You said this rescue mission was impossible, and now you want to go alone. Do you want to throw yourself into the fire? Ask reassured everyone, his voice calm like a promise. Calm down, Lucas and everyone else. I won. I have prepared a plan to ensure victory in this game. The scariest thing is not the final boss or the most unpredictable character, it is the old players. Like me, always ready to pull off the unexpected. That is why I need to take action. No one else can do it but me. Adding more people only increases the chances of failure. I have already prepared a few emergency strategies. Even though I still have some doubts in my heart, I believe this choice is the only one that can create a miracle. Despite a few parts still being unfeasible, the game's mechanics are never fair. This is not my fault. Ask's gaze was filled with determination. There was no other option but to take a gamble. I am talking about you. Reminding us of the past, if you have ever been under my command, you might understand. Standing before his closest allies, Ask declared, I know all about those monsters, and my plans always succeed even in impossible situations. This time is no different. The door to hope is swinging wide open. I have a plan. We have a chance to win. Trust me and let me handle this alone. Lucas hesitated upon hearing Ask's words. Ask was redefining roles, placing his trust in Lucas. There is no more time. Lucas, you will be the commander on the front lines. Lucas felt reluctant. He wanted to take Ask's place and save people, while he himself would go rescue Evangeline. Please. I insist. Stay back and command the front lines. But Ask would not entertain Lucas's objections. No. Our roles are different. And we need you in this fight. Lucas shouted. Ask's mere presence is a motivation to strive harder in every battle. We need him. Ask placed a reassuring hand on Lucas's shoulder. Trust me. Believe in the prince's decision. I promise I will return safe and sound if I abandon Evangeline. It means I am breaking the moral standards I set for myself. Saving lives is the very essence of my being. The thread that holds my conscience steady amidst chaos. Save everyone I can. Ask spoke sincerely to Lucas. This is the only way to save Evangeline and protect this front. Guard it well. Lucas. After all, Lucas accepted this. He understood now.
Yep.
Your Highness. Moreover, Ask turned to Lily and Jupiter to remind them. Lily. Jupiter. You do not need me to say it. You both know how crucial your roles as mages are. A short but trusting message, give it your all. Jupiter smiled softly. You just focus on getting back safe. Your Highness. While Lily firmly clasped her hands.
Yep.
My prince. Do not worry. Not to forget. Ask had something to say to Damian, who immediately responded, showing absolute readiness for any mission.
Yep.
Your Highness. The command from Ask was given. I have a mission for you. The sky now glowed with the sunset, and a cheer rang out in the silence. Open the southern gate. Ask's voice echoed, as if leaving a final message. Protect that home. Guard dogs. I will return. On the city wall, where Lucas stood frozen, the flag of Inai fluttered in the wind. A thought crossed his mind at that moment. Don't he worry. Warrior. The image of Charon stood resolute. Even in battle, a sacred promise is made. After all the sacrifices he and his family have made to protect this place. Evangeline's eyes widen in surprise as she sees Ask standing in front of her like a guardian, and because of what Charon left behind, Ask will protect his loved ones. I will protect his daughter no matter what happens. Evangeline subconsciously exclaims. Your Highness. In the flickering light of the battlefield, he gently speaks to soothe her soul. I am here to save you. Little sister, she gasps. What?
Well.
Before she can question him, Ask quickly hands her a healing potion. First. Drink this. But Evangeline looks worried. You can't be here. You need to get out now, she shouts loudly, pointing into the distance. Can't you see? That is the Golem army. We do not stand a chance against them. Evangeline screams in despair. Ready to sacrifice everything to save the last hope. Hurry to Crossroads. I will buy you some time to escape. The sight of the golems readying their attack. But it is too late to run now. They are about to unleash their magic. No matter how hard Evangeline tries to push Ask away, his gaze remains locked on the approaching battalion of those stone golem monsters. 2 out of 5 are advancing. System information flashes before his eyes. The current status list appears. Stage 3 info. Level 30. Elite Stone Golem. 5 units. Level 20. Water Vapor Golem. 149 units. Level 15. Rock Golem. 103 units. As soon as he sees that information, Ask realizes these monsters are no ordinary foes. Not just high-level monsters. But they are labeled as elite. They must be the boss monsters of this stage. Evangeline yells, standing in front of him to shield him.
Wait.
Can't you hear me? Do you want to die here? Suddenly, Ask's voice rings out.
Wait.
Not just you. Everyone is counting on you. As a leader, I can just watch. But you are different. You are the new master of Crossroads because of those who believe in you. Please. Before she could finish her sentence, Ask shoved the vial into her mouth. Do not look back and run. Just like that, he forced Evangeline to drink the potion. Just drink this and recover.
Kid.
Finally, she is quiet. Ask turned his back, a gentle smile on his face. If you are just a kid, then act your age and sometimes know when to lean on adults. A spark of realization lit up in his eyes. I have been waiting for this moment. Ask raised his hand and muttered to himself. I have always wanted to go all out with this. A powerful incantation echoed across the battlefield. Come forth. Arise. Unleash the colossal steam machine. A barrier formed right after that summoning chant rang out. From within that barrier, a machine emerged. It charged out like it had just been granted immense power, landing with a thunderous presence. Evangeline's expression was one of disbelief. Like, what the heck? That stunning reaction made saving her even more worthwhile. Not stopping there, asked. With a confident grin, crackling blue electricity around his hands, directed it down into the massive stone arm, which began to move. The machine seemed to awaken, glowing with a bright blue light. The system confirmed control rights, stating, you now have the ability to command The summoned monster is under Ask's control. Ask quickly analyzed the situation, realizing it had quite a few functions. Instantly, this action caught his eye. Meanwhile, the monster unleashed energy beams. Attacking the two of them, Ask issued a command immediately. Block it. The golem he summoned created a shield to absorb its attack. And thus, this golem was nearly invincible. Evangeline was utterly stunned witnessing this unfold. Like, what the heck is happening? Ask turned back, his icy smile saying, "This is my masterpiece." He recalled the past. This was the summoning magic for the boss monster he had saved earlier. He never thought he would have to use it so soon. But the power it brought was comprehensive, like having a supreme unit usable only once, yet fully functional. Now before Ask were hundreds of monsters advancing one after another. They were coming back, taking advantage of their numbers to launch an attack. Since long-range attacks were ineffective, Ask stood fearless, his gaze sharp, ready to face everything they could throw at him. "Bring it on. And try to push me if you can." His voice rang out loud and clear, stopping them in their tracks. His golem activated some kind of function at his command. It charged forward with incredible speed, while the other golems pressed on without a hint of fear. But they all had to look up as Ask's golem leaped into the air to strike down. His exhilarating shout echoed. "Catch this, you scumbags. This is my cheat code." The golem monsters were mercilessly crushed one by one. In this game, monsters are divided into three main types. Regular monsters, elite monsters, and bosses. Regardless of their level, just being monsters puts them beyond human capability to handle. Among them, bosses are something completely different from the other two types. It is a monster capable of leading an army of creatures, often showing high intelligence and strong leadership skills. But the bigger issue is its overwhelming power. It is the heart of the army, and it can't just be seen as a mere individual with colossal strength. That is why, when a massive golem boss crashes down to the ground, it obliterates a group of monsters with a single punch, using magic to summon its power. This boss is flexing its muscles for the golem in its grasp. Then, that golem monster gets ripped in half. Sure, it is a one-time use, but it feels like cheating. But now, several monsters have latched onto the boss, relentlessly clawing at the iron armor covering it. Even if the lion jumps, the hyena won't back down. For them, hunting humans is their top priority. But they are also very sensitive to betrayers. No matter how strong the boss is, it can take down 5,000 large monsters alone, like a mantis being devoured by a swarm of ants. Ash watches this unfold, his brows furrowed tightly together. Right. He never expected the boss to defeat them all from the beginning. He immediately turns to Evangeline, suggesting they take the chance to escape. She looks stunned, puzzled. Ash explains. "After all, that thing is a one-time deal. And while it is stalling, we need to make a quick getaway. How are your legs?" Evangeline glances at her injured legs. "I can walk, but running might be pushing it." Ash pulls out a vial of red liquid. "Then let us hurry." He pours the potion on Evangeline's wounded leg, causing her to grimace and grit her teeth in pain. After a violent healing, Ash asks, "So how is it? Can you run now?" Evangeline looks at him, exhales, and says, "Of course, I am fine." Ash starts running ahead. "All right." She quickly follows behind. As they run, he navigates, heading north where he tied up a horse. Right behind them, some magical golems, unaffected by the boss Ash summoned, soar into the air. Up high, with a wide view, they gather blood-red magical energy in their hands. Evangeline quickly spots this and exclaims, "Senior! Over there!" They are catching up. She is startled to see the rock golems on the ground, with more golems chasing after them. Ash grinds his teeth in anger, cursing, "A bunch of pathetic pests." Above, red magical projectiles shoot toward them. It is an attack spell. Since Ash is so tall, Evangeline fears he will get hit, so she pulls his head down with her arm, urging him to lower it. "Senior." Her sudden action leaves him a bit flustered. Just in time, the shield blocks some of the magical projectiles from the golems. A few stray shots fly past them, and Ash warily calls out, "Evangeline." He grumbles, "Why do I have to match your height? I am already feeling back pain." The girl snaps back, "Why insult my height? Then just stand straight and fight." "Your Highness, bickering is fun, but the magical bombardment is pretty threatening." Taking advantage of the boss's cheat, Ash commands it to prioritize attacking the golem's magical core. Far behind, the boss looks up at the floating magical golems. It locks onto them with its piercing green gaze. Then, with a giant hand, it punched forward, taking out the flying golems. Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sweet. No more magic attacks for now. However, while you can save someone from a fire far away, right behind him was a massive stone golem. And that was the real issue. Evangeline noticed it closing in and frowned, muttering to herself, Seriously. Just as the stone golem swung its fist at her, she did a smooth roll to dodge. Then, with a dramatic twist, her weapon lunged forward with a loud thud. Evangelion's uniquely shaped spear pierced through the tough body of the stone golem. Ash could not help but praise her. That was a top-tier roll. She awkwardly changed the subject. Stop flattering me out of nowhere. Where's the horse? He pointed towards a nearby tree where the horse was tied up. That one. The horse, seeing its owner return with a horde of monsters, panicked and neighed loudly. It struggled against its reins, hoping to break free, while Ash silently prayed, "Don't do this. Wait for me, buddy. Let us make a run for it together." But as fate would have it, two magical cannonballs shot in from behind. What the heck? Boom. The loud explosion rocked the ground, and the tree where the horse was tied blew up, allowing it to escape. Looking back, Ash saw it was the work of a magic golem that the boss had not dealt with yet. Ash is fuming. What a cruel trap. He dashed towards the tree, nearly out of breath. Damn it. Evangelion, do you have any other escape plans? Ash straightened up and turned to face the advancing golems. I have a plan. The girl gasped. What is plan? He adjusted his sleeves, his expression serious. What else could it be? Ash raised his fists and declared, "Let us take them all down." Evangelion stared in disbelief. All of them? Just the two of us? Are you out of your mind? He calmly replied. If we want to survive, this is the only way. Just as he finished speaking, one of the golems swung its fist at him. Ash yelled, "If I am going down, I am going down swinging. No more hesitation." Evangelion realized there was no other choice. She charged forward. Here we go. She raised her shield, bravely blocking the monster's punch. Behind her, Ash could not stop praising. Nice job. Evangelion, you are basically a defensive expert. You only use your spear for counterattacks. Right. After holding off for a while, and seeing the third prince just standing there, she turned back, annoyed. So who is going to attack them? Ash finally said, "Let me handle this." He activated his special move, Jackpot 172. With his enhanced strength, Ash landed a powerful punch that shattered the golem's body. He proudly showcased his fist to Evangelion. Honestly, she found the third prince quite remarkable. He always pulled off these bizarre moves. Right now, she could only stare in awe, wondering, what is the secret behind that punch? Ash continued to throw punches barehanded. His principle clear divine support from the gods, but he knew the stakes were high. Now, two monsters charged at them. Evangelion warned. This time, too, Ash instructed her. Take out the one on the right with a counterattack, and block the one on the left. When attacking in games like this, Evangelion follows your lead, takes down a golem, and gets praised by Ash. Well done, Evangelion. But relying on luck alone, this attack plan is bound to fail one day. But as she blocks the monster, you also rush into attack. Ash punches the golem's leg. The wheel of fortune is still spinning, and no one knows what the next number will be. Whether it is 1% or 99%, the odds are, it can come up as 3 zeros. This data feels like it is laughing in your face. You are done for, rest in peace. The absolute odds will betray the player. Ash's face pales immediately. That is it. I am finished. If you can't punch the rock, it is like bringing a knife to a rock fight. Without the support of the system, he starts feeling his hand go numb like it has been crushed as the debris slowly falls. Those who target attacks should not rely on luck. Attacks must be executed with certainty. In a moment, Ash seems to realize this thought. Even though he knows it, he still wants to gamble on luck. He charges forward, shouting, "Let me at it." Thoughts keep racing through his mind. The moment he acts, he thinks that the best strategy is to buy time to escape, with a lucky break in the result. But this time, his spin of the wheel does not go as hoped. And it is the ultimate bad luck when a skull appears, and all three numbers show 0. It is the worst failure ever. He realizes that at some point, bad luck will strike again. But he did not expect it to be now. His hand feels the pain, stiffening up as blood starts to flow. His face contorts as he screams in agony. This is the price of relying on luck. Meanwhile, the attacker has to pay a massive price in damage. Evelyn Gerlin sees this and panics, shouting while trying to fend off the monster. "Senior, your left hand." Ash grips the healing potion with his other hand, using his teeth to pry it open, sweat pouring down his face. "Don't mess this up. I am determined." He pours the potion over his injured left arm. It can heal the rips and broken bones. His gaze tightens as he feels the potion flowing over his hand. But it hurts like hell, and he knows that even with first aid, he won't be able to use his left hand for a while. He clutches his painful arm, shouting, "Just buy me some time. Just 10 seconds. Evelyn Gerlin looks at him, worried. Is 10 seconds enough? You need to rest more. Ash immediately retorts. This is not the time to rest. A few monsters come barreling in. Here they come. Evelyn Gerlin quickly reacts, using her shield to block the monster's attack. Damn it. Take it easy, you rockheads. Meanwhile, Ash has started pulling up a system screen. Relying on luck will ultimately lead to failure in attacking, and he knows that all too well. He quickly pulls out a gun from the system. Even so, the reason he is using this gun is that Ash grits his teeth, aiming the gun with his injured arm. Thinking, if it is bad luck, it can all go wrong at once. A surge of energy quickly gathers at the barrel. The moment Ash unleashed a burst of terrifying power. It hit the monster head-on, shattering it to pieces. Evelyn Gerlin stood there, mouth agape and eyes wide in shock at Ash's attack. What on earth was that? After that powerful strike, he exhaled sharply, his brows slightly furrowed, realizing he just used his second lucky lottery ticket. His uninjured hand still gripped the gun tightly. Forged from the Spider Queen's magical essence. And SS-class magic gun, the Black Queen. This belongs to Damien. But in my rush, I just grabbed it. He thought to himself. In this moment, whatever can be used must come out. He raised the gun again, ready to pull the trigger, calculating his next move, maximizing every variable by keeping his left hand injured. If things went south, he would definitely rely on this gun. Another monster exploded from his shot. This was part of my strategy. The image of the Prince character from the game flashed in his mind. A magic gun is tricky to use. But at this close range, even a weak, chubby Prince could hit them. And then he remembered a plump friend who would wink and throw his hands up, a true veteran at carrying the team. After firing the second shot, he gritted his teeth, feeling the pain coursing through his body more intensely. After all, the recoil from this gun felt like a cannon. If he kept using it, he would end up bruised all over. He recalled Damien's cheerful face. Sorry, Sisam. At that moment, Evangeline was still fighting, charging forward with her spear for one last push. Her powerful attack shattered two monsters at once, both howling in retaliation to the damage. Finally, he managed to take down all the pursuers. Exhausted, plopped down on the ground. Breathing heavily, Evangeline turned to him, wanting to ask a million questions but would only ask one. Not far away, the boss monster that as summoned was struggling against a horde of monsters both above and below. So what now? He quickly stood up to respond to her question. I told you. We need to wipe them all out. The stronghold had been attacked and partially destroyed, as told Evangeline. Let us head back to the stronghold. We still have some insurance there. The girl looked confused. The stronghold collapsed. Az frowned, sweat dripping down his face. Now soaked. After all, if they kept chasing us, we would be dead. If we want to survive and return, we have to eliminate them all. The boss monster he summoned was still fighting off the fierce attacks from the small monsters. He opened a series of system screens, thinking, it has been rough, but the summon has a single function, to attract attention. Since being summoned, its only purpose was to draw aggro. As made a decision, time to self-destruct, the boss monster began focusing its energy. A massive explosion erupted in front of Az and Evangeline. The girl, exhausted, blinked in disbelief. She had no more strength left to be surprised. He bowed his head, biting his lip as his hair fell to hide the emotions in his eyes. Incredible. The giant golem had finally fulfilled its role. The explosion from the giant boss monster wiped out many of the smaller monsters around. But a few still remained. If only they could all perish from this. He reached out, touching the red dots on the system display. 14 monsters left. The remaining monsters, only partially damaged, still lay on the ground. Az turned and shouted to Evangeline. Run fast. We need to get inside the castle before they wake up. The girl jumped in surprise and replied. Yep. Right after that, both of them took off running. The attacks from the stone monster were hot on their heels. They kept running, and Evangeline suddenly raised her shield, warning the girl. There are still a few monsters left, with quick reflexes. She struggled to hold the shield up to block the stone monster's attack. Turning back to inform him, the most annoying one is still alive. Az continued to run while shouting. It is always like this. The worst ones always survive to the end. Above them, the stone monster raised its arms, preparing to attack, looking incredibly furious after witnessing its friends get taken down. Let us hope it hesitates. One of the stone monsters they had defeated earlier was now just a pile of rubble on the ground. It was the one that attacked them before. His feet kept pounding forward. The castle was right in front of them. They were almost there. Evangeline suddenly realized something and shouted, "It is using magic to attack again." As Ash turned around, he saw the girl bracing herself against the stone monster's attack with her shield, which was starting to crack. In an instant, the shield shattered, and Evangeline panicked. It can take any more hits. The stone monster attacked once more. The girl did not hesitate. She spun around and swung her spear, shouting, "Take this." With a powerful counterattack, she shattered the stone monster's strike. Lacking a shield, she had to rely on her weapon, and she handled the situation brilliantly. Ash realized. However, that a spear was not the best defensive weapon. Soon, the spear in Evangelion's hands began to splinter as well. The relentless attacks from the stone monster kept coming. Evangelion immediately jumped to hug Ash tightly, yelling, "Get back." But in doing so, one of her arms got hit, and she cried out in pain. Ash shouted in worry, "Evangelion." But she was a strong girl. She held on tight and shouted, "It is. Let us get inside the castle." They managed to slip inside the castle, just before the remaining attacks from the stone monster crashed down, causing a huge explosion. Inside the crumbling castle, the window panes were shattered. Evangelion hid behind a wall, peering out. "Now, we are inside the castle. Just like you said." They crouched behind the large debris that had fallen from the castle as the monsters drew closer, trying to escape the situation. Just as Ash had instructed, Ash reached into his pocket, saying, "Just trust me." "My junior." Checking his bag, he confidently pulled out a magical seed and held it up, saying, "I am no white knight, and I am not some evil trickster. What you are holding is the highest quality magic seed." He threw the magical seed outside, shouting, "Summon." The magical seed hovered and began to emit a dazzling blue light, activating the defensive fortress. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. The materials for resurrection are magic seeds of at least TRL and building materials like wood and stone. The magic seeds begin to absorb the available resources from the ground. None of this is a surprise to Ash, because there are tons of resources here. In Zealot, the automated defense fortress has completed shielding the castle entrance. The monsters keep charging forward. The automated defense fortress starts to cycle through its defenses and gather energy. The monster lunges forward and strikes immediately. The energy source fires off, obliterating the enemy in a massive explosion. Ash is pumped. It is a spectacular shot. He thinks to himself, "I have used everything I can." The thrill is evident on his face as he yells, "You think I am going to give up, you stupid monster." The barrage of explosions lights up the sky, taking down every single monster. Is Ash ecstatic? Yelling with pride, "Got 2 of them." He quietly surveys the pile of fallen foes in front of him, seriously observing as the remaining monsters hesitate and begin to retreat. It is as if they realize that taking another step would mean their doom. Ash thinks to himself, "I just realized this a moment ago." He is furious. Why are those damn creatures so smart? His mind races with questions. Those crazy monsters keep charging at us to attack. Could this be the instinctive intelligence of the monsters in this game? After the fierce battle, the area gradually returns to peace. Warm rays of sunshine start to shine down on the 2 of them. Ash slumps down against the wall, panting. But he does not forget to tease his teammate. "I think I saw you taking a break this whole time." Hearing this, Evangelion sighs helplessly. "You have got a ton of weird weapons," she exclaims in pain, filled with regret. "Oh man. The recovery potions I thought I would use for a lifetime. I have already used them all today." Evangelion turns to Ash with a serious face. "So what are we going to do now?" He suggests, "Let us wait until sunset. When the sun goes down, I still have some unused items saved for them." Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through her injured arm, causing Evangelion to curl up, trembling in agony. Ash realizes this is her worst wound from the earlier confrontation, but the recovery potions are limited. Seeing the situation is dire, he immediately stands up to reassure her, "I will find something else like bandages. Just wait for me a moment." After carefully wrapping her up, Ash says, "This should hurt less than before." Evangelion replies respectfully, "Thank you, Senior." She looks around the room and notices all the empty bottles and can't help but ask Ash, "But why are there so many bottles here? The smell is so strong." Ash explains with a smug tone, "Those are from the warlord Krot. He is a total addict." Evangelion gasps. "Really?" Ash continues in surprise. "You did not know? I am not kicking you out. Your dad is practically a guy who can live without alcohol." Evangelion, with a look of disbelief, responds, "No way. That can be true." The girl remembers, "My father in my memories is someone who never touched a drop of alcohol." As she spoke, the image of her father slowly emerged in her mind, and she continued to explain to Ash, "I do not know when the monsters will come crashing in, but the Lord has been ready for battle." Not even touching a sip of booze, he stood there reflecting, saying, "I have been gone for 3 years, and during that time, everything has changed." He continued, "That man must have been so heartbroken, to the point where he could not live a single day without alcohol." No sooner had he finished speaking than Evangelion's expression darkened. The girl looked shocked, unable to believe her father's sudden change in just 3 years. After grasping the situation, Ash asked Evangelion, "Given how things are now, do you hate your father?" Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately replied.
Yep.
Evangelion just sat with her head down, forcing a smile, her eyes filled with sadness and disappointment. She added, "It is unforgivable." A heavy silence fell over the 2 of them. Fragments of memories from that fierce battle flooded Ash's mind, and he quickly posed a hypothesis. If 3 years ago, instead of saving the city, her father had saved her mother, would she have forgiven him? Then he decisively stated. She definitely would not hate him like she does now. Ash continued to explain seriously to the girl. But at that time, she was in the city. He added. If her father had saved her mother, then she would have been in danger. At this point, Evangeline's expression started to become confused. She continued to listen in silence as Ash analyzed. Ash believed that her father did not abandon her mother. He genuinely wanted to protect her. And she understood that. Evangeline lowered her head, her face showing sadness. She vacantly replied, "Yep, I really do understand." As she spoke, memories of her father's battles began to surface in her mind. And she slowly responded, "My father fought with all his might. Always." Then she exclaimed, "Get it? I completely understand." Evangeline looked up at Ash with a dazed expression, her eyes empty and lost. Then she asked him, "But who am I supposed to blame?" Ash replied in surprise. She painfully recalled the memories she had long tried to bury. Things she thought she would never dare to think about. My mother was torn apart by a monster and died. And then she choked out. I was furious and heartbroken to the point of madness. On the day of my mother's funeral, the rain poured down as if it were sharing the girl's sorrow. The image of young Evangeline standing alone, lonely, with no one beside her. She tried to calm herself, realizing that hating that monster would not help. She felt frustrated. I thought it was an accident, or just a disaster. Coming back to reality, she blankly asked herself, "So who am I really angry with?" Ash sat quietly beside her, listening to her pour out her heart. She self-criticized. I am so cowardly. The silhouette of her tall father in his iron armor appeared in Evangeline's mind. And she concluded, I was looking for someone to blame. I wanted to find someone to blame for my mother's death. I really am too cowardly. Right. If I did not blame anyone, then my heart would feel like it is boiling over. She choked up, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. I won't be able to live on like this. Ash remained silent, not saying a word. He quietly assessed the situation with a pensive expression. It is not just the monster's fault. She was blaming the living people right in front of her. That person has to take responsibility because, instead of letting go of the pain, it is easier to find something or someone to blame. Evangelion regrets nothing. My father happily accepts that blame. My father's words echo in my mind. Not saving mom is his fault. His responsibility. It is General Krot standing helplessly at the door of Evangelion. So go ahead. Blame him. Because doing so will free your heart. The girl sits there, her face buried in a flurry of questions for Ash. Asking, so now you expect me to forgive my dad? What am I supposed to do? The fiery red rays of the sunset beam down on them, and Evangelion continues to question. If it is not my father's fault, then whose fault is it? Ash slowly reiterates General Krot's words. Not saving mom is his fault, and again insists, it is no one's fault. We are all just trying to survive. Once, this place was filled with laughter and joy. No one had any evil intentions. We were all just fighting for our lives. But then, suddenly, the scene turns desolate and shattered. Ash recalls how that monster came, leaving behind only death and despair. People dead. Friends dead. Teammates dead. He speaks slowly, realizing there is no other way. Humanity is fundamentally a frail existence. The sunset paints a stunningly beautiful scene, casting light on the ground and making the red banners flutter vibrantly. Ash speaks with hope, saying, to keep living. People look for something to resent, not for satisfaction, but to continue on. He knows that everyone here needs someone to blame. Ash gently reaches out to pat Evangeline's head, then continues. So go ahead. Blame me. Evangeline's eyes widen in astonishment upon hearing Ash's words. Ash wears a serious expression, his gaze unwavering as he looks at Evangeline. I will take Chaco's place and bear that resentment. He explains. Because now, I am the Lord of Crossroads, and I am the one responsible. As the evening light begins to fade, the last rays of sunshine illuminate the flag symbolizing an entire family. Ash declares, this is the burden the Cross family has carried all along. The new Lord deserved to take on everything, including the blame. Ash looks at Evangeline with fondness, his voice soft as he comforts her. I will become the new recipient of the blame in Chaco's stead. Now, please try to understand Chaco a little. The silhouette of the Cross General stands tall and gentle. He only wishes for her happiness. The girl remains lost in thought. Seeing this, Ash playfully tussles Evangeline's hair, chuckling with delight. Good now, kiddo. She huffs. My bangs. The atmosphere gradually becomes more relaxed. Now we need to get out of here. Right, you have worked hard. The unexpected compliment makes Evangeline blush, looking absolutely adorable. She flusteredly replies. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside causes both of them to jump up in alarm. Evangeline quickly runs to the shattered window to survey the situation. She gasps in shock at what she sees. Outside, a swarm of monsters is gathering, their numbers increasing by the second. The girl panics and screams, oh no. They are surrounding us. I regret it so much. Damn it. We just needed a little more time. You keep coming up with new ideas. If a defensive fortress gets surrounded and the monsters charge in all at once, it will lose its multi-target attack capability, and there will be a lot of blind spots. The situation is getting more chaotic as the monsters have completely blocked the exits. Evangeline replied, I know, but those bastards are closing in on us. I thought to myself, those damn things are relentless. You are getting really worried. If those lunatics rush in all at once, we are toast. I ordered. It is time to fight back. Evangeline, hearing that, broke into a sweat, looking at me nervously. But senior, I do not have any weapons. You guessed it would come to this. Right. Yep. I have backup weapons for emergencies. I stashed them a few days ago. The girl looked at me, surprised yet excited. So now, boom. A barrage of rock golems and steam was rapidly advancing towards us. Next came a series of powerful counterattacks from the automated defense fortresses I had prepared in advance. However, the sheer number of monsters overwhelmed the fortress's firepower. Then, suddenly, a massive explosion shook the earth and sky. A blue light erupted with debris flying everywhere. The fortress was destroyed. The scene turned into utter chaos. Thick black smoke rising from the explosion. Evangeline and I did our best to run toward where the weapons were. It is time to fight. The stone golems began to shift their focus towards us. Seeing this, Evangeline and I pushed ourselves forward, trying to escape the monsters hot on our heels. You grabbed the weapon in your hand, urging, keep running. Evangeline, you fought against the stone golems, taking down 2 with just 2 slashes. I shouted, just a bit further. My backup gear is over there. She gritted her teeth, sweating bullets, forcing herself to run forward. The sunset light filtered through the tree canopies, and in an instant, Evangeline reached the backyard of the orchard, collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, she looked ahead, thinking, that is where my ancestor's grave is. A loud call interrupted her thoughts. Evangeline. She turned around to see me struggling to run towards her, with the monsters still relentlessly chasing. Evangeline realized, but there was no time for nostalgia. She bent down, starting to dig into the earth with her hands. She suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed intently ahead. Before her, a wooden box soon emerged from the dirt. Those were the weapons I had prepared earlier. Inside the box was a battered spear from the military and a shield. Light shone down on the 2 old but still functional weapons, used by the heads of the Cross family for generations. And on the day of Evangeline's father's funeral, these weapons were buried with him as per her request. She panted, her expression gradually turning sad and confused. But she still picked up the spear. Slowly standing up, she stood tall, weapons in hand that had been her father's companions through every battle. Her gaze was resolute, with dirt-stained hands. Evangeline gripped the old spear tightly and prepared to fight. Memories flooded back into Evangeline's mind. He gently urged her, this will help you, my child. But she always reacted fiercely, immediately shoving them away with all her might. I do not need this. I do not need any of it. Her face twisted in confusion as she anxiously looked at the battlefield. However, the Commander Cross had no intention of giving up. The girl coldly turned and walked straight toward the carriage, leaving the commander standing there. Evangeline, many times, Evangeline wondered if her father felt anger, even if just for a fleeting moment. The gentle winter sun streamed down through the open carriage door, and from afar, his voice echoed. The northern skies are back. In Kingdom, the winter is harsh. She had just treated her father harshly, yet he still gently reminded Evangeline, always take care of yourself. Do not catch a cold. His tender demeanor left Evangeline speechless. The back of Commander Cross watched her, always hoping, I will always wait for the day you open your heart and come back to me. As the carriage door closed, Commander Cross said, his voice trembling, and the carriage began to roll away. Evangeline sat quietly in the carriage, gazing out the window with a face filled with regret and a hint of confusion. Despite Commander Cross's concern, Evangeline did not even respond. Closing the carriage door and leaving, Commander Cross stood alone in the training yard, with the weapon Evangeline had just tossed aside lying on the ground. The father remained there, lost in thought as he watched his daughter depart. A vast, chilling emptiness surrounded him, while Commander Cross stayed there, watching the carriage roll farther away. At the end of the road, the father continued to watch until he could no longer see his daughter. Back in reality, she sat in silence, staring at the familiar weapons, her eyes growing sad with a touch of regret as the shield and spear showed signs of wear and tear. Even with sunlight shining down, they no longer radiated the brilliant light they once had. Much like Evangeline's father, who faded quickly after her mother's death. She recalled the days when Evangeline was a child. How cool the spear and shield looked. Every time a monster attacked, her father would leave the house, weapon in hand, to protect everyone. Evangeline could not help but sigh. How majestic it all seemed back then. She tightened her grip on the spear, trying to stand tall. Yet here she was. Everything had turned out like this. He ran while calling out, "Good job." With his messy hair and serious face. Commanding, "Take it out now. I am really at my limit. I can't fight anymore." His feet scraped the ground in a long line, and Evangeline replied, "Yep. I have drawn my weapon." Suddenly, Ash stood right behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder and shouting, "Here," catching Evangeline off guard. He smiled. "You are my last hope," she blurted out. "What? What do you mean?" He laughed while pushing Evangeline forward. "Come on, I am begging you. Put on your father's armor and fight like he did." Evangeline felt overwhelmed and did not know what to do, too surprised to ask. There was no time for questions. Up ahead, the earth shook, dust swirling in the air, and the monsters were now closing in. He glanced down at her hands, caked in mud, as Evangeline gathered her strength, gripping her spear and glaive, as if reuniting with long-lost friends. The weapons fit perfectly in her hands. The girl was hazy, not quite sure why at that moment. The teachings from the challenge echoed in her mind, how to hold the spear. Oh my, I can't remember the exact words. She stood tall, facing the monsters, gripping two well-worn weapons, a beautiful memory of her father that she would never forget. When Evangeline was little, that was the moment she first learned to wield the glaive and spear. The golem charged at her with all its might, shaking the ground beneath her. A wave of energy enveloped Evangeline's body. An invisible hand gently placed itself on hers, guiding the spear. Just a little more. Holding the glaive and spear, she felt as if her father was right there with her in this battle. That is right. Just like that. My girl. With those encouraging words, her hands felt empowered to charge straight at the monster. And with one swift strike, it was vanquished. Seeing this, the others rushed towards her all at once. Evangeline retaliated fiercely against them. Her eyes glowing with a mystical blue light, she spotted a monster. And oh, it was a real monster. Evangeline fought back, determined to take them down. Her eyes shining with that magical blue glow. She silently wondered, is this a dream? Evangeline easily dodged the steam golem's punch. And for a moment, the monster's movements seemed to slow down. She zipped through the creature, creating a massive circular hole. This was the first time she had fought with these weapons. Figuring out how to keep her footing, how to maintain her rhythm, her instincts would guide her. Evangeline moved faster, leaving the monsters unable to react. It felt like the path ahead was wide open. With just a few swift moves, all the monsters were systematically dispatched beneath her sharp blade. When she finally stopped, her eyes widened in disbelief. What was that? Everything gradually fell silent again, and Ash clapped proudly, marveling. Truly amazing. My warrior. He stood from afar, fist raised to the sky, excitedly shouting, I knew you could do it. Evangeline still stared at Ash, demanding, Senior. Senior. What was that? She focused on the spear's grip, recalling, I felt like I saw a path. But what was it really? Ash replied nonchalantly. Yep. That weapon. It was indeed meant for you. Even if you do not need to enhance it, its traits will show themselves. This is destiny. The girl widened her eyes in confusion, thinking, a weapon meant for me. Enhance. Traits. Destiny. What the heck is he talking about? Ash chuckled absent-mindedly, his eyes darting away, not knowing why. But one thing is for sure. Why does Evangeline feel that strange sensation? Prince Ash knows all too well. He lowered his head and cleared his throat lightly. Now, there is something more urgent to address. With that, Ash pointed towards the giant monster emitting a bright red light from afar. That is the final monster. It is a stone golem. Its arms are two power spheres ready to obliterate the two of them at any moment. Evangeline panicked. What should we do? It is so tall that even if we attack, we can't reach it. We have no long-range weapons left. The magic guns are out of ammo. Even if Evangeline throws a spear, if it misses, the battle will be over. But, Ash confidently smiles at Evangeline, as if he already had a plan. There has to be a way. A prince always has secret strategies. The sun is about to set. Night will soon fall. He commands. Evangeline, this is the final order for today. The girl immediately took the order. Yep. Senior. Evangeline planned. I am going straight for that monster. If I do that, I will take it down. Without hesitation, the girl used all her strength to charge forward. I am on my way. How could Evangeline possibly defeat that monster? Princess decided not to ask. I stood back, fist raised to the sky, cheering loudly. Finally, give it your all. Evangeline followed Prince Az's command, because that moment was when they realized their intents will to survive. The golem had locked onto its target, dark power surging straight down towards the girl. The path from earlier appeared again. The girl thought to herself, what was that feeling? Saying that, she quickly moved along the glowing golden path, successfully dodging every attack from the monster, as hurriedly ran toward the monster. Great job, Evangeline. In his hand was a torch emitting a mystical blue light, as said confidently, and this will. Then he took a leap and threw the torch at the monster, shouting, "It will take you down." Clang. The torch fell straight to the ground, leaving the three of them stunned. No one could have anticipated this. Az and the stone golem could only stare at each other in silence. In a corner, Evangeline looked pale, her eyes wide with worry, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a surge of power from afar swept in, clearing away all the monsters in the distance. What the heck is that? A beam of unexpected power struck the stone golem, shattering it into pieces. Evangeline broke out in a cold sweat. Surprised. What is happening? She looked towards the source of the power, thinking, could it be a shot fired from over there? Bullets of fire continued to rain down, taking out monster after monster. From a distance, Demian focused on the target. The barrel aimed directly at the monster. Evangeline was astonished. Following the Prince's signal, he is sniping from that far away, she thought to herself. Unbelievable. Absurd. That is not something a human can do. She insisted. It can be like that. Ash continued to point and give orders. Still over here. And over there. This is our only chance. Evangeline, he shouted loudly. Let us finish this. Evangeline quickly pinpointed where the monster would land. Then she gathered all her strength and leaped forward. After her spear pierced straight into the golem's body, it exploded in midair. She had completely defeated the monster. The girl plopped down, dropping her two weapons to the side. Gasping for breath, Ash quietly stepped closer to her. He smiled gently, ruffling her hair in praise. Excellent job, my junior. I did not think you could do it. Evangeline sighed in relief. Is it really over? Ash glanced at the wreckage before them and replied. Yep. At least here. In reality, the two of them had defeated 50 giant monsters on their own. The girl exclaimed. Senior, you are really amazing. This is absurd. Ash smiled and replied. No one would believe it if you told them. He relaxed, leaning back calmly. Now, let this battle be just ours. Evangeline was completely drained, resting her head on Ash's shoulder. Can I just pass out right now? He turned to tease her. If I say, can you hold on? Even though Evangeline was exhausted, she hesitated and replied. If that is the command, I guess I can handle it. Finally, he let her off the hook. You can sleep now. Do not worry. The two sat quietly, gazing at the star-filled sky. A gentle breeze blowing by, creating an incredibly soothing atmosphere. Evangeline gradually drifted off, Ash's voice still echoing in her mind. Sleep well. Ash held a lantern in his hand, waving it 3 times, signaling that the defense was set up securely. Luckily, it seemed like the other side was holding their ground too. He glanced over at Evangeline. Sound asleep, she had truly given it her all. In that final moment, he had used 2 special weapons. One was the pinpoint shots supported by Demian's extreme long-range capability. The shots were fired from such a distance that no one thought it was possible. The Heavenly Eye, which allowed him to shoot with such incredible accuracy. Perhaps every bullet fired was a significant pressure on Demian, who had to praise him when he returned. He thought to himself, and this little girl is my last weapon. To be precise, the gear specifically designed for Evangeline is the real last weapon. Cross-family spear. Level 30. Classified as a soldier spear. Damage 2530. Durability 330. A combat weapon specifically for Evangeline Cross that unlocks true potential when upgraded. The cross-family shield. Level 30. Classified as a shield. Defense 2530. Durability 230. A defensive weapon specifically for Evangeline Cross that unlocks true potential when upgraded. All SAR characters have their own specialized gear. The Here of the Cross family set 2-2. An effect set specifically for Evangeline Cross if the character uses both items at the same time. The specialized Crossroads attribute will be activated. Typically, gear related to a character and their storyline is often equipped with special attributes or effects. This is why SAR characters are exceptionally skilled. There are many heroic figures at the SAR level, but the ultimate difference comes from the existence of this specialized gear. Crossroads, the specialized attribute of Evangeline Cross, is an attribute born and developed from the Cross family's quest to slay monsters and protect humanity in any combat condition. It can determine the optimal movement direction and fight accordingly. When the attribute is activated, MP will continuously deplete the accumulated experience of all those from the Cross lineage through generations. This is the Crossroads specialized attribute of Evangeline. Evangeline said she could see the path ahead. It might sound complicated to explain, but simply put, it is a type of support effect. If this mode is activated, combat performance will double. If energy is too low, it can't be maintained for long. But receiving specialized gear in the game, when using a weapon frequently, their proficiency with that weapon increases. That way, heroes can unleash the maximum power of that gear. Seeing them hidden away for the first time, He was utterly amazed. Ash had just left them like that, thinking of them as kids who would forever step away from this battlefield. But in times like these, what other choice did he have but to use them? He silently wondered. But they would not blame me. Right. I did it to save their daughter. No hard feelings. General. With that thought, Dash sat. Sighed deeply. Oh man. My arm. I hope the city is not too damaged. Maybe they are dealing with the remaining monsters. He reassured himself. Everything will be fine. Just need to rest a bit. In his dream, he found himself in a hospital room in the real world. On the bed lay a boy, breathing through an oxygen mask, his skin pale and looking utterly exhausted. He stared blankly at the hospital bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he jolted awake from the dream, eyes wide in shock. Oh my, he broke out in a cold sweat, looking down at his arm in disbelief. What is this? Evangelion approached, crossing Ash's thoughts. I am awake, he quietly asked the girl. Are you feeling better? Evangelion gently tossed some firewood into the flames, crackling away. Yep. I just napped for a bit and I feel a lot better. Not dead yet, the girl replied, then asked him. What about you? Senior. Ash waved his hand confidently. Compared to taking down 50 giant monsters, this is a piece of cake. The girl laughed mockingly. No need to play tough. He quickly shot back. That is something I should say. The sky tonight was filled with stars, the full moon shining calmly. It felt unusually peaceful. The two sat together, admiring the sky while chatting. Evangelion wondered. Are we spending the night here? Ash replied. The battle in the city has to end first before we can head back. Evangelion softly said. I hope everyone there is safe. Ash gazed into the fire that kept emitting warmth. It is going to be all right. So we do not need to worry. In the stillness of the night, a strange noise echoed. He jumped in fear. What? What was that? What the heck is going on? Evangelion sighed, lowering her head shyly. I am hungry. Ash helplessly looked at Evangelion, clutching her stomach. Growling. He empathized. Same here. With that, Ash stood up to grab some food. Moments later, he returned, holding 2 items in his hands. He bent down, placing a small bag of seeds next to a bottle of water. Here, this is for you. Evangelion groaned. Is this all there is? Ash retorted. You should be grateful we still have this from the ruins. She picked a piece from the bag and raised it to her mouth. But, what kind of food is this? After taking a small bite, she quickly spat it out, making a face. Gross. This tastes terrible. What the heck is this? Ash sat beside her, watching her calmly. These are the fruits that her father harvested. She widened her eyes in delight as Ash recounted how they share it every day. The girl gently took the fruit she had just bitten into. Seriously, I am really silly. My dad. Saying that, she quickly stuffed the rest into her mouth, chewing it with difficulty. Evangeline gasped and quickly said to Ash, Give me a drink. My mouth is so bitter I need something to wash it down. Anything will do. He turned to Evangeline. This is alcohol. You are underage. The girl proudly replied. So what? I have fought to the brink of death. She retorted. The elder just mentioned that too. I should try everything I have not done yet. She clenched her fist firmly, her tone resolute. From now on, I won't settle for less and will do everything. Now I understand. Wanting to do something and settling is the dumbest thing ever. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped up and charged at Ash, demanding, Give it to me now. Though reluctant, was helpless against her logic. The blood on my forehead has not even dried, and my foot's a mess. Just one little bump. Achieving her wish, the girl beamed, lifting her glass towards Ash. Let us toast. A strange sound echoed. This drink is super strong. Are you okay? Right after taking a sip, her face fell as she looked at Ash. Oh my god. That taste is horrendous. The fruit is awful, and the alcohol is just as bad. He chuckled awkwardly. Really? Suddenly, she stared down at her glass, feeling gloomy inside. Did Dad eat this stuff every day? Drink this stuff every day? Evangelion began to imagine the harsh battle moments her father faced on the battlefield. He protected this city for 3 years in that state. While pouring the drink, Ash calmly explained. Even if it means chewing dirt and inhaling dust. You do not turn your back. You do not want to leave. Then he brought the glass back towards Evangelion. Not running away but dedicating himself to his work every day. That is what it means to be an adult. After hearing this, Evangelion sighed. Oh man. I hate being a grown-up. Her innocent words made Ash burst out laughing. She said it is scary. The warmth of the flames made Evangelion blush as she cupped her cheeks. Honestly, I have known that all along, Ash replied. What? The girl revealed. My dad sneaks out every night and stays up late at Mom's grave. I have known that for a while. In her memories, she always followed her dad every night, watching him visit her mom's grave, but only quietly standing in the corner. Even if I do not cry out loud, my heart aches. That is just how my dad is. I know. Evangeline lowered her head, embarrassed that she still hated her dad. Even so, her mind was filled with warm memories of the two of them, and she continued to voice her complaints. So come back to life and show up in front of me, so I can keep hating you. Ash just sat silently. If you are giving me a chance to be a bad daughter, then go ahead and yell at me and get mad. Her words became heavier. She choked up. Now I hate everything. Sitting here complaining alone. Sitting here missing you alone. The monologue turned into the whimper of a child. The girl really missed the happy moments of her childhood, when both her parents were by her side. I miss Mom and Dad. She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Dad. I miss you both. Evangeline began to sob, while Ash let her cry alone. In this cold and harsh world, even if it means chewing dirt and inhaling dust, we must keep fighting, growing up in loneliness. Poor Evangeline. Dawn was breaking. The firewood was nearly burned out, and Evangeline was still asleep. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying. Murmuring, Dad. Ash has been awake for a while now, quietly watching over 2 gravestones. He takes a sip of alcohol and sighs. The distant eastern sky is clearing up. Dawn is approaching. Under the piercing dawn sky, he sees his soldiers running along the distant road. Ash beams and waves at them with a bright smile. Lucas, leading the knights, immediately bows in respect upon seeing Ash. Another chapter is about to close. It is a clear, cloudless day, with warm rays of sunshine illuminating the castle. Inside the main hall, the priestess Meherida is using her powers to heal Ash's wounds. I do not know how you got hurt like this. After tending to his injuries and wrapping them up, she continues to advise him. But your left hand will never be the same again. Grip strength diminished. The joints of his hand are stiffening, and more complications will arise. My lord. He replies. Really? Ash gazes at his injured hand, thinking to himself, the price is too high. A way to comfort his own soul. However, Meherida reassures him. But still, that is fortunate. Then she schedules Ash for treatment. Come to the temple every 2 days for your healing. Ash happily responds. Thank you, priestess. He turns to ask, what about Evangeline's condition? She hesitates, knowing the shoulder injury is quite serious, but adds, even with her shoulder hurt, Evangeline still eats heartily. As long as she does not overexert herself, she will bounce back quickly. She is really strong. He stands with his arms crossed, marveling, truly an Sir-level warrior. Her recovery ability is off the charts. Ash wonders, is this the difference between a girl just over 10 and a young man in his 20s? After treatment, he heard Luca's report on the defense battle. In just 15 minutes after the battle began, Damian had wiped out all the monsters. Within the next 6 hours, they continued to eliminate all the other monsters that tried to approach. After cleaning up all the enemies, they came to rescue him and Evangeline. Ash still can't believe it, thinking to himself, but the ease of wiping out those monsters is simply extraordinary. He and Lucas stroll down the hallway chatting. Lucas bows respectfully, explaining that their delay in coming to this rescue was due to the time spent in battle. Feeling embarrassed, Ash smiles. Embarrassed? You guys did great, right? No casualties. Both look toward the knights being bandaged at the temple. Lucas lists a total of 14 severely injured soldiers and 128 lightly injured. No fatalities. He turns around in disbelief and asks Lucas, what did you say? Lucas lowers his head, confirming, yep, that is correct. There were no fatalities. Your Highness, Ash beamed as he watched Lucas break into a big smile. For the first time, they had come through a battle without any casualties. Thinking about it, Ash joyfully patted Lucas on the back, praising him. You did great, Lucas. Nobody died, oh my gosh. You did even better than I did. Lucas remained humble, saying, please do not say that. He awkwardly recounted the situation back then. While the prince was away, everyone was worried, and the rest of them did not know what to do. Ash silently pondered. Was that the flip side of having an unyielding commander? An unyielding commander, this ability stirred up the morale of all allied soldiers within a 10-meter radius. Previously, Ash thought it was simply a skill to prevent soldiers from panicking during battle, but it turned out to be so much more. Not only did this ability leave the soldiers around him bewildered and chaotic, but it also stabilized their spirits. Just being near him made them feel safe. Ash started to daydream, wondering if he was some kind of soothing aroma. Was he making everyone rely on him even more? But whatever. He decided to put that aside for now and stop overthinking. He patted Lucas on the shoulder, reassuring him that in the end, everything was all right. Lucas, Ash said with determination, there is nothing to worry about anymore. From now on, nothing will make me leave alone again. Suddenly, Lucas turned to Ash with a serious expression. It must be that way. My lord, I am your loyal servant. Ever since the first time we met, even now. Ash felt a cold sweat break out as he replied. Yeah. Lucas insisted. Please do not leave me behind. Especially when you go to dangerous places. Ash felt warmth in his heart at Lucas's concern for him, patting Lucas's back to comfort him. I know, don't he worry. Okay. How about the other members of the team? They are all safe. Right. Lucas replied. Yep. Everyone is fine. He remembered Demian and reported the situation. Saying, Demian pushed himself a bit too hard and ended up with a nosebleed. Upon hearing this, Ash felt extremely worried. Really? Lucas continued. He keeps saying he is fine. Right now, he is being treated at the Holy Sanctuary. Ash responded. That is a relief. I think after he is treated, I should go check on Demian. Everything seems to be alright. After feeling reassured about everyone's condition, Ash finally cleared his mind. Thinking he should go home and rest for a bit. The sunlight poured down, bringing everything to life in the Lord's estate garden. Spring was approaching, and the weather was gradually warming up. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why do not you take a nap? Ash jumped and replied. It turned out to be Evangeline, the girl with one hand on her hip, walking straight towards him. Sitting out here in the cold like this. You are going to catch a cold. Ash laughed heartily in response. Why are you treating me like an old man? You are the one playing caregiver to the elderly here. Evangeline plopped down on a chair, smiling as she gazed up at the sky. I can't believe we are still alive. To enjoy a morning like this. It is amazing. I thought I would never see the sun again. Ash looked at the babbling water and said, I am really sorry for putting you through so much hardship. He advised. You are all healed up now. And your health is improving, so relax and enjoy yourself before you leave. The girl bowed her head calmly and replied. I am not going anywhere. Ash was taken aback. What? The girl continued. I thought about it all night long. I want to inherit the title of Duke. After hearing her intentions, Ash said seriously. Do you even understand what you just said? Your father wants you to walk away from that position. He remembered the blood-soaked hands of the warrior. Your father wants you to have a free life. Evangeline responded. Is that? With a mischievous grin. She added. I will be a disobedient child one last time and go against my father's wishes. Then she burst out laughing. I am quite rebellious. Are not. Leaning back in her chair, Evangeline gazed at the lush, vibrant garden, expressing her desire to Ash. Senpai. I want to learn more about my father. The family crest is still waving in the sun. My father's ideals. My father's thoughts. And actions I still do not fully understand them. She turned to him and said, if I were in my father's position, I would understand a bit more. Right. Evangeline recalled the moment when her father stood gazing at the city, a figure strong yet vulnerable. I apologize for repeating myself, but with a determined smile. Evangeline declared, I want to inherit the Duke's title and reclaim power over this territory. I am the rightful heir of Jamenkad. As silently smiled back at her. Evangeline. The people's expectations and the heavy responsibility you are trying to shoulder, I will bear it with you. With newfound confidence, she patted her tiny arm and said, I am not going to take this back. But I am the top student at the academy. And I am a skilled fighter. Indeed. She was an Sir-level warrior. The girl threw her hands in the air excitedly. One day, I will be taller, more beautiful, and even stronger. That is right. In a few years, she would definitely become a towering knight. Stronger than ever whether she was an ordinary person or a knight. It is truly the case. With supreme skills and specialized gear, she will become the mightiest warrior. The girl jumped up in excitement. Promise me something. As looked confused. What? Evangeline stood confidently before him. From now on, fight alongside me. If you do, I can help you protect this city. The most powerful character among SAR-level warriors. Evangeline Cross. First, let us accept the offer to join our team. No one foolish would turn this down. In response to her excitement, he shot back coldly. That is annoying. Evangeline probably did not understand his tone, still happily replying. Oh really? Then, as interrupted her, that is so annoying. This city is already mine. I can't just give it to you. Evangeline was stunned. She stared blankly at Az. He smirked, laying down conditions. But if you truly want to reclaim your inheritance, then I have one condition. As proposed, you have to become a knight under my command. You must work with me to protect this city. The girl felt disheartened upon hearing this. He promised. When you grow up, when you become capable enough to take over this city. Until then, I will help you. You must not waver or give up on your determination. Seem to really believe in Evangeline's abilities. Before the decommissioning and the lordship, I will return it to you in 3 years. 3 years sounds short, but for Evangeline, it is a lifetime. She replied. That is just how it is. On, ignoring her pleas. As decided. In 3 years, no. In 2.5 years. You will be an adult. By then. It will be settled. The girl raised her fist in promise and said, "Okay, I believe you. Senpai. Just make sure to give me back my position in this city." You chuckled teasingly. Don't get your hopes up too high. Evangelion quad. Anyway. 3 years from now. Whether we return the city or not, it does not matter. Consider it a promise. If you will. The girl continued to propose to Az. Senpai. Can I add one more thing? You turned to look at Evangelion. Go ahead. She began to recount her childhood memories with her mother. When I was little, my mom used to tell me this: if my mom lived in this city, if she married my dad, she knew for sure there would be many life and death situations. The image of her mother smiling gently at Evangelion, even knowing the risks, she still chose it. The reason was to carry on. The girl asked Az. What does carry on mean? I really do not understand. What does it actually mean? Even though my mom knew all these endings, why did she still choose to live here? Evangelion had pondered her mother's words for many years, but still had no answers. I always thought I would understand when I grew up, but even now, I still do not get it. After hearing that, Az flicked her forehead, making it turn red. Really? Evangelion exclaimed in pain. What was that for? You laughed and pointed at Evangelion. Explaining. Carrying on is the path your parents chose right here. The girl looked confused. I stood up. Welcome back. Evangelion. Then you waved goodbye to the girl while walking away. Get some rest. I am just going for a stroll. The sunlight felt warm. And the weather was beautiful. Az tilted his head up to the sky, soaking in the warm sunshine and fresh air. As if he were overflowing with hope for the eternal future of the family. Spring has truly come. After sitting and analyzing Az's words, Evangelion finally thought. Now I feel like I understand a bit more. Evangelion started to vaguely grasp her mother's past words. Her mother had made the choice. Knowing there would be pain. Knowing she might have to die tragically. Yet, she still chose to marry and give birth to Evangelion, loving her family wholeheartedly, to bridge the gap between people, continuing the good for the next generation. If there is one reason that drives people to fight against monsters, it might just be that very reason. Everyone in the city lives with that same determination. The colors of spring are gradually blooming. Sprouts are breaking through the earth. Trees are budding and bearing fruit. But ultimately, flowers will wither under the frost, and leaves will fall and rot, but spring will surely come again. The sprouts will bloom once more. Everyone will eventually die, but that continuity will still persist. Clearly, Samenkrot is truly not doomed. Now I understand, Dad. I get it even if it is just a little bit. Even though my body is injured and aching all over, Evangelion's spirit is bright. Spring. Spring has truly arrived. The system continues to announce. Stage 3 completed. Rewards have been granted. Please check your inventory. The system reports that this round's MVP is Ash. Rank X. Leaving him utterly shocked. Is he really the best player of this match? This moment. In the Lord's mansion. Ash's room. He is checking the system again. Suddenly, his necklace glows. A red light that seems dangerous. Ash is stunned. The mysterious necklace feature is being unlocked. The system now describes it as the necklace of the betrayer. A necklace of a player who defies their fate. You can use the specialized equipment shop with the points you have accumulated over time. Ash is astounded. What is this? He examines the necklace, furrowing his brow, confused as to why it is called the necklace of the betrayer. And now he can access the specialized equipment shop. The system jumps to the shop, welcoming you to the specialized achievement store. The idle character says, Buy me. Current achievement points. 1 million. Dark event tracking device. In case a dark event occurs during the match, it will be detected and reported in advance. Price. 100,000 points. He is curious. Does Idle think this is worth buying? A dark event. What is that? This is the first time he has heard of this. A dark event. Something happens when the unknown interferes with the game. A random event that occurs during the match, resulting in chaos that attacks players. Reading this, Ash's eyes widen. Could it be? He immediately clicks to buy the item, and the system reports the purchase was successful. Then comes the waiting time. Logging into the dark event, looking at the information revealed on the system, Ash is left gaping in horror. Could it be that all these crazy things happening were due to the dark event? In the first round, it was a monster in living armor, the worst evil monster legion. And in the second round, the chaos among the NPCs. The third round involves the bizarre behavior of the monster legion. Specifically their sudden change in attack direction. Turns out all of this was caused by that dark event. Ash's brows, usually unfurrowed, are now extremely tense. All those bad vibes he felt were not just his imagination. Someone is clearly scheming to sabotage this game. Really does not understand why someone is trying to sabotage the game to this extent. The ominous feeling Ash sensed was blocking him from attacking during the battle. What is going on? From the Crossroads clans heading out in the far south of the world. Moving northward. The central location of this continent can be viewed as the center of the new Terra world, the capital of the Everblack Empire. Proud of its majestic grandeur, the city features a large port that reaches the inland sea of the continent, serving as the hub for trade with the entire world. People flock there year-round, day and night. Located at the heart of this bustling and prosperous city, the royal palace boasts many sharp black towers, known as the Palace of Thorns. In the Everblack Empire, at the Administrative Management Office, someone politely knocks before entering. Your Highness. The person inside sees someone enter and asks, "What is it?" The other replies, "Your brother has requested assistance." The hand of the person sitting in the room continues to write without stopping. This is Minister of Administration Kim, the second prince of the Everblack Empire. Fact-Nanded Amberkeeper Everblack. He looked up, adjusting his glasses. Is asked. Right. Iga read asks letter to Fact-Nanded. The monster invasion on the southern front is getting more intense. So right now I need more reinforcements. Fact-Nanded took off his glasses. Pondering. How many times has he asked for this now? Iga replied. This is the third time. Sir. He sighed, fell silent for a moment, then said, "Just ignore it." Iga analyzed the situation. But, Your Highness, it seems like the situation on the southern front is really dire. According to intelligence reports, the monster invasion is at an unprecedented level in recent decades. Fact-Nanded countered. I said to ignore it. Iga finally conceded. Yep. Your Highness, I apologize. He looked up at the map on the wall. We are on the verge of ending the war against the Duchy of Bringer on the western front. So we can spare troops for the southern front. That is how it is. Punishing the Duchy is our top priority. If the southern front really encounters difficulties later, we will deal with it then. Fact-Nanded casually remarked. That kid's such a drama queen. Always overreacting. Iga looked a bit confused. What do you mean, sir? That is not the case. And what about the situation on the Duchy of Bringer? Fact-Nanded responded. Right now, the First Legion is directly attacking the capital of the Duchy. We should capture it this week. What about my brother? Iga replied flatly. He is on the front lines. Fact-Nanded felt helpless about his brother. No matter how many times he told him to fix his habits, the Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire, Latch Avalanche Everblack, is the supreme commander of the Empire. All knights and soldiers of the Empire follow his orders. As a military genius, the Crown Prince loves fighting on the front lines. But no matter how strong he is, the First Prince is not the most famous. The role of a commander should be in the command center, not on the front lines. Fact-Nanded fell silent, feeling puzzled by both his brothers. Iga suddenly asked an off-topic question. Can I be curious about something else? Sir. What about your father? The second prince replied. He still chooses to live in seclusion. Why do you ask? The only emperor of the empire has chosen a reclusive life for the past few years, spending all his time tucked away in the deepest parts of the royal palace. Occasionally, he writes private letters or calls someone into the inner palace to quietly issue directives. The crown prince handles foreign affairs, while the second prince takes care of the internal matters of the country. This situation continues even as malicious rumors about the emperor's circumstances start to circulate. The emperor's absence must also impact the war with the Duchy of Bringer this time. Realizing he was prying too much, Iga knew to change the subject. I understand. I will take my leave now. Your Highness, there is one more thing that needs your approval. He presented a death warrant for approval to Ferdinandus, who looked skeptical. A death warrant? Iga explained. Yep. This is the warrant for the execution of the treasonous criminals held in prison. The date for approval. Ferdinandus nodded. Of course. These guys are all traitors to the Empire. But when it came time to sign, he hesitated. Wait a minute. Earlier you mentioned that the Axe requested more reinforcements. Right. Iga replied respectfully. Yep. That is correct. Suddenly, Ferdinandus said, let us send troops over there. Iga confirmed. Reinforcements. Right. Prince Un suddenly tore up the execution order and clarified his intentions. Let us send those condemned prisoners to the monster front instead. Iga thought he misheard. What? Ferdinandus looked casually at the troop support request on the table. He nonchalantly said, the Axe needs some meat shields too. After all, they are going to die anyway, whether by execution or being torn apart by monsters. It is all the same. Iga worriedly advised. But Your Highness, they are not ordinary criminals. If we send them to the southern front, what if they cause trouble? Ferdinandus interrupted him coolly. That is something the Axe can deal with. That brat is desperate for troops. He will accept them no matter what. With that, he picked up a pen to write a new order. I will issue a command under the authority of the Minister of Administration. The death sentence for the 5 mentioned criminals will be carried out at the southern front, and the third Prince Axe will be responsible for supervising and executing the sentence. After finishing, Ferdinand is signed below. This document is immediately effective. He wore a mysterious smile. My younger brother is in trouble, so I send reinforcements like this. I truly am a kind and exemplary older brother. Then, Ferdinand crossed his arms and looked out the window, his expression calculating like a villain. The sun began to set. The palace of thorny trees plunged into darkness. The second prince murmured, "What do you think, over at Axe's place?" He uncomfortably twitched his ears. Did someone just talk trash about me? But it seemed he was not alone. Someone asked, "What is it?" Axe replied, "Never mind." More importantly, he quietly asked, "How's your eye doing?" Was quiet. This morning, Axe had gone to check on Knight. He sincerely apologized. "I am sorry for pushing you too hard. Visiting someone who is ill is not really my thing." Damian quickly denied. "It is not your fault. Your Highness. You have not done anything wrong. That is just how war is." Axe smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. "This kid." He brushed his messy hair back while reassuring the third prince. "Just take a few days off and your sight will be back to normal. You do not need to worry about me." Axe joked. "Just do not overexert yourself anymore." "Okay." Damian was stunned for a moment. "What?" Axe added. "Well, of course. If necessary, I might ask you to withdraw too." Saying that, he reached out to make a pinky promise. "But I promise there won't be anything too strenuous like this again. I swear." Axe probably forgot that Damian was injured in the eye. How could he do a pinky promise? The boy marksman laughed and said, "I am the prince's marksman, and if my abilities allow, you can command me to do anything." Jaxed up. Damian. The boy touched the bandage on his eye and confided, "I can kill those monsters. So surely one day I can wipe them out for good, even if I lose both eyes. I can still pull the trigger, so please, Your Highness, use me until I am no more. That is why I am here on this battlefield." Axe smiled gratefully, knowing he could not say he would not do it. As long as Damian could still use his clairvoyance, Axe would always rely on him. He spoke up. "Damian." The other replied politely, addressing him as Prince. Axe asked, "Do you still remember the first promise I made to you?" Damian hesitated. The promise. Axe had once vowed to Damian that no matter what happened in the future, he would sacrifice for him. Back then, Damian had lost all his loved ones and was in a state of utter despair. To pull Damian out of that darkness, Axe even made him hate him, just so Damian could break free from that situation. "What about the Damian of today?" Axe asked seriously. "Do you still hate me? I am the one who killed your friends." Damian fell silent. Perhaps this was a tough question to answer. He bowed his head.
Yep.
He never even thought about that. The prince's promise. Axe listened quietly as Damian spoke. "One day when all the monsters are defeated and peace returns to this battlefield, then you can ask me again. But now is not the time. At that point, I will answer whether I still hate you or not." Axe placed a hand on his shoulder, promising, "That day will surely come soon." Damian, just 3 years from now, after walking the final path, one way or another, it will reach its conclusion. You pledged solemnly that however you answer then, I will accept it. Loyalty and hatred, grace and vengeance, players and characters. There is no connection at all. The little teenager who always stood by to help Axe. Axe always wished for his happiness. No matter the outcome, he hoped for the boyish joy. One night after the battle ended, at the Lord's mansion, the door creaked open. Axe patted his sore back, complaining about his etching body. In the last battle, he had fought fiercely. Now his joints creaked like they were about to break. But he could not rest just yet. At the defense room that Axe did not attend, he still wanted to know the results. From the city walls to the storage of artifacts, from battle gear to the soldiers in the sanctuary. It was time for him to check everything again. Outside, there were shouts of "head on out." A victory party would be held tonight. Axe only read the congratulatory messages. He had no idea how chaotic it was outside. Just thinking that the soldiers would still be having fun without him. Jupiter's there. Right. Jupiter. Jupiter, I believe in you. You are a genius at this stuff. Know how to lighten the mood and have a blast. Axe yawned, feeling extremely tired. He really wanted to take a nap. But there was still one thing to deal with. He opened Lucas' character sheet. Lucas. SAR rank. Level 35. Title. Princess Defender. Class. Senior Knight. Strength 35. Agility 35. Stamina 35. Mana 20. Intellect 15. Looking at the stats, Axe smiled. "Let us get started." He could not help but exclaim. The strength stats are insane. Lucas has completed stage 2. He is about to become a real senior knight. On the system screen was Lucas' information. The skills he possessed. Lucas. SAR rank. Level 35. Passive skill. Steel body. First skill. Willpower. Second skill. Steadfast step. Ultimate skill opens after the 3rd level up. Well, at least he has unlocked 2 skills already with a determined stride. Instantly teleporting a long distance toward the target. This skill can be used without waiting for cooldown. This steadfast walking technique consumes a lot of mana, but it is a skill that acts like a pair of mobile wings for high-level characters like Lucas. Axe was calculating while drooling with excitement. Now all that is left is for him to master the final skill, along with some special gear, and then Lucas will become a battlefield saint. Of course, the road to that ultimate stage is still long and tough, but now it is Axe's turn. The very person himself, just starting out from the early levels, and finally reaching level 20. It is enough to make anyone tear up. After days of sorrow, happiness has finally arrived. Now it is time for the hidden class, revealing those superior skills. But looking at the info panel, things do not seem too promising. North X. Level 20. Title: Lord of Crossroads. 3rd Prince. General Commander class. Strength 6. Stamina 8. Agility 9. Mana 12. Intelligence 20. Gazing at his character info, Axe was dumbfounded. Mumbling. Skills acquired. That is what counts. Then he opened the skill panel, silently hoping to see what superior skill he had achieved. Skill ownership. North X. Level 20. Passive skill. Unyielding Commander. Skill 1. Commander's Mystic Eye. Skill 2. Not unlocked. Ultimate skill. Not unlocked. Axe was astonished. What is this? Commander's Mystic Eye. The Mystic Eye allows the user to manipulate the consciousness of the opponent and control them the lower the target's mana, the higher the success rate and duration of the skill. No effect on allies. In short, this is a skill that uses magic to control opponents over a wide area. Of course, it is tough to maintain for long, but as long as you make eye contact, you can control low-level monsters. To be honest, Axe was hoping for a cooler skill. And then there were the items obtained from the previous battle. 3 gray ones and 1 shiny gold one. Looking at the golden chest in his inventory, Axe could not help but exclaim, "Oh my god. It is hard to believe I can total up to 10 items by the end of this stage." He hesitated for a long time about whether to open the chest now or not. After all, Axe hoped to find a weapon he could actually use. Not just relying on luck, he needed something practical with fewer variables. After making up his mind, Axe clasped his hands in prayer. "Please, grant me a worthy weapon." Right after that, he reached out to open the chest. Here we go. It was a magic staff that looked like a copy of something from Harry Potter. Axe was stunned for a moment. Could this be? The system displayed the item info. Estro Magic Staff. Level 35. Type. Staff. Attack power 3550. Durability 1010. Creates and controls magical blades during combat. When directly attacking with this staff, it would deal 1% of the target's health as damage, and provide a chance to deal additional random damage. Axe could not believe it and exclaimed, "This is really the Estro Magic Staff." SAR weapons have unique stats and features, and among them, this staff has an extremely rare ability. The basic feature is to create magical blades, generating multiple swords in the air, allowing them to be launched to strike enemies. In other words, with enough mana, this is a solid weapon capable of powerful mid-range attacks. Even Axe, who is not a wizard, can fight like one. But the most unique aspect of this weapon is its ability to add effects through attacks instead of dealing fixed damage when hitting enemies. It also provides a boost effect that inflicts extra damage in-game. As a character wielding this weapon, you should always aim to maximize its benefits. Axe daydreamed. Wait a minute. Could I use this to punish my teammates when they mess up? Sitting on the bed, his imagination soared. What should he say when attacking? And do they have to bow down if they make a mistake? Or hold out their hands? Or lie down in shock? The night dragged on. And Axe pondered, was there a way to punish them so they could not talk back? A long night filled with such worries passed. The next morning, the red door fluttered in the breeze at the outpost. Axe immediately began preparing for the next defense, starting with orders to restore the forward base. The forward base is a stronghold built in the southern area of the Black Lake, where Axe and his team previously battled the Black Spiders during defense missions. The damage that base suffered back then was too severe, so it has been neglected. Now it is time to start the restoration work, although it is hard to maintain. As long as the forward base is managed correctly, It can significantly reduce the number of monsters attacking the main city. Secondly, expanding the range of anti-aircraft weapons is essential to prepare for enemies coming from above, as many rules apply in this game. One of those rules is that every year, there will be at least one flying monster appearing, at least once from stage 1 to stage 5, and from stage 6 to stage, the rule repeats, meaning there will continue to be monsters attacking from the air. In other words, in the remaining stages 4 and 5, there will definitely be an appearance of a flying monster. After hearing Ash's description, Lily turned pale. I have got it. I need to prepare right away, without missing a beat. She sped away in her vehicle faster than an F1 driver. Ash thought to himself, do not worry. I won't take her anywhere dangerous. Even so, there is a lot on Ash's plate. He headed to the blacksmith to hand over weapon repairs to Josh. Next, he needed to discuss building a casino in the city with Lucas. Finally, he treated himself to some delicious food at the city restaurant, gradually preparing everything he needed at Crossroads. The system notified him. Stage 4, starting in 7 days and 9 hours. Counting down 177 hours and 5 minutes, just 1 week until the next match begins. Ash gathered the high-power characters together, unsure of where they planned to head off to, and asked around. I hope everyone has been resting well these past few days. Information about the next match is crucial. Ash flashed a smile. I apologize for being a ruthless lord, but it is time to kick things back into gear. Suddenly, his eyes caught something unusual. Evangeline shyly sneaked into a corner. Unsure if she had heard what he just said, Ash stepped closer. Evangeline, what is wrong? Are you upset about something? The shy girl turned her face away. Oh no, I am just a little embarrassed. Clueless. Felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Wait, why is it like this? Aren't we all in this together now? We risked our lives to fight those monsters. He thought hard but could not figure it out. Did she spill her family problems to him? Ash took a step forward. What is going on? Why are you running away? Evangeline took 3 steps back and, feeling flustered, yelled out, all right, let us wrap up this meeting and get moving. He decided not to dwell on it anymore. It must be a phase for a girl just stepping into her teens. At that moment, the night was calm, and a shy voice piped up. Something feels off. Ash glanced at him. You too, Ash thought to himself. Is it because I visited the hospital? What is going on? Why is everyone acting like this? Suddenly, Jupiter burst into laughter, and he turned to her. What is it? Jupiter. If something's wrong, spill it. She held a cigar with a mysterious smile. It is nothing at all. What could possibly happen between the old and the young like this? Ash felt like everyone was acting weird today. It was surreal. Almost like a joke he could not understand. He looked over at the knight who seemed ordinary and serene. He was the only normal one here. Lucas placed his hand on his chest, naturally worried. Then he immediately drew his sword and knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty. Sir Lucas, as the escort knight of destiny, always in top shape. Ash's face darkened as he screamed internally, get it? Stand up. To end this weirdness. He clapped to gather everyone's attention. All right, enough chit-chat. It is time to explore the dungeon. Ash laid out the details. This time, we are heading to the 3rd district, outside the northern stronghold. We need to prepare for anything, even though there is nothing special here. The dungeon structure is just one long hallway. Everyone just needs to move forward and fight the monsters. It is a straightforward clash. Just defeat the continuously appearing monsters and keep moving ahead. District 3 has the simplest layout of all the districts, so it won't take long. The goal is to finish up and be back before evening. Any questions? No one had any questions. Evangeline and everyone were ready to go. Let us move out. Senior, as he smiled contentedly. All right, let us roll. With that, he selected their destination on the system, and the group stepped into the teleportation gate. The gate in the back of the mansion immediately shut down, stones crashing to the ground. The system in Az's eyes displayed the words uploading. Then came a reminder. You can re-explore areas that have been previously cleared. Please divide your party into smaller groups and spread out. Also, try to level up those members. Az frowned. We need a subgroup with more members to divide properly. Damn it. Before long, everyone was teleported to District 3. They stood on the walls of a vast city. Lucas scanned the city, marveling at the breathtaking view of the kingdom beneath the lake. Seriously, looking back at it was really overwhelming. Az felt a bit uneasy too, but he rallied everyone, saying, all right, everyone descended to light the torches and stepped onto the city walls. The system announced. District 3, Northern Outer City Area. Completion progress. Gate 01. Extermination 01. Compared to previous dungeons, this battlefield seemed a bit simpler. As Az walked, lost in thought, he reminded himself not to underestimate the situation. The type of monsters that appeared could make all the difference. But this would still be a tough battlefield for the team. No matter what monsters showed up this time, lost in contemplation, Lucas, who was ahead, suddenly drew his sword. Sensing something approaching, a winged monster landed on the city wall, its eyes glowing red, sporting a pair of menacing horns and razor-sharp teeth, and it was not alone. Aziz's team of 5 was now surrounded by them from above, and his eyes widened in shock. Someone in the group shouted, "It is a flying monster," screaming as expected. The airborne beasts have shown up. The system displayed a red notification. Eliminate all enemies. Northern outer area. Gate 1. Poisonous 1. Level 12. Flying monsters incoming. The number of monsters is now displayed, as immediately positioned himself in the center, commanding the other 4. Alright, let us move forward. It is time for us to seize victory. They will keep coming, and if we drag this out, we will be the ones exhausted. He urged them. Fight with all your might. Quick strikes lead to quick victories. The other 4 charged at the swarm of flying monsters, shouting in unison. Attack. In the early stage, 2 types of flying monster legions appeared. First up was the wyvern, also known as the sky dragon. It has dragon in its name. But truthfully, it is not a true dragon species. It is more like a degenerate version of a dragon, with a very low intelligence level and even lacking the abilities of true dragons. But whatever it is, perhaps because it is a direct descendant of dragons, it possesses extremely high resistance to magic, making it tough for even mages to deal with. They can breathe fire like real dragons and have long-range attack capabilities. However, their physical defense is the weakest against weapons like anti-aircraft gear such as bows and arrows. Facing these flying monsters might be tough, but it could be manageable. Next up, the second type of flying monster was the gargoyle, which they had just encountered. Unlike the wyvern, gargoyle boasted high physical defense but lacked good magic resistance, and without any long-range attack capabilities, they could only fight directly in melee with their opponents, while the front line used defensive skills to block the monsters. The mages and ranged attackers in the back had to give it their all to take them down. In other words, Jupiter summoned a lightning ball in her hand, charging it up. Mages are truly the elite on the battlefield. Her lightning struck the flying monsters, sending them spiraling, and she laughed gleefully. Becoming the center of the battle, she continued to gather an even larger lightning ball. And you could call them the most important players in this kind of battle. As thought to himself, Jupiter is really getting fired up now. The system displays the information. The level 3 boss has been defeated. Dozens of monsters gone. And the kill count is skyrocketing right in front of us. He froze. What the heck is going on? A monster-slaying spree. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Well, that is why you gotta shell out the big bucks to recruit those mages for the team. Sure, her attitude can be a bit much, but you can deny she is a top-tier mage. Damian stepped up next to Ass with a gun in hand. Feeling shy, he spoke up. Excuse me. There is nothing I need the goddess to help with right now. He nodded back. Not at the moment. We are taking these monsters down with ease. Ass looked at Damian, sincerely sharing. His own wound still not fully healed, his left arm still in bad shape. I hope there is nothing that'll force you to jump into action today. Ass's warriors were fighting fiercely. The Sar Knights, the top-tier mages, plus, they have all already made it past the second fight. Jupiter seems to be enjoying this free-for-all. She laughed loudly. This is awesome. It is more than enough to get through this level 3 boss fight, since they do not even have to fight, but are still racking up experience points. Ask chuckled. We are living the good life. In Jupiter and Lucas's journey. This common monster level was a walk in the park for them. Jupiter's magic stones made her grin from ear to ear. Ass privately assessed. Even though she is a bit eccentric, her power is undeniable. Now, they walked with lanterns along the castle walls. Finally, Ass came to a stop and announced, We are here. The group stood before a massive door. Someone sighed. It is the boss room. They had arrived right above the northern city gate, and they needed to go inside to find the way down, so the group stepped forward. The sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the space. The system chimed in, defeat the boss. Outside the northern area. Level 30. A winged dragon. The golden rooster. It was a gigantic winged dragon, adorned in golden armor. Astra raised his lantern. The winged dragon. The golden rooster. This is the winged monster of the royal palace beneath the lake. While its abilities are not much better than other bosses, its extravagant appearance definitely means it will drop some valuable loot. He clapped, urging everyone. Alright, let us take this monster down right now. A figure dashed ahead before Astra could signal. Everyone get ready for battle. The one who ran ahead was Jupiter. She laughed maniacally. Our treasure. Astra was confused. Jupiter. What is she doing right now? She seemed to have lost her mind. Her eyes fixated only on the golden armor of the boss. Gold. Pure gold. The system announced. The property Hame Gold and Silver has been activated. Aster stared in shock at his mage running towards the boss. Wait. Hold on. Is the Hame Gold and Silver property automatically activating? He paled. Desperation written all over his face. That old lady is gone. The boss started to move. It grasped its weapon tightly. Its eyes glowed a fierce red. Revealing its sharp fangs, the boss swung its spiky tail, ready to attack Jupiter. I have dedicated my life to guarding this place. Seeing this, Aster shouted loudly. Everyone. Move up. We can't let her die. Lucas immediately jumped up, obeying the command. Prince. Evangeline. Wipe the sweat off your brow and calm down. The monster boss slumped down. Recounting its life, if I had worked in the city, I would have been promoted ages ago. Aster could do nothing but stand there dumbfounded. However, looking at the distance between the boss, Jupiter, Lucas, and Evangeline, he really felt the outcome was set no. That distance, yet Jupiter seemed oblivious to the danger right in front of her. Laughing loudly, her eyes gleaming with greed, the golden-winged dragon beast roared angrily, charging towards us. Thinking, if I had accepted servitude in the city, I would have leveled up long ago. He was stunned by its attack range. The massive, heavy club came crashing down, creating a terrifying pressure directed at Az's team. He shouted loudly. Demian, unleash your strength. Each bullet hit its mark as Demian aimed accurately, colliding with the monster's club. However, with its overwhelming power, the golden-winged dragon easily deflected his attack. The monster brought its club down, smashing towards Jupiter, who was rushing in, dazed. She crawled on the ground, asking, what am I even doing here? Before she could gather herself, someone grabbed her collar and pulled her away, frantically saying, Jupiter. Fall back. Lucas grabbed Jupiter and sprinted for their lives. The golden-winged dragon beast, with its sharp gaze, scanned the area where the noise was coming from. Evangeline roared at it fiercely. Damn it. That golden monster this way. Look at me. Provoked by her taunts, the golden-winged dragon beast roared in anger. It swung its club down right at Evangeline's position, but she successfully blocked the attack with her shield. Under the immense pressure, Evangeline could not help but exclaim. Ashton looked at the person sitting on the ground, solemnly saying, Jupiter, as she startled and hurriedly confessed, I am so embarrassed. Your Highness, he yelled angrily, get it together. Jupiter. What the heck are you doing? Jupiter stood up, tussling her hair, naturally admitting, it is this old lady's fault. I put everyone in danger. Ash also calmed down a bit, reminding her, just knowing that is good enough. Get your head in the game. He recalled the game's plot and began to speculate. In the game, only the stuff in the box explodes, but in reality, the explosives activate in the most random places. Fueled by that obsession with gold and silver, how can we find a solution to this? Lucas grabbed his sword. Stepping forward, I will take the lead. Jupiter, frustrated, gathered an energy ball in her hand, saying, I am going to kill it right now. But before she could finish, she was already in pain and out of strength. Ash reminded her. All right, take a break. Don't overdo it. Jupiter did not dare meet his eyes, replying loudly, fine, today I am feeling so embarrassed, she said, as he smiled at her. Don't even mention embarrassment. Demian, gun in hand, wanted to charge in and said, I will handle it. Ash raised his hand to stop him, commanding, all right, back off, he asked, puzzled. But why? Ash looked into his bloodshot eyes. Demian had fired 3 shots with his divine sight, and now he had not recovered yet, and that fierce reaction from that little guy could put him in danger. Ash confidently gripped his wand, saying, just wait a minute. My prince will test a new product. Let the show begin. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 swords filled with magical energy appeared above him. Ash stared at the blades, falling into contemplation. He must have used up half of his magic already, and he has only managed to summon 3 swords. When the magic flowed out of his body, everyone felt a chill. But this was the first time he was using magic like this. Right. He did not give up, continuing to gather his magic and said, let us give it another shot. Trying again. The results were still disappointing. Ash was filled with confusion, wondering, why is this happening? Jupiter observed his actions and felt just as bewildered. She looked at him skeptically, asking, Your Highness, every time I see you, you have a new toy, do not you? With an air of confidence, replied, do not worry. There is still plenty you do not know yet. The 3 swords he summoned charged straight at the golden-winged monster, confidently declaring, let us test the power in real combat. The powerful attack hurtled straight toward its arm. After a horrifying scream from the golden-winged monster, its sturdy armor shattered into pieces. Ash laughed triumphantly, teasing it. How's that, feeling good? Ah. The magical blade snapped after 5 hits. Looks like its durability is not that great, the golden winged monster, affected by the last attack, knelt down, unwillingly saying, I have strayed once already, and now I have to suffer this fate outside the city until the end of my life. Evangelion used a damage accumulation skill to taunt it. Let us finish this already. She quickly dashed forward, stabbing her spear straight into the chest of the golden winged monster, saying, now it is my turn. This blow officially shattered its armor. The golden winged monster stared in disbelief, thinking, no way. If I level up, if only I could wear armor as beautiful as that once. Suddenly feeling drops of water on its hand, it wondered, what is this? Rain. Lucas struck it down with a single swing of his sword before it could even answer. But why is it black? After seeing the body of the golden winged monster fall, he excitedly shouted. Axe looked at the massive body before him and said, Jupiter, when we get back, make sure to write a report, she blandly replied. Yep. But when he heard the next part, it was like thunder striking him. And I will be cutting a week's worth of your salary to put into the city development fund. Jupiter was about to protest, but seeing Axe's dark, intimidating expression, she quickly changed her words. Your Highness, is that really necessary? Oh no. I think being punished like that is fair enough. I will follow your orders. Your Highness. Looking at the broken armor pieces on the ground, he curiously asked, Jupiter, why do you get so worked up just from looking at the shiny layers? The shimmering scales on Jupiter's chest made him even more curious. Before becoming a mercenary who lives and dies for money, were not you a respected soldier of the ever-black empire? Axe seriously looked at her, reminding, in the face of temptation and the treasures before you, I hope you remember the last bit of pride left in you. The obsession with gold and silver is a special trait that my passive skills can't shake off. I have no choice but to hope that Jupiter can resist it on his own. Seeing his hand still trembling, Jupiter replied solemnly, on this youthful path, a grandma like me can't offer anything. I also do not want to be a burden to you. My lord, she clenched her fists, determined, if this happens again, I will pay with my life. I quickly rejected this generous offer, saying, we do not need your life, just pay with money. You calmly looked at Jupiter and asked, how do you want to pay me? She cautiously replied, 1 day's worth of wages. My lord. As the silence stretched, both suddenly burst into laughter. Despite a minor mishap, they had successfully cleared out this area of District 3. Although nothing special dropped, this amount of gold is fantastic. Ed opened the chest, and a dazzling light burst forth, revealing something within the chest of this peculiar creature. You looked at the equipment you just found and questioned, is it possible for the same set of items to appear continuously? The battle cry set, which was almost complete last time, now just needs the gloves to be fully assembled. Jupiter cheerfully held up the shirt, unable to hide his delight, and humorously said, everyone's been through a lot because of this old lady. Shouldn't I be a bit embarrassed? But that was okay after all. Gathering items means the fighting in District 3 is officially over after everyone had rested enough. Ad announced, if we head down these stairs, we will reach the next safe point, a spacious gathering place lit up by flames. It was the largest base so far. It was time to head to the outpost that a stranger had told us about last time. You recalled a few game details and continued explaining that this was where a select few people often gathered in the dungeon, complete with shops and crafting workshops. With a strong and determined expression, Ad issued the command. But our goal today is to find new members. If someone is friendly and capable, we have got to recruit them into the team no matter what. In fact, that is why I rushed into this expedition to meet friendly NPCs and pull them into my squad. Later, as the city develops, the guild we hire will get crowded. Right now, at the game's early stage, there is no escaping the struggles of recruiting talent. So for everyone, this game is not just about fighting. The survival and growth of the city are equally important. There is just so much to worry about. Nonetheless, Evangeline munched on her rations while listening to you. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled and look closely. Let us try to spot some potential candidates. She was astonished by Ash's enthusiasm, exclaiming, can there really be such a nice person in this dungeon? It is a place like this that could yield someone like that, wrapping up his bold speech with a closing line. Even if that person has a few flaws, that is okay. In your mind, you silently thought, it does not matter if they are a demon or a human. As long as they can slay monsters, be they evil spirits or imposters, you would be ready to welcome them. Ash's team started moving again. After resting for a bit, we headed down the stairs. The descent felt endless, and he was exhausted, wishing he could just take the escalator. But he was glad it was not as tiring as last time, so after a while, They finally set foot on solid ground. Evangeline suddenly pointed to a light in the distance, saying, "Look over there. The kingdom beneath the tiger. The main gate to the north." Before them stood a massive, fog-covered gate, and she continued, "That is the gate we saw when we first stepped into the tiger's den." I had seen it from the outside, but now I was looking at it from the inside. Since it was closed, we had to backtrack quite a ways before finally reaching the main entrance. Lucas, holding a torch, approached to inspect it and wondered aloud, "It looks like there is no way to open it, no latch or lock at all. How are we supposed to get it open?" Ed began to analyze. Since this is a magic kingdom, they must have some kind of magical mechanism. Right. There is only one scenario where this door would open. Lucas turned around and asked, "When would that be?" He answered seriously, "When they start their invasion." Evangelion and Demian tensed up at Ad's words as a monstrous army was gearing up to invade the human world. Looking at the massive, unyielding gate, he calmly said. Only then, Ed smiled at his teammates and commanded, "All right, let us head inside." The 5 of them kept moving forward, and he spoke up, "The safe zone is just ahead." The torchlight illuminated their path. They followed the northern structure down the main avenue, and soon a large square came into view. Evangelion pointed at a monster and yelled, "Hey, what are those monsters doing here?" Ad explained with a serious expression. "They are the forces ready to invade Crossroads in the upcoming defense battle." Watching a long line of fierce monsters standing silently, he said, "They are lined up like this, waiting. When the time comes, they will return to Crossroads to launch an attack." Lucas gripped his sword hilt, ready for a fight, and asked, "So why do not we attack right now and wipe them out?" Ed interjected firmly, "No way." Waves of monsters are continuously appearing in the sky. At that moment, monstrous creatures flew in from all over the city, joining the ranks. Ad observed their formidable army and explained, "This is their territory, and there are only 5 of us. If we charge in now, we will just end up dead." He stepped forward and said, "Instead," Ed pointed towards the interior of the village and ordered, "Let us do what we can for now. Let us move off the main road, into the alley, and walk for about 5 minutes." The group stopped at a location, and Ed spoke up, "Here we are, the safe base." The 5 looked at the vast, desolate scene before them, and he began to explain, "This is our base, serving as a foothold for future explorations." The dim streetlights cast eerie shadows, and the surrounding atmosphere was ominous. Up until now, we had been in a dark place with no light whatsoever. Suddenly, stepping into a brilliantly lit area, I felt relieved and less tense. The team gazed at the flickering flames before them, unable to contain their joy. Ed happily enjoyed the warmth of the fire, thinking to himself, "Now this is living," while everyone else is enjoying themselves. Lucas is on high alert. "But your highness, is not there someone living here?" He turned and questioned. Really?" Lucas walked around, observing and replied, "But this place is way too desolate." I started to think, right, there is literally no one here. He recalled some past scenes. There should have been at least 4 or 5 NPCs like in the game here. I immediately raised my guard, thinking, this is not a good sign at all. Is it? Before he could grasp the situation, the sound of a crossbow being cocked rang out. A group of dark mutants suddenly appeared, aiming their weapons at him. By the time he realized it, my team was already surrounded. He startled and thought, what the heck? Who are these guys? I observed them closely and speculated. I feel like I have seen these outfits somewhere before, judging by the level of gear he is holding. He must be pretty high-ranked. I scanned the area next to me, raising my guard even more. They even brought heavy artillery here. They seem pretty determined. Quickly calculated my options to deal with this situation. I can't see any way out. This ambush is too perfect. I gritted my teeth, silently blaming myself. Damn it. Because it is a safe base. I let my guard down. The game warned me. Safe zones do not allow weapons. Monsters can enter, and battles can happen here. But in reality, there are no rules about confronting or fighting humans anywhere. Anytime. Inside, my mind was screaming in panic. Thinking, but why did not I get any warning at all? I just stepped into the safe base and got ambushed right away. Plus, who are these people? What kind of messed up situation is this? My mind was racing with complicated thoughts. But on the outside, I stayed calm, temporarily suppressing the chaos inside. I took a step forward and stood firm. I managed a friendly smile and extended my hand, saying, what a warm welcome. I would really appreciate it if someone could explain the current situation to me. I started speaking calmly to negotiate with the dark mutants. Even my light-hearted comments, mixed with a bit of humor, could not sway them. Their cold, sharp eyes hidden behind masks were still aimed at me. To grasp the situation better, I had to keep tossing out meaningless jokes. Are you guys training newbies in a new style? In today's advanced society, I did not expect there were still places that held such rituals. One of them spoke up. Ritual. Maybe that is what you understand. After hearing this, Ash's attention was drawn to one side. Thinking, what is with that mesmerizing voice? It is an incredible deep voice. It could even sing. He looked at the 5 people surrounding him, continuing to speak like a warning. Training newbies is an ancient culture that has accompanied humanity's history. It is a process of instilling respect and etiquette towards seniors. Such a wonderful culture should be preserved and developed in the future. Right. I pretended to be clueless, shaking my head as if not understanding. What are you talking about? Seriously, his voice was warm, but the nonsense coming out of his mouth was totally uninteresting. Ash looked at them with a mocking grin. What kind of so-called culture is this? You all seem really into lecturing others. A low, sinister laugh emerged from behind the group of shadowy mutants. He said, I hear that all the time. But the mask of Crot appeared, accompanied by a sarcastic tone. He has been haunted by the old stuff after living so long. Ash was so furious that veins were popping on his neck as he shouted, that damn flute player. Crot just chuckled back. You calling me that? Standing confidently before Ash's team. He said. Flute player. What an interesting nickname. Let me introduce myself properly. He struck a ceremonial pose, bowing slightly to introduce himself. Here stands a dangerous criminal wandering the depths of the Under Kingdom. I am the last court mage of the Under Kingdom, also serving as a sorcerer. You can call me Crot. His bloodshot eyes gleamed behind the cold, terrifying wooden mask as he turned to Ash and said, It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince of the final players in the land above. Hearing this, Ash's face went pale as he exclaimed, No way. The flute player. Named Crot. Is not this guy an elite imposter from that game? He occasionally wandered into the battlefield, but never fought directly, only commanding monsters or debugging for the players. Ash quickly tensed up. However, there were scenes he vividly remembered. This was the final showdown of the game. The appearance in the first room of the last dungeon led to the final boss. Without direct combat skills, at that time, our team was incredibly strong. A mediocre opponent would drop dead the moment we let loose with our blades. The current situation had 5 people surrounded with almost no escape in the dark heart of the city at night. He glanced at the shadowy mutants trailing behind him, deep in thought. These are the same ones who appeared with him earlier. But what is he saying to me? On the outside, he seemed calm. But inside, Ash was utterly stunned. He called me a player. He looked at Crot, still wearing that expression, questioning how this guy understood the system of this world. There were too many uncertainties. But Ash took another quick glance around. There were plenty of armed people behind him, so the priority was to avoid confrontation for now. Facing this tricky situation, he slowly asked, Why are you ambushing us? Can you tell me why? Without directly answering Ash's question, Crot responded with a question of his own. Your group passed through the city, trying to uncover the secrets of the Under Kingdom. Right, in the tense, deadly atmosphere of the castle. He said, You have no idea how terrifying the darkness below is. I am just here to stop you. Crot raised his hand and continued. We are the last defensive force protecting the kingdom, safeguarding the remaining ruins of this Under Kingdom. He proudly introduced himself. Nigriller. Shadow Mutant. His gloomy eyes revealed a hint of malice towards AS team. Anyone who dares to touch the knight of this city must be eliminated. With that, Crot signaled his dark mutant squad to prepare for the attack, stating, Now that you have stepped into our territory, you become our targets. Tension filled the air as he gritted his teeth, thinking, the moment those hands descend, the battle will begin. As he gazed at the arrows aimed at him, he silently braced himself. This was dangerous. Being completely surrounded like this was way too risky. There was a massive difference in the power levels between our troops and theirs. If we get attacked like this, someone is bound to die. Honestly, in the worst-case scenario, the whole group could be wiped out. He paused in silence for a long moment to think, if that is the case. When he opened his eyes, a golden light flickered in them. Determined, he realized he had no choice but to use it. With the commander's spirit eye, he would assess the enemy and unleash this skill. The tension was palpable. For a split second, the world seemed to slow down. The target was 12 potential victims of his command. Harnessing the power of the spirit eye, quickly devised a plan to counterattack. The more complicated the command, the higher the chance of failure. So let us find a way to help us escape easily instead. A simpler command then. His eyes lit up as he shouted. Everyone, fall back. The difficulty of the command was easily measured against the willpower of the user and the opponent's magical strength. He successfully controlled 7 targets. Crot looked at his subordinates acting strangely and felt a chill run down his spine. What is happening? Lucas turned to see AS' situation, urgency overtaking him. Your Highness, you are bleeding from your nose. He wiped it away and said, It is nothing. Never mind. Pointed toward the teleport gate and ordered, Now, attack them and then run to that gate. Lucas boldly accepted the mission. Yep. I will clear the way. He charged forward with fierce combat power, pushing the dark mutants away. Right after that, seized the opportunity and shouted for the team to retreat. Now. Crot stood still, watching the scene unfold with excitement. Could it be mind control? This is truly interesting. He urged the Dark Mutants. Attack now. Do not let them escape. Evangelion stopped without hesitation and turned. A barrage of arrows shooting straight at her shield. Seeing the rain of arrows coming, he called out worriedly. Evangelion. Without fear, she used her power, leaping up to slash through the downpour of arrows, saying, "Leave this to me." After finishing, Evangelion smiled with satisfaction. While A.S. could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She did great. Flames ignited with time. Burning through the rope, the Dark Mutants' cannons were ready. Krot ordered, "Fire the cannon," urgently calling out, "Night is calm." He turned and gripped his gun tightly, acknowledging the command.
Yep.
2 extraordinarily fast bullets were fired, hurtling towards each other. The impact created a terrifying explosion in the sky. Thought. There are too many witnesses on this side. Spotting the teleportation gate just a short distance away, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Almost everyone had fled, and we could safely retreat and prepare our next move. But then, the blood-red eyes of Krot glinted as they cut through A.S. intentions. He said, "You think so?" Right behind you. 2 of Krot's minions were channeling magic to summon 2 enormous energy sources. Thought. Damn it. Those guys are wide-area spellcasters, combining fire and wind attributes to create a devastating attack. If they hit us with that, even cannon fire would not compare to the destruction they would unleash on this entire area. 2 powerful magic orbs sped toward him, facing this enormous threat. Thought. This can't be happening. He could only stand still, eyes locked on the moving orbs. But to stop them, something else appeared in his line of sight. Jupiter. Furious. Saying, "These guys have some nerve." She used her own magic to confront those 2 powerful energy sources head-on. The clash generated immense pressure that compressed the explosion's space. Her face turned pale, blood dripping from her orifices. And A.S. fearfully called out to her, "Jupiter." Jupiter turned and yelled back, "I can't hold on much longer. Your Highness, you need to go ahead." Given the situation, could only grit his teeth and swear, "Damn it." Without hesitation, he turned and ran toward Lucas, who was desperately clearing a path. With frantic, relentless steps, he pushed through numerous obstacles, urging himself, "Faster, faster." The system interface popped up. Teleportation. Please select a destination. Lord's Estate backyard. Lakeside ferry. Drainage pipe. Arriving at the teleport gate, he quickly ordered, "Everyone, go ahead." The injured Jupiter, struggling to stay upright, tried to say, "This way." Jupiter. Maybe they realized they could not stop our escape, so they just stood still, watching us. The face behind the mask. I had no idea what he was thinking, but the grin etched on that mask was seriously unsettling. Gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "Just wait, you damn flute-playing bastard. It is disgusting." Those guys. Before stepping through the teleport gate, he turned back to deliver a warning. "We will be back, and you will get what is coming to you." A new enemy appeared. The system interface popped up. You can check the items received. Level up for character S. Level 22. Lucas level 36. Jupiter level 40. Demian level 30. Evangelion level 38. Character severely injured. Jupiter. After returning from a free exploration mission late in the afternoon. Crossroads. Downtown Divine City. Sat quietly on the steps, lost in thought, remembering Krot's face along with his mask. He pondered. Later, I will have to fight both the good and the bad. Thinking about what is to come, he wondered how to protect this person while having to harm others. Recalled his time in the real world, in the game. Of course, he had slain all the hostile pies. Whether P or V, it did not matter. Facing Peeve with a PV character controlled by a player, I can't help but reflect on my own situation. Now in the real world, the enemy is clearly living, breathing humans just like me. Can I really strike them down as I would a monster? Reminisces. Remembering how now feels like a tranquil night. If it is for survival, if it is to stay alive, is it okay to fight against humans? His face turns serious, questioning if killing people is the right thing to do. A voice pulls Ace out of his thoughts. He stands up to see Marita approaching and asks if she is finished with the treatment. Wiping her hands, she replies that thankfully no one is in critical condition, but she assesses Jupiter's current state and continues. Jupiter is suffering from severe aftereffects due to magic. She is still in a state of magical surge. Anxiously asks Han if the magical surge is dangerous. Marita gently explains that yes, the magical power can spiral out of control. The body feels like it is being eroded, and there is a chance she might never be able to use magic again for the rest of her life. She seriously reminds him that Jupiter absolutely needs to rest to stabilize for a while. Softly replies, Is that Jupiter is the core force of this battle? I never thought something this bad could happen. He hesitantly asks, can we visit her? Marita calmly responds that no. Jupiter needs to rest right now. He stammers. Really? The atmosphere falls silent. Looking at the blood-stained cloth in Marita's hands, he thinks to himself, even if gold fell from the sky right now, I would not care. I am not in a good place mentally. As the evening sunset descends, she speaks up, saying the others have finished their treatment and can go out to check on them, places a bag on the stone table and replies, thank you, priestess. This is from the 3 others waiting for me outside. As he steps out of the temple, he waves and greets them, saying, you all worked hard. How is everyone doing? Lucas replies, we are all fine. Your Highness, and how is Jupiter doing? Relays the situation about Jupiter, explaining that her wounds are quite severe, so she won't be able to return to the front lines for a while. He gasps in shock. Is it that bad? Gazes calmly at the setting sun, reassuring everyone that they should be glad it ended this way. Luckily, no one lost their life, but the expressions on the group's faces seem quite unsatisfied. Do not they? The 3 of them wear expressions of utter despair. Thanks. How can we be happy when the enemy is an unknown force lurking in the dungeon and our ally is wounded? He speaks up to shake off the group's discouragement. Everyone, pull yourselves together. I will make them taste defeat. The 3 of them immediately perk up, their eyes wide with surprise at AS's words, and as the sunset casts its glow, he firmly asserts his resolve. Those who dare to touch Prince As of this empire and his allies will face the consequences. He recalls the earlier situation. Taking their lives is a matter to carefully consider. But if they are pushing us to the edge, we have to retaliate. After a moment, keep talking. Not now. We need time to prepare. Amid the imperial flags fluttering in the wind, you give the command. Once we safely get through this phase and are perfectly prepared, we will wipe them out completely. They need to taste the bitterness of our revenge. Right. So rational. So careful. Sharpen the weapons and prepare the artillery to wipe them out in one go. I can hardly wait for that moment. Now, back to serious business. But now it is time for some fun. So everyone, take a break today. Don't overthink it. Got it. I have ordered them to take a break. Hurry up and grab some food, rest, and get some sleep in the grand mansion. A voice echoes, I strides down the hallway as you walk. You rub your chin in thought. We should start with this defense battle. Right. Jupiter's defensive position could be replaced by Lily, but you recall that embarrassing moment when you thought Lily was not as agile as Jupiter. Suddenly, rushes in, shouting, my lord, successfully blocks you. Exclaiming, stop, stumbles and nearly falls over with a dark expression. Kicks As in the butt as you hit the ground. You say, what is up with that? I have not seen you in ages. What is going on? Everything good. Pushing his glasses up, he looks up at you and reports. Of course. I will hand over the city's administrative tasks to you. But that is not the important part. You curiously ask. You mean there are things more important than managing the city? Confused, he stands up, gesturing wildly. The more critical matter. Yep. It could be the worst event of this phase. You calmly ask. Is it more important than our main mage getting injured? Frantically explaining. Prisoners. The prisoners have escaped. Wait, it is the escape team, wide-eyed in shock. You respond. Prisoners. Which prisoners? Meanwhile, somewhere, a carriage lies in ruins, tired, slaps his forehead and says. You sighed and looked at Eider, saying, you requested reinforcements from the capital. You nod excitedly. Yep. Sighs again, asking, but they did not send reinforcements. They just laid in prison. Eider cheerfully responds. Yep. That is right. You calmly recount the story you just heard. The notorious criminal, while being transferred to Crossroads, flipped over the carriage they were imprisoned in and escaped. It is now late afternoon. And As continues. That was around noon today, and we still have not caught them. Is that really happening? Eider responds with genuine curiosity. Yep. That is right. Lord Dunna is so furious his face contorts, raising his hand, ready to punch Eider. Demanding answers. Damn it. Why did not you foresee something like this? Well, you fearfully rub your head and hastily explain. In this world, I have no power. I can predict the future. Grabs you by the collar, squeezing tightly, shouting, you are utterly useless. This name. Eider struggles to speak up, but the god can provide you with information from that year. I have sent the records into the system, so check it out. You opened the system panel and replied. You should have said this from the start. Look at the ace. Screen. Surprised, he exclaimed. This is... Ida regained his composure and replied. Anyway, the capital has sent reinforcements. His face lit up with determination as he said, if you can lead them wisely, are not they basically real reinforcements? Immediately, AES' face changed to a serious expression as he responded. Heard that, by any means, recruit them to our side. Ida pushed his glasses and looked at the screen mockingly. Even if they are ruthless criminals from the Imperial Army, he helplessly voiced. Death is still way better than those two monster teachers. Ida, as if lost in thought, asked. What did you say? Looked at the information on the screen and thought. All right, let us see the details. Their abilities are impressive. He glanced at Ida beside him and threatened. That useless butler. Find out where these guys are hiding. If you can do that. You know what is coming. He quickly located the group and reported. According to the report, they have supposedly fled to a hill north of the city, which is not too far but pretty isolated. Ida excitedly ordered. No more delays. Take us there. We need to negotiate with those who were chased out of the capital. North of Crossroads lies the Rug Mountains stretching far. The land north of the front lines is suitable for agriculture. The clearing has finished. Although it is not as fertile as the southern region for survival, even a little bit must be utilized. Despite the harsh circumstances, people are still fighting to survive. The roads are perilous. After a while of climbing, Ash was panting heavily. Quietly complaining. This is just too exhausting. Lucas, full of strength, boldly volunteered to carry him, saying, You good? My lord, let me carry you. With his sparkling eyes and Evangelion's assessment, Ash excitedly asked, Really? That is possible. Sensing the unhidden admiration, he turned back and said, What is it? Junior, that look you have. Evangelion quickly denied. Oh no, it is nothing. Ash countered. Do not tell me you are jealous. You want me to carry you? Her face suddenly turned bright red as she jumped up and asked, What? You want to carry me on your back? Senior, with Ash's intellect, he came up with an idea. Yeah, I will carry you, and Lucas can carry me. It is not a bad plan. Right. Evangelion quickly shot down that idea, yelling, That is ridiculous. Lucas also chimed in loudly. My back is only for my lord. The troublemaker Ash calmly thought. Everyone. Chill out. The Everblack Empire. The captain of the prisoner transport bowed his head respectfully before him and said, Your Highness. For our blunder, Ash turned and punched his own back, replying, No worries. This gives me a chance to exercise my back. The captain of the prisoner transport fearfully bowed his head and cried out, I have committed a grave offense. Your Highness. Even if it costs my life. Ash was startled and quickly replied, I am just chasing you away. Don't worry. Are you afraid I will eat you? Evangelion, with a playful grin, suddenly asks, Did you have any epic moments back in the capital? Senior, caught off guard by her question. He thinks, Well, actually, I did. He reminisced about Ash's past self. Silently judging, the old version of Ash was no joke. That is for sure. Getting back on track. Ash inquires. Anyway, the escapees must have fled to this hill. Right. The captain of the prisoner transport squad looks up and replies softly. Yep. That is correct. We followed their trail and ended up here, gazing at the majestic scenery. He ponders. If they wanted to escape, they would need to find an easier route. Not this treacherous mountain. At that moment, Evangelion chimes in. The bandits in the northern Rock Road Mountains have been a real headache for a while now. Ash questions. Bandits. She explains. Exactly. They attack and rob merchants or war refugees. They are ruthless. And it seems these thieves are holed up in these mountains, spotting debris at their feet. Lucas remarks. Sure enough. There is evidence of damaged weapons and cart tracks. Looks like someone's been living here. He picks up a piece of wood to examine it and asks. Do you think those escapees had anything to do with the bandits around here? Ash hesitates to voice his theory. What if those escapees want to become the leaders of the bandits? It does not sound like a great start. But he wonders to himself. There is so much I do not get. He turns to the captain of the prisoner transport and asks. There is nothing false in your report. Right. The captain quickly reassures him. Absolutely not. My lord. I would not dare lie to you. After trekking for another 10 minutes, Lucas spots an enemy encampment and calls out. Look over there. My lord. That seems to be the bandits heading out, drawing his sword with determination. He declares. There might be some bandits inside. I will go ahead to investigate. Ash calls out from behind. Just investigate. Do not do anything reckless. Evangelion pops up from the bushes and says, I am coming too. The two quickly approach the enemy camp while the others stand back and watch. As we get closer, I am worried we might catch a rain of arrows. The closer they got, the more a full stench filled the air. Ash suddenly realizes. This is the smell of blood. Lucas signals for Evangelion to charge in together. 3. And the door is kicked open by the strength of the two knights. As the gate swings open, all faces reveal shock and horror. Before them lies a blood-soaked scene. Stepping inside, they can feel the oppressive dread. Covering his nose in disbelief, exclaims, "What is this?" Inside the fortress, a horrific sight unfolds. Is this the result of a clash between death row inmates and the bandits? Lucas pulls someone out from a hidden corner, shouting, "My lord, there is someone still alive here." The bandit shrieks in fear. Ash kneels before him and says, "Calm down, kid. We are from the Imperial Army." He speaks softly yet menacingly. "Of course, depending on your crimes, you could be executed or spared. But I want to kill anyone here." The bandit named Suntak replied nervously. "We did not do anything wrong." "A carriage is approaching," Ash seriously asked. "A carriage?" He fearfully recounted. "It is a carriage from the kingdom. So we thought it must be filled with valuables." You thought for a moment before continuing. But once you seized that carriage and opened it, you realized it was just a bunch of condemned prisoners. Right. The image of a bandit with a wicked grin appeared as the carriage door swung open. Immediately, he got a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Ash continued. "Those prisoners, on the contrary, beat all of you up. That is how it went down." "Right," the bandit hurriedly replied. "Yep. That is exactly it." You stood up and faced the captain of the prisoner transport, asking, "Hey, Captain, did not you say the prisoners escaped on their own? Why does this kid's testimony contradict yours?" He stammered, "Well, that is because..." Not letting him wriggle out of it, Ash darkened his expression and said, "I already know. You are the royal escort. So you had to have been there. If you admit the truth that you were robbed by a band of bandits, your reputation would be completely shot, would not it?" The captain of the prisoner transport, terrified, dropped to his knees begging, "I truly apologize. I really did not want it to be like this." Ash calmly made his decision. "I will forgive your mistake. But for concealing the truth like this, there will be consequences." "Just wait." The captain kept muttering, "I am doomed." "Your Highness." Ash looked at his pitiful state and thought to himself, "And you are a pretty good liar too. You think I would just take your word for it, without checking the scene myself?" You wore an indifferent look and casually replied to your own question. "You thought you could pull one over on me," observing the miserable situation around him. Ash pondered. "Anyway, I have got a general idea of what is happening. But where on earth are those 5 condemned prisoners?" Evangeline called out from the side. "Over here, Senior." She pointed to a spot and said, "Look," Ash exclaimed in surprise. "What is that?" From the darkness, someone called out, "It is Prince?" "Your Highness." Along with everyone from Grotron. In a corner of the camp, the people Ash had been searching for knelt in a line, saying, "The 5 condemned prisoners are waiting for you." The prisoners were chained up. Why was that? They had a chance to escape. Grotron seemed to read your thoughts and explained, "We have no intention of escaping or breaking out. We want our sentences to be carried out as quickly as possible. We hope you all report this to your superiors." Ash was startled as he looked closely at him, thinking, that light green hair. There is only one race in this game that has that hair color. These prisoners belong to the elf race, the Love Tribe. Grotron pleaded, "Please help us. Execute our sentences as soon as possible. Or you can slit our throats right here." His face was desperate, pleading, "Please, just kill us." Ash was shocked by this absurd request, thinking to himself, "These people keep saying they want to die, but you can't die yet. Join our army instead." Ash looked at the kneeling group in front of him, pulled out a list, and said, "First, let me verify your identities. Let us chat for a moment." You ask the first person kneeling, "Is your name Grotron?" He replies calmly, "Yep. That is correct." Ash continues, "Which group do you belong to?" Grotron respectfully responds, "The 8th team of the Aegis Special Forces." Lucas and Evangelion look quite surprised, and honestly, it is surprising if they are not. That is the part of the Empire that handles all the dirty work. The Dark Department takes on all the filthy tasks of the Empire, acting as the shadow of the royal family. And they are the ones who hunt for the royal family. That is the Aegis Special Forces. Ash replies from above, "But I do not believe Grotron is your real name." Grotron still bows and answers, "Members of the Aegis Special Forces do not have real names. We only have code names. And that is considered our real name." You call out, "So Grotron then?" Ash asks seriously, "I have heard you committed treason. Is that true?" He falls silent for a moment before answering, "Yep." You keep asking, "This means you acknowledge all charges." Grotron seems to ignore all consequences, calmly explaining, "Indeed. Your Highness, we were tried by military court in the capital 3 months ago. The sentence has been passed, and all punishments confirmed. For some reason, he insists on Ash fulfilling his request. I do not know what the intention is. Please deal with us as soon as possible. Hearing these strange pleas, you can't help but think, this is awkward. What should I do? I need to pull them to my side. You slowly step forward and say, I have some questions. After all, you are going to die soon anyway. So why not satisfy the curiosity of this inquisitive prince before you kick the bucket, with the mindset of not letting anyone refuse? Ash asks, may I ask you questions? Grotron agrees. Go ahead and ask. You slowly question. The last area you and your group were deployed to was the Duchy of Bringer. Right. Hearing the question, Grotron's pupils widen in surprise as he responds. How do you know that? With 2 system screens on either side, Ash confidently lies without batting an eye. Do not think I am stuck in this remote southern area, without knowing the situation outside the Grotron Empire. Meanwhile, you think to yourself, in reality, I am in this remote area without knowing anything about the outside world. I just read his character biography in the system. It is probably because they belong to the covered agents. The character files only show limited information, just a few public details like Grotron. For example, the time and place they were sent on a mission. The time and place they were sentenced to death. That is all. But that is enough to know and imagine the big picture. Ada calmly recounts the story of their group. They were sent to the Duchy of Bringer a year ago, and 9 months ago, the Everbreak Empire's ambassador visiting the Duchy of Bringer was assassinated. The scene of fireworks lighting up the sky in memory plays like a film. You continue. After that, diplomacy between the 2 countries soared. Ultimately, 6 months ago, war broke out, and it has not ended yet. It still stands leisurely, reading each line as if he has experienced it himself. The main role of the Aegis Special Forces is intelligence, sabotage and assassination. Right. The next step is to assassinate a key player from the rival. Right. In response, all you get is silence from the other side. Ada remembers that tyrant's words. From now on, I will take every silence as an agreement to this hypothesis. Our empire's leader wants to take over the Bringer Duchy, but there is no valid reason to kick off a war. You start piecing together the plots at play. But what if our diplomatic envoy gets assassinated in the Duchy? That could be blamed on the Duchy, and gives a solid reason to start a war. Ada slowly lays out his thoughts. Sending an envoy to the Duchy while dispatching a special ops team to take out the diplomatic envoy. Then, blame it on the Duchy and kickstart the war sounds pretty logical. Right. Gotham quickly interjects. You have gone too far. That is just your speculation. Before he can continue, Ada cuts him off. 3 months ago, after finishing the mission and returning to the Empire, my team was immediately captured and sentenced to death for treason, without any justification or explanation. Ada shoots a mocking glance at Gotham, saying, eliminating those who drown everything in darkness. That is truly the style of the Shadow Division, so clever. As sharp questions fly from Aethe, Gotham falls silent. He darkly calls out, Your Highness. To which Gotham responds, observing the shadowy figures kneeling around him. If what your Highness says is true, can you explain why we accepted our unjust deaths despite completing our mission flawlessly? There is no way we could calmly await death like this. Right. Why did not we escape and instead sat here tied up? Aethe gently replies, because there are hostages being held. This answer leaves him wide-eyed and in shock. You casually spit out terrifying truths. Because all your comrades have been captured and live as slaves. If you completed your mission and died quietly, what benefit would that bring to your people? Watching his trembling hands, Aethe subtly confirms, seems about right. In this world, races like elves and dwarves are all treated as slaves. In the war against humanity a century ago, all nations of other races crumbled, and the survivors became human slaves. The Emma Brack Empire led humanity to a decisive victory in this racial war, turning the continent's dominance into a weapon in their hands. That is pretty much the story. Anyway, the elf population has dwindled, trapped and living a miserable life in the elf autonomous zone. A thought crosses Aeth's mind. Are most of those elves working in the special ops under the Duchy? Besides, all 5 of them accepted their unjust execution without any resistance. Clearly, the lives of their own people are seen as their weakness. The Elf Queen appeared after the 3rd year for similar reasons. After all, this is one of the most common strategies used by past empires with the 3 races. Looking at the image of the team kneeling before him, Aeth said, you chose to sacrifice for your people. That is a noble spirit of sacrifice. He could not help but throw in a jab. But it is also pretty foolish. Godhund, letting go of his bag, replied, even if all predictions of the fate are correct, it does not change anything. Observing his comrades who are also facing execution, Ying Hong said, we have been sentenced to death. The fate has surely received the official notice. What you have been saying to a bunch of soon-to-be-dead folks like us. Does it even matter? I do not get your point. He looked up at him, questioning. Are you mocking me or is this just a royal pastime? Ass sighed and replied. Is that what you think? Godhand. He shook the paper in his hand and said. While the official notice says to carry out the death sentence, it does not specify how to do it. Ass sinister gaze locked onto Godhand. Hanging, beheading, burning at the stake, or cremation, it is entirely up to me. The vast, magnificent scene also signals danger. Ass continued. And this is the monster front, where monsters flood in every day like a disaster. His serious tone proposed something before Godhunt's worry eyes. Place you here on the front lines to fight. Then report to the higher-ups that the death sentence has been carried out. I can do that too. I requested reinforcements, but I received 5 death row inmates who are usable. But the central command sending 5 death row inmates without mentioning how to execute them implies you can do whatever you want with them. Ass knelt on one knee and spoke up. Therefore, I want to ask, to his astonishment, he asked, do you want to live? Ass faced Godhund and said, if you can continue living without affecting your people, would you be willing to prolong this miserable life of yours? He answered darkly. What should we do with our miserable lives? Ass smiled softly and replied. Anything, whatever I want, in the gentle forest breeze. He said, as long as I am alive, Ass will surely make something happen. The cold iron cuffs wrapped around his wrists. Khan spoke up. Do not give us false hope. Your Highness, you can use a whip or a knife to kill us. The others silently agreed with him. As for the beliefs, the bones, then feed them to the dogs whatever happens. We will accept it, Godhund vented out. But do not give us hope like beautiful flowers soaked in blood. It only hurts us more. We have gotten used to despair. But if we hope and dream about the future, one day we will be betrayed. Like if we gave up from the start, at least we would not get hurt. As coldly reminded, do not get me wrong. I do not intend to give you a spark of hope like that. From the very beginning, I had no intention of giving any hopes. That is not something I can offer you. You face God unseriously and say, I just want to give you a chance. A chance to keep living. He was utterly puzzled by Ass's actions. Asking why? Why try to save us? With a serious expression. He replied, do not ask the obvious. Because I need you here, though it is a bit hard to say. Explaining why I truly need these people is essential, considering the actual situation. Ass explains. Right now, the monster front is severely lacking skilled fighters. We desperately need talented warriors. If you help us, I can protect this place more easily. The monster invasion is getting stronger. If this place falls, the autonomous region where your people live will be in danger too. Protecting this monster front ultimately only serves the purpose of safeguarding our people. Right. Ass slowly stands up and says. All right, I have explained. The choice is yours. You stand up to remind them. However, I still want to ask you for one thing. Turning to Ass, who stands tall and confident, he gives the command. Do not just continue living for yourselves. Live to protect your people. Godun falls silent for a moment before responding. Just as you said, he slowly recounts his own story. Just as you mentioned. We currently have an agreement with the Special Forces. After the 5 of us complete the mission and are smoothly processed, our people will receive enough food to survive for the next year. Trading our lives so our people can continue to exist. They have accepted their fate. Godun looks at those close to him, ready to sacrifice, and firmly states. Of course. I do not want to die. But my people are living in extreme poverty, so there is no other way. I have to mentally prepare to throw away this life at any time for my people, to the point of risking my life without a second thought. Under the rustling of the wind and trees. Beneath the blood-red sky. Godun pleads. Your Highness, if you cannot deliver on your promises, please help us right now. He also bows his head in submission, pleading that if you truly intend to give us a chance, please take responsibility until the very end. Ash places his hand over his heart, boldly accepting the plea. I agree. For the 3rd Prince Ashborn Hatter Everblack, I swear by my blood and name. Gon's eyes sharpen as he says. Then, he easily breaks the iron chains binding him with his strength. From now on, Team 8 of the Aegis Special Forces pledges loyalty to Prince Ash from this moment on. God unfrees his teammates. Although they could escape on their own, they were tightly bound. The Shadow Team begins to reveal their true faces as they escape the bindings. Gon solemnly declares, we are merely names. Mere bullets. He bows in reverence, saying, or just a fleeting wind. All members of the Shadow Team perform the most formal ritual facing Ash, affirming that you may use us in any way you wish, even if it means throwing our lives away uselessly. He smiles with satisfaction, thinking to himself, all right, I will never waste you. I will preserve and use you until the end. Right after returning to Crossroads, after scaring off the prison guards, I kicked them out of the city. Ash recalled what had happened. Even though the captain requested it, He confirmed the execution. I told him I could not keep a liar among the royals in my city, so get out. I let the 8th Division of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps stay in the empty rooms of the Crossroads mansion, claiming they were high-ranking prisoners, so I locked them up in the mansion's prison, using that excuse. Of course, with my power, I could easily turn a blind eye and keep them here forever. But there are too many years and eyes around, and that alone could create a problem. People have been fighting the humanoid race for a century now, and the hostility and enmity have become deeply ingrained within them, perhaps even deeper than I could imagine. As Ash walked down the hallway, he could not help but ponder where he should keep them later, and what to call them. While lost in thought, he found himself standing in front of the room where the 5 agents were, and he reached out to knock on the door. Ash gently pushed the door open and said, "I am coming in." Looking inside, he saw Body Park excitedly bouncing on the bed, the sound cutting through Ash's voice about the bed. "This bed. How long has it been since we stayed in such a nice room? It is so comfortable. So cozy. Just perfect." Ogun chuckled, saying the food was great too, and Skull happily replied, "Delicious." The kids were playing with Gotham, singing together. Their current team just felt like family. They told Gotham, "I want more food. Do you think they have any snacks?" Suddenly, they noticed Ash peeking in from the door and screamed, "Your Highness." The mansion was instantly filled with the overwhelming sound of their voices. "What?" After calming down, the team quickly gathered in formation, respectfully bowing, leaving Ash speechless. "Greetings, Your Highness." The stillness at that moment felt utterly pointless. He helplessly spoke up. "You all know it is too late to act serious now, right?" Gotham, with a feather still stuck in his hair, looked serious and evaded the question. "We have no idea what you are talking about. We are the Aegis Special Forces. We are cold, unfeeling, and killing machines." Ash quickly interrupted him. "That is enough." He cheerfully lifted the basket in his hand and asked, "Want a late-night snack?" The agent's eyes lit up as they stared at the food basket. The food was laid out on plates, and in the blink of an eye, they dove into the food. The agent's movements were so uniformly programmed that it was almost terrifying. Ash watched, speechless, and hesitantly said, "Hey, you guys, in this stuffy atmosphere, do not just sit there. Eat comfortably." Deep down, he thought, "You do not need to chew all at once." Gotham, with the feather on his head, respectfully replied, "Not all. Your Highness, we are completely comfortable right now." Ash silently assessed, "Can someone take that thing out so he can talk?" Before returning to Crossroads, Gotham had briefed me on each person's abilities. He began to recall, starting with the team leader, the blue-haired Gotham. Gotham is a sorcerer, and his specialty is metal. This means that any metal containing iron can be transformed into anything he desires. Next up is the chubby-faced girl with a passion for love, codename Body Park. Body Park's ability is telekinesis. She can lift heavy objects and move her teammates across the battlefield or throw weapons around, and she is a close-range expert, with a cheerful appearance, looking like she is the youngest here. She is incredibly skilled at fighting alongside her team, using a double crossbow, and has tons of experience hunting monsters. Next, we have the only one at level N among the 5, codename Skull. I can't imagine what he has been through, but his face is marked by scars from something sharp that sliced through him. Skull is a long-range sniper who uses a longbow. He is excellent at masking his sound, making him the best at stealth missions. Finally, in charge of the team's firepower is codename Burnout. Unlike the others, she still wears a mouth cover. Her weapon is a custom-designed catapult. They say she still has not mastered her abilities, much like this guy, if developed correctly. Watching the 5 of them munch on their food in front of Ash, he could not help but sigh. Still, here, they are just ordinary kids. These kids have to sacrifice themselves so their kind can survive a little longer, meaning the love spirit is in dire straits. Ganon sincerely said at the end of the prayer, showing the mercy and compassion that His Highness has bestowed upon us. "We will hold this in our hearts," Ash replied casually. "It is not mercy or compassion. It is just late-night snacks." After a while, once they finished eating, I originally planned to use the food to loosen them up and then ask a few questions. But seeing their cautious demeanor, it seems tough to get a genuine answer here. He spoke up and asked how long these 5 had been fighting as a team. Godhun replied honestly, saying the group had only been together for a year and a half. He recounted calmly, "But as candidates for the Special Forces, we were managed together, so we have known each other since we were kids." He raised a question. Candidates for the Special Forces. Managed, recalling memories from the past. Godhund explained, "We lost our country and our land, so the only survival left for our kind was us. We used countless methods to sell our manpower. Those tough times have etched deeply into his mind. Godhun said. For kids who can fight. They have to train from a young age like future soldiers. And based on their skills, those suitable would be grouped together for missions. The more he spoke, the more his mood sank. We trained together as a team for those missions. And then after missions. From the perspective of the human empire, this strategy was incredibly effective. Even in dangerous missions, human lives are not sacrificed, and the risk is minimized. If they succeed, great. But if they fail, we can act like nothing happened, because that is what the love spirits did when they were still the main rivals of humans. They had many ways to pretend they did not know. Politically and practically, there is hardly any risk, and the benefits are easy to obtain. It is very effective but it is also brutally cruel. Ad wondered. The idea of using the lives of other beings as weapons. How could they do that? He quietly posed a question. What about the Supreme Commander of the Counterintelligence Corps? Who is that? Godhun calmly replied. We have no reason to hesitate to speak with your highness. You probably already know everything. You just want me to confirm it. Ad was caught off guard by this statement. Wait, I asked because I truly do not know. Godhun continued. The commander of the Aegis Anti-Espionage Corps has always been a member of the royal family for generations. Currently, Ad could hardly believe his ears when Godhun revealed it was the second prince. Fernandez Amberkey Forever Black. He is the prime minister overseeing domestic affairs. But he is also the older brother who sent these people to me. And the one who shackled them, remembering the past. Please accept this. Your Highness. This is the chain that represents our loyalty. Ad wondered. What is this? Looking at what is in his hand, he heard Godhun continue. That is the trigger for their collars to explode. If the enemy captures them, it will kill us all. Back to the present. Just mentioning the name Fernandez brings a fleeting look of discomfort to the agents' faces. They are agents who are not afraid to sacrifice their lives. But his name sends shivers down their spines. Ed pondered about Fernandez. So who exactly is he? He has never appeared in the game. I should keep an eye on him. The atmosphere. Always gloomy. Weighed down the room. Maybe I should not ask. The mood is too heavy. He quickly shifted the topic to break the silence. So how's this room? Do you all like it? Godhun replied. Your Highness. For the past few months, we have been locked up in a death row prison. And just yesterday we were crammed inside a prisoner transport wagon. Looking around the room, he cheerfully said, this room is like paradise to us. Honestly, it is so great that we do not want to leave at all. Ed awkwardly asked. Oh really? How's the food? I put my heart into it. It is not that the demons can't eat meat, but I heard they mostly eat vegetarian. So I made a special request to the chef to whip up a vegetarian meal. Even the snacks I just brought use the leftover ingredients from earlier. Looking at the empty plates scattered on the floor, he excitedly replied, after eating prison food, nothing beats a meal like this. Skull and Bodyback nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Some of us are at that age. Thank you so much. But Ganon stubbornly insisted on his point, saying, we will eat, sleep, and do whatever we want. So please feel free to treat us like objects. Ad was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, if I do that, I will feel uncomfortable. I am just a regular guy from 21st century Korea. How could I treat others like objects? After that, we chatted a bit more about their lives here. Things like clothing and their range of activities. You stood up, preparing to leave, reminding them, okay, let us keep talking and adjust later, while the team leader bowed respectfully, saying, thank you once again, and good night. You replied out of habit. Yeah. You too. Ash waved goodbye amidst Ogun's enthusiasm after realizing his own actions. He panicked. Just like last time. He waved back what the heck, even as he stepped out the door. Ash could still hear the whispers of the team leader. The third prince is nice. Right. That day was good, was not it? It was great. He even gave us snacks that night. Snacks. Hopefully. He will treat us again. You smirked silently. Contemplating. Maybe I should move them to a better soundproof room. In the end, I still could not ask them what I was curious about. Did they really start the war? The war between the Everbreck Empire and the Bringer Duchy is a massive event, even in game. From the moment the duchy fell, even bigger events started to unfold. War refugees began flooding into Crossroads, and traders followed suit, leading to the establishment of a major embassy enemy organization. If we can gather them all, they would become a significant support for the battle against these monsters. If things go sideways, we will be facing both humans and monsters in the game. Joining the army is a breeze. But now that I have accepted number 8 Aegis, the ones responsible for this war on my side do not even know if this could change the future. Ash stood there, lost in his tangled thoughts, as a new faction was being formed. Just then, the door swung open, and Luca stumbled in, startled to see Ash. He gasped. Taken aback. What are you doing here? Lucas, dressed in his formal attire, reported. Are you here alone? Your Highness. I was prepared to intervene if anything went down. They are still those rebellious prisoners. And I think someone should keep an eye on them. You looked at the button in your hand and replied. No need. I have got this, so it is all good. There will always be unpredictable situations. And even if it is for Lucas, I should keep an eye on them. The next morning, in the blacksmith shop, Kelly eagerly asked Ash. I have been waiting for you. He happily opened the chest on the table, saying, here's the result of the disassembly you requested. The opening act for the next phase is approaching. Phase 3 is in 5 days and 14 hours. We need to gradually ramp up preparations for the defense battle. Right from this morning, the guild leader, Kelly, excitedly declared, I am ready to take orders. Your Highness, his face radiated confidence. He opened the chest on the table, happily stating, this is the result of disassembling the equipment you requested last time. Could it be? The shining gem revealed itself, a special SAR-grade standard magic, had held it in his hand. Internally screaming, we did it last time when disassembling equipment. We only got one type out of the 4 from the Holy Order Cavalry and the Evangelion. Clearly, it was a huge loss. The success of disassembling equipment depends on the level of damage, and the chances of obtaining that type of magic decrease. The system interface popped up. Success rate 8%. Do you want to continue disassembling the equipment? Yes, Ad excitedly thought. It should have been like this from the start. Kelly placed the equipment on the table, reporting to you. The 3 magic guns you ordered are also completed. The 3 guns are made from 3 types of Zatman champion magic, and are finally done. The specifications of the gun. Saberus level 25. Magic gun classification. Attack 1166. Durability 6 out of 6. Magazine capacity 6 out of 6. The last bullet in the chamber is always a critical hit. Kelly explained. Since all 3 look similar, I named them Saberist. Ed picked it up, observing it with delight, saying, you mean the 3-headed Saberist dog from hell? That is a hilarious name. So far, a total of 6 pistols have been crafted. I have heard that all the magical guns can only be used by a single person, considering the force it exerts on the user's body. I have tried to make it as lightweight as possible. The forge crackled with flames, and Ed praised, it is quite small and light, so we'll have an advantage in close range. You are throwing it away, Kelly replied nonchalantly. Throwing it away? No way. You put away 3 pistols and told him. Forgive me. I am preparing to deliver an order to you right now. Ed placed the materials on the table and said, this time I want the golden Gagoi magic. 5 pieces of golden armor. You seriously requested. Equipment made from materials dropped by the cluster. Kelly was stunned by that statement. The cluster equipment is Jaya, the Black Widow Queen magic type. Defeating the cluster monster in the dungeon has a high chance of dropping this specialized magic type. This magic type can be used to create devices. Artifacts. Just input it into the necessary equipment and use it. The equipment used by the cluster. The cluster equipment mimics those items. It can only be created when you have the corresponding materials and magic type from the cluster. Their performance is excellent, so if the conditions and circumstances allow, it is worth crafting. Over time, I have not been able to make one. For example, Spectre Glai, the cluster from Screen 1. The equipment can be made from this cluster's materials is Spectre Glai Gracewood, the Great Sword of the Shadow Knight. But the issue is that no character uses the Great Sword in other screens. High-level monsters, sub-duplicates, and dungeon creatures do not drop enough necessary materials. But this time, I have got my hands on the magic of golden Gagoi and pieces of armor. The cluster equipment this time, golden armor can finally be crafted. Ast slammed his hand on the table, commanding seriously. Try to make it as thin and light as possible. Not heavy, and not inconvenient for movement, Kelly nervously said. If that is the case, the defensive capabilities will drop significantly. But you quickly agreed. No problem. The more comfortable it is to move, the better. Initially, I thought it would be 1,000 armor and physical capabilities. But what I am asking for makes it seem more like a wizard's robe. Ask left a message. I am counting on you, Kelly replied loudly. Yep. Your Highness. I will do my best. Later, at the alchemy shop, he looked at the work in front of him, satisfied, saying, there we go. No problems. Right. The anti-aircraft crafting has been successfully repaired. No issues arose. But that is not why I am here today. Ed smiled brightly and waved hello. Lily. She gasped. Prince, is that you? Immediately, her face darkened as she said sadly, am I really going to the front lines again? He awkwardly confirmed. Yep. That is right. But this is not her first time on the front lines. Every time a defense battle occurs, she is always present on the city walls. Lily sat on the chair, squirming, saying, "What can I do?" "Unfortunately, I have been a wizard since birth," Ad stammered. "Lily, Lily, you seem startled. Are you crying?" Seeing Lily's tear-streaked face, he quickly reassured her. "Do not. It is my fault. But I still want you to go into battle." With a pained expression, Lily made her request. "Your Highness, I have a plea," Ed quickly replied. "Go ahead. I am listening." Thinking of her glorious future, she said, "If many future mages come after me, please let them greet me when they first join." Ed looked dumbfounded. What?" Lily confidently explained. "I want to establish myself as a great mage. But my talent is just average. Let us not even mention being trained at the Ivory Tower. I have never even been taught by a good master." She clenched Ad's hand with tears brimming in her eyes, pleading earnestly. "There will be great mages in the future. Won't there be many who come to the front lines? Only then can I settle into my office job." Ad questioned. "Really, Lily?" Looking scared, said. "Back then, I do not want to be overshadowed by genius juniors," she replied firmly. "Please treat me kindly as a senior mage. Even if I can't walk, even if I am only stuck doing office work, I still want to be seen as a mage in everyone's eyes." Showing sympathy, affirmed. "Got it, Lily. No one's going to overshadow you, and if they try, I will definitely drag them out and give them a beating." He patted her wheelchair encouragingly. "My top senior mage, you can do much more than this. I can do anything for you except let you retire." Lily, with dark circles under her eyes, sighed and replied. "All right. No worries. I won't run away. When the day calls me, I will," shyly said. "Thank you. Now let us start with the mages of the Aegis Special Forces. I will have to order them to greet you first, after the schedule ends." On the way back to the manor, the sky was cloudy with dark clouds, rustling leaves brushing against each other. Jupiter, the main damage-dealing lightning mage Nongket, has temporarily been taken out of the game for recovery. I looked at the system screen and thought. But luckily, I have got an additional quality support team. He examined the information board. The current state of the main team is not bad either. How to maximize efficiency in this battle is on my mind. I have thought of various strategies and methods. Suddenly, the stone around his neck emitted a blinding red light. The light burst from the carriage, illuminating the surroundings. Ed cautiously said, "What is this?" "A notification for a dark event. A damn challenge someone tried to throw at me to get through this game." The announcement board popped up. "Dark event activated. Adding cluster monsters. Another cluster appears." Ed gasped. "What the hell?" You were silently shocked. "Is this for real?" 2 bosses. The information board clearly stated. Enemy wave 4. Level 15 Goi cluster 360. Level Heimston Gago 240. Ad doubted. "Are there really 2 bosses?" You helplessly slapped your forehead, thinking, the Gagoi monster cluster should be dead by now. Yet here we are. Awareness seemed to wash over your eyes. How can I handle 2 of them at once? But soon after, Ad regained his spirit and quietly steeled himself. Think positive. Maybe I can double the loot dropped from the cluster. Double the experience gained. Facing 2 bosses is normal in the mid to late game stages. It should not be too hard. Right, just wait. There is a saying, what does not kill us makes us stronger. And in ruppies like this, nothing could be truer. You were waiting, knowing more bosses and stronger enemies would appear, remembering those dark thoughts. Ad affirmed. "But I will kill every last one of you bastards. Take you down, upgrade my gear, and storm your base." Clenching your fists to suppress your rage. You thought, creating harsher challenges will only make me stronger. And I will make you regret it. The thunder roared in the sky like a testament to your determination. Ad shouted furiously. "If you want to, then come at me." And so, with the scent of rain in the air, Stage 4 was rapidly approaching. After that, preparations for the defensive battle went smoothly. Let me clarify. While preparing for the defensive battle, we encountered a major setback. Lily looked confused at the 2 people in front of her. "What is going on here?" Ad spoke. "She asked me to bring the successor mage team to speak with her, so I brought the delegation here." Lily, sitting in the powerful carriage, abruptly pulled you away, saying, wait a second. "Your Highness." Ad was taken aback. What is happening?" She whispered anxiously to you. "Could it be? Those newcomers are from the elf tribe." You replied calmly. She realized immediately. "Yep. They are from the elf tribe." Lily's pupils contracted in shock, staring at the gloomy expression on her face. Ed quickly asked Han, "What is wrong? What is happening?" She purred. "Your Highness. Do you remember why I gained the fire affinity?" You paused for a moment before responding. "Yep. Did not the goblins attack your village? To avoid being harmed by their sharp blades, you awakened your fire affinity. You might think it is easy to question. Right, but that day, Do you know who opened the door for those goblins to swarm into my village? Lily struggled to meet his gaze and said, They were from the elf clan that my family had helped. She recalled the horrific memories. My parents felt pity for the elf family that was being chased by slavers, so they let them stay in our mansion. They even hired them as servants for a year. She recounted the kindness her family showed, providing them with food, clothing, and shelter. But the terrifying memories came flooding back. Lily continued. A year later, one day, they suddenly declared they could no longer forgive humans, broke the protective gates of the village, and summoned a horde of goblins. The eventual outcome filled her with hatred. The entire village was burned to the ground. Lily recalled that painful scene, saying, My parents were slaughtered, and I was left all alone. She fell silent for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, no matter how good our intentions may be, they will always hate humans. Lily looked towards the distant mountains and warned, One day, they will surely betray you. This is my advice for you. Your Highness, looking at his face. Lily continued, I do not know what you intend to do with their graves, but never trust them completely. Just like those who broke the barriers of my village, they may very well destroy the defenses here. Ed listened seriously and then asked, Lily, you really hate the elf clan, do not you? Her hand clenched tightly as she replied, I fear the sword as much as I hate them. And then you asked, even if they have not wronged you. Lily's face darkened as she hugged her arms, struggling to respond. They and we are two different races. I can't help but hate them. And they feel the same way. That is the reality. A cycle of deep hatred born from the long history of this world that I was unaware of. I do not know when, but Gothan stepped in, interrupting their conversation. Sorry, but... Ad jumped. Startled. When did you get here? He lowered his head and said, Please forgive me. As an intelligence officer, I have a habit of listening to everything around me, even when I do not want to hear it. That is how I ended up overhearing your conversation. Ad struggled to ask, So you have heard everything we have said so far? Gothan answered frankly. Yep. Please forgive my rudeness. As Gothan approached, Lily's face turned pale. She truly harbored a deep hatred for the elf clan. Gothan turned to her and said, Lily, I just want to say one thing. Lily startled and stammered. What do you mean? He wore a calm expression as he said, I truly have no intention of asking for your forgiveness, even if I did. The pain you have endured cannot be healed. Lily frowned in discomfort hearing him. Your resentment towards our clan does not just disappear like that. Looking back at the allies guarding the city wall, Gothan explained. But Lily, we are on the same front line. Before our country fell, humans and the elf clan fought together against the monsters, remembering the darkness of this world. He asserted, We share a common enemy. Gothan sincerely suggested, Let us set aside our personal feelings for now and fight together. As per Ivan H's orders. His words hit the mark. But Lily firmly denied it. No way. I will never trust an elf again. She looked him in the eye and questioned. Are not you just like us? You hate humans too. Humans have brought ruin to your land and enslaved your people. You must resent us a lot. Right, Lily asserted. The two races have been at war for 1,000 years. And your people have been enslaved for 100. There is no doubt both races harbor deep hatred for each other. Until one of us is completely wiped out. She turned away to avoid Gothan's gaze and said, It is not just me. Others must also feel uneasy seeing your kind on the front lines. Lily turned to Axe and suggested, Using them is a really reckless decision. Ivor aids. I beg you to reconsider. He calmly replied, Lily, if that is the case, you might have to keep going to the front lines in the future. Lily resolutely answered, Fine. I accept, she cried out in agony. I would rather be sent to the front than fight alongside these elf folks. I can't believe it. Lily, who always wanted to retire, is saying something like this. Lucas was also uneasy about using elves. Surely everyone feels like Lily does. What do we do now? Axe's attention was drawn when Gothan spoke up. Lily, I will be honest. Just like you said, I really do not like humans. She bit her lip, holding back as she listened to him. But does that even matter? Lily questioned. What do you mean? Gothan recalled the past captivity and said, Our land was destroyed, and our race lives beneath humans. He strongly asserted that the right to live or die for our team, and all our people belongs to the Empire, and also to the Prince. Without the Empire's mercy, people like me would be no different from tiny creatures. Dying suddenly would come as no surprise. Gothan opened his collar to reveal the necklace he wore and continued. Does hatred mean anything when my life is already in the Prince's hands? His mood darkened. Gothan thought of his siblings and said, I just hope my people back home can live one more day, and that our team can stay together a little longer. That is all I want. Lily listened in silence to the whole story. I hope Lily feels the same way. Looking at her feet, Guthan said. Even if you can't walk, you still choose to stay here and work. Is not it to protect those you love? Lily replied softly. Guthan continued to explain. Elves and humans are definitely not good friends. But we are currently facing the same enemy. And we have the same goal of fighting for our loved ones, he firmly stated. That is reason enough for us to fight together. Do not you think? Lily was convinced but still stubbornly spoke up. We can fight monsters together now. But I still can't forgive you. Absolutely not. Guthan calmly replied. That does not matter. Because I have gotten used to it by now, Lily told Ash. Just in this defensive battle. Your Highness. You seem confused. She firmly replied. I will fight alongside them in the upcoming defense battle. Lily made a request. But if they still do not leave after that, then I am out of this battlefield. She turned her back and said, I need to rest for a bit. The Lily I know is very gentle, thoughtful, considerate of others, and places the greater good above her own interests. A friendly person like Lily carries such deep resentment. You watch her silhouette fade away. The resentment runs deep, much deeper than I thought. A hatred that spans throughout history. Ash patted Guthan's shoulder and said, I brought you here to meet her. But it turned out like this. You responded. It is. This kind of thing happens often. What Lady Lily just showed me was actually quite gentle. Ash began to ponder. But she is really clueless. Everyone is sensitive about this issue. Guthan chimed in. Your Highness. You are truly amazing. You sound surprised. Guthan explained. Even those who treat us well, I still see them with prejudiced eyes, always receiving looks of disdain. You said respectfully. But your Highness is not like that. You are truly amazing, and I am really grateful to you. Ash shyly thought. That is because I am from another world. I am just a small citizen on Earth with a very narrow mind. Guthan reassured. You do not need to worry if anyone is cautious or looks down on us. Declared your loyalty in the upcoming defense battle. We will definitely prove that we truly deserve to be on the front lines. I hope that the main team and the auxiliary team will soon get along. Right now, I am really worried witnessing sparks flying between the two sides just before the battle starts. Anyway, dealing with personnel issues like this is something the commander has to bear, even as an auxiliary team. Their participation in this defense has been confirmed. With just 3 days left before the defense battle begins, Ash called out to Lucas. Bring them in here. Lucas replied. Yep. My lord. Guthan asked in confusion. Your Highness. This is. Ash held the clothes in his hands and said, from now on, you all will wear this outfit. And the team will sing loudly. It is clothing. The group joyfully tried on the outfits, saying, there is food, shelter, and now we have clothes too. Yep. My lord. I could not help but look at the kids and say, hey, you guys. Ash explained. This is the uniform issue to every soldier on the monster front. How to get everyone connected. There are many methods, but the easiest way is to use uniforms. Looking ahead, hoping for those uniforms. One way to enhance the sense of unity in the game is to create military uniforms. It is a bit pricey because I spent a good amount to make uniforms for the entire army. But the results are solid. Therefore, I designed a specific style of uniform for the soldiers on this monster front. And above all, this is my philosophy on uniforms. They have to be cool. They must be stylish and breathable. Enough to make you feel proud wearing them anywhere. That way, everyone can feel proud to wear it. And to wear it, you must join the army. Adder has also approved the new uniforms produced for the monster front. Even Evangeline praised how beautiful it is. That is more than enough. He calmly continued. When you need to conceal your identity, use a mask and a hood. When he saw them dressed up, Ad was incredibly impressed. They looked fantastic together. He leaned out the window and sang. Here we go. Ad lowered his voice and declared, from now on, you are no longer members of Team 8 of the Aegis Special Forces. That team is dead. Starting today, you are a unit under the command of the 3rd Prince, Asben Hattery Venvik. The team respectfully listened to their commander, now called the Shadow Squad. These are death row inmates. Officially, these are the people who will be executed on the monster front. There would be many complications if they continued to use the identity of Team 8 of the Aegis Special Forces. That is why I decided to wipe their identity and give them a new name, with sharp eyes ready to receive orders. Now, Shadow Squad has confidently issued the mission. Let us go hunt some monsters. 3 days later, on the morning of the defensive battle. And then, the monsters flew in, turning the sky pitch black as gathered all members for a loud meeting. Announcing, all right, everyone is here. Let us get started. He took a piece of chalk and tapped it on the blackboard, where the battle strategy was drawn, saying, first, I will explain the basic strategy for this defensive battle. Transitioning to the brutal battlefield, a soldier fighting shouted, They are coming right here. Az and Lucas stood on the city wall, painfully watching the thick sky filled with the monsters. The system board displayed an analysis. Stage 4 information on the enemy numbers. Level 2. 15 Gajai monsters. Quantity 360. Level 20 Steel Gajai. Quantity 242. As scoffed and said, "Waited long enough. These damn Gajai monsters." Lucas observed his surroundings and spoke up. "It looks like it is about to rain. I wonder how this weather will affect us." He looked at the gloomy sky and voiced his concerns. "I do not think a rain will be good for us," with a determined expression. Replied, "Rain or no rain. It does not really matter. What else can we do? Whether it rains or snows, what we have to do remains unchanged. The Gajai monsters keep pouring in. To eliminate the Gajai monsters and protect humanity. That is the meaning of our existence, and the purpose of this Gajai monster front, before the fluttering imperial flag." As shouted, "All troops, listen up." The soldiers preparing the cannon fire were successfully drawn in. He continued to raise morale. "We won't say much. After we kill them all, we will throw a big victory party tonight," as confidently asserted, after a hearty feast. "We will kick back and sleep." His words acted like a boost, lifting the soldiers' spirits. Cheers echoed throughout the fortress. He raised his hand to signal the order. "All troops, prepare to fire." At the command, the soldiers immediately assumed their positions. A barrage of cannonballs and arrows drew high with a fierce spirit, as powerfully commanded, "Fire." The explosions rang out. The cannonballs fired, starting the battle. The commander stood beside, shouting loudly, "Fire. Begin deploying the anti-air fire net." A barrage of artillery lit up the area. The cannon shells flew straight towards the Gagoi monsters, hovering in the air, with explosions erupting continuously across the sky. After the first round of shots, thick smoke billowed out, gradually dissipating. As a scout, holding a small scope, grimly observed the scene before him. Seeing the swarm of Gagoi monsters charging towards him, he shouted urgently, "Our firepower is not affecting them." Fear gripped the scout as he yelled, "They are coming at us." Ash remained calm, giving orders. "It does not matter if our firepower is hurting them or not. Focus on maintaining the fire to hold them back." Immediately, more artillery rounds fired under his command. The entire army shouted, "Fire! Keep firing." Back in the meeting room, Lucas looked at the strategy Ash proposed and asked, "Your Highness, do you mean to establish a zone and focus on eliminating them there?" He answered casually, "Exactly." Lucas puzzled. "But are not we up against the Gagoi Legion? They are flying monsters," Ash confidently explained. "You are right, Lucas. They are flying monsters. So there is no way wooden walls or any other obstacles can touch them, let alone controlling their flight paths. Creating a zone to eliminate them on the ground is completely pointless." Each chalk line drawn on the board formed a diagram as he stated. "Therefore, we will create a zone aimed at them in the sky." He began analyzing the enemy. Gagoi are mystical magical creatures. Their bodies are made of stone or steel, can be proud of their ridiculously high physical defense, as even concentrated firepower struggles to take them down completely. Ash calmly outlined the practical strategy. "But at the very least, our firepower can force them to move according to our will. In the central area, the firepower density will be the lowest. They will rush into this zone confidently," he concluded, "and this will become their grave. This is where we can take them down in the sky." Ash shouted from the battlements, "Maintain the combat formation. Focus on keeping the fire net active. Fire." Despite their initial shock at the enemy's strength, the soldiers quickly regained their composure. If we have a solid target, the soldiers won't lose focus. And they won't have questions. If we have a solid target, the soldiers won't lose control. Just keep firing. A storm of gunpowder and metal swept through the ranks of the Gagoi monsters. They began to lose their ability to resist. This was the very purpose of the anti-air fire net from the start. It does not matter if we are damaging them. Use the kinetic force from the momentum of the shells, arrows, and explosions to push them back. The Gagoi monsters began to falter under the powerful assault, and finally, one Gagoi monster was taken down. Ash exclaimed with excitement, "There we go. High physical defense does not mean invincibility." Witnessing this scene, the soldiers' spirits ignited like never before, realizing that what they were doing was far from pointless. The system board kept shifting, and our combined firepower was truly effective. The artillery fire continued to rain down. An excited soldier shouted, "They have been pushed back." The commander urgently ordered, "Keep firing. Maintain the fire net. Move forward." The soldiers, full of vigor, responded, obeying the command. The shells kept blasting without pause. The monsters on the left and right were pounded until they had no choice but to abandon their original path. All of them began heading toward the center of the wall, which was exactly where we intended to lure them from the very start. They surged toward the center, where the firepower was at its weakest. This made the commander extremely pleased. Exactly. Those stupid fools. During the strategy meeting, Lucas observed the blackboard and said, "The god has understood the tactic you used to drive them to that area." Curiously, he asked, "But the problem is, how are we going to wipe them out in that zone? Lady Jupiter 1T be able to join this battle? Is there any way to eliminate these guys?" The commander replied seriously. "While it is not perfect, there is still a way," he began explaining. "Here's a side question. Does anyone know how the flying chickens fly?" Demian hesitantly raised his hand to speak. "Do not they use their wings to fly?" The commander immediately denied it. "There is no way those heavy bodies could float, just with their wings." Demian guessed. "So it is due to superior magic then." The commander sketched out a picture and nodded. "Exactly. That is right. Their wings are enchanted with magic." The commander continued to pose a question. "Now, here's the next question. If two spells of the same attribute collide, what happens?" He gave a choice. "Lily, you go ahead," she confidently replied. "The higher level spell will engulf the lower level spell." The commander agreed. "That is right." He cunningly continued to ask, "If we shoot a high level spell at the flying chickens, what will happen?" Back to the tense battlefield. The commander shouted, "Right now, Lily." She quickly responded with a signal. "Yep." "Your Highness." Activating wind magic. Lily commanded the mages to channel magic into the orb, activating the spell. The low-level wind spells did not have much impact. They only fired gusts of wind at the enemy. But that was already enough. The commander recalled the strategies he had mentioned. At this moment, a sudden gust snatched away the enchanted wind from the wings of the flying chickens. He watched them, amazed, realizing something was off. Their wings were neutralized, causing them to lose balance in midair and start falling as the flock of flying monsters fell freely to the ground. He was still deep in thought. Their bodies were made of rock, steel, and incredibly heavy materials. Falling from the sky would not end well. The monster chickens hit the ground, and due to the overwhelming force, they shattered into pieces, creating chaos in the sky. If you spread your wings wide, the fire net will shoot you down. But if you try to break through a single point up ahead, you will crash headfirst into the ground. Seriously analyzing the situation, what is your plan against these brainless monster chickens? Their behavior was set from the very beginning. Kill the nearest one via the shortest route. Observing the battlefield, Ass shouted, "Lily, how long can the artifact hold?" She quickly reported, "Only 20 seconds left." He ordered, "Don't waste a single second. Activate the second artifact as soon as the first one stops." Lily replied, "Got it." Ass glanced at his watch just in time to shout, "Activate the second artifact." The team on duty received the command and activated it. A bit of wind from the first artifact still lingered, merging with the second artifact's gust, creating a stronger wind for a moment, blocked by the fierce wind wall. The brainless chickens could not get close and fell down. But with their initial momentum, many still managed to cross this deadly zone and began to climb the walls one by one. One monster chicken broke through and destroyed a cannon, while another successfully climbed the wall. A terrified soldier yelled, "They are climbing up." He froze in place, staring at the massive shadow in front of him. The monster chicken let out a horrifying screech from its grotesque beak. Lucas and Evangelian's sharp gazes flickered with intensity. Both charged at the monster chicken at the same time, quickly bringing it down off the wall. Lucas seriously suggested, "I will handle the right side." "Miss, I will take the left." Evangelian cheerfully replied. "Right, Lucas." At this moment, all the soldiers from Crossroads were mobilized to create a fire net. Art turned to Damien and asked, "Are you ready?" Damien, calm as ever, answered, "Yep, sir," filled with determination. Damien declared, "I will give it my all. Pushing them back is our mission now." Art summoned 3 swords and confidently said, "All right." Defensive team. The main squad's battle has begun. Evangelion wielded a shield, fiercely battling 2 monster chickens. A bullet struck, finishing it off, his eyes gleaming as he unleashed his magical power. Lucas and Art on the other side were also busy taking down chickens. After dispatching them, debris littered the ground, and Lucas announced, "The first wave of enemies has been eliminated." Art, still tense, reminded everyone, "But do not let your guard down. This is just the beginning." The chicken horde is split into 6 groups, and right now, about 100 have been taken out of the fight. The second wave of monster chickens has begun. Watching the battle unfold, Lucas shouted, "The second group of monster chickens is starting to climb." They swiftly charged towards the walls. Art's sword spun around, cutting off the chicken's desire to climb and attack. It let out a painful scream and fell freely below. Upon hitting the ground, the chicken's body was crushed. Art stood above, excitedly saying, "Great job. Actually, I have been practicing on my own for the past few days. with my weapon proficiency reduced by 50% due to the training. It has been tough because my skills are increasing so slowly, but thanks to my hard work, I've gotten pretty good at controlling the magical blades in real combat. Explosions and whirlwinds are constantly erupting in the sky, and as I see the tide turning in our favor, I think to myself, if this keeps up, we will easily wipe them out. Just then, Lily speaks up. Your Highness. The second artifact is about to run out of time. Art lets out a heavy sigh, grumbling to himself. Time's already up. Why does it feel like time is flying by? He commands loudly. Activate the third one as soon as the second one stops. She quickly responds. Yep. Your Highness. Moments later, the power of the artifact starts to wane, flashing back to the meeting. Art had proposed that 3 artifacts be set up on the city walls. But there was one problem. He looks at Lily and asks, Lily, how long do the artifacts operate and recharge? She calmly replies, the artifact operates for 5 minutes and takes 15 minutes to recharge. Art smirks and says, exactly. That is why this strategy is not perfect. Using chalk, he continuously sketches on the blackboard while explaining. First, the first artifact strikes for 5 minutes. Then it takes 15 minutes to recharge. And the next artifacts follow the same pattern, striking for 5 minutes. Art points to the diagram he just created and says, but before the first artifact is recharged, we still have 5 minutes left, he warns seriously. 5 minutes. 5 minutes without anything to strike from the air, they will take this chance to rush in. The energy orb gradually fades, and Lily continues to report. The artifact will stop functioning in 1 minute. Watching the chaos of bombs and bullets raining down, Art feels a knot of worry if we have to wait another 5 minutes for the first artifact to recharge. Can we hold on? When the time comes, the crazed monsters launch their attack, and the soldiers scream in fear. They are climbing up. We need to run. The monsters successfully land on the walls, and Art grits his teeth, trying to steady himself. Stay calm. Art steels himself, thinking it is not about whether we can hold on, it is about them thinking we can't. Because that is why I am here. He stands in front of the other 4 and asks, everyone, are you ready? Lucas voices his concern. Lord Commander. They will flood into the center as soon as the artifact stops. Why do not we just open fire on the center? Observing the artillery fire around him, he explains. If we do that, the fire net on both flanks will weaken, and they could breach through there. The beacon and ballista are completely unsuitable for close combat. It is better to draw the enemy's attention this way. Art clapped to increase his presence, saying, now, everyone, pay attention. Standing on the castle wall in the chilly wind, he warned, in the next 5 minutes, the real battle will officially begin. Looking at everyone's serious faces, Art spoke up to encourage them. I think everyone has been trained hard recently to prepare for battle. This time, they can endure fiercely, but war always has countless variables. We never know what will happen. You fiddled with the magic staff in your hand and said, so before the decisive battle begins. Art raised the staff high and uttered a line that dropped the atmosphere into silence. Let us start with a smack on the palm. Lucas looked at Mel in shock and asked, did I hear that right, Art? Feeling embarrassed, replied with a hint of anger. Get ready to take a hit, one by one. The magic staff I am wielding, Mastro, has a special ability. System displays. Mastros are level 35, classified as a staff. Attack power 3550 out of 10. Creates and controls a magical sword grid in mid-air. When attacking directly with this staff, it will deal a fixed damage of 1% of current HP and apply a random effect to the target. The effect only activates once a day for each target. So feel free to show off, you wicked commander. It is time to use the random effect. Only when I hit them will the effect activate. I gave up after all my attempts to explain this strange mechanism. I decided to just jump into action without further ado. Art, like a supervisor, issue the command. Hurry up. We do not have much time left. Everyone, put your hands out here. Lucas, even though he did not want to, had to reluctantly stretch his hand out for a smack. My lord, please. What have I done wrong? I am ready to accept punishment. But at least you should tell me what I did wrong. Hearing your whiny words made Art furious and strike without mercy. Enough. Enough. Chill out. You did not do anything wrong. But you are still the first to get hit. System notification. Received high-level effect. Having mana consumption for 3 minutes. Lucas felt a surge of immense power spreading from his hand into his body, leaving him bewildered. He gasped in astonishment. My lord, Art replied coldly. Lucas excitedly pleaded. Please hit me more often from now on. Art asked in confusion. Wait, what? Evangelion chimed in, interrupting. The conversation between the two seems really twisted, but it looks like something good will happen if I get hit. Right. Art praised her. Indeed, a top student. You are pretty sharp. After getting hit, Evangelion unexpectedly exclaimed. What is happening? The system continued to announce. Received low-level effect. Defense increased by 10%. 3 minutes. Evangelion, looking at the energy surrounding her. She suddenly realized. So that is how it is, Art asked. Can you feel that effect? Evangelion shook her hand in response. Yeah. Seems fine, but in the future, please hit me somewhere else instead of my palm. Somewhere that won't hinder combat. You joked. Successfully receiving a glare from her. Oh really? So where should I hit next time? Art pondered right after that. That is a weird question. Is not? Evangelion snapped back. Frustrated. Why are you asking me that? You should decide for yourself. Senior, Art awkwardly replied. Yeah. Demian. Though scared, obediently parted ways and pleaded. Please take it easy on me. Art observed his trembling figure. Deep in thought. It was hard to watch. I could not help but remember what Demian went through during his childhood in the orphanage. He once said it was a terrible place. He must have some awful memories of physical punishment. Quietly, I conveyed my thoughts and gently touched Demian's palm with my magic wand. Sorry, Demian, but this is just a buff, so you will be fine. The system chimed in, granting the highest effect. Unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. Demian, he looked in shock at the surge of power surrounding him and said, Your Highness. Art. He replied, I feel like I can do anything right now. It sounds amazing. But that feeling will fade in 3 minutes. So enjoy it while it lasts. Art tightened his grip on the wand. Thinking, well, things have gone smoothly so far. First things first. The frontline defense team is ready. He used his wand to summon a powerful attack. Lily. Do you want to take a hit? The sight of this successfully made Lily's face go pale. Art quickly reassured her. No need to be scared like that. Lily glanced at the clock and shouted. The artifact has stopped working. Art turned around. Tension creeping in. The Gaegoi swarm took advantage of the weakened artifact and charged into attack. Lily shouted in panic. They are coming. The third wave. The third group of Gaegoi. About half of them got shot down. But around 50 managed to breach the fire net and wind wall, landing safely in the city walls. The current battle situation. 50 versus 5. In a defensive rock. Those numbers are a bit alarming. Art wrapped the bandage tightly around his wrist, trying to motivate everyone. 5 minutes to change the world. Although my left arm still felt a bit stiff, I could move it to some extent. Standing defiantly with my sword against the Gaegoi swarm, Art shouted excitedly. Let us have some fun. Everyone responded in unison. Yep. Art faced the dragon-winged army of Gaegoi, with about 50 monsters still alive. This group had more monsters than the previous one. He assessed the situation with narrowed eyes. But there was nothing to worry about. All team members had received the buff effect. If needed, Art and the team could pull out their trump cards to wipe them out. He swung the Estro wand forward, summoning floating magic swords. All right, one by one. To Art's dismay, before he could act, Lucas jumped in and sliced the Gaegoi dragon-winged monsters into pieces. But it did not seem necessary. He turned back to check on Art, asking if everything was okay. After getting the buff effect, his 3 teammates became as ferocious as monsters. Lucas noticed that a few Gargoyles had breached the city walls, and one of them had infiltrated the left side of the fortress. Without missing a beat, he darted away, ready to handle it. Art was worried, wondering if he was alright. But maybe Art's concern was a bit unnecessary because Lucas had activated his second skill, the sidestep. He reached the target location, and Art was stunned, questioning when he had run there. The system sent a notification, slashing mana consumption in half for 3 minutes. This skill, while providing incredible mobility, usually drained a lot of mana. But thanks to the buff, he could use it effortlessly. Blink and he appeared in the west. Blink again and he was in the east. Art watched in awe. He was like an unbeatable tank, supercharged by the speed and evasion buffs to the max. Evangelion was not about to be outdone. She shouted to attract the attention of the flying Gargoyles, taunting those stupid monsters to look at her, just as she hoped. The Gargoyles growled and turned their attention her way. They hurled their spiked tails at Evangelion, but she deflected them with her shield. Then, with a powerful thrust, she sent their weapons flying back. The system sent a buff notification for her, increasing her defense by 10% for 3 minutes. Evangelion was already strong, but with this defense buff, she became as tough as a real tank. While the two of them were dealing with the Gargoyles, magical bullets continued to rain down on them like a storm. The magic gun was powerful, but its recoil was insane, making it hard to shoot continuously without taking breaks. That is why it was tough for Demian to handle multiple enemies at once, even though his shooting skills were top-notch. But for these 3 minutes, with the special buff, he could truly shine. Demian firmly gripped the gun. His buff meant unlimited stamina for 3 minutes, allowing him to shoot continuously without difficulty, even while enduring the brutal recoil. The buff was astonishing, boosting his stamina stats. He became a weapon so powerful it was jaw-dropping. He looked at Demian and resolved to train his stamina with him every day. If he did, he would become a completely different person. The buff was a game changer. And despite how good it was, it only lasted a short while and was random. So it did not feel cheap, even in reality. He initially thought the buff would not be very effective since it was so short-lived. However, in actual combat, the impact of those mere 3 minutes was so immense it could not be measured. You really had to experience it in action to grasp its true power. This meant they could defeat the remaining monsters. And the third wave of attacks was about to come to an end. Just then, a magical sword fell from the sky, and Ash shouted, "Lucas!" The sword came crashing down, embedding itself in the ground. Ash directed, "Lead them to that spot." To the designated coordinates. Lucas nodded, signaling that he understood and would obey. "Your Highness." Ash quickly moved to the side and gave commands. "Lily, go ahead and do your main task." She looked pale sitting in the wheelchair, and I kept wondering when he would call for me. Ash stepped in front of her, his face beaming as he held the maestro's baton in his hand. "Lily, just accept this before the fireworks start. You have to take a hit with the baton. Okay." She trembled, trying to stop him, fear rising in her voice. "Why do we have to do this?" Ash did not explain much, and in the end, Lily took the hit. At that moment, Lucas completed the task given by the third prince, luring a horde of monsters to the designated spot. "Got his Bless you." Ash praised. "Great job, Lucas." After getting hit, Lily was filled with resentment, but Ash did not seem to care much. He pointed and said, "Lily, over there, shoot your spell." Her body trembled as she struggled to contain her anger. In that instant, Lily conjured a massive fireball, shouting in frustration, "You are ruining my retirement plan." It was then Ash realized he had just poked the bear. She was terrifying. What kind of buff did she get? Lily shouted, "Drop dead now." She immediately unleashed her first skill, Flame Eruption, and the powerful flames charged toward the spot Ash indicated. The Gegoi monsters were caught off guard, swallowed whole by this fiery rage. They turned to Ash, blown away by the wind on the spot. Meanwhile, Lily looked like a terminally ill patient, her face pale and breathless. Ash nodded in approval. Just as expected, she had poured all her strength into that first skill. What a tremendous power. After that, the remaining Gegoi were drawn in by Evangelion's taunt skill. She was eager. "Hey, kids over there, come play with me." Ash was at a loss for words, unsure who was older anymore. Suddenly, Demian aimed his gun at her. "Miss Evangelion, raise your shield." In his hands was a level 20 up-acre magic gun, with an attack power of 25 to 26, with a full magazine of 20 out of 20, due to the craftsman's mistake. All bullets would be fired at once when the trigger was pulled, with accuracy dropping during continuous fire. And just like that, Demian quickly pulled the trigger, unleashing 20 magic bullets. Evangelion raised her shield to block, and all the bullets that hit it ricocheted perfectly into the Gegoi monsters. Ash gasped in amazement. "Oh my." He marveled, realizing she had calculated the ricochet perfectly. All of it. Demian cheered. "Your Highness. Did it?" Ash could not help but think. Considering the shooting skills he just displayed, he really did have it all figured out. Evangelion excitedly wielded her spear. "Last time." And just like that, Ash and the team defeated the last of the Gegoi monsters in Stage 3. Evangelion laughed cheerfully. "Awesome job. Sharpshooter. Keep it up next time," Ash joyfully praised. "We nailed Stage 3. It was easier than we thought. Just like our beloved beast warriors." Flattered by the prince's praise, Demian shyly scratched his head, while Evangelion stood proudly, and Lucas felt on top of the world. Amidst the wall, a green artifact created a gust of wind, and the two mages announced, "The artifact is charged and ready to activate." Lily reported back to Ash, "The artifact is fully charged and ready to activate." She seemed drained, yet inside her, hope still burned bright. Ash commanded, "All right. Activate it." The mages in the team instantly complied, obeying his orders. "Wind artifact. Activate." "Oh." Demian announced. "Your Highness, we are running low on ammo." Ash pondered. "Oh man. This is getting tough." The fourth wave began, and luckily they had defeated the third wave more easily than expected, but they were suffering losses. Demian's Black Queen and Hunter Sevgi Wilson guns had been drained to their last bullet, and his up-acre rapid-fire gun was almost out of ammo too. Lucas's sword had dulled from heavy use, while Evangelion's shield was torn to shreds. As for Lily, she was still catching her breath. Panting heavily, he guessed it was time to pass this mission on to another squad since the main team had done enough for now. Without hesitation, He called in another team, the Shadow Squad, and black-cloaked figures appeared, followed by a 5-member team bowing before Ash. Your Highness, please give us your orders. He decisively assigned the mission. It is your turn now. Hold them off just like the main team did. I will join if necessary. Gothan, the captain of the Shadow team, respectfully suggested, please take a rest. Your Highness. Yeah, sure. We won't need to engage. Evangelion was thrilled to see them, excited to witness the Aegis special team's skills in action. Unlike her, Luca seemed less than thrilled. Over here, Lily sat quietly watching Gothan's team. She pressed her lips tightly together, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. Her hand gripping the armrest of her wheelchair was tight, even trembling, as felt the unusual tension in the air. Bewildered, what is going on? What happened between the main and support teams? Demian innocently asks. Is there anything happening that the gods do not know about? After a moment of thought, as seems to have figured it out, this is probably something we will see a lot in the future. New sub-teams will continue to be recruited soon. In fact, it is pretty normal for old and new members to have a bit of a clash. If everyone was close and harmonious right from the start without going through this process, that would be strange. Setting aside the grudges between the two teams, Lu Agoi is still steadily advancing toward the fortress. It roars at Gothan's team, as is also hopeful. Let us make all of us acknowledge you. Shadow Squad, a team of 5 steps onto the battlefield, under the expectations of many, showcasing their skills. A dirty hand reaches out to touch the arm of the monster, unleashing a burst of magical light. Gothan gives the command, using a formation specifically designed to counter monsters. The composition of the Shadow Squad is way too extreme. 2 mages, 3 attackers. That is a combo I never thought would work in the game. Overly coordinating without any tank or healer. This kind of team is really easy to wipe out if enemies get too close. Gothan gently touches the severed hand of the falling winged monster, calmly channeling his power into the remnants. He coldly announces, using the formation to deal with the monster. Ash's monologues continue, with the mages also supporting instead of just dealing pure damage. At this moment, layers of defensive stone form, coalescing into sturdy shields, wrapping around them, ready to absorb the next attack. Those mages can protect and support their teammates better, making this combo feasible against monsters. Moreover, this team received some insane buffs thanks to this extreme combination, with mages boosting magical attack power by 20% for all team members, and archers increasing critical hit rates by 30% for the whole squad. Therefore, if this team can sync well with each other, there won't be any major issues. At that moment, Gothan immediately gives the order. Body back. Responsible for stopping the approaching enemies. She does not hesitate, quickly stepping forward, responding decisively. Then, he swiftly glides to the side, his gaze sharp, and continues to command the remaining 3. As Gothan finishes speaking, the others waste no time and charge straight ahead. Firing, the bow in Skull's hands is instantly raised, his eyes cold, the arrow aimed directly at the target. Ogurn also quickly lifts his bow, his movements precise, ready to fight. Behind them, a loud sound suddenly erupts, shaking the ground. At this moment, Banao swiftly pulls out his catapult, gripping the heavy lever tightly, his whole body tensed and ready to fire. At the same time, the winged monsters charge wildly, screaming loudly, revealing their sharp teeth and twisted, ferocious faces. As if they want to devour everything in their path, they rush toward them, fierce and relentless, as if their prey would slip away if they were even a second late. At that moment, a torrent of arrows rained down, slicing through the air at a terrifying speed. Aiming straight for the shrieking monsters charging forward, they quickly raised their defenses. But the arrows could not pierce through the thick, steel-like armor. Gideon stared intently at the winged monsters, his gaze icy as he issued a cold command. As expected, it did not have much effect. Use skills. School. Mid-range. Ogurn. Close range. Burn out. Fire at maximum frequency. Execute the order. The 3 hesitated for a moment before responding in unison. Understood. School raised his bow once more, his focus unwavering as he channeled all his strength into the arrow. Just a second later, the arrow shot through the defensive stones, piercing straight into the head of the enemy in front. One by one, arrows were released, each carrying incredible power, shattering the skulls of the monsters. Witnessing this scene, Ash was utterly stunned, his eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to help but exclaim. They are headshotting them. The overwhelming power combined with high accuracy sparked a thought in his mind. Could that be why his ally school is so impressive? Moments later, Ogurn suddenly leaped onto the defensive wall, her movement swift and graceful. Without hesitation, she charged directly at the winged monsters, her eyes sharp as knives as she coldly declared, "Let us see just how strong you really are." Seeing this, The monster immediately raised its weapon, ready to counterattack, its face twisted in a menacing snarl, red eyes locking onto Ojern. As she approached, the winged dragon monster swung its weapon fiercely towards her. But she was lightning fast, arching her body back and sliding along the ground, narrowly dodging the blow. Then, Ojern nimbly spun around and leaped, her figure gliding through the air like the wind, her crossbow aimed straight at the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was released, carrying immense power. Like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, the body of the winged dragon monster instantly shattered, pieces raining down. Ojern gasped in surprise. That was pretty strong. This be the limit of my abilities. She quickly turned and dashed away, her silhouette barely visible through the swirling dust, her voice echoing behind. I will leave the rest to you. Burnout. Next, Burnout immediately activated the stone launching machine, each compartment lighting up brilliantly, flashing continuously and signaling a fierce attack about to commence. She shouted a warning. Everyone, get down. Then, a massive rain of arrows poured down like a fiery waterfall, engulfing the entire battlefield. The arrows whistled through the air, charging straight toward the winged monsters, like a relentless shower of death. That is the passive skill of Burnout, combining explosive magic and firepower she generates herself. That is why I paid attention to Burnout from the start. Otham thought to himself. If she develops properly, hunting down these weak monsters in large numbers will be much easier. But suddenly, from within the haze of smoke and fire, they charged out unexpectedly, their bodies charred and eyes glowing red. It was as if the recent attack only made them more ferocious. They surged straight toward the group, frenzied with rage. Suddenly, one of the creatures was held fast by an invisible force, frozen in midair, screaming in shock and anger. At that moment, Body Park's hand was still raised high, her icy gaze sharp as a knife, radiating an overwhelming presence as she coldly commanded. Sorry. This place does not welcome you. Immediately after, a massive surge of energy shot out from Body Park's palm, swirling like a tornado, charging straight at the monsters. It sent them flying back, their bodies flailing through the air. Another one roared in fury, claws unsheathed, lunging forward with a ferocity that seemed intent on tearing apart anyone in its path. Godin swiftly dodged the attack, sidestepping with a clean, precise movement, wasting not a single motion. At the same time, he unleashed a powerful strike, hitting its body directly. The winged dragon monster instantly collapsed, its body ripped in two, dying before it could even take a breath. These Gegoi were nothing more than a joke to Godin. Gegoi's fourth group was completely wiped out, and the onlookers could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Is this the archer's fighting style? He continued, voice filled with excitement. It is amazing. If I could learn the sniper skills of the archer, I would be so much more useful to the prince. Askit turned to him, softly replying, when it comes to monster slaying, everyone's in the same boat, just doing their best in their own way. Then, he gently reassured the person beside him. You have already helped me a lot, Demian, to the point where no one could replace you, so do not worry at all. Hearing this, Demian felt a surge of emotion. He whispered, Your Highness, Askit quietly thought to himself. After all, Demian can learn the archer sniper skills. It would be best for Demian to figure out how to develop his attributes in the most effective way possible. The Shadow Squad executed a defensive battle far better than expected. As a result, by the time the third artifact began to activate, the fifth group of Gegoi was completely annihilated. Askit watched the battle unfold, his sharp eyes tracking every movement on the battlefield, thinking to himself, so far, everything is going smoothly. The battle is incredibly fierce. The Shadow Squad still holds the advantage, but deep down, he could not shake off his thoughts. Right. But suddenly, the information panel lit up before his eyes, lines of text flashing quickly. Askit thought to himself, the information about the Chine has been updated. The panel displayed word by word. Stage 4. Enemy info. Level 35. Gegoi leader. Quantity 2. Level 15. Gegoi stone. Quantity 58. 302 eliminated. Level 20. Gegoi steel. Quantity 40. 202 eliminated. He stood in shock, gazing at the fierce battlefield. Smoke and the sounds of clashing steel echoing everywhere. And in his mind, Askit could not help but be amazed. What? The information about the Chine is only updated when they appear on the battlefield. Askit's eyes scanned ahead, thinking to himself, but I do not see them anywhere. Suddenly, Askit looked up, a feeling of unease washing over him. He froze, eyes wide open, staring intently at the sky. Thinking quietly, could it be? Askit clenched his jaw in anger, his face tense, eyes filled with worry as he looked upward. You scream in shock. Damn it. Above us, a Chan is diving down. Everyone, Be careful. Hearing Escago's shout, everyone freezes, their eyes instinctively looking up, faces filled with confusion and disbelief. The monster instantly crashes down in the distance, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere, the ground shaking violently. They barely have time to react before being thrown off their feet. Bernard and Skull are both severely injured. Eyes closed, blood spraying in the direction they fell. The monster looming before them is like a nightmare come to life. Surrounded by a cloud of dust, its glowing red eyes lock on a gun like a predator eyeing its prey. The creature slowly advances toward her, each step causing the ground beneath to crack and crumble. From the thick cloud of dust, a grotesque face emerges, its red eyes gleaming with a cold, menacing hunger as if it wants to devour everything. Its hands grip a weapon tightly, letting out bone-chilling roars that echo across the battlefield. This monster is the commander of the Gargoy army. Gargoychief, facing the horrifying creature, you feel paralyzed with fear, your whole body stiff. You shout, trembling, "What the hell is that?" Meanwhile, Pragun raises her crossbow, hands shaking, face pale with tension, but her gaze remains resolute as she says, "I will assist immediately." Then, arrows are shot one after another, speeding toward the monster Gargoychief. But all are in vain. It swiftly swings its chain weapon toward Gen. She can't dodge in time and takes a hit from Gargoychief. Her body staggers. Fresh blood sprays out, her chest feeling like it might implode from the brutal blow. Lucas watches the scene unfold, his face turning pale. He screams in panic, "Wait!" Suddenly, Ash's voice breaks through, and you are overwhelmed with fear. Trembling, sweat pouring down your temples, Ash yells frantically, his voice choked with terror, "There is another one." Lucas jumps, turning back to him, in shock. You exclaim, "What?" Ash's panicked words continue. Due to the dark event, there will be two Chine this time, which means the other one is nearby. At that moment, the second Gargoychief comes hurtling down from the sky at breakneck speed. You quickly react, your gaze sharp like a knife cutting through the thick fog, a spark of caution igniting inside you as you think, where is it? What is it targeting? It crashes down like a meteor straight toward the area of regeneration. Ash yells, his face pale. Damn it. Is it targeting the artifacts? You panic, your voice trembling with fear. Lily, run. Lily is startled, turning back with wide eyes, exclaiming, "What?" But in an instant, the second Gargoychief descends right where she is, the ground shaking violently, creating a terrifying tremor, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Then, it immediately lunges forward. The sound of metal slicing through the air is deafening. Lily is caught in place, unable to escape the brutal blow that is about to hit. In a split second, the weapon strikes her, producing a heavy, piercing sound. The vehicle can't withstand the tremendous impact and shatters instantly, debris flying wildly through the thick dust. Suddenly, the second Gargoychief halts, its body stiffening, and it lets out terrifying roars. The admin was taken aback, eyes wide, a slight smile creeping onto their lips, feeling a mix of disbelief. Just then, a notification popped up. The fire attribute had been activated. They breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of calm wash over them. Thank goodness. That attribute saved Lily from harm. But then, the second rooster swung its sickle again, and the admin silently panicked. Realizing that this time, Lily would not dodge that attack, they quickly turned around, eyes serious, arm extended to command decisively. Body bag, hurry and save Lily. Without hesitation, Body bag responded, "Yep." Following orders, she raised her hand high, a powerful energy radiating from her palm, the light flashing as she concentrated all her strength, ready to dash in and rescue Lily. Luckily, just as the second rooster's sickle was about to strike, Body bag yanked Lily out just in time, pulling her away from the jaws of death. Ash immediately shouted with authority, his voice echoing through the chaos, "Gothan! Catch her!" Gothan obeyed without hesitation, launching himself forward and confidently responding, "Yep." In an instant, he wrapped his arms around her. Then, with agility, Gothan carried her away, quickly escaping the danger. Once in a safe spot, he gently set Lily down, his gaze soft as he looked at her intently, asking, "Lily, are you okay?" She awkwardly turned away, softly replying, "Yeah." He swiftly issued the next command, his voice resolute echoing through the air. "Body Park. Take care of the others in your team." Body Park immediately acknowledged. "Understood." Instantly, she channeled her energy, a shimmering blue light enveloping her palm in a flash. Body Park lifted Skull and Burnout into the air, skillfully guiding them toward a safe position, away from danger. Lucas, Damian, and Evangelion quickly took their places. And then, with a commanding voice that resonated with authority amid the chaotic battlefield, declared, "Main squad, Prepare for battle. The mutated monsters had a different approach than regular ones, being slightly smarter and more vicious, targeting more important objectives first. This was likely why they attacked the defenders and artifacts first. Now attempting to lock onto another target instead of the tank, the admin's eyes glinted with anger and vigilance, silently reminding themselves that they were the priority, the lowest level. Yet the commander with the most crucial role. They would definitely be targeted. Lucas' expression turned serious, his voice calm and steady as he spoke. My lord, those two monsters are just the first issue. The second is the remaining roosters. The battle raged on. The sixth wave of the rooster army attacking. All the defensive artifacts in the central area were completely destroyed, and a swarm of roosters was flying toward the walls as if there was no one around. As quickly commanded, Group 6 of the rooster army. Let them come to us. He replied immediately.
Yep.
My lord. His internal monologue whispering in agreement without hesitation, showing just how much trust Lucas had in him. At that moment, Gothan and Lily returned, and he spoke up. Your Highness. I brought Lily back, as nodded slightly, looking at the two of them, his voice steady as he continued. Gothan was pulled in, and then his gaze shifted to the person beside him. Lily. Forgive me, but she still has to do what needs to be done. As clenched his fist and asked her seriously. What about the other artifacts? Can we activate them right now? Lily softly replied.
Yep.
Just as you said. Your Highness. Except for the wind artifacts. The others are still usable because they were originally placed elsewhere. If all the artifacts were installed in the same spot, they could easily be destroyed all at once. The remaining artifacts were set up in different locations from the start. The alchemists are controlling them over there, which keeps everything under control, even as we face the current disaster. He slapped his chest with determination, looking resolute as he commanded. Go over there and activate immediately. Amplify the magic. The target is me. She lowered her head slightly, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she gazed down at her immobile legs, her voice faint. I understand. But with my legs like this, how can I walk? Ash immediately directed. Godhund. Take care of Lily and bring her to the artifact installation position. Lily glanced at Godhund and then back at him. Shocked. What do you mean? Go with this guy. Ash furrowed his brow in anger. It does not matter whether she likes it or not. Follow the order immediately. She was terrified, her face pale, her thick lips trembling as she stammered. The moment he finished speaking, Godhund rushed over and lifted her up decisively. Lily's face turned red with embarrassment as she covered her face with her hands. Just go already. There is no time left. He quickly issued the next command to the main team. Lucas. Evangeline. Keep the pressure until the artifact is activated. Lucas raised his hand high, his eyes shining with determination, his voice booming.
Yep.
Leave it to the gods. In 1 hour. Or 12. The gods can do it too. Evangeline smiled with enthusiasm, her gaze firm as she responded eagerly. I will do my best. Ash placed a hand on the shoulders of the two in front of him, gently reminding them, do not underestimate those bugs. He continued. They are different from the bugs we have faced so far. Do not let your guard down. Stay calm and remember to protect yourselves. Got it, the girl whispered.
Yep.
Lucas quickly replied. Understood, my lord. Immediately after, the two of them charged forward with fiery determination, shouting. All right. Meanwhile, Ash turned to the remaining member. Damian, how many rounds do we have left? Damian held up his gun to check, his voice serious. 3 Sabron guns, 6 rounds each. A total of 18 rounds remaining. He continued, looking seriously at the person in front of him. We can take down one with this. Right. Damian was silent, his cold gaze locked onto the distant bug creature, his eyebrows slightly furrowing, his expression contemplative, taking his time to respond. Then he spoke slowly. The issue lies with the armor and metal the bug creature is wearing. They seem to have a high magical defense. Ash replied. That is right. Good assessment. The bug creature's armor has a high magical defense, while its body already has a high physical defense, making it almost invincible. We need to break its armor with physical attacks, then use magic to strike at its body. It is easy to say, but doing it takes a lot of time, and on top of that, it won't just sit still for us to attack. Saberoth is a handgun, so its range is shorter than other magical guns, and letting Damien get up close is way too risky. We need to restore long-range firepower to take out their armor. You turned around and asked. Body Park. What is her current status? Body Park quickly reported, her tone serious and unwavering.
Yep.
Some are seriously injured, some have minor wounds, and the weapons are severely damaged. Asleef leaned towards the person next to her, her sharp gaze igniting with determination, and immediately issued a clear command. Damien. Give first aid to the Shadow Squad. Damien was momentarily surprised but happily agreed.
Yep.
On it. When asked to do the healing work, Damien's face suddenly lit up. After all, He preferred this job over sniping. He continued, "Gather anything useful while Damien treats them. Right now, her team's firepower is crucial," and she replied without hesitation.
Yep.
But just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick clouds rolled in like a tidal wave, blocking out the light and plunging the area into a suffocating gloom. Next, raindrops began to fall quietly, hitting the ground with heavy sounds, making the already tense atmosphere even colder and gloomier. Before long, the rain began to pour down, drenching the entire battlefield in sheets of water. Despite the pouring rain, Ash stood still on the holy wall, his figure standing tall amidst the wind and rain. He gently raised his hand to catch the raindrops, his gaze distant, whispering, "In times like this, I wish for peace." At that moment, the eyes of the chicken-headed monsters suddenly lit up, their fierce red glow piercing through the gray rain. Then, the two monsters started advancing. Each of their steps shook the wall, sending debris flying. Their weight felt massive. Lucas tightened his grip on the silver immortal sword in hand, let out a soft sigh. While Evangeline, with her sharp eyes, glared at the two monsters and coldly said, "Come here. Finish them off." At the same time, Ash stood still, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. He watched the battle unfold before him, thoughts echoing in his mind. "Thanks to you guys." Soon after, the two monsters roared, their cold glares fixed as they charged straight ahead. Lucas and Evangeline hesitated for just a moment before lunging into battle. Two chain maces swung simultaneously, hurtling toward them at a terrifying speed. Lucas immediately raised his sword to block, bracing for the violent impact, while Evangeline quickly lifted her shield, steadying her stance to absorb the monstrous force from the attack. But in no time, under the immense pressure, both of them were sent reeling back. He gritted his teeth in anger, enunciating each word, "That power is insane," while the girl stared in shock at her shield, now deformed. Her face pale as she shouted, "This is crazy. The shield is wrecked." It is no surprise that facing them was difficult. There was originally just one monster, but the dark event made it harder by adding another. At this moment, the cold gaze of the Gagoid chief was locked onto the target ahead. However, they were still able to hold their ground. Both Lucas and Evangeline were warriors that could fight until the very end of the game. A moment later, Lily's voice suddenly echoed. The artifact of the great magic was ready. Aziz's narrative continued to resonate in his mind. The moment I had been waiting for had arrived. He immediately ordered, clear and firm. "All right, let us fire it up," she quickly replied.
Yep.
Activating the artifact of the great magic. It boosts the magical power of a target by 100%. And that target is me. He looked at the power in his hands and joyfully said, "So this is what it feels like to be buffed." Az continued, "In this moment, I feel like I can do anything." Just then, a notification popped up on the system. "The commander's magic eye is activated. Please make eye contact with the target to use the skill." At that moment, the chief's eyes suddenly turned yellow, and the system quickly locked onto the target. Lines of notifications continued to appear. Number of targets. Please give your command. Simultaneously, his eyes also lit up, transformed into a bright yellow, as coldly focused his gaze on the monster, his voice booming with authority. "Now, kill your teammate." As soon as he finished his command, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turned pale, and his eyes widened in horror. All the mana instantly drained from my body. The system immediately displayed a message. Difficulty of the command: high. Please compare the user's intellect with the target's mana. The chicken monster had a very low resistance to magic. What does that mean? It means it is weak against all types of magical attacks, which also means its ability to resist mind control is very weak. Therefore, if I enhance my magical power a bit with the artifact of the great magic, I could control its mind even with a boss. Thinking it, Ash immediately focused all his strength, quickly performed the action, and soon the system displayed a notification. Spellcast completed. Success. One target. He raised his hand in excitement, a smug smile spreading across his face.
"Yep.
This is what I am talking about. Stupid monsters. Take this." "Boss." The monster immediately seemed hypnotized, its bright blue eyes vacant, turning to attack its own allies. Behind, Ash cheered loudly, filled with energy. "Charge." In an instant, one chicken monster howled in pain as a massive club from its alley smashed into its head, its skull cracking open with a sickening crunch. Lucas and Evangeline stood frozen, utterly confused, their eyes wide and mouths agape in shock. The girl exclaimed, "What the heck is going on?" The monster did not forgive the betrayal of its kind. The two chicken monsters faced each other and began swinging their clubs at one another. Their powerful attacks were as forceful as siege weapons, clashing against each other mercilessly. However, no matter how similar their forms were, there were still differences. The two chicken monsters immediately dove into a brutal fight. The sounds of their clubs clashing echoed across the battlefield, and before long, one monster delivered a fatal blow, sending the traitor flying. Its massive body slammed straight into the stronghold of the chicken army, creating a thunderous explosion. Observing the entire event from below, Ash squinted, thinking to himself, that is the stronghold of the 6th chicken army going down. Inside, he kept thinking about how to get it there to cause chaos, making those chickens take the heat. Who would have thought things would turn out this well? The traitorous chicken slowly rose from the rubble, its piercing blue eyes gleaming coldly. A murderous aura swirling as it stared at the bat-winged monsters in front of it. They immediately roared in a frenzy, a swarm of chickens charging headlong at the traitor, igniting a chaotic brawl right in the middle of the battlefield. A brutal conflict erupted, with the mutant chickens and the regular ones attacking each other mercilessly. Witnessing this, the unaffected mutant chicken quickly rushed over to support its subordinates, with narrowed eyes, a sharp gaze, and a deep voice ringing with determination. It intervened. At this moment, the remaining traitorous chicken slowly advanced towards Lucas and Evangelion, its fiery red eyes locking onto the two, an overwhelming killing intent radiating as if it wanted to crush everything in its path. Its powerful words echoed across the battlefield, making the battle seem simpler already. While that mutant chicken was crazily blocking the 6th group, we will focus our forces on eliminating the remaining mutant. With a slight furrow of his brow, a playful smirk crept across his face as he said, "Too easy." "Right." Lucas nodded in agreement, answering, "Easier than the last 2 times." Evangelion's eyes lit up, excitement spilling over, making it feel 10 times more fun. Under the pouring rain, the monster roared fiercely, charging straight at the 2 of them. The number of foes decreased from 2 to 1, making defense much easier. However, the 2 knights still could not switch to offense. He gritted his teeth, his expression darkening, thinking to himself, we need to use physical attacks to break through its armor. The 2 pioneering knights had high physical attack capabilities, but against such a powerful foe, it was nearly impossible to shift from defense to offense. There had to be a way. Right. He surveyed the situation, knowing they could use their traditional spells, but seeing the Shadow Squad had regrouped and kneeling in the rain. Godhunt reported the Shadow Squad was ready to re-engage. He asked again, his voice low, "Are you all okay?" Then he continued, "You are injured." "Right," he replied honestly, his voice clear and resolute. "The knight has already granted us healing spells. Though we are not fully recovered, we can still fight. What about our weapons?" "It seems all of them are broken." Godhunt's voice rang out again. "No problem. I have temporarily repaired them." His gaze shone with fierce determination, his powerful voice booming. The firepower can be unleashed at any moment. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Good. Fire immediately." They quickly took their positions. Skull and Ogre swiftly pulled their bows, channeling all their strength into the enchanted arrows, aiming directly at the enemy ahead. Meanwhile, Burnout immediately drew his special weapon, quickly getting into combat stance, his eyes icy as he unleashed all his power towards the monster. Godin stood tall on the battlefield, ignoring the rain of arrows slicing through the air, channeling his energy into each arrow, causing them to burst into brilliant light, preparing for a fierce counterattack. Decisively declaring, "We will join in too." Body Park immediately tapped into his energy, bright lights gathering in his hands, then shot forward at the Gargoychif, ready to coordinate an attack with his teammates. Waves of strikes rained down on the monster, explosions echoing across the battlefield, while the Gargoychif stood frozen, unable to react amidst the relentless onslaught. Before long, the armor on its body began to shatter, and an excited voice rang out, "Finally. Let us break that armor apart." Ed watched the battle intently, his mind racing as 2 knights surrounded the creature, relentlessly trying to destroy its armor with physical attacks. "Now we will use magic to strike at its inner core." But the reality often strays far from the plan. Moments later, the Gargoychif roared furiously, instantly retaliating with a glare full of hatred at the group before it. Evangeline rushed forward, and Squad shouted, "I will hold it back." Just then, the system suddenly announced, Evangeline as negative attribute, Gromsy, activated. In the pouring rain, the ground was slippery, causing her to lose her balance and stumble right into the path of the fierce attack. The giant spear of the monster came crashing down at a terrifying speed, and Evangeline screamed in panic. The spear struck the ground, sending shockwaves, dust swirling chaotically, obscuring everyone's view and making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The scene before Ash left him paralyzed. His heart tightening, he screamed in fear, "Evangeline." Suddenly, her familiar voice echoed through the dust, Evangeline clinging tightly to the wall, gritting her teeth, muttering, "Damn it. I have used too much mana." The girl yelled in frustration, and Ash's words continued. Luckily, it seemed Evangeline was shielded, as if she could keep following its trajectory. But suddenly, an object shot past like lightning, The wind howled sharply, slamming straight into the wall where she was holding on. Evangeline immediately lost her balance. Falling through the air, she cried out in panic. Suddenly, a hand shot out like lightning. Lucas quickly grabbed her shirt, holding her tight in mid-air. Evangeline was surprised, her eyes lighting up with joy. She exclaimed, "You Lucas." His next words left her speechless. "You are throwing me away." Unconsciously, he sighed in relief. But it was not the right time for that. The two tanks at the front line tasked with stopping the monster had vanished. So how would the boss act now? Just then, Godon shouted loudly amidst the battlefield, his spirit ablaze. "We have to push it back." But the Gargoykif roared fiercely, undeterred by the heavy rain of arrows, charging straight for them at full speed. Its momentum unwavering. Ash swallowed hard, his teeth gritting in anger. These damn pests are too stubborn. Like a literal wrecking ball, his cold gaze locked onto the monster, his voice steady and resolute. "I will buy us some time." In the blink of an eye, the Gargoychif launched its spear at Godon. He quickly gained momentum, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. The monster immediately launched another attack, but Godon swiftly dodged, then seized the moment, channeling his magical energy to deliver a powerful blow aimed straight at its leg. Gagoy the leader's foot quickly melted and stuck to the city wall, just as expected from a master of magic. But it seemed that against such overwhelming raw power, everything he did was almost pointless. Godon gulped nervously, his eyes wide with tension. Fully aware of the sheer force before him, he tried to stall for time. But the monster did not seem to care about Godon at all. That damn monster had only one mission: to charge at him and kill him. Not even the Shadow Squad's members or Demian's magic bullets could stop it. He was terrified, sweat pooling at his temples, his heart pounding wildly, anxiety racing through him. If we do not stop it, we will be wiped out. Think of something. Kim as. Gagoy Chief was closing in, each heavy footstep shaking the ground. And a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flooded Az's mind. How can we possibly stop that monster now? But just at that hair-raising moment, Lily remained calm, focusing her strength, her arms raised high above her head. Above her, a massive inferno swirled, radiating intense heat against the cold rain. Az stared in shock, his eyes wide, struggling to contain his surprise. Exclaiming, "Lily," she shouted back angrily. "Monster. Listen up." In an instant, the colossal flame shot straight toward the monster, propelled by an overwhelming force. As Lily's voice echoed with pride, "A high-level sorceress of the Kingdom 1T let you off easily." Gagoy Chief was engulfed by the flames, his entire body quickly turning charred, pieces of his armor melting away. And he screamed in a frenzy, his cries resonating with pain and despair amidst the dreary downpour. Skull gasped in disbelief, his voice filled with incredulity. "The boss. Is he dead?" The body bad guy's eyes widened, stuttering in shock, still unable to believe what he was seeing. "Is he really gone?" But suddenly, amidst the ashes and flames, the monster's body shuddered slightly, the charred armor still clinging to it, not entirely fallen apart. Ash immediately sensed the abnormality, his eyes tightening, his voice dropping in warning. "It is still breathing." Then, Gagoy Chief turned sharply. Its target had changed. The monster's gaze was filled with vengeance, and it was heading straight for Lily, the one who had dealt the strongest blow against it. She was horrified, her eyes wide open, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling with terror. What could it be? Az continued, "It has really figured out the problem." Panicking, Az shouted loudly, his voice ringing out over the battlefield. "Lily, run." But Lily's legs would not move. If she had enough mana, she could use Fire Shield to dodge its attack. But did she have enough mana left? Facing the charging monster right in front of her, Lily's face turned pale. Yet she stood her ground, as if frozen in the face of an unavoidable fate. The Gigoy roared angrily, its massive club raised high, creating a terrifying pressure directed straight at her. Lily was terrified, her body trembling, biting her lip to endure. At that moment, a familiar figure rushed in. Standing right in front of her, Guthan stands firm like a steel shield, his gaze unwavering, his voice booming with power. "Danger. Lily, I will protect you." At this moment, Lily's eyes widen in sheer delight, her heart racing as she sees him standing boldly before her, his hair whipping in the wind and rain, thinking to herself, a true elf warrior, even with monster blood splattering everywhere, the air thick with its stench. Lily remains lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, her eyes filled with confusion as she quietly wonders. Well, Guthan is now giving it his all, shielding her from the onslaught. You could say he is pouring every ounce of strength he has into this moment. And then, he succeeds in shattering the monster's arm. Furthermore, his strike reveals the red core of the monster's soul. Exposed for all to see, he quickly turns to Lily and asks, "Great Mage, can you deliver the finishing blow?" Lily does not respond. Instead, she channels all her energy, summoning a powerful flame, Then she unleashes it straight at the monster. Just as a bolt of lightning strikes down, and just like that, the monster is obliterated, its core shattering, causing the beast to come to a complete halt. In that very moment, Ash shouts urgently, "Damian, get first aid for Gothan." Instantly, a voice replies, "Understood, my lord." Damian rushed over to Lily and Gothan, calling out loudly, "Captain, Captain." At that moment, Lily was holding Gothan tightly, sobbing as she asked, "Well, why did you save me?" Gothan replied flatly, "I just made the best judgment at that moment. Besides, he figured the battle was not over yet, and you were the only one here with enough power to deliver the finishing blow to that Gagoi." He then bluntly dropped a line that left Lily speechless. It is that simple. Suddenly, two silhouettes appeared, calling out loudly, "Lord, Elder." Evangelion expressed his regrets about the battle, saying, I made a serious mistake. Even Lucas asked Ash to blame him. I can't show my face again. My lord, please punish me appropriately." But Arthur knew that the two knights were trying to take responsibility for their mistakes with their lives. Yet they had done their best. So how could they be punished? He said, "All right. Look up. The reason I am not blaming you is that there were damages. But we have already defeated that bug." He believed that the most important thing right now was what we had accomplished. The Gagoi was controlled by the commander's evil eye. Now the remaining Gagoi were roaring in his direction. But it did not bother him. They were defeated due to betrayal. Looking at the monsters advancing towards him, Arthur estimated the last remaining Gagoi, about 40 of them. Then he made a decision. So all we have to do is take them down. However, there was a little hitch here. The issue was that everyone was already exhausted, including Lucas and Evangelion. He could clearly see that his teammates had run out of steam in the recent battle, constantly being attacked by monsters on the battlefield. Damian had used up all his magic bullets, and Lily had spent all her strength along with her last drops of mana. Given this situation, he wondered if the same was true for the Shadow Squad. In this situation, could we safely defeat the remaining monsters? Suddenly, the officer from the Silver Brigade shouted, "My lord, fire away." In response to his command, the bullets were fired. Each bullet flew toward the Gagoi, resulting in a massive explosion. The Silver Brigade officer, seeing this, joyfully exclaimed, "There are no more monsters coming from the south, so maintaining the anti-air fire net is no longer necessary." Then he turned to Ash and asked, "Did I do something wrong, Your Highness?" Ash paused for a moment, then praised him. "You did great." Now the first rays of sunlight were filtering through the dark clouds in the sky, smoke still rising from the guns. The sunlight illuminated the remains of the Gagoi, and it was declared, "No more Gagoi are approaching the city walls." Lucas excitedly exclaimed, "We did it. Victory is ours, my lord." Meanwhile, Ash gazed up at the sky, questioning, "Why does it only rain when we are in the heat of battle?" He thought to himself, even if the rain is just a coincidence, it sure has a knack for timing. It was then that he noticed his own troops. Turning around, he saw all eyes on him. Understanding the weight of their gazes, he sighed and told himself, saying this right after our victory might feel cliché and out of place, but I have to speak my truth. So he raised his voice and commanded, "Get the wounded to the sanctuary, assess the damage, from our battle gear to the walls, and make sure to document today's battle details. And remember, if anyone made mistakes in this fight, think hard about them so we do not repeat the same errors next time. That is how we grow." From this battle, so many lessons emerged. I immediately recalled all the blunders we made during this defensive clash. We have pinpointed where we could improve. The crisis we faced is now etched deep within us. Only by learning from this can we become better. And if we do, no one has to die. Ash also praised everyone, noting that they were all making strides. And this front was steadily growing stronger. As the leader, I must strive to improve every day to keep guiding everyone on the path ahead. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that everyone was helping him become a better leader, and for that, he was truly thankful. With that, he paused for a moment, then declared loudly, "All right, enough talking, let us prepare for a feast. I am treating everyone today. A victory meal paid for straight from his own pocket. But let us be real, I am always the one footing the bill." At this, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Long live the prince! Long live Ash!" Amidst the joyful chaos, the injured were quickly placed on stretchers and transported to the sanctuary. He then turned to Lily and noticed her staring blankly at him while sitting on the ground. The cheers continued to echo. "Third prince! Long live Ash! Long live!" And in that moment, Ash knew another defensive battle had come to an end. The system also delivered the reward stage 4 complete. Defense successful. Please check the inventory for casualties and injuries, including the severely wounded. The condition of the injured was dire. The area below the elbow was crushed beyond recognition, to the point where magic could not heal such severe wounds. This was understandable. It meant both of his forearms would need to be amputated. The gaze of the injured was both distant and aware. He heard just that. I am going to proceed with the amputation, the doctor stated. The patient has consented. This made him wonder. Consent? Really? The next morning at the sanctuary, Ash received reports on the status of the warriors, and he informed everyone that outside the sanctuary, the warriors awaited the results of their captain's surgery, including 4 members of the Shadow Squad. I updated them on the current condition of the injured, but you received some unexpected news. And then I heard a shocking story that made you gasp. Zika, the body bag, informed you that the god of death lost both his arms in a mission 2 years ago, and since then, he has been using metal replacements. Ever since he got those prosthetics, his code name has been changed to God of Death. At this point, Long Lang's eyes lit up. Thinking that this time it is all good, he turned his lost arms into metal. We believe he can fight again. This earth-shattering news made Ash exclaim. No way. That story is too hard to believe. You are a person, not a machine. You know one thing for sure. Even machines, when parts get damaged and need replacing, can't just go back to being like nothing ever happened. You understand that deep down. The god of death carries a horrific wound in his soul that can never heal. Seems like what you said made the elves feel down. So to cheer them up, you added, if any of you get hurt, you have to tell me. I will treat you. Hearing yourself say that made you cringe. Those words sounded so hypocritical and ridiculous. Could a commander, who forced everyone to risk their lives on the battlefield, really have the right to say that? To lighten the mood, you softly suggested. All right, let us head out. There is a victory feast tonight. Even though the god of death can join us, you all still need to eat and rest well. However, Body Park declined, saying, we are fine. Your Highness, I will wait here until the surgery is over. After hearing her, Ash did not push any further. Resting here was fine, he added quietly. I will send food and drinks for you guys. Even if we can to celebrate our victory together. You smiled and expressed your gratitude to the elves. Their contributions were commendable. And you were not sure how to express that. Your appreciation moved them deeply. So before you left, you did not forget to leave a message. Take good care of your captain. The little ones eagerly said goodbye and added a few small requests. Just leave the captain to us. And please send us lots of delicious food and drinks. Juice. Lots of juice. Please. Of course. You could not refuse. So you ordered about 3 barrels of juice. It was getting late, and everyone was celebrating their victory. I'd approached the party and loudly teased. The Lord has not even read the congratulatory message yet. And you are starting off like this. As soon as they saw you, everyone shouted in unison. The prince has arrived. Long live the Lord, a man born to slay monsters. The best commander in the south. Their praises made you chuckle, saying, you are laying it on thick. Next, you lifted a glass of beer and stood on a platform, asking, all right, give me a drink. I will keep it short and sweet. Everyone eat and drink until you drop. Can you do that? Ed raised his glass and shouted, onward. Southern warriors. Everyone echoed you. Let us eat and drink to our heart's content. You keep shouting cheers. And deep down you are telling yourself, no matter how much you drink in this place, I just can't get used to it. Suddenly, you turn to Eider and say, hey, give me something. Eider, thrilled to be called, exclaims, oh my, just say the word. I will do anything you need. He stumbles a bit and asks, meat, beer. What else do you need? Sir, if you want music, I will pick a song for you. Faced with such absurdity, Ash quickly replies, that is enough. Send some food to the temple, and drinks too. Your command leaves Eider confused, asking, what? His attitude makes you a bit puzzled. Eider fumbles, biting his lip. Why does he seem so disappointed? Seeing this kid still bewildered, Ash grabs Eider's head and leans in, enunciating each word. You idiot. The food is for the priests, who are treating the wounded soldiers, and the members of the Shadow Squad. Okay. And do not forget to bring some of that burnt water. Just then, someone suddenly insists on following you to the temple. Me too. I am coming along. The appearance of this person leaves Ash in shock. What? Realizing it is Lily who wants to tag along, you blink in surprise and ask, Lily. Just then, amidst the party, you hear a shout. Those jerks only want to drink all that mountain of beer over there. Fill my glass. Hurry up. They cheer as they see Ash getting ready to down a few big beers all by himself. Just as expected, the third prince, the best drinker in the empire. Could it be that today we will witness the comeback of a legend? Ash is, of course, feeling super pumped and ready to go all out. I will prove it. Bring everything out. We are drinking till we drop today. Instantly, cheers erupt all around. But suddenly Ash remembers the words Charon had said before he took the plunge. Lady Taek once said, "A city cannot move forward if it only mourns its losses and sacrifices." While it is important to care for the wounded and honor the fallen, do not forget to celebrate life and happiness. In the end, drinking, chatting, and celebrating victories with the survivors is the duty of a leader. You could say that despite the pain of loss still lingering in his heart, Ash dives headfirst into the victory celebration. The clinking of glasses and lively chatter echo throughout the square, and I quickly blend into this atmosphere. As the night deepens, the victory celebration grows even more vibrant. Back with Godhand, he suddenly wakes up from his coma, gasping for air. At this moment, he notices his amputated arm. Just then, Lily, sitting at the desk, speaks up, "You are awake?" Seeing her, Godhand, bewildered, asks, "Is that you, Lily?" She keeps her cool tone. The surgery was successful. Furthermore, she tells Godhand about everything he went through while he was unconscious, how he was in severe pain, and that he would not be able to use magic for treatment until 7:00 am the next morning. Plus, there is one more thing she needs to tell him. Although his elbow is gone, luckily the joint is still intact. The priest treating him said that since the joint was still there, it would be easier to control a prosthetic arm later on. Meanwhile, the little elves were still busy scurrying around. Lily glanced over at them and said that the other members of his team had just gone to sleep. They had eaten and played tag while keeping an eye on him. Then she turned to Godhand and asked, "Are you hungry? I can whip up something for you. You have lost a lot of blood and need to replenish your strength." After a moment of silence, Godhand curiously asked, "Why are you taking care of me? Didn't you hate me?" His question caught Lily off guard for a moment, and she put down her pen and replied bluntly, "I am just waiting for you to wake up to ask you a few questions." The question she posed left her baffled. She could not understand why he had saved her back then. This thought lingered in her mind when that GY bug rushed at her. Why did Godhand sacrifice both his arms to block it? Lily honestly could not wrap her head around it. Godhand stubbornly replied, "Haven't I told you? It was because you were the only one with enough firepower to take down that bug at the time." Of course. Lily did not believe him. She said, "Stop talking nonsense. Don't try to rationalize it," she yelled, claiming that while what he said might make tactical sense, from her perspective, there was no reason for him to save her at such a cost. Plus, there was one more thing that made it hard for her to believe Godhand's explanation. The squad had just joined Crossroads, and it was too soon for such loyalty. She could not believe Godhand's words. But it seemed absurd that someone who had no bond with the front line would be willing to sacrifice both arms, just for something called strategy. No matter how she thought about it, it felt genuinely strange. She was certain he was lying. So Lily remained adamant that there must be another reason. Realizing this, she pressed Godhand, even if the injury was due to protecting himself. Seeing her relentless questioning, he helplessly responded, "Isn't it a bit cold to be so ungrateful to your lifesaver?" She shot back coldly. Nothing is more pressure-inducing than receiving kindness, without knowing the intention behind it. Then she tried to convince him. "Just tell me the real reason." Cornered by her questioning, he had no choice but to ask before he spoke, "Can I be honest?" Hearing this, she quickly affirmed, "Of course. I won't forgive you if you keep lying." After a moment of silence, Godhand finally opened his mouth. He paused before Lily's question, then sighed softly. "The reason is very simple. I just remembered my mother when that bug attacked you." His words left Lily stunned. "Mother," he said honestly. "My mom was just like yours. She could not walk on her own feet. She lost the tendons in her legs when a slaver caught her. And for the rest of her life, she had to sit in a wheelchair." As he revealed his painful past, he continued, "Even though she could not walk or stand, every time those slavers tried to hit me, she would pull me into her arms and do her best to shield me with her body." That is when he decided to save Lily. In that moment, I saw my mother reflected in her, just like when the bugs attacked her. At this point, it was Lily's turn to speak up. "Is it just because of this leg that you see me as your mother?" Hearing that, Godhand realized her dissatisfaction and asked, "Are you unhappy to hear that?" She replied bluntly, "Not happy at all." Her words puzzled Godhand. "Didn't you, Lady Lily, tell me to be honest?" Faced with his remark, she almost shouted, "Well, but," she sighed helplessly and asked, "Is it really because of such a ridiculous reason that you would accept losing both your arms?" Godhand maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "Strategically, I mentioned this before. But emotionally, you remind me of my mother. I think that is enough reason to explain why I decided to protect you at that moment." Lily was taken aback. "I thought you were the type to act on logic." Godhand did not hesitate to agree. "And I thought you, Lady Lily, or someone who acted on emotion. He kept staring at Lily, thinking, I risked my life to save you. But I never imagined you would doubt my intentions. Lily is sharper than I thought. Then he bluntly stated, there is no way for us to truly understand each other. The pain our races have inflicted on one another runs too deep to ever fully heal. Despite that, he thought differently. But even if we can't understand each other, can't we at least celebrate that we are alive together? Meanwhile, at the party, everyone was singing loudly. Don't ask what the fatherland can do for you, but ask what you can do for the fatherland. Even Godon started singing, leaving Lily speechless. Don't ask what the fatherland can do for you, but ask what you can do for the fatherland. As soon as he stopped singing, Lily suddenly exclaimed, you hate. Hearing her say she hated him, he playfully asked, isn't tea that a bit cold for someone who lost both arms to protect you? Not wanting to argue with him about it anymore, she then focused on his empty stomach. All right then, sit up and eat something. Isn't it sad to be hungry alone while everyone else is feasting? A little later, hot food was served at the table. Godhund looked at the glass of water, then stopped singing and asked, is this just water? Knowing he wanted alcohol. Lily replied, do you really want to drink even after just having surgery? However, he insisted, can't I have a drink to commemorate the day I lost both my arms? His comment left Lily speechless. I did not expect you to have a sense of humor. In her hand was a glass of wine. She raised her glass first and shyly suggested, shall we toast? Godin replied nonchalantly, I will be the one to down my drink. His words made her burst out laughing. Then she lifted both glasses and clinked them together. After that, she brought the glass of water to Godon's face, leaving him completely stunned. Meanwhile, she felt shy and her cheeks flushed. Slowly, Lily helped him drink the water. In that moment, Lily's gentle voice echoed softly. A woman with a disability and a handless elf man were together in a room like this, while everyone else was outside happily partying. Godon responded with indifference. But I knew I would remember this day vividly. He confidently stated that if this were just an ordinary party, it would easily fade from memory over time. But the scene from today would be hard to erase from my mind. Suddenly, he made an unbelievable proposal. And I could not help but laugh at myself for saying that. That did not suit me at all. Could we possibly become good colleagues in the future? Miss Lily. At this suggestion, Lily seemed a bit taken aback. Out of nowhere, she shoved a whole piece of bread into Godon's mouth and cheekily said, come on. Recover quickly. Gone. So we can keep hating people. Godon happily munched on that bread and grinned back, looking utterly ridiculous. Lily felt annoyed and glared at him, her expression screaming for him to stop saying such things. After that little squabble, they shared a perfectly harmonious moment feeding each other. Then, neither of them hesitated anymore. Lily fed Godon piece by piece, and he accepted them in silence. At the same time, they both heard singing, a distant melody growing louder, as the victorious night continued to unfold. The next morning, Az woke up in bed feeling groggy and thought, I guess I must have drunk way too much. Suddenly, he accidentally touched something next to him, causing him to shout, oh my. Next to him was someone, and he shouted, startled, ah, what the hell is this? While he was imagining all sorts of wild scenarios. Was this just a classic story about waking up after drinking and finding a naked woman next to him? The person beside him sat up and spoke. Your Highness, you are awake. As he was finally pulled back to reality, the soldier's friendly face appeared, and he screamed in shock. His shout startled several other soldiers awake. This terrifying scene made him scream, asking himself, ah, is this hell? Am I dead? One soldier, seeing him so panicked, quickly explained, Your Highness, we are your loyal servants, the glorious army. Are you okay? You drank quite a lot yesterday. Once he calmed down, he stuttered. Can I ask a question? Confused, he asked the soldier, why is everyone here not wearing shirts? The soldier honestly replied, it was a royal order, was not it? Last night, after getting drunk, you boldly stripped off your shirt and shouted, take off all your clothes. Let us drink like real men. The soldier recounted what happened the previous night, saying that right after you did that, everyone followed suit. His words made his question reality and wonder. Did I really order that? Do I have such a twisted habit when I get drunk? Suddenly, the fake soldiers in the room burst out like giddy schoolgirls, expressing their happiness. Prince, yesterday was just absolutely amazing. I have never drunk so much in my life, and I will never forget the priceless memories of yesterday. Seeing them like that, I felt a bit choked up and thought to myself, enough already, guys. Stop talking. I feel deeply offended. Just then, someone walked in and said, you are awake, my lord. I immediately recognized that voice. It is Lucas. Just when I thought Lucas had come to rescue me from this mess, I suddenly realized he was not wearing anything either. Turns out, Lucas is the only one who can save me from this hellhole. So I yelled out, "Why are you stripped down like that?" Lucas coldly replied, "Did not you tell the whole squad to do just that?" Hearing that, I confusedly asked, "Did I really say that?" Right then, I also realized I was not wearing anything and freaked out. Deep inside, I cursed myself 1,000 times for this mess. That jerk. What on earth have you done? It was early morning. I was just laughing while not wrapped in a blanket, and the cold wind hit me so hard I was shaking. It is freezing. I suddenly felt terrible for myself. I am really sorry. Let us just say the memories from last night's party are something I absolutely refuse to recall. That crazy party was wild. It seems like it would hurt even more if I remembered. So I decided to give up on that idea. At that moment, I wrapped a blanket around myself and sighed. Damn it. This is awkward. I thought public baths were the only place where you had to see naked guys. Suddenly, Lucas suggested, "Anyway, I was just about to say that to you." My lord, this proposal made me confused. Wait, where are we going? Lucas explained. Did not you just say, the public bath is right next to us? That left me just as dumbfounded. A public bath. Lucas was holding a bag in his hand while explaining the purpose of the public bath. Where soldiers often got covered in blood after battles, it is only natural for a few bathing facilities to be built. Initially, it was just for the soldiers, but as the city grew, it became a place where regular folks could use too, right? Lucas was pleased with my insight and confirmed. Exactly. My lord. Now. He stopped in front of the public bath and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God." Looking at the huge building in front of me, I could not help but say, "This place is massive." Lucas, standing beside me, explained why it is so big and invited me inside. "It needs to accommodate as many soldiers as possible. Let us go this way." Your Highness, however, when I did not move, he called out in confusion, "My lord, the night is still, and you are just standing there." Your Highness, what is it? I suddenly mentioned that usually when talking about baths, we think of women. My face suddenly fell, and I wondered, are we really going to bathe with beautiful girls in there? I mean, I am just saying that. But honestly, I am kind of looking forward to it. But life is not a dream. Inside here, it is just a bunch of losers. Yet, reality hits hard. Sweet moments like that never exist in my life. Accepting this harsh truth, Ass can only be disappointed by the shabby facilities around him. The one thing worth praising here is that the water supply equipment is still well maintained. Hearing this, Lucas explained that after enduring multiple droughts, we have found many effective ways to utilize our water resources. The water systems and facilities in the Empire are the best in the world. Lucas' words made Ass think for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Right. Why do not you go take a bath?" He honestly replied like a true knight, saying that being next to the Lord at all times is not really the job of a mere attendant. Of course, Lucas's flowery words did not sit well with Ass, who retorted, "I am so tired of hearing pretty words like that all year round. You should go take a bath too. There is a bathing spot right next to us." Since he said that, Lucas did not want to go against his wishes anymore, so he replied, "All right, I will go take a bath then." Lucas began to step into the hot spring. Asked him, "Come on, hurry up and enjoy it." Just then, Ass suddenly noticed something. Looking at the scars on Lucas' back, Ass felt a pang of sympathy inside. Even though he had sensed it before, seeing it up close now made him say softly, "Lucas, you have been through a lot." The scars on Lucas's back made Ass realize that his muscular body was covered with marks and wounds. As if holding all the hardships he had faced throughout his life, Lucas understood why Ass said that. So he smiled brightly and reassured him. "It is, my lord." At that moment, Damian let out a sigh that caught the attention of both of them, and Ass quickly asked, "Damian, are you okay?" Damian, looking drained of all energy, replied, "Yep. My prince, I am completely fine." Seeing him like that made Ass feel a bit worried, so he asked, "What on earth happened yesterday?" Lucas, avoiding the question, said, "I think it is best if we bury all memories of yesterday." This only made Ass more curious, wondering what kind of trouble he could have caused yesterday. Just then, a group of people suddenly walked in. Seeing this swarm of people, Ass panicked and exclaimed, "What the heck is going on?" It turned out that the crowd was the battalion under his command, with the leader being an old soldier from the Gold and Silver Battalion. He cheerfully shouted, "Come on, let us go take a bath." Of course, you know which battalion they belong to, the Twilight Battalion. And so, a bunch of guys happily immersed themselves in the hot spring. This scene left Ass dumbfounded. "Oh my, it is so crowded." After that, he made a face and said, "We have to get out of here now." Hearing this, Lucas chimed in. I want to go with you. My lord. At that moment, a soldier had noticed his presence. Your Highness is here too. As usual. They all bowed to him while wearing absolutely nothing. Long live your Highness. Long live your Highness. This embarrassing scene made him feel utterly helpless. Oh man. I might just have to order them to hold rituals in the bathroom like this next time. Moments later in the bathroom, Ass is longing on the chair. Relaxing. And sighs. Now I finally feel like I am alive. At this moment, I really need to reassess my views about this place. But this place has such advanced facilities. I should reflect on myself for treating it like a fantasy world. This place is not bad at all. Just then, someone suddenly called out to you. Senpai. Hearing someone call you, you quickly turned around and exclaimed. You just spotted the person calling you as Evangeline. And you wondered, why is she here? Evangeline replied nonchalantly. I was born here. So bathing here is totally normal. Even Lily is here and curiously asks you back. Your Highness. Why are you here? You did not answer her question, but instead wondered about something else. Are you two together? Evangeline quickly clarified. I invited Lily to come bathe with me. This answer made you even more curious. When did these two get so close? In response to your probing question, the girl casually replied. When you go through life and death together, you naturally become close. Speaking of this, she turned to ask Lily. Right. Lily. Flustered. Replied. Yep. That is right. The scene before you led Ash to conclude that it seems the desire to become friends only comes from Evangeline. Moreover, you understand why Evangeline wants to bond. Because Lily is the only one around her age and gender in the main group. Besides that, you also learned another thing. On the other hand, it is understandable that Lily is flustered, because she wants to leave the main group. Meanwhile, Evangeline is the heir of the Baron. So her desire to form a bond must be putting some pressure on her. Seeing that there was nothing more to say to you, Evangeline asked to leave first. See you later, Senpai. Lily and I are going out to have fun. We need some private space for the girls. Seeing both of them already dashed away like the wind. You thought about calling them back, but it seemed a bit too late. Wait. Hold on. Seeing them like that, you could only complain internally. How cruel. Can't they talk to me for just a bit longer? Just then, someone called out again. Your Highness. Once again you froze. Looking towards the person calling you and exclaimed. This time it was Margarita calling you. And you thought. What a surprise. Someone as noble as the prince is here to bathe. However, you seemed not to recognize her and asked a rather pointless question. Oh my. Who's this? Your question made her exasperated as she replied. It is Margarita. As soon as you realized who she was, you panicked and shouted. Auntie. So in your mind, you wondered, is it because I always see her in priest attire that I did not recognize her right away? Then you awkwardly asked another silly question. Do priestesses also use public bathrooms? Once again, Margarita had to take a moment to reply. Why would not they? Is there a law that prohibits priests from bathing? Her sharp response made you quickly clarify. That is not what I meant. Even though she was sharp-tongued, she was still smiling as she explained why she was here. I had a major surgery yesterday, so now I want to get cleaned up. Hearing that, you suddenly remembered. Oh right, she performed surgery on Gothan yesterday. As you mentioned this, Ask asked if the surgery went well, and Margarita smiled helplessly before responding. Throughout the grand feast yesterday, the princess sent people multiple times to check on the patient's condition. This girl of hers made you hesitate, saying, Right, I remember now. It seems she knew you had completely forgotten, so she filled you in. The surgery went smoothly, and the patient is slowly recovering without any dangerous complications. Moreover, she also mentioned that after using healing magic on him in the morning, she came here to freshen up. After clarifying everything, she sighed, surprised at how crowded it was here. It was no wonder the public bath was packed yesterday. You quickly expressed your gratitude to Margarita. You have worked hard. Saintess, I apologize that my soldiers interrupted your rest. Seeing you being so polite, she straightforwardly replied. No need to be so formal. Then she remarked that war is inherently brutal and merciless. Therefore, fighting on the front lines out there is indeed a sacred duty. Her words made you ask back. Sacred. Because it is to protect everyone. Right. A proud smile spread across her face as she declared. If we can wash away blood and sweat together after a holy war, that would be a joy for me. You found her answer more satisfying than ever. A response you often hear from priests but imbued with such humanity. After chatting with you for a while, Margarita had to leave, saying, see you later. The other priests are waiting for me, of course. You did not hold her back. All right then, enjoy your rest. Before leaving, she did not forget to greet you. Take care. Your Highness. Watching a saint like her happily chat with the priests, You felt a sense of wonder. They are not what you expected. They are just like regular people, with no one to talk to. You idly sat back and checked the levels of everyone in the team. Lucas Lev 37. Damien Lev 32. Seeing those two names. You wondered, by the way. Those two said they were going to get water. Why have not they come back yet? Then you called out loudly. Hey, is anyone there? Bring me some sickie. The reason you called for that was because lying down in a room that felt like a sauna made you think of Sikhai. Thinking about enjoying these treats made you miss home. Nothing beats cracking open a boiled egg, popping it in your mouth, and then sipping a bowl of ice-cold sai. In moments like this, you really miss Earth. The two, Yen and Luke, rushed out after hearing your voice. Your Highness, we are here. As soon as you saw them. You scolded. You are way too late. Suddenly, Lucas whispered something and mysteriously pulled something out from his robe. The reason they were late was because of this boiled eggs he bought from a female merchant at the bathhouse. As soon as you saw that, your face lit up with surprise, and you wondered, a female merchant. Then Yen brought out what he had gotten, and it was cold honey. Looking at the treats they brought you, you could not help but praise both of them. You guys are truly amazing. I will always have a soft spot for you too. After that, both of them excitedly whispered, let us keep this a secret and eat. Seeing that they totally got my vibe, I could not help but think. After everything, I really just need these two to be happy. Just when we were riding high on happiness, a loud laugh interrupted us. Haha. What are you guys hiding that is so interesting? Evangelion strutted over with a face like a fierce god and said, they say those who go through thick and thin together will still share even a small activity. Since the five of us have faced life and death together, it is only fair we share the good stuff. Right. And just like that, a food fight broke out. The knight was too weak and got taken down. While Lily held a boiled egg in her hand and shouted, give me a scoop of honey. Asti quickly hid the honey jar and yelled, hey. You guys. Lucas was busy shoving boiled eggs into his mouth. After a wild tussle for food, they finally emptied the honey jar and devoured the boiled eggs. The whole crew sat back, satisfied and relaxed. Asti exclaimed, this is amazing. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He thought about adding a food category in public restrooms and launching a tourism overhaul, hoping it would spread far and wide. After hearing his plan, Lucas responded seriously. We will proceed with the reform here. The others chimed in eagerly. All thanks to the day. Your Highness, time has passed, and snack time is over. Prince Asti slowly opened the status window to prepare for the next defensive battle. He realized the danger had arrived. Stage 5 was finally here, and Stage 5 is the toughest obstacle in the early phases, as he recalled. Stages that are multiples of 5 like 5, 15, 20. These are boss battles with insane difficulty that the normal stages can't even compare to. The system displayed the countdown before the battle started. Stage 5. Until the beginning on the 28th day at 9 hours. He understood why it seemed so long, probably due to the difficulty. He had a lot of prep time. He did not want to waste this time at all. He had to prepare thoroughly if he wanted to conquer this stage. Just then, someone approached and greeted him, asked, Your Highness. It is great to see you here. With his goldfish memory, he obviously did not recognize who Diane was and asked blankly, Who are you? Seeing that he genuinely did not recognize him, Diane replied helplessly, I, Gathar. As soon as the name was mentioned, he recalled who this person was. Oh right. This guy is one of the tier heroes I recruited. The so-called tier heroes are just a bit stronger than regular soldiers. Most of them have slightly better stats, so to be honest, I can't remember all the tier heroes no matter how many times I organized them into sub-teams in the game. He had a stat sheet for these heroes. Sub-team, tier hero rock. Level 15, tier hero. Level 16, tier hero. Level 15, tier Hesse. Level 15, tier hero. Level 14, as far as he remembered. Diana's team was currently organized as a sub-team, only used as a backup team. Even as a backup, he would still treat them fairly. But anyway, he seriously asked, Diane, do you have something you need to discuss with me? Diane went silent for a moment and expressed his dissatisfaction, saying that he had some serious grievances. This took Ash by surprise, making him think, what? Grievances? He is not holding back at all. Laying it all out there. It has been nearly a month since the five of us met. You never asked us to do anything other than stand behind the front lines. The monsters have not even reached that point, he boldly asserted. We are just hired guns. Your Highness. Just like regular employees. Ash was taken aback by this statement, starting to appreciate Diane more. Diane was audacious yet very confident, explaining what it really means to be a true mercenary. He continued to be straightforward. saying, "It is fine if you look down on us for being young and inexperienced. However, we do not want to be sidelined just because we have not been given a chance to fight." At this point, he and his teammates proposed to Ash, "Please let us take the front lines. We will prove our worth." Facing this proposal, Ash took a moment to ponder, then smiled, feeling a bit amused. This is interesting. Ash noted that while the warriors had pretty average stats and skills, their eyes were filled with determination and passion. Of course, he was paying the most attention to Diane, especially this passionate guy named Diane. He really wanted to see how Diane would handle this. Given how passionately he spoke, "You seem pretty confident. How do you plan to prove that you and your team deserve to be at the front lines?" As soon as Ash asked, Diane quickly replied loudly, "We want to have a training match against your highness's royal team. That should be enough for us to prove our capabilities." Right. His answer pleased Ash immensely. Just what he was hoping for. Lucas, standing beside him, remarked thoughtfully, "That is quite bold." Evangeline, lying back and enjoying the moment, exclaimed, "This is going to be fun. When do we start?" Ash was also pretty excited about this proposal, so he asked for more details. "I like this proactive approach to the challenge. Can we decide the time and place for the training match?" Diane, of course, was ready to follow his lead, replying, "Of course. Your Highness, when would you like the match to take place?" Without hesitation, Ash stated, "No need to go far. Right now, at the nearest place." Soon after, everyone began gathering to watch the match. It seemed a training battle was about to happen. And who would face Iker, the Lord's bodyguard, along with some newcomers? They rushed towards the arena, excitement in the air, shouting, "Let us go watch." At that moment, in the audience stands, someone nervously asked, "Do you think they will be okay without us here?" "I think they will fight better." Lily chuckled. Below the arena, Lucas, all fired up, asked, "Are you ready?" Miss Evangeline, in a ready stance, responded enthusiastically, "Of course, I am, sir." Meanwhile, Diane was discussing strategy with the team, saying, "Our battle strategy will shift a bit from the norm, but just stick to what we have practiced together according to my plan. Does everyone understand?" After hearing this, Che replied resolutely, "Yep. Got it, Diane. Let us give it a shot this one time." After some serious brainstorming, Diane is pumped and ready to go. "All right, let us do this." Ash can help but think they have really prepared for this. On Lucas's side, the fighting spirit is off the charts. No matter what strategies they have planned, I am going to take them all down in no time. Evangeline adds, "I will go easy on them." Seeing the two of them so fired up, Ash feels a bit helpless and tells himself to chill. The rules of this battle are pretty simple. You win by completely overpowering your opponent. A player gets eliminated if they lose their weapon, get pushed out of the ring, are unable to wield their weapon, drop it, or surrender. Of course, safety rules apply, and serious injury-causing skills are strictly off-limits during the match. Realizing the moment has come, Ash waves the flag. "All right, let us get started." With the start signal given, Diane's team charges in. Diane is the first to sprint towards Lucas. "Show us your sword skills." "Knight, I have heard so many rumors about it." Lucas glares back at him and replies, "Just because this is a wooden sword does not mean I will go easy on you." No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung the sword at Diane's face. Although the strike was a bit sudden, Diane reacted quickly and ducked just in time. The attack startled him a bit, but he confidently said, "I thought it would be tougher. That was actually easier to dodge than I expected." "Knight, of course. That was just the warm-up." Lucas continues to attack. "Do not celebrate too early," he boldly announces. "I am taking you down right now." On Evangeline's side, she is so excited she can't help but chime in. "Looking good over there." Looking at the 4 members of Diane's team facing her, she gleefully sings, "I am 4 times stronger than that uncle over there, so you all better know your place." She strikes a ready pose and declares, "All right, let me show you why I am the top of class 375 at the academy." But what she did not expect was that they would not attack one by one. They ganged up on her, making her scream, "Wait, what is happening?" Seeing the perfect opportunity, they quickly signaled, "Now." They teamed up to try and push Evangeline out of the circle, forcing her to struggle and shout, "Stop." Of course, she could not take on 4 opponents alone, and despite her protests, she was still getting pushed out. With her fighting spirit at its peak, she yelled and wrestled with those 4. No way. Sang was also doing his best. He could not believe Evangeline's strength. How could she be so strong? Just then, Ayla suddenly broke from her team and dove toward Evangeline. She awkwardly said, "I miss." After saying that, She unexpectedly jabbed Evangeline's supporting leg. The result? Evangeline fell backward, and just like that, she was out of the circle. This made her fume.
Wait.
That is not fair. Is not that cheating? However, Ash still declared fairly. Regrettably, Trung shouted, Evangeline has been taken down. He had a pretty high regard for their strategy this time around, even though it was 2 against 5. The difference in rank and level between the main team and the low-tier team was like the gap between heaven and earth. They employed a strategy focusing on a single target first, combined with a surprise attack tactic, and as a result, they successfully eliminated Evangeline from the battle. A clear satisfaction showed on his face. It was indeed a great strategy. And these guys had done well. At this moment, Ayla was thinking about bringing out Diane. Alright, it is time to take out Diane. We are going to take down that knight, but it might be too late because Diane was already being lifted by Lucas with one hand. He helplessly exclaimed, Sorry. Everyone. At that moment, he could only lament. Because this knight was too strong. Lucas then muttered in disbelief. Next, just as he mentioned withdrawing, he moved forward like a fierce beast toward the remaining ones, scaring them into counting heads. Ed looked at the situation and felt it was expected. As predicted, the main team had claimed victory. He boldly declared in the face of Evangeline's dissatisfaction. Lucas wins. And he knew deep down that the rank difference was already huge. But even the level disparity was worlds apart. Since he had their power stats, he was able to predict it. Lucas was currently level 37. Lucas level 37. Rock level 15. Diane level 16. Ayla level 15. Hexen level 15. Chi level 14. Therefore, from the very beginning, they never stood a chance. After this undeniably impressive defeat, Diane felt a bit disappointed in himself. Thinking, I saw this coming. We really did not have a chance to attack at all. Just then, Ash stepped forward and said, But what you all showed was really not bad. He praised Diane's team for designing strategies that fit their opponents and being determined to put them into action. And most importantly, they dared to think and act, confronting an enemy stronger than themselves without any hesitation. Ash's compliments made Diane incredibly happy. That is the #1 quality needed to fight monsters. And he had to admit the courage of this team to take on someone who could be many times stronger than themselves. The first thing you need is a fierce fighting spirit, a determination to never back down, which is a talent not everyone possesses. Ash then helped Diane to his feet and said, Alright everyone. Get up. I apologize for underestimating you and not using you properly. Even though he was a prince, he humbly added, Let me express my apologies first. Moreover, he declared, Since you have proven yourselves useful, from now on, you will have to fight until death. His words left Diane's team utterly astonished. I never expected this. But surprisingly, after everything, the people I neglected have become one of my main forces. As soon as they received the opportunity from him, the whole group quickly bowed and shouted, This is exactly what we wished for from the start, Your Highness. From now on, they will be called the low-tier team. The weakest combination I have ever used in this game or in this world. Diane cheerfully affirmed, If we were cowards afraid of death, we would not have become soldiers in the first place. From now on, your team becomes the second support squad. And this is the moment the Diane mercenaries are called to the front lines. Time flies to the afternoon of the next day. And Ash immediately puts this newly formed team to work, ordering the Diane mercenaries to gather. You assign them their first mission, known as the free exploration, sending a support squad to completed areas to gather experience and loot. The first free exploration in the area not only levels them up and allows them to gather items, but it also builds combat experience and strengthens the bond among team members. To ensure their safety, you send Evangeline along with them. Some players still call this mission Red, because during this initial exploration, our knight will accompany them, with Evangeline by their side, providing backup in emergencies. You dub this phase the auto hunt mode, and from now on, between phases, I will have a tight plan organized for the soldiers. Lucas, standing nearby, spoke up, asking if they would be all right. My lord, there are enemies in the Underlake Kingdom. The enemy Lucas mentioned is not just any ordinary foe. They are not monsters, but rather the shadow mutants, NPCs of the hostile forces. Lucas believed that if they ran into those guys, they might not make it back safely, and he suggested he should go with them. However, Ass refused that suggestion, saying no, they would not be heading to the forward base. Your words took Lucas by surprise. After all, back on that day, due to your intimidation, Idol finally revealed that areas 1 to 3, the Underlake Kingdom, are BVP restricted zones. He also mentioned that in previous plays, hostile forces had attacked players in the starting area. This is a rule I set to protect new warriors. Hearing this, Ass went off, angrily cursing him out. You should have told me that sooner, you stupid jerk. So from Area 4 onwards, it is completely beep, even after getting cursed or hit. He still insisted that if they tried beep, they would be severely punished. All the NPCs in the Underlake Kingdom know this. Moreover, he carefully warned you to always be cautious from Area 4 onwards. After recalling these words, Ass slammed his hand on the table and shouted that they would not leave the base. I do not know why, but when they leave, it is very hard for them to reclaim that place. Lucas, upon hearing this, lit up with understanding, saying, I get it now. My lord, you truly have a far-reaching vision. Seeing you like this, Ass felt a bit helpless and then asked, Are you satisfied now? Without waiting for you to answer, Ass tiredly complained, I am so hungry. Is it time to eat yet? Let us go eat. And you quickly shared about the activities after the break. Yep. My lord. Either way, work must be done this afternoon. Seeing you so diligent, Ass was a little puzzled and asked why you were not resting. Everyone else has already taken a break. Just then, someone entered the office, and Demian called out loudly, My lord. Hearing Demian call for him, Ass asked in confusion, Wait, Demian, did not I tell you to take a break? Demian, panting, said, My lord, I bring you shocking news. Jupiter has woken up. Inside, Ass thought to himself, Jupiter is awake. Meanwhile, at the north gate of Crossroads, someone approached the city gate, the scent of cigarette smoke wafting in the air. A beautiful woman smiled mysteriously and thought, Is this the place? She gazed at the city before her and reminded herself, It is right in front of my workplace. Suddenly, the hospital room door swung open with a voice calling out, You are awake now. Jupiter. The loud shout startled Jupiter, who was eating porridge. Making her turn to look, seeing it was Ass, she cheerfully replied, Yep. Your Highness, I am so glad you came to visit me. How long have I been out? Ass noticed she looked a lot better and happily responded, It has been almost 10 days. I am really glad to see you are doing well. As he pulled up a chair to sit down, he asked, How are you feeling? She lifted her trembling arm and smiled, saying, I really want to say I am okay. But honestly, I am not doing great. My magic flow is burnt out halfway, and I am still recovering. But not letting her finish, he asked directly, But you can fully recover, right? She did not hold back and replied, Of course, I will recover. It will take time, but even when I am back to normal, I do not know if I will be the same as before. She said this with a hint of sadness. Lamenting. Just stopping a few magic attacks has brought me to this state. I must be really getting old. Hearing this, Ass did not feel down at all. Instead, he encouraged Jupiter and teased her. Just eat well and rest up. You will recover in no time. The absence of the Thunder Witch has made things really tough during the recent defense battle. I hope you can get better before the next one starts. She laughed along with him, saying, What other choice do I have? I do not want my salary docked. She added, Above all, I still can move around. I have so much to do. Her words sparked his playful side. What else do you have to do? Are you planning to earn more money to build a castle? She did not shy away from his banter, responding, You are digging into this old lady's belly. That is right. Suddenly, she fell silent and stared out the window. A happy smile spread across her face as she mused. A castle. A castle. How wonderful it is to think about that out of nowhere. Hash chimed. I do not know what your castle will look like, but I am preparing to build a luxury hotel in Crossroads. His words left Jupiter stunned, causing her to exclaim, On top of that, he promised, I will let you rent a room there at a low price. That is a special deal for you since you have worked directly under my command. Hearing this, she became a bit intrigued and asked, How lucky to stay in such a place for cheap. Will I have the honor of being the first guest? He casually replied, The first guest is me. I will give you the second spot. She looked a bit surprised, mumbling to herself, one hand holding whiskey, the other holding chicken wings, gazing at the city from the hotel. Can a mercenary really live so luxuriously? Watching her, Ash thought to himself, without whiskey or chicken wings, we are just joking about rooms that do not even exist in a hotel that has not been built yet. He realized that perhaps mercenaries are just scraping by with such fanciful dreams of the future. Maybe all of us are like that. After chatting for a while, Ash stood up and reminded her, There is still plenty of time before the defense battle begins. Please relax and focus on your recovery. Jupiter. Of course, Jupiter had no objections to his advice and obeyed. Your Highness. As he was leaving, she suddenly called out to him, But, my lord. Upon hearing her call, he turned back and exclaimed, Ah. She playfully teased him. Why are you coming to visit a patient empty-handed on your first visit? And obviously, he was too used to this. Knowing Jupiter would say something like that, I am not surprised by her anymore. After visiting one patient, Ash would go check on a few others. But since he is at the Holy Sanctuary, he also stopped by Gotham, and he even met Saint Margarita there. From what he understood, Jupiter's condition was severely injured, and a full recovery in 4 weeks was completely impossible. Margarita had said as much. This news made him a bit anxious. He could not believe his precious SAR wide area mage was facing such a problem. In reality, Jupiter was practically sentenced to take a break for an entire season. Moreover, he fully understood that if Jupiter recovered completely and returned, what she would face would be an even more brutal battle than ever. Of course, if she focused on her recovery, she could still return to the battlefield in the future. Boss. And the next phase would be the big one. The biggest hurdle in the early stages of the game. The campaign to retake the base would likely have to be postponed. This made him wonder to himself. Could he get through these battles without a wide area mage? After thinking it over, he had no answer. Ash felt a bit helpless and sighed. After all, overthinking would not help at all. There was no other way. Suddenly, he came up with an idea and asked, Lucas, should we recruit new members? Lucas had no objections to his idea and simply bowed in agreement. I will quickly look for new members. My lord, this idea has left me quite confused. I can only hope that some useful new friends will show up in the mercenary guild. A little later, both of them headed to the mercenary guild, with Ash nervously reassuring himself. Trusting in his luck, he suddenly kicked the door open and shouted, a new character has appeared. Unexpectedly, he noticed a figure sitting in the corner radiating a human-like aura. Wait, gold. It is really gold, and so rarity. Is this real or a dream? Without a second thought, he rushed over to that person. Though he was eager on the outside, he still tried to calm himself down. Don't get too excited. The most important thing now is to make a good impression on the first meeting with the target. As soon as he reached the person, Ash slammed his hand on the table. It seemed he had forgotten everything he had just thought and loudly asked, are you a mercenary? The girl was silent for a moment, then she calmly replied, My lord, I am not a mercenary. Her answer left Ash puzzled. If she was not a mercenary, then what was she doing in this guild? She did not hesitate to let you know. I am looking for someone. My grandmother. She once said she was here, but I can't find her anywhere. Suddenly, the image of Jupiter popped into your mind. An old lady from the mercenary guild, and just one name echoed in my head. To be sure, Ask had to ask carefully. What is your grandmother's name? The girl then blurted out a name you were a bit familiar with. Jupiter. So you asked again. What is your name? She calmly introduced herself. I inherited my grandmother's name. My name is Jupiter Zuju. You can call me Zuju. Or as everyone usually calls me, just call me Hey. As soon as Zuju said her name, her stats appeared before Ash's eyes, revealing her ability Zuju, a name passed down from her ancestors. Guest character Jupiter Zuju. SAR rank. Level 30. Title. None. Profession. General multi-element mage. Power. Endurance. 8. Agility. 12. Magic. 25. Intelligence. 25. This was an SAR character I would never seen in the game. Looking at her stats, you felt even more certain that she was Jupiter's granddaughter. She might really be Jupiter's granddaughter. Equipped traits. Genetic lineage. Fox Den. Godo. Unequipped. View details. She is a multi-element mage. A multi-element mage. As you know, a multi-element mage is one who can handle all types of magical properties. Of course, their proficiency with each property varies. Some properties they handle really well, while others not so much. Their flexibility and adaptability in any situation are precisely why they are multi-element mages. Moreover, you also understood that this type of character is highly sought after, so you were determined that among all the mage class characters, she was the target to recruit, no matter what it took. So Ash quickly brought up Jupiter's grandmother. Jupiter rarely talked about her, and hearing that, Jupiter asked back, Really? She did not mention anything about me. You did not respond but only secretly rolled your eyes at Jupiter. Thinking back, it was true that Jupiter had mentioned her granddaughter a few times, but she never mentioned that her rank was SAR. That makes sense. Jupiter is not exactly known for her talent in picking out people. Suddenly, Juju said, Is not it strange? If I had such a cute granddaughter, I would definitely brag a little. Her words made Ash think she was heartbroken that Jupiter never mentioned her to anyone. However, her demeanor changed immediately, and she inquired about your identity. But who are you? You seem to come from some noble family. Since you have asked for my name, could I know your name? You did not mind introducing yourself. Of course. My name is Ash. Ashborn Hatter Everblack. This name startled Juju a bit, but it seemed you did not notice and kept wanting to talk about yourself. Currently, I am here as the commander of the monster front. After knowing who you were, Juju hurriedly stood up to pay her respects. Please forgive me for not recognizing you. My lord. I can't imagine I would have the honor of meeting you here. Please forgive my rudeness. She was very respectful and said, please forgive this foolish girl. Seeing her so serious, Ash quickly reassured her. Not recognizing me is totally fine. You do not need to apologize. Lift your head up. Then he got straight to the point. Jupiter Juju, do you want to work under my command? This proposal left Juju stunned, exclaiming, what? And Ash, quick on his feet, teased. We really need a talented mage like you around here. Since you are already here, why not lend me a hand? He even promised her the best salary if she joined, saying, I guarantee you will receive the highest benefits here. No other place on this continent offers perks for mages like we do. Juju calmly responded, thank you for this wonderful offer. Your Highness. Her words made Ash feel a twinge of anxiety, thinking to himself, please do not turn me down. But then she added, however, I came to this city to see my grandmother. This made Ash ask again. So you are here to see Jupiter? She smiled and proposed. Then please allow me to see her first. And about your offer, give me some time to think it over. Of course. He could not dismiss that request. He said, that is fine. Then Juju asked, Your Highness, do you know where my grandmother is? Ash candidly replied. Jupiter is currently being treated in the temple. She was injured not long ago. This news left her momentarily speechless, and she softly said, the temple. I understand now. Thank you. As she walked away toward the temple, Ash called out, all right. Just remember to think carefully about my offer. She flashed a bright smile and replied, yep. Of course. Seeing Juju really leave, Lucas could not help but exclaim, that is incredible. Ash raised an eyebrow. Curious. What do you mean, Lucas? With a serious face, mentioned Juju. That girl. She does not look anything like Grandma Jupiter. But there is definitely a vibe they share. Ash knew they did not resemble each other physically. But there was one thing he was sure about, they shared something deeper. Though their appearances were completely different, but when you get down to it, there is a common thread, a certain air of wealth about them. I guess. After all, they are grandmother and granddaughter. Suddenly, Lucas added something a bit crude yet funny. And another weird thing, kinda shocking. I was really surprised to hear Grandma Jupiter has a granddaughter. Ash himself was a bit incredulous, admitting, I'm surprised too. Moreover, he recalled that she had mentioned her granddaughter before, but he thought she was just joking. Lucas mysteriously said, I know it is bad to gossip behind someone's back. One thing he believed about Jupiter was that she seemed like the type to stay single her whole life. The idea of her having children, let alone a granddaughter, was just unimaginable. Ash nodded in agreement. Exactly, not stopping his curiosity. He continued, but who is her husband? Anyway, Ash was also wondering but kept it polite. And at that moment, he could only think about one thing. I am curious about that too. But it is a private matter for them, so it is not really appropriate to ask. Anyway, I hope Jupiter can convince her niece to join us. At that moment in the holy temple, Jupiter's hand rested on the bed. Trembling slightly, she realized something important. It is all coming to an end. She had a feeling about the finish line being a soldier, a mercenary, and a sorceress. The sensation of her twilight years creeping up on her made her certain that her retirement was just around the corner. No matter how desperate and exhausted she felt, she still struggled to make ends meet. Doing everything she could with her hands to scrape together, even a penny. She had to leave the army in disgrace. The very place she had devoted her life to, time and again. She had been kicked out of mercenary groups, never staying on a front line for more than 3 months. Drifting from place to place like a gust of wind, Jupiter felt disappointed, realizing she had nowhere to truly belong. The end was drawing near, making her wonder if it was finally time to rest. But then, remembering that day, a wave of guilt surged within her, forcing her to ask herself not whether she should rest, but if she even deserved to. Suddenly, she heard the door creak open, and she called out loudly, what is that? Is someone there? Juju walked in and exclaimed, Grandma, there you are. I have been looking for you. As soon as she saw her, Jupiter gasped in surprise. Juju, what are you doing here? She walked over to her and said, I could not get in touch with you, so I came to find you. I did not expect you to be working all the way out here in the south. Then she sat on the bed and calmly asked, it has been ages since we last met. But why do you look like you just saw a ghost? Noticing that Jupiter was not responding, she gently said, come on. Do not be scared like that. You think I am going to eat you? Honestly, Jupiter was a bit freaked out by her niece. She had to admit it. She feared that one day, she would be outsmarted by this kid, the one who shared her name. Suddenly, Juju stretched her hand out and said, money. Her words left Jupiter speechless, and she exclaimed, what? Juju sighed and replied. What do you think I came all the way here for? It has been ages since you last contacted me or sent me any money. Still smiling, she reached out and repeated. Where's the money? Grandma. Juju held up a slip of paper with gold and asked curiously. What is this? Why is it just a few coins? Don't you have more? Jupiter faced her mischievous niece and gently replied. I can't work much at the moment because I suffered an injury not long ago. Dear. I just could not save up more. Suddenly, Juju asked, is there anything to mix in this holy place? Her question irritated Jupiter, and she snapped. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Juju rummaged through her purse and casually said, didn't he used to do that back when you were in the Imperial Army? Why not try a little legal activity? She even casually asked. You are a genius at this kind of stuff. Right. Is there anything worth mixing here? Jupiter did not know how to respond to that, then she reminded him. Do not underestimate this front line. Everything here is tightly monitored with many eyes watching, leaving no room for illegal activities. Furthermore, she mentioned Ash, emphasizing that he is nothing like the rumors from the capital. Not only is he visionary, but it seems he can also foresee the future, or has some similar ability. Juju sighed at this, saying, this is the first time Grandma is praising a commander. Jupiter, on the other hand, continues to speak of Ash with deep respect, saying that he is incredibly clever, preferring to earn money legally rather than facing punishment for illegal actions. After all, she is already being paid handsomely. Suddenly, Juju said, well, it looks like there is no other choice. It seems I will have to work here for a while. Her words shocked Jupiter so much that she exclaimed, what? Without holding back, she recounted her encounter with Ash at the tax guild, and how he invited her to join his regiment. On my way here, I met that prince. He directly offered me a job, asking if I was interested in working here. Hearing this, Jupiter panicked, shouting, Juju. She yelled that she had promised not to use her magic anymore, but Juju brushed off those words, asking why Grandma was so worried about her. Suddenly, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a large burn scar on her face. Exclaiming, well, now. Jupiter froze at the sight of the injury, while Juju calmly suggested she should rest and recover, as it seemed Grandma was seriously hurt. Seeing her about to leave, Jupiter wanted to hold her back, saying, wait a sec, Juju. I still have something to say. But she ignored her and replied, Grandma, you have worked all your life doing dirty jobs just to make money. Before leaving, she smiled at her and declared, now it is my turn to earn for you. With that, she closed the door and left, leaving Jupiter stunned. In her heart, she recalled that day, gritting her teeth in anger, reminding herself that it was all her own doing. It was her karma. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing up for the day on his way back to the villa, the notification popped up, letting him know that the automatic exploration had ended, which surprised him, making him wonder, has it really been 8 hours? He noticed the stats for Team Diane. Character levels: Rock at level 16, Diane at level 17, Ela at level 16, Hessen at level 16, Che at level 15. Seeing their abilities had significantly increased, he could not help but marvel. Seems pretty simple. He then glanced at the item acquisition list. Common Potion X, Low-Grade Mystic Stone X12, Melcharm Scroll X1. Looking at the pile of items they obtained made him think it seemed simple since they returned without any issues. Just then, he noticed something. Wait a minute. This is kind of strange. Among the 3 items on the acquisition list, he focused on the one in the middle. Common Potion X, Low-Grade Mystic Stone X12, Melcharm Scroll X1. He was not sure what to think after seeing that. Must have reacted quite strongly because even while driving the carriage, Lucas had to stop and hurriedly asked him, my lord, are you okay? Is something wrong? Meanwhile, he was panicking, shouting, Blood Clan. You would not believe who our next enemy is. It is the Blood Clan. In Stage 5. We are up against them. And as you know, the Blood Clan means Maka and their entire army. These head-topping monsters only show up in the game's final stages. Right now, I am seriously freaking out about facing this terrifying beast in this insane game. Why do they have to show up in Stage 5? Is this some kind of dark event? Or has the game glitched? Lucas noticed I was rubbing my temples and worriedly asked, my lord, are you okay? Is your migraine acting up again? I tried to calm myself and replied, get us back to the mansion. On the way back to the mansion, I was so worried I started questioning if the Blood Clan really was the enemy in Stage 5. With my current forces, could we even win? I knew I needed more soldiers, stronger heroes, and better gear. Just then, Ash spotted Juju on the road and shouted, stop the carriage. Lucas, hearing his command, Lucas quickly pulled the carriage to a halt.
Yep.
My lord, the carriage stopped next to Juju, and Ash called out loudly. Jupiter Juju. He suddenly laid down the law. You have two choices. Enlist or volunteer to work for me. His voice was firm as he asked. Which do you choose? Juju did not answer right away but requested. Can I come inside? Your Highness. Of course. He did not refuse. Absolutely. As soon as she got into the carriage, Lucas started driving again. The mansion bathed in twilight loomed closer. Feeling more real, this was hell. Not just hellish difficulty, but actual hell closing in on the battlefield. A familiar figure appeared in the darkness. Ash. He shouted. The Pied Piper. At that moment, Gra woke from a nightmare, panting heavily after the disorientation. This caused his subordinates to realize something. It seemed like he had nodded off. When was the last time he had a good night's sleep? He could not even remember. He stayed silent, not saying a word many times. He asked himself, how long had it been since he donned this ridiculous outfit and started acting like a fool? People called him the Pied Piper. And there was indeed a story like that in the kingdom beneath the lake. A village was plagued by frogs, and the villagers hired a piper to drive them away. The piper used his flute to control the frogs and drowned them all in the lake. But the stingy villagers did not pay him as promised, and in anger, he played his flute again and drowned all their children in the lake too. Remembering this story, Gra felt a pang of nostalgia. So many similarities. Calling him that is not wrong. Of course. Someone approached and called out to him. Gra, hearing his subordinate call, he asked, what is going on? The guy reported. The commanders under the Queen are being summoned. It seems there is going to be a strategy meeting today. This left him shocked and curious. A strategy meeting, the guy asked. Are you planning to attend? Sir. Standing up, he replied, I have to go. Whether I like it or not, in a mix of pain and indifference. He said that after everything, I represent this kingdom, even if it has become a colony of demons. His followers fell silent, and then this man bowed slightly and said, please be careful. My lord, when Craw heard the words be careful, he could not help but chuckle to himself. Be careful. If only I could die just from being careless. That would be the best ending to wrap up this tragic saga. Moments later, he arrived at the castle, where he was met with fiery, malicious glares. The demons whispered among themselves, calling him a fool who did not know shame. The meeting room door swung open, and Craw confidently stepped inside, where the demons had gathered. One demon, spotting Craw, slammed his fist on the table and growled, you are late, Craw. How dare a lowly human like you show up late to a meeting called by our lord? This demon clearly was not pleased with Craw's presence and asked, do you even know what shame is? Craw was not about to back down. A lowly human, a mere nuisance born from the nightmares of you pathetic beings. Do you really have the right to say that? It sounded ridiculous. Enraged by his words, the demon growled, what did you just say? You punk. Just as it looked like he was about to make a scene, someone interrupted and advised, forget him. Craw is just a clown. This demon looked at Craw with blatant disdain, mocking, belittling, and turning himself into a fool. This was his job. This demon was none other than the king of the underground kingdom. And yet, Craw's words were not entirely wrong. I have used and refined the fragments of nightmares from humans to create most of you. As he spoke, he suddenly brought up a point. But I have also fulfilled the human desire for immortality, have not? Craw. Upon hearing this question, Craw quickly knelt before him and respectfully replied,
Yep.
My lord. The king then openly despised all the humans present, making it clear that he viewed them as nothing more than livestock. Don't forget, Craw. All humans in this kingdom exist solely to produce the nightmares we need. You are no different from a dog or a pig, he sternly reminded. Consider yourself lucky that a beast like you is allowed to be here. Do you understand that, Craw? Of course. Dared not rebel and could only comply. Thinking, I will remember this. My lord. This could be interpreted as surrendering to the king's power, not an act of shame. The humiliation he just endured was nothing compared to the bitterness he had faced throughout his life. At that moment, the king of the underground shifted to the main issue. All right, let us wrap this up. You all must know why I have gathered you here today, he announced amidst the council of demons. The time for the great flood has come. One of you must lead your legion to invade the human world right now. He was looking to select a legion for this battle, as this was still the early stage. He decided to choose the lowest-ranking Nightmare Legion. At that moment, someone eagerly stepped forward. Your Majesty. Allow me. This bold move made the king of the underground chuckle with delight. He called for this man. Celendian, the commander of the Nightmare Legion. Ranked 5th. A member of the Bloodline clan. Lord of the Demon Dragons. Celendian. His volunteering puzzled the king of the underground. It was quite unexpected. Someone willing to take the lead. Didn't he always dislike being the pioneer? He quickly explained that the people on the surface had killed Olaf. That is why he wanted to be the first to battle. I have to avenge Olaf. Please allow me to go into battle. Queen Spider Den Olaf, a powerful commander of the 6th rank, was unjustly killed, just by a single shot from a cannon while on a reconnaissance mission. Her sudden and tragic departure was something even the king could not foresee. The demons, enraged after hearing about Olaf's death, were causing quite a ruckus. Of course, those bastards killed Olaf after those brutes. If it were not for an unknown hero, those pests would have been swept away long ago. The king of the underground, seeing his minions being so noisy, chuckled smugly, saying there was no need to be overly excited. Olaf would return next time. Words left Celendian and Grau a bit confused, but they still listened to him. Of course, it is a concept none of you can comprehend. Then he allowed Celendian to be the first to battle. That is fine. I like this idea. Seems the upcoming battle will be very interesting. Celendian, I will let you lead the charge. Your invasion will commence in 4 weeks from this moment. According to the surface's timeline, receiving his orders, Celendian respectfully replied, obeying your command. Your Majesty, just as the king of the underground was about to discuss matters with his subordinates. Good. This issue has been resolved. Next, we will discuss the nightmare supplies from the kingdom beneath the lake when suddenly, a demon soldier rushed in and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, there is trouble, he said. Displeased, what is it? The demon soldier informed him that the unknown is attacking us again. This news made Krot's eyes widen in shock behind his mask. The king of the underground, upon hearing this, calmly asked, Just one. The demon soldier quickly confirmed. Yep. Your Majesty, upon learning this, he could only sigh. She has always been like that. While the demon soldier hurriedly reminded him. Unexpectedly, he was sliced in half. I think you should end the meeting right now and close the palace gates today. A powerful strike from the mysterious figure sent this one to the altar. This incident made those present furious. Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to do this right in our conference hall, regardless of what they said. The mysterious figure with long hair slowly entered the hall. This person boldly stated, Good evening, Demon King, with a calm demeanor. The king of the underground smiled and asked, Why do we continue this pointless war? Don't you feel tired? Unknown. Despite the blood dripping from his sword onto the ground, the one called the Unknown replied nonchalantly, Certainly not. Because my job is to clean up the garbage that keeps piling up from you. Apologies for not giving a heads up. I am here to kill you. Suddenly, the king of the underworld burst into laughter and mockingly asked, How long has it been since you picked up that sword? Faced with this question, she coldly replied, I have forgotten everything. I have no memories left. He chuckled, confidently asserting, No matter how hard you struggle, your kingdom will forever be trapped in hell. At that moment, the sword in her hand unexpectedly began to glow. Her voice, filled with determination, rang out. Even so, I will continue to wield this sword, because it is my mission. Just then, someone stood up, Krot, who slowly approached the girl. He did not do anything but simply walk past her. The king of the underworld saw this and laughed gleefully. One has surrendered while the other still fights back. I love, because they make for wonderful nightmares. Krot then stated, resisting is pointless. This nightmare will never end. However, the girl remained steadfast, thinking, even so, someone must keep the flame of hope alive. She remembered countless people who had lost their lives, trying to shed light on the darkness of this kingdom. And she thought of Ass and her companions, who were still fighting. Her voice, gentle yet resolute, echoed, because that flame will be the foundation. Alone, she charged toward the monsters, holding on to a single belief, to ignite new flames in the future. Meanwhile, Krot shrugged it off and let the battle unfold. A battle that had repeated countless times in the hell beneath the kingdom under the lake, now being reenacted once more. At the same time, at the Crossroads, Lord Jing, in Ass's office, returned to find Evangelion and the mercenary Diane waiting for them after their automatic exploration trip. Seeing them back, he hurriedly asked, How was your trip? What is the outcome? I know Evangelion always excels. Everyone was taken aback by his eagerness. What kind of monster did you face this time? Wait, what could it be? Evangelion slowly began to speak. Don't be surprised when I tell you. The monsters we encountered this time, oh my god. This is the first time I have seen them in person. The girl revealed the identity of the monsters they faced on this trip with a chilling expression. They are a group of fallen. Upon hearing this, Ass could only sigh helplessly. Just as I predicted. This shocking confirmation left him reeling. The fallen were low-tier monsters of the Blood Kin, meaning the horde of monsters I faced in the main character's arc was the Blood Kin army. Lucas, upon hearing this, began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Fallen. If they are fallen, could it be? Evangelion, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, continued jokingly. They are no different from living beings. It is terrifying whenever I see them rush out from the shadows. As she spoke, Diane admired her. You are not scared at all. While we are all trembling, you are fighting like a legendary warrior. Flattered by the praise, she laughed heartily but humbly replied, Please do not say that. I told you all to stop hyping me up. However, Diane still believes that if it were not for her, all of us would have been infected ages ago. Oh man. Then, the other team members chimed in, praising her, saying she is our savior. You tiredly exclaimed, So it is really the Blood Clan. Evangelion, curious, asked, The Blood Clan. You mean those vampires from fairy tales? You confirmed. Exactly, that is them. I know all too well that among the monsters in this game, they are exceptionally rare. Like, terrifyingly rare. Evangelion also shared what he knew about the Blood Clan, saying, As far as I know, the Abyss Demon is a monster originating from the Blood Clan. But then the girl realized something and panicked, asking, Wait a minute, so in the upcoming defense battle? Without a hint of hesitation, replied, That is right. It is. The enemies we will face in the next defense battle are the Blood Clan, vampires, and their minions. Moreover, you provided a particularly crucial piece of information, stating that it is almost certain the highest-ranking lord among all the Blood Clan will be joining the fray. Lucas, still puzzled, questioned. But wait, have not there been many cases where high-level monsters did not show up in previous defense battles? Besides, the last recorded appearance of a vampire was hundreds of years ago. Your next words sent chills down everyone's spine. Even though Abyss demons were discovered during this reconnaissance, they were merely those low-tier, degenerated Blood Clan types. Then you wondered, isn't it a bit hasty to conclude that a high-ranking vampire will appear? Axe understood your point, saying that this battle is different from the earlier ones. Usually that is the case, but this is a boss-level fight. Furthermore, this is a situation where some crazy malicious force is at play to ramp up the game's difficulty. Deep down, Axe felt a presence. Something named a super entity is going to show up. This is not just a hunch. It is a certainty. You tried to recall your strategies for this battle. While playing, you had dealt with all the vampires from the Blood Clan. You rummaged through all your memories related to those named vampires you fought in the game. According to your memory, all those battles were incredibly terrifying and bloody. The worst of them all, the cheapest and the one you least wanted to encounter, was Celendian, the no-life king. This could be the scenario where Celendian leads the army directly. I really hope the Blood Clan leader 1T join the fight in the 5th wave, but the game's difficulty has gone insane. Thinking about this, you questioned yourself. Better to assume the worst for the 5th wave against Celendian. Right. After pondering, Ash realized it was no use. Overthinking would not help. You resolved to take action. That is why I am here in the first place. Just then, Evangelion called out to you. By the way, Senior, hearing her call, you dazedly replied. Evangelion pointed at Juju, who was rummaging through a cabinet next to you, and excitedly asked, Who is that next to you? Delighted to meet her. You realized Juju's presence only because she mentioned you. I have not introduced myself yet. Ash points out the introductions. Everyone take your time to get to know each other. She is the granddaughter of Grandma Jupiter Juju, and she will be joining us as the team's mage. Juju feels a bit awkward being introduced but manages to smile and say hello. It is a pleasure to meet everyone. I'm Jupiter Juju. Just call me Ju. Or Juju. Her presence makes Evangelion super excited, rushing to ask, Can I call you Juju? Of course. Ash knows why the girl is so happy. Evangelion just gained another sister in the team, and her mood instantly brightens. Once the greetings wrap up, it is time for everyone to head home. The free exploration team gets sent back first. They can stay here forever. Evangelion reluctantly says goodbye to Juju. Let us chat privately later. Okay. Sister Juju. Juju cheerfully reciprocates the farewell. Miss Evangelion, please take good care of yourself. As soon as the group steps outside, the excitement kicks in. Let us go eat. Can I? Of course. My lady. The commotion makes Ash wonder. It started off a bit awkward, but it seems they have quickly become friends. Should I be happy about this? Juju brightens up, saying, There are so many adorable people. I thought the monster front was a nightmare, but reality is nothing like I imagined. Hearing this, Ash can't help but poke fun. Battles against monsters are basically hell, So is not it better to live happily? But why does she think that? Does she actually enjoy a place that feels like hell? Juju suddenly blurts out some confusing words. It is not like that. It is just that I have seen too much. The sight of such sweet young people losing their smiles, their faces gradually becoming numb. She suddenly exclaims something heart-wrenching and profound. War steals away possessions and lives. But it also robs the joys and sorrows of the survivors. It is utterly tragic. Hearing this, Ash recalls her own dark memories. In an instant, those memories flood back to her mind. This is reminiscent of the past. While everyone is feeling exhausted from the unending invasions by monsters, although everyone here is laughing and chatting happily. One day, fatigue and numbness could completely replace that. Of course, Yuju does not decline this request. I am honored to do so, Miss Dinah. Even though you know everything about her, it is still better to hear her introduce herself. Jupiter Yuju is a character not featured in the game. Guest character 10. Jupiter Yuju. Level 30. Class title 0. Multi-element intermediate mage. Strength 10. Agility 12. Intelligence 25. Endurance 8. Mana 25. I have gotten a glimpse of her abilities through the system window, but it is more accurate if she explains it herself. Yuju openly talks about her powers. I am a multi-element mage. I can handle most magical attributes, but there are 3 elements I can use proficiently. Then she shows Ash her attributes. Wind, water, and lightning. From those 3, Ash realizes. Lightning, just like Jupiter. Right now, she has a bit of a confession to make, and is kind of embarrassing, but my skill level is still pretty low. The only thing I know about using elements is simply shooting them. Hearing this, Ash thinks that is the very first skill of elemental shooting. Like, this skill is really that basic, and it seems to be a single target skill. Even though she is a bit embarrassed about her level, Yuju is determined. If I practice a little more, I think I can learn some other ways to use them. Ash naturally supports her, saying, absolutely. After discussing her abilities, she sheepishly adds, I am sorry for my lack of talent. It is really embarrassing to let you know this, Your Highness. However, Ash brushes it off, saying, no way. That is really good, because he believes that a mage can master 3 elements. She makes me want to bow my head and thank the gods for bringing her here. At this point, he slowly stands up and brings up the topic of money, saying, it is time to negotiate your weekly salary. Yuju, hearing that, laughs and mentions, my grandmother does not get paid a year's salary up front. She asks, can I have that too? However, Ash can't accommodate that. Forgive me, but my finances have not been great lately. He casually adds, besides, you have not shown your full potential yet, which is why I'm not in a hurry to negotiate. His words make Yuju gasp. Wait, what? He is casually exposing her abilities. And I know she is still hiding something. Jupiter. You know exactly what she is hiding. One of Yuju's attributes is the fox den. As you know, the fox den is like a fox's den for hiding. This attribute allows the owner to conceal their trump cards and deceive others about their true abilities. Characters equipped with this can use tactics to confuse enemies. But it also gives players a headache, because they can't accurately gauge the real stats. Yuju herself is a bit startled by Ash's words as he urges her to show everything she has got. Come on, Yuju. It will give you the upper hand in negotiations. Yuju hesitantly asks, how do you know I am hiding my abilities? She is a bit on guard, wanting to know no mage can figure that out, even my grandma. Ash confidently replies, my intuition is really good for stuff like this. The real reason he knows, of course, is thanks to the system. To complete this Denso game, the system must be able to do at least that. Now he requests, show me everything you have got, Yuju, and then I will offer you a fair price. He even smiles and asks a straightforward question. Don't you want to make a lot of money? In fact, he already knows some information. The actual stats of Jupiter Yuju are revealed as follows. New guest character, Jupiter Yuju level 35. Rarity 0. Multi-element mage of common grade. Strength 10. Agility 12. Intelligence 25. Endurance 8. Mana 25. Passive skill elemental adjustment. Skill 1 elemental explosion. Skill 2 elemental fusion. Other skills unlock later. In reality, she is already level 35 and has advanced her class for the 2nd time. 2 skills are already unlocked. So why is she hiding this? Looking at Jupiter, it seems she is hiding something. And even when I try to pry it out of her, she still keeps it under wraps. Let us just leave it at that. At this moment, Ask just signed the rental contract and mentioned that her trial period is 4 weeks, with weekly pay. After the trial, she will receive 11 months' salary in one go. Hearing this, Jupiter excitedly asked, is that true? Your Highness. Can you confirm that for me? Watching the money slip away, my heart ached like crazy. She looked just like her grandmother. Those eyes sparkling every time money came up. Jupiter haggled over every single penny with me during the negotiations. Every time we hired a mage. It felt like the cash just vanished into thin air. After signing the contract, I suddenly had a burning question. So the contract's finalized. But I need to ask you something. Even if it is a bit late. Hearing this, Jupiter replied, "What is it?" "Your Highness," boldly asked. Jupiter, have you ever used magic to shoot someone? Of course. This question caught her off guard. "Your Highness, I do not quite understand what you mean by that." With no hesitation, I shot straight back. "I am not interested in your past. This is a monster battle. Our upcoming foes will be humans. Do you have experience using magic on others? What I mean is, the enemies we need to deal with right now are the Nightcrawler squad occupying the base station. We have to go peep and fight against humans. I am asking Jupiter if she has any issues with shooting magic at people." Ask was serious with his question, and Jupiter responded earnestly. "Your Highness, that is not what I meant. Isn't T-magic supposed to be used to shoot at people?" Her answer left me stunned. I knew all too well that candles, arrows, and all that jazz, most weapons created by humans are aimed at their own kind. That is pretty much common knowledge. Jupiter was explaining. "Are you asking if I have ever shot someone with magic?" Of course. I have. Magic was made for that. Right. My first mission on the monster front is to kill people. It honestly surprised me a bit. Even though this is my first time killing monsters, I am still confident I can handle it. Hearing this, Ass did not press further. All right. Right now, I have to remind myself that after everything, I need to accept this once again. This is not the world I used to live in. I had to recognize the situation. This world is filled with war and death, harsh beyond comparison. It is a totally different world from Earth in my time. I know this place is not like Earth. But I can shake off the fear I saw in Damien's eyes that day. I remember Damien. I remember that kid's terrified eyes when he had to shoot someone. That is why I still believe that even in a world where the value of life seems lighter than before long vu, one should never be numb to killing. Although I say we should not be indifferent to taking lives, Ash has his own limits. But when necessary, one must take action. You think to protect others means clearing the battlefield. One thing you have learned is that to go further, I have to remove all obstacles in my path. Even if it means killing. Killing is always a last resort. But sometimes there is no other way. When Ash revealed to Juju what was at stake, I was determined to confront her. I am going to tell her about the enemies I am getting ready to face. You even warned her to be careful. Their mages are the ones who hurt your grandmother. Suddenly, Juju exclaimed. No way. Her eyes were fierce as she asserted, if it were me, the outcome would have been different. Then she broke into a merciless smile and declared, Don't worry. Your Highness, what they did to my grandmother, I will make them pay back every bit of it. Seeing her like this, Ash let out a satisfied sigh. I believe in you, Juju. Deep down, he knows she will fight as Jupiter's granddaughter, not just as an Sarmage. That is why I have complete faith in her. Time passed until the next day. Area 3. North of the outer city. An inspection was underway. A mission to explore Area 3 with multiple objectives. The first goal was to test Jupiter Juju's abilities. And her skills were flawless. Watching Juju confidently send monsters on their way, Ash could not help but gasp. Oh man. This feels like being caught up in a zombie apocalypse. After dealing with the monsters, Juju turned to Ash with a smile and asked, How do you think I did? Your Highness. Was that enough to prove my abilities? Ash happily replied. Of course. Your skills are more than enough to take on the role of the main team's mage. He noted that she still fell a bit short compared to Jupiter in terms of absolute destructive power. But in most other areas, Juju had the edge. It seemed like he would draw a great card, given the current situation. You could say the first goal of this expedition has been achieved. You can now proceed to the next step. And the second objective is to identify their commander. You approach to inspect the monsters. The attributes of a demon depend on its Lord Ice demons. You already knew who their leader was among all the lords. There was only one with ice attributes. Celendian. No doubt about it. It looked like King Macaron would personally lead the charge. Under these circumstances, you could only motivate yourself. It is frustrating to know the tragedy you are about to face. But at least it is better than having no information. Just then, one of the elves on the team appeared and called out. Your Highness. Bodybug quickly reported that the terrain survey was complete. Hearing this, immediately asked, Do you think our strategy is feasible? She landed on the ground and confidently stated, Yep. I believe it will work. Hearing that, You felt satisfied and said, "Good. I am really pleased with the current situation. All 3 objectives of this free exploration have been achieved." Then you loudly ordered, "Everyone's done a great job. Let us head back. The next plan is that the teleportation gate at the base camp is out of service. So we need to retreat to the teleportation gate at the edge of Area 3. As for the current situation, below is a vast square shrouded in darkness, with the enemy holding the base, just behind the nearby alley." Ash is listing his current enemies: the Nike Rollers and the flute player, Graw. He looks ready to fight to the finish soon enough. The base camp will be in his hands. And once he takes a hit, he will be ready to hit back. After assessing the battlefield, he ordered everyone to head back. Evangelion, excited by the idea, suggested they celebrate, but Ash declined, saying, "I am out of here. Let us all hang out together." Of course. The little girl threw a tantrum when he did not join in, insisting, "No way. You are coming with us." Everyone stepped through the teleport gate, but Juju stood frozen in place. Suddenly, she coughed heavily a few times, and when she lowered her hands, they were stained with blood. It seemed her health was reaching its breaking point. After that, she calmly walked into the teleport gate. At that moment, a notification appeared. "The free expedition has ended. Please check the items received. Main party Ash LV24, Lucas LV38, Juju LV36, Damien LV33, Evangelion LV39, Sub-Party Body Bag LV30, Gotham LV36, Ogre LV30, Skull LV27, Burnout LV26. 5 days passed, and at the alchemy workshop, a fully crafted iron arm was completed. Juju gasped in awe at the sight. "This is incredible." Even Ash was a bit taken aback, stunned by how real it looked. Gotham was thrilled with his new arms. They were lightweight and easy to use, Lily proudly announced. Of course. They are made from the most expensive magical metal available in this workshop. Gotham sincerely thanked her, saying, "Thank you so much, Lily." Just as he was about to pay for the arms, she unexpectedly said, "No need. Think of them as a repayment for saving my life." Before anyone could ask anything, she shyly raised her voice, explaining, "I feel uncomfortable being in your debt, which is why I can accept your payment." As Gotham was about to respond, Lily turned around, slammed the door shut, and shouted, "But wait, get your stuff and get out of here quick. I still have orders from the guild to sort out." This scene made Ash exclaim, "So cute." At that moment, Gotham had already put on the gloves. He then turned to Ash and said, "I am all healed up. Your Highness, I am ready to get back into the fight." Ash was delighted to hear this, saying, "That is great to hear." Looking at his prosthetic arms, he felt a bit worried, but given the circumstances, it was tough. After all, he had lost everything below his elbows. "I really want to give him more time to rest. But there is no time to waste, we need to act fast." Without hesitation, he sternly ordered, "Gather all members of Shadow Squad at the Lord's Mansion before 9 p.m. We will set out tonight." He reminds them, this will be a nighttime operation, so make sure to get plenty of rest now. The Shadow Squad replies in unison, "At your command." "Your Highness." Ash stands at the High Mansion, watching Godon for a moment, and after a bow, Godon takes one last look at the alchemy workshop before heading back to the temple. First, he handles one task, then it is on to Lily, the senior mage. I won't forget to let Juju and her greet each other. Suddenly, Lily affectionately grabs Juju's hand and calls out, "Juju." Caught off guard, she tears up and says, "If the prince exploits you, come talk to me. We will protest together. We are both mages, so we must unite and take care of each other." "Right." Juju bursts into laughter at this and replies, "Absolutely. Together in celebration. Together in disaster." Ash feels a wave of joy at this. It is like they are about to form a mage union. The fact they can get along is truly a blessing. Suddenly, Lily calls out to him, declaring with determination, "Anytime you need me on the front lines, summon me. I will accept that." Her resolve leaves him momentarily stunned, and he mumbles, internally repeating, "Summon her to the front lines when necessary." Then, feeling a bit helpless, he thinks, "Did I even tell her? Lord Macedon will be directly defending this time. Her taking a break is a long shot." "Lily." He then asks Lucas, "Anyway, we are moving out soon." "Right." With excitement, he commands, "Let us move out." As planned, I have ordered all remaining heroes to gather at the mansion tonight. He feels the moment has finally come. It is time to launch the operation to reclaim the base. A calm afternoon at the mansion. Footsteps approach the mansion, accompanied by chatter. First, to find out the details, let us head inside the mansion. Ash is taken by surprise when he sees Jupiter standing at the mansion's door, exclaiming, "Ah, Jupiter," you asked in confusion. "What are you doing here? Why are not you resting in the sanctuary until you recover?" Jupiter seriously suggested, I heard today is the day we will set off. Please let me join. This suggestion made you gasp. Auntie. Before you could catch your breath. She continued, and about Juju. My granddaughter. Please do not take her with you. Jupiter. Stepping forward, thought to herself. Are not they the ones who made me like this? Please give me a chance for revenge. She suddenly grabbed Ash's shirt and sincerely pleaded. Please. Your Highness. Do not send the girl into battle. At that moment, Juju stepped up to support her and said. Grandma. You can't even stand properly. What are you thinking? How can you participate in an underground campaign in this condition? As soon as Jupiter heard her speak, she quickly said, Juju, you baby. Stop before it is too late, she worriedly exclaimed. Do you know how hard I have worked, so you would not have to go to the battlefield? I can't let that happen. I have lived a messy life, so you would not have to do this. No matter what she said, Juju calmly held her hand and called out. Grandma. She smiled and said, I have signed a mercenary contract with His Highness. Today is the day we march. This left Jupiter utterly shocked. Juju kept advising, if you keep this up, both His Highness and I will be in a tough spot. Why do not you go back to the church and rest? I will talk to you later. Suddenly, Jupiter brought up, Your Highness, if I am stronger than my granddaughter, can I take her place in the dungeon? Her words confused Ash. He did not understand what she meant. She declared loudly, I demand a one-on-one duel. This made Ash gasp. What? A duel between Juju and Jupiter was about to unfold. Seeing this, Lucas shouted in shock. Your Majesty, here. Ash was a bit worried but thought. Wait, instead of dodging, should not we face it? Juju herself felt awkward and asked. Do we really need to go this far? Grandma. But Juju remained determined. Yep. This is something you can accept. Even though she had to catch her breath to speak, she firmly stated, if you are weaker than me, it means you do not deserve to fight here. For mercenaries, strength is what matters most. Everything else does not matter. Her stubbornness made Juju sigh helplessly. So she decided to go all in. Fine then. I will take you on for a round, she even declared. Maybe it is time to show off what I secretly learned behind your back. Grandma. Jupiter. Of course. Was not scared and replied, do not get too cocky. Good. Your talent is indeed one of a kind. But can it match the lifetime experience of this old lady? After saying that, she scoffed contemptuously and launched a fierce attack on Juju. Facing this blow, Juju was not afraid and scoffed back. You are too old for this. My grandma. Then the two of them charged at each other wildly, kicking up dirt and rocks everywhere. The plants and flowers were also set ablaze, causing Ash to freak out and shout, what the hell? Can't these mages just play somewhere else? After this battle, Jupiter feigned defeat. She had lost, and the outcome was decided. Despite the blood flowing and her body aching, she struggled to speak each word. Juju, has today been enough to make you really angry? Grandma sternly said. This time, you can't ignore me. Can you just give up on avenging me? Juju fell silent for a moment, then resolutely replied, I can't do that. Grandma. She coldly walked past Grandma and said, you should go back to the temple and rest. I will be back soon. At that moment, Ash supported Jupiter and asked, are you okay? Grandma. Jupiter, though a bit weak, still managed to call out. Your Highness. She pleaded earnestly. Please let him take care of Juju. Ash could only watch as she determinedly made her way back to the temple, his heart filled with questions. Despite her poor health, she pushed herself to come here to stop her granddaughter. What on earth happened between them? However, even with all these questions, this was not the time to dwell on them. I do not know. And I do not have time to figure it out. The operation needs to proceed as planned. Without wasting any more time, he quickly issued orders. All those summoned must gather in the living room tonight. Lucas. Lean DP. Tu Lunan. Lord Commander. A little while later, in Ash's office, despite the noise, the three sides had assembled as planned. The system displayed the members of the main team, including my participation. On the other side, the auxiliary team 1 was led by Gotham. In the next group, the auxiliary team 2 was composed of the mercenary group Diane. Altogether, there were 15 people. Now is the time to discuss the plan. Now, let us lay out the strategy for the base camp re-attack. With this team size, we can say it is a record deployment of forces in the underground kingdom beneath the Tiger. After a moment, in the deep courtyard of the Lord's mansion, Ash quickly issued orders. Evangeline, lead the way. He commanded, with Lucas following closely behind her. Both replied in unison. Understood. Yep. My lord. He then turned to remind Juju. Next, Juju, set up all protective spells. Remember to chant the incantations before entering. Juju immediately responded. Leave it to me. Ash then added. Damian and I will go in last. And turned to ask, have you made a decision? Damian hesitantly replied, I will shoot if that is the prince's order. Seeing him so hesitant, Ash gently reassured him. You do not need to push yourself. I do not intend to break your principles. Hearing this, Damian denied. Principles, not that. I am just afraid, he explained nervously. I am just afraid that when I point the gun at someone and pull the trigger, something inside me will change forever. This made Ash think for a moment before reassuring him. Damian, you do not have to take anyone's life. You can completely neutralize the enemy without having to kill them. He smiled, saying, Damian, I do not know how you will become a sniper in the future, but no matter which path you choose, you will always be my ace. Never forget that. His encouragement lifted Damian's spirits, and he exclaimed, Yep. My lord. Seeing Damian regain his composure, Ash nodded with satisfaction, saying, Good. Then Ash looked at everyone and loudly asked, Is everyone ready? They all replied in unison, Yep. Your Highness. Hearing this, he immediately commanded, All right. Everyone eagerly pushed forward. Move up. I am going in first. Once everyone was inside, the gate slowly disappeared. At that moment, the system announced, Uploading. Instant teleportation. Next, the NPCs in the dungeon have many connections with each other. Getting their help is a shortcut to conquering the dungeon. Now that they entered the dungeon, the team of Ash, Yuju, Lucas, and even Julian was ready for battle. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The eerie silence made Ash wonder, is there really nothing wrong here? He thought, it can't be that simple. And suddenly, he heard the twang of a bowstring. A group of people appeared, firing arrows at Ash's team, leaving him questioning if they were surrounded. This felt oddly familiar. He thought, I have definitely seen something like this before. From that crowd, Krot stepped forward and exclaimed, I can't believe you dared to use this method to infiltrate here. And I did not expect you to come in person. He calmly asked Ash, what gave you the guts to walk straight into the tiger's den? Feeling annoyed, replied, Do not call me a player. I have a proper name. He raised his voice to introduce himself. My name is Ashborn Hatter Everbrack. Upon hearing his name, Krot felt it was somewhat familiar. Everbrack. That rings a bell. Ash quickly informed him. Of course. Because no one on this continent is unaware of the great Everbrack Empire. I am the third prince of the empire. And you should bow before me to show your respect. Suddenly, Krot said, So you mean that little kingdom on the outskirts of the continent? His words left Ash dumbfounded. What? And then he casually claimed, I never expected that little country from back then is now an empire. Time flies, does not it? This made me realize I have aged quite a bit. His words made Ash reflect that it had been 100 years since the empire rose to power on the continent. At that time, it was already a superpower dominating half the world. Krot's comment made Ash wonder why he referred to it as a little kingdom. He spoke as if he were an old man reminiscing about those days. Just then, Krot menacingly said, Well, no need for many words. He raised his hand to give orders to his subordinates, then smirked at Ash. It is time to continue the massacre that was interrupted last time. I did not expect you all to have a death wish. Following his command, guns were immediately aimed at Ash's group. Facing danger, Ash remained calm and declared, We have no interest in that. Suddenly, from the shadows of the night, a figure appeared with a gun aimed. He fired accurately at the cannon on the wall, causing it to explode. Then Diane's group rushed in, shouting to attack. At that moment, Ash's confident laughter echoed. It is you guys. Ayla and Diane were carrying something, and Ash shouted, That is the protective barrier. Instantly, the barrier began to activate. It enveloped Ash's group, merging with the screams of the opposing team. The enemies had reached the base. This situation excited Ash, who loudly warned, I suggest you all run. The sooner the better. That massive orb is called a Tier's defensive artifact. It serves as a long-range fire barrier. It is one of the best defensive items in ground warfare, slowing down enemy projectiles and reducing damage from long-range weapons. The Krot, of course, was super intrigued by these toys. After all, if you are called the ultimate challenger, you better come prepared. Then he ordered the arrows to be launched and challenged, saying, Let us see how long you can hold out. To everyone's surprise, those arrows managed to breach the defense. However, the impact was significantly reduced as Hussein struggled to brace himself while directing everyone, one at a time. Stay calm. Lucas casually swung his sword, slicing through a barrage of arrows. Evangelion was no different. In fact, she proudly declared, At this speed, I can defend myself just fine. These words reached Krot, making him chuckle to himself. You guys really underestimate us. Suddenly, A beam of light shoots straight towards them. Realizing what is coming, the Aslan team informs each other. It is their mages. Without hesitation, as quickly calls out, Zuju, and upon receiving the command, Zuju attacks, replying, I am ready for your orders. Your Highness. Her power collides with the attacks from Krot's group, effectively overpowering their mage. In the end, one mage gets hit, while the other manages to hold his ground, facing off against her. Of course, she struggles a bit with this one. It is tough when they share the same element. Just then, Demian locks and loads his gun, aiming straight at the target, then quickly pulls the trigger, seeing him fire. The mage battling Zuju is forced to raise a hand to defend himself, but it does not matter because Demian's bullet pierces right through it. The result? That mage ends up getting schooled by Zuju. Afterward, she smiles and thanks Demian, saying, thanks for the support. Sharpshooter. Demian shyly smiles back. After a series of intense attacks, a strange silence enveloped both sides. Gra complimented Ash, noting that from the last battle until now, he managed to prepare so thoroughly in such a short time. You have truly surpassed my expectations. Player. Getting called a player by him made Ash uncomfortable, reminding him to call him Ash. Being reminded like that, he had to change his address. Oh right. Prince Ash. Then he continued, in this place that is nothing short of the depths of hell, I have encountered many talented and unique individuals like you at this point. He sighed, and every time he did, I could not help but feel a little sad. Those words puzzled Ash, asking, well, he replied candidly, because if we met not as enemies but in a different relationship, how wonderful that would be. Drinking, chatting, and sharing old stories about the outside world together. Something like that. Hearing that, Ash suggested, that sounds easy enough. I am willing to do it if you immediately drop the hostile attitude. His response made him laugh, while Ash insisted, you are a bard. Right. I will prepare food and drinks while you just sing me a song. At that moment, Krot declined his offer. Regrettably, that just is not possible. Like you, I have things I need to protect, he said with a smirk. Explorers like you, trying to illuminate the darkness of this city, I must stop at all costs. This made Ash exclaim. I see. He quickly shifted into attack mode and calmly asked, so there is no other way? Right. Then what should we do? Should we continue the unfinished fight from earlier? Krot was ready to face him in a real battle, saying, that is right. Player, once you are eliminated, this hell will be forever shrouded in darkness. Now the battle map was displayed by the system, and Ash could not help but laugh, smugly saying, I am truly sorry, but that will never happen. Elsewhere, a cannon was being loaded, and at the same time, he declared, because this target will soon become a hellfire. Just as he finished his sentence, the cannonball was fired, not from the front, which startled Krot, yelling, what? From behind. He quickly commanded his troops to find cover fast, only to raise the magical barrier. But it seemed too late as his subordinates had already taken the brunt of those shots. The ones firing those shots were Gothon's group. He spoke up, informing that Shadow Squad was ready. Please give the next order. Commander. It was at this moment that Krot realized the problem. The east was attacking the west, and this unit had crossed through Area 3 of the base, and made it here on foot. Ad saw that he had figured everything out and confirmed. Nice deduction. Got it, buddy. He was still confused but had not noticed any movements in Area 3 at all. The reason is pretty simple. The members of the Shadow Squad are all former agents from the Empire's Dark Department, and triggering skills is their specialty. Of course, Ash was not planning to explain all that. He was just asking, but why should we waste time explaining to them now? What are you going to do right now? The situation has changed. We are completely surrounded. Ash smugly lays down the terms. If you are willing to grovel and beg for mercy, maybe I will let you have the last word. Gra has nowhere to retreat and can only compliment him. Well done. Prince Ash. You have really backed us into a corner. He thinks this makes Ash believe he is won. He admits this but reminds Ash, that is true. But I must say one thing first. You can kill me, of course. Ash does not believe him. Really, I do not think so. Just as he finishes speaking, a barrage of arrows comes flying out of nowhere. The arrows pierce through Gra and his subordinates, causing him to cough up blood. Then he collapses. And at that moment, Ash steps closer. He asks again. You said I can kill you. Gra replies steadily. That is right. Which leaves Ash puzzled. Why not? Gra hints. Take a look around you. Prince Ash. To his shock, Gra's subordinates are slowly dissipating into thin air. The sight leaves Ash stunned. What the hell is this? Now Gra explains. The darkness of this kingdom is scarier than you think. The people here are not even allowed to die. His words leave Ash confused, prompting him to ask, not allowed to die? What the hell are you talking about? Gra clarifies. Literally, the last player. This hell is the end of a foolish kingdom that accepted curses disguised as blessings for some reason. He can continue from here. Damn it. I can explain this any simpler. However, Gra has to admit, but I really must acknowledge one thing. You are the only one who can touch the deepest darkness of this hell. As Ash sees him about to vanish, he panics and says, "Wait, stop talking in riddles. Explain it clearly, Gra." But Gra does not say anything more, leaving a message. We will meet again in the deeper parts of this hell. Then we can chat more. After saying that, he disappears like smoke, leaving Ash in utter confusion. What the hell is this? This dungeon hides what else? Little does he know that someone is watching him from a dark alley. At that moment, Ash stands still, staring at the remnants of smoke drifting away, murmuring to himself, the enemies that took us so much effort to defeat have completely vanished into thin air, like fog. Just then, a bald-headed man appears, yelling, "You idiots over there! What the hell took you so long?" He scolds Ash from a distance. "Do you know how long those soldiers have occupied this place?" While he keeps nagging, "You should have driven them out sooner." Damn it. Then Ash suddenly realizes something about him. That person is the loud man with the iron hammer in his hand is Kenley. Those damn fools have extinguished my forge's flame. Don't you see my metal kids shivering from the cold? Ash is bubbling with excitement inside. That is Kenley Bey, the magic blacksmith, and BC is always on guard to protect this base. Blacksmith Kenley Bey is an explorer from the Elder Dwarf race. 50 years ago, he ventured into the dungeon to seek rare ores and has never left since. Reliable ally who stands by the player, no matter what they do, and right now, he shows no signs of stopping his complaints about those useless, lazy bugs over there. You idiots. Are you even listening to me? Start a fire and get moving. Or do you prefer to stay huddled in the dark? Hearing this, Lucas gets completely angry and wants to draw his sword. Should I deal with him? My lord, Ed quickly stops him, saying, "All right, everyone, this sounds crazy, but let us just follow the old man's orders for now." He looks at the devastated land after the battle and declares, "This will be our base from now on. Let us light a fire," as he says, and clean up the mess caused by the beasts. Lucas and the others immediately respond. Understood. Seeing him with such authority, Kelly chuckles and says, "Who knew there was a wise one among these bugs? What is your name?" He quickly bows respectfully and replies, "My name is Ash." "Master Craftsman, I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask for your name?" Even though he already knew, he still had to ask to make communication smoother. Hearing the question, Kelly responds, "Usually, only trusted teammates get to know my name. But since you seem polite, I will make an exception this once." He then confidently raises his hammer and introduces himself. "My name is Kelly Bey, the best blacksmith in this world." Upon hearing this, Ash feels a bit helpless and thinks to himself, anyone who dares to claim they are the best is definitely asking for trouble. But this old man totally deserves it, because he is the only one capable of crafting gear exclusive for SAR characters. And he is also the only one who can forge unique magical weapons. Ash needs this old man to create the necessary items to get through the upcoming 5th level. His brain racing with numbers and sweet talking flowing from his lips. Observing Ash's attitude, Kelly strokes his beard thoughtfully. "You seem to be so obedient to me. You want me to do something for you, right?" Ash does not hide his smile and replies lightly, "Yep." No need to beat around the bush. From now on, this is a conversation between a blacksmith and a customer, and when he mentions one of the highest grade weapons, Kelly's eyes light up. "I need weapons made of silver." He hesitates for a moment and asks, "How many do you need?" "They are not easy to make." Unfazed, immediately throws out a number in the dozens. 15. "I might need even more than that." Hearing Ash's response, Kelly gets furious again. "Are you crazy? Do you really want me to forge 15 silver weapons?" Seeing his strong reaction, Ash provocatively replies, "Is that too much? Or is the legend of the best blacksmith just a joke? In the end, fairy tales often tend to be exaggerated." Hearing "you look down on me" made Kelly angrier. "What did you just say?" His eyebrows furrowed as he spoke loudly. The silver weapon is the highest grade talisman item. Even just forging one requires a huge effort. Let alone 15. What the hell are you planning to do with them? Ash did not hesitate to spill the beans. The Dragon King, no life King Celendian, will soon rise again. And these items are meant to stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, Kelly suddenly went silent. Shaken. There are many ways to deal with dragons, but the easiest way is to use weapons made of silver. However, the effectiveness of silver weapons is halved against higher tier dragons. also known as noble dragons. They have the ability to turn any damage inflicted into pure damage against dragons, bypassing all defenses. They can only be forged in this magical forge, typically only able to create silver weapons during the mid-game. But thinking about this, Ashland's brows knitted together in worry. Everything has turned twisted. The Dragon King is appearing on the male stage. So this high-grade item is exactly what we need for the current situation. After a moment, amidst the crackling sounds of the coal fire, Kelly spoke up. You know what, kid? He started reminiscing about old times. Back when I first stepped into this dungeon, I was with my 2 brothers. We kept finding all sorts of rare minerals in this dungeon, never having heard of or seen them in the outside world. At that time, we were super excited. We dared to venture deeper into the dungeon, searching for the rare minerals without a care in the world. According to their memories, they walked on until they reached a land covered in ice. And there, we encountered them. Hearing this, a voice filled with suspicion interrupted. You mean them? Kelly recalled that moment, adding, the Dragon Lords, and, above all, Lord Celendian, coming back to reality. A sound with flickering sparks of fire echoed in the air as Kelly lit his torch. He continued, it was our fault for being too eager for those rare minerals. We ran into them deep in this dungeon, and by the time we realized we were not a match for them, it was too late. The more Kelly spoke, the tighter his grip on the torch became. In the end, I was the only one who escaped, leaving behind the sacrifice of my brothers. Since then, I have not dared to venture deep into the dungeon again. Ash felt a moment of contemplation as he heard the next question directed at him. Do you know why my brothers chose to take my place? After a moment of thought, he carefully replied, because you were the best blacksmith. Right. Receiving the correct answer, Kelly declares seriously. Exactly. It is because I am the best at crafting weapons to slay those monsters. He then pulls out a chest and opens it, saying, this is a sacred metal, discovered deep within the main dungeon thanks to the sacrifices of our brothers. It is silver from another world, fallen from the stars, which is why it is called celestial silver. Kelly replies gravely. You are asking me to turn the lives of our brothers into weapons. Are you confident enough to pay the price? Ash does not hesitate and immediately responds, of course I am. Hearing this, he curiously asks, what do you plan to use as payment? At this moment, his face lights up with an idea. Celendian's head. If you need it, I will use his blood or body as payment. It would be a wonderful way to comfort the souls of your fallen brothers, and also an excellent material for crafting weapons. Right. This price makes Kelly ecstatic. He laughs heartily. I thought you were just a regular guy. Who knew you were a crazy person? You really plan to give me Celendian's head? After a good laugh, a glint of amusement sparkles in his eyes as he looks straight at Asbaugh. I still do not know your name. You little scoundrel. Without hiding, As introduces himself. Asbaugh Hatter. Upon hearing his name, Kelly exclaims, no wonder there is a whiff of trouble. Turns out you are a member of the Everbeck royal family. Then, he slaps the chest beside him and proposes. All right, the royal hair of humanity. I will do it, but 15 is too many. I do not have enough metal to begin with. 3. I will craft 3 of the finest celestial silver weapons. What do you say? As seems unconcerned about the quantity and agrees. Go ahead. Our deal is settled. After sealing the deal, Kelly quickly put pen to paper. Great. Let us get started on weapon manufacturing right away. As soon as is received the contract, the system swiftly activated, initiating the special equipment crafting mission. Looking closely, he flashed a confident smile at you. Go fetch the remaining materials. Then, Kelly gazed at those peaceful houses, thinking to himself, next time, some of the old folks from the city will come back here. There is no place more comfortable than this in the dungeon, and above all, he had taken care of those damn masked goons. Hearing this from him, As could not help but recall that moment, wondering, did I really handle them? With that thought, he opened his mouth to ask, may I ask you something? Master Craftsman. Kelly was a bit slow to respond, but eventually agreed to hear his question. You have a question? After all, you are curious about this world now. What do you want to know, given the chance? As mentioned the incident after they defeated the Nightcrawler team. Even though they killed them, they quickly turned to mist and dissipated. Kelly Bay, the explorer who has lived here for decades. Do you know why? And just as is hoped, he provided a shocking answer. They did not die. They vanished like mist due to a curse they had to bear. Hearing this, he curiously exclaimed, you just mentioned a curse. And seeing his look confused, Kelly chuckled softly. You did not know about that. The tale of the 3 curses that fell upon the Lake Kingdom. Even I do not know what 2 of those 3 curses are. But I know very well about one. It is that all the surviving residents of this kingdom sometimes drop by here, They are all affected by this curse. Feeling tense. Pressed for clarity. And what is that curse? Kelly quickly responded. The curse that makes them wander at the bottom of the lake for centuries like ghosts. What else could it be? He wore a devilish grin as if telling a scary story, revealing the curse of immortality. Time passed. And after returning from the dungeon, at that moment in Crossroads, the Lord's mansion, all team members were gathered in the living room. Everyone must have been exhausted after the recent battle, but a few issues still needed addressing. According to Old Man Kelly Bay, the residents of the Lake Kingdom were cursed with immortality. Although it takes a certain amount of time for them to resurrect, it seems they will come back no matter how many times they die. With great seriousness, looked at everyone and shared the information he had heard. They can't leave. Can't die? It is like being stuck in a time loop. Lucas immediately chimed in with a question. Are all the residents of the Lake Kingdom cursed like that? He sighed softly and replied, well, even though it is said all, only a handful of them are currently living in the city. The city at the bottom of the lake has a population of at least several 100,000. However, the NPCs who originated from the Lake Kingdom that Ask encountered in the game were at most a few dozen. Based on his own memories, he calculated in his mind, we could encounter about 100 NPCs in this dungeon. Half of them used to be explorers. The rest are residents of the Lake Kingdom. So we could meet around 50 of them. Thinking about this, Ask suddenly realized something and exclaimed, wait a minute. Where are the other residents? A vision of a sealed door flashed before him and Demian back to reality. A delicious spread of food awaited them, with a steaming chunk of meat sizzling hot. Evangeline, with her mouth full, chimed in. It is hard to believe. It sounds like a fairy tale, but immortality is usually seen as a blessing, not a curse. Lucas made a meteor version of her sandwich and agreed. Exactly. Anyone would want to live longer, even just one more day. If we could achieve immortality, would not that be a happy thing? Unlike the two of them, Demian expressed his opinion, saying he absolutely did not want that. Hearing him, Ask curious. Why not? You want to die young, Demian replied with a sad look in his eyes. I do not want to die young, but living forever would definitely be exhausting. Everyone seems to have different views on life and death. Juju seemed fascinated, mumbling to herself. Immortality. Immortality. The squad and the hired mercenary team began to voice their opinions on whether they should live forever, or just accept their natural lifespan and die. And the living room quickly became noisy. Looking at the scene before him, Ask could not help but smile lightly. What is this? Their immortality does not mean we can be like them. What are they all doing? As the discussion dragged on, he quickly called for a dismissal. All right. After all, we have been working hard all night. Let us wrap it up. After saying goodbye to the others, Ask yawned widely. Feeling exhausted. Everyone. Suddenly, he noticed Juju's lonely figure at the long table. Ask hurried over with concern and asked Han, Juju, are you okay? Your complexion does not look too good. Just as he spoke, she suddenly lost her balance and fell straight into his arms in front of everyone. What is going on? Juju's face was flushed. Her eyes were shut tight, and her breathing was a bit heavy. Ask was taken aback, his face a mix of panic and embarrassment. What is happening? Right now. 1,000 thoughts raced through Ask's mind like a ticking clock, his face filled with confusion. What is her intention? Is it because I have a lot of money that the Gildo attribute activated? Or is it because I am notoriously debauched? Are they thinking of trying to seduce me? After a long moment, Juju finally pulled away from Ask. And Lucas, looking worried, quickly jumped into Ask. Are you two okay? Evangelion also asked curiously. What happened? Juju hugged her face with her hands and quickly replied. Your Highness. I just feel a little dizzy. Even with her answer, Evangelion seemed skeptical and pressed. But why did you fall into the arms of that senior? Lucas disagreed with Jack's remark, saying, even though she is a noble sorceress, she can't just approach our Lord's divine body like that. Only the calm Yun was unconcerned about all that and focused on Juju, suggesting, Juju, are you alright? I can cast a healing spell for you. Surprisingly, she suddenly changed her demeanor, smiling brightly and refusing. It is nothing serious. Saying that, Juju hurriedly grabbed her fallen hat from the ground, wanting to escape. Okay. Everyone take care. Seeing this, Ash immediately called out, but all he got in response was a slamming door. Wait, Juju. Why not let Demian treat you a bit first? At this moment, Ash felt a bit helpless and turned to Lucas to ask why the two of them were reacting so dramatically to a sick person. He replied bluntly, because you do not realize it. My lord. Evangelion quickly chimed in, revealing Lucas's insight. Juju's mana is always bubbling inside her, like it is ready to burst out at any moment. Hearing this, Ash was a bit taken aback and exclaimed, Really? Lucas cautiously shared his thoughts. My lord. It seems like she is hiding something. Ever since we first met, I could feel her magical energy constantly fluctuating. But her skills are so flawless that I did not say anything. Still, I sense she might pose a danger to your highness. Although what he said made some sense. Demian skeptically countered. But Juju really looks weak. Every time she uses magic, she has to suck on that herb. Hearing that, everyone was momentarily shocked. Wait, is not that just for smoking? Demian shook his head slightly and explained. What is in that herb is not tobacco. It is a type of pain-relieving herb. Still confused. Muttered. Herb. Demian looked very sincere as he replied. Aside from its distinctive smell, I have seen her pour the herbs into it myself. Hearing this, Ash felt a bit puzzled and wondered. A pain-relieving herb every time she uses magic. Wow. Why is it that all mages are not sick in this way, yet still suffer in other ways? Despite the many questions swirling in his mind, he chose to ignore them and ordered. Don't hunch over all day in your room. Stretch your shoulders, sit up straight, and go outside for some sun every now and then. I hope they at least understand that. Hearing this, Lucas raised a hand to cover his mouth and coughed a few times. Reminding him, seems like your advice applies to yourself too. My lord. Evangelion agreed, saying, exactly. Senior. Maybe it is because you always lock yourself in your office that your complexion looks so pale now. In a split second, her attitude changed, full of excitement as she suggested. Don't you think that is enough? From now on, train with us. Lucas, brimming with energy, flexed his muscles in support. That is right. My lord. I will take responsibility for your health. Seeing their enthusiasm, Ash felt a bit embarrassed and quickly declined. No need for that. Meanwhile, he noticed someone behind him trying to sneak away. Damn it. And then, on a beautiful morning the next day, in the office, Ash painfully struggled to walk on his wobbly legs. Lamenting, give me back my lower half. He had been cornered by the night duo all morning, having to run and do some physical exercises. They really worked out like this every day. Just then, the office door burst open, and a frantic voice called out. Your Highness. Your Highness. Ida rushed in. Warning that a message from the capital had arrived, Ash immediately turned to ask. Is there any military support? Hearing his question, Ida instinctively paused, lowered his head, and chuckled. There is not. His response made Ash explode with frustration. Shouting, My damn empire. At this point, Ash could not help but recall the moment when the system appeared before him as soon as he confirmed that the enemy in this defensive battle was a blood clan. He immediately sent a letter requesting reinforcements. Ash wrote the letter himself, using handwriting with such long sentences that they refused to help him. Returning to the present, Ida analyzed the situation, saying that the main force of the royal army had captured the capital of the Bringer Duchy on the western front, and now they were systematically taking over the remaining areas. He looked at Ash, who seemed heavy-hearted and confused, and continued, as I said before, until the situation on the western front stabilizes completely, they won't lend us any troops. Saying this, he took the document from Ida and stared at the name on it. Fetland Death, causing Ash to lose it and rip the document apart, shouting, Go to hell. You scoundrel. After a moment of rage, the document was reduced to mere scraps of paper. He leaned on his hand, rubbing his forehead, and ordered, Ida, send another request. The message is this. This is the final request for reinforcements. If you do not send help this time. At this point, Ash suddenly paused. Ida raised an eyebrow and asked seriously. If not, then what? In front of him, Ash wore the most terrifyingly bizarre expression. Threatening. Then this little prince will pull off a prank like never before. Just write it down. Seeing this expression, Ida gasped. Wait, are you serious? At that moment, Ash had only one thought in his mind. You all better die with me. Transitioning scenes. Before long, everything returned to the safety outpost. Running inside the heady-out, Lucas carefully surveyed the surroundings, reporting that there were currently no enemies in sight. Evangelion received the intel and was reminded to stay alert. Just then, a familiar figure approached, assuring him not to worry about those damn masked goons. They would not be getting in here anymore. Despite the constant chatter, Kelly seemed really happy to see them, looking like a grandparent waiting for their grandkids to visit. This made Ash chuckle a bit. Those little rascals. I told you to come around more often, but I did not expect you to show up this early. What is so exciting about this boring place for you guys? By the way, thinking about it, he suddenly remembered something and asked. The Nightcrawler crew really can't break in here anymore. Kelly replied casually. That is right. feeling a bit more at ease now. However, Ash still found it hard to believe and said, "But how can that be? Those guys are numerous and strong." Hearing this, Kelly let out a loud, mocking laugh. Strong. Numerous. So what? While speaking, Kelly pointed confidently toward a figure nearby, boasting, "The master of this base is back." The witch, the one they called Auntie, had returned. Upon seeing her, Ash could not help but feel excited and exclaimed, "It is really her." The witch, at that moment, the newly introduced witch, Auntie, who was tired and leaning on a magic board, groaned, "Ouch. My hip. Is this good enough?" After that magical mumble, she let go and looked in another direction. Noticing something, without any warning, Auntie suddenly waved her staff and laughed as she approached Lucas and Evangeline. "Who's this?" A newcomer. Seeing her come closer, Ash was a bit taken aback, thinking, she looks even more fierce than in the game. With her large frame, Auntie wrapped the duo of knights in a warm embrace, smiling brightly. "So nice to meet you guys. I am here to support young adventurers like you, so do not be scared." After that cheerful introduction, she began to assess the two of them. "Why are you both so skinny? Just skin and bones." Lucas felt her gaze on him and started sweating nervously. He stammered, and then Auntie pulled out a small glass jar, twisting the lid off. "Not good. Come here. Eat a little and let us chat." She took out something with her signature witchy smile and offered it to them, saying, "Here. Eat this. I have prepared something delicious and nutritious for you youngsters." The item she pulled out resembled the frantic face of a Picasso painting and gave off a terrifying smell. Lucas's eyes widened in fear as he looked back for help. "Oh God." Evangeline also panicked, exclaiming, "Senior." The witch, Auntie. When you first hear her name, you would think she is all about conducting terrifying experiments. Knowing this, she smiles gently to reassure everyone. You won't die from it, but in reality, she is not that scary. This witch is a wizard capable of tearing apart space. Simply put, she is an MP specializing in teleportation magic. All the teleportation gates in this dungeon at the bottom of the lake were set up by this old lady. A little while later, Coco arrives with a pair of knights who were forced to eat a mountain of food, grinning as she says, "Crod and those losers. I have carved them up so they will never set foot here again." While her words sound terrifying, she has really just put up a barrier to keep them away. Luckily, thanks to this, AS's base is now safe from the Nightcrawler crew. Sure, other enemies might pop up, but right now they are secure because Coco, the strongest among the friendly Nepsies, is back, and she is currently pulling out more little jars, filled with goodies for the pair of knights who are shaking their heads. "Come on. Eat up. There is plenty more." Over at AS place, Kelly looks at the items he brought with curiosity, wondering what this pile of metal is doing here. Responds with a hint of pride, "To craft silver weapons. Isn't this what you requested?" Hearing this, Kelly is taken aback, exclaiming, "You gathered all this in just one day?" Shrugs, feeling that it was no big deal. "I had no time to waste, so I did everything I could to collect them as quickly as possible." As he says this, he suddenly remembers the system quest board from back then. The limits on crafting gear. Collecting the necessary materials for creation. The rewards. 3 silver weapons. The needed materials. Magic levels ranging from SAR to SAR 03. Faladin 03. Silver shards 33. Refined steel 1515. Comparing those numbers to what he has now, can't he help but sigh? Seems like a bit too much metal. There is a lot of stuff, but most of it was bought from Logan at Crossroads for cash. Crossroads. Logan level 5. The Gen Craftsman shop has been expanded for this purpose. Right now, Kelly is checking the goods, assessing. This really does seem like a lot of metal. Quickly bows respectfully, trying to win him over. "I think these will make a fantastic gift for the metal-obsessed Gen Craftsman." Hearing this, Kelly scoffs lightly, saying, "Using this low-grade metal from the outside world as a gift for me? Ridiculous." He says that, but he can hide his delight as he hugs the bags of metal. "But my shop just opened and barely has anything, so I guess I will take them." Then, Kelly pulls out a list to compare and check the inventory. "All right, let us." It turns out they are still missing 2 materials to craft silver weapons, 3 types of high-grade magic, either SAR or special SAR, and 3 dark crystals. Hearing you say that, Kelly scoffed lightly and remarked, "Giving me a bunch of low-grade metal from the outside world as a gift is just ridiculous." Sure, you say that, but he could not hide his joy while hugging a few bags of metal, saying that my store has just opened and barely has anything, so I guess I have to accept them. Then, Kelly pulled out his inventory checklist. "All right, let us." So we still need 2 more materials to craft the silver weapon, 3 types of top-tier magic, SAR specials, and 3 dark crystals. Without needing him to say much, Ash immediately declared, I will definitely find them. Today I am going to gather all sorts of special magic. Seeing your attitude, Kelly looked a bit down on him. Do you really think that special magic will come just because you want it? So confident. Ash confidently stepped forward and replied, Of course. Please be ready to forge the weapon. The thing is, Kelly did not know that, in reality, he had planned to use both SAR and SAR magic. But thanks to his aunt being here, he had a way to gather all kinds of SAR magic. Ash approached where his aunt was still stuffing her face into the knights' mouths, like 2 little squirrels. Auntie, hearing you call me. She paused for a moment. What is it? Kiddo. She thought he also wanted to eat like those 2, laughing and asking, Do you want some jelly too? Under the eager, nodding heads of the other 2, Ash immediately declined. I am not hungry. Instead, he pulled out a golden room key he got after defeating the golden beetle during his first exploration of Area 3. Thanks to his aunt. I have a key. Can you use it to open the gate? His aunt looked at the shining key in delight, exclaiming, You have found something quite interesting. She took it and walked toward a gate, saying, Hold on a sec. I will open it right away. As soon as she inserted the key and turned it, a loud click echoed, and the segments of the gate quickly separated. All the rooms opened with this kind of key were one-time event dungeons. Among them, the golden room was a bonus room that dropped a ton of high-tier items. While she was opening the door, Ash quickly called out to Damien, who wondered, Are we going in there? What about Yuju? That is the door to the golden room, which does not even need a wizard. Ash replied, No need to call her, with Damien confused. The duo of knights chimed in, with Lucas suggesting, Isn't it safer if we bring weapons? Evelyn Glynn agreed with him, adding, Exactly. We do not even know what is lurking inside. Ash responded confidently. We do not need that. You two should not worry. Weapons would just be a burden. Hearing this, they gasped. A burden. You will understand once we go. He turned around, flashing a light smile at them, revealing, Because when we come back, those bags will be full. And carrying too many weapons will only make things tougher for you too. Without another word, all 4 of them quickly charged through the gate with a fiery spirit. It is time to loot. Once they stepped inside, the system displayed a notification. Now loading. Teleporting. Next. Golden Goblin. Watching the notifications roll in, Ash could not help but cheer. There is so much stuff here. After crossing through the gate, a magnificent dungeon immediately unfolded before them. Evelyn Glynn gasped in amazement. What is this? Senpai. He simply smiled and replied, This is this event's dungeon, the Golden Room. The rules are pretty simple. As Ash spoke, 3 goblins suddenly appeared from spatial holes around the room. If we catch them within the time limit, we will receive rewards. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system chimed in. Event Dungeon. Golden Room. Catch the Golden Goblins. Time remaining. 59 seconds. The time limit is 1 minute. And there are a total of 3 Golden Goblins scurrying around the room, Evelyn Glynn shouted, watching them bounce around. They are running away. Among all types of goblins, they were the ones enchanted by gold, treasures, and precious jewels. Quick, nimble, and cunning. It was practically impossible to catch all 3 in just a minute. With that thought, Ash wasted no time and signaled to the person next to him, Damien. The moment he got the signal, Damien immediately locked onto the goblin bouncing around in front of him and fired a perfect shot. The goblin seemed to sense the impending danger and briefly turned its head back to look. Following it were the other 2 goblins, also hit by the shots. Oh my god. The scene looked just like a video game. Instead of blood, gold coins burst out around them as they fell to the ground. At that moment, Evangeline, utterly stunned, exclaimed, Honestly, every time I see this, I can't help but be amazed. How can he shoot so accurately? Lucas beside her seemed proud as he chimed in, and I knew exactly what he meant. Damien and our commander had been teammates since the battle at the forward base. A flood of memories washed over him, and our understanding of each other was, of course, much deeper than hers. Hearing this, Evangeline felt a bit helpless and snapped, Why is this old dude causing trouble out of nowhere? Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Ash interrupted, saying, That is enough chatter. Knight duo, right now. The goblin we shot earlier was glowing in pain and screaming. Then, it exploded and vanished, leaving a shower of treasure behind. Ash quickly reminded the 2 dazed ones to gather it up after taking down the goblin. A new notification popped up in the system. Mission completed. Subdue the Golden Room's case. And the time left to escape is 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Ash strolled past the duo of knights, who were diligently collecting gold and silver, and said, "Focus on gathering now. We have to leave in 5 minutes." He kept going until he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. What Ash picked up was a special Sarmagic core, and he looked at it with delight, thinking to himself that this special item was an amazing find. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. The spatial gate opened again, and Ash hurriedly commanded everyone, "All right. Stop collecting. Get ready to leave," following his orders. Evangelion paused, stuffing his bag while complaining, "But there is still so much left." Lucas nodded in agreement, feeling a bit regretful, saying it was a shame they could not take more, but their attitude quickly shifted as they encouraged each other. Just then, something strange appeared. The prince was not short on gold. "So it is all good, let us move." A slimy monster that looked like slime came charging at them, and Ash exclaimed in horror, "What the heck is that?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the blindingly bright gate, the golden slime monster mercilessly burst through, spitting Ash's group out of its mouth. Lucas was the first to react, quickly asking, "Are you okay?" "My lord." A bit date. Mumbled. "So this is how they are forcing us to leave." After a moment, he regained his composure, and Kelly looked at the 3 standard Sarmagic cores with excitement, praising him. "You are always so well prepared." He smiled brightly and used all kinds of flattering words to describe Ash, saying it was surprising how even just a budding talent had reached for the sky. "Now we just need the final ingredient." "Dark crystals." Kelly shot a challenging look at him and asked, "Do you know where to find them?" Ash immediately turned his head in another direction and replied, "Of course I do." The direction he was looking at was a dark tower not far from the village, where it was located inside the belly of a monster. Nearby, Ash was thinking to himself, "It is time to leave the base and move on to the next area for our free exploration." The scene shifts to one morning after returning to the manor. Ash decided to distribute the gold and jewels they had collected in the Golden Room as rewards for the members of the team. Of course, everyone worked hard, but the main team were the ones who had shed the most sweat and tears through all the battles and challenges so far. As for the remaining soldiers, he thought it would suffice to add bonuses to their weekly salary since the bonuses had already been paid out. Today, Ash would be going with the main team. He and Lucas arrived at the city's only inn. Upon seeing Ash, someone inside the inn exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, is that you?" He looked at E, in front of him, slightly damp at the bottom, and asked, "Is there a guest named Jupiter Juju?" "She is the mercenary I hired." Upon hearing his intention, she quickly replied, "You mean that sorceress? Let us." Her room is on the far right in room 3. To make sure he was not wasting his time, Ash asked, "Is she in her room now?" E nodded gently, confirming, "Yep." "She has not come out today." She seemed to remember something else and, with a worried look, revealed, "And it seems like she has been cooped up in her room these past few days." Hearing this, Ash immediately recalled the moment Juju had tiredly collapsed into his arms, thinking to himself, has she been hugging herself since then? And does she really not want anyone to know? With that thought, he quickly ordered, "Lucas, wait for me on the first floor." Lucas, concerned, hesitated to object, but before he could finish, Ash cut him off, saying this could be related to Juju's personal issues. Under his words, Lucas had no choice but to comply, responding, "Yep, my lord, but call for me if anything happens." Hearing this, Ash mumbled in slight frustration. What could possibly happen? With that in mind, Ash followed Eddie's directions up the stairs. To the far right, this must be the room. He politely knocked on the door a few times and asked, "Juju, are you in there?" In response, he heard a painful coughing fit from her, and Ash, alarmed, shouted, "Juju, are you okay? Hey, Juju." But the harsh coughing only grew more violent with no signs of stopping, prompting him to anxiously shake the doorknob. "Jupiter Juju, please answer me. Is your condition so critical that you can't speak?" Inside, the person is frantically picking up their blood-soaked handkerchief, while Ash outside the door, without a second thought, yells, "I am coming in to help you. Stay put." Hearing this, Juju panics and tries to stop him, but it is too late. The door gets kicked open, and Ash shouts, "Wait, do not come in." As the door flings open, Ash is taken aback by the scene before him, his eyebrows instinctively knitting together. He sees Juju on the ground, looking utterly devastated, and anxiously asks, "Juju, what happened?" Cause Ash barged in unexpectedly. She had not had time to clean up the mess. He rushes to Juju, worry etched on his face, Are you okay? As he gets closer, Ash sees her face more clearly and gasps in horror. Her left side is completely exposed, revealing a severe burn. Juju seems to notice his gaze and hurriedly adjusts her hair to cover that side of her face. Inside, Ash reminds himself that the real issue is not just the burn, but just as he finishes that thought, she coughs up another mouthful of blood, sending him into a panic. Shouting, "Blood!" Juju tries to adjust her tone with a weak smile, saying, "Your Highness, do you want to join me for dinner?" But just as she says that, she coughs up more blood, leaving Ash desperate. Now it's not the time to be eating anything. Fast forward 20 minutes later. At the dining hall on the first floor, the two sit across from each other under the soft glow of candlelight, the wine untouched and silence hanging heavily. To break the tension, Juju speaks up first. "I am truly sorry, Your Highness, for making you witness such a horrifying scene when I am feeling under the weather." Hearing her excuse, Ash responds with slight dissatisfaction. "That is just a mild illness. You look like you are on the brink of death." At this point, Juju decides to reveal the truth. "I have a terminal illness. I have been hiding this for a while now." She smiles softly and says, "That is right. I do not have much time left, at most. About 3 years. The impact of this information hits Ash like a shockwave. His brows furrow and his gaze wavers. With the conversation taking a dark turn, Ash hesitates, unsure of what to say. "Juju." Just then, Juju coughs up another mouthful of blood. At this rate, she might die faster from loss than from her illness. "I am just kidding. I am just kidding." She chuckles lightly, hoping to lighten the heavy atmosphere. But Ash only gets angrier, saying, "Don't joke about something so serious." He sits back in his chair, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. "Why did not you tell me, Juju?" Ever straightforward. Hits the nail on the head. "If I told you, would you still hire me? Would you dare hire a frail sorceress who might drop dead any moment?" At that moment, Ash's mind is racing, unsure how to respond. But he knows he would still hire her because any sorceress is a valuable asset. At this point, Ash suddenly thinks of his main team, which includes himself. X level 24, Lucas. Esser at level 38, Juju. Sir at level 36, Damien. Nen at level 33, and even Jillian. Esser at level 39. But if it came down to it, he would not put her in the main team, as it was crucial for all members to be able to sustain themselves for the long haul. And Juju seemed to see right through his intentions and said, "I need money. Your Highness, I have a lot of family members to take care of. My grandmother is the only one working in the house, but she is sick, so I have to find a way to earn some cash." The more she spoke, the tighter she gripped the blood-stained handkerchief, showing her determination. In this situation, even if she felt weak, there was no turning back. "But do not worry, Your Highness. Being frail does not mean I am useless." To prove her point, Juju started to radiate a surge of power from her clenched fist. "I am confident in my abilities. My probation period lasts until the end of the upcoming defense battle." With a smile that seemed harmless, she let the ashes of the burned handkerchief fall onto the table and said, "During that time, if my health affects the battle, feel free to fire me. But I believe that won't happen. Thank you for the reward. Your Highness, I truly appreciate your concern." As she said this, she paused for a moment before suggesting, "And please keep my coughing up blood a secret from my grandmother." A moment later, the scene shifted to the mercenary guild. Inside the guild, a weak voice rang out. "Are you really that generous? Granting a frail old lady who can only lie around like this?" Hearing this, Ash quickly replied, "Compared to what she has done, it is hardly anything." Jupiter respectfully chimed in. "Your Highness, please forgive this old lady for causing you so much trouble. But I am proud to have played a significant role in protecting this front line." Ash, standing beside her, quickly agreed. There is nothing wrong with being proud. Considering what she has accomplished is truly admirable. Upon hearing that, she looked over at him with a softer expression and suggested, then, "Your Highness, if it is not too much trouble, would you like to hear a few of this old lady's ramblings?" Jupiter immediately began to share her thoughts on her life. "I have been wondering why I chose to live like this. In the twilight years of my life, at this age, I have no one to drink with." Curiously, he asked, "Is it because you are a wandering mercenary?" Hearing those words from Ask, she could not help but smile slightly. "Wandering? Yep. That is right. Wandering." He seemed to sense Jupiter's unspoken feelings and encouraged, "Feel free to ramble on." Gratefully, she replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." And then, as Jupiter poured more wine into her glass, she began to tell her story. "I am sure you can guess what I am about to talk about. My granddaughter, even though 15 years have passed, I remember it like it was yesterday. The moment I first met that little girl. The story goes that 15 years ago, on the northern front of the Everblack Empire, in the Magic Brigade of the Royal Army's First Corps, an extremely annoying and irritable voice was trying to strike a spark. Damn it. It still won't catch fire. And that person was none other than the captain of the second company, the Imperial Magic Brigade, the young Jupiter. Shortly after, a sudden flash of lightning shot up into the sky from where she was. Jupiter proudly leaned against a tree, ignoring the flames burning nearby, and praised herself. This is why one should learn magic. Just then, a voice echoed from nowhere, scolding. Hey Jupiter, I told you, never use magic in the military camp. That voice belonged to the captain of the 1st Battalion of the Imperial Magic Brigade, Rena. She walked over to Jupiter, a bit exasperated, lamenting. Is there a single wizard out there who is crazy enough to do that just to light a cigarette? Ignoring her complaints, Jupiter confidently replied. Yeah, that would be me. Who else would it be? The captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Magic Brigade. Her words left Rena trying to extinguish her frustration. Damn it. Once the fire was out, she quickly reached out, requesting, give me a few. Jupiter looked at that hand, somewhat dissatisfied. Why is it that the first thing you do every time you see my face is ask for a few cigarettes? Rena shamelessly suggested. It has been a month since I last got any smokes. You are the only one in this magic brigade with quality tobacco left. As soon as she finished, Jupiter instantly shot back. I have been holding off smoking to save up. So why should I give you any? But Rihanna was not about to give up, pouting a bit as she pleaded. Why so? Just give me one. Please. Seeing her act like that, Jupiter felt a chill run through her. Damn. Do not try to be cute like a teenager. At that moment, a soldier from the Magic Brigade ran over from a distance. He and the others immediately saluted and shouted. Captain Rihanna. Captain Jupiter. Seeing them, Jupiter questioned, what is going on? In a relaxed posture, the two women smoked like a couple of mobsters. But the soldiers looked at them with nothing but respect. The two ace wizards of the Imperial Magic Brigade, Rena the Blade and Jupiter the Thunder. The reason the Imperial Magic Brigade always tops the Imperial Army is entirely thanks to these two. In the 20 years since the brigade's inception, the Empire's army has never lost a battle. All thanks to the presence of these two powerful wizards. And then they started heading back to the camp, chatting as they walked. You know, getting a respectful salute from those boys reminds me of something. The commanders in other units have a lot of fake bravado. Not to mention, their faces are sunburned. One of them remarked, well, that is probably because those guys got promoted for taking part in close-range battles on the front lines. Jupiter quickly chimed in, correcting, but our wizards do not have a trace of that bravado. Even their faces are pale from lack of sun, came a sarcastic reply from Senna. Well, that is the role of wizards in modern warfare. The command center gives us coordinates, and we just throw magic over there. Simple as that. Even so, Jupiter did not seem too bothered to continue the conversation. Yeah. Right. Safely casting spells from afar. Easy and breezy. That is why I love this job. Hearing that, Zena asked curiously, then why do you seem so unhappy? Her question hit Jupiter right in the feels, and without hiding it, she replied, even as a captain, but my dignity in the eyes of others is a bit low. The commanders from other units seem to look down on me in meetings. As she spoke, she pointed to her face and said, that is why I decided to get a tattoo in the next meeting. Feeling that Jupiter was a bit childish, Vina scolded her. That is just nonsense. Then she revealed that the reason she was looked down upon was that she never took meetings seriously. And Cinna called her out on it. Jupiter, feeling a little too defensive, replied, I only nodded off once. It is not like I am being called unserious. Damn it. While she tried to deny it, Venna quickly reminded her that she nodded off during the meeting that His Majesty personally attended. So do not complain about anything. Her words successfully left Jupiter speechless. Dear Aunt. Just then, a figure appeared and shouted, Captain Cena. Captain Jupiter. Hearing the soldier call her name, she quickly asked, I am listening. What is going on? Without hesitation, he immediately reported. According to communications from the command center, at the northern foot of the mountain near our camp, they found a military base of the Kingdom of Camilla. The First Legion of the Empire is currently invading a small kingdom called Camilla. Although the war has reached its final stages, sporadic resistance continues, and the Magic Brigade is on a very dull and tedious mission. Their task is to wipe out all the guerrilla forces of the Kingdom of Camilla scattered throughout the area. In the quiet space, looking at the paper in her hand, a tired voice echoed. It is like an anthem. Destroy one thing, and another pops up. The messenger soldier continued to relay the orders given, commanding both of them to launch a simultaneous attack at 5 am tomorrow. Hearing this, though Jupiter sarcastically remarked, she still complied with the orders. Our command center seems to really enjoy organizing operations at dawn. All right. Tell them we have received the orders. Then, she quickly moved forward and suggested, "Hey, Rena, after this battle is over, how about a trip to the south with me?" Upon hearing this proposal, she hesitated for a moment to decline. Two ladies over 50 traveling together. That sounds downright ridiculous. Jupiter was not about to let up, insisting, "What is wrong with that? Two wealthy and talented old ladies on an adventure." With full confidence, she clenched her fist and hypothesized, "Who knows? We might catch the eye of a few young and handsome guys." In response, Rena shot back with a blunt dose of reality. "Well, unless they are blind." I doubt. Hearing Rena's words, Jupiter immediately jabbed. "Working up here in this cold, damp north has got you all negative. Come south with me and chase the chill away." With a bright smile, she laid out her dream. "When I retire, I am definitely moving to the south, lounging in a resort with a cool pool and soaking up the warm sun." With her carefree attitude, Rena was slowly convinced. Indeed, a trip to the south sounded appealing. Beneath that snowy sky, the idea of traveling felt as distant as the front lines were from the sunny south. With the mage chuckling as she discussed retirement and aging, Rena murmured to herself just once before the end. Time flew by quickly. The next day at 4:30 am, at some makeshift camp, through a narrowing scope aimed forward, a mysterious voice called out, "Hey, is that really a military base?" Rena followed up on Jupiter's observation through the binoculars, asking, "Why do you think it does not look like a military base?" Seeing this, she immediately handed the binoculars to Rena and said, "Clearly, that is just a village. Look for yourself." Following Jupiter's lead, she quickly surveyed the camp and hesitated to assess, finding no cannons or any distinctive weaponry typical of a military base. Receiving a confirmation that mirrored her own thoughts, Jupiter ordered her subordinate to contact command and confirm whether that was indeed a military base. The soldier promptly replied, "Yep, madam." After a while, the sound of boots clattering against the wooden floor echoed. The messenger soldier returned to report. "According to command, that is definitely a military base." Not stopping there, he continued, "Camilla's guerrilla tactics are infamous. They often disguise themselves as civilians. Command suspects that the village is occupied by guerrilla forces." As soon as he finished, Jupiter quietly gazed at the unclear base, her expression unreadable, and said, "I see." Then someone pulled out a large hourglass, saying, "In 30 seconds. It will be 5 of the clock. I will count down until the operation officially begins. 30. 29. 28. While the countdown was underway, Zeno immediately cast her magic. She shot a glance at Jupiter, breaking the tense atmosphere with a playful remark. "Didn't we just decide we would go on a trip down south? Let us wrap this up as quickly as possible." Captain of the 2nd Battalion. Encouraged by Xena's words, she slightly curled her lips into a soft smile to herself. The orders from command are always right. And that is exactly what she has done her whole life. Just as the final seconds ticked away, Jupiter swiftly unleashed her magic. 10 seconds left until the operation begins. 9, 8, 7. According to their rules, once you receive an order, you execute it immediately. That is what a soldier does. And as the final 3 numbers were called out, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky like a thunderous roar. 3. That lightning ripped through the sky, crashing straight into the enemy's military base. Moments later, the flash faded, leaving behind a haunting silence in the mountains. Then, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire military base in a colossal fire. Following that, Venna shot a chilling gaze directly at her target. Without her lifting a finger, gigantic tornadoes rapidly appeared, assaulting the base. After they finished their attack, the messenger soldier immediately saluted and announced that the operation was complete. The 2 battalion captains had done their job. Now, the Night Brigade will move in to sweep away any remaining enemies. Jupiter had been silently observing the devastation before her, listening intently to his words. The 2 of them could return to base now. Suddenly, she spoke up, saying, "I want to go in there." Hearing this, Rena flinched slightly and exclaimed, "What?" Jupiter, determined, replied, "I need to verify this myself." Rena frowned tightly, immediately opposing, "Our specialty is long-range bombardment. Therefore, the Magic Brigade is prohibited from getting close to active combat zones. You know that if we approach unnecessarily and get ambushed by enemy stragglers, our fighting strength will drop significantly." Yet she would not listen and pushed forward. Rena panicked and ordered, "Hey, Jupiter, stop her." She glared at the bewildered guard as he turned back and forth, scolding him, "What are you waiting for? Stop her. Quick." But who would dare use force to stop a sorceress? Scene shift. At that moment, Jupiter had run into the military base. Standing dazed amidst the chaotic scene of corpses and thick smoke, Jupiter gazed at a charred body in front of her, muttering, "Those were children." Then she glanced over to a frail woman nearby, whispering, "Civilians." Until Jupiter's gaze landed on a charred corpse resembling a mother or father tightly holding onto their children. Her voice now filled with despair. She cried out, "They were all civilians." Soon after, with a thud, Jupiter's knees met the cold ground, overwhelmed with pain, disappointment, and anger. She shouted, "Those damn lunatics. There is not a single armed force here." In the heart of that desolate scene, Jupiter felt her faith in everything fading. Clearly, only the elderly and children remained. Right now, the soldiers from behind are rushing in and have found the captain of the 2nd Battalion. A worried soldier quickly steps forward to say, "Jupiter, it is really dangerous here." No sooner had he finished speaking than a familiar figure appeared beside her. "Jupiter, calm down." But Xena's words only fueled the fire, and she angrily shouted, "How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Why did command issue such orders without even verifying whether this was an actual military base?" In response to her fury, Xena maintained a calm demeanor as she explained, "The guerrilla forces of the Kingdom of Camilla are notoriously ruthless. They can hide in any village. From the very beginning, we did not have the time to determine whether they were guerrillas or innocent civilians." Hearing this, Jupiter's brows furrowed tighter as she demanded, "What do you mean?" But Vina quickly cut in, saying, "The war with the Kingdom of Camilla has dragged on for half a year now, and winter is approaching. Maintaining this front has become a massive burden for command, so they have decided to wrap this up quickly." If they hear these words, Jupiter's expression darkened even more as she unwillingly retorted, "So just because there is a suspicion of guerrillas, everything gets set ablaze immediately?" She was blunt because it was effective, but Jupiter refused to accept that answer and shouted, "Effective? Effective where?" She seemed to have gone mad, her forehead creased with frustration as she accused, "Sure. It is definitely effective at slaughtering innocent civilians to this extent." Vena, feeling a bit helpless, gently called out, "Jupiter." She then posed a few questions to Jupiter. "Do you know how many nations our magic brigade has wiped out? Have you ever thought about how many civilians lost their lives in those wars?" Hearing this, she snapped back, wanting to retort that, but Senna did not give her a chance and continued, "Have you ever considered, among all the bases we have burned down over the past 20 years, how many were actually military bases?" Upon hearing this question, Jupiter finally realized the true nature of the work she was involved in. After a lengthy lecture to Jupiter, Xena took off her cap, feeling a headache coming on as she wondered why Jupiter suddenly seemed so different. "Don't make things awkward for everyone," she said. Such a harsh reality was hard for Jupiter to accept, making her feel nauseous. Why had not she doubted anything all this time? She simply unleashed magic bombardments at her superior's orders, and after incinerating everyone in a sea of flames, she would get her paycheck. She took pride in her work, feeling proud every time a new medal was pinned to her chest. She was proud to contribute to the glorious development of the Empire. Until these dreams shattered, she realized that in reality, it was all just trash. Faced with her despair, Vina did not stop and continued, "As you said earlier, this is a battlefield. We cast magic from a safe distance, so there are no scars. That is our job. It is quick and easy, but this is the reality when you get closer." While Jupiter was still lost in Venus' sincere words, "After all, we only stand far away and can't see with our own eyes." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from somewhere, and she widened her eyes in shock, secretly rejoicing. "Ah, there is still someone alive." Jupiter immediately dropped to the ground, her legs quickly propelling her toward the source of the cries. Following the sound, she raced to a house engulfed in flames. As she searched the area, Laia was taken aback when she spotted something among the charred debris nearby. A little girl was trapped, crying out with burn marks all over her body. Jupiter hurried over to lift a beam off the girl, trying to soothe her. "Just hold on. We will get you out." She forcefully tossed one piece of wood after another aside. After a frantic struggle, Jupiter finally embraced the little girl, who was so exhausted from crying that she had passed out, and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Seeing the girl's wounds, she felt a wave of guilt and hugged her tightly, repeatedly saying, "I am sorry. I am sorry. It is all my fault. I truly apologize." Just then, a strange man suddenly appeared, asking, "Sir, are you a member of the rescue team?" The man seemed like a priest, leading a group of children out from the burning house. The priest, filled with gratitude, bowed quickly and said, "You have come to save us. Thank you so much. I thought everyone here would perish in this divine punishment." Before he could finish his sentence, Jupiter panicked and shouted, Do not go outside. Hide. Hurry. But it was too late. One of the soldiers from the brigade had spotted them and shouted, "There are survivors here." With the news, Vena quickly approached, gazing at the faces before her in astonishment. To survive such a magical bombardment, you must be incredibly lucky. The sound of heavy boots striking the ground came to a halt, and she coldly remarked, "It is actually bad luck." Jupiter clutched the child tightly, pleading in a panic, "Vena, please." But she ignored her and ordered, "Get them all outside." The priest and the children were immediately dragged away, and he reassured them as they screamed, "Don't worry. Everything will be okay." Moments later, they were forced to kneel before Xina, who asked them, "Is this everyone?" A soldier from the brigade quickly replied, "Yep." No one else is alive in the village. However, Vena still looked suspiciously at the soldiers, asking, "You did not miss anyone, did you?" Despite the suspicion, the soldier bravely responded, "We have searched every corner of the surrounding buildings. Since this village is on a mountain, there should not be any other escape routes." "Right." With this confirmation, she assured, "All right, that is enough." Next, Vena approached the man who was nervously clutching his cross and asked, "Are you the priest?" He was a bit frightened but managed to look up at her and replied, "Yep." "Please have mercy. The children are innocent. You may at least spare the children." Vena looked at the kids behind the priest and said, "Their fate depends on your answer. So please answer carefully." With that, she began her interrogation, asking, "Are there any soldiers from the kingdom of Camila hiding in this village?" The priest, without hesitation, honestly replied, "There are no soldiers in the village at all. All the young people enlisted a long time ago and never returned. That is the truth. Please believe me." Vena still seemed skeptical and asked again, "Really?" Even his father-in-law said carefully, "I swear to God, it is." Hearing this, she paused for a moment and replied, "Got it." But just then, Vena, without a second thought, ended the life of that priest. The children who witnessed their caretaker being killed brutally were left in sheer terror. Vena maintained her gun pose, coldly addressing the fresh corpse. I can believe you even if you swore to God, Everbright and Camila, both of faith in different gods. After all." Then she turned her hand towards the defenseless children in front of her, casting a spell while questioning herself, "Do I really have to do all of this?" Even so, she still fired a shot at them. In this moment of danger, Jupiter rushed in from the side. She did not hesitate to put herself in harm's way, standing in front of the children to shield them from the blow. After taking the hit, Jupiter appeared injured, with drops of bright red blood falling to the ground. Yet, she still held tightly onto the child she had in her arms, pleading, "Please, Rena." Seeing Jupiter so stubborn, she felt a bit helpless and snapped, "Get out of the way." Damn it. Unlike last time, she refused to back down this time, responding directly, "We burned the village not because the guerrillas could be hiding around here, but these children are just civilians." Jupiter, filled with doubt, shouted, "Why do you have to try and kill them? Have you lost your mind from all the slaughter?" Rena, feeling a bit troubled, furrowed her brows and sighed. "Jupiter, you know very well who is in command of this war. The commander has determined that this village is an enemy military base. Are you really going to report that the command has mistaken civilians for enemies and ordered their slaughter?" At this point, she could no longer maintain her original demeanor, directly questioning, "Do you really want to leave a stain on His Majesty's orders by blaming that day's mistake?" In response, Rena was met with an unspoken silence from Jupiter, who brushed past her, saying, "So please, let us not make this harder for each other and step aside. I am not enjoying this either." At that moment, Jupiter silently stared at the girl in her arms. Her grip around the girl tightened, as if fearing that if she let go, the girl would go mad. This gave her the courage to halt Rena's current actions. "I will do it." Jupiter's words left her momentarily speechless. Jupiter boldly declared, "I will leave a stain on His Majesty's orders. I will report to my superiors that the command's judgment was a mistake, and that the village we burned only had civilians living there." With an indomitable will, she resolutely decided, "I will testify that His Majesty's orders were wrong." Hearing her words, Rena frowned slightly, pondering uncomfortably, "Have you lost your mind?" But Jupiter, unfazed, challenged, "What? Are you planning to kill me too? Then you would have to kill all the soldiers of the Magic Brigade." And the Knight Regiment witnessing this right here, facing Jaina's impossible action, she confidently stated, "You can you, more than anything." Because they were best friends, Jupiter believed that Jaina would never shoot her, and she was right, as Jaina lowered her hand, dismissing her magic, mumbling, "Do whatever you want." Jupiter. Rena gave up everything, saying recklessly, "Whether it is rebellion or partying, to save the kids from the enemy nation, I do not care." She turned to leave, reminding Jupiter that soon she would have to take off that military uniform, giving up everything she had worked a lifetime to build with a bit of lingering affection hidden beneath her half-covered face. Rena often liked to lament. Now, even if she shook off the hypocrisy and pretended nothing had happened, it was too late. My foolish friend. Jupiter stared blankly at the friend she had shared joys and sorrows with for the past 20 years, who was now coldly declaring, "Honestly, I am terrible for having to work with you. And let us never meet again." After Rena and her brigade left, Jupiter immediately shifted her focus elsewhere. When she turned around, she saw the children covered in blood and soot. They were the new lives she had to take responsibility for from now on. Upon returning, Jupiter officially filed a complaint to the command, marking the first recorded massacre of civilians in the military history of the Everblack Empire. This incident became the only mistake of the Royal Army Command during the occupation of the Camilla Kingdom, staining the campaign led directly by the Emperor. Subsequently, the Magic Brigade was no longer allowed to participate in cleanup operations against guerrillas. With the lack of firepower from the Magic Brigade, the war was prolonged longer than the command had anticipated. It took several years after the kingdom was occupied for the Camilla guerrilla forces to be completely eradicated. It did not take long for Jupiter to be expelled from the Magic Brigade and reassigned to the rural east. And as time slipped away, a month after the operation, somewhere beneath the vast sky filled with chirping birds, and that place was Jupiter's new home, a small seaside town on the eastern front. Though she was a protective unit, her subordinates numbered less than 5, and she had truly been demoted. And now, Jupiter picked up her military uniform and said to someone, "I will be back soon." Even her rank had been downgraded, but that was okay. She had spent her entire life savings to build a house. Observing the grand structure before her, Jupiter turned to the children beside her and said, "From now on, we will live here." With that, she approached the little girl she had saved and said, "It seems I never introduced myself." She smiled warmly and introduced herself. "My name is Jupiter, and from now on, you can call me Grandma." Ending the flashback, returning to the current mercenary guild, Ed held tightly onto her drink, lightly exclaiming, "So she is not your grandma after all." You look at Jupiter beside you, somewhat surprised, praising, "You both have so much in common. I thought you must be related by blood." She gratefully continued, "I am glad to hear you say that." But shortly after, Jupiter, feeling a bit down, said, "But I am not even sure if I have fulfilled the role of a grandmother." As she spoke, memories flooded back. "I originally taught them out of guilt and a sense of responsibility towards them. I have always been their sworn enemy, and I want to apologize properly. But I just can't bring myself to do it. The thought keeps haunting me. Juju is such a talented child. Just looking at her skills, she has already surpassed me by miles." Hearing this, Ad somewhat agrees with Jupiter. She is right. The SAR brand is only granted to geniuses who exceed ordinary talent. But that is not all. She continues, "Because of my harsh judgment on her as a child, her body became incredibly frail. Her heart, with 2 types of magic, has grown weak. So every time she uses magic, it chips away at her lifespan." Thinking of Juju, Jupiter feels a deep sense of regret. If it were not for me, Juju could have become a great wizard remembered in history, or she could have simply lived a happy life in a small town. 15 years ago, I burned all those possibilities to ashes. I can fix my mistakes, and there is no way I can make it up to her. She gazes at her reflection in the glass, revealing her vulnerability, and right now, I am terrified of her. Hearing this, Aster curiously asked, "Terrified?" Jupiter, still lost in her thoughts, hypothesizes, "What if one day she says, 'Give back what you stole from me'? Wouldn't that scare you?" She feels a weight of fear and asks herself, "What can I do to make amends?" Every time I look into those eyes, fear grips me. I just want to find a hole to crawl into. Upon hearing her words, Aster is speechless. He can only listen to her story. That problem is way too complicated for a third party like you to intervene, especially since Aster can find a solution himself. In this heavy silence, Jupiter decides to break it. "Your Highness, I am proud to have served as a soldier of the Empire, but at the same time, I loathe the things I have done. Blinded by the title of soldier, and also by the role of the 2nd Battalion Commander of the Magic Brigade, I was foolish to throw away my true self and live as just a part of the army. I hate." After she finishes speaking, the sound of wine pouring into the glass fills the silence. A while later, Jupiter suddenly suggests, "Your Highness, please, do not let yourself be consumed by your role. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the title of 3rd Prince, Commander, or Lord." She genuinely cares for you and advises that those roles do not define who you are. Just be yourself. Live as Asben Hatter Everblack. Jupiter smiles knowingly and says, "This is the best advice this old lady can give to a young man like you," as the wine burns his throat. Jupiter's advice leaves Aster deep in thought. Who are you? After all, the third prince. The commander. Or the player. Ryotaku. No matter what, are you truly living? After sharing her thoughts, Jupiter walks us to the carriage. And before saying goodbye, she has a few more things to express. Thank you, Your Highness, for listening to this old lady's story. I feel much better after sharing a bit of my heart. I will talk to Juju properly. After all, she is my granddaughter, carrying my name. If we can open our hearts to each other, we will surely find a way. She smiles gently, full of hope, and reassures herself. I want to believe that, as gently nodded in response to her. Yeah. Deep down, he truly hoped for this. Regardless of how it ended, he wished for both of them to find happiness. A few days later, the silver weapon arrived from Lausanne, and in the yard, Lucas was practicing some sword swings. He felt the sword in his hand, assessing its balance. It seemed solid, and in an instant, the system flashed the information. Silver longsword. Level 30. Weapon type. Attack range from 20 to 40. Durability 3 out of 3. Increases damage by 100% against all intentional enemies. Reading this info, as quickly ordered, treat them as consumable items. Use them efficiently. Upon hearing his command, Evangeline, spinning her weapon like a tornado, in stark contrast to her innocent face, exclaimed, "Are you sure about that? They look expensive." Just then, the girl took the silver spear and wildly jabbed it forward. Her expression was absolutely priceless, causing As and Lucas to applaud in admiration. Evangeline, blushing and unable to contain her joy, said, "Stop it. I am so embarrassed." Not stopping there, As stepped forward to praise her. "You are really good, even with a regular spear. Getting compliments from me like that." Evangeline beamed with delight. "Of course. The fundamentals are the same. Back at the academy, I always scored a plus in weapon tests." The girl, unabashed, boldly stated, "Even if you handed me a longsword, I am confident I could handle it just as well as that uncle over there." Hearing this, Lucas nearly exploded with rage, his body trembling with anger as he retorted, "On my love, should I show you what I can do?" Feeling a bit helpless, watch the two of them like cats and dogs, reminding them, now is not the time to compete. Both of you should put away your weapons, armor, and everything. Hearing this, they instinctively calmed down, so he slowly sheathed his sword and smiled. Right. We will attack the next area of the dungeon. Before long, the familiar system notification appeared. Posting. Teleporting. Player. At base camp. There are many paths leading to different locations. Feel free to explore. With these announcements, they decided to conduct a free exploration with the main party, because the main party will be the main force facing Celendian. Menpati. Path. Love.24, Lucas. Lavi.38, Juju. Lavi.36, Demian. Love.33, Evangelion. Lovey.39. In this, ad will help them level up by providing opportunities for accumulating more experience points. It would be amazing if they could level up and learn ultimate skills. Ultimate skills won't be unlocked until level 50. Lucas. Lovey.38, Evangelion. Lovey.39, even being the highest level heroes in his lineup, still have a long way to go. The goal of this free exploration is for Demian and asked to unlock the next skill. Lovey.24, Demian. LV.33, reaching level 35 to unlock a new skill and advance their profession for the second time. That is a reasonable target. Transitioning to base camp, she saw familiar figures approaching and chuckled softly. "My kids. You all came to play again." She seemed overly enthusiastic. Or it was her habit to invite them to eat or play. "It seems like you have lost some weight since last time. Hold on a second, I will grab some snacks for you all." Hearing this, As quickly waved his hands to stop her before that could happen. "Sorry, Auntie. We are really busy right now." Suddenly, he noticed something and asked her, "But where is Kelly Bay?" Auntie immediately looked around searching for an answer. "That guy is always around. I do not know. It seems he mentioned something about gathering materials." Then he went into the dungeon. After hearing her response, As was taken aback and thought, Kelly Bay is the NPC always hanging around here. I can't believe he actually left his post, but he will be fine because Kelly Bay is way stronger than them at this point. He is not going to die. With that thought, he started moving forward and spoke up. "Auntie, I need your help with something." Auntie followed behind him, adding, "You want some candy?" "Right." As felt a bit helpless and quickly replied, Not that. When he reached a spot on the ground with strange symbols, he quickly suggested, "Could you please open this for us?" Seeing that, Auntie chuckled a few times and asked, "Are you sure, kid?" She showed a hint of worry, saying, "Underneath lies the path of the losers. Your heart might shatter if you go down there." Ass smiled confidently and asserted, "It is. I can handle this." But Ani still wanted him to reconsider, warning him, "If you can conquer the battlefield at the end of this path, you won't be able to come back, because then this path will become one way. Are you sure you can make it?" Ass waved dismissively and said, "Of course. I am definitely going to conquer it." Seeing his determination, Auntie seemed a bit more reassured and smiled. Kelly Bay said, "This rookie is pretty talented. Let us see if that is true." With that, she approached the strange symbols on the ground and tapped her staff on it. "All right. Go ahead. I am waiting for you to write the epic tale of a hero." Immediately, the spot she tapped opened up like a hatch, and Ass gratefully said, "Thank you, Auntie." The path of the losers. Sounds impressive, but this is a road filled with secrets, where level 5 is an arena, level 4 includes a library, a park, a shrine, and level 3 is a resting place. And here all skills will be sealed when passing through this path. They used a secret route, skipping level 4 and heading straight to level 5. However, level 5-4 is definitely more difficult than the other areas. If outsiders were to look in, they would be left wondering how we plan to get through that arena. But in reality, at this moment, this is the easiest place for us. Both the traps and monsters in the dungeon have been adjusted to counter enemies before getting here. Ass made sure everyone understood. Just as he stood before that dungeon, a bright red system panel immediately appeared before him. The path of the losers. All skills will be sealed when passing through this path. If you do not complete the dungeon at the end of the road, this path will close off. Only the truly brave should accept the challenge. Inside, Ass felt a bit anxious but still tried to stay calm as he shouted, "All right." Clearly, everyone was not ready to step down just yet. Even Lucas. Right. This is a mental game. Immediately, a torch was quickly dropped onto the path. The torch kept falling until it hit the ground with a loud thud, and Ass chimed in with a comment, "Not too deep." Right. Without hesitation, "You jumped right into it. I will go down first." Seeing this, Lucas panicked and stopped you. "Your Highness, please let me go down first." But you continued to climb down, ignoring him, while Ass wondered what his shadow would do if it had a will of its own. "You are delusional if you think the darkness is eating away at you." As they descended deeper, the sounds of the night began to morph into a language that could be understood, becoming clearer to Ass's ears. In his consciousness now were countless eyes, and the strange creatures surrounding him kept making eerie sounds. Ass clenched his teeth, shutting his eyes to endure the fear within. Even though he was screaming inside that he was terrified, he could not stop, because this was the only way. He could not stop, whether it was lava or darkness below. The moment Ass set foot on the ground, the sounds of the night, the curses, and the blurry things in sight all faded away. He remained frozen in place under the dim light of the torch from earlier. After a while, Ass finally picked up that torch. Ass used the torch to illuminate the path ahead, murmuring, "The path of the failures." All the players in Speed Zone aiming to finish Defender Empire in record time used this road to reach the arena of fierce flames. At that moment, the sound of iron shoes hitting the ground erupted. Ass quickly turned around, worried, asking, "Are you okay, Lucas?" In response was Lucas, drenched in sweat, saying, "Your Grace, can we take a break for a moment?" Ass decided not to ask Lucas about what he had seen or heard. This meant that even his passive skill, unyielding command, was sealed, so Ass did not hesitate to allow it. "Of course. Let us rest while we wait for the others to come down." He hoped everyone would be safe, and then patted Lucas gently on the shoulder. "Thank you, Your Highness." Moments later, a terrified scream from Demian echoed along with the sound of his rear hitting the ground. He panicked, cradling his head and pleading, "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please. Do not hit me. Sorry for still being alive. It is all my fault." Seeing this, Ass hurried over to comfort him. Demian, he clutched Ass's hand tightly, begging, "Prince, please, take my hand." And you calmly held Demian's hand. "All right." Still not feeling safe enough, he greedily thought of Lucas too. "Please." And he quickly responded to Demian, "I." Following Demian was a familiar pair of shoes hitting the ground, and Juju's face showed a calm expression as she assessed the situation. "See now. So that is how this curse works. Interesting." The ones who were previously a bit skeptical exclaimed. "Interesting." She smiled slightly and continued, This curse was created 500 years ago, so it is a bit outdated now. Even though her face was calm, her legs were betraying her. Ass observed closely and pointed out. Look, she is shaking. Is there an earthquake? Caught off guard, Juju quickly shouted back. It is just that my physique is not great. It is not because I am scared. Looking at the three men holding hands, there was a sense of peace. And in this tranquility, Ass suggested, hey, come sit with us. Shortly after, a spectacular landing sequence from Evangelion unfolded before everyone's eyes, and Ass shamefully wondered, am I really the captain of Crossroads? As grand as it was, when the girl looked up, her face was pale as a ghost. Oh my, I am so scared I am sweating bullets. After Evangelion's words, the entire atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and 10 pairs of eyes locked onto each other. In an instant, the girl dropped her weapon and dashed towards the group, exclaiming, I want to join too. Inside the dark path, the light from the torch radiated warmth. Just then, the night broke the silence. Here we go. H was not having it. She chuckled and said, what? You are still shaking. Just keep it up for a bit longer. It is no big deal. Being scared of such a curse is not something to worry about. The others quickly joined in, using Demian as an excuse to boost everyone's fighting spirit. That is right. Let us be strong. You got this? Demian. Each of them carried their own painful past. While they might not know each other's pain, they had each other as teammates in this place, just like hunting monsters together. Ake hoped they could also defeat their painful memories side by side. That was his wish. They rested for about an hour at the entrance of the secret path before starting to walk along it. Heading from the base arena in Area 3, they were heading towards the blazing arena in Area 5, which meant they would have to delve deeper into the dungeon. During that boring time, He explained to everyone the tips and tricks of the blazing arena he had mentioned earlier. They walked along the path for several hours. And finally, they reached their destination. 8 looked up at the stairs leading upwards and muttered, this time, there won't be any curses like before. He confidently looked at his teammates and said, all right. Then, one by one, they began to climb out of the pit. The shadow in front helped the second person up, saying, take my hand. Your Highness. H nodded slightly. Let us hurt. While he was helping the next unfamiliar person, Lucas, who was keeping watch nearby, said, hey Lucas, you are moving too fast. Lucas ignored Ake's words and nervously reported, Lord Commander, this looks like the enemy's heading out. As he was helping Evangeline up, he suddenly froze. No way. Just as H pulled back, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared. Laughing. It has been a while since I have had a new challenge. Instantly, burst of darkness surged toward them. Following the first shadow, others in the opposite direction also emerged. H raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, exclaiming, what the heck is that? The place they were standing at that moment was Area 5, the blazing fire arena. Evangeline got into a defensive stance, ready to shout, Senior. Wait. Senior. It seems like you never mentioned we would have to go right into the middle of the arena. You are confused about the current situation as well. Saying, I have no idea either. 8 looked over at the manhole cover they had just climbed out of, wondering why there was a sewer cap right in the center of the arena. In the game, sure, I jumped into battle right away. But I thought that was just how the game worked. Who would have guessed it was exactly like that? While he was still trying to wrap his head around it all, a fireworks display erupted in the arena, welcoming them. I can't even remember the last time we had guests. That person is the master of the blazing fire arena, King Zeko. He looked down at them, clearly enjoying the show, but even so, I did not close the arena to wait for this moment. Hearing this, Ake furrowed his brow. His teeth clenched as he realized he had fallen into a trap. Grinning wide, Zeko, the MC overlord of the blazing fire arena, on the stands at that moment. He was still going on and on. Right now, everyone has been waiting for a long time, have not they? I know you all are eager to witness an epic battle, are not you? With Zeko's enthusiastic lead, the goblin audience roared, let us welcome the grand return of the blazing fire arena. After pumping up the crowd for a while, he moved on to the main event, introducing the first match of today. A group of stray dog adventurers who appeared out of nowhere. Hearing this term, the Aslan group erupted in anger. Stray dog adventurers. Evangeline looked ready to bite someone, demanding, what did you just say? Lucas's face was all vines. Clearly annoyed. That guy is ridiculous. Seeing their expressions, Zeko seemed satisfied, exclaiming, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Right after he said that, a pair of clawed feet crashed down onto the floor. My minions are starving and ready to go wild. As the cage door opened, a massive monster charged out. Zeko quickly introduced it. fighting against our adorable little glutton of the blazing fire arena. Chimera. Who will survive and devour their opponent? The moment the monster appeared, the system flashed a bright red, blazing fire arena. Round 1. Defeat the enemy. Level 45. Chimera Origin. Quantity 1. Seeing this, as exclaimed in surprise. What the heck? The odds are 1.01 to 100. He had explained this to the team on their way here. But there was a special system unique to the blazing fire arena called the betting odds. There are 100 goblins sitting in the stands. Each will receive a ballot. Their mission is to vote for the competitor they predict will win. The odds will be calculated based on the voting results. The current voting situation is Chimera 99 losing and Az's team winning 1. So from that, the odds are 1.01 to 100. However, since 100 and 0 have been blocked by the system, this is basically the maximum. They think they have no chance of winning at all. These damn bastards. This is outrageous. Az thought, frowning in dissatisfaction. I am a bit annoyed at being so blatantly underestimated. While that chimera was charging at him, he called out to the person next to him. Demian, lend me Black Queen. Hearing his name, Demian immediately replied. Yep. Prince. Anyway, winning odds in that way are also a crucial point here. Limited to the first attack. Each individual's attack power will increase according to the betting ratio of each side. In other words, Chimera's first strike is 1.01 times stronger than usual, while Az's team's first strike is 100 times stronger than usual. Those who seem about to lose can still fight with an advantage as long as they capitalize on the first shot. It was at this moment that a trick could help them conquer the blazing arena. Az raised his gun, starting to charge his attack power to a whopping 100 times. Confidently murmuring to himself during the prep phase, he completed it, up in the stands. Zeko watched as Az wielded his weapon with a hearty laugh, thinking that this king dog was about to use a toothpick against our hungry chimera. But alas, the chimera's body was tougher than a frost giant's hide. He arrogantly mocked, saying that even with an attack boost of 100 times, that tiny toothpick would not even scratch it. Az found him way too noisy and coldly snapped. Shut up, Zeko. Immediately after, a massive shot erupted from his gun, blasting the chimera apart, its shredded flesh raining down like heavy hail onto the ground. Witnessing this, Zeko finally quieted down a bit. He was obnoxiously loud even during the game, Az claimed all the experience points dropping from that high-level monster. It was a feast for the eyes. With such a stunning display, Az eagerly challenged, why not kick off the second match? Zeko. I am dying to know who our next opponent will be. Seeing him so confident made Zeko a bit at a loss for words. Following Az's request, the second monster was unleashed, targeting the fiery arena. Round 2. Defeat the enemy. Ice Giant General. Level 46. Zeko quickly introduced the second contender. Hailing from Zone 7, the Dark Dungeon, the leader of the Frost Giant army. He still held on to hope, showering praises, wondering just how furious this guy would get today. But unfortunately, he did not show us any fury at all. For Az, who was on a winning streak, the odds of victory were 90 to 10, still too many losses. Then came the third monster, in the fiery arena. Round 3. Defeat the enemy. Level 47. Daughter of the Black Dragon. Though the dragon was believed to be weakened, Zeko maintained his composure and boomed. Facing the daughter of the Black Dragon, who nearly obliterated the entire world, he began to describe the majesty of Killatin: 8 wings, 12 legs, 5 tails, even though one was chopped off. Despite that, she remained incredibly powerful. The daughter of the Black Dragon. Who knows if she can surpass her father? Sadly, she could not even survive a bullet, let alone outshine her father. The odds of winning were 80 to 20. They say bad luck comes in threes. But Zeko was not done yet, unleashing the fourth round in the fiery arena. Defeat the enemy. Love God. Level 48. 1 million bonus points. 1.43 and 3.33. With each introduction from him, a sharp sound scraped against the cold ground as he said, I am really not keen on bringing this guy out. The war god of our adorable goblin friends. Fire Knight. Wielding 8 weapons. He once took down his opponents in the blink of an eye. But sadly, he never got the chance to showcase anything as he was turned into a donut by Aslan's bullet. Seeing this, the goblins in the stands could not help but comment heartbreakingly. Goblin 1 shouted, Boss. Goblin 2 lamented, my heart is shattered. The odds are unbelievable. A prediction of 70% to lose and 30% to win. And finally, the fighter in the blazing arena. Round 5. Defeated the enemy. Level 49. The Fallen Blood Clan. Odds of 1.66 to 2.5. And at last, the Blood Clan has appeared. Zeker still persisted, stubbornly fighting back. I can't believe it. It is the Blood Clan. an incredibly rare monster that our fighter just encountered. And the fiercest among them. The Fallen Blood Clan. The Fallen Blood Clan. A term referring to the degenerated vampires. Upon seeing them, the fighter immediately shouted, Fallen Blood Clan. These vampires had not fed on human blood for so long that they gradually mutated, losing their language and reason, ultimately becoming nothing more than a mindless beast. Two hungry monsters quickly charged forward. Those creatures, blood-sucking leeches on four legs. The Fallen Blood Clan. Axe did not hesitate, immediately raising his gun to take aim. The first Blood Clan member was lucky enough to dodge his bullet, but the second one was not so fortunate. It could not dodge in time and got shot in the shoulder. With that bullet, they disintegrated into dust in an instant. Although the odds were only 2.5, the damage dealt was still massive. Feeling satisfied, quickly turned to the others and said, That is enough for now. We will use the remaining one for some real combat training. For everyone until now, the most fearsome opponent the Blood Clan faced was just the lesser demon. A high-level monster like the Fallen Blood Clan would be a fantastic opportunity to learn. With the victory predicted this time, after 40 months of losses, the others instantly felt invigorated, ready to await your command. Their current action was aimed at the still dazed goblin spectators. Now it was time to let them know which side they should really bet on. All right, let us charge. Moments later, that Fallen Blood Clan member was beaten to a pulp, with Evangeline even poking at its cheek for fun. Ash pondered for a moment, assessing its stats. And it was definitely high. Lucas, feeling a bit doubtful, asked, Is it because it is a fallen vampire? It moves way too simply. Although it was once a vampire, now it was nothing but bloodthirst and primal instincts. No matter how fast and strong it was, its movements and attacks were too predictable. With that thought, Ash called out to the one up high. Is there an opponent that is a bit tougher? His words were simple, but they sent Sacco into a panic from being underestimated, prompting him to decide. All right. It is time to bring out the rarest and most interesting monsters we have caught this time. He immediately unleashed his trump card, the Blazing Arena. Round 6. Defeating enemies. A vampire. Level 50. Ash looked at this red notification board, feeling a thrill and silently exclaimed. A vampire. Finally, a real-deal vampire has appeared. The sound of chains clanged as the creature was brought out, fighting against a leech that claimed to be noble. At this point, Sacco suddenly became overly casual and said, Whatever. I am done with introductions. Go out there and fight to the death. Finally, to sum it up in a nutshell. Dragon Vampire. Shut up. Beat NATO. Just as the intro wraps up, with a booming voice. Challenges. No way. Sacco. You think you can walk away unscathed after pulling this stunt? Called out like that, Sacco is a bit taken aback. B. NATO shows no signs of stopping, continuing to berate. The only reason this pathetic arena of yours has not been destroyed is that the great commanders have tolerated your existence. But I am a member of the great Lord Nosferatu Celendian's family. Hearing this, he helplessly chuckles mockingly. Great Lord Nosferatu Celendian. The one down below cluelessly throwing insults. And yet you dare to touch me with those filthy hands and turn me into this. Just as Beep NATO finishes his last complaint, his hands are suddenly flung away. My lord will surely judge you. Beep NATO immediately falls silent, casting a disbelieving glance towards his companion. Unbeknownst to him, Zeko has charged into the arena, looking furious. Get that stinking mouth of yours out of here. You bastard. He shouts, still in disbelief at those words, without missing a beat. Zeko sneers. A subordinate of Celendian. Scared out of your wits. Do you even know what is about to happen? Once you are dragged here, you are no different from the trash of this gladiatorial pit. I do not care what family you belong to or who is keeping the arena. He thrusts his sword menacingly at him. Next time you dare act tough, I will chop your head right off and give you a proper beating, before I shove a mouthful of crushed garlic down your throat. Got it. Threatened like this, Beat NATO is fuming, his veins bulging, wanting to retort but unable to speak. Realizing he is powerless, he swallows his anger and mutters. Damn it. At this moment, his severed arm starts to stir on the ground. Moments later, it seems to be drawn towards him by Biba NATO's blood, racing towards him as he continues to blabber. I do not know where you all came from. Have not checked your blood yet. And frankly, I am not interested in eating. As soon as he finishes that line, the arm immediately reattaches itself to its original place. Beat NATO, full of menace, turns to threaten. I will definitely kill you all. If you do not resist, I will let you go. Upon hearing this, Ash quickly pulls out his baseball bat, replying, What a nice guy you are. Let me give you a heads up too. We are about to take your life. He says. Confused. B. Now. What do you mean? Ash's face is filled with excitement as he replies. This is the first time we are facing a real, Genuine dragon vampire in battle. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime chance to gain some experience? Saying that, he turns to his teammates. Alright. Everyone. Before we take him down, Zuju looks at the three excitedly splitting up in front of Ash. Dazed. Can I carry out a little punishment? Just as she is in a daze. Ash suddenly grabs her hand and gives her a firm tap. Wait a second. Your Highness. What are you doing? Ouch. That hurts. Immediately after, the system board pops up with a notification. Received an intermediate buff. Increasing elemental damage by 20% for 3 minutes for Zuju Sar. Still slow to react. She looks over at Lucas, who is grinning at her behind Ju. Ash whispered with a smirk. We can't do this too often. Just once a day. While he knew relying on buffs was a bad idea, it felt a bit twisted in front of Zuju, seeing they did not care about him. Bernardo fumed. Have you all lost your minds? How dare you act like this in front of me? I guess you want to die a painful death. Right. Without waiting, he charged forward. I will kill every last one of you. No survivors. Spotting Bernardo rushing in, Ash quickly warned. He is coming. Everyone be careful. From what he knew, Macedon's fighting methods could be divided into 2 types. First, there is blood magic. Abilities based on Macedon's own blood and the blood he absorbs from others. Second, there is physical prowess. Their regeneration capabilities far exceed the norm, and their strength is completely superior to that of humans. Simply put, there are 2 main skill trees, and most Macedon focus on one or the other. If either tree reaches a certain level, they become monsters with devastating power. Unfortunately, Bernardo seemed lazy in training both blood magic and physical skills, so he quickly got slashed on the shoulder. Blood splattering everywhere. It looked like they would win easily, but that was not the case. Bernardo gasped for breath, cursing continuously. Damn it. Damn it. The natural regeneration of the Macedon is astonishing. How can we effectively sever their life force? Axe immediately asked. Quiet Night. Can you find his soul core? When asked, he quickly used his magic to observe and replied. Yep. Prince. I sense that the entire Macedon is made of blood. Its soul core is not fixed. It merges into one and then shatters into tiny pieces, repeating this cycle. Hearing this, Axe pondered for a moment. What should we do? In the game, you usually encounter Macedon in the mid-stage. The common strategy is to use artifacts that reduce healing, and then kill them with silver weapons. But this is still the early stage. They do not have any rare items like healing reduction artifacts, and the silver weapons are not crafted yet. While Axe was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something. Is there a way to deal damage effectively? Axe looked at the smiling Macedon kneeling before him, assessing the situation. But we are not the only ones exhausted. Bernardo has lost too much blood. Suddenly, he rushed towards Axe, shouting, Give me your blood. At that moment, Axe realized his intention. Wait, could it be? It seemed he had become the target, because he was the lowest level. Axe groaned in frustration. He was hunting for suitable prey, while Bernardo's mouth gaped wide in a terrifying manner, charging straight at Axe. But he was getting a bit too arrogant. Announcing that he was about to drain Axe's blood was like giving them a heads up to prepare a counterattack. In the distance, Evangeline brandished her spear like a demon, yelling, Watch out. Seniors. Lucas, running ahead, was also filled with fury, shouting, Anyone who dares touch our lord. In an instant, arrows, spears, and silver blades were embedded all over Bernardo's body. Seeing this, Axe seemed to have an epiphany. This was it. With that thought, he shouted orders to the others. Lucas, Evangeline, do not pull out your weapons. Leave them in him and step back. Bernardo yanked the arrows from his face, saying nonchalantly, You are pushing my subordinates back. After all this, you still do not get it. With an attack like that, you think you can seriously injure a vampire? Axe calmly replied, No way. Right. Jupiter, following his command, Juju twirled her staff and let out a shout. She pointed it forward, saying, I get what you are hinting at. No sooner had she finished speaking than a surge of lightning erupted from the weapons embedded in Bernardo. Moments later, a bolt of lightning struck him from above. Bernardo was struck by the lightning, howling in pain. It echoed through the skies. At that moment, Dimian seemed to have found what he was looking for and shouted, Got it. Without wasting a second, he shot an arrow through Bernardo, piercing his core. As his core was taken, Bernardo trembled and let out a final weak cry. Axe watched as Bernardo's body began to dissolve, muttering his thoughts. Although he was a bit weaker than a typical vampire, it seemed they had stumbled upon a clue. The strategy they just used to defeat Bernardo involved a combo of magic and silver weapons that exposed his soul core. Then Dimian shot it. Basic tactics for dealing with vampires were slowly coming together. Axe smiled. satisfied. Thinking, great. We just need to take it one step at a time. Just when everything seemed to be wrapping up, Jackal leaped down from the stands into the arena. Incredible. Challengers. You have proven your worth, he announced ominously. You have qualified to face me directly, the Fighter King. Jackal. The system quickly displayed the information. Arena of blazing fire. Round 7. Defeat the enemy. Fighter King. Level 75. No extreme odds. It had been ages since Axe stood directly in this arena. He cautiously called out to him. Jackal. Axe wondered why there were no extreme odds. Then he realized every goblin in the stands was dead in the game. Jackal has a special ability to dodge the first attack of each turn, and he charges straight towards Axe, declaring, "This battle should be ours alone." Which is why I decided to clear out the unnecessary spectators. Even without considering that special ability and the extreme odds of the arena, Jackal's stats still far exceed yours. Level 75. They do not stand a chance from the start. They are definitely gonna die in a fight. Jackal is flexing every muscle in his body. Thinking, how long has it been since I last stood in the blazing arena? He is filled with excitement. Getting on his toes to challenge them. Let us see your fighting spirit. Then, using his incredible physical strength, Jackal dashes towards Axe, saying, "Let me feel your power." However, the reason he came this close is because he has a plan to neutralize this little guy. Axe looks straight at Jackal with a determined gaze. Calmly, he utters each word. Everbreak has not forgotten you. Hearing this, Jackal instinctively hesitates, wondering what was just said. Unfazed. Slowly repeats, I said Everbreak has not forgotten you. The true identity of Jackal is that he is an agent sent by the Everbreak Empire decades ago. Unfortunately captured during a dungeon raid. Those agents were cornered in the blazing arena, where they were treated like slaves and forced to fight as gladiators. In the game, throwing an item called the Prince Axe's Keepsake allows you to skip the battle and receive a relic from the royal family. Jackal thought Lucas was a member of the royal family and let the whole group go free. That was the trick to getting past this little guy. But what should Axe do in reality? Those words made Jackal slightly disbelieving. He stammered, Everbreak has not forgotten me. Can I know the esteemed name of the day? Just say the name. And he immediately pulls out his identification badge, declaring, I am the third prince of the Everbreak royal family. Axe Everbreak. Upon hearing his name, Jackal's sword fell to the ground. Oh my, how can this be? He knelt down, trembling with emotion, expressing, I thought I had been completely forgotten. I thought the Empire had forgotten me, and I tried to forget about the Empire. Maintaining the composure of a prince reassures him. Jackal, even if you forget the name Everbreak, the Empire will never forget you, he confidently states. I promise you, even if the Empire forgets you, we'll always remember you. At this moment, Jackal is truly moved by his words. Thank you. Thank you. My time here was not wasted after all. Seeing Jackal's mixed emotions made Axe feel a bit guilty. But it does not really matter, because he knows he will never forget him from now on. As for why Axe came to this blazing arena, he concocted some plausible reasons, and Jackal had no doubts at all. Jackal expressed his sincerity, saying, just by not forgetting my name, that is a huge salvation for me. After the boss fight mode ended and Jackal returned to being a normal NPC, he spoke in a calm voice. The figure in front of Axe felt completely different from the gladiator King Jackal. After all, you called out for help. Jackal. Jackal. Can you help us explore the dungeon in the future? Jackal is a powerful level 75 character. It would be super convenient if we could recruit him. Or even just having him support us would be more than enough, he replied. Once you become the champion, your body will be bound to this arena. I will do everything I can to support you here, but I can't use any powers outside of this place. With that, Jackal bowed his head apologetically. Your Highness, I truly apologize, but Axe interrupted. It is your fault for asking too much from him. Axe continued. Anyway, Jackal, we need some dark crystals. Do you have any? Jackal immediately reached into his inventory. Of course. How many do you need? Just let me know. Axe was taken aback for about 2 seconds. Thinking. Wait. Wow. The arm. In the game. If he used a trick to skip the fight with Jackal, he would turn into an NPC merchant. But in reality, Axe was getting them for free, so he decided to take just 3. The system displayed the information panel. Dark crystal, a type of material, a crystal formed from the darkness of hell. If you listen closely, you might hear whispers coming from it, appearing very rarely in the dungeon and can only be found from the southern area onward. This was Axe's first encounter with the dark crystal. a material item typically used to craft the highest level items from the mid-game onward. He tucked it into his pocket, discreetly hiding it from everyone as he stored it away. And just like that, Axe had gathered all the materials necessary to craft the silver weapon. Jackal shyly bowed his head. Is there anything else you need? Your Highness. It might sound a bit arrogant to say this, but I am the strongest one here. I will do anything you request as long as it is within this area. Seeing his proactive stance, Axe did not hesitate to ask. So do you have a place where we can rest for a bit? Looking at the group who were exhausted from the matches, he explained. Everyone in our team is worn out and needs to rest for a while. A moment later, Juju sat down on the soft bed, exclaiming, I was mentally prepared to sleep on the floor. She was happy, but finally having such a nice comfy bed. Evangeline could not help but sit on it. This is amazing. Juju did not forget to compliment. You turned a formidable foe into an ally with just a few words. Your Highness. You are truly remarkable. Axe shyly avoided saying too much. Not really. He thought to himself. It is not because you are exceptional. This strategy was known not just to Axe but to many other players. So he needed to thank his brain for remembering this strategy. Evangeline wrapped herself in the blanket, rolling around on the bed. By the way, are we all going to sleep in this room together? Axe sat on his bed and replied. Of course. We will be sharing a room, to which Evangeline shyly objected. But there are two ladies here. It is not proper for men and women to share a room, he asked nonchalantly. Where are the ladies? There are not any ladies in this room, Evangeline innocently protested. What are you talking about? I am a lady. Juju, sitting next to Axe, is trying to hold back her laughter, almost bursting from the teasing. What would you do if I did not see you as a lady, you little sassy bug? Seriously. Evangeline wrapped in that blanket looks like a total potato bug. She screams. Dude. Axe retorts. I will make you regret this. Frustrated, she grabs a pillow. There is no way this is happening. Axe is not backing down either. He is all in for this rivalry. Oh man, this arrogant kid. Here, take this pillow. Just then, Lucas and Damien burst into the room, freshly out of the shower. They see Evangeline launching a pillow attack while Axe is down on the ground taking hits. Axe calls for backup. Lucas. Jump in. Lucas picks up a pillow and quickly joins the fray. Yep. My lord. He shouts. And boom. Evangeline gets smacked in the head with a pillow. She screams. 2 against 1. That is so unfair. Help me. Juju. You are on my side. Right. Juju. Too tired and ready for bed. Declines. I am not picking sides. But Evangeline threatens. If you do not help me, I will grab you and shake you awake all night. Juju magically controls the pillows of both girls, making them float in mid-air. Not impressed. Scoffs. Cowardly move. Summoning a witch is so underhanded. Evangeline snacks back. You are the one playing 2 against 1. Buddy. I am gonna summon my most devious character. Damien. Looking back, they realize Damien is already passed out, totally out cold, with no one to back them up. Naturally, the warrior can stand up to the sorceress. All those floating pillows crash down on Axe and Lucas. They end up tangled together, like 2 caterpillars stuffed into a cocoon. Lucas struggles helplessly. My lord. Forgive me. This is all because I am such a loser. Axe reassures. It is not your fault, Lucas. It is this wicked duo of ladies. Suddenly, he sees Juju smiling a bright, genuine smile that almost brings him to tears. This is the first time Axe has seen Juju smile like that. Unlike before, this smile feels completely real. It seems she is opening up to them, even just a little, and is heartwarming to witness. But before they can joke around more, everyone immediately heads to bed. Suddenly, text messages flash across the screen. It has been too long. Bro. Your channel seems to have grown while I was gone. Axe feels like he is looking at his past self, sitting in front of a livestream screen and reading comments. You know. Right, bro. About the surgery I have to go through. He chuckles and chats as if ignoring someone's plea. Can you give me a little pep talk? Suddenly, Axe wakes up with a gasp, realizing it was just a dream, a nightmare. Actually, Juju sits on the bed by the window, and when she sees him awake, she asks with concern. Your Highness. Are you alright? Where Axe stumbles through the fog and asks back. Why are not you asleep? Moonlight spills through the window like a silver veil. Juju replies. I dozed off for a bit, but I just woke up. Are you okay? Your Highness. You seem troubled. Did you have a nightmare? You gently share that there is something I still deeply regret, and maybe that is why I often dream about it. The girl seems to empathize. Many others feel the same way. Axe asks. Many. Other people feel that too. Juju just laughs, but her smile does not reach her eyes. For instance, I often have nightmares. Because I have plenty of regrets myself. She looks at Lucas and Evangelion, who are sound asleep, with soft snores. Sighing quietly. The others are sleeping so peacefully it is downright enviable. Axe smirks, agreeing with her. It seems they really are all asleep. But suddenly, the room shakes violently. Jekyll bursts in. Your Highness. But I think you need to wake up right now. Caught off guard, asks, what is going on? What happened? He replies anxiously. The enemy forces are attacking this place. They are the Macedong army. Above in the arena, the Macedong are charging in waves, with colossal monsters swinging their clubs, taking down quite a few Macedong with just one blow. The battlefield is chaotic, with the undead joining the fray, spewing flames that incinerate the Macedong like a swarm of ants. Axe shifts in disbelief, thinking, what the hell is this? It is a battle of monsters against monsters. Everyone in the group, including him, is left gaping at the ferocious clash unfolding. They once thought the Macedong they killed yesterday was just a mangy dog among the Blood Clan. Axe never imagined that the Blood Clan would go this far for revenge. Zico watches the battle, his expression devoid of emotion, saying, no matter which commander they serve, they are still a threat. This is still my home turf. Breaking through here won't be easy. I will make them taste the bitter sting of defeat. Axe looks a bit worried for him, asking, are you sure about this? Zico, he confidently replies. Of course. Your Highness, I have faced far worse challenges than this. After all, earning the title of champion fighter is not a walk in the park. With that, Zico leads everyone to another side. This place has turned into a battlefield. He opens the hatch for them to escape, saying, it is best if everyone retreats through the underground passage. Zico explains, since your Highness has conquered this place, the path for the defeated will open in the opposite direction, as expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Zico, he humbly replies, it is nothing. Your Highness, Zico urges. Hurry up. Only when you are safe can I fight without worry, as signals for everyone to go down first, and they each take turns climbing down. You are the last to go, and just then, Zico suddenly speaks up. Your Highness. Thank you for remembering the name of someone as insignificant as me. Your words truly save my soul. Az feels uneasy about this. Hey Zico. If you keep saying things like that, you are definitely going to get yourself killed. Be careful with your words from now on. He laughs heartily. I am just saying what is in my heart. But I did not mean to worry you. Your Highness. See you next time. I hope next time I can welcome you in a more congenial manner. Then Zico hands us a pouch. Yep. This is a small token of my sincerity. I look forward to seeing you again soon. After that, he closes the emergency hatch. Goodbye. Your Highness. Wish you luck. Moments later, Az and the others have climbed down to the ground, and you conjure a glowing orb to see your surroundings. At this moment, Az finally noticed the bag in his hand, and a sense of unease washed over him. The warrior king. Why would he raise such a death flag? Az coldly commanded, let us move. After all, the time for those damn dragon mangas to taste silver and thunder has not ripened yet. In the pitch-black corridor, a flicker of light guided 5 people forward. As Evangeline walked, she wondered aloud, is it just me? Or has this corridor gotten a bit colder since yesterday? Noticed it really did feel colder. It seemed that way, on cold night. He was always sensitive to the chill, but why was it suddenly so cold? Juju exhaled a puff of smoke, sensing the temperature drop rapidly as Lucas drew his sword. Lord, there is something ahead. Before them, a figure slowly approached. The sound of footsteps echoed in the cold darkness, heightening the group's alertness. When he saw the figure, Az's eyes widened in horror. It was the Dragon King. The figure finally came into view, with blood-red eyes and an emotionless, pale face. Resembling a teenage boy, it was Celendian. Celendian parted his lips to speak. My apologies for being rude. With that, he darted past the defensive line of Lucas, Evangeline, and Demian like a ghost. Celendian let go, and metal fragments fell to the ground. Evangeline stared in shock at her weapon. Now reduced to just the grip, Demian gasped in fear. Seeing his crossbow destroyed, what just happened? Lucas' sword was also left in pieces, and Jun shouted, my lord, get out of the way. Clearly, Celendian had not even moved, yet a powerful gust of wind swept them away. Seeing this, Yuju immediately summoned her magic. Let me handle this. However, Celendian merely glanced at her, and a flash of light danced in his eyes. Instantly, the magic circles on Yuju's hands shattered, and she panicked. What the hell? Then, like the others, she was tossed back behind Ash by a whirlwind. After dispatching the protective artifacts around Ash, Celendian casually looked at him. Let us have a little chat. Player, facing such a dangerous creature. Ash's brows furrowed tightly as he heard the other say, I have many curious things about you. Celendian was silently observing him, his blood-red eyes making Ash's skin crawl, like a child studying an insect he just caught. He looked like a young boy, but do not be fooled by appearances. His true identity was that of a monstrous elder who had lived for hundreds of years. Celendian asked, "Are you ready to talk to me yet?" "Player." Ash introduced himself. "My name is Ash," he said. Struggling to understand the situation, he repeated, "My name is Ash. Ashborn Hater Everbreak." Inside, he felt a surge of anger. Why did these stupid idiots keep calling him player, instead of using his name? Celendian scratched his chin and remarked, "Oh right. You do have a name." Ah. Ash clearly was not pleased with the other's attitude. "What did you just say?" Lord Macedon stated. "When you look at ants, you never ask for their names. You just call them ants." "Right." He coldly asserted his stance. "Anyway, forgive my rudeness. I reiterate, I mean no offense and have no intention of harming you." Ash watched his team member struggle to get up, his voice deep and heavy. "What are you here for?" Celendian feigned sincerity and shared. "Understand me, human. Subduing you without killing you is no easy task for me. I just want to have a little chat with you." Ash cautiously assessed the situation. If he truly intended that, then his entire team would have been dead from the start. This guy is not here to kill them. Instead, he just wants to incapacitate Ash's members and even strike up a conversation with him. Clearing his mind, Ash immediately sat down on the ground. Celendian was confused. "What are you doing?" Ash explained. "Sit down. You should sit too. Right here. I do not know what you want to talk about, but chatting while standing is not very nice. Is it?" Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment. And finally, Celendian decided to sit down opposite Ash. Strangely enough, Ash was the one to start the conversation. "Curious. What brings you here? Are you feeling down about something? School? Your career? Or maybe puberty?" Celendian, expressionless, voiced his question. "I do not understand what you are talking about. But there is one thing I really want to ask you. How did you kill Olaf?" Ash was puzzled. Who is this guy he is talking about? Olaf? Can you be more specific? The commander of the Black Spider Legion, mother of all spiders. Queen Tarantulas. That is Olaf. Ash was shocked. What the hell? Wait a minute. Damn. He thought, you mean that bug? The creature that our team killed in the battle at the forward base. So that bug was the Queen Tarantulas, the title symbolizing the mother of all spider monsters, in the Defender Empire's handbook. Ash thought it only existed in the manual since it had never appeared in the game. He truly felt confused. Wait. Could it be that the bug from the tutorial was actually her? It is a creature at the level of a Legion commander. Now it makes sense why killing it was not easy at all. Seeing Ash react this way, Celendian guessed. "It seems like you still remember. You think I could forget? That bastard is the reason I almost lost my life." He continued. Olaf usually would not go to the front lines herself. But since it was breeding season at that time, she desperately needed to eat humans. Celendian's eyes gleamed. "However, she is dead." "You killed her with a cannon," Ash replied, a bit stubbornly. "That is right. But I want to let you know one thing. It was actually during the night." Ash boasted. "So what? I am the one who killed that spider. Are you here for revenge?" Celendian laughed. "Revenge?" He scoffed. "For that spider? No way." He explained. "It is true I told the king I would avenge her. But that was just an excuse to go to battle. I never liked that filthy spider." Ash became even more curious. "So why then?" Celendian bluntly replied. "I want to die." Ash was stunned. "What?" he mumbled. "I want to die. Human. I truly want to face death. Really want to face death. It has been about 500 years since I was resurrected. And during that time, I have wandered this place looking for someone who can kill me once more." Ash was in complete turmoil, coming back to life, ready to kill him again, no matter what the hell he was barking about. For instance, Celendian was self-harming, deep cuts bleeding profusely. Yet he felt nothing at all, let alone the idea of killing me. The wounds healed almost instantly. He casually said, "No one could inflict even a minor injury on me." And then there was Olaf. Olaf, a commander of the Legion like me, unexpectedly met his end, just because of a human cannon. When I realized that, a chilling thought crossed my mind. The one who managed to kill Olaf might just be able to kill me too. Blood dripped from Celendian like a new calling. He reached out. "Can you kill me? Someone who can free me from this never-ending nightmare, and bring me back to eternal dreamless sleep." Aetha struggled to swallow. This request was truly unexpected. "You push yourself up." Barking out. "What the hell are you on about? Can I kill you or not? Why are you asking something so obvious?" "Monster. From the very beginning, my goal has been to wipe all of you out. The reason I am here is to behead you, carve you up, and burn the whole place to the ground. 8th still remembers Najin. The scene of soldiers bleeding out and collapsing under the claws and fangs of the monsters. You boldly declare to Celendian. So I will definitely kill you. Not just you, but also your subordinates. Your family. And that damn name you just called King. 8th still remembers Najin. After a lifetime of fighting monsters. Tak fell and died in your arms. A rage crawled into 8th's mind. Every single one of you. I will eradicate without leaving anyone behind. You still remember Nana Shien. The sight of over 3,000 people lying exposed on the battlefield. Blue flames dancing among them. As if shaken by the regrets of the departed, 8th shouted loudly. That is my mission on this front. The only goal I must achieve. Even if it costs me my life. The somber sounds of a funeral. The Chuaris song. The silence following the prayers. 8th remembers the fallen warriors like Ken. The mercenary team member Jupiter called Tinung. Baker. And countless warriors who did not even leave their names behind. You remember it all. Never allowing yourself to forget. 8th's mission as the commander on this front is to utterly disdain monsters like Celendian. You coldly express your stance. You do not need to worry. Vampire King. I have always been ready to kill you from the start. Whether you ask for it or not. You will definitely scream in despair when my sword touches your neck. Celendian smiled in satisfaction. Really? He stood up too. Even if what you just displayed was merely a trick to show off in front of me. I am still pleased. Because at least your hostility seems genuine. Celendian took 8th's hand. But I still could not grasp it. He flipped through it as if searching for something special. You and those pathetic creatures. What exactly are you planning to do to kill me? Does the method to kill me really exist? 8th? Furious. Shoved his hand away. Of course. He had killed Celendian countless times in the game. With a clear hostility that could not be brushed off. He wiped his neck clean and climbed up our fortress wall. 8th almost hissed through gritted teeth as he bent to meet Celendian's gaze. Knowing full well that soon. He would be responsible for ending that miserable life of yours. Celendian smirked back. Leaning casually. Saying we would meet again soon. Then Celendian turned and walked away. Hoping those words were not just empty. Meanwhile, Lucas and Evangeline were struggling to prepare for the next battle. He advised them. Noting that his subordinates had been awake for a while now, and seemed to be planning an ambush on us. You would best stop them. Because I want all of you in peak condition for the decisive battle. Ada discreetly brushed off the tension from earlier. Whispering under his breath. If you want to die that badly, just go jump into the river of souls yourself. Damn it. After taking a few steps, Celendian gradually faded into a mist of blood and turned back to say. And player. 8th, he smiled expectantly. I am really looking forward to it. I hope on that day you will truly manage to kill me. With that, Celendian vanished into the blood mist, and the escape corridor returned to its usual stillness. Aetha narrowed his eyes, cursing like crazy in his heart. If you want to die that badly, just go to hell on your own. Why bother coming here and asking someone else to kill you? Then he stepped forward to support Lucas. Come on. Everyone. Get up. There is no need to be disheartened by our current power struggles. Our swords will definitely reach his neck. Seeing everyone injured both physically and mentally, Aetha encouraged them. We will definitely make it. After that, he commanded the team. Let us move. We have a lot to do. Once back in the city, Aetha went to meet the magical blacksmith Kelly. He held out a branch for Aetha to see, and Aetha was surprised. Kelly explained that this was a demon mistletoe, also known as Misty 10, found only in the deepest parts of dungeons. A rare item that could only be acquired in the second year of the game. Aetha recognized it, the demon mistletoe. If we use this as a material to craft weapons, Kelly laughed heartily. Looks like you know its use, too. If we use this material, the crafted weapon will have a curse effect that significantly reduces the healing abilities of its targets. There is no better gift than this for those damn vampires. What Kelly meant was adding an effect to reduce healing abilities for the silver weapons. This way, the upcoming crafted weapons will have extremely powerful attacks against vampires. Aetha noticed that Kelly's hand was bandaged. Ben asked, "Did you get hurt while gathering them?" Kelly frowned in displeasure. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just stumbled and bruised myself a bit." He opened his mouth wide, saying in a joking tone, "This old man can only help up to this point." Kelly was serious. To kill that monster. That is nothing. The blacksmith's face showed the pain of having lost all his brothers to Celendian. He rarely took anything seriously. When Aetha returned to the room, the system chimed in. Exploration complete. Please check your acquired items. Main party. 8th, level 34, increased by 10. Lucas. Level 40, increased by 2. Juju. Level 37, increased by 1. Damien. Level 35, increased by 2. Can be upgraded to rank 2. Evangelion. Level 40. Increased by 1. At Crossroads. Lord's Mansion. Aether muttered to himself. After coming back from the dungeon. I should take some time to organize the items I have gathered. Inside the room, he sat on the bed, staring at the glowing item in his hand. Thinking. Alright. This is the final product. He said. A fully completed item has finally appeared. The system displayed. Horrifying gauntlets. Level 30. Classified as support equipment. Defense from 5 to 10. Durability 5 out of 5. Intelligence plus or minus 5. Energy plus or minus 5. Critical hit rate for magic attacks increases by 1% each time you defeat an enemy. Effect lasts for 30 seconds. The system then announced that the complete set of 3 items had been assembled, causing widespread fear every time an enemy was defeated. Jupiter. Tsar has been obtained. Axe thought. Out of countless equipment sets. How did I manage to complete this one? Am I really that lucky? Axe pondered, feeling like something was off. Regardless, he thought he should still be grateful. He reflected on the past, remembering he still had an item order placed at the blacksmith's shop back then. Axe placed his hand on the table and requested, "Make it as thin and light as possible, so it is not heavy and does not hinder my movement. Once I gather everything, I will transfer it immediately." He pressed a button on the system, and it displayed, Magic water times 3, teleportation times 1. Axe said to himself, after organizing the random items, "I will move to the next location." Scene transition. The door opened, and a loud voice called from outside. "Manager, someone needs to see you today." Aether panicked. "Oh no. Prince. Why are you coming to my room?" Axe casually stepped in and replied, "I am here because I need to talk to you about a few things." He looked around the room and questioned himself. "Wait. Is this really the first time I have been in Aether's room?" He continued to think. I slowly glanced around the room. On Aether's desk, there were stacks of disorganized papers and a king's game board in play. Axe assessed the situation. This is a pretty dull space to live in. It is hard to believe this is where someone resides. Aside from the paperwork that needs handling as an assistant, there is not even a single book. After a moment, Aether asked Axe in disbelief, "Celendium personally came to see you." Axe replied, "You seem surprised by this." He recalled Celendium's bloodthirsty demeanor and said, "A monstrous leech came to see me in person. Luckily, he has got some screws loose, so we managed to get away unscathed. But what if it happens again? What am I supposed to do to continue exploring the dungeon in the future?" He urged Aether. "I know I am being a bit pushy, but basically, all I am asking for is one thing. Spill it quickly, you miserable manager." Seeing Aether deep in thought, he thought to himself, "He will definitely make it up to me. Right. Let us wrap this up neatly and sincerely." After a moment, Aether spoke up. "It is a violation of the game rules for a Lord of a Legion to leave their territory and directly meet a player in the dungeon." He continued, "But my prince, this is reality. Whether it is a monster or a human, in this kingdom or empire, most of what is happening in this game is totally fair game. You know that." Aether has to admit, "Yeah. I have used some tricks that are not allowed in the game," he recalls. For instance, equipping Demian with 6 guns, stabbing the enemy with silver, and then setting them on fire with magic. He thinks further, "But if that is the case, there is no guarantee I won't get ambushed on my next free exploration." Aether considers, in the worst case scenario, the game will end. Suddenly, Aether pulls up some screens, adjusting them and saying, "Prince, just give me a moment. I have added some simple items to the achievement shop that will help you deal with situations like this." Aether suddenly taps the screen and asks, What is this?" The system displays, "Congratulations on entering the achievement shop. You can buy various items and skills using your achievement points. Radar detects beams, effective only during free exploration, sending alerts when a beam is nearby." The system continues, "Emergency escape bomb, effective only during free exploration, stuns nearby monsters and boosts player group speed by 100%. Aether looks over and evaluates. "This could come in handy," he continues. "They won't completely solve the root of the problem, but at least they will help me detect enemies and escape. But do I really have to charge in and stun the enemies before I can run away?" Aether smiles and says to him, "After all, it is better than nothing. Right?" Aether does not respond to Aether but quietly reflects. True. Something is better than nothing. He presses the buy button and thinks, "Well, I guess I will buy it." Aether places his hand on the gem of his necklace, which glows red. He thinks, "So those 2 items are now integrated into the system." Aether suddenly adjusts his glasses and grins. "So my prince, while this might seem beneficial to the enemies, later on, you can use it too. Right?" He adds, "The dungeon's monster waves could come after you. This also means you can do the same." Aether's words make Aether's eyes widen. He suddenly realizes, Wait a minute. That is true. In that case, Ader elaborates. It depends on how you use it. That is why I did not prevent the root of the problem. He continues. This round will also be a series of challenges. But I believe you will still overcome them. Finally, Ader wraps it up with a line. Good luck, my prince. Ader falls silent again. But thoughts swirl in his mind. For the first time, he seems more like a real manager than just a guy from the street. The next day, at the blacksmith shop, Jupiter excitedly hugs the golden armor and asks, Your Highness, here is the display system. Golden armor. Armor classification. Defense from 35 to 40. Durability 15 out of 15. Intelligence plus or minus 10. Mana plus or minus 20. Magic resistance plus or minus 25%. Increases the chance of receiving currency-type items by 5%. The wearer gains a negative attribute of greed. Jupiter questions, Can I really enjoy this glitzy gear? Ass replies, Of course. Who could be more suited for it than you? He thinks to himself, It is a great piece of gear, but it comes with a negative attribute. And that attribute is greed. You think about it. Meanwhile, Jupiter has had the property of greed from the very beginning. So no one is more suited for this gear than she is. The system announces that the equipment is fully completed. She is on fire. And Ass watches her wear it with pure joy. You ponder. At this moment, it could be seen as a wizard's armor. Jupiter falls silent for a moment. Lady Tretlung CQ says, Thank you so much, Your Highness. But right now I can go to the front lines. She asks you, Can I give these things to my niece? Transitioning scenes. In a large wooden house far away, Juju sits on the bed. Coughing heavily, she coughs up blood, staining her white handkerchief. Her face pale. Juju thinks to herself, This time, it hurts a lot more than usual. However, she remembers that she has learned so much. She continues to think. The magic nullification of the Lord of the Dragon Demon contains simple yet profound magical principles. Juju clutches the handkerchief tightly, determined that if she studies and figures it out, she can make it her own. A new knowledge is within reach, and Juju feels her magic is about to rise to new heights. She struggles to open her palm to look at the handkerchief, feeling defeated. But even if she makes it her own, she wonders how many times she could use it. She feels desperate. Death, which is not far away, is drawing closer. She remembers her grandmother's words. Do not think about learning magic. She wonders how many more years she would live if she had not studied magic from the start. 10 years or 20 years. Juju closes her eyes, trying to reassure herself. But what good does that do now? Suddenly, someone calls her from outside the door. Juju, are you in there? Juju opens the door to see Ash, and she quickly invites him in. Your Highness, please come in. But at the same time, she coughs nonstop, and Ash witnesses everything. Juju hurriedly says, This coughing up blood really knows how to pick its moments. Suddenly, Juju falls silent. Jupiter is holding a box standing next to Ash. She sees her exclaim, Grandma. She clutches the blood-stained white handkerchief tightly, and Jupiter's face turns pale as she looks at her. Juju's words echo in her head. Grandma. Wake up, it is morning. Grandma. She remembers. 10 years ago, on the eastern side of the Everblack Empire, there was a rural village by the sea. Juju was just a small, adorable girl back then, urging her grandmother. Wake up. Grandma. It is morning. Grandma. It is almost time for work. Let us hurry and eat. Jupiter groggily opens her eyes, and Juju stands beside her, worriedly asking, What is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? She quickly replies, It is just. Jupiter turns around, showing her sleepy state, and says, Let me rest a bit longer. There was an urgent message sent last night, so I did not get home until midnight. Juju innocently asks her, So you are not going to work today? Jupiter responds, It is not like that. Jupiter's job is the village chief of security. Although the salary is meager, it is the only source of income for this family. Juju helps her again. Well then, let us eat quickly so you can get to work. I have already set breakfast on the table. She really wants to take a week off, but then there would be no pay. Jupiter opens her mouth and says to Juju, Grandma is feeling very tired. So can you feed me? She blocks the answer. Again, why does Grandma always act like a child? Jupiter negotiates. If I feed you, will you promise to work hard today? Juju pouts and crosses her arms, but in the end, she gives in to Grandma. Oh man. Is not there any other way? She takes the bowl and feeds Grandma, saying, Here you go. Juju eagerly asks Grandma, How is it good? I am the one who cooked it. You know. Jupiter chews and teases her. It tastes awful. Your granddaughter can't cook. Juju pouts. Why do you keep criticizing it? Then you cook it yourself. Jupiter replies, Grandma does not know how to cook. She has lived her whole life on the battlefield. All her meals were cooked by her subordinates. Jupiter has no life skills. She does not know anything about cooking, cleaning, or laundry. Juju continues to feed her and asks, "After all, what can Grandma actually do?" Grandma sighs. "Just magic." Jupiter feels like a failure as a grandmother. Jupiter picks up her coat and says, "I am off to work now." Grandma turns back to Juju. The other kids are fast asleep, and a pot of porridge is being cooked. She hugs Juju and praises her. "My granddaughter is truly amazing." Juju rolls her eyes. "Grandma is just too much. Let go me." Suddenly, she reaches out her hand. Jupiter, confused, asks, What do you want?" She replies, "Money. Grandma. Money. We are out of living expenses." Jupiter panics. "What? Right now? But I remember giving you money not too long ago." Juju responds, "Do you really think that little amount is enough for a family with this many people?" The total number of kids she adopted that day was 11. Not to mention the expenses for treating the aftermath of the magical attack. Their food and clothing costs have quickly drained Grandma's savings to a frightening degree. Jupiter puts her hand in her empty pocket, thinking, there is still a long way to go until payday. Juju chimes in, "Well, we are out of living expenses. So whether it is legal or not." Jupiter steps out of the house, but she shouts, "Find a way to make money." On the outskirts of the village, at the guard station, Jupiter walks up and greets everyone. "Comrades." "Aye." The others respond, "Bake, bake." The day has come. She puts her coat on the table and says, "That is right. Bake. But I have told you all so many times that you do not need to do that. No one is watching. Just relax." She sits down and casually asks, "Nothing serious happened, right?" The other person looks at a man slumped in a cage and replies, "Yep, Captain." He continues, "Aside from the bastard we caught yesterday, there is nothing going on." The man in the cage yells, "Bake. Guard, think about it. If you ignore me, I will give you 40%. 50% of the money made from selling that stuff." He continues to argue. Working as a guard in such a remote place does not pay much. Right? Jupiter looks bored and says, "It is so noisy." She slams her hand on the table, while the man continues, "I can do my job. And you guys get paid without lifting a finger." He kept going while Jupiter stepped toward the iron cage. And my guest received the goods. Everyone was cheerful. He was trying hard to convince, especially on that day. "Captain, I do not know why a mage like you is here. But think it over carefully. Right now, it is just a small deal. But if a mage like you helps out, who knows? This business might grow big in the future." Suddenly, an electric shock hit him, causing him to jerk back in surprise. Jupiter kicked hard at the iron cage and shouted, "Watch your words, punk." She struck a pose, asserting, "I am Jupiter, former captain of the 2nd Squad of the Imperial Magic Brigade." Jupiter thundered, "I will never deal in illegal goods, even if it means starving to death." The man in ragged shoes lay flat on the floor, and Jupiter continued, "Too bad for you, punk." She grabbed her coat and ordered, "Keep an eye on that guy. An investigator from the capital will arrive tomorrow, and I will patrol the village during the off-season." The scene shifts to the seaside, where someone is heard saying, "Not again. Many people washed up here not long ago." People were trying to lift a man up, while Jupiter watched them from a distance. Someone asked, "How did he wash up here?" She pondered, "The security situation is getting worse. Just 5 years ago, this place was still a peaceful rural village. The Empire's conquest has created countless war refugees, making the border regions more unstable than ever, leading to significant repercussions for the Empire's interior." She thought of her uncle and the kids, silently wishing for calm seas until these children grow up. Money is running out, while her job as the chief of security is becoming more and more challenging. Suddenly, Jupiter craved a smoke, but all the money she earned has gone to the kids, so her pockets are always empty. She walked silently. After all, the Jupiter Thunder of old is dead. She looked at the wooden crates and wondered. Cigarettes. There should be some in the contraband that was seized. Suddenly, a large figure appeared in the distance. She gritted her teeth. Magic. Damn it. Over there, someone had collapsed, their body charred. Jupiter rushed over, worriedly asking, "Juju, are you okay?" Miss Jun called out, "Grandma. Grandma." The sight before Jupiter was of men who had been burned, still holding knives in their hands. Juju fearfully explained, "These guys just barged in, saying they would kill everyone if we did not give them money. I was so scared." She stood in front of her siblings, tears welling up as her body trembled. Yet her hands were clenched in a defensive stance. Could it be that Juju, the oldest, awakened her magical talent while protecting her brothers and sisters? Jupiter embraced her, trying to comfort her. It is, Juju, It is. Suddenly, Juju started coughing violently, and Jupiter looked at her in alarm, asking, Juju, blood is coming from your eyes. Blood kept pouring from her eyes and nose. Miss Jung called. Grandma. Grandma. Am I? Scene change. Inside a building, a doctor was using magic to treat Juju. He said, this is just a temporary measure. It can't fully heal her. He continued. The magical scars left in the girl's heart are absorbing mana and damaging her heart. Her talent for magic only makes things worse. It is best not to let her use magic at all, he went on. But even without using magic, she is still slowly dying. Time is running out. You have known for a long time, have not you, that not just her, but the other children won't live long either? Jupiter asked anxiously. Is there any way to save them? Or at least help them live a little longer? The doctor wiped his hands and said, you need to take the children to the church in the capital, where they will receive the highest level of healing magic. He added, but the issue is, it will cost quite a bit of money. Jupiter hesitated. I do not have that much money. To which the doctor replied, then they will soon die. He continued, anyway, they won't live long, so you might as well let them eat and drink whatever they want before they die. The poor child is just skin and bones. She fell silent, thinking to herself, how is the way she is raising them any different from slowly killing them? Without proper treatment, without proper food, she clenched her fists until they shook, reminding herself, money. Damn it. Money. The scene shifted to where Jupiter was working. She kicked the iron cage hard and panicked, stammering, What the hell is this? Jupiter lit a cigarette. She said seriously to him, hey, jerk. Let us talk about that smuggling deal you mentioned earlier. The room fell silent. A few days later, the bundles had to be brought home, and Juju excitedly asked, what are all these things? Grandma, she smiled and said, my income has gone up a bit, kids. Come here and see what Grandma just brought home. The children joyfully took out the toys, excitedly saying to each other, look, a doll. It is a beautifully dressed doll. I love this one. I want this. Jupiter also smiled brightly as she pulled out a book to give to Juju and said, and you said you wanted to read. Right. Grandma brought back a few of these. She took the book, smiled back. Thank you, Grandma. I will treasure it. Juju held the book tightly, puzzled. But Grandma, she asked, did you get involved in something strange? Where did you get the money to buy all this? Payday is still far away. Is this the sharp intuition of a child? Jupiter sighed and chuckled at Juju. Have you forgotten how amazing Grandma used to be? This is emergency funds I have saved up. Still, Juju seemed skeptical. Really? She replied. Yeah. Just relax and read your book. Do not worry about anything. Jupiter ruffled Juju's hair and said with a smile, let us cook dinner together. Grandma is about to starve here. She responded with a bright smile. Yep. Juju asked her again. But Grandma, you said I cook so poorly. Jupiter replied, well, I do not know how to cook either, so the results probably won't be any better than yours. Still, let us do our best together. The two stood side by side in the kitchen, preparing dinner with their clumsy skills. Their laughter and the children's filled the house. It was an unusually cheerful night. The scene shifted. Jupiter was outside the door, lighting a cigarette. She had started smoking again after a long time, feeling like she just could not quit. The guilt from her first smuggling job and the fear of getting caught were all extinguished by the cigarette. The door creaked open, and a voice called out, Grandma. Jupiter quickly turned to Juju and asked, what is going on? It is really cold outside. You should come in, she smiled and said. I have something I want to show you. Juju suddenly conjured a magic circle. Proudly she said, look, Grandma. I have been able to control these since that day. Do you have a talent for magic? Jupiter's face went pale. Grandma thought to herself. The mana was flowing backward through the magical scar left in the girl's heart. Because the girl had wizarding talent, it only made the situation worse. She better not let her use magic. Juju excitedly told Jupiter, when I grow up, I want to be just like you. I want to become a great wizard and earn lots of money to help you raise my siblings. In contrast to her, Jupiter was incredibly stern, taking Juju by the shoulders and commanding her, never even think about learning magic. Juju was taken aback by Grandma's reaction. She asked in disbelief. Why not? Jupiter shouted back. Even if you do not learn that, I can still take care of you for life. Juju, unwilling to accept this, said. But, Grandma pressed on. Promise me, Juju. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will never learn magic. Juju replied with a sad expression. But Grandma, you have worked so hard to raise us. She hesitated. I just want to grow up quickly to help you. Jupiter pulled her close and comforted her. Juju, You just need to take care of yourself. I can still support this family. Grandma held her tightly until she shook, reassuring her. So you do not have to worry. The time of wealth is very short. It may not even last a few months. The Imperial investigators were very skilled. Jupiter's smuggling activities were quickly exposed. A little magic healing potion was used on more than 10 children in the capital, which was far too extravagant for a demoted soldier. The investigators quickly sensed that something was off, and headed down to the village to start their investigation. The smugglers were caught red-handed. Identifying Jupiter as the mastermind, the investigation wrapped up swiftly, and Jupiter confessed to all charges. The guilt was undeniable. In the end, Jupiter was forced into a shameful retirement. A person who had devoted nearly their entire life to the military ended up like this. After packing her things, Jupiter held the cardboard box and told herself, "This is the karma I brought upon myself." She felt no regret. If she had not gotten involved in smuggling, those children would not have received high-grade healing magic, and they would not have survived until now. But the issue was, what worried her was the future. Where would the money come from now? Suddenly, a man along with some others approached her, calling out, "Jupiter Thunder, congratulations on your freedom." Jupiter retorted, "You are here to mock me for just getting fired, are not you?" The man quickly clarified, "I am not stupid enough to offend a wizard." He suddenly made a proposal. "Let me be direct. Jupiter Thunder, have you ever considered becoming a mercenary?" She looked skeptical. "A mercenary?" he answered. "Yep. Mercenaries fight for anyone, which means they get paid." Jupiter angrily asked, "So are you saying that this thunder god Jupiter should consider becoming a mercenary?" The man showed no fear. Instead, he confidently replied that it is not just about being a mercenary. It is about being a hunting dog as long as he is getting paid. You need a lot of money, right? Jupiter fell silent and did not respond. He pulled out a box from his pocket and said, "You are raising over 10 kids on your own." He opened the box in his hand, revealing some vials of medicine, and continued, "It is not for them that you have gotten yourself into this mess. If you are feeling down, why not give mercenary work a try? Come join us." Jupiter still silently stared at the man, and then suddenly reached for one of the vials and said, "I have thought about signing up." As he lit the vial for her, he said, "Welcome to the mercenary club." Late at night, Juju snuggled close to Jupiter and eagerly asked, "How far will you go?" She slowly replied, "I will be heading west, to a country torn apart by war." Juju looked at her with a sad tone. "Can't you stay here with us? I feel scared without you by my side." In response, Jupiter smiled softly. "You will make a lot of money and be back soon, so do not be afraid." Juju had known about this from the start, that her departure was inevitable, but fear is hard to avoid. As the night grew darker, with a chill in the air from the evening dew, Juju whispered, "Lately I have been having terrible nightmares." Jupiter asked with concern, "You are dreaming of nightmares?" Juju replied anxiously, "Yep." "Do you have them too?" She nodded and said, "Yep. Even I dream of them often." The two of them leaned against each other, sleepiness washing over them. Juju closed her eyes, and Jupiter smiled gently. "But tonight, you will have a beautiful dream." Transitioning the scene, Jupiter wandered across the continent, to wherever there was war. The pay for mercenaries was not as good as she would thought. Wars raged frequently, but most were in a state of quiet. Ultimately, Jupiter not only became a mercenary but took on all sorts of dirty jobs. The honor she once had as a soldier was utterly useless in front of the survival of her grandchildren. Jupiter sold and discarded the reputation she had built her whole life to forge a new one. Someone who would do anything for money. A soldier of fortune, caught in a web of her own making. Just for the money, Juju, once an innocent and gentle child, had now changed drastically, becoming tougher and more resilient to care for her siblings. Most of the neighbors Jupiter once relied on did not help Juju at all. Instead, they threatened her to cough up money, or they would cause trouble. Juju had to become strong, cunning, and tough. She even had to master magic to protect her siblings, despite her grandmother's warning not to learn it. To put it more accurately, magic was all she had. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed, and the distance between Jupiter and her grandchildren grew further apart, both physically and emotionally. Other than occasionally exchanging letters, their interaction dwindled. However, Jupiter continued sending money regularly, and Juju wrote letters often. Juju had grown into an adult, and she understood exactly what had happened 15 years ago, what Jupiter had done, and she fully comprehended it all. At this point, she had become an old woman with silver hair, and Jupiter began to feel afraid of her granddaughter. No matter how much she had devoted herself to raising that child, the scars she left on her heart were something that could never be erased. Cut to the southern front of the empire, in the fortified city of Crossroads. At the first-floor dining hall, Ash was lost in thought. wondering what kind of atmosphere this was. All he wanted from the start was to hand over those supplies with a smile. He never imagined he would get caught up in a family conflict. The stifling atmosphere made it hard for Ash to swallow the food in his mouth. The hostess brought out 2 fragrant dishes, smiling warmly as she said, "Here. I hope you enjoy these meals." Ash jumped, thinking to himself, "Please. No more. I just want to get out of here as soon as possible." It seemed the hostess still wanted to impress Ash with her management of the state-run hotel. But all he could do was mumble a response. The food had not even gone down yet. The silence was broken when Jupiter suddenly spoke up. "Do you really still want to be a wizard?" Ash stared at her in shock. Her face turned serious, and with each painful cough, she spat blood, asking, "Why do you insist on becoming a wizard?" Poor Ash thought to himself, "What a surprise attack. Can't I at least finish my meal first?" Juju laughed and chimed in. "Living as a wizard has always been my dream. This dish is so delicious. Grandma should try some too." Ash silently assessed her. She had dodged the attack expertly without batting an eye. Jupiter did not soften at her words. She furrowed her brow and raised her voice. "Is this what it means to live as a wizard? Juju, you are clearly just burning your life away." Ash sat in the middle, chewing meat while listening to the two of them debate. Juju quickly replied, "I could get better if I give up being a wizard and just stay home." Jupiter disapproved of her thinking, saying, "At least you would live longer without enduring so much pain." She did not back down, responding, "Grandma, everyone has to die eventually. It is just that my time is a bit shorter than others." Jupiter scoffed. "Are you planning to die before me?" Her words successfully made Juju's gaze flicker, but she quickly regained her smile and asked back, "That is not so bad, right?" Jupiter glared at her in silence. Suddenly, the old woman stood up, pulling out a chair, saying, "Excuse me. Your Highness. I take back what I said earlier." Ash let out a confused sound. She glanced at the bag in her lap. "I will use all the equipment you gave me." Jupiter did not even look at Juju as she stated, "It would be shameful to let a child die before I use them." She took the equipment bag and left without looking back. "I am going ahead." "Excuse me." Watching Jupiter decisively leave, Ash hesitantly spoke up. "Is she okay, Juju?" "Her grandmother," replied flatly. And Ash was left stunned, wondering if he misheard. She slightly lowered her head, unsure if she was sad or happy, then slowly explained, "She is not my grandmother. I have never considered her as such. But you should not get involved in this." However, Ash hesitated a bit but still spoke up. "But Juju, Jupiter was right about some things. Her condition is this bad every time she uses magic. She would better hold back a little." Juju replied nonchalantly, "Your Highness, our opponent in this defensive battle is the Lord of the Demon Realm. What would the outcome of the battle be without me? You certainly know, right?" Ash was taken aback by her question.
Yep.
Now is not the time for her to hold back. To put it bluntly, it is a situation where he must push Juju to her limits. No matter how much blood she might spill. Juju gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Even though she had not gotten dirty since she hardly ate anything, she said, "Everyone on the front lines is risking their lives, and I am just risking mine in this fight too." Still, as she stood up, Juju added, "The food here is really good." Ash silently watched her leave without saying a word. Juju turned back and smiled, teasingly asking, "You will pay me back, right?" Ash was at a loss for words. Everyone was struggling with family issues. He looked at his reflection in the glass of water, pondering. It seemed like everyone was caught up in a mess of family troubles. "I do not know who to listen to in order to understand all the problems I can solve." Scene change. 1 week later. Running a base in the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom. Kelly B. Lucas held a sword in his hands, continuously amazed. "This is incredible. I have never touched a weapon like this in my life." Kelly smiled brightly. "You flatter me. Of course. It is your first time using a weapon I crafted. So naturally, it is the best for you." The Immortal Silver Swords. Level 40. Classified as a longsword. Attack range 40-50. Durability 10. Level 40. Doubles damage against all enemy targets. 100% armor penetration against all enemy targets. Reduces 75% healing ability on enemies hit. The prefix immortal attached to its name means it is the best weapon for reducing healing abilities in the game. Looking at the stats on the screen, Esther could not help but smile with satisfaction. Doubling damage. Dealing true damage, bypassing all defenses. And comes with the ability to reduce healing. This is a devastating weapon of the perfect line, he instructed. Next up is Our Lady Knight. Hand her weapon over to him, and Evangelion immediately replied.
Yep.
Kenley took it while grumbling, "You keep making complex requests. Why not just craft a new one to make things easier among the SAR weapons? The silver spear was crafted by layering a new coating over the traditional cross-family spear of Evangelion. It is a trick he could only try out in reality. Something that could not be done in the game. This allows her to gain benefits from both the exclusive equipment and the silver weapon. Upon receiving the silver spear back, Evangelion's eyes sparkled. This is amazing. She thought to herself. It seems like it has been crafted very successfully. He looked at her joyful face and asked, "Do you want any adjustments?" Evangelion was utterly satisfied and replied, "The family heirloom of mine felt a bit lightweight at first, but after being combined with this, it gained some heft and fits perfectly in my hand." Kelly secretly plotted while keeping a low profile. I can't wrap my head around how those tiny arms can wield such incredible power. Its potential is truly mind-blowing. Once we gather enough materials, we will definitely unlock its true power. Maybe he realized it is an exclusive gear for SAR characters. I will ask him to upgrade it later. And finally, the arrows for Demian. Kelly observed Demian. That guy has pretty sharp eyes. The surprise on his face caught Ash off guard, and he curiously asked, "You can see that?" He chuckled casually. "Of course. Those eyes can see through and evaluate the quality of the weapons." Demian neatly arranged the arrows, and with a squinty-eyed smile, he assured Kelly, "I will make sure to use them wisely." Master craftsman. He was quite pleased with the respect in Demian's tone. Good. I believe you will put those eyes to good use." But at this moment, Kelly pulled out a crossbow to hand over to Demian. "I almost forgot. This is an extra." Even though he seemed a bit confused, he politely accepted it.
Yep.
"Thank you, Pain of Agony." Level 35. Type: crossbow. Attack range from 35 to 45. Durability 15-15. Level 35. Reduces healing by 15% on enemies hit by it. Can stack with arrows of similar weight. There is a 30% chance to inflict a random negative effect on the enemy hit, expanding the list of possible effects. Shocked. This list seems to include every abnormal status existing in the game. He looked at Kelly teasingly. "Is not this a bit too much for my order?" He awkwardly chuckled. "Anyway, I made it with leftover Mislito powder, so feel free to use them effectively instead of wasting them." Ace chuckled. "Still, it is surprising to get such a good piece of gear unexpectedly. A great find." Kelly also resolutely turned back and said, "No need to haggle. You have already paid the full cost for these weapons." Sealandion's head. Axe agreed to give Kelly all the materials obtained from defeating King Marka. After all, if you have already paid a generous price, the usual payments are hardly worth mentioning. Kelly stomped his foot and turned to leave. "Fine. I won't say more. Just do your best in the fight." He quietly headed back inside and told Axe, "I will wait here for you to bring the news of victory."
Good.
"You looked at Mur?" Dap's sturdy back. "Thanks, Kelly. All their weapons have been completed. Now, all that is left is the strategy." Axe turned to them and instructed, "We will head back to Crossroads and stop by the forge there to get armor for Evangeline." Evangeline's name sent shivers down her spine.
"Ah,"
Axe calmly replied. "After all, she is our frontline warrior, so she needs to be equipped with the highest quality armor possible. I have already placed an order." Evangeline's eyes sparkled like they were about to shoot stars. She clasped her face and asked, "Is the armor beautiful?" Why not ask about performance first? Isn't that the most important issue? The early morning sun casts its light over the rooftops, creating a calm and peaceful atmosphere. When suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the silence. Evangeline is decked out in brand new armor, but her expression is one of sheer terror. "What the heck is this?" Trying to sound understanding. Says she must be feeling pretty emotional right now. "Right, my dear Junior. I decided to order this armor after a lot of deep thinking and careful consideration." Evangeline storms over to confront him, saying, "No way. How could it possibly look this hideous?" Axe is taken aback by her reaction, wondering why she is being so harsh when the armor is actually quite powerful. This is the result of studying golem armor pieces, gathered by defeating golem troops on level 3. Golem armor. Level 35. Armor type. Defense ranging from 70 to 80. Durability 40 out of 40. Stamina plus or minus 25. Each golem piece attached to the armor increases physical and magical resistance by 5%, a maximum of 50% total. But each golem piece attached will reduce the wearer's movement speed and attack speed by 2%, capping at a total of 20%. The golem pieces boost resistance but come with terrible negative traits, significantly lowering movement and attack speed. But that is not a problem for Evangelion, thanks to her unyielding attribute, an equip property that prevents her from being hindered. This trait gives her a 100% chance to resist any abnormal status effects that would slow her down. Because of this, Evangelion can ignore the penalties of reduced movement speed while wearing this armor. It is a perfect fit for her in the early and mid stages of the game, As she struggles to get accustomed to the armor, Ash ponders. Even though she has skills that can help with attacks, Evangelion is ultimately a pure warrior. She panics, exclaiming, "I am going to die. I am going to die." Ash is confused, wondering why she is acting so dramatic. Evangelion is sobbing like someone just stole her lunch money, saying, "I had such high hopes for my first set of armor." Ash tries to reassure her. "Come on. Why worry about how it looks? Practicality is what matters most. Sure, it looks a bit clunky, but it is solid. Right, what can I say?" Evangelion has ingrained her vision of the perfect armor deep in her mind. She argues back loudly. But the trend for knights these days is to have beautiful armor. It should shine. The helmet should be flashy. And there should be a cape billowing behind. Evangelion takes a deep breath and asks, "Can you promise me one thing?" Senior Ash looks skeptical. "What? What is it?" Evangelion seizes her last thread of hope, saying, "For my next armor, make sure it is beautiful." Okay, let us not worry about the future just yet. But her final armor, Snow White, is going to be absolutely stunning. So much so that her image in that armor was used to promote the game. Thinking about that, Ash finds it hard to keep a straight face. "Alright. I promise. But we have got to face Macedon in the upcoming defense battle. Just hang in there and wear it for a bit longer." Evangelion grits her teeth and replies, "Fine. I will make those Macedons extinct." Lucas, who has been trying not to laugh this whole time, walks over and gives Ash a playful punch in the back, reminding him, "Alright, anyway. Tonight there'll be a meeting about the strategy for this defensive battle. The sun is at its peak. Your voice blends into the air. So take a breather and make sure to arrive at the Lord's Manor before 6 p.m. Scene change. Outside the manor gates, Ash is chatting with Iter when he hears footsteps approaching in the distance. Curiosity pick. He turns to look. He is quite surprised to see Jupiter. What is she doing here? Jupiter clasps her hands over her chest and bows, saying, "Your Highness, do you remember what I told you the other day? I mentioned I would spread a rumor across the continent." Ash looks a bit puzzled. She goes on to explain that the monster front here pays really well, and that the new commander, the prince, is quite generous. "That is what I have been spreading." With a reminder from her, Ash suddenly recalls, responding softly, "So that is it. Right. That happened a few months ago. But I still remember it vividly. Jupiter said she would spread the rumor to every mercenary on the continent." Ash agreed, thinking it would be great if countless mercenaries flocked to the city. Jupiter continues, "After hearing the rumor, my old colleagues who are mercenaries, including me, have come. There are 5 of us in total, a proper team." She laughs a bit self-deprecatingly. "We are thinking of naming the team the Sanja Hunters. How does that sound? They are veterans. People who have fought through hellish battle lines. And they will definitely be useful." Ash completely disagrees, shaking his head. "Jupiter, your mana disorder has not fully healed yet. We can let you join the front lines." Jupiter's hands hang loosely at her sides as she says, "Your Highness, I have heard that this defensive battle will see the appearance of demon dragons. You are in desperate need of powerful mages." "Right." A gentle breeze rustles the golden leaves, and Jupiter gently reassures him. "Don't you worry. I am a mercenary. I am not foolish enough to incinerate myself just to cast spells." She speaks earnestly. "Your Highness, please give this old lady a chance." After decades of life's ups and downs, Jupiter's hair has turned silver. She resolutely speaks up to prove she is still useful. "Give me a chance to prove myself." Facing her passionate heart, Ash ponders in silence, and after a few seconds, he finally says, "Looks like we will need to prepare 5 more meals. Please come in, we will have a strategy meeting along with dinner." Scene change. A little later, inside the Lord's Manor, in the dining room, Juju raises her teacup for a sip and looks up to see something. It is Jupiter sitting across from her, and she notices Juju's presence too. However, the two of them only lock eyes for a few seconds before quickly looking away, as if they are total strangers. Ash stands up first and says, "Looks like everyone is here. Actually, I plan to have dinner before starting the meeting." He rolls up his sleeves and continues, "But since everyone arrived earlier than expected, let us hold a meeting before eating." "Alright. Though, it is likely no one will feel like eating after the meeting." Evelyn Glynn stands up, pointing to herself with a big grin, declaring, "Even if the world ends, my appetite will never fade. So do not worry about that." At that moment, Lucas stood there speechless, dealing with these clueless names. Ash picked up a piece of chalk and tapped it against the board, saying, "Alright, before we dive into the main course, let me share a quick rundown about this defense battle." He started analyzing the most crucial piece of information: the monstrous overlord of this defense battle, the Macedon Lord, Celendian. He emphasized, raising his voice. There are 1,000 lives at stake. Ash had already warned that this meeting might ruin Evelyn Glynn's appetite. Lucas, unsure, asked again. Do you mean we have to kill that powerful Macedon lord 1,000 times? Remembering his previous encounter with Celendian, his heart raced. Killing him once was already a monumental task, let alone 1,000 times. Even the 4 of us together might not stand a chance against Celendian. Ash knew this all too well and replied straightforwardly. Of course. Killing that monster 1,000 times is utterly impossible. He turned to everyone and said, that is why we need to find another way, Macedon. The monsters that steal lives by draining blood to turn their victims into part of themselves. The Lord is the entity that stands at the pinnacle of this Macedon race, possessing the lives of all the members of his legion. Ash recalled hearing somewhere that Celendian's Macedon legion had been wiped out in the past for reasons unknown. He was not sure what that unidentified reason was. But even after all his underlings had perished, Celendian never let them go. That is the majesty of a noble lord who must bear the responsibility for the lives of those who follow him. Ash sketched a branching diagram on the board, depicting how Celendian divided his enormous life force into thousands of pieces and distributed it among his subordinates to revive them. Celendian's life force is shared among the entire legion, one for, and all for one, that is the Macedon legion. Ash stated solemnly. The Blood Clan legion consists of 1,000 members, and before we completely eliminate the last of his Macedon underlings, we want to be able to kill Celendian. Impossible to kill, that immortal bastard. He drew another diagram and added, in other words, we do not need to face Celendian directly. Ash quickly sketched out an attack force division plan, explaining, I will use a secret strategy I prepared in advance to trap Celendian, while everyone else, along with our regular soldiers, will wipe out the Macedon legion. Ash boldly crossed out Celendian's name, concluding, finally, we will unleash a full-force raid on Celendian to end this defense battle. This will be the flow of this fight. With that, Ash wiped everything off the board, stating that now we will delve into the details, and I will explain specific tactics to crush them. The board was spotless. He picked up the chalk and said, now I will explain in detail how to deal with each entity. Everyone, remember well, it is time for a lesson on Imperial defense from your top-notch instructor, Ash Everbreak. Before we begin, he reminded everyone seriously, consider this knowledge as vital as your own flesh and blood, and even your lives in the upcoming defense battle. I hope you all learn with the utmost seriousness possible. Just as Ash finished speaking, a hand shot up. Senpai, you hardly ever get praised. Good job. Evangelion, do you have any questions before we start the lecture? Evangelion kept her hand raised high, hesitatingly asking, can we begin the lecture after we have eaten? Ash calmly replied, spreading his palm out. Evangelion exclaimed, but I feel like my appetite will completely vanish after hearing how to deal with vampires. We need to eat to have the strength to fight. And so, Ash's lively lecture on strategy wrapped up 3 hours later. Honestly, their faces had turned pale, and they had completely lost their appetite. Mian hesitantly spoke up. Can we really take them on? We are going to fight an enemy that is tougher than any monster we have faced before. That name is incredibly strong, but that dungeon was originally his base. This time, we will be fighting on our own turf, and his stats will be adjusted to match ours, making him much easier to handle. Ash reassured them, saying, think about all the battles we have fought so far. He will be downgraded while we level up and get the best gear. We can catch up to him. The image burned in their minds. All those previous battles had been brutal, including one that felt nearly impossible to win, yet they overcame it all. Ash affirmed, this time, we will do it again, he said confidently. Believing they could clear this level with his strategy, he stared wide-eyed, a scene of ruin flashing in Ash's mind. Lucas standing alone against the enemy. Ash grit his teeth, trying to snap back to reality. I need to stay focused, he silently made a vow. This time, I won't let that happen again. Looking at Lucas's determined face, he promised himself, I won't let you meet that fate. Lucas, I won't leave anyone behind. I won't lose anyone I can save. Ash raised his spear, declaring, we have 9 days left before the battle begins. He picked a piece of meat and skewered it. The strategy was set, and now it was time to plan the right training. Ash lifted the meat, smiling. Everyone, let us enjoy this feast, because starting tomorrow, we are going to push ourselves to the limit. Scene change. The rope swayed gently, the air tinged with a blood-red hue. Alpha and Beta stood rigidly, both silently waiting for time to pass. 6 days later, in the dungeon of the Kingdom of the Lake. Area 10. The Crimson Estate. Alpha and Beta had remained on guard for nearly a week, enduring a long stretch of silence. Finally, someone could not hold back and asked, my lord, Are you planning to leave again? Celendian opened his eyes slightly. Murmuring softly, Alpha curiously asked, "Did it go well?" His voice was weak. As usual. Alpha waited a moment before asking, "So do you want us to take you down?" Celendian replied softly, "Yep. Please." Alpha helped him down while complaining, "Can't we come up with a more creative way to say goodbye to life? I am so tired of doing this every morning." Celendian, with a blank expression, replied, "Didn't we try that on my wrist last week?" Beta wiped his face with a towel, while Alpha continued to argue, "That kind of thing makes us have to rip the sheets." Celendian, ever the optimist, asked, "What if we did it in the bathroom?" Beta shook his head gently, and Alpha was at a loss for words. "Well, then we will have to clean the bathroom." Celendian sighed. "How do we do this without bothering you too?" Alpha seemed to be waiting for this question. Immediately responding, "Of course. We just starve ourselves. That way, we won't have to clean up or even prepare a meal." Beta started to sweat, and Alpha explained, "According to Beta, the most ridiculous part is whenever the Lord tries to fall freely from the building, because it wrecks the garden outside and is a hassle to clean up." Celendian murmured. "He tries to give up his life daily but never succeeds. First, there is his gigantic regeneration ability. And second, his almost limitless lifespans are fragmented and stored in the Legion. It is all because of those two reasons." Celendian stared at his pale palm, muttering, "When will this endless life finally end? It is so painful not being able to exit my own life." He sadly added, "The people of this kingdom used to make a fuss just to achieve immortality. But their fate turned out no different from mine. Even with eternal life, they still feel tortured day by day." Alpha bent down to tie Celendian's bow tie, saying, "That is actually a bit funny." Celendian, expressionless, replied, "I never wished for immortality in the first place." He placed a hand on his chest. "I thought I found a place to rest after that long life. But the King of Kings resurrected me here 500 years ago." Celendian wondered, "Can I die this time and return to eternal sleep?" Alpha seemed to catch on. He was referencing the upcoming chaos. He laughed wickedly, revealing sharp teeth typical of Maka dung. "Do those people really stand a chance against us?" Beta, though silent, smiled slightly, clearly agreeing with him, while Alpha continued to ramble on. "Besides, have not we accumulated quite a bit of power to prepare for this deluge long ago?" He concluded without hesitation. "Excuse me for saying this, my lord, but even though you want to perish in the upcoming battle, it is nearly impossible." Alpha respectfully clasped his hands over his chest and bowed deeply. "Please remain our immortal king forever." As for the one named Ash Everbreak, he had faced him directly, showing no fear or retreat. They are the same. Ash resembles those great men who killed him long ago. It had been such a long time since Celendian's heart raced like this. Perhaps, truly, he could not help but recall the image of Ash leading him, cleaning his neck, and crawling up to his wall. Soon after, he would be the one responsible for ending that poor soul's life. "Can you kill him?" The long closed door slowly creaked open. With Beta and Alpha standing on either side, he said respectfully, "The entire army is ready. My lord, let us march." "Just give the order." Celendian pressed his lips together, remaining silent. It has been 500 years since Celendian was resurrected in this lake kingdom. During that time, he has used nightmares to expand his legion. Hundreds of dragon riders and thousands of undead under the command of other lords have awakened thanks to the nightmares and joined his ranks. His legion has been growing nonstop. However, after all this, Celendian's main force is this 1,000-strong legion. Bowing respectfully, "We await your command, my lord. Just give the order, and we will march immediately." Celendian furrowed his brow. "It has been a long time since we have been back on the surface. What is the marching route? Are we heading out through the main gate of the Lake Kingdom?" Alpha hesitated and replied, "That is right. However, there is a problem. The Nameless One is currently blocking the main gate." Celendian pondered. The Nameless One, the one who has not surrendered to the Lake Kingdom, who single-handedly has held back most of these hellish monsters. She remains loyal to her noble duties until the end. Celendian smirked slightly. She has been fighting tirelessly for a long time. Why continue to bear such heavy responsibilities? She could easily abandon it all and relax like everyone else. Alpha said sarcastically. The Nameless One's resistance seems to be reaching its limit. Although she has held back most of the Great Flood for the past 500 years, she has recently shown signs of faltering. This time, she wants to be able to stop us. Besides the main force of 1,000 here, our remaining forces are waiting in the northern central square. Soon, they will move to the main gate and engage the Nameless One to serve as bait. Alpha observed the expressions, saying, while they are buying us some time. Celendian interrupted. The main force will go through the main gate and head towards the surface. Are the other legions departing this way too? Mentioning this, Alpha seemed a bit angry, grinding his teeth as he said, "It is a shame. But that is how it is. They too have had to use most of their forces to distract the Nameless One. And only a small fraction has made it outside the Lake Kingdom," Celendian calmly and confidently stated. "We do not need tens of thousands to destroy the world outside." The eyes of the subordinate sparkled. He continued, 1,000 in our legion is more than enough. Do we really need countless monsters to wreak havoc on the outside world? 10 dragon riders and nearly 1,000 undead are more than enough to devastate the land. Celendian's eyes gleamed red, and he darkly said, "Let us march. I am eager to breathe the air on the surface after so long." Meanwhile, at the main gate of the Lake Kingdom, the undead are rampaging. Bernardo angrily shouted, "Damn traitors. I will kill you all." Torn and tattered clothing, she tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, saying, "All of you are the result of this kingdom's sins." The fallen demons excitedly rushed around her. Mumying shouted, "Where do you think you are going? You monsters should drown in nightmares along with this kingdom forever." Watching the waves of energy blast away the fallen demons, Celendian, thoroughly pleased, remarked, "That is truly a weapon that could finish me off." Impressive, he casually glanced and praised, "Not bad at all." One of Celendian's go-to strategies was facing off against the Nameless. However, the king always resurrected Celendian every time he fell to the Nameless. If it was not the Nameless who dealt the blow, the king would not care how the commanders died. Andrew called out loudly, "Celendian, now I see it. The fallen demons are just a distraction to buy time. What the hell are you planning?" "You bastard." Contrary to her impatience, Celendian replied calmly, "Of course. I am heading to the outside world. The princess is waiting for her divine throne." The main gate gradually opened, his voice echoing, "Don't try to endure all the horrors of this hell alone. Otherwise, time will erode you, and one day you will be swallowed whole." Momu urgently called out, "Wait! Celendian, if you go outside." The fallen demons would not let her say more and dove in with their mouths wide open. Transitioning, the moon hung in the sky, its light insufficient to illuminate the dark space. Celendian paused before a dense forest, took a deep breath, and said, "The air here is wonderful." Then he turned and stepped onto the pedestal, Celendian radiating from the highest point. He crossed his legs and commanded, "Bring destruction to the world." The formation was set, with the Blood Clan leading the charge, the Legion of Fallen Demons, and at the center, 10 dragons accompanying Celendian. And there are still 4 days, 3 hours until it begins, counting down 99 hours, 28 minutes, and 17 seconds. Transitioning, at the Crossroads sanctuary, Margarita slowly approached and asked, "Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour?" Ed tilted his head slightly and replied, "People come to the church for various reasons. But ultimately, is not there only one purpose?" His voice softly echoed, "It is to pray for salvation for the future. I do not follow any religion, but it is embarrassing that I still desire salvation. I hope the upcoming defensive battle will be victorious, and as many people survive as possible." Margarita was taken aback when she noticed something. A cloth bag tightly sealed was neatly placed on the pedestal. She wondered, "Today, none of your subordinates need treatment. Why is someone donating?" Ed looked at her intently. "Saint Margarita, you once said that the battles fought on this front are the sanctuary. Fighting monsters to protect humanity is a noble and sacred mission." His expression became more serious than ever as he said, "I seriously ask you this. I hope you won't sit on the sidelines of this holy war anymore, but dive right into it. Saint. This church. The donations I have poured into it must be like a lifeline, whether you like it or not. This church still operates thanks to your sponsorship." Margarita now found herself in a position where she could not refuse his request any longer. She hesitated, saying, "But I am just a simple woman, with no abilities beyond caring for the injured. I do not have the strength to push back the enemies. Why should I?" You interrupted her. "Margarita, the best way to treat patients is to prevent them from getting hurt in the first place. You said it straight up. You can do that if you are on the front lines. Please lend me your strength." "Margarita, we need your healing abilities." The top healer in the game, representing the company heroes. Saint Margarita. She confidently placed her hand on her chest and said, "What mission do I need to take on?" And just like that, Margarita was recruited. Area 4. Great Park. Only 2 days left until the game starts. Ass brought all 4 teams under his wing to the dungeons of the Lake Kingdom. Area 5. Blue Head. Area 4. Great Park. Library. Court. Area 3. Base camp. They have cleared them all in the past week. All the dungeons in Area 4 are crawling with gulls and bloodsuckers, with a dragon boss leading the pack. By now, every team member has gathered enough experience to handle the bloodsuckers. Specifically, Diane's mercenary group has matured significantly. Even though everyone is still at the bottom tier, the crew of builders, a group of middle-aged mercenaries, has just joined. Just like veterans long left behind on the battlefield, they quickly adapted to the monsters they have skillfully dealt with, as declared loudly. We have cleared all dungeons in Area 4 of the Lake Kingdom. We have cleared all 3 dungeons in Area 4. We have done everything within our power. The defense setups are complete, traps are laid out, and artifacts are installed on the city walls. We will finish this level and survive. The game system suddenly displayed a warning. Dark events will not occur in this level. This is the maximum difficulty level applied. It cannot be increased any further. Ass was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit surprised. Wait for everyone to gather. Ass instructed. The defense battle will take place in 2 days. Rest until then. You all did very well. Let us head back. The free exploration is over. Please check the items collected. Main team Ass Selval 36x1 Lucas Sirlel 41x1 Jupiter Zuju, Sirlvel 39x1 Damien Lel 38x1 Evangeline Sirlvel 41x1. Sub-Team 1 Gothand Sarlvel 30x1 Body Barrel 33x1, Organ Level Lu 33x1 Skull Level 30x1 Burnout Sirl 20 Siralvel 29 Increase 1. Sub-Team 2 Dian Level 27 Inis 2 Ayla N Level 26 Increase, 2 Lak NL 25 Increase 2 Hessen L Level 25 Increase 2 Chin LL 25 Increase 2. Sub-Team 3 Free Level 31 Increase 1 Jupiter Sirallo 42 Increase 1 Sentence A Level 30 Increase 1 VO A Level 30. Increase 1 Genichi A Level 32 Increase 1. Axe looked at the long list of 20 names, wondering how many of them would survive the upcoming battle. Survive. Please survive. Transitioning scenes. 5 years later, the night before the day begins, in downtown Crossroads. The camp, home to the mercenary group Diane. Late at night, candles flicker, and a clear voice resonates. This is our chance. Diane states solemnly that we have not received this kind of respect in a long time. We have only ever been meat shields. Before arriving at this front line, these 5 endured countless hardships during their time as mercenaries. They were thrown into all sorts of life-threatening missions, just because they were rookies. Even after gaining considerable experience and understanding the mercenary life, they still had to take on menial jobs due to a lack of skills or special talents. Diane reflects. But Prince Axe recognized our worth. Axe is different. He not only readily offered them opportunities as soon as they asked, but also did not hesitate to invest in Diane's mercenary group once he saw their potential. And just like that, they received high-quality armor and expensive silver weapons, along with permission to wear their own uniforms on the southern front. Diane was filled with loyalty toward Axe. He excitedly suggested, "Let us show him what we can do in the upcoming defense battle. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize it to advance our careers as mercenaries." Axe repeated his words. Advance. While Diane clenched his fist in determination, hoping they would achieve unexpected success. With Vifley chiming in, "Success!" Diane exclaimed. "Fantastic. Now, one by one, let us talk about our ambitions. What would you do if you made a lot of money?" Axe honestly replied, "If I succeed, I would love to save up to build an expedition team. My dream is to run a large-scale business. Who is squinting? For me. The money I save will go towards marriage. My boyfriend is waiting for me back home," Chai shyly said. "I want to send a lot of money back to my parents. So far, I have not done anything to repay them." Vifu Si giggled. "I will save up for my little brother to go to a magic workshop, so when he grows up, he can take care of me." After saying that, he turned to Diane and asked, "And what about you, Diane?" Diane was momentarily stunned. He hesitated. "Well, my dream seems small compared to yours." He recalled, "On my first day as a mercenary, I went out for drinks out of sheer frustration with the harsh reality. There was a whiskey brand I wanted to try back then, but I could not because it was too expensive." Diane shyly chuckled. "Even now I still do not have money to buy it, but if I get rich, I will definitely drink a bottle every week." In the stillness of the dark night, laughter echoed back. "Is that it, Diane? Your ambition is so tiny, at least aim for a bottle a day. You fool. Otherwise, you will end up being a total drunk." Diane interrupted them, extending a hand forward, saying, "Come on, everyone. Let us give it our all," he shouted loudly. "Let us seize this opportunity. We can do it. This is the beginning of a legend. The legend of Diane's mercenary group." The others placed their hands in turn and shouted, "My expedition too. My wedding as well. I will repay my parents. My dear little brother. Wait for me to come back." Transitioning to the Lord's Mansion, the auxiliary building, where the team's quarters are located, Skull lounged on the bed and called out loudly, "Are we off today? We do not have to go into the dungeon." "Right," Ogun, resting his head on Burnout's lap, replied cheerfully. "Yep. His Highness said we can take the whole day off." Skull jumped up excitedly. It is so great to lie here doing absolutely nothing. Although he wanted to stop the bustling activities around them that stirred up a cloud of dust, Body Park ultimately decided to let them be. After all, it was their first real day of relaxation in ages, and it was no wonder the trio was so hyped up. Glancing at the empty bed, Body Park wondered, but where did Gothan go? Worried, she decided to head outside to look for him when a familiar voice rang out. "Don't worry. I will protect you, I promise. If that is something I can do." "Body Park, just call Gothan." Gothan jumped, turning to look at her. "What are you doing here? Why are not you inside resting?" She honestly replied, "I just wanted to breathe in some fresh air. What about you?" "Gothan. Who are you talking to?" Gothan looked puzzled. "Talking? It is just me here. I am just talking to myself." Just then, 3 heads popped up from behind the wall. And Ogun, curious, asked, "What is it? What are you two up to? Got anything tasty?" Skull laughed and chimed in, "It is snack time. I am starving." Gothan looked at them with a concerned expression and suggested, "Are you all hungry? How about we sneak into the mansion's kitchen together?" With that, he joined the 3, and the sound of laughter and chatter filled the air. "Oh my god, you are a genius. I want some juice. I want some pickled fruit. And I want loads of walnuts and peanuts." Body Park tilted her head in confusion, watching them leave, while Gothan turned back, urging, "Come on. You should eat something too." She quickly replied, "Sure. You said tomorrow will be a long day, so I should eat well today to stay healthy." Body Park stopped thinking and hurried after him. Meanwhile, in another scene, we shift to the church. Damien's room, where the lights were still on, and the sound of metal clashing was somewhat jarring. For a while now, Damien had been training relentlessly to master this shooting stance as quickly as possible. He thought to himself, if I could shoot just a little faster, I could help the prince a lot more. Suddenly, Damien felt dizzy. It seemed that it was because he had been practicing in the room all day, so he decided, I should step outside for some fresh air. But just as he stepped out, something made him halt. He saw Margarita kneeling by the statue of Crest, mumbling, I just want to complete this mission. Damien felt slightly puzzled but stayed where he was. Not approaching, scene changed to SD's secret room. Juju's room. The door was tightly shut, but the light inside was still on, and a harsh coughing sounded from within. Juju could not help but remember Celendian's piercing red gaze. Thinking, just a little longer, that magic will be mine. The corner of her mouth bled, but her arm continued to channel energy as she gritted her teeth, saying, this is not too much for me yet. I just need to push a bit harder. Jupiter's voice echoed in her head. Are you planning to die before me? Juju's hands hung limply by her side. Her body trembled in waves as she murmured. Of course she did not want to die, but if she did not dare to gamble her own life, she would never be able to grasp it. Juju whispered. Just a little bit more. Scene change. The Mercenary Guild. Jupiter's room. The mana disorder caused by her has not fully healed, but she keeps using magic, and this is the price she pays. Jupiter's handkerchief was soaked in blood, and she thought painfully, is this what you have to endure? Juju, do you really want to be a mage so badly that you would ignore pain like this? She recalled Juju's faint smile during dinner together, not even caring about dying before this old lady. It was not too much to ask. Right, Jupiter wondered. Do you really care about me? The corner of her mouth dripped with blood, and deep inside, she felt an unshakable guilt, no matter how much Juju cared about this old lady. However, scene change. The Lord's Mansion. The backyard garden. A small training ground. Ever since losing to Celendian, Lucas and Evangelion have been sparring every day, with Lucas trying to break through Evangelion's defense while she perfectly blocks all his attacks. At first, their win rates were about the same, but at some point, Evangelion began to win consistently. She had completely mastered her instincts and blocked every attack from Lucas, her eyes shining bright. She could feel it. She could sense every path. Evangelion stood on the brink of enlightenment. At the moment she was about to grasp something supreme that the Grot family had worked hard to build over generations. Now, she just needed to take one more step. But then, something unexpected happened, and she gasped in surprise. Suddenly, she was blasted away by a massive surge of energy. Dust clouded the air, and amidst the debris, Evangelion crawled up, utterly surprised, asking, what was that just now? Through Lucas. Surrounded by a massive power, Evangelion was filled with dread. I could not dodge it with my instincts. I could not even see it clearly. She curiously asked, "How did you launch that attack?" Lucas, rarely at a loss for words, stammered, That." His face darkened as he pulled his hair back and said hoarsely, "Let us call it my despair." Scene change. Ash stood on the city wall with binoculars. As the last rays of light faded, giving way to the blazing darkness, Ash softly exclaimed, "They have arrived." Through the binoculars, he clearly saw Celendian's army. He even looked straight at Ash and waved. Ash gritted his teeth in anger. "I will kill you all." He turned around and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." The soldiers raised their weapons in unison, ready to fight. Some people were trembling, clasping their hands in prayer. Others pulled out family photos to steal a few more seconds of looking. No matter how brave the troops were, they were still human, and facing a terrifying monster, fear was just a natural instinct. Ash noticed something was off and turned. Pondering deeply, could this be the difference between the king's royal guard and the regular ghouls I have dealt with in the dungeon? 970 monsters. 20 ghouls. 7 royal guards, so it is General Anfa, General Beta, and King Celendian. Ash bit his lip, resolutely thinking, there is no need to worry. Our human army is already deployed here. The Twilight Legion has 300 mercenaries and 900 fighters, led by Merirda, Diana's group of mercenaries, the Shadow Team, and the main squad. If you have the guts, go ahead and attack. In just a few months, we have taken down thousands of monsters and passed through many levels of the dungeon. They are far more capable and youthful than those rotten, immortal beasts that have been around for centuries. Ash spoke cold. Those damn monsters. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed, creating a thunderous noise. Thousands of ice demons gradually emerged, forming a massive army, their roars terrifying. Countless ice demons flashed menacing eyes, baring their sharp teeth. Fixated on something, Ash turned around, his expression serious, commanding loudly, the entire army, "Get ready for the defense." The soldiers began to move the cannons into position. They positioned the cannons outside the city wall. The cannons were set up by the city wall in preparation for battle. At the ice demoness side, a throne appeared with 2 figures standing beside it. Celendian sat on the throne, his gaze indifferent. Ordering, the first wave. Attack. Ice demons seemed to receive the signal. Roaring fearfully, they howled, then charged forward in a swift rush. The system display lit up. Stage 5. Way 1. Level 20. Ice Demon. 300. Thousands of ice demons continued to surge forward, their snarls revealing sharp, horrifying teeth. The soldiers on the other side, witnessing the scene before them, turned pale with fear. Ash frowned, his eyes filled with determination. Shouting, "I want to waste words." Standing on the city wall, he commanded the soldiers to charge. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, taking out the advancing ice demons at the city gate. They shouted in unison, "Fight to the finish." Ash immediately ordered, "The entire army, fire." The cannons continued to unleash a relentless barrage forward. The relentless barrage continued, firing straight at the ice demons that were pushing forward towards the city gate. Below the castle, the ice demons fell, piling up on each other as they reached the kill zone. The ice demons, overwhelmed by the explosions, instantly turned to minced meat. However, neither I nor the soldiers celebrated, as everyone here was acutely aware of the reality. Suddenly, the bodies of the ice demons erupted in red light. With this kind of firepower, their bodies exploded. The ice demons gradually vanished. And Ash thought to himself, there is no way we can kill those monsters. When a monster dies, its life force is returned to Celendian, who uses it to resurrect his subordinates. All 1,000 monsters in the Blood Clan share their blood and life with Celendian. Ash stood there, his gaze drifting across the chaotic battlefield, his brows furrowing as he pondered. We just need to keep fighting like this. But the real issue was the numbers. How could they completely wipe out the soul core of nearly 1,000 of these monsters? On the other side of the battle, Alpha watched the fight unfold. Feeling excited, I am. Finally, we can invade the humans again after such a long time. He smiled, slightly sarcastic. But this is so boring. They made it too easy for us. It was not this simple before. Alpha turned to look at Celendian, who was sitting silently, listening. Then, Alpha skeptically spoke up. Has the humans' strategy deteriorated since we got stuck down there? He continued, making Beta, who was beside him, nod in agreement. Or are they just inexperienced against our army after all this time? Alpha went on, causing Celendian to ponder. We might not even need to engage in battle, my lord. Alpha added, the moment the demons breach the walls, Humanity won't stand a chance. The ice demons surged forward relentlessly, despite the cannon fire raining down. The current lives of the Blood Legion numbered 1,000. However, as they slaughtered and drained the enemy's life force, their numbers would swell, so the more humans they killed, the more advantageous it was for the Blood faction. At that point, the outcome of the battle would be sealed. The ice demons pressed on into the fray without pause, undeterred by the ongoing artillery fire. That is why it was crucial to leverage distance. If you want to defeat a Blood Legion, the current human defenses are utterly powerless against the advancing demons. Selendian pondered and then spoke up, his voice laced with skepticism. Something feels off. Anfa, standing beside him, asked in confusion. What do you mean? My lord. Selendian's tone turned serious. This battle won't be easy. That is for sure. He recalled Ash's furious expression, eyes burning with the desire to eliminate the foe before him. Selendian spoke. The one who killed Olaf. How could he possibly fall so easily? Anfa, still perplexed, responded. My lord, you might be overestimating the enemy. Didn't Olaf die from a cannon? He probably just got lucky taking down that spider. He smirked, skepticism lacing his voice. We will have our answers soon enough. Is he just an average guy with some luck? Or a brilliant strategist? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the ice demons charged swiftly toward the city gates, their sharp claws aimed at the sturdy walls. The soldiers up top saw this and shouted in alarm. They are at the walls. They are starting to climb. Back to Selendian. He furrowed his brow in confusion, thinking, is this all you have got? Humans. Selendian watched the fierce battle unfold, with shells continuously raining down on the ice demons, making him question everything. Are they even serious? Are they really going to abandon the fortress like this? Something shiny glinted inside the mouth of a pig. Ed saw the perfect opportunity and suddenly shouted orders to the soldiers. Now's the time. They seemed to receive the command, all rushing to a barrel containing the pigs. Selendian, from the other side, watched their actions intently, thinking in confusion. What are they up to? The soldiers all dumped containers filled with animal corpses, pouring them down below, leaving Selendian stunned, wondering to himself. Animal corpses. All those animal corpses just dumped on the ground. Anfa, watching this unfold, could not help but voice his confusion. What the heck are they doing on the battlefield? The ice demons gazed hungrily at the piles of animal corpses scattered on the ground. These monsters were always starving. They seemed unable to resist, charging towards the carcasses and competing with each other. The ice demons craved flesh, while the phantoms craved blood. Without these, they could not survive. Anfa watched the ice demons' actions and could not help but facepalm, feeling utterly disappointed. These idiots. But the high-ranking Blood Clan members could suppress their instincts, preferring more valuable, richer, and mana-dense prey. The ice demons were still focused on devouring the animal corpses. They could not behave like that. Their low-ranking Blood Clan members went wild whenever they saw blood and meat. Anfa furrowed his brows, speaking in confusion. They have hit our weak spot. But I never imagined they would use this method. Selendian, hearing this, remained stoic and replied. In the past, wars mainly focused on brute strength. He pondered, continuing. These little tricks do not mean much in the grand scheme. After all, they are just animal carcasses. They will be completely devoured by the ice demons in just a few seconds. Selendian frowned, thinking to himself, if this is all they plan to do, it won't accomplish anything other than buying time. Suddenly, an explosion erupted on the battlefield, creating a loud noise. Selendian glanced at the explosion, his expression unchanged, voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh great. Another cannon, even if they know it is ineffective. Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes widening in shock. Selendian extended his hand, seemingly sensing something, and spoke. They can be revived. Anfa, hearing this, blurted out in confusion. What? How is that possible? Selendian formed an energy sphere in his palm, his tone filled with uncertainty as he replied. I am not sure why. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he sensed something, a smile creeping onto his lips. He spoke. But all of them have been destroyed. A total of 300 lives have vanished. The ice demons lay sprawled beneath the city gate, creating a scene of devastation. Ash stood above, observing the situation, suddenly declaring confidently. We have sealed them off. He turned to the soldiers, announcing loudly. They want to be revived. This time, they are completely dead. Ash muttered to himself. To deal with this? Do you know how much trouble I have been through? Damn it. I have figured out how to destroy the core soul of the Blood Clan during my quest for freedom. Simply put, I had to find a way to stab them with silver weapons, the Blood Clan's weak point, then use magic to attack. But This process could not be executed on all 1,000 of them. So I devised a clever trick. Ash used silver powder and leftover scraps from crafting silver weapons. They were carefully stuffed into the animal carcasses and thrown out as bait. Finally, all we have to do is finish them off with a powerful magical attack. The mages need to conserve their mana. They should use magic to deal with the monsters in waves. The soldiers are standing guard by the mana cannons, which is exactly why I prepared these. Magical artifacts. The mana cannons created from all kinds of Sol-grade magic I currently possess. Ash stood off to the side, watching the soldiers around the mana cannons. He thought to himself, they work quite flawlessly, just as expected from newly produced items. Ash looked down at the battlefield and silently thought, do you understand now? We have prepared thoroughly for you. You wretched monsters. I intentionally let their vanguard approach easily, knowing it would not be effective. But I ordered them to fire regular cannons at them, because if they noticed something unusual, they might change their tactics. Just as I predicted, the ice demons mindlessly charged toward the city wall, as stupidly as any ordinary monster. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Clear. Stage 5. Way 1. Number of monsters defeated. 300. Ash looked at the ice demons and thought, I lured them into one area and wiped out 300 of them at once. He smirked, his gaze filled with challenge as he thought to himself, what will you do now, Solandian? On the other side, Solandian sat on a golden throne, surrounded by countless soldiers. 30% of his army had vanished. In this situation, what would be his next move? Solandian smirked, his voice full of excitement. Quite impressive. His eyes glowed ominously. A creepy smile spread across his face as he said, now we are really fired up for battle. System notification. Round 5. Wave 2. Level 20. Ice Demons. 300. Level 25. Elite. Bloodthirsty Finns. They have brought in the next wave of troops. Standing on the city wall, Ash watched as the monsters charged. Feeling unfazed, even though he had revealed his cards, they still would not change their strategy. Then we have no choice but to incinerate them completely. I hope you accept this gift with gratitude. He asked the artillery team, is the silver bomb ready? Immediately. Ash ordered, fire. Send them straight into the monsters' mouths. These are special cannonballs, created by packing a lot of silver shards and powder inside a regular shell. However, being mana dragons, they have a strong regeneration ability, and I have noticed this. Continuing to command, they began to regenerate as usual. Illusionist team. Ash called to the trusted mage. Jupiter. Let them see what you have got. She confidently replied. Of course. My prince. Behind her, someone was channeling energy to her. I have always longed to stand on this city wall once again. Jupiter began to gather lightning into the orb, ready to keep this power alive on the front lines. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with thunder rumbling down like ancient tree branches crashing onto the monsters. She was too powerful. I will prove it to you. The ice demons, drowned in silver powder, were completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind, not even a trace. Next, you ask. Burnout. Are you ready to get to work? She pulls out the special crossbow. Leave this to us. My lord. We will take them down. Go ahead and shoot. Do not hold back. Burnout's eyes light up as she takes control of the crossbow. In an instant, a barrage of arrows is unleashed. The silver arrows, infused with Burnout's explosive magic, rain down on the entire enemy formation. Thanks to Jupiter's magical bombardment and Burnout's assault, over half of the Second Army's demons are obliterated right away. However, about half of the demons are still standing. The bloodthirsty demons at the front line roar fiercely as they charge forward. You turn to your sharpshooter. Demian, are you ready?
Yep.
My prince. You order. Take out 5 bloodthirsty demons. Do not overexert yourself. Demian grips his bow, his eyes focused on the target.
Yep.
I will conserve my strength. You wonder. His stance looks like that of a pro. Has he been practicing alone? Whoosh. Each silver arrow flies like a bullet, targeting the bloodthirsty demon charging ahead, one by one. Each arrow takes down a demon. Demian reports cheerfully. That is 5 kills. My prince. You nod. All right. Demian took out those bloodthirsty demons in just a few seconds. But it would be too much to ask him to finish off the rest. You praise him. Well done. Take a breather. He replies.
Yep.
You can't help but feel a twinge of regret. Damn it. If only his body were a bit stronger, they could crush the entire game. The next order is given. Release all remaining mana bombs. Then, you signal the archers. Prepare yourselves. At this moment, the demons are busy feasting on the mana bombs. You seize this opportunity and shout, fire. The archers unleash a rain of arrows on the gluttonous demons. Next, you do not give them a chance to react. Fire away. Mana cannon. Wipe them all out. The powerful mana cannon shoots out green flames, incinerating the demon horde. You take a moment to assess the situation. The second wave is about to wrap up, and now all that remains are 5 surviving bloodthirsty demons. These bastards did not even glance at the mana bombs, and are trying to climb the walls right from the start, but they can breach the sword wall. Double damage. Defense ignores standard damage and even healing reduction effects. This means they were created with a purpose, Lucas Darkthing states. Score 1. Not today. Evangeline smiles. The winner will get a late-night snack with senior ad. Right. The funnier thing is, you do not seem to know this. Ad wanted to join in. According to what those two said, the god had already scored 5 points. Ad kept his thoughts to himself, thinking, there is no need for that. Because if they want, I am ready to give them a light snack every night until they turn into little chubby bunnies. Seeing the monsters piled up outside the city, he hoped that they would just make it through this defensive battle safely. His heart raced, pumping adrenaline throughout his body. Salandian longed for death and sought someone capable of ending his eternal and mundane life. However, he was someone who would never want to give up. For Salandian, taking his own life was seen as more glorious than allowing an enemy to take it from him. That is why he never goes easy on his opponents, and he never lets himself lose. A fair fight. Dying in a fair fight, where both sides give it their all and unleash everything they can muster. This is the most ideal death that Salandian can envision. Watching his subordinates die like bugs beneath the castle walls, feeling lives slipping away one by one, unable to come back, sensing death flowing like grains of sand slipping through his fingers. For the first time in centuries, Salandian finally used himself. He clutched his left side, where Macedon's heart was pounding fiercely, a thrill coursing through him. Why is it that only today am I finally part of such an exhilarating game, a life and death game, where he continuously throws his precious life on the ground like it is nothing? Why is it that only today can Salandian finally feel this? He trembled with excitement, watching this lavish waste of life and thinking, I have waited too long for an event as joyous as this, to the point where my emotions have gone completely numb. Alpha smiled respectfully. We are thrilled to see you happy, my lord. Salandian narrowed his eyes, his red gaze glinting with bloodlust. But that still was not enough. The first army was wiped out right beneath the castle walls, and the second army managed to breach the walls but ultimately met a similar tragic fate. He commanded, mobilizing all remaining forces. Let them carve a path with their blood and lives. Just like they always do. Alpha and Beta listened respectfully. Yep. My lord. Your command is our honor. Immediately, Alpha ordered. Third squad, prepare to engage. He relished commanding the army. Pushing forward, let us carve a path with ice and corpses. The second wave of monsters was completely annihilated. Ash took out his binoculars and looked into the distance. So what now? Salandian. After over 10 of your subordinates have been wiped out. When the binoculars found his hair, Ash thought to himself, now, you must be restless. Right. However, upon seeing Salandian's excited face, all Ash could think was a big fat question mark. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, what is he so happy about? After all, 60% of the lives accumulated in the Legion have evaporated. What is there to be joyful about? A soldier spoke up. They are moving. Ash looked at the enemy rushing in, confused. What is going on? Did not they just witness the first and second armies being wiped out? Don't they realize that charging in blindly like this will get them crushed by my firepower without achieving anything? Ash truly could not understand why they refused to change tactics. It was as if he was desperately begging his troops to kill them. If it is going to be like this, he would gladly help them meet their demise. Lucas noticed the third prince was silent and reminded him. My lord. They are getting closer. Give the order quickly. Ash snapped back to reality. Calming down. Yep. Worrying one to solve anything, he began to command. Artillery. Open fire. Delay their advance. Bullets were continuously fired. Just like that. Fire away. Ash did not forget the plan. She hit the burnout and began charging her arrow launcher. Right after the loading was complete, moments later, a rain of arrows came crashing down on the horde of demons. Seeing this, the burly demons roared in fury. Then, they charged forward faster than before. Their massive feet stomped down with a thud. Their bodies leaped into the air, bravely meeting the incoming arrows head-on. And just like that, these muscle-bound demons took most of the damage. Ash watched in shock as they suddenly changed their tactics. What the heck is going on? This third wave of attack is packed with specially enhanced demons. These demons are ripped and fast. They could not withstand the onslaught for long, and were shattered mid-air. But most of the demons below pressed on without taking significant damage. Then, the mutated feet began to appear. The demons dodged expertly, with the quicker ones sprinting to the front. Finally, after about 10 demons let out a roar, the entire third army received a boost. The demons that used to run on 2 legs were now galloping on all 4s. Their speed had drastically increased. This is not some ghost shooting game anymore. Why are there such bizarre mutations? Either way, these units had shifted the tide of battle a bit from before. Ad did not have time to think too much and immediately ordered to activate all available creations. Gravity fields, whirlwinds, and flame barriers were activated, bringing the creations to life. The automated defense tower in the center of the last stronghold finally began firing back, but with the demons' smarter offensive tactics. That still was not enough. Ad turned to look at his skilled mage, silently thinking, we need wide area magic. However, Jupiter was bleeding from her nose after the last attack. Jupiter had said she was fine, but as expected, just saying it does not make it true. He looked over at Juju, realizing there was no other choice. Juju, you have to join the fight. Juju confidently stepped up. I think it is my time to shine. Your Highness. But Ad still hesitated. Are you okay? Juju had been given a crucial role in this defensive battle. He felt a bit worried. Would letting her use her power now affect his strategy? Juju understood Ad's concern and reassured him. It is. I was planning to ask you to let me join earlier to get things rolling. Finally, he agreed. All right. But then Jupiter interjected. Your Highness. Wait. I am the one designated to deal widespread damage on this deadly battlefield from the start.
Wow.
Ed rubbed his temples. You should recover. Jupiter. This battle is far from over. Jupiter had more to say. He asked Burnout how long until her next shot was ready, and she replied, I can fire in 1 minute. Feeling satisfied, he continued giving orders. All right, Juju. As soon as Burnout's silver arrows are launched, use your magic right after. Below, the demons rushed up, their ear-piercing screams echoing across the battlefield. With their agile muscles and sharp claws, they quickly scaled the walls. Once they easily secured their grip on the walls, they began to climb. Aether commanded, Night is upon us. Let us snatch those who've exposed their souls among them. He ordered.
Yep, sir.
Right after that, Aether pointed and called out, Lucas. Evangeline, the mercenary team Diane, engaged in close combat, was determined to prevent them from climbing at all costs. Diane was pumped and excited. Finally, it is our turn. We are going to teach these monsters a lesson, Aether seriously reminded. All you need to do is minimize damage and stop them from climbing as much as possible. Don't get reckless just for the sake of gaining combat experience. Stay calm, steady, and sure. Got it. The group echoed back. Understood, with one voice. The rookies got it. There is no time to hesitate. Aether's sharp eyes spotted the demons at the forefront starting to climb the walls. One by one stop them. Just as one demon appeared on the wall, a foot shot out right in front of it. Evangeline stomped the demon's face, joyfully claiming, All right, I just scored 5 points. The demon fell, crushing its comrades beneath it, and she laughed out loud. 6 points for me. Lucas jabbed his elbow into the face of another demon, countering her. I can accept what you just said, miss. That only counts as 1 point. Evangeline was not having it and shouted, No way. Come on. Diane commanded his team. All right. Everyone. Let us move out just like we practiced. The mercenary team, wielding their swords and shields, advanced steadily. Their shields slammed right into the faces of the demons. Just like that, they were knocked off the city wall. Ash quietly praised them. Great job, team. At that moment, Burnout reported, Preparation is complete. Without hesitation, Ash ordered, Fire. Rockets rained down like a storm, causing massive explosions. He continued directing. Now, it is Juju's turn. 2 elements, lightning and water, swirled together above Juju's staff. She looked at Jupiter, confidently showcasing her skills. I will show you how I wield lightning. Dark clouds gathered ominously, accompanied by booming thunder. Rain began to fall, droplets pattering down as the demons looked up in confusion. Drenched by the downpour, just as they were dazed, the thunder crashed loudly. Suddenly, powerful bolts of lightning tore through the sky. After becoming victims of the brutal combination of water and lightning magic, they collapsed to the ground like rag dolls, unable to rise again. This is the advantage of a multi-element mage, someone who can wield various magical elements simultaneously. While not as powerful as a single-element mage in specific elemental handling, she amplifies her strength by combining multiple elements. Yuju beamed with pride at her performance. On the city wall, The two of them watched the smoke and chaos of battle as debris swirled in the wind. Jupiter's eyes widened in surprise at her granddaughter's magic technique. Finally, she exclaimed, "Well done." Jupiter's unexpected praise left Yuju stunned. "Ah." She turned to her grandmother. "What did you just say?" But Jupiter had already turned away. Yuju smiled softly, thrilled to finally earn Jupiter's recognition. I'd noticed they were getting a little distracted and reminded them. "Hey, you two, let us put family talk on hold and focus on the task at hand. This battle is not over yet." Just as he finished speaking, demons and bloodkin began to infiltrate the city wall one by one, had finally deployed the large army, the Twilight troops, and commanded, "Your Highness, that is why I wanted to engage in close combat with the heroes. Regular soldiers have a much higher casualty rate compared to heroes. If our soldiers fall to the bloodkin, they will steal their lives to add to their own numbers. Rationally speaking, that is true. But emotionally, to be honest, I did not want to see anyone die. However, you know very well, and understand all too clearly, that there is no front line without sacrifice. You shout orders loudly. Those monsters climbing the city walls right now are the last of the third wave. Annihilate those monsters. Ad decides to command the assault. The soldiers of the Legion draw their swords in unison, obeying His Highness's order, as he leads the charge. Wipe them all out. The two sides clash again, but with greater numbers. In the end, the swords of justice claim the lives of the demons. Bodies pile up on the city walls. Outside the gates, Ad has nearly wiped out the entire Blood Clan and the fallen demons. Fortunately, there are no major casualties. We are almost done. If we keep this up while lost in thought. Demian suddenly speaks up. Your Highness. The eye sockets of the skull on the war chariot glow with a deadly red light. The feet of the Maka line start to move. Seeing the bloodthirsty grins approaching, Demian reports. They are moving, just finishing a brutal battle. Ash is still catching his breath. The Alpha and Beta lead the way. As the Maka line pulls Celendian's chariot forward, he is on high alert. Has that guy really joined the fight? Ash stands firm on the sturdy city wall, gazing into the distance while thinking, I do not understand. Suddenly, the scene from earlier flashes back in his mind, and he considers. The Blood Clan only advances when the troops sent in before have completely fallen, but the Maka line did not move at all while witnessing the demons falling and even the Blood Clan being slaughtered. Only when 99% of the Legion was annihilated did they begin to crawl out, just like in a game. Is this a sign of confidence that they could win even using such a stupid strategy? Thinking this way, Ash seems to realize something. He furrows his brow as a thought flashes before him. We could ask them during the close combat. After pondering for a long while, Ash suddenly raises his hand and shouts orders. But who knows if those damn flying ones will get close enough to talk to us. Fire. Open fire. The moment he finishes speaking, massive explosive shells are launched with immense power. At that moment, Beta powerfully stomps her foot down. Then she crouches low to gain momentum while tightening her grip on the massive axe in her hand. After gathering enough force, she leaps high, swinging the axe with great strength towards the flying shells, creating a strange gust of wind with her swing. As the shells make contact with that gust, they immediately explode. From a distance, Ash witnesses this scene, filled with rage. His brows furrow tightly, and he can't help but exclaim, those damn pests. Meanwhile, he thinks, the wind she generated with her axe has completely neutralized our bombardment. Macedon, the strongest physically in Celendian's Legion, and Beta, who is skilled in Macedon's physical techniques, is a living tank. She is a monster. After completing her task, Beta lightly lands on the ground and respectfully bows towards Celendian, who is seated on the throne not far away. In response to Beta's bow, Celendian gently smiled and encouraged. Great job, Beta. Let us keep going. Seeing this, As felt his anger bubbling over, his fists clenched tightly as he slammed his hand down on the stone platform, thinking to himself, these damn bastards, he thought with a satisfied grin, as if he were watching some child's prank unfold. With that thought, As shouted loudly, burn out. Let it all out. Burn out. Make those bastards taste what you have got. Hearing his command, Burnout immediately unleashed a flurry of silver arrows. As thought to himself, let them taste this explosive silver arrow, you wretched Macedons. As he watched the shining arrows soar, he pondered. If they tried to crush them with wind pressure like before, those silver arrows would rain down on them. Now, how would they stop this downpour? At that moment, from a distance, Alpha used his sharp eyes to assess his attack, gently raising his hand to channel his magic. The silver arrows that were speeding towards Celendian suddenly came to a halt, frozen in midair, as was stunned by the sight before him. Thinking. They stopped. But then, Alpha waved his hand. It seemed like the arrows were under his control, and they instantly changed direction, flying back towards us. The soldiers, witnessing this bizarre scene, could not believe their eyes. Muttering, "What the hell is this?" The artillery crew stared in shock at the silver arrows hurtling towards them. Seeing the scene unfold, Az was filled with anxiety and quickly turned to the soldiers, urgently ordering, "Those are explosive arrows. Everyone, find cover or shield yourselves." At that moment, Lucas hurriedly ran toward us, panicking as he shouted, "My lord, it is dangerous." Just then, the silver arrows struck, creating loud explosions and shattering the ground around them. Following those explosions, some areas of the fortress were damaged. Amid the thick smoke, the soldiers, though knocked down by the shockwave, slowly rose, ready to follow Az's orders. Lucas, covered in dirt, looked at Az with worried eyes and asked, "Are you okay?" "My lord," Az remained silent, his heart filled with anxiety and tension. He thought to himself, "This enemy is truly formidable. But I am sure he can counter arrows like these in this game." But then he thought, after all, the applications of magic in reality are limitless. Ampha, the strongest blood mage in Celendian's army, a damn monster who mastered blood magic. With that thought, Az turned to Lucas and asked, "What is the damage report?" "We are currently assessing. But overall, the damage is not too severe." Suddenly, Lily's voice rang out, due to the urgency. "Activated this?" she said, touching a magical device. Out of nowhere, a shield appeared, and Az looked up in astonishment. Thinking, an SAR-class defensive artifact, designed to protect against long-range fire, one of the best defensive tools for localized battles, slowing down and reducing damage from enemy projectiles. Az did not respond. And Lily, a bit anxious, asked, "Did I make a mistake?" "Your Highness." Hearing that, Az smiled brightly and replied, "You did great, Lily, thanks to you. The damage has been minimized." Nearby, Guthan slowly pulled the silver arrow embedded in Burnout's body. He cradled the injured Burnout in his arms and looked up, saying, "Your Highness, I will get the wounded to safety." Hearing this, Az quickly agreed. "All right, Guthan, just hang on a sec." He turned around and urgently called out, "Margarita." She promptly replied, "Yep." "Your Highness." Az did not waste any time. He immediately ordered, "Get the injured transported and heal them. Focus especially on our archer friend. She needs to get back on her feet ASAP." Margarita replied instantly, "Understood," as she swiftly clasped her hands together, gathering her magic. Then, she reached out, and a brilliant golden magic circle appeared in the air. The soldiers gasped at her magical prowess. Instinctively reaching out to catch the golden light, Margarita turned to the soldiers, saying, "Carry the severely injured this way. If anyone can help, please assist." They responded immediately, "Yep." Holy Maiden. And with Margarita's support, caring for the wounded became feasible. Suddenly, from not far behind the city wall where Az stood, the sound of footsteps echoed. They approached the castle wall, and Az squinted at the group of dragonfolk making their way toward him. Suddenly, Az shouted down, "May I ask you something?" "Dragon King." Celandian slowly raised his head, his red eyes locking onto Az as he smiled coldly, saying, "Go ahead." Without hesitation, Az asked, "Why did you let those demonkin die so needlessly? I mean, why did not your dragonfolk take any action while witnessing the demonkin and blood tribe being slaughtered?" "I am asking because I just can't grasp the strategic aspect of it. Even though Celandian and Alpha, Beta are a bunch, their deployment makes sense in the end." Celandian responded with a detached smile, reluctantly answering, "You are asking a rather strange question, human." After a pause, Celandian added with a smirk, "Do you ever sit down and dine with your dog?" Caught off guard by his bizarre response, exclaimed, "What the heck?" Celandian continued, "The demonkin and blood tribe that perished before, to our lineage, they are no different from a pack of hunting dogs." He laughed coldly, adding, "Of course, I cherish and love them. To the extent that I would willingly give my life to revive them. They are my loyal and brave army, who have fought alongside me against countless enemies." At this point, Celandian's tone returned to its usual indifference. "But after all, they are still just dogs. Is not it natural not to dine with dogs?" Hearing this, Az furrowed his brows and interjected, "What do you mean by dining?" Celandian replied, "You already understand that, do not you?" After saying this, Celandian gestured toward the city gate with a smug grin. "That is all of you. You humans are our meal." The soldiers faintly heard these words and froze. But Celandian's voice continued steadily. "First, we released our hunting dogs. If you are weak enough to be killed by them, Then you are nothing more than food for the dogs. But because you survived my pack of rabid dogs, at the very least, you can say you have minimal worth. As he spoke, Salandian's eyes transformed, his words dripping with malice. Rejoice. You humans. Salandian's voice was chilling as he enunciated each word. You should feel lucky to be worthy enough to be devoured by our kind. After listening to his smug remarks for a while, gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his hatred, and said, Really? With that, as raised his voice and commanded. Night's silence. At some point, veins had popped up on his face, and he spat out his words, shattering the smiles of those damn bastards. Night's silence obeyed the command, drawing the bow and locking his bright eyes onto the target. Immediately responding, Yep, Lord, I will eliminate them all. No sooner had he finished speaking, the Night's silence shot a sharp arrow. Anfa, recognizing the familiar attack, sneered and said, Look at that. You know it won't work, but you still try. As he waved his hand, preparing to cast a spell, the stupidity of humans never ceases to amaze me. But surprisingly, the arrow shot by Night's silence pierced through Ampha's hand. Ampha's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, Wait, what is this? The arrow showed no signs of slowing down. It continued its powerful advance towards Ampha's neck. He panicked and shouted, No way. Ampha went out, his body frozen in place, staring at the arrow approaching him steadily. In that precarious moment, Beta rushed towards Ampha and swung his axe at the arrow. The arrow was instantly snapped in two and fell to the ground. Salandian sat quietly on his throne, observing for a moment, then suddenly let out a dry laugh and mocked, What is wrong, Ampha? With your level, you can't even stop a single arrow. Ampha stared at his hand, which had a large gash from the arrow shot by Night's silence, and replied in disbelief, My lord, it is different. Seemingly intrigued by this, Salandian chuckled and asked, What is different? Ampha looked down at the arrow. Though it now lay on the ground, it still emitted a strange magical aura. He answered loudly, This is not just an ordinary silver arrow. It is extremely dangerous. Just then, from afar, thousands of silver arrows flew towards Salandian's group. They watched as Ash continued to use the same old attack patterns, and one guy sneered, What is this? Arrows. Another chimed in with disdain. Scrap metal. Before they could even counterattack, the silver arrows instantly pierced through their necks. Salandian, momentarily taken aback, widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, That is not an ordinary silver arrow. Could it be enchanted silver? Hearing Salandian's guess, Ampha knelt down, picked up one of the silver arrows from the ground, and respectfully replied, Yep, it is enchanted silver. But that is not all. It seems to be infused with mistletoe from the underworld. After hearing Ampha's answer, Salandian suddenly smiled brightly and praised, Using that precious divine silver, and even the mistletoe from the underworld to craft arrows impressive. It seems they have prepared quite well to take us down. As he spoke, his voice grew colder. But that was not enough. Just then, a few magic bullets suddenly flew in from afar. One magic bullet. One person got hit by that magic bullet, and their head exploded as they collapsed to the ground. Salandian, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock. It was, clearly, from Axe's side, another magic bullet was fired. Amakadung saw a silver arrow heading straight for him and immediately tried to dodge, but it still pierced deep into his throat. Before he could react, another magic bullet flew toward that Makading. In that moment, Salandian suddenly appeared. He reached out and caught that magic bullet with his bare hand. Holding the magic bullet, Salandian smirked and said, Is this demonic power from aloft? A weapon forged from the essence of the Nightmare Legion commander, Nimeslayer, the Nightmare Destroyer. He slowly opened his hand, and droplets of dark red blood fell to the ground. Looking at his bloodied hand, he grinned like a madman and continued, Now this is a weapon that could actually kill me. Meanwhile, on Axe's army side, their defenses were quickly fortified, attacking with silver and finishing with magic, or using standard iron weapons. These were the two basic strategies to force the blood race to reveal their souls. Demian single-handedly faced off against the Makadung using both strategies at once. Axe turned to Demian, beaming with pride, and said, Demian, great job. You can take a break now. Demian, panting heavily, responded, Yep, sir. He replied, after giving instructions. Axe turned his gaze towards Salandian's troops and thought, They are starting to move slowly. Alpha approached Salandian respectfully and said, My lord, allow me to create a path through their walls. Hearing this, Salandian turned with a smile and replied, Go ahead. You are permitted to engage. Alpha and Beta. Both Alpha and Beta bowed respectfully, and Alpha answered, Yep, my lord. From the ramparts, Axe seemed to see through Salandian's plan and immediately ordered, They are coming. Gather strength for the attack. The soldiers quickly obeyed, drawing bows and readying their weapons to fight. Beta used her axe to chop down arrows shot at her, smirking and thinking, "Do you really think these pathetic attacks can take me down?" Suddenly, Beta stopped, focused her magic into her legs, and knelt down, and thought, "If you want to hurt me, at least use the silver arrows that sniper used." With that thought, she jumped high into the air. From above, Beta looked down at the soldiers standing on the ramparts with disdain. The people on the ramparts gasped, their faces pale as they met her gaze. Now, standing eye to eye with a monster. All the emotions they had never shown before started to emerge on their faces: doubt, surprise, horror, and a primal fear of death. Beta was captivated by the terrified faces of the soldiers below. She grinned with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself, "If only my neck were intact, I could mock you all right now," relishing the joy of tormenting humans while draining their blood and sucking out their marrow. Mocking those who tremble in fear and savoring the tears of those begging for mercy. Sadly, Beta lost her ability to speak forever after being beheaded in a distant past. The battle has just begun. There is still plenty of time to taste human blood and marrow along with their tears. But now, it is time to stay loyal to the task at hand. Suddenly, Beta's body radiates a fierce aura, and she swings her massive axe toward the crowd on the city wall and brings it crashing down. The impact sends some soldiers flying who had not managed to run away. Plunging the scene into chaos, the commander immediately raises his voice, calling the soldiers to action. The enemy is attacking. Focus your strength to fight back. At the foot of the wall, Alpha looks up at the blazing flames above and praises, "Well done, Beta." Then he adds slowly, "Now it is our turn." Just as he finishes speaking, the ground around him trembles, and the corpses of the fallen soldiers and nobles that had long been lifeless are suddenly hurled into the air. Those corpses are quickly drawn together into a massive mass. Alpha immediately waves his hand, transforming it into a pathway leading from underground up to the city wall. Once finished, Alpha strides confidently along that path towards the city wall. After a moment of observation, a terrified soldier exclaims, "He just created a path of corpses?" In no time, Alpha reaches the top, standing fearlessly in front of AT's soldiers. Alpha smiles and loudly declares, "You lowly worms, step aside." He then directs everyone's gaze toward the pathway where Celendian is about to step up, proclaiming, "This is the path our king is preparing to ascend." From below, Celendian looks up and smirks, saying, "Well done, my subordinate. All right, let us go up." Just as he finishes, the city gates suddenly begin to open slowly, prompting a curious glance from Celendian. As the gates fully open, walks out. From above, Alpha is stunned by this turn of events, thinking, opening the gates at this moment, right in the middle of a battle. Suddenly, turns back toward the gates, shouting, "Prepare the drinks and snacks." Immediately, one of his subordinates responds loudly, "Yep, my lord." Then, two soldiers carry out a lavish wooden table, already set with a bottle of wine and intricately carved glassware. Another soldier brings out chairs, and once they are all set, they turn back while simultaneously closing the city gates. Approaches slowly, touches the chair, pulls it out, and invites, "Come sit, O King of the Dragons." After sitting down, he chuckles softly and says, "Why do not we have a few drinks and chat?" Seeing this, Celendian stares wide-eyed in shock at A. During the previous strategy meeting, I had informed everyone that a meeting was held, and you directed everyone's gaze to the planning board before speaking up. We will use a secret plan that I have prepared in advance to immobilize Celendian. Meanwhile, everyone along with the regular soldiers will eliminate the remaining vampire monsters. At this point, the tension in the air seemed to thicken as you raised an eyebrow and continued, "What exactly is this secret plan to trap Celendian?" "That is right. Back to the battlefield." And there stood Celendian, facing off with palpable tension. The command conference began. 10 seconds on the clock. In the battle arena, a monster with the level of a commander of the two king monsters was about to appear. Was thrown off balance. And you thought to yourself, thankfully. Then you recalled earlier when you had a sudden thought. In the game, the success rate is 100%. At first, everyone looked at me as if I were crazy, and I was terrified facing him. When this order is activated, both commanding characters will be incapacitated for 10 seconds. The game had explained that we could receive clues about the secrets of the world through dialogue, or even change the course of the battle in unexpected ways. In the game, Fida's commander is Lucas. The truth is, this order was hardly ever used in previous games, even if it does immobilize the enemy for 10 seconds. And Sar ranked knight, leading our army, would still be taken out of the fight like a sitting duck. From here, Ass suddenly thought, but what about now? Here, the commander is me, not Lucas. I am not a pure warrior capable of immobilizing the enemy. Trapping Celendian for 10 seconds would bring immeasurable benefits, roughly equivalent to 3 minutes in real life. So 10 seconds is about 30 minutes, a long time to get a lot done. Celendian lightly lifted the glass of wine that Ass had poured, and it seemed like there was a bit of hesitation. He blurted out, "Cheers." You responded sarcastically. "Agreed. There is nothing more refreshing than sipping wine while enjoying the view of my underlings getting served." Feeling the vibe, you poured yourself a glass of wine and replied loudly, "We are not that close." It is quite thoughtless for you to drink while saying things like that. Suddenly, from the path of corpses created by Alpha, another group of dragons stepped forward. Hearing him say that, the hand lifting the wine glass to Ass's lips suddenly froze, and you sarcastically remarked, "Agreed. There is nothing more refreshing than sipping wine while enjoying the view of all your underlings biting the dust." Celendian heard Ass's words as if listening to a funny story. He could not help but scoff. "Seems like you have quite the faith in your subordinates." "Ah," Ass confidently replied right back, "Of course. It does not mean I am in the mood to sit here drinking wine." At this point, you locked eyes with Celendian and smiled as you continued, "Just wait and see. My subordinates are very strong. Strong enough to wipe out all your minions. And in the end, we will make you scream in despair." On the city wall, Lucas shouted the command, "Everyone, fall back." The soldiers immediately followed orders, retreating while shouting for each other to fall back. In the fight against Macedon, numbers meant nothing. To be more precise, they were just fodder for the monsters to replenish their strength. Facing them with a small, elite group is still better than using regular soldiers. That is the directive from Ass. And Lucas agreed. Lucas continuously directed the soldiers loudly, moving according to the plan. The hero team was up front, while Lucas pulled the troops back to the rear, trying to prepare for battle with the hero team. Just as the Macedon group set foot atop the city wall, an arrogant one exclaimed, "So much food." He jumped up, laughing heartily, then continued, "When's the last time we had a feast like this? Their taste is absolutely terrible." Another one excitedly chimed in, "Let us feast on some fresh blood today." Seeing the Macedon climbing up, a soldier shouted in horror, "They are coming up, run." Lucas furrowed his brow, observing the Macedon while silently contemplating, "I can let them attack the regular soldiers, but I can stop all of them at once." With that thought, he turned his gaze to Alpha and Beta and resolved silently. The urgent mission was to take care of those two. They had practiced beforehand, assuming the enemy they had to face would be Alpha or Beta. He could not change formations now. Finally, those tasked with stopping 5 regular Macedon were thin line. As someone rushed up to Lucas, Diane hurried over to Lucas and immediately spoke up with a clear voice. "Knight, leave that to us." Lucas turned in surprise and exclaimed, "Diane," not allowing Lucas to refuse. Diane insisted, "Our role has been decided. We will hold off the regular Macedon to buy time. We can do it. After all, we have trained really hard." His words were completely true. Yet the current situation had changed from what they expected. This is not just a situation where stopping 5 Macedon is enough. We also have to protect the retreating soldiers. The difficulty of the mission has now skyrocketed. Should this task be handed to Diane's inexperienced mercenary team? What would the Lord Commander order if he were here? Faced with this situation, Lucas clenched his fist tightly and thought, "I can keep acting like a child forever." After a moment of internal struggle, Lucas turned around and commanded loudly, "As the acting commander, I order our strategy will follow the directives of Dingha." From afar, Beta gracefully pulled the heavy axe from the ground. A glint of deadly intent was evident in her sharp eyes. Back with Lucas's team, he shouted his orders. "First, I will handle that monstrous maid." As soon as he finished, he called out to Alpha, "Evangeline, you hold down that warden." Evangeline, wielding her spear and armed with weapons, eagerly stepped forward, lightly smiling as she replied, "Leave that to me." Lucas then quickly turned to the others, commanding loudly, "Godhand, lend us your support." And then you raised your voice again, giving orders. "Jupiter, Juju, Damien, Ogre, Skull. The 5 of you will be the attack team. Choose the method and target for the attack to be as optimal and quick as possible." Just as Lucas finished speaking, he raised his voice to command, "All remaining members of O Hunters and all members of the Diane mercenary group, stop the monsters just like the usual waves. But do not be reckless." At this point, Lucas paused for a moment, suddenly lowering his voice with concern. "But do not be too proactive. It is different from the pre-assumed situation." Then Lucas suddenly turned his gaze towards the retreating soldiers and continued, "They want to target us. But the regular troops who are still withdrawing while protecting those regular soldiers." After that, Lucas turned to look at everyone again and reminded them, "Remember that everyone's life is always the top priority." However, he still felt uneasy and added, "And these are different from the usual monsters. They are extremely cunning and vicious. Don't let them see any weaknesses if you do not want to lose your life. Lucas suddenly raised an eyebrow, speaking firmly, trying to stop them effectively and adaptively. After hearing his words, everyone shouted in unison, understood the order. Then Lucas drew his sword and shouted out loud, "Good. All units, attack immediately." The whole team rushed forward in unison. Wasting not a single second, Lucas and Evangelion charged ahead together, while Lucas raised his voice to boost his teammates' fighting spirit. If we get through this hurdle, it will be our victory. In contrast to the noisy sounds of battle above the city walls, down below, Ash and Celendian faced each other at a table. Suddenly, Celendian spoke up. So Ash, after a moment, he made a suggestion. "How about we make a bet?" Ash replied, surprised. "Bet on what?" Celendian smiled gently, the glint in his red eyes revealing a hint of menace as he said, "Is not it obvious? Let us bet on who will win on the city walls." And just as this bottle of wine runs dry, Ash instinctively frowned and asked, "What will you do?" As soon as he asked, Celendian squinted his eyes and smiled, replying, "If you win, I will spare your life, and you will have the privilege of witnessing humanity's destruction piece by piece, until the very last moment." Hearing his response, Ash still frowned, his eyes never leaving Celendian for a second, remaining silent. But then Ash wondered to himself, what did he just imply? Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he silently pondered. Is he really confident that even if his realm is destroyed, he could still annihilate this world alone? After some contemplation, Ash slowly raised his glass for a sip and spoke. "And what if you lose?" Celendian replied calmly. "Can't we decide this in a more relaxed manner? If that happens, all that will be left is time until this world meets its end." As Celendian spoke, Ash placed his glass down on the table, and the wine sloshed. "Just relax." Then he looked at Celendian's smiling face and said, "Let us see how long that arrogance lasts." Celendian. At this point, Ash seemed to struggle to contain his emotions any longer, furrowing his brow and confidently declaring, "My realm is incredibly strong. Strong enough to wipe out all your underlings. And in the end, we will make you scream in despair." Back at the battle on the city wall, a Maka dragon had a dagger lodged in its neck, yet it still stood tall. It glanced at the weapon embedded in its throat and casually scoffed, "That is weak." Diane stared at him in shock. And suddenly, blood began to flow from his neck, and his body instinctively collapsed forward. Diane's body crumpled down at the feet of the Maka dragon. The dragon lifted Diane's hair and gave his face a once-over before smirking. Not exactly a good look. Flashing back to the time before the battle began, a massive rock suddenly tumbled down from a steep cliff. The moment they saw the boulder falling, everyone screamed in panic. The NN team had to prove themselves. This opportunity only came once. The elite warriors would still have a chance to shine even in failure. But the Aang and Nunder warriors would never have that privilege the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. That opportunity only happens once in a lifetime. It must be seized, proving one's usefulness, strength, and worth. They had to show that they are not just ordinary folks, making the world take notice to break free from the shadows and step into the light. Earning recognition from everyone, because everyone wants to be the main character. Everyone wants that. And so, Diane, once a naive little boy, had grown through time, owning himself day by day, becoming a fierce and mature Diane, ready to charge into the battlefield to protect everyone. Everyone shared that dream. 30 minutes prior, atop the Crossroads wall, at the moment the fierce battle began, Lucas and Evangelion charged ahead first, with Lucas shouting to boost his teammates' fighting spirit. "If we can stop them, we will win." Just then, Diane suddenly accelerated to catch up with Lucas and shouted, "No matter what happens, hold the formation and keep fighting. If we break apart, we are going to die." Lucas immediately replied, "Get, Diane." Diane and the mercenaries knew this all too well. Each one of them felt insignificant. Then Diane quickly stepped forward as he raised his voice, prioritizing the soldiers' retreat. But when all 5 of them combined their strength, they could generate a much greater power than when fighting alone. If they did that, even that powerful Macedon could be easily defeated. However, as Lucas had pointed out, those monsters were extremely smart and vicious. From the get-go, they ignored the mercenary squad's ambush. Suddenly, a Macedon charged from afar, seemingly targeting a juicy prey, leaping up high while baring its sharp fangs. That Macedon bit down on a mercenary and sank its fangs deep into his neck, causing him to scream in agony. Then, the mercenary was drained of all his life force by that Macedon. After gorging itself, the Macedon released him. Smirking wickedly, it mocked. Still lacking, so very lacking, the mercenary's body lay lifeless, collapsing right in front of the commander and the other regular soldiers. In that moment, The arrogant voice of the Macedon rang out. Now. Who will be the next meal? Come on over. Witnessing his comrades being ruthlessly attacked by the Macedons, the commander clenched his teeth in silent fury. Then he drew his sword and loudly declared, I will buy us some time. He immediately took a battle stance and commanded, everyone retreat quickly. The commander of the Twilight Brigade, since entering Phase 2, had been a veteran tasked with leading ordinary soldiers. But the fate of this veteran was merely futile and painful. He could not even stall for a moment. His sacrifice was in vain. As he saw the commander perish right before him, a warrior involuntarily exclaimed, Captain. Another shouted in outrage, those damn monsters. In this situation, Dian immediately raised his voice. This is not the time to mourn. Retreat. Everyone. Retreat now. Ignoring Dian's words, the warriors who were ordered to retreat now stood united, charging forward to fight. Shouting. Seeing this, Dian shouted furiously, Are you all insane? I said retreat. Instantly, the Macedons charged in and slaughtered those warriors. Of course, the seasoned soldiers knew that charging toward those Macedons meant their chances of victory were nearly zero. Amid a battlefield littered with the bodies of brave warriors, suddenly, a soldier's hand reached up, gripping the ankle of a Macedon. But faced with the death of their captain, who had fought alongside them, they were too old to escape and run for their lives. That was the price to pay. In the face of the deaths of those who had shared joy and sorrow just yesterday, the emotions of Dian's mercenaries surged. In that scene, Hashem rushed forward with his shield. Furiously glaring, he shouted, Damn it, those vile Macedons. One of his teammates quickly chimed in, You can't charge in alone. Hashem, seeing the dire situation, Dian's anger flared, and he shouted, Hold the line. Stay calm. We can't lose control. Hashem's level was 25. Maybe I was being too cocky. No matter how strong Macedon was, I should at least be able to land a hit. Just as he managed to strike one of the Macedon, a sharp pain shot through his arm. He stared in shock at his sword-wielding hands and gasped, Wait. Then my hand and the sword both dropped. Hashem's eyes widened as he faced the hungry, predatory stares of the Macedon. Feeling like there was no way back, he slowly turned around, his gaze filled with regret and fear. He choked out, Everyone. Seeing him like that, Dian shouted, Hashem. No sooner had he finished speaking than one Macedon kicked Hashem brutally. Dian stood frozen, watching how they were killing his teammate. What was his dream? I just heard him share it a day ago, but I can't quite remember. Seeing Hashem lying in a pool of blood on the battlefield, Dian thought to himself, he was saving up to start a business. Maybe that was it. In that moment, someone screamed in horror. Hashem seemed to sense it and was about to rush forward, but Dian quickly raised his hands and shouted, Stop. Dante, go. Stay calm. Stay calm. Dante, get agitated. Hold the line. One of the Macedons suddenly lifted his bloodied hand and licked it slowly, his eyes filled with sadistic satisfaction. He smiled and said, Your teammate's blood is so rich it is almost savory. I prefer my meals a bit lighter. Though, after saying that, the Macedon spat out the blood in his mouth and sneered, Want a taste? His actions broke something inside Ayla. Tears welled up in her eyes. Anger coursed through her, the muscles in her temples tightening. She gritted her teeth, fighting back the tears. Unable to bear it any longer, Ayla charged forward with two sharp knives, shouting, I am going to kill you all. You beasts. Dian, feeling helpless, yelled, Ayla, don't go alone. As he finished, Dian ran after her, raising his voice, We are charging together. We can't go in alone. Then the others followed Dian. One excitedly shouted, I have been waiting to hear that, Dian. Another one yelled, We will make you pay for killing our friends, you beasts. In a matter of moments, one Macedon was stabbed in the stomach. Instead of screaming in pain, he impatiently laughed. You humans are really pathetic. Right in front of Dian, those Macedon had killed everyone, trampling over the bodies of those brave soldiers. Mocking. Why are you so sensitive about life and death among your teammates? Dian's eyes suddenly went blank. He stared blankly at the faces of his teammates. One Macedon grabbed Ayla by the hair, forcing her to sit up, and said, Well, you all seem pretty desperate. Looks like you want to save this one. He paused for a moment before continuing, If that is the case, let me return this to you. And with that, he plunged his hand straight through Ayla's stomach. The pain made her scream, tears streaming down her face, and she cried out for help. Dian watched in horror as this brutal act unfolded, his heart breaking for Ayla. Her hair was gripped tightly, yanking her head back, revealing her blood-soaked face, tears flowing uncontrollably. Dian, it is my fault. I am so sorry for breaking our team. She recalled the happier times spent with Dian. I am sorry for planting this dream of being a mercenary in you. If it were not for that, we would not be in this situation. It is all my fault. A powerful kick slammed into her, sending her tumbling forward. Ayla fell to the ground, blood pouring from her wounds right in front of Diane. Diane lowered his head in silence, gripping his sword tightly. He had not done anything wrong. None of them had. He remembered the times when everyone sat together, laughing. Were their dreams too lofty? To earn money for business? To marry? To send back home? To support siblings? These modest dreams, these humble desires, Diane wondered, were they really too far-fetched? They definitely were not out of reach. They had given up on their dreams of being the main characters long ago. He recalled standing from a distance, watching Ask Lucas and Evangelion chatting joyfully, just wishing to stay on that stage. In those moments, he felt happiness, even as just nameless side characters. It could not be that far away after all. We are all human. He hung his head, his emotions hidden, believing that since we are born into this world, we all have the right to dream. Childhood, the stars reflecting beautifully on our faces. Then he remembered the days he stood in a corner, watching the bustling streets welcoming the nights. But the truth is, those dreams are too high, too distant, and utterly unreachable. They turned their eyes toward a lower light, yet the soldiers, clad in armor, stood in neat rows, a fire close enough to touch within reach. But why were they all burned despite such a modest flame? He pictured a moth being consumed by fire. We are not moths flying into the flames to be burnt, we are human. The vampire horde slowly approached, 3 of them impaled by weapons. Diane gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he faced forward, tears welling up from witnessing his comrades slaughtered before him. We have a dream, and there is nothing wrong with that. Zenichi approached and patted him on the shoulder, along with some middle-aged soldiers. Exactly. There is nothing wrong with having a dream. She looked ahead, speaking with a serious tone. Face reality. Young man. It was not the dream that killed your comrades. Ahead lies a bloody battlefield where Diane's teammates have fallen. And it is those monsters over there along with a flawed strategy. Get up. Young man. The battle is not over yet. Your teammates did not die in vain. He suddenly realized something. There were indeed 3 vampires impaled with weapons.
Yep.
That is right. 3 of them had silver weapons embedded in their bodies. Just 2 more to go, and then a mage will handle the rest. Jinichi looked at him and asked the young man before him, "Can you finish the job?" Diane steeled himself. "I will give it a shot." He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. "Show us what you have got." Slowly stood up from the cold battlefield, spurred on by the encouragement. Do not let the mercenary group Diane just be a name. Diane stood tall, gripping 2 swords tightly, eyes unwavering as the motivational words echoed, carved into the gravestones of the young lives lost in vain. The remaining soldiers also got into fighting stances, ready to kill and leave their mark on this world. Jinichi raised his hand, beginning to cast a spell. The worth of a mercenary lies in the enemies they have defeated. Everyone had their minds set on fighting, not on their own graves. The vampire bats leaped at them with sharp claws and wild spikes charging forward. Jinichi gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the ground. A surge of power ripped through the air, shooting straight toward the vampire bats while everyone surged forward. One vampire bat scoffed, daring to use magic right in front of us. What a joke. Then, he jumped up, dodging Jinichi's attack. His eyes gleamed red as he raised his sharp claws, preparing to strike. Just as he attacked, a torrent of blood erupted from the air, splattering everywhere. It was then that Jinichi finally realized. Could it be? Before her stood the image of her comrade being torn apart, helpless against the magic of 2 vampire bats. A mere mage unable to defend himself. Blood sprayed wildly into the air. Her comrade was being assaulted by those vampire bats, without a chance to fight back. And the warriors of O'Hunter were not safe from injury either. Pushing past the soldiers struggling against the vampire bats, Diane quickly surged forward. The 2 vampire bats not yet impaled stood there, smug. But that gave Diane a little more time to hold on. He swung one sword behind him. Then with all his might, he thrust it toward the bat in front. One sword successfully pierced the neck of a vampire bat, catching him off guard. While the guy stood frozen in shock, Diane seized the moment and charged forward, angrily aiming his sword at the last vampire bat, not to be outdone. The second sword also found its mark in the neck of the last vampire bat. He seemed unable to believe what just happened as he felt the sword plunge into his neck. Good. That is how it should be. But the image of that guy began to fade away, stabbed and done for. Diane staggered unsteadily from the recent attack. He collapsed right at the feet of that vampire bat, the sword still lodged in the neck of the vampire bat. He sighed disdainfully. Too weak. He grabbed Diane by the hair and lifted him up. You do not look appetizing at all. Then he ruthlessly ended him. Diane's head fell to the ground with a thud and rolled away. The vampire bat next to Diane's incomplete body spoke up. Let us quickly finish off those punks over there, and prepare to wipe out the rest on the city wall. Another guy chimed in, You too. Today let us eat until we burst. As the footsteps slowly faded away, Zenichi suddenly let out a knowing laugh. Her laughter successfully capturing the attention of the confused vampire. They all turned to her. One of them asked, "Why are you laughing? Human. Aren't you scared of dying?" Zenichi, lying on the ground with a smirk, looked straight at them and replied, "Of course we are scared of dying, but you filthy pests." The sky was now darkening, with bolts of lightning striking everywhere. "You should be afraid of the thunder," said the vampire, silently glancing up as other footsteps quickly approached. Powerful lightning bolts were striking the ground, and in the distance, two figures were getting closer. It was Mage Jupiter, still holding a cigar in her mouth. "This is why being a mage is not easy. No matter how many allies fall, we can launch an attack until the perfect moment arrives." She moved forward with a magical orb. Because mages are worth more than soldiers who maintain the front lines with their lives. From a mage's perspective, this is clearly a damn tough job. Juju placed a hand on her shoulder. "Grandma, I will help you," Mage Jupiter reminded her. "You will help with everything you have got, so keep up." The loud voice traveled. "Lily, prepare the amplification spell. The target is me." Lily received the signal and immediately responded. Yep. The amplification spell was ready to unleash its energy. Mage Jupiter closed her eyes, beginning to focus her strength as the magical orb beside her started to glow. In an instant, bolts of lightning surrounded her body as she forcefully shot them out. "Wait. You bastards." A massive bolt of lightning immediately struck down on the other side of the wide wall, provocatively echoing, "Let us see how tough you pests really are." The huge bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the vampire horde with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath their feet to shatter. One of them, still defiant, shouted, "Don't be so cocky. With that kind of magic, you think you can threaten us?" The silver lightning started to blend with the golden lightning. The silver bolt struck down, making the vampires feel the pain clearly. Jupiter's second skill, White Tempest. The terrifying power from the second wave caused the ground to break apart beneath the vampires' feet. They were scorched and hurled into the air in agony. The upper layer of the fortress shattered, directly pinning the vampires down. They seemed to feel an immense pain and screamed out. Mage Jupiter's attack successfully exposed the weakness of the vampire horde. The unstable core of the vampires' souls froze and became clearly visible on their backs or heads. At that moment, Demian seized the opportunity, raising his crossbow. "Now's my chance." Each arrow swiftly pierced through the core of the vampires' souls before they could react. The remaining ones were incredibly furious upon seeing the situation. Despite being heavily injured, they were still incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they leaped away, disappearing from sight. "Damn it." The last two vampires crazily charged forward. "Get out of our sight, now." Two bright green beams shot past them. Skull and Ogre raised their guns, standing firm in front of them. "That is right." One of the Makadong yelled angrily, threatening, "You pests better watch out. Our lord won't let you off easy." No sooner had he finished speaking than a barrage of bullets pierced their bodies before they could react, courtesy of Demian, a beaker, and Sebelith's magical guns. After taking out the last two Makadong, Skull and Ogre pulled their masks down, as these smaller weapons allowed them to handle them with ease. Demian stood above, looking down at the two below. Reporting, 5 regular Makadong. Their soul cores have been completely destroyed. Then he turned away, and instead of celebrating the victory, his face was filled with sadness. "And our losses were?" A hand came from behind and covered his eyes. "That is enough. Demian, do not look anymore." The Mage Jupiter spoke from behind and, "Wait. We have got a lot to do. Good. Don't he feel guilty about our fallen comrades?" She advised. "Close your eyes and join the battlefield over there." Demian clenched his teeth, trying to push through the sorrow. "Okay." She looked at the unrecognizable bodies lying motionless on the ground. "Yep. That is right. Young people should not feel guilty for the teammates who sacrificed themselves. That burden is for old folks like us to carry." Juju approached from behind, ready with healing magic. "Grandma, I will help you stabilize your mana." Having just assisted Jupiter in performing a magical attack, Juju was well aware of Jupiter's condition. The sky still bore a somber, deathly air, as the echoes of voices bounced around. "Don't you worry about me. I have my own mission to fulfill. Just follow Demian." "But Grandma, your body." Mage Jupiter firmly rejected her granddaughter's offer for support. "These guys are just lowly pests. The real monsters are over there, and this battle has only just begun. We need you to win that fight." Mage Jupiter urged. "Go now." Juju's face fell slightly, worried for her, but she obeyed. "I will see you later." Then she quickly left with Demian. While Mage Jupiter strode forward, she approached the gasping body of her old friend and spoke. "Zenichi." Zenichi looked at her, whispering, "Don't you look at me like that. You knew this would happen when you gathered us all, did not you?" Jupiter, when she gathered the mercenaries for this battle, It was because the 4 hunters mercenaries Jupiter assembled all had grievances against the Maka dung. That is why they quickly responded to her call. When they heard they would be facing the Maka dung, Zenitsu continued. I am glad I could finally help wipe out those damned Maka dung. But she looked at the young mercenaries who had fallen. It is such a shame that those young ones died. This honor should belong to the Dian mercenaries. And even the severed head of Dian, which almost ruined the strategy we had in place. But in the end, they sacrificed their lives to complete the mission. And the credit for taking down those Makadong should go to them. The sorceress Jupiter raised the cigar to her lips. This front line had taken another step forward, thanks to the deaths of these children. As it was for them. What good is that? Just moments ago, those young souls were laughing and chatting. And now, they lay lifeless, cold, and torn apart. Jupiter covered her face with her hand. Haunted not just by the death of the mercenaries from Dian, but by all the young lives she had witnessed perish throughout her life. The shadow of Juju lingered in her mind, along with the death of her granddaughter, which would come one day. Genichi's gaze began to droop, yet she struggled to speak her final words before her breath faded away. Dreams, desires, all had vanished like soap bubbles, reaching for the flame within their grasp, while accepting their bodies were being burnt to ashes. A meaningful death, a glimmer of hope and a moth striving to fly towards it. Is not that what mercenaries like us are aiming for? I hope every death holds meaning. Not just that of those children, the sorrow reflected in Jupiter's eyes. And our own deaths too. Amidst the blood-soaked battlefield and the slain, she remained beside her old friend. Junichi chuckled softly. Our era, the era of old soldiers, is coming to an end. Now, a new age will be ushered in by those young ones. When one flower falls to the ground, another blooms. Hoping that at the moment we fade away, Junichi smiled contentedly. Those young ones will blossom and shine brightly. Then, her breath was no more. She still sat beside Genichi's lifeless body. Jupiter did not agree with everything Genichi said, but she was deeply impressed by one thing. The era of veterans was nearing its end. The young ones are shouldering a great mission. From now on, the battlefield belongs to them. Life and death, victory and defeat, glory and shame, all will belong to the youth. She fell into silence. A moment for the two generations to share the burden for one another, which would not last much longer. The footsteps slowly approached. Sorceress Jupiter did not look back at her, only ordering, those who are still alive, head over to the healer over there for treatment, and come back here immediately. She turned to face the battlefield still in chaos. The real battle was far from over. A fierce conflict still raging on the wall. It seemed the battle between the Dragon General and the valiant heroes of humanity was approaching its decisive phase. She furrowed her brow. It is enough that we old folks do not become a burden, let alone hold back the young ones. Leaving the cigar on the fallen soldier's chest, she and the surviving soldiers quickly moved away. Let us hurry. The battlefield was thick with corpses. The Dian mercenary group had been completely wiped out. The Dragon General was physically superior and utterly ruthless. They could not adapt to the brutality of the battlefield. They could not withstand the pressure of real combat. Dian had once rushed in recklessly, breaking formation and ruining the strategy laid out. Everyone fought solo and paid the ultimate price. Now they are all gone. Before their sacrifice, they managed to complete the strategic mission they were given. But the mercenary team, Dian, fulfilled their duty. They drove silver weapons into the body of the dragon Maka. And it was this act that allowed the others to finish them off. They had all earned Ash's trust, given the chance to prove their worth. But in the end, they all perished. Now, Dian's severed body lies silently on the ground, and the cloth tied around his forehead slips away. It gradually falls, covering his eyes that will never close again before his sacrifice, never to receive a second chance. Elsewhere, the young mercenaries smile before Ash's eyes. I will never forget their names. The red system screen flashes with notifications of the fallen. Team 2. Rob. Deceased. Dian. Deceased. Alea. Deceased. Hessen. Deceased. Deceased. But will remembering their names bring any meaning to this? His question startled Ash into silence. He sat with his arms crossed, facing Celendian. He swirled the drink in his hand, tilting his head slightly, wondering what good it was to count the dead. His face gradually took on a dangerous look, as those who truly cared would start dropping one by one from now on. On the brutal battlefield, Evangelion was facing off against Alpha, Celendian's butler, while Lucas was about to clash with Beta, Celendian's female maid. In another corner, the butler Alpha cast a judging gaze. You seem to underestimate me. He stood opposite Evangelion, adjusting his gloves. Do you really think a simple knight can stop me? Alpha, ignoring his taunts. Evangelion chose silent. The first mate of the great no-life king. Alpha remained expressionless but continued to belittle him. Are humans really underestimating me? Or are they so short on manpower that they have to send a snot-nosed kid like you to face me? The tip of Evangeline's spear pointed straight ahead. Well, you lot only know how to fight with words. The confident stance and fiery spirit of the girl would not back down. Don't even think about running off like a coward. Come at me. I will crush you like a bug. Alpha unleashed his blood technique, conjuring 5-6 blood spheres around him. Showing he still had some talent, the flowers within the blood spheres began to bloom, and while Alpha remained dismissive, it seemed he had not yet learned to assess his opponent's abilities. He launched an attack, sending countless blood bullets straight at Evangelion. The girl, unfazed, lowered her center of gravity and charged forward. The blood bullets rained down with great force, but Evangelion easily dodged them and pressed on. In an instant, she leaped off the ground. Evangelion soared through the air, ignoring the blood bullets exploding beneath her. Glaring at Alpha with fierce determination, she would have been alive for quite some time. Her spear came crashing down with tremendous force, but Alpha managed to leap back just in time, dodging the blow as the ground shattered beneath him. Still not learning to gauge his opponent's strength, he got pushed back but quickly adjusted his speed. One of her strikes clearly annoyed him. Evangelion glanced at her intricately armored suit, feeling a mix of awe and a bit of dissatisfaction. Sure, the armor was impressive, but it slowed down her weapon speed. Indeed, Evangelion's armor was a double-edged sword. It had exceptional defenses against both magic and physical attacks, but it came with the penalty of reduced attack and movement speed. The system screen displayed her equipment stats. 2 out of 3 properties were unyielding. There were still many unaddressed flaws. Evangelion managed to bypass the movement speed penalty due to her attributes, making her unstoppable. It allowed her to move like a flying squirrel, but in the end, there was no way to bypass the attack speed reduction. Alpha's gaze sharpened. He was fully aware of all of this. At that moment, Evangelion appeared to him shrouded in a powerful energy, clearly faster than her outward appearance suggested. The energy spheres kept forming, and soon, a multitude of them began to appear one after another. Alpha raised one hand high, ready to unleash the countless spheres he had created. He just needed to reduce the blood bullet's power and increase its firing speed. The flower within the blood sphere bloomed, and the blood bullets were generated. Thousands of blood bullets shot straight toward Evangelion. She bent down, thrusting her shield in front of her, focusing all her concentration forward. Immediately after, she charged forward at breakneck speed. This time, instead of dodging, she used her shield to block the incoming blood bullets. Alpha could hardly believe his eyes. He frowned, thinking, what? Evangelion looked completely confident. If you have weakened the power, all I have to do is block them. That is the #1 skill. Damage accumulation. The accumulated damage quickly transformed into concentrated power in the spear she wielded. Who would have thought a fake mosquito could fight with its head? Evangelion charged in excitedly. But sadly, their strategy was all wrong. That was the second skill. Damage return. A massive explosion with overwhelming force erupted right at the impact zone, shifting to the area where Lucas and Beta's battle was about to take place. The knight and the monster stood about 10 steps apart, both silently observing each other. Facing Beta, Lucas remained quiet. Neither of them made a move, both knowing that the first one to strike would be at a disadvantage. That is why they remained motionless. However, Beta could barely contain her growing irritation, evident on her face and in her eyes. Directed at a lowly opponent like him, Lucas stood tall, showing no fear, maintaining an attitude and stance that resembled a true warrior who could stand toe-to-toe with her. That is why she wanted to stomp on that serious face as soon as possible, Beta thought to herself. Anger boiled within her as she clenched her jaw, the veins on her face standing out sharply. No way. The veins on her thighs were bulging as well. I can't take this anymore. The ground beneath Beta suddenly shattered as she charged forward like a bolt of lightning. In the air, she swung her massive axe high and aimed directly at Lucas below. The impact of her swing created a shockwave of overwhelming power that dominated everything. But that attack slammed into the ground instead of hitting Lucas. While Beta was still in shock, he had somehow moved behind her. She turned around, fury etched across her face. What the heck is this? Lucas stood there unscathed. Was not I supposed to have hit him with that blow? That arrogant look on his face. He remained silent, his face icy and his gaze sharp, filled with disdain, as if looking down on a mere pest. Lucas' attitude infuriated Beta, making her think, how utterly infuriating. Instantly, she charged at him like a raging demon going after its prey. You little pest. She tightened her grip on the axe, ready to swing down. I will gouge your eyes out and tear you to shreds. Lucas quickly dodged the blow and jumped back. Beta would not back down either. She spun her axe and attacked frantically, but Lucas effortlessly evaded it all. She was just too slow. Way slower than the king of this realm. He gripped his sword tightly. You need more training. I expected you to be much faster than this. Beta unconsciously realized something. Lucas swung a powerful strike, but she sensed it in time and blocked at her first skill. Will to fight. His previous strike had pushed Beta back. The fierce will radiated from his body. Is this really all you have got? Disdain laced his words. He would already taken down over 100 monsters with this skill. Beta grew even angrier. The veins on her face bulging as she glared at Lucas after his counterattack. They both charged at each other. The power of the will to fight unleashed after defeating more than 100 monsters. Lucas's gaze turned cold. But his words were calm. How disappointing. It is time for you to die. Another massive explosion rocked the city walls. Lucas's power now rivaled the monster standing before him. Shifting to Evangelion, she was momentarily taken aback. Wait! What the hell is happening here? At this moment, countless strands of blood bound her movements. Her body was immobilized. In the blood mist, Alpha appeared slowly, her red eyes glinting. You must lay a foundation before building a house. And it is the same in war. Young lady, he approached Evangelion, who was trapped, thinking I would use blood magic without any purpose. How naive. The girl shouted angrily. Wait. Stop. You let me. Alpha's hand, using blood magic, reached forward. I do not like sucking the blood of children. But Evangelion gritted her teeth as the protective collar of her armor was pried open by Alpha's blood magic. If it is the blood of a talented child, well, that is a different story. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Your life will surely taste delicious. The demon moved closer to Evangelion. The air thick with a deadly crimson hue. On Lucas's side, he is thrusting his sword at Beta, who is lurking behind a veil of smoke from the explosion. But suddenly, his hands start to tremble. What the heck? Beta is half standing, half kneeling on the ground, one of her arms cleaved in two. Yet her expression is one of pure delight. This can't be happening. Lucas's sword stats are fully displayed on the system board. Silver Blade. Level 40. Greatsword classification. Attack power 40-50%. Durability 10-10. It deals an extra 100% damage against all enemies, disregards enemy defense, and applies a 75% healing reduction effect upon attack. Lucas's Greatsword, the Silver Blade, is forged from Demon Mistletoe. The healing reduction against Manga is a staggering 75%. Beta's severed arm is quickly regenerating, gripping Lucas's sword tightly. Thanks to her natural recovery ability and enhanced physical prowess, Beta raises her hand to her mouth, her eyes glinting with mystery. The sword is stuck solidly within her arm, wedged between the bulging muscles. She flashes a smug smile. No one can escape now. Beta launches an attack. Almost too fast to track, a powerful slash descends on Lucas, catching him completely off guard with no time to react. Her mouth opens wide, revealing sharp fangs ready to sink into human flesh. Macadong uses life essence harvested from others as fuel, igniting it within their body to enhance physical strength or burning it externally to cast spells. The physical state of a Macadong is being meticulously analyzed, so they surely have a fundamental weakness. If they can't replenish blood by taking down enemies on the battlefield, their already depleting power will soon run dry. And since they rely on sucking blood from humans, that is why they are always on the hunt for a chance to drain their foes whenever possible. Even during a fight, they will look for openings to do just that. This is something you need to be wary of if you want to take down a bloodsucker. A deathly atmosphere cloaks Evangelion. As death looms ever closer, drops of blood pool on the ground, soaking the area. This is not Evangelion's blood. It is Alpha's. In this moment, she remains eerily calm, piercing her spear through Alpha's mouth, making him choke. Sorry, but I have figured out your fighting style from my predecessor. Previously, he fired blood bullets at her. Alpha's combat style revolves around launching blood projectiles, creating a fog of blood, and when she gets ensnared by the blood threads, most foes fall victim to the blood bullets. But the lucky ones who survive the blood rain will end up trapped by the lingering blood mist. The moment her neck armor is pried open is the point where Alpha can safely drain the blood from the incapacitated enemy. Everything was analyzed meticulously. In fact, Evangeline had been held back by blood mist. However, Evangeline's unstoppable attribute was immune to all abnormal statuses that impaired movement. The blood mist binding had no effect from the very beginning. She was just pretending to be hit. The girl smiled playfully, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. A withered old mosquito like him would not have the privilege of touching the neck of a beautiful girl in her full bloom like me. Only those close to me are allowed to touch. Alpha, with her sharp-headed spear still stuck in his mouth, struggled to speak, asking, "How could you know my fighting style? The invasion of the human world by our legion clearly ended centuries ago." This attack move from Alpha has successfully kept many people at bay when facing him from centuries past. Even during the battles between Selendion's legion and the ancient kingdoms, humans could hardly recognize this fighting style, because almost no one was left to tell the tale. He felt utterly baffled about how she knew this and prepared to counter it. At this moment, the shadow of Ash flashed in Evangelion's mind. Our commander possesses a truly terrifying ability. He is incredibly caring, looking after everyone meticulously. Whipping up delicious snacks late at night, the girl proudly recounted about him, even risking her life to save her subordinates. Aha! Alpha jumped back to dodge her spear. He could not believe it. No way. It can't be, Evangelion exclaimed. Did that spear just slip past? Alpha, in pain, clutched his mouth, which was bleeding profusely, then shouted out loud. Thanks to that holy weapon piercing through me, my healing ability is currently quite slow. Damn it. A lowly human like you. In response to Alpha's insults, Evangelion remained calm, replying with a smirk. You all are quite amusing, always calling us lowly humans inferior beings. But the truth is, you are just parasites living off our blood. What right do you have to call us inferior? Her words successfully provoked Alpha, his face darkening, veins bulging, and his eyes filled with fury. He angrily unleashed 2 massive seals and, despite his injured mouth, yelled, Shut up, you insect. The 2 colossal seals he created, one sucking blood from the battlefield, while the other generated immense power. Alpha had endured humiliation up till now, but in the end, he was still a veteran who had been through countless battles. The combination of the 2 seals produced an attack with devastating force. He could accurately gauge his opponent's abilities after just a brief clash. The overwhelming power tore through the ground, quickly advancing toward Evangelion. At this point, Alpha clearly understood Evangelion's defensive capabilities. Smirking, he thought, with the power of this attack, regardless of how exceptional her defense might be, she would definitely meet her end. Without a hint of hesitation or fear, Evangelion charged straight ahead, despite the terrifying force of Alpha's attack. However, there was one thing Alpha overlooked. The technology humanity had developed over the centuries. She plunged directly into the heart of his assault. Over the centuries, humanity had advanced technology to the point where ancient magic was slowly becoming obsolete. Each piece of armor on her shoulders began to separate, and the lower armor no longer held together, and the lower parts were also coming off her body. The armor-making technology was no exception. Evangelion leaped into the midst of Alpha's attack as solid metal pieces detached from the inner layer of her armor, leaving him utterly astonished. That golem suit is the pinnacle of armor-making technology in the current empire. She wore a confident expression as everything unfolded just as she had hoped. Feeling a sense of ease wash over her, Alpha was furious, unleashing more blood bullets at her, while the little brat was like a blood clot so daring. Without the heavy metal pieces weighing her down, Evangelion's speed skyrocketed, allowing her to effortlessly dodge every single attack from the blood bullets. You have never looked in the mirror. Ah, that blood clot over there is you. She gathered energy into the spear in her hand, ready to face the furious Alpha. And seriously, stop talking like an old man all the time. In an instant, her spear pierced through Alpha with precision and decisiveness. He did not have time to resist, letting out a pained scream as blood gushed from his mouth. While she found it immensely satisfying, kids these days are so unpredictable, are not they? On the city walls, amidst the dust of battle, the Empire's banner still fluttered proudly. Meanwhile, Lucas felt a blade plunge into his body, leaving him unable to fight back. It seemed that powerful strike would take him down. But in that moment, a blue light enveloped his entire body. The situation left Beta stunned. Not knowing what was happening, Lucas transformed into a swirling vortex of blue, effortlessly dodging Beta's attack. It was the activation of his mystical attributes. He placed a hand on his chest, exhaling deeply, realizing he had trained hard to master the abilities of this suit. But this was the first time he was using it in a real battle. His gaze sharpened. But relying solely on the equipment's performance was never enough. He needed to find ways to strengthen himself to the fullest. Facing the furious Beta, still gripping her massive axe, he continued, Last time, I was completely helpless against your king. Afterward, his teammates researched methods to fight him, leveraging their unique abilities. As he said this, he tightened his grip on his sword. But he did not have those kinds of advantages. If things stayed like this, he would not be able to protect his lord against your king in this battle. Beta could not hold back any longer. She angrily swung her axe and charged at him. What is this guy babbling about? But Lucas stood his ground. I was deeply concerned about this, pondering what I should do, how I could change to protect my lord. He had no desire to dodge Beta's incoming attack. For many nights in a row, I trained to the point of exhaustion, searching for answers. The axe blade was less than a fist's length from his head, yet he remained still, his bangs falling over his eyes, concealing his emotions. After training to the brink of collapse, I discovered a method. In that moment, his sword successfully blocked Beta's massive axe. It seemed Beta was pouring all her strength into that attack. Her teeth gritted and her face contorted. Yet Lucas effortlessly countered it with his sword. His face darkened, with only his eyes narrowing, emanating a heavy aura that defied humanity. In the face of his presence, Beta could only grit her teeth, displaying her helplessness. Then a powerful beam of light shot out, moving at breakneck speed. Beta's massive axe slammed down hard. She struggled to grip the axe handle, fighting to keep herself from collapsing. No way. How could a mere human like him possibly match my strength? Her hand clung to the axe handle, trembling. It can't be? Am I really being pushed back by him? Unconsciously, she sensed something was off. In front of her was Lucas, but the aura radiating from him was terrifying, accompanied by a massive demonic face looming behind him. All of this was forbidden power for every player. That ominous aura continued to surge from him, characteristic of an R-rated protagonist. Lucas McGregor. Lucas' state had shifted, his face revealing every vein, his eyes narrowing as he gritted his teeth, exposing sharp fangs. He lowered his center of gravity, pointing his sword forward. At this moment, he was no longer the ordinary Lucas. He had transformed into a monstrous version of himself. Beta immediately heightened her guard, twirling the axe in her hands. Something felt off. She was heavily injured and could not quite grasp what Lucas was going through. This knight clearly had something wrong with him. She assessed him, looking like a demon in a fury, realizing that to protect what he cherished, he was willing to sacrifice something equally important. After transforming into this monstrous state, Lucas issued a challenge. Come at me with everything you have got, demon. He looked terrifying, and it was unclear if his current power was enough to face the king of men. That is why he needed to fight to find out. Evangelion watched as Alpha's torn body lay on the ground. On this side, she was done. But how was Lucas doing on the other side? She turned and called out, Hey Lucas. Are you alright? Lucas had also taken care of Beta, feeling a bit exhausted as he faced the dismembered pieces of her body lying before him. He struggled to control the power surging within him. Seeing Lucas' condition, Evangelion could not help but worry. Are you okay? That looks pretty dangerous. Alpha's corpse lay on the ground, her mouth agape, but his eyes suddenly sparkled again. The enemy was too strong. His body suddenly lifted, the gaping hole in his stomach drawing blood from the outside. To recover, it was similar for Beta. She had also risen, the severed parts of her body slowly reattaching. Taking a little risk to potentially take down the enemy might just be worth it. Right, Evangelion thought to herself. This was stage 2. Alpha's body floated in midair, a vast amount of blood and life energy beginning to envelop him. Yet it seemed he had no intention of stopping. This could happen because entities like the Demon Lord could resurrect as a bloodline. After their soul core was destroyed, Beta had also resurrected. The area where she stood shattered by a tremendous force. Just like Alpha, she too was unable to control herself. Though they had lost their minds, their stats had significantly increased. Yuju and Dian were also there, urging each other to hurry up. Evangelion faced Alpha, hovering in the air, surrounded by immense power, making her wonder. It is hard to understand why these monsters have a stage 2 when they are not even a swarm. The mischievous look on her face showed no fear, only pure confidence. Well, if we have prepared this thoroughly, everything should go smoothly. In another corner, the king of the Macedon army remained calm, who here has not had nightmares. Even with the corpses of his subordinates scattered around. Across from him raised an eyebrow in confusion, but he chose to stay silent. I did not like this one bit. In a vast space just outside the castle, there was only a small table with 2 key figures from each side sitting across from each other. More than anyone, Ed felt genuinely annoyed that his subordinates were fighting, while he was just sitting there drinking. However, my role was to delay Celendian from entering the battlefield for as long as possible, giving others time to eliminate his underlings. I decided to pretend to listen intently to the nonsense he was about to say. And this was part of the plan. The bottle of wine on the table was nearly empty. A nightmare. Is there anyone in this world who has not faced a nightmare? Celendian smiled wickedly after posing the question. Felt extremely restless, and all his emotions seemed to show through his eyes. This jerk. Earlier, Celendian had a very gloomy demeanor. This jerk seemed very detached and begged for death the first time we met. But as this battle approached its decisive stage, he became more and more excited. Remained silent, his gaze still focused, but he seemed tense, as if he was leisurely savoring the life and death moments on this battlefield. I felt a bit scared witnessing the true nature of the monster sitting right in front of me. Celendian reached for the glass on the table, a nightmare reflecting our deepest fears. They are the embodiment of what we dread the most. The corners of his mouth revealed sharp fangs more clearly, but just imagine. And he began to envision a shapeless monster, with numerous blood-red eyes. What if that nightmare was no longer just a dream but had become reality? If a monster from the dream emerged as a living creature, a true presence. This monster had a mouth, but instead of a jaw full of sharp, devilish teeth, it had a neat, human-like smile, and when that mouth opened, it contained a single eye larger than all the others and countless smaller eyes staring directly at Aeth. and standing right in front of you. How would you feel? Aether responds to Celendian with a scoff. What are you rambling about? But he can't help but voice the thoughts swirling in his head. The nightmare is far more than just a dream. Its existence ties to something far deeper than you realize. He casually lifts his drink to his lips, saying, if you truly want to wipe us out and save humanity, I suggest you pay attention to this. He sets the drink back on the table, adding, now, young man, let me ask you once more. Celendian's demeanor is chilling, his fiery red eyes, that eerie smile, and an aura of death surrounds him. Do you often have nightmares? What do you fear the most? At Celendian's question, Ash ponders. What do I fear most? It is the look in Celendian's eyes. I hope it is not something too horrifying, because whatever it is, if you sink too deep into it, one day it might just become reality. The battlefield is still raging fiercely. Alpha has lost all consciousness. All that is left in his eyes is the urge to kill. Despite the large gaping hole in his body, he hovers mid-air, frantically raining down blood bullets on Evangelion, who is desperately trying to defend herself below. The girl, a bit panicked, urges, Godhand. We are not done yet. Godhand is still exerting all his energy to cast spells as Evangelion's voice rings out. I can't hold on much longer. Blood bullets keep raining down, attacking her as she struggles to defend herself. Shouting, do something. Hurry up. Suddenly, Evangelion realizes something. A blood bullet comes flying straight at her. Even though she manages to shield herself with her arm, she is pushed back, letting out an annoyed cry. Explosions keep erupting against the city walls. Meanwhile, Beta, in a state of rage, is attacking with her mouth wide open. She swings with tremendous force, shattering the ground. But Lucas manages to leap away just in time. He uses all his strength to keep from being pushed back further. He grits his teeth, his eyes locking onto her blade tightly. Then, a flurry of sword strikes rains down, but Beta dodges them with incredible speed, closing in on him. She unleashes a knee strike. The collision is powerful. That knee strike has sent Lucas reeling. He gets knocked back, but he quickly raises his sword to block the direct impact of Beta's attack. The ground shatters once more under the force of her leap. Beta charges in at lightning speed, standing right in front of Lucas, ready to deliver the next blow. Catching him off guard with her speed, he finds himself unable to retaliate, forced to leap away to avoid the axe blade of Beta slicing down at him. Her feet leave the ground once again. She braces the axe blade against the ground, using it as a pivot while tightly grasping the handle to launch herself forward. Her speed puts Lucas entirely on the defensive. Beta unleashes a brutal kick to Lucas's midsection, pain exploding through him as her foot slams down, blood spewing from his mouth. Each of Beta's kicks drives deeper into Lucas, pushing him back as her powerful strikes puncture through him, scattering everything behind him. A blinding light slices through the air, crashing down and shattering the ground beneath them. Lucas is flung away, landing next to Evangeline, who also gets knocked back onto the shattered terrain, watching helplessly as Lucas lies flat on the ground. Lucas. They have not even gotten up yet, when two monsters come barreling down from above. Beta and Alpha swoop in, seemingly intent on finishing them off in an instant. A massive silver net has finally been completed. Lucas screams, now, just as Beta and Alpha are about to reach Lucas and Evangeline. The silver net flies up, covering a vast area. A satisfied smile spreads across Evangeline's beautiful face. Now we are talking. The silver net successfully traps Beta and Alpha on the ground. Luring these damn monsters was tougher than it looked. Godhand's hand rests on the massive silver chunks, channeling magic into them, transforming the silver right on the spot into a net. It is no easy feat. It drains a tremendous amount of energy. His face shows clear signs of exhaustion, sweat pouring down in waves. If I did not know better, I would have fainted right here. But I have got to keep going. If I had created such a large silver net beforehand, those Macedons would have definitely noticed it. And there is no way they would come close, or try to destroy it, while Alpha and Beta are transitioning to Phase 2. The trap can only be used after all the regular Macedons have been taken out, and right now, Alpha and Beta are in their bloodthirsty state. Beta struggles beneath the net, grinding her teeth as she reaches out, trying to tear her way free. From the sky, two sharp arrows come streaking down, aimed directly at Beta and Alpha as they are being restrained. At this moment, Juju finally makes her move, her gaze sharp and focused. In an instant, a devastating blast of energy rains down on Beta and Alpha, the ground around them being utterly crushed. Demian and Juju stand amidst the swirling dust and debris left from the battle. Evangelion lets out a sigh of relief, realizing there is no other option. We have to stop their next transformation. She said this because the truth is, the monsters, including the entire line of generals, have 3 phases, and Alpha and Beta initially have 3 phases too. If their blood is reduced by half in their bloodthirsty state, they will merge. The tattered and scorched remains of Alpha and Beta face each other on the ground, ready to become a monstrous fusion of Beta's raw power and Alpha's blood magic abilities. As Ash puts it, they are a crazy duo that won't back down until the very end. But if we blast them with silver like this and finish them off, we can completely skip phase 3. Evangelion is utterly stunned as she stands near the castle wall, gazing down seriously. She looks at Ash sitting below at the foot of the castle, wondering how he can understand the behavior patterns of those monsters in such detail. The shattered armor clattered to the ground, lying sprawled out like a defeated soldier. Lucas removed the heavily damaged armor from his battle with Beta, revealing his muscular physique, as he wore a serious expression to rally everyone around him. All right, I know everyone is feeling exhausted, but we need to gear up for the next fight. Everyone on the wall fixed their gaze in one direction, waiting for the upcoming battle. This would be the final showdown. They likely understood that this next fight would be brutally fierce. If they won, it would be the closing act of the year, but if they lost, it would be the last battle of their lives. Salandian smirked. Alpha and Beta have fallen. Great job, humans. He then extended his hand, conjuring magic, grinning as he declared, "It is time to kick off the real battle, is not?" He summoned a magical circle around Ash's neck, causing him to struggle for breath. Salandian stood up from his chair, his hand still projecting magic, his excitement palpable. "Shall we? Can I escort you a bit? Hold on tight." Salandi yanked Ash up by his neck with magic, making him scream in pain. What kind of escort is this? Damn it. A powerful force dragged him along, leaving him bewildered about what was happening. That force was created by Salandian as he pulled Ash along, moving in sync with him. Ash's face went pale with confusion and panic. What the hell was going on? In an instant, Salandian had lifted both of them from the ground to the top of the wall. Lucas noticed and rushed over, yelling, "Ash, are you okay?" Salandian coldly waved his hand. Lucas could only watch helplessly as Ash was swept away in mid-air, his screams echoing. Ash was free falling, while Odrin and Demian rushed to catch him. Just before Ash hit the ground, Odrin and Demian managed to catch him. Demian anxiously exclaimed, "Your Highness." Due to Salandian's overwhelming magical force, all three of them were pushed back. Ash braced himself against the ground. "Your despicable behavior does not deserve the title of Lord of the Dragon Demons." Sitting on the ground, a faint smile crossed his face. "Aren't we still in the middle of our conversation?" Salandian slowly approached. "What is the point of a conversation between humans and monsters? It is all just a waste of time." He transformed into a real demon, a suffocating aura enveloping him. "Was not that your intention all along?" Ash looked at him coldly, choosing to remain silent. Salandian's eyes narrowed. "I have held back long enough. This hunger has been gnawing at me, and it is making me very impatient." His hand, charged with magic, was now veined and his sharp claws turned jet black. "It is time for me to dine." At that moment, Salandian revealed his true nature as a cold-blooded dragon demon. Powerful magic swirling around him, the ultimate overlord of the Blood Clan. The atmosphere grew heavier, as everyone on Ash's side focused intently on Salandian. Who spoke? "I have been watching the battles unfold and contemplating. It is tough to figure out who among you is the deadliest foe. Assassins, sorcerers, knights, you all have that potential." He suddenly halts, but his gaze shifts to Ash, who stands out in the chaos of battle. He is the real threat here. Ash, the one who led the front lines to defeat our legion. Not to mention he did not lose his mind sitting alone face to face with me. Ash is just an ordinary guy. Yet he chose to sit and drink with Salandian, staring him down. That is right. A normal person would go insane after prolonged exposure to the dark aura emitted by a monster boss, especially in a one-on-one scenario. But I remain unaffected thanks to my unyielding command passive skill. The dark aura radiating from Salandian is becoming stronger, reminding me of the great beings I have faced in the past. He slowly approaches, and everywhere his feet touch the ground crumbles to dust. He is the most dangerous threat on my path to world destruction. He flashes a sinister smile, and with that, I know I have to take him down first. At this moment, Salandian is like a bloodthirsty demon. The dark aura he emits fills a vast space around him. The ground suddenly erupts as Salandian launches forward at lightning speed. He zips past Lucas, who flinches in surprise, and Evangeline quickly follows behind. Salandian raises his hand, magic swirling around his sharp claws, ready to strike. Just as he reaches out to attack, Evangeline catches up and uses her shield to block the strike before he can even touch her. But Salandian's gaze slows. His sharp claws rake down, leaving long gashes on Evangeline's shield. Who would have thought she would be able to keep up with me? Instantly, he swings his arm with the power of a monstrous beast, forcing Evangeline to struggle to hold her shield steady against the overwhelming force. Shards scattering everywhere. Her feet dig into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. She glares at him furiously, not just catching up. "You jerk." With that, she immediately kicks toward Salandian, sending dust flying. Even Salandian himself is momentarily taken aback as the cloud of dust obscures his vision. When it settles, Evangeline's spear is almost touching his face. It seems like her spear will stab straight into Salandian, but his speed easily lets him dodge it. Evangeline is not backing down. She shouts. You can't dodge this attack. The spear, parallel to Salandian's face, has accumulated energy from who knows when. Evangeline charges in, and a huge explosion erupts at the spear's tip, delivering a powerful impact to Salandian's head, momentarily pushing him back. Impressive? However, it seems that Evangeline's blow did nothing to him. Smoke still lingers around his head from her attack, and with his red eyes, he extends his hand forward. But you think these kitty attacks can stop me? Immediately, a powerful strike shoots directly at Evangeline, but she quickly raises her shield to defend. Evangeline is pushed back by Salandian's blow, crashing straight into Lucas. Both are thrown against the wall, and a catastrophic explosion erupts once again. A diagram of Macedon's skills appears. He is the Lord of Macedon, a monster skilled in both physical and blood magic techniques. The night is calm, but Ogun and Skaln are fully focused, unleashing a barrage of arrows, as arrows rain down towards him. Salandian effortlessly catches each one in his hands and strides forward, unless they can disable his abilities. If not, stopping him in a direct confrontation like this is nearly impossible. We need to find a way to flank him as well. Ash is still deep in thought about how to deal with the situation. Their means to stop him are not ready yet. If that is the case, he raises one hand high, signaling to summon everyone. Appear now. Through each ceiling circle, the massive beast starts to emerge. This is the summoning magic I acquired during my exploration of the arena dungeon. It breaks free from the seal and rushes straight towards Salandian. Sure, it may be weak, but this creature is a boss-level monster. It should be able to hold Salandian off for a while. That is what Ash thought. Salandian raises his blood-stained hand with sharp claws, declaring this battlefield is only for him and the humans. With that, he swings his arm fiercely forward. Do not interfere. You trash. The massive beast charges forward with strength. But suddenly, its body seems to freeze in place. In just one movement, Salandian tears the beast apart, causing it to explode in front of him. Ash's face tightens with anxiety at the scene. Oh man, that was too easy. Amidst the debris, Salandian reappears, blood and flesh of the beast still lingering in the air. Before Ash can react, he is right in front of him, in Ash's eye. The monster ready to attack him reflects Salandian's victorious smile. He opens his mouth wide, ready to bite down on Ash. Footsteps rush in from afar, and his green hair flutters in the wind. An ogre's hand intervenes between Salandian and Ash, who has not had time to react. As Salandian's sharp fangs sink in, fresh blood sprays out, and only then does Ash come to his senses. Turning to the ogre, she is bitten but shows no sign of pain. Instead, she raises her hand to wave and flashes a humorous smile with gentle eyes. But then, the red blood sprays out, her painful expression reflecting on the ground. Salandian's mouth is stained with blood still lingering at the corner of his lips. The ogre falls before Ash, witnessed by Skull, who is filled with anguish. Anger and tears are evident in Skull's eyes as he cries out bitterly. In a fit of rage, Skull charges at Salandian. That damn demon. The enemy of the Leda people. Ash urgently shouts to stop, his voice tinged with fear. Skull. What the hell are you doing, Skull? You are only good at long-range sniping. Salandian raises his clawed hand high once again. Before Skull can stab down, his body is torn apart by Salandian. Not even having time to express the pain, Skull's body is ripped to shreds by Salandian. Drops of blood splatter over Ash's tense face as his worst fears come to life. Drops of blood splattered into the air. And before they could fall, a powerful force pulled them back. Salandian was wide-mouthed, absorbing Skull's blood. He licked the remaining blood from his hand, savoring the taste. Not a bad first meal for a member of the Elfer tribe, but it is not enough. Salandian, not far from Ash, was clearly craving more. But it seems I will have to feast on you to satisfy this hunger. Suddenly, a sword pierced through his body out of nowhere. Salandian looked down in shock at the sword impaling him. It was Lucas, who had transformed into a monstrous state. Gritting his teeth, Lucas poured all his rage into each strike, chopping Salandian to pieces. As he retracted his sword, Salandian's blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and parts of his body collapsed to the ground, his severed head lying there. Curiously asked, Knight, what is wrong with you? In his eye, Lucas now resembled a terrifying monster radiating an overwhelming aura. It felt like you were no longer human but a conjured spirit to me. I can even sense a strange familiarity. Abs was equally stunned by Lucas's transformation. No way. Lucas is using monster transformation. I have to stop this immediately. If he keeps using that power. Salandian's severed head could not help but admire. I did not expect your aura to be this impressive. But right after that, his head and other body parts began to float up. Salandian's torso quickly reassembled. Even the hand that was severed was slowly restoring to its original state. His entire body was piecing itself back together, like a broken model that could still be reassembled perfectly. I can't believe you made me lose one of my lives. His head, rejoining with the body, wore a sinister grin. It has been ages since I returned to this side. Even though he had been killed once, he still had many lives left. Salandian had 153 lives remaining. As Salandian's body was fully restored, Lucas along with Evangelion and Demian quickly stood in front to protect Az, while he was resurrecting and healing his wounds. We also finished reorganizing. On the cold ground, the bodies of the fallen lay still, the smoke from the explosion still rising. And looking at the remains of my fallen comrades, I felt determined. Among those bodies were Skull and Ogre, who had sacrificed themselves. The number could easily exceed 150. Az clenched his fists, a fierce resolve burning within. Their sacrifices cannot be in vain. I must, at any cost. It was only now, at the start of the battle with Salandian, that Az spoke up. Dragon King, I have a question. Why do not you resurrect your subordinates? With the lives you have left, you could easily do that. In response to Az's question, Salandian lazily replied, I could resurrect them, but it would not bring any real benefit. 153 subordinates, and 153 of me. The difference is crystal clear, is not? He said that, and his perspective became crystal clear, with the image of an entire castle burning in his mind. I will fight alone, survive alone, and destroy the world alone. Reviving my subordinates can wait until the end. At this moment, Az was wielding the magic staff Estro, with 3 magical swords floating leisurely around him. That decision will bring destruction to you, the Dragon King. Salandian scoffed at Az's confident words, believing he was sure that he could kill me 153 times. While he, Az flashed a smile packed with confidence. Of course, everyone was now standing in front of Az to protect him, and he stepped forward to speak. Before we dive back into the ongoing battle, let me tell you this. Salandian, you are a liar. At Az's word, Salandian looked surprised, wondering. Az smirked and continued. You have said many times that you want to die, but that is clearly a bold-faced lie. You are just a coward who wants to enjoy the thrill of being close to death without any real risk. Salandian's face darkened. The anger etched in his eyes as Az stripped away his facade. But in reality, you are definitely more afraid of dying than anyone else. Right, Az shot Salandian a scornful look, accumulating hundreds of lives by using deceitful tricks, then throwing himself into the game without fear of death, only to spout nonsense like how boring this game is. Not worth playing. It is infuriating to hear. In reality, the Maka bloodline must drain human blood to sustain life. There is no way a leeching coward would want to die. Essentially, the Maka bloodline embodies pride, as were a confident smile. The face of someone who sees through everything, wanting to live longer than anyone else. Contrary to his demeanor, Salandian was seething with rage. His red eyes now filled with nothing but hostility and frustration as Az taunted him. Right. That damn Maka bloodline. Just seconds later, Salandian had lost all emotional restraint, his heavy expressions piling up as he grew more agitated. Say whatever you want, a mere human, with a limited lifespan like yours. How could you possibly understand the pain brought by eternal life? Az raised the magic staff Estro in his hand, focusing energy into it. Of course, I do not understand, and I have no intention of caring. But I do know one thing very well. The magic staff Estro touched Demian, then Lucas, and finally Evangelion. Az stood at the bottom as he empowered his warriors alongside Lucas, reducing incoming damage by 25% for 3 minutes. Demian's ability restored 3% of health per second for 3 minutes, while Evangelion's increased physical armor penetration by 10% for 3 minutes. He smiled smugly as the 3 magical swords still hovered around him. You would have to face the consequences soon. Az thrust the magic staff Estro forward, and the magical sword swirled horizontally in sync with his motion. Today, even if it is 152,500 lives, you will still die here, along with your delusions of world destruction. Salandian is charging at full speed. You better thank me first, Salandian, because I have no idea when your birthday is. Over on Az's side, everyone is already in position, ready to face the monstrous beast rushing toward them at an insane speed. But mark my words, next year on this day will definitely be your downfall. Salandian. The dark atmosphere envelops everything, and for a moment, everything falls silent. Salandian's hands are now drenched in fresh blood, with drops still dripping down. It is shocking that despite everyone gaining new abilities, they have all been taken down in an instant, and now Salandian stands right in front of Az. Shouting loudly, he lifts his hand to lick the remaining drops of blood. Looking down, what is left? Go on, tell me how sad you are, because now there is no one left to protect you. Az sits on the ground, showing no signs of fear, but rather a smirk as if everything has gone according to his plan. Oh really? Just wait 3 more seconds, and I will have a heavenly gift for you. Salandian raises his clawed hand. I am so tired of your courage. He slowly approaches Az, his face becoming expressionless. Just accept it, your special fate, and I will turn it into my own power. A massive silver stake comes crashing down from somewhere, speeding toward them, before Salandian can do anything to Ez. The enormous silver stake pierces him, right through the middle from behind. The bloodlines are always trying to suck their opponent's blood, whenever possible. So keep an eye on this pattern of action to find a way to counter them. Meanwhile, Body Park is channeling all his strength to cast the God Hand spell. Struggling to speak, I apologize for the delay. Your Highness. Using all the silver from the net and any leftover silver weapons on the walls, while Aziz's team is battling Salandian, God Hand and Body Park are making the most of their time, with God Hand creating a gigantic silver stake. Body Park lifting it with his psychokinetic abilities, and throwing it down at the perfect moment. Salandian is pinned in place by the stake, and as knows his weaknesses all too well, the bloodlines usually let their guard down in the moments before a feast. After all, you should not disturb a dog when it is eating. Az sits on the ground, propping himself up with one hand, as if he is about to stand, thrusting a silver stake through his heart, a tactic from royalty specifically to deal with the bloodlines. What does it feel like to have a stake puncture through your body? Even with that massive stake jabbed in him, Salandian still acts incredibly arrogant. A rather cute little act, but what does it even mean? What were you hoping to achieve with this childish stunt? Az slowly stands up. That is right. All these childish games. He takes slow steps closer to Salandian. Standing in front of Salandian, who can move. He waves his hands. All part of the plan to buy some time. Salandian is stunned by Az's words. What? Az joyfully shouts. Juju. Both he and Salandian look up toward the sky, where Juju has created a massive seal along with a huge amount of energy she has gathered. As Az asks, I have been waiting too long. How much longer until it is done? Up high, Ju continues to focus her energy. Responding confidently. Alright, Your Highness. In 30 seconds. We should be able to take down that monster. Seeing Juju casting magic in the air, Salandian could not help but be shocked to realize what she was doing. It is my spell. Juju recalled how she had faced him before, unable to resist, but now, she wore a satisfied smile, after falling victim to this magic that day. I found a way to make it mine. After much effort, I finally perfected it. Salandian was seething with anger. Juju continued, saying, even though I have not registered with the Continental Magic Association yet, I have a plan. Salandian was furious, his eyes blazing as if he wanted to kill the one who copied his magic, a mere human like you. Daring to steal the secret arts of our bloodline, Juju remained unfazed by his accusations. Focusing on completing the spell she was almost done with. That is right. I did not create it myself. I took it from you. But I have to tell you this. She flashed a bright smile. Your magic is truly amazing. As night fell, the sky was filled with drifting clouds and the full moon hung in the vast space. A room still lit up just an hour or two ago, the night before the New Year's festivities. Inside the room, everyone was amazed by the magic being cast by that little hand. Juju spoke up. Your Highness, it seems you know what this is, right? She continued to explain as the system screen displayed information about one of her attributes. The fox trait, like a fox digging a den to hide. This trait helps conceal trump cards and mislead others about the owner's true abilities. I once told you I showed you my full potential. But that was just a lie. She looked down at her scarred hands as she faced him. I am hiding one more thing. But it seems like this is a situation where I should not keep it hidden. She took her other hand and grasped his, her eyes determined. I just finished preparing the skill to defeat the Demon Lord. Along with my own readiness everything. If my skill combines with yours. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. Even if he is the Demon Lord, we can still kill him. Inside the sealed room, warm golden light spread throughout. He hesitated. However, Juju, are you really okay with this? If you use that magic, you will. Juju cut him off. I have made up my mind. You reminded me. But your grandmother will be sad. Juju lowered her head, her bangs hiding her expression. Did not I tell you that before? She stood facing him, putting gloves on her scarred hands. A hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. I have never seen that person as my grandmother. Back in reality, Juju was still focused on completing the spell right now, on the city walls, blocking the final battle of the new year. The system screen displayed information about Juju. After disabling the special fox trait, Juju's stats were as follows. Jupiter Juju. Alias 0. Level 50. Elemental Mage Profession. Muscle Strength 15. Stamina 13. Agility 17. Magic Power 50. Intelligence 50. Level 50. Yep. The day she first arrived here, Juju was already close to reaching level 50 when she joined this front line. How could she achieve this feat all on her own? Studying magic. Her talent far surpasses what I ever imagined. Her skills are displayed on the system board. Skill ownership. Jupiter Juju. Level 50. Passive. Elemental adjustment. Skill 1. Elemental explosion. Skill 2. Elemental fusion. Ultimate skill. Elemental dissolution. And she hit level 50 during that last dungeon raid. After her third and final career advancement, among all her skills, the pinnacle is elemental dissolution, the exclusive ultimate skill of Jupiter Juju. It intervenes and shatters the connection between the target and all surrounding magical elements, causing the target to lose control over the magical elements, reducing their mana to 0 or even lower, maximum -99. The ultimate skill Juju awakened is elemental dissolution, a crazy magic that drops the target's mana into the negatives. I gaze up at Ju executing her ultimate skill high above. The raid plan for Celendian that I used in the game is convoluted and far more complex, but the story became simpler than ever the moment Juju awakened this skill. However, the consequences of this skill are incredibly heavy. And the last thing Juju concealed was the negative attribute, a life constrained, a life no longer long, the remaining time, under a year. The time left will diminish whenever her body is under stress. That is it. I still look in one direction, my face betraying little emotion, but deep down, I am constantly thinking about the consequences Juju will have to face after using this skill under a year. Juju will die within a year. And moreover, this fleeting lifespan of hers will further decrease whenever she pushes herself too hard. The gloves on her hands, executing her technique, are gradually being torn apart. Even so, her current state is likely feeling incredibly uncomfortable, even painful physically. Juju continues to use her ultimate skill, blood pouring from her nose and mouth. She is trying to muster every ounce of strength she has left. You say you want to die. Dragon King, Celendian is pinned in place, and Yanjiang's eyes blaze with fury at Juju's words. Because of the pain caused by this eternal life. Because this life is so boring. Please. Can you stop talking nonsense? Juju shouts once more. I want to live. I want to stay in this world just one more day. If I just lay in my room waiting to die, would anything change? Her ultimate skill is gradually being completed tightly. So I have decided. This fleeting life, I will burn it until the very last moment. Blood continues to pour from her mouth. But she does not care. Even if I spew out the last drop of blood in this body, I will still prove it. The mark on her scarred palm glows. I will use my own death to show the whole world that I once lived in this world. Her eyes narrow, determination shining through clearly. Living a life that may be short, Juju's ultimate skill reaches its final moments before forming what she has poured all her strength into creating, taking the shape of a large sphere surrounded by many magical rings encasing a core of energy at its center. Juju shouts. But it holds immense significance. The mark on the palm of your hand is proof. Characters who reach level 50 are called awakened, and receive a unique mark somewhere on their body. Thanks to that mark, they can use their ultimate skills. Celendian could not hold back any longer. He yelled in anger. Don't mess with me. Blood magic is my specialty. He has the ability to nullify his enemy's magic through reverse magic, just by observing. He can understand his enemy's magic formula and instantly counter it. Every blood spell of Celendian gets repelled when it gets close to Juju's attack. His moves are incredibly powerful. But Juju's elemental breakdown also uses the principle of reverse magic to its limits. Celendian's reverse magic does not work from the start. Celendian, in a fit of rage, creates countless blood spells even when his body can't move. How could I? Celendian, set defeat to a magic based on principles I created myself. Realizing the situation was dire, Ash quickly moved to block it, determined to protect Juju at all costs. Just as the blood bullet soared toward them, Evangelion and Lucas stepped in front of Juju, ready to take any hit. Both of them poured every ounce of strength and determination into protecting Juju. However, the explosive power of the blood bullet created by Celendian was too great, and they were immediately blown away in a fit of fury. Celendian screamed. This is not over yet. He raised his hand in a certain direction to cast a spell, but a massive magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Surprising Ash, Demian sensed something was off and yelled a warning. Danger. Your Highness. He rushed to grab Ash and push him aside, just before the ground where the magic circle exploded, unleashing a powerful energy toward Ash. A wheel rolled in, and the members of Lily's team, carrying shields, formed a solid wall. Lily, sitting on the wheel, quickly commanded, activate the long-range fire defense shield. Mahirata was there too. She immediately began to pray. Light. Bless us. Lily's team created a defense barrier to withstand the incoming blood bullets from Celendian. However, that barrier could not hold for long and was immediately crushed by the blood bullets. The members of Lily's team also suffered heavy damage directly. Among them, Mahirata was no exception. Everyone was knocked down. Leaving just a flicker of flame still stubbornly burning in the thick dust was Lily. She was still struggling with her last bit of strength to cast magic, despite her incredible resilience. She could not hold out against such a powerful impact for long. Her vision began to blur. I have reached my limit. Lily completely collapsed, leaving Juju to fend for himself as he desperately tried to finish his spell. Juju grit his teeth in frustration. Just 10 more seconds to go. Celendian smirked, raising his hand. It is over now. A flash of green fire appeared from nowhere, and Celendian quickly noticed. Grinding his teeth in anger, a group of mercenaries rushed in, each carrying something in their hands. One shouted, "Recognize this? You monster." Another chimed in, "It is moon silver." The fire dance has the power to cleanse impurities alongside ancient magical symbols. The blue flames still flicker and blaze brightly. We have prepared these things to kill someone. The reason they got these ready is because these are the weapons that the ancients used to fight against the dragon demons. Hunter had these prepped from the very start. The fake soldier shouted, saying there is no way to stop it. Celendian, even angrier, gritted his teeth and glared at them. In the blink of an eye, all three fake soldiers were attacked by Celendian's blood magic. They could only endure the pain and could not fight back in time. After dealing with the fake soldiers, Celendian turned back. Possibly, countless blood bullets surrounded Juju. Celendian roared, "Die quickly." Excess magic. Instantly, an avalanche of blood bullets shot straight at Juju. Helplessness washed over her face as a silver-haired figure charged toward her. Juju's feet were still stuck on the shattered ground. Behind Juju, she was desperately trying to complete the move Jupiter. Rushing forward, Jupiter lunged ahead without a second thought. Before her stood Juju, radiating an incredible brilliance. Because the brightest light in the world was right there. Jupiter clenched her jaw, her forehead wrinkling tightly. She screamed amidst the crackling lightning. "My gold." In no time, she zoomed past in a flash, leaving Juju in shock. Soon after, countless blood bullets collided with powerful lightning, creating a shockwave that shook the ground. Don't even think about touching it with those dirty hands. In a moment of silence, each piece of memory lingered. "Have you forgotten your name?" A little girl approached as Jupiter was writing something. A girl burned almost entirely on her left side, unable to remember her name. On a day when the sky raged with thunder and lightning, that girl was still wandering the streets with a basket of potatoes overflowing. Was it because that shock was too much for her? Even forgetting her name, the girl could not recall her own past. Jupiter put her pen down on the page she was writing, but she still needed a name so she could call her. What should she call her? The small hand pointed up. The girl pointed at Jupiter, surprising her as well. "Me, my name. My name is Jupiter. Do you want to take that name?" She smiled joyfully. "Wonderful. My name will be passed down to the next generation. What could be better than that?" Then she gently patted the girl's head. "From today, your name is Jupiter Zuju. I will call you Zuju." Although she felt happy that her name would be passed down to someone from the next generation, she still wondered, "But why do you want my name?" The girl blushed shyly, her gaze drifting elsewhere, only managing a bashful smile without answering. She wanted to become someone just like Jupiter in that moment. To the little girl, Jupiter was nothing short of amazing, the ideal role model. She aspired to become a great sorceress like her, and above all, when she grew up, she wanted to be a responsible person just like her grandmother, never running away from her mistakes and owning her guilt. When Jupiter smiled, tenderness and affection were evident on her face, and the girl yearned to be just like her. She admired and longed for it deeply. Yet she kept it to herself as she donned her new outfit. Her new appearance was a stark contrast to that of a girl who had just endured a great shock. After inheriting her grandmother's name, she quietly followed behind. Back to the present, Jupiter unleashed a bolt of lightning to intercept the blood bullets. The lightning she conjured was all the remaining power within her body. It vaporized nearly all of the hundreds of blood bullets. But she could not stop them all. She could not conjure another bolt of lightning. Yet she stood her ground, showing no intention of dodging. Fear was evident in Juju's eyes, for the child who had inherited her name was right behind her. Jupiter screamed, using all her remaining strength to brace herself. One by one, the blood bullets pierced her body, but she stubbornly used her own flesh to shield herself. That fierce silhouette was reflected in Juju's eyes. Jupiter turned back, shouting, "Blow it away." Juju, knowing the moment had arrived, she reached out, unleashing all the power she had gathered. A circle intertwined with many smaller circles formed. In the center of it appeared a blinding light. The circle released light that illuminated Celendian, who was still pinned by that massive silver stake, representing elemental dissolution. Juju reached out to grasp that light. Celendian could do nothing but scream in panic. How is this possible? Juju clenched her fist, tightly holding the light in her palm. The protective glass of Celendian began to crack. Those cracks widened until finally, It shattered into fragments. Celendian could not believe what was happening to him. He thought, no way can I be defeated by my own magic. As the circle of elemental dissolution continued to glow, he would not be able to use magic or skills as long as the effect of the elemental dissolution lasted, not to mention the stake still pinning him down. His body was still held fast by that silver stake. Steps were approaching. And thus, Celendian was now completely immobilized. A dragon sorcerer sealed. Both his blood magic and physical abilities restricted, along with Lucas, Damien, and even Jillian, stepped up right in front of Celendian. Truly nothing more than a fish on a chopping block, had commanded Lucas to tighten his grip on his sword. All right. Everyone. Get your weapons ready. Evangelion was ready as well. Let us prepare to kill this bastard just 150 times. He set a sharp arrow onto Damien's bow. We have to take him down. Had gripped the Estro magic staff tightly. It is time to repay the lives you have snatched away. You bastard born from that dog-ass sperm. Ad was now fiercely driven by hatred, his handsome face revealing all his rage. Give them back. The lives of those under our banner. Celendian could not fight back, only able to seethe with anger. While in another corner, Lady Margarita and Juju were desperately trying to heal Jupiter. Lady Margarita was tirelessly working to mend a huge gash on Jupiter's body. But she stopped her, saying, all right, stop. Just stop. My dear. Lady Margarita was left helpless. Her expression dropped. Jupiter turned to Juju and said, Juju. But deep down, she knew the truth. Juju understood that this was a critical wound, and for a mage, the stakes could not be higher. Jupiter might not pull through. So she felt the urgent need to say something before it was too late. Juju buried her face, hiding her true emotions. But no words came to her. She did not even know how to address her now. There was once a time when she thought, I never saw her as my grandmother. Because on the day her village was burned to the ground, she had witnessed that terrifying figure. This woman who had slaughtered everyone in her village. She was lucky to survive. But this woman had left a scar that would never fade on half of her body. There were moments when Jupiter's face was incredibly serious, telling her, promise me, Juju. Promise this old lady you will never learn magic. She even tried to crush Juju's dream of becoming a mage. As she lay helpless in her hospital bed, she overheard the doctor telling her, this child won't live long. She does not have much time left. At that moment, she felt so sad. The strong, resilient woman she admired was crumbling. She covered her forehead with her hand to hide the tears that would not stop flowing. And she had nurtured Juju like a mother when she was little, to ease her pain from the bruises. She would apply ointment to them. They shared joyful moments cooking together. Even if the meals did not always turn out well, they made dinner as a team. On those evenings, she would lean on her grandmother's shoulder, gazing at the vast sky, reading stories together until they drifted off to sleep. On the day her village was engulfed in flames, Jupiter saved her. After desperately rescuing her from the burning village, she held her close and wept for her. Now, as Jupiter lay on the ground, barely clinging to life from overwhelming injuries for a mage of her age, her tears could not be held back. Because of all this, Juju had never truly seen Jupiter as her grandmother. She gritted her teeth, lowering her face to hide her weakness. But the tears kept falling. She was the one she resented the most, but also the one she loved more than anyone else in the world. Finally, Juju mustered all her courage and called out. Her voice broke. Jupiter, taken aback, asked in surprise, what did you just call me? Ju choked on her words. I said, Mom. You are my mom. She bent down to embrace her. Is it wrong for me to say that all this time? I have always wanted to call you Mom. Jupiter lay in her arms, asking, can I really be your mother? I have not done anything for you. In fact, I have taken so much from you. Juju collapsed, eyes shut tight, asking, can I be your daughter? I have not done anything for you. I have only taken away your precious things. After pouring out everything she had kept inside for so long, she continued to cry. Juju, all the happiness I have built over half a lifetime can compare to the joy I feel now. Juju looked up in confusion as she heard Jupiter's words. Words I have felt ever since I met you and those kids. As the sunset draped the sky in a mysterious red, it was unclear if it was natural or a result of the battle. Juju cried. Mom can still say that after all we have been through. Jupiter lay on the ground while Juju sat beside her. The two shared a long, silent gaze. Sometimes, just one look was enough without needing many words. They gazed at each other, laughing and crying, as if lost in their own world. Jupiter wore a satisfied smile. She had no regrets left. Can you help me get up? I want my life to end like a sorceress. Juju smiled back. Yep. Do what you want. Jupiter was guided by Juju toward the area where everyone was preparing to finish off Celendian. Your Highness, may I have the honor of being the first? Ask was not showing much emotion. Of course not. Jupiter. Dark clouds gathered, rumbling with hidden lightning. Jupiter turned to Juju. Sweetie, can you light me a cigarette? She playfully teased her mother, even in her final moments. She still could not quit, with a cigar clenched in her mouth. Jupiter closed her eyes and savored her last breath. She stretched her hand forward, accompanied by lightning. Here. Vampire King. Take this. From the high sky, a powerful bolt of lightning shot down. This was the final strike of the Thunder Witch Jupiter. A red bridge shattered. Celendian's soul core broke apart. And Jupiter's lightning surely killed Celendian once. Jupiter wore a satisfied smile as she slowly fell. How refreshing this feels. And Ju caught her and laid her down on her lap. Live long and happily. Juju. That is all I wish for. Juju smiled down with admiration. I will live like you did. That is my dream. But Jupiter advised her. You are still young. Do not try to live like I did. Her final moments. Jupiter wore a happy smile, looking up at her with warmth. Perhaps it is okay. Having a wonderful daughter like you, I have no regrets in this life. Her gaze began to fade. She reminisced about the happiest day of her life, looking towards the deep blue sky, which resembled the sea they had admired together that day. Jupiter lay on Juju's lap, gazing in one direction. A breeze blew from nowhere, carrying a faint scent of the sea. Images of children playing joyfully flashed in her mind, and she could still hear their laughter echoing nearby. Her eyes grew heavy, and Jupiter slowly closed them. I feel kind of sleepy. Juju remained by her side, and the image of the children playing on the beach appeared. Sleep well. My mother. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Today Mom won't have any nightmares. She will definitely have a beautiful dream. Jupiter took her last breath peacefully, as if she were simply drifting off to sleep. The scars etched across her chest were symbols of her life: 30 years as a soldier, 10 years as a mercenary. She lay in Juju's arms, her face free of regrets. It was a gentle ending to the stormy life of the Thunder Witch. Jupiter. Slowly, she sank down. Truly serene. Ash glanced back. She had fought hard. My old soldier. Looking at Ceylon, who was crumpled after Jupiter's final blow. I knew there was only one way I could repay her loyalty. To eliminate that bastard once and for all. Ash swung the cursed staff Estro forward. The magical swords pierced his body one after another as Ash cursed him out. That filthy beast. You think of the minions under Ceylon. If he had not hoarded all life for himself from the start and chosen to revive the fallen, we might have lost. You look down to Judge, the one they hailed as the Lord of the Legion, but he definitely is not a leader after all. He is just a child pretending to be a king. Ceylon's gaze was tense, unclear if it was from pain or fury. Ash's magical swords continued to stab into his body. The one who thinks he knows me well. You turned around and ordered. All of you, charge forward now. Lucas, swinging his sword. Evangeline, thrusting her spear. The nightingale loosed her arrows, as if everyone was waiting for this command. They instantly gripped their weapons tightly and charged at Ceylon. Everyone took his core out in their own way and smashed it into pieces. Lily, from a distance, was not about to back down either. She reached out and hurled a fireball at him. She even prepared her own weapons. Lily brought 3 mana cannons loaded and fired them at him one by one. She also had other high-impact weapons ready, and Lily pulled out a fire-breathing artifact. This is far enough. Lily planned to take as many of his lives as she could by herself. We should share the spoils. Ceylon, in agony, felt his body pinned down by stakes, while other parts were slowly being crushed. As the members of the holding force took turns slaying Ceylon and prepared to regroup with Lucas, the older soldiers approached. One of them spoke up. Your Highness, do we have a chance? They were all survivors of the Silver Army. Even the younger soldiers moved closer, armed with silver weapons provided by the heroes. They then charged towards Ceylon with roaring cries full of hatred. Ceylon stood before the possibility of being killed by the tiny people he once looked down upon, those filthy pests. Red blood gushed out violently, and Ceylon, in pain, gasped as he took every slash. The young soldiers brought their ultimate hatred with them. They continuously stabbed their weapons into his body. The older soldiers were no exception. And so Ceylon kept dying over and over again. The hollow above Ceylon head began to fade. Ash noticed it, but he did not show any fear. The last moments of joy were about to come to an end. The time for elemental resolution is about to end. Lucas beside him looks a bit worried. But this jerk still has plenty of lives left. That is right. He still has about 50 lives left. Ceylon also notices the waning elemental resolution and bursts out laughing in contempt. It seems like you guys can only make it this far. But honestly, you have done really well. Even in ancient times, not many could push me to this point. Yet Ash once again shoots him a knowing look and a smirk. What the hell are you daydreaming about? You fool. Just because that magic is about to run out, you think I have no way to deal with you? How naive. Ceylon face goes stiff. Confused. What the hell? The system activates. Using the commander's magic eye, Ash stands before Celandine and announces, "The first game between us has ended. It is time to start the second one." His eyes blaze bright as he declares, "Celandine, fall like a dog." Celandine is startled to realize his body is slowly being pressed down. In an instant, he finds himself kneeling at Ash's feet. What the hell? He looks up in anger, unable to believe what is happening to him. Celandine, the ruler of all demon dragons, being controlled by a human. This can't be real. Ash's eyes still shine brightly, locking onto his. As Celandine's head drops in submission, Ash extends a hand, saying, "Before Juju's elemental resolution wears off, I will show you another skill of mine. That skill is to become mine permanently, transforming into a monster under the command of the magic eye to become an ally. The aforementioned monster will gain loyalty stats. The higher the loyalty, the greater the chance the monster will obey your commands. If loyalty is low, the monster might disobey you. But you can use an absolute command one time for each monster under this skill's control. The absolute command always has a 100% success rate, but this skill can only be used once per game." Immediately, a blinding light emanates from his palm as he commands, "Celandian, become mine." The light wraps around Celandian's neck, just like he used to do with Earth. A circle forms and tightens around Celandian's throat. Instantly, the system announces, "Lord Macaline Celandiancer has become your ally. Current loyalty is not above 100. Absolute command. Activate immediately." The skill effect looks really mesmerizing. Unconsciously, Celandian reaches up to touch the collar around his neck. "What the hell is this? Don't mess with me. Human. Are you really trying to turn me into your pet?" Earth speaks to him with an extremely serious expression. "Absolutely not. You will die if I do not kill you. The spirit of the Alliance will weaken. The benefits of keeping you alive are insignificant compared to the losses you will bring." In the southern part of the Empire, Axeborn Hatter Everbreak declares a judgment against Lord Macedon Celandian, who has disgracefully surrendered. No different from a dog, Celandian screams in rage. "I have never backed down." But once again Axe cuts him off. "Shut it, Celandian." He glares at him coldly. A condemned man, awaiting execution. Everyone raises their hands in agreement, chanting in unison, "Execution! Execution!" As Axe turns on his heel, he orders coldly, "Forget about living. Celandian, just end it yourself. Take your last breath." Celandian watches his own claw-like hands trembling as he pleads, "Please stop. Just kill me with your own hands." He loses control, stabbing himself painfully. At that moment, he screams out for mercy. "Please, use the gun made from Olaf's core. Nimeslayer. Shoot me in the heart." Celandian continues to scream frantically, but everyone ignores his cries. Lucas showing no emotion. "If not, even a silver weapon will do. Use it to behead me, or tear me to shreds." Evangelion shows no mercy either. Is not that the purpose of such a holy weapon? It seems everyone watching believes he deserves this. Even a regular silver weapon would suffice. "Anything will do. Kill me with your own hands. You humans." Celandian is still screaming while his hands continue to stab into his own body. "Please, at least let me die with dignity." Blood sprays from his body with each self-inflicted wound. Celandian looks utterly pathetic right now. "Please, Ask. Let me die with honor." Ask looks down at him with disgust. "That is not happening. Blood-sucking pest. You will die like a monster. Like a weed trampled on the roadside." A countdown begins ringing out. 9, 8, 7. Celandian is dying slowly at his own hands, the fear fading from his face as the numbers dwindle. It seems he has given up. His eyes now show not anger, but resignation. In the mansion deep within the Lake Kingdom, where I have always tried to rise each morning, he recalls the times he attempted to end his own life, but now realizes it was all just a game, because he knows he can't die from such childish acts. Ask stands there listening to Celandian's nonsense. Even though he could easily ignore it, perhaps it is true what they say. Humans. I found my long life to be so miserable that I became numb to everything. That is why I sought new thrills. The countdown continues. 4. His trembling hand reaches forward. Only now, as death draws near, do I truly feel the fear creeping in. 3. While stabbing himself, he keeps talking. But thanks to this feeling of fear, I have finally realized I am truly alive right now. Celandian pulls out the last energy core from his body. "Thank you, humans. Thank you, Ath, for killing me." Ass looks down at him with disdain, still refusing to shut his mouth until the very end. "Go to hell, you monster." Celandian's hand crushes the last core of his soul, shattering it into pieces. He slightly lifted his head, sensing death drawing near. It was finally over. He collapsed, hiding his emotions. as if to say, "Thank you for killing me. Here's my advice for you." A shadow of another person appeared in Celendian's mind, mentioning them with a tone of reverence. The Nightmare King, who knows everything. He exists on a higher plane, so do not even think about opposing him. It is utterly pointless. As soon as he finished speaking, he slumped to the ground. Celendian took his last breath. He was truly dead. Ash stood there, staring at him. I was about to press him for answers, but I stopped short. Realizing Celendian was no longer breathing, Celendian's body began to ignite. He was the Lord of the Demon Dragons, commander of the Blood Clan, and the terrifying monster of the night. Celendian, my worst enemy among all the monsters we have faced, met his end like this. The sky still wore a mournful look, and Ash finally let out a sigh of relief. He gazed at the mangled remains of his fallen soldiers. Feeling sorrowful, he needed to gather the bodies of his allies and make a list of the ones who had fallen. The battlefield weapons on the fortress were destroyed, scattered everywhere. He needed to check and report the damage, from combat gear to the walls. Collect the mana stones from the enemies' bodies along with other spoils. Ash felt a bit lighter. The battle was over. The surviving soldiers began the grim task of recovering their fallen comrades. They cried. And then the retrieval of their allies' bodies commenced on the fortress walls. The bodies lay scattered alongside the tears of those left behind. Ash created a space for those soldiers to grieve for their fallen comrades. He approached the cold body of Jupiter, being cradled tenderly by Juju. The first image of that old soldier flashed in his memory, a warm welcome to the mercenary guild of the continent. Crossroads branch. Prince. He recalled their first meeting and conversation. Gazing out at the city from the hotel room, whiskey and cigars. Could a mercenary really indulge in such luxury? But Ash did not linger. He quickly passed by them, perhaps wanting Juju to express all his vulnerability without holding back. He walked past where the 3 remaining members of the guild sat, days before the bodies of their fallen teammates. Is the third prince a good person? He seems like a good guy. Memories of them laughing and playing together before bedtime surfaced. The late-night snack. He even treated the third to some midnight munchies. An Ogan's serious demeanor. Ash chose to walk past, giving space for their vulnerabilities to continue unfolding. He remembered the day the mercenaries of Dian all expressed their desire to fight on the front lines. Take us to the front. We will show you what we can do. The proud face of Dian back then. If we were planning to hide in a corner and live a long, meaningless life, we would not have become mercenaries in the first place. Yet now, those passionate mercenaries were all gone. None survived. They all lay here, fallen, because the monster flying in from the south has arrived. Maintaining battle fire is no longer necessary. Now, he is just a cold corpse beneath the mournful tears of his comrades. Ash chose to walk past all those who had sacrificed themselves in the recent battle. Your Highness, the day has come. Lord, the finest commander in the south, a born killer of monsters. He would not let emotions take over because he understood very well. I can't falter. His hands clenched into fists. I can't fall. Because I am a commander. Because there is no front line without sacrifice. Because in the past many have died and many more will in the future. He approached the command area, so even if others were crying in pain, he had to remain strong. Ash lifted the curtain, stepped in, and asked. After finishing the whole afternoon, Lucas immediately replied. The list of fallen soldiers has been completed. My lord. Ash held the list in his hands, silently staring at it. The candle in the room continued to burn as Lucas's voice broke the silence. My lord. My lord. Ash replied. Go ahead, Lucas. Lucas looked at him with a sad expression. It is just us here. At Lucas's word, Ash's face gradually weakened. You can do what you want. He slumped down. Right now. The sturdy facade of the frontline commander was gone, replaced by a helpless stance as he rested his head on his hands. We could have saved more people, if only we had prepared better. Maybe they would not have died. He cradled his face, sobbing, and blamed himself. It is all my fault. All my fault. The night was calm and Evangelion came closer to pat him on the shoulder. Lucas also encouraged him. My lord, you have done your best. Lucas was also very sad. Everyone knew this, along with Lucas's comforting words. Ash crumbled. Singai, do not blame yourself too much. I cried for a long time, with tears and snot running down my face. The quiet night, with Evangelion and Lucas. Everyone broke down in tears. The team members cried alongside me. The lists lay on the ground, clearly stating 9 heroes, 146 soldiers. Those were the numbers recorded in the casualty list that day. The system displayed a notification. Stage 5. Completed. Rewards have been granted. Please check your inventory. More notifications popped up. Stage MVP. Jupiter Zujusur. Character leveled up. Level 41. Up 5. Lucas Sar, level 44. Up 3. Evangelion Sar, level 44. Up 3. Jupiter Zujusar, level 53. Up 3. Damien, level 41. Up 3. Godhand, level 41. Up 3. Bodybag, level 36. Up 3. Burnout, level 34. Up, level 34. Up 5. Free, level 34. Up 3. Sentence, level 33. Up 3. Vile, level 33. Up 3. And a system board that no one wanted, featuring dead or injured characters. The next day, a funeral was held at the Western Cemetery of Crossroads. The sky was beautifully sunny today as he stood on a high platform overlooking the burial area and the attendees below. He declared boldly, "The monsters we fought this time are blood clans. They are dragon Maka and fallen demons. Those who always crave our flesh and blood. Monsters attack humans to sustain their own lives, feeding on flesh and drinking blood, stealing lives to savor immortality. Our soldiers bravely fought against those wicked beasts. Soldiers of all ages rushed into the brutal battlefield, unafraid of being torn apart, facing death head-on without hesitation." Ass stood solemnly on the podium beneath the 3 proudly displayed flags of the Everbrack Empire. "It is a miracle the city is safe." A round of applause erupted, and immediately everyone joined in to celebrate the victory of a fierce battle just fought. The citizens stood facing the soldiers who had fought in the battle, their voices ringing out, "You all have worked so hard. You all have worked so hard." Those words of gratitude were like a morale boost for the soldiers, who had sacrificed parts of their bodies on the battlefield for the safety of the city, filling them with joy. "Thank you all for everything." From the high podium, Ass looked at you, continuing with unfinished words. "Unlike those monsters, we humans are not granted eternal life. We are like flowers, blooming and flaunting our beauty for a brief moment before quickly wilting away. It is a sad truth." While everyone was intently listening to you speak at Jupiter's grave, Juju turned slightly to glance back. "Though our short lives are sorrowful, that does not mean we should envy immortality." A gentle breeze blew, causing your hair to flutter as you looked down. A person fighting with all their might for a meaningful life, to the extent of accepting pain and suffering. It is far more beautiful than those monsters who only know how to take lives to escape death. Below, Juju smiled softly as he listened to you. "I believe this. Every warrior who sacrificed themselves has fought valiantly. New graves have been erected. They did not shy away from death but chose to confront it directly. And because of that, they accomplished their mission with excellence." Everyone standing below fell silent, listening to Aziz's call. "Everyone, let us fight together. Fight against this life. Live fully so we won't feel ashamed before those who have been laid to rest over there." Even the children who do not yet understand what war is listened intently. "Seek your purpose in this vast world, and strive in every way to achieve it. That is what those who have departed hope for us." As bowed his head slightly, closing his eyes. "For those who fought until the very last second and sacrificed themselves, let us take a moment of silence for them." All the soldiers who participated in the battle, and were fortunate to survive, were there too, bowing their heads not just to honor those who sacrificed, but also to conceal the sorrow for their fallen comrades. "I want to say this to everyone who fought in the recent defense battle. Do not feel guilty that my comrades have died while I am still alive." Some could not hold back their tears and cried openly, but they still tried to stand tall in formation, their bodies trembling. "Our comrades never wanted us to think like this." The soldiers bowed their heads, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "They say these are the most common scars that survivors carry. Even I had similar thoughts. I spent many sleepless nights tossing and turning." As bowed his head and offered a solemn thank you because we survived. "So let us figure out what we need to do together. The battle we endured was incredibly brutal, leaving behind so much pain. But thank you all for making it through." The soldiers in the ceremonial unit raised their guns, firing in tribute to those who fell, thanking them for everything. The sky remained a brilliant blue, with rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds, shining down on the earth, at the base of a grand old tree. 2 fresh graves had been set up, under the shade of the God Hand. Burnout and Body Pack had been waiting there before Az approached to greet them. "Your Highness, you are finally here. You should come closer and acknowledge your faults. The loss of Ogre and Spoon is partly our responsibility." The gravestones were simply engraved with the names Ogre and Spoon instead of their real names, which were etched onto the stones. But it perfectly fits the style of the Black Shadow team. God Hand slightly bowed his head. Members of the Aegis Special Forces typically would not be buried after death. Our bodies would be disposed of in such a way that they left no trace in this world. He glanced at the 2 graves of his fallen comrades. Grateful for the honor of being properly buried, courtesy of the prince's influence, a thought flickered lucky. Fortunate. The remaining 3 showed no signs of sorrow or grief, their faces almost expressionless. Even at the funeral of their fallen teammates. If they continued to mourn, maybe they would feel lighter. It was a pity they forced themselves to suppress their sadness. Ash stepped closer to the 3 members of the Black Shadow. Let us meet at my villa tonight. We will have a strategy meeting. Godhand quickly responded. We understand, Your Highness. See you tonight. On the side of the graves in the western cemetery, the sun rose high, casting bright rays of light, and Evangeline broke down in tears. Ash and Lucas stood behind, watching Lily comfort Evangeline, who was sobbing before the graves of the Dian mercenaries. Ash felt that she was deeply saddened. Lucas responded. Evangeline had spent a lot of time with the Dian mercenaries in the dungeon. She must have grown close to them. Ash recalled a time when Evangeline led the Dian mercenaries on an expedition. That is right. I sent Dian's team out on an automatic exploration while Evangeline acted as their guide. She and the Dian mercenaries had also trained together. At first, she did not like their team after they defeated her in a practice match. But she must have grown quite attached to them over time. Lucas slightly bowed his head, sadness evident on his tired face, with wounds that were not fully healed on his body. Yep. My lord, see you tonight. The gods will help Evangeline calm down and take her along. Ash agreed. All right. And do not forget to bring Xia Lily too, before the newly erected graves. After paying respects to the mercenary group Dian, and whispering their names one last time, I left the place. The sun was still shining down with its blinding rays as Ash approached the priestess Margarita and Demian, who were tidying up after the funeral. Priestess Margarita wondered about tonight's meeting. Should I join too? Ash replied confidently. Of course. Priestess. You absolutely have to be there. You think? She does not realize that once she joins my group, there is no turning back. Demian glanced over at the 3 fake soldiers standing not far away. Prince. Should we invite all 3 of them? But Ash declined. Let them rest in the church. The 3 fake soldiers stood there with their bodies in shambles. 3 warriors from the O-Hunters group. They survived the battle thanks to their strong will, but their bodies were no longer capable of fighting. Ash turned slightly toward them. Essentially, they would have to retire. I would ensure their retirement life at all costs, even if it meant spending all my savings. But they can participate in the upcoming defensive battles. In front of 2 graves. One side held a whiskey bottle with a piece of a cork, alongside a cigar. The other side also had a cigar but placed next to a white rose. Those were the graves. Jupiter, Zenichi, and the last member, Juju, were absent from Jupiter's grave. Ash thought. I know where she is. Somewhere else. Where the buildings have taken on an ancient hue. In the downtown Crossroads, the mercenary guild, with her hand on the doorknob. Ju stood in the rather bare room that Jupiter once occupied. After all, there was not much to clean or sort through. She began gathering the remaining belongings of Jupiter. Jupiter's possessions were so few they were hard to believe. 3 old royal army uniforms and a coat. In the drawer were a few familiar items of Jupiter. 2 pairs of boots. 2 gloves. 4 bottles of liquor. A pack of cigarettes, that was all. She was astonished by her grandmother's meager possessions, and suddenly noticed an old bag neatly placed in the corner of the room. Even though her mother was a wandering mercenary, how could she have come so far with just the clothes on her back? She was extremely curious about that bag. When she opened the bag, a lot of neatly stacked letters fell out. These were the letters she had sent. Juju opened the letters and began to read them. She sat on the bed, slowly reading each letter, most of which talked about how she struggled to make ends meet. For example, how medical bills had driven the family debt up, or how hard life was relying solely on the money Jupiter sent home. Each letter came with different content. But at the end of each one, it always said, I miss Grandma. Where are you now? Please come back soon. Grandma. She had always written letters to her since she was a little girl. And there was always a line like that. She raised her hands to cover her face as she read the last letters. But in the recent ones, phrases like that had gradually disappeared, leaving only requests for money. She recalled the final moments spent with Jupiter. Wondering why. Oh, why did not she express her true feelings a little earlier? Why could not she be honest sooner? If she had, maybe something could have changed. She was still holding her face when she suddenly realized there was something else besides the letters. A wooden box peeked out from her bag, and she wondered, what is this? Along with the box was a letter with a few lines, saying this is 100-year-old ginseng, found in the dungeon. It is great for your health. Boil it and drink it. Juju opened the wooden box to find a carefully wrapped ginseng root inside. While alive, Jupiter had cherished this ginseng. 100-year-old piece bought from an unknown source during their exploration of Area 2, the cheerful image of her grandmother imagining giving it to Juju. She had bought it as a gift for her granddaughter, but in the end, she could not send it by mail, nor could she hand it over personally. Because the sender was gone, only this unsent letter remained. Juju picked up the ginseng root from the box, a herbal remedy often used by the elderly for nourishment. She slightly bowed her head. Did Mom wrap this up for me? Really? Her face fell, her voice turning choked. Really? Is that really true? Outside, a gentle knock echoed, and a voice called out, Juju, are you in there? Juju replied from inside.
Yep.
Your Highness, Ash stepped in hesitantly. Sorry. Am I disturbing your privacy? Juju quickly responded. Not all. You are actually right on time. She smiled happily. My mom would not be pleased to see me crying so much. Seeing her brighten up a bit made him feel a bit lighter too. I am here to inform you that there is a meeting about the upcoming defense battle. You should come to the mansion tonight. Juju immediately understood. Got it. A meeting about the defense battle. Ash stood facing Juju. She could expect something interesting to happen tonight. He smiled with a mysterious glint. Something dynamic and fun enough to blow away the gloom hanging over our team. Juju asked in confusion. Something very dynamic and fun. What do you mean by that? After sending a direct order to all team members at Lord Idle's mansion, Ash frowned and muttered. Damn it. No way. There is no way to get past the next stage. The system board displayed information. Stage 6. Enemy information. First position level unknown. Information unknown. 3 corpses. Second, level 25. Elite, Fire Wyvern 30. Third, level 20. Wyvern 710. Countdown timer. 7 days 8 hours until it starts. 176 hours. 7 minutes. 13 seconds. Idle adjusted his glasses. Wait a minute. This is definitely unusual. Right, as far as I know. There should be at least 3 weeks between the boss battle and the next stage, he thought silently, as if the puppeteer behind the scenes was waiting for this moment to trigger a creative madman. The dark events he creates always throw me into trouble in ways I never expect. The info board lights up, announcing that a dark event is happening in stage 6. Triggering the dark event and speeding up the time progression until the next stage dramatically slows down. It is absolutely unacceptable the damage the monster front is suffering, and it can't be fixed in just 1 week. With the current situation, the game can no longer continue. Ass is fuming, staring up at Idle. No way. How long has it been since we last fought a boss? And those flying monsters too. Can't you design the game's difficulty more reasonably? With this insane difficulty, is it even possible to reach the end of our lives? He looks up to the sky and shouts in frustration. This crazy game. I can't do this anymore. I need to escape from it. Idle rubs the spot on his head where he got bitten and asks. You are not actually going to give up, right? The Lord I know never backs down, no matter the circumstances. It is like he can see right through everything and says, not using standard strategies but taking a more unique approach. Is that your plan? Ed turns away, thinking to himself. He sighed and nodded in agreement with Idle's words. That is right. He has no intention of giving up. All Ad is doing is figuring out a special strategy to prevent any of his subordinates from sacrificing themselves needlessly. He drops his hands from his face and looks at Idle. The solution to this situation is simple. Just have the capital send reinforcements and all our problems will be solved. Ad thinks to himself, if the Imperial capital could send an elite force here, he would be able to relax for a while without worrying about anything because the soldiers in the Imperial regular army are incredibly strong. Plus, the commanding officers and knights are top-tier heroes. By using this force to carry out defensive battles, Ad would have time to train his own heroes and soldiers, and also recruit more new ones. But the issue is that the capital has repeatedly ignored his requests for reinforcements. Ad firmly decided. So there is no other way. We have to force them to send reinforcements. Which makes Idle wonder. But how are you planning to make them send reinforcements? Ad suddenly asked. Do you remember the contents of the last request for reinforcements I sent? Ad's face darkened, biting his lip so hard that a vein pops out on his cheek. This is the last request for reinforcements. If they do not send reinforcements this time, then this youngest prince will pull off the craziest prank ever. Let us write it like that. Idle looks up, thinking. Right. I remember I wrote that in the letter. Ed breaks into a delighted smile. Let them see that craziest prank ever. A chaotic grand plan so outrageous that the royal family can't turn a blind eye and immediately deploys troops here. Idle repeats the 2 words he just heard. Chaotic. Grand. Ed looks at the person standing in front of him and affirms. Exactly. He analyzes in his head. The 3rd prince of the empire. is indeed a rotten scoundrel, but he has been playing the role of a sincere and kind commander all this time. So it is finally time to return to his true self, he tells himself, dreaming up a chaotic nightmare so intense that it might prompt the royal family to send elite troops to a remote, desolate area like this. There he was, standing at the center in front of a long dining table. With everyone gathered around, he uttered 2 words. Rebellion. Evangeline, her cheek stuffed with food, looked up in confusion and asked, Soccer. What did you just say? Ad replied, I just said I am planning a rebellion. Hearing his answer, Evangeline and Juju both spat out a mouthful of blood. Evangeline, sitting next to Juju, coughed up everything she had in her mouth. Damien and Luca, sitting across from them, sat there frozen, with blood and food splattered all over their heads. Ad's voice continued to echo in the ears of the team members. I will say it again. I am planning a rebellion. Lily and Margarita's faces turned pale as they heard him announce that starting today, the fortress city of Crossroads on the southern front of the Empire would officially break away from the Empire's territory. I declare the establishment of an independent nation, the Crossroads Empire. Ad crossed his arms and declared fiercely, and of course, I will be the Emperor. Lucas shouted loudly. Wait, my lord. But Ad did not give him a moment to question. Flatly refusing, I won't answer any questions. He continued, the only decision everyone must make right now is whether you stand with me or not. Are you ready to sacrifice alongside me? That is it. From the declaration of treason to proclaiming his title. The living room filled with a heavy silence. Ad slowly turned to leave, taking a few steps toward the door. I am giving everyone 1 hour. During that time, think carefully about whether you will stand with me or walk away. As the door swung open, Ad left them with one last line. 1 hour from now, we will gather back here. In the following moments, the team members scattered throughout the mansion, each lost in their own thoughts, with most staying in the living room, fervently debating my announcement, while a few strolled through the garden with contemplative expressions. Ad stood in his office, watching 2 figures in the distance under the gate. Some had completely left the mansion. Suddenly, a knock echoed in the space, and he turned to say, Come in. Lucas quickly opened the door, and as soon as he entered, he called out, My lord, I am here to ask you something. He directly voiced his suspicion. Is this rebellion a desperate measure to request support from the royal family? I understand your intentions, my lord, Lucas said. I know this plan is extremely risky, and you are well aware of that too. Evangeline chimed in, nudging Lucas' shoulder. What Lucas said is spot on. The Emperor won't go easy on you, senior. Even if you are his son, you will still be charged with treason and face punishment. She laid out a series of consequences. And that is not all. Treason will bring about a bloodline curse, and no one in Crossroads will escape the news. Evangeline tells you a parable. My friend, just look at the war with the Bringer Duchy. Because of a little discord, the Emperor crushed a duchy that had been loyal for hundreds of years. She rushed to advise. A tiny and remote territory like this one will surely be burned to the ground without a trace left behind. Please, my friend, there has to be another way, as long as it does not lead to rebellion. Just then, Damien shows up, the prince's gunslinger. Anyway, I have nowhere else to go, so I will stand by the prince until the very end. But as he spoke, he scratched his cheek, suddenly hesitating. But is not rebellion dangerous? Another voice joined in, Juju peeking in beside Damien. It is like asking for a death wish. You know that, right? We will all be executed for sure. We. After listening to everything everyone has said so far, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Barely noticeable. He faced them and said, I appreciate everyone's opinions. Everyone's opinions are valid and reasonable. But my declaration of rebellion is not just to rally the troops. As I begin to calm them down, I will share the real reason once we gather in the living room, so do not worry. Just stay calm and wait for my decision. Outside, in the garden of the mansion, 3 members of the team were kneeling respectfully before us. Godhun closed his eyes and bowed his head in oath. After all, we have already been sentenced in the capital. You have saved us and given us a new name. Our lives now belong to you. Body Park and Burnout also bowed in agreement. The only one we serve is you, dear Az. Even if the path you choose is treason, we will still willingly follow. Az looked at them and replied, I appreciate everyone's loyalty. Thank you. See you all in 30 minutes. Finally, 2 members left the mansion, Mahirita and Lily among them. Mahirita returned about 10 minutes before the meeting. Az looked like he had been waiting and asked her, Where have you been, Saint? Mahirita did not hide anything as she replied, I went back to the church and prayed to the goddess. She explained, The goddess has shown me the path I should choose. Az continued to question, Really? Did the goddess give you an answer? What is your final decision? Mahirda answered deeply. The moment I first arrived in this city, my destiny was sealed. My fate is intertwined with Crossroads. As look back once more. So you will join my rebellion. Right. If that is the path Crossroads must take. Finally. He instructed. Go to the living room. I will join you there after Lily arrives. The last member, Lily, showed up 10 minutes later than scheduled, as stared wide-eyed and asked, Lily, what on earth is all this? Behind the wheelchair, bags were piled high, and she panicked, saying, Of course. It is the luggage I packed to leave this city. Lily recounted her experiences. I lost the use of my legs serving this city. But I am okay with that. I have faced death countless times. Yet I still endure. But Junjin's whole body trembled in fear as she held her head. The rebellion is real. We have gone too far. Your Highness. There were moments when I was even ready to bury my bones on the front lines here. Tears brimmed in Lily's eyes as images of those around her flashed through her mind. Accusing me of treason is beyond my limits. She slapped her cheeks hard, shouting, Wake up, Lily. Which Lily? Think rationally. Lily decisively turned to leave. After all, we have shared memorable moments together, so I came to say goodbye one last time. Now, I am out of here. Goodbye. May your rebellion go smoothly. She made one last request, and if it fails, I hope you want to mention my name. Before Lily could move, Ash swiftly grabbed her braid. But now she could not escape. Lily struggled to push the wheelchair while screaming, You let me. Ash held her hair tightly, not giving her a chance to move an inch. Listen to me one last time. After that, whether you leave or stay is up to you. She completely ignored his words and screamed wildly. The traitor. It is because the traitor is forcing me to follow him. I am truly innocent. Your Majesty. A while later in the living room of the mansion, Ash explained to those present, The rebellion is a total fabrication. I never intended to start a rebellion from the get-go. Even Julian and Lucas were baffled, struggling to keep up with what he said. Ash continued. Of course, if news of the rebellion spreads, we could force the capital to send troops. But, as everyone pointed out, he began analyzing the situation. This approach can only help us fend off the monsters once. After that, everything here will be burned to the ground. I will be captured and executed. Crossroads will be scorched, leaving no trace behind. Ash silently told himself, organizing a rebellion was never a viable option. I had not even considered this choice from the start. He asked those present. I am sure everyone is wondering why we fabricated a non-existent rebellion. Right. Ash's gaze grew serious as he revealed crucial information. There is a little spy in this city. He laid it all bare for everyone. A royal dog has reported all our actions to the capital. It was a play to find out how that spy communicated with the capital. And that friend of mine fell into my trap just as I expected. Lucas gasped, asking about the information he just heard. So where is that spy? Ash calmly replied to him. Here, in this room. Sitting right between us with an incredibly serene expression. He flashed a cryptic smile and posed a question. Has everyone guessed who it is yet? Flashing back to earlier, the night before the start of the new phase. At the Lord's mansion, in the study, Eider stood before Ash. The Lord, saying, I think I need you to see this. He curiously glanced at the system screen, which displayed the silhouette of a person. Ash hesitantly called out a name. Godhand. Eider began to explain. After you ordered the surveillance that day, I used the remaining resources of the system to track the Shadow Team. He pointed at the adjacent system board. This is the footage I captured. Team 8 of the Aegis Special Forces is entirely comprised of elves. And they are all prisoners sent from the capital. This was a precaution for the worst-case scenario, while also aiming to make the other members of the main team feel more at ease. However, they were incredibly loyal, fought valiantly, and earned everyone's trust. Eventually, they merged into the front line here, and we fought against the monsters. They were no longer Team 8 of the Aegis Special Forces, but rather my Shadow Team. I had completely trusted the Shadow Team without a doubt, to the point where I forgot I had once assigned a mission to Eider regarding them. But Eider managed to capture this scene. Gothan on the screen was talking to someone. Her coming to find me like this could very well cause problems, and our connection would be exposed if someone caught sight of it. The mysterious figure was partially obscured by some bushes, responding to him. After all, everyone in this city is busy preparing for tomorrow's defensive battle, so they probably would not notice me anyway. The image shifted to reveal a side angle of the mysterious person. She said, What worries me is that I have no idea what I should do now. Finally, Marita's face was fully revealed. The initial task assigned to me was merely to monitor the activities of Fortress City. But why do I have to go to the front line? Isn't frontline monitoring the job of the Aegis Special Forces? Ash leaned on his hand and called her name. Marharita. concluding in his mind. With these words, everything has become too clear. Gothan and Marharita, both are spies of the royal family. On the screen, Gothan asked, "Did Prince Ash request for you to participate in the battle tomorrow?" Marharita recounted, "Yep. He wants me to join as a reserve force. I am here to heal, not to fight monsters. I have to report this to my superiors." "I can't," Gothan reassured her. "Do not worry. I will protect you." Marharita asked again, "Really?" Meanwhile, behind Gothan, a pair of legs were approaching. Gothan on the other side continued to assure Marharita, "I promise. If that is within my power." Just as he said this, a voice suddenly called out to him, "Gothan." He turned around in shock to confront the newcomer. "Body Park, what are you doing here? Why not rest inside the barrier?" Body Park explains, "I am just enjoying the fresh air. What about you?" "Gothan, who are you talking to?" Gothan's voice crackles through the screen. "But it is just me here. I am pretty much just chatting with myself." Outside the screen, Ider stands with his hands clasped behind his back, sighing dramatically. That is all the surveillance orders from the commander. Truly not a waste. He scratches his head. They look so trustworthy that I almost believe them blindly. The admin at the desk chimes. "Okay, let us set aside the surveillance team. What about Marharita? Have you been keeping an eye on her since then?" Ider continues to report what he knows. "I shifted my surveillance focus to Marharita after their conversation wrapped up. But I just saw her praying in the church without doing anything else. I followed Marharita and saw her kneeling before a statue, mumbling to herself, 'I just want to complete the mission.'" Marharita is deeply focused, bowing her head before the statue, asking, "But what am I supposed to do now? Please tell me." Ider provides more details about what happened next. From that moment until now, she has just been kneeling there. Ash stares intently at the screen. Marharita has a way to communicate with the center, but she has not reached out to anyone, just offering prayers. You ask the person next to you, "Ider, can you keep tracking Marharita?" He replies that system resources are limited, so I can only monitor one of the two parties. Ash makes a request, then from now on, just monitor Marharita. No need to worry about the surveillance team, he states confidently. We will catch Marharita soon enough. Ider feels curious. How? Ash answers confidently. By using misinformation. Rest your chin on your hand and smile slyly. The info could shake the center if Marharita reports back. And then it will all come to light. Both her means of communication with the center and the true identity of the center itself. Back at the Lord's mansion, in the living room, both Marharita and Gotham are bound and forced to kneel on the floor. Ash stands with one hand on his hip, looking at them. Thinking back, the two of them showed suspicious signs from the start. Gotham, the fact that you lost both arms is a lie, is not. You bluntly exposed the truth about his arms. You lost them before you came to this front. When your codename changed to Gotham, you lost both arms in some earlier mission, and you used metal replacements. Ash continues to ask, you and Marharita staged a scene, as if you sacrificed so much in that battle, aiming to gain the trust of everyone here. Right. Lily, sitting across from them, is wide-eyed and stunned after hearing everything Ash just said. She can't believe it and asks, is that true? Gotham, did you really lose both arms saving me that day? Or was that just a ruse? Gotham looks up at Ash, admitting, the rooster really hurt me and made me amputate another piece that day. But most of what you said is correct. I deliberately exaggerated a minor injury, as if it were a serious wound to gain the trust of everyone on this front. In Lily's eyes, they had turned misty as she heard his confirmation. Gotham quickly turned to explain to her. But Lily, everything I told you that night was the truth. She had no interest in hearing any of his explanations, and without hesitation, she spun around and bolted out the door. Gotham could only stand there in silence, watching her retreating figure. Ash's voice echoed once more. Honestly, I would not be surprised if someone here was a spy for the crown. Because it would be odd if there were not any spies. If you two pledge your loyalty to me and fight on this front, risking your lives, then I want to hesitate to provide you with information about the current situation. His gaze turned intense, questioning. But you should not have let yourselves be discovered. Once exposed like this, who will trust you? Lucas and Evangelion stayed silent, listening to Ash speak. Clearly, in this situation, they were no longer allies but spies carrying unclear risks. Gotham worriedly bowed low. Your Highness. Indeed, I was given a secret mission when assigned here. Body Park and Burnout were also restrained, with their hands tied in a corner over there. He denied their involvement. However, none of my subordinates knew about this. Gotham raised his face, pleading loudly. Most importantly, I have decided to dedicate my life here. My loyalty to you is real. Please believe me. Your Highness. And Ass interrupted him. Enough. Gotham, we will talk later. He shifted the topic to someone else. Right now. What we need is the story from our maiden. Ass recalled the earlier situation when he declared a rebellion and gave everyone time to think. She rushed back to the church. Unaware that my subordinates were watching her, he frowned. Looking at the person in front of him, I was very curious about how she contacted her superiors. And the identity of that communication device is truly surprising. It is the statue of the goddess placed inside the church. Mihirada knelt with her hands clasped before the statue, saying, I have something to report. Prince Ass has declared a rebellion. Let me repeat. Prince Ass has declared a rebellion. From the statue came some special sounds. Next was the voice of someone. A rebellion. You say. Say that again. Mihirada repeated her words on command. Prince Ass has declared a rebellion. The mysterious figure questioned again. Is this for real? This is an extremely important matter. There can't be any mistakes. Mihirada looked up, affirming confidently. Yep. I heard it clearly with my own ears. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Prince Ass has ordered a gathering in 1 hour. Mihirada replied. Yep. That is right. The mysterious figure gave her a directive. Then you should join Prince Ass and keep an eye on him to verify. Is he really planning a rebellion or not? If there is, then observe closely and report back. Mihirada desperately wants to refuse. But this is no longer my concern. I am just a priest of the written word. The mysterious figure bluntly dismisses her wishes, saying not to resist at all. This is all for the goddess and his majesty. On another screen in front of Ass, the voice of the mysterious figure echoes. I will be waiting here for the next report. Contact me before midnight tonight. That is all. You look at Mihirada kneeling before you, unable to believe that a magical device capable of long-distance communication exists. And it even takes the shape of a goddess statue. Ass begins to wonder. Has she truly been praying sincerely to the goddess all this time? Or has she merely been reporting the situation here to her superiors? At this moment, Mihirada can only bow her head in silence, listening to what you say. Saintess. Mihirada, I do not doubt your faith. Your dedication to healing the sick and your effort in providing medical care in this remote land is beyond question. Ass takes a few steps forward. But you are the royal dog and also a spy. And you have concealed that truth from me, the Emperor's son, commander of the Southern Front, and lord of this city. You approach and kneel down to face Mihirada. Committing such a grave sin deserves punishment, does not it? She directly confronts the person before her and asks, Are you really going to kill me? Ass replies seriously, It could be so. Because you have committed a military crime. And according to the rules, not only you but all the priests under your command will face execution. Mihirada gradually feels anxious. You truly would do that? Ass responds to her. Of course. I want you and your colleagues to continue caring for the wounded on this front line. To work sincerely just as you have done until now. Then you make a request. I just want you to cooperate a bit. For this city, your church, and all of humanity. I need your collaboration. Ass glances sharply at Mihirada. Will you agree to do that? She hesitates, her gaze locking onto yours. Your Highness, what can I do for you? The location has now changed to the temple. And at night in the quiet prayer room, there is not a soul in sight. Mihirada kneels before the goddess statue as if announcing, the rebellion is fake. The mysterious figure on the other side gasps in disbelief. What? Mihirada continues. It is a trap set by Prince Ass to eliminate spies like me. The mysterious figure seems to realize something. What are you saying? Wait. Does that mean Prince Ass knows your identity? Mihirada bows her head, closing her eyes to confirm. Yep. He knows. I have been exposed. A shoe-clad foot appears behind her, accompanied by a voice. That is how it is, my dear friend. Hiding behind my goddess statue. Ass sits down and places a hand on Mihirada's shoulder, pondering the fact that you all have forced priests to do such work. I wonder if you feel any pangs of conscience about it. The mysterious figure did not respond to him at all. Ass called him out directly, knowing he was still listening. Shocked that someone would dare to ignore a prince. His expression darkened as he stared at the statue, urging it not to stay silent. Come on. Say something. Can't you bring that person out here? Ass asked with a loaded tone. Do I have to guess who that person is to have the right to meet them? Someone with such deep ties to the goddess that they can use pawns like mere chess pieces. He meticulously listed all the information he had, even linking it to the dark department. To the point where he could monitor spies throughout the empire. Ass quietly inquired. And what about the ability to build a massive communication magic system? With a cost this high, who could it possibly be? Before the mysterious figure could respond, he answered his own question. It has got to be the Empire's Minister of Administration. My second older brother. Fernandez Everbreak, Ass declared loudly. In the name of the temporary prince. Assborn Hater Everbreak. I command you to bring my brother here immediately. After Mihirada left, Ass stood in front of the magic communication device, waiting for his brother to show up. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hello. Can you hear me? Then, amidst the static, sounds continued to echo. Center to the south. The connection is very good. Waiting for a response. As could still hear the clear voice. Not to. Even in a situation where the communication device could only transmit poor quality sound and was constantly crackling. This was the first time he had heard this voice, but instinctively he recognized it. A familiar figure emerged in As's mind. This voice belonged to the second prince. Fernandez. Finally, he could have a proper conversation with this jerk. As calmly collected himself. Then he did a complete 180. Smiling cheerfully and waving at the magic communication device. Hey brother, long time no see. It is your beloved little brother. Of course. They had never met before. But let us pretend they were super close. He tried to act as naturally as possible to communicate with his brother. Wondering how long it had been since he last heard his voice. So glad to see you again. How about you? Are you happy to hear your little brother's voice? On the other end. A worried tone came through. This kind of magic communication could easily be eavesdropped on. So let us use a code instead of personal names. Seeing him like this, As teased. Why are you so scared of being overheard? That is ridiculous. Who in the world can eavesdrop on the goddess's statue? Having said that, As decided to go along with Fernandez's suggestion. If he could set the code appropriately, he could still categorize the regions. Alright, you say, center it is. Meanwhile, Fernandez was sitting alone in his vast, somewhat mysterious and enchanting office. Breathing deeply, he sighed, his hand hovering over a glowing magic button that allowed him to connect with the other side. It had been a long time. He did not expect that As would find this secret communication line. It was the first time he had been caught off guard. Quite embarrassing for someone at the head of an intelligence organization. As cheerfully responded, seeming unconcerned about that issue. But I am really glad to chat with you. Brother. Let us keep in touch like this in the future, even though I have never met him. As is really trying to capture the character's essence in the game. He keeps asking Fernandez how he has been. If he is eating well lately. And if that grumpy face of his has brightened up at all. Fernandez is a character that only shows up in the game's dog events. So of course, he has never seen his face. Ritodaku is just trying to act as much like As as possible. Fernandez explains. Do you know how much it costs to use magic communication for just 1 second? As replies coldly. What about the communication cost? Whatever. But I do not actually have to pay for this call. Right, that is why reverse charge calls are amazing. Fernandez is confused about what he is talking about. Wait, reverse charge calls. What is that? It exists. It is a call where the receiver pays. Nowadays, hardly anyone uses it on Earth. Can't he wait any longer? Fernandez starts to lose his patience. Let us get straight to the point. Little bro, I am really busy here. As continues to tease. Even though you have got spies around your dear little brother, you still do not plan to apologize. Harita, standing behind, is sweating nervously at this. Fernandez stubbornly responds. Why should I apologize to you? Everything I am doing is for the safety and prosperity of the royal family and the empire. He mocks As too, saying if you are doing this job, it is only natural to grow thick-skinned. Is not that how you are? Little bro, seeing this, As quickly suggests. Let us skip the fluff and get to the main issue. He says seriously, send reinforcements within a week. Or the southern front will fall and monsters will start flooding into the empire. Fernandez laughs disdainfully. So you stage this rebellious act just to get reinforcements? Little bro, are you bold enough to cause a ruckus like that? He looks up with a friendly smile. Well, it is because someone keeps refusing to send help. So what other choice do I have right now? This place is in a lot of trouble. Why not send a few reinforcements here for a win-win situation? Asking for something this simple is not too much. Right, he makes excuses. It is really hard to send reinforcements to you. The battle with the Bringer Kingdom is not over yet. As immediately objects. Did not we wipe out the entire kingdom and even seize the capital? Why is that not the end? Fernandez quickly explains. The Empire's peace can only be guaranteed when the Blood Dragon holed up in the Bringer Kingdom is exterminated. He continues to threaten As with their father. That is what our father decided. The crisis the Empire faces in the West is much greater. I hope you understand. After hearing this, As ponders. He replies, I see. Well, then I am out of options. I will have to resort to other methods. And he starts discussing the current situation. The Everbrack Empire has swallowed half the world. But now I can borrow troops from there. Right. As makes his final decision. Then I will borrow troops from the other half. After all, there is no other way. Fernandez's eyes widened in delight. Thinking, could it be? Noting his reaction, Dakchi continued. I plan to gather the remnants of all the nations that the Empire has destroyed and bring them to the southern front on this side. As carried on smoothly. Surprise. The Duchy of Bringer had just marched 3 days ago. He proposed a theory. For those struggling in a fierce war and facing financial hardship, what if someone inadvertently provided them with a huge amount of money, supplies, and even a cozy place to rest? After hearing this, Fernandez's face darkened with anger. His expression stone cold, but an ominous aura radiated around him. He would not stage a rebellion. That would be too risky. Instead, he would dismantle the tower that the royal family had painstakingly built over the years during the campaign against the Duchy of Bringer. His actions would be far more painful for the royal family than a rebellion that had already been suppressed. Fernandez stammered. He chuckled smugly. Either way, your situation is not any better than a chicken running around in a stir-fry, he threatened. I wonder what a cornered rat is capable of. Besides, with his background, had uncovered a significant secret about Fernandez. Are you currently on a hunt for the queen? Upon hearing this, his expression turned grim. You spoke up. I know everything. Big bro. He recalled the image of the city being attacked by a powerful force. The dragon lady escaped after the capital fell. Surely the imperial army is on her trail throughout the duchy. The Duchy of Bringer has been ruled by women for generations, and the current duchess is also female. This character carrying the dragon blood has quite a few nicknames. The queen successfully fled with her knights after the capital fell. Fernandez asked angrily. How do you know that? After hearing it, he let out a scoff. How would I know? That is because one of the most pivotal twists in this game is whether you accept the queen as an ally or not. They did not send reinforcements. So what can you do? It is completely normal for the downtrodden to band together to survive a crisis. Right. As recalled the thousands of people young, or even the royal soldiers who were forced to migrate, refugees, and knights, or the remnants of the royal family, all displaced by the empire, wandering from place to place. There are not just one or two like that on this entire continent, bro. The southern front will welcome them all, forming an army with foreigners. Why not? The exiled prince from the royal family has gathered all those harboring hatred for the empire together. Does not that paint a beautiful picture? Fernandez worriedly shouted. Have you lost your mind? Isn't he that just like staging a rebellion? As replied confidently. It is completely different. This is not treason. You are not trying to justify yourself or anything. As explained. It is because the monsters are considered a disaster. And the royal family's refusal to send reinforcements is like announcing that they have abandoned their rule over this place. What is wrong with banding together with those in the same boat to face disaster and survive? Fernandez could not argue with that point made by At. He complained. You are just spouting nonsense. You almost retorted. If you want to hear something meaningful, maybe you should start doing something meaningful yourself first. A country that demands loyalty from its people must at least maintain a minimum level of morality. Atu was furious at the negligence of the crown towards its own subjects. The primary responsibility of the state is to protect its citizens. Yet they have failed to do that. And then, when the people struggle to survive, the state labels them as traitors. That is just absurd. There should be limits to that nonsense. I urged Fernandez to make a proposal. Now's the time to decide. Brother, will the Duchess of the Duchy flee south? Or will you send reinforcements to the front? Faced with Ed's barrage of words, he just sat there listening without retorting. Ed spoke seriously. Do not lose both the western and southern fronts. I hope you can make a wise choice. After a moment of silence, Fernandez finally responded. Agreeing to Ed's request, how many reinforcements do you need? And secretly rejoiced. My gamble has paid off. He started estimating. Enough to comfortably handle 1,000 wyverns in the next defensive battle. Fernandez continued to ask. How long do you need support? I replied. Within the next 5 defensive battles. After hearing the necessary requirements, he finally spoke up. All right then, after hearing that, smile smugly. It should have been like this from the start. My damn brother. He stepped outside confidently, but deep down, he was quite scared. Fernandez sat at the table, rubbing his head in annoyance. Is that satisfactory for you? Little brother, I happily responded. I could not be happier if the reinforcements arrive on time. If only you had sent them sooner. We would not have to argue like this. Our actions are really no different than extortion threats. He was not thrilled to resort to this method. But still, getting the allied forces sent was good news. Suddenly, he became serious. You will pay for your arrogance, even if it is for wanting reinforcements. You have said too much that a prince should not say. He added, soon, we will have a face-to-face meeting. Little brother, and thought to himself, when he says face-to-face, does he mean a direct conversation or something else? Before Ed could finish his thoughts, Fernandez hung up. The call ended. Good luck. South. I began to hold the Estro magic staff, preparing to cast a spell since the call was quite long distance and expensive. Saying that, he recited the incantation, "Go to hell." Center. With a flick of his astro-magic staff towards the goddess statue, a surge of power was unleashed. Maharita, sitting behind, was utterly astonished but could do nothing. After that, Ass turned to Lucas and asked, "Lucas, do you believe in the goddess?" Lucas instantly replied, proud to say he was quite devout. Hearing this, Ass probed further. "If I told you to search this church thoroughly for all statues and religious symbols, and destroy them when necessary, would you hate me for it?" Lucas smiled confidently and replied honestly, "No way. In the heart of the goddess, nothing is more important than your command." Lucas's answer greatly pleased Ass. "Thank you," he said before starting to give orders. "In 3 days, thoroughly search this church. See if there is anything else hidden here." Lucas bowed respectfully. "I obey." Meanwhile, Margarita remained seated, visibly tense. Ass then turned to her and asked, "Margarita, are you willing to cooperate?" Upon hearing this, her eyes widened with a hint of panic. She turned her head, forcing herself to reply, "I will do as you command," Ass sincerely advised. "I am sure that heartfelt prayers sent into the air will make the goddess happier than the fake ones sent to devices using her form for sinister plots." Although he did not know much about the religious doctrines of this world, it probably was not much different from Earth, right? Suddenly, he glanced over at the 3 people who were being captured, and thought to himself, and now what? The 3 Guthan, Burnout, and Bodiba were kneeling before Ass. Following his pointed finger, 3 swords appeared, flying swiftly toward them. In an instant, they were all grinning with Ass. Despite that, Guthan, Burnout, and Bodiba continued to kneel like kids being punished for their mistakes. Ass focused on them and gently spoke. "My judgment of you will not be based on your backgrounds or the secrets you hide, but on what you have shown me so far. The team has faithfully followed my orders to the point of being willing to lay down their lives." There was no deceit in their actions. Under their incredulous gazes, Ass calmly continued, "I have decided to trust you one more time." Hearing that, the knight seemed to grow larger, as if trying to intervene, but it was still incredibly certain of his intentions. He had decided to give them another chance. Only when it trusted them could they be absolutely loyal to him. He calmly asked, "Guthan, tell me the truth. What is the secret mission you have been assigned by your superiors?" The secret mission Guthan received was nothing significant. Just blending in with the southern front. Monitor every move of the front line and report anything unusual. Work closely with the liaison to carry out intelligence operations. After a moment, Guthan slowly continued, mentioning one last order. I felt curious. Wait a minute. He hesitated. This, even the god himself did not quite understand, was to keep an eye on the Lord's assistant, Eider. Just as Guthan said, At's face showed clear confusion. It was not about watching At. But Eider, what is going on? He quietly speculated. Could it be they already knew? Eider was connected to the system of this world. Then, At calmly asked again, who issued this order? Without hesitation, Guthan immediately replied, it was His Highness, Prince Ferdinandeth. Just as he said, I think we will have to meet face to face and talk soon. Guthan seemed to feel immense regret. I am sorry for not telling you this sooner. Please forgive me. Your Highness, At calmly replied, if you are sorry, show it through your actions. From now on, you will become a double agent. In the astonished eyes of Guthan and Bodybag, he explained, inform the center through your own communication network. Tell them that you have not been discovered by Prince Et. From now on, report to me every task the center assigns you. Also, report back to the center according to my instructions. Can you do that? After that, Guthan bowed his head sincerely in agreement. Of course. Your Highness, I will do that. I swear on the honor of my people. Seeing his decisive attitude, Et secretly admired him, thinking, in reality, this is no easy job. The opponent is the Dark Department of the royal family, a secret force under the central government. And moreover, it is an intelligence unit led by the Minister of Administration himself. Now that Margarita has been exposed, suspicion about intelligence information coming from Guthan is unavoidable from now on. Guthan will constantly be scrutinized to see if he is a traitor, both by the royal family and on this front. Additionally, Et had extracted a lot of information from Guthan, such as the intelligence system of the Aegis Special Forces and the center. Guthan, as if wanting to prove he was completely on Et's side, revealed all the information he knew, even sharing details that I had not even requested. After gathering so much information, Et spoke seriously. All right. Finally, I have one more mission to assign to you. It is a task only the 3 of you can accomplish, and it requires all 3 of you to risk your lives. Transitioning to the bright living room where Evangeline and the others were entering, Ed quickly began to recount. I bet everyone's mind is still in a twist over today's shocking events. Let me break it down for you. The central government just announced they are sending reinforcements. And At's decision to show leniency instead of punishing Margarita and Gothan, even though Lily is feeling down. At keeps explaining. Sure, they tricked us. But those guys were just following the royal orders. I am not saying we should trust them right off the bat. Let us keep our eyes wide open and judge them for ourselves. Whether they can become our teammates again is a question we will find the answer to soon. After reassuring everyone, Ed immediately shifts to a motivating tone, saying, I know everyone is strained, but we still have work to do. We are at stage 6. With 7 days and 4 hours left until kickoff, the next defensive battle kicks off in a week. Ed does not think Fernandez would just ignore his threats and not send reinforcements. They can just rely on reinforcements without doing anything. They have to be ready for the defense battle. The next moment, Ed cracks a light joke. And hey, let me know what gear each of you wants. I will whip it all up for you. Despite taking heavy losses, Nam managed to snag quite a haul. As we shift to a safe base, the moment Kelly spots Ed, she bolts over to scold him. Hey. There is no way to get news from outside here. And I thought you were a goner. His scolding did not make it angry. Instead, he felt even guiltier. Back then, I was completely drained mentally and physically, so it took me this long to get here. Kelly was not done being mad and kept raising her voice. You little punk. Learn to care about those worried for you. Is it that hard to send a message saying you are still alive? Knowing she was concerned, Ed gently replied, Get. I promise I will contact you right away next time. It might be a bit late, but I brought you a gift. Kelly quickly shot back. You really are one shameless jerk. Are not you? Before she could scold him further, she was taken aback by the item in front of her. What is this? I remained calm. I kept my promise. Kelly's face turned highly skeptical. This bastard. He is definitely dead. Right. As he opened the lid of the coffin, Ed firmly confirmed. Yep. Definitely. The moment Kelly saw the person in the coffin, he could not believe it. Damn. Just look at how this bastard is lying there. No way to tell if he is dead or just sleeping. He quickly shut the coffin lid again. Then Kelly lifted it and headed toward the fire. Ed saw this and curiously asked Han, What are you planning to do with that? He replied nonchalantly. What is there to do with it? I am not into sick stuff like playing with corpses. There is nothing useful we can get from Macadam's body. It has to be burned. The next moment, Kelly slowly sprinkled some kind of powder in his hand. The powder sparkled around the coffin. Without any hesitation, Kelly forcefully shoved it into the flames, the coffin slowly igniting before his eyes. In a voice chillingly calm, Kelly spoke. Look here. Brothers, the damn Lord Macadam who stole your lives is no more. Outside the house, wisps of black smoke began to rise and drift out of the chimney, as if trying to carry away Kelly's hatred. Even so, he continued to stare intently at the blazing fire. Now you can rest in peace. Fly away. Far. Far away. Under Kelly's gaze, the flames grew ever larger. His eerie silence caught Ash's attention. Is he crying? But he did not want you to see his weakness. Kelly quickly covered his face. Damn it. It is just because it is too hot. You idiot. Can't you see how hot that fire is? Stop teasing this old man. Hurry up and show me the spoils you have collected. Let me see the colors. Ash was here specifically to ask him to craft gear from those spoils. Kelly observed the shimmering stones while continuously praising them. No wonder those damn monsters have lived for hundreds of years. The magical power erupting from their cores is tremendous. With the essence of Celendian, we can absolutely forge a nightmare slayer, Ash thought to himself. Confused, a nightmare slayer. Please. Suddenly, he recalled an image of Celendian from the past, wielding a gun made from Olaf. Shooting into my heart with the nightmare slayer. After remembering, he told himself, if Ash recalls correctly, Celendian also mentioned something similar. He could not hold back any longer. He quickly questioned what exactly the nightmare slayer was. Kelly immediately countered. What do you usually call a dragon-slaying weapon or a dragon slayer? After thinking for a moment, Ash hesitantly answered. Dragon slayer. Right. In a blink. He explained. That is right. So what if we replace dragons with the commander of the Nightmare Legion with a simple sentence? Ash understood. That is indeed the Nightmare Slayer. Kelly added more information. Exactly. And these weapons possess power far beyond ordinary gear in the game. It is just gear with better performance. But here, it seems to have the potential to make a significant difference. Enough to deserve such a grand name. After taking it all in, Ash smirked. Clearly excited. No need to look far. The Dark Queen's magic gun will definitely pack a serious punch. Knowing your reckless nature, Kelly continued to remind him. However, it also harbors a concerning darkness. corresponding to its power. Ash caught a new piece of information from his warning. Darkness. Your confusion left Kelly in disbelief. What? Your marksman is using the Nightmare Slayer. And you did not know anything about that. Ash was still lost in confusion. What? Seeing the stunned look on his face, he began to explain. When the number of targets killed by the Nightmare Slayer reaches a certain threshold, the nightmare within the weapon will awaken. Ash was even more curious. What happens when it awakens? A kind teacher, Kelly slowly explained. It depends on the nightmare. It can either lend its power to the user, or completely swallow them whole. The system displayed the information. Level 55. Magical Gun Classification. Attack range from 225 to 250. Durability 7 out of 7. Capacity for destruction 7 out of 7. Firing a shot from this weapon has a high chance of instantly taking out an enemy. This probability increases based on the user's proficiency with the weapon. Check out more options. Unknown skill. Unlock based on the number of enemies killed with this weapon. 3 lives left. Unknown skill. Unlock based on the number of enemies killed with this weapon. With 3 lives left, Ash thought these were just extra perks, not realizing their true significance. He almost caused a massive mess that night. Ash wondered why the back singer had the ability to disrupt the game's balance at this moment. He would only use it 3 more times and then stop. Seeing Ash deep in thought, Kelly Ben asked, "So you are not planning to create the Nightmare Destroyer anymore?" He had not quite understood what soccer meant. Kelly reminded him, "The magic from Celendian. You intend to leave it as is?" "Right." After thinking for a moment, Ash replied, "Please use it. The back singer is a weapon with the potential to break the balance. It is a trump card that could change the tide of the entire battle. If he could create a weapon to rival this one, he should do it first and think later. Its value would be immense. Even if he only used it until those hidden perks were unlocked." Kelly touched the beautiful red magic of Celendian. It seemed he had thought it through. "We can't let the weapon control us. Therefore, you must have the ability to control the weapon." He held up the magic and continued, "Without that ability, you should not use the Nightmare Destroyer in the first place." Ash did not know what he was implying. What did he mean? Kelly explained, "If you have mastered using it so far, you can still control it even after feeding it enough blood and awakening the nightmare."
Good.
Weapons have always been dangerous from the start. They often come with sharp blades or the ability to spit fire to take lives. How could something like that not carry risks? The Nightmare Destroyer is a bit more dangerous than regular weapons for the sake of its power. If a normal weapon has 1 blade, this one has 2. Holding the shimmering red magic core, Kelly cut to the chase. "Enough with the chatter. Back to the main issue. What kind of weapon do you want me to forge with this magic core?" Was decided from the start. Ash had given the weapon made from the Black Widow Queen's magic core to the Nightfield, the one who killed that monster. The weapon made from Celendian's magic core would naturally go to the one who defeated him. Thus, he made his request. "I need a mage's equipment." After finishing up at the shop, Ash returned to the mansion. It was time to check the items received from Stage 5. For him, these boxes were relics left behind by fallen teammates. Their faces seemed to hover over each chest, and Ash did not have the courage to open them, so he kept postponing it until now. But thinking back, since these were relics left by his teammates, there was even more reason to crack them open and see what was inside. They had traded their lives for these. And a purple light flickered in the room. A barrage of notifications popped up, informing Ash that he had received quite a few SAR items. Looking back, he saw a complete set of gear including gloves, a belt, and clothes, along with a few other items. Stunned, he exclaimed, "What the heck is this?" Grabbing an item, Ash reassured himself. "First, stay calm and check these out." A big question mark popped up in his mind. A complete stealth set. This was one of the best gear sets for melee assassins. In front of him was the system notification, showing the set effect. Stealth set. 4 out of 4. If equipped as a full set, you would be completely off the enemy's radar for 10 seconds each time you got a kill. This effect could only trigger once every 10 minutes. But all 4 pieces of the set appeared at once. What in the world was going on? Thinking back, the gear in the La Hex set also appeared one by one until he had the full set. Has the system been tweaked to make collecting sets easier? Holding the gloves, Ash felt cautious. It was suspicious for all the gear in a set to appear at once like this. But good gear was still worth using. His gaze shifted to the golden mirror, then back to the chest. He could not believe he got a complete artifact just from opening a chest. This chance was laughably low. This artifact was exactly what its name suggested. The Crossroads wall, usable once per defense battle, blasting away enemies reflected in the metal mirror in the southern plains. It could blow back powerful monsters trying to approach the wall. sending them back to where they came from, be it the front base or other locations, the Dark Lake region. This was a devastating item that could blow up the entire Dark Lake. The metal mirror was not large, so it could not be used in bulk, but it was clearly an extremely good artifact in the game. Compared to production costs, it was not a budget artifact, and getting it for free like this was unbeatable. Ash was going to make good use of it. Next up, the last 3 Sir chests. This was the main course of today's chest opening event. Ash gently lifted the chest lid, hoping for the best. He opened it slowly, but it still felt disrespectful to the chest. Without further ado, he flipped the lid open hard. Please be a complete item. But when he saw what was inside, Ash froze. What is this? Holding the shimmering fabric piece in his hand, the system jumped up with related information. Flag of the Great Commander. 1 out of 5. One of the 5 exclusive gear pieces belonging to Ash. The Flag of the Great Commander. When he collected all 5 flag pieces, they would form a complete flag. Ash flipped it back and forth with a huge question mark in his mind. He had an exclusive gear piece, but it had been split into 5 fragments. And one of those fragments just showed up. Along with that, there is a surprise mission from the system. Craft an exclusive item for the character Ass. By collecting the pieces of the Great Commander's flag. 1 out of 5. Ass thinks back and forth. It is nice to know he has got an exclusive item, but the problem is, does he really have to rely on luck just to gather them all for the reward? Most exclusive items are tied to the character's story, so there are usually specific locations to find them, but this clueless character Ass has to depend on luck to get his exclusive item. He is silent for a long time, unsure how to react, finally deciding to just go for it. Damn it. Let us open the remaining chests and figure it out later, Ass silently hoped. Next, when he opens the chest, he wishes for something complete. This time, maybe the heavens have heard his prayers. It is Sir Invisibility Cloak. Level 1. Equipment classification. Support gear. Defense none. Durability 3 out of 3. When worn without being detected by enemies, you will shift into a level 3 invisible state. This invisibility can be broken by higher level detection magic, revealing you when the invisibility is compromised. All enemies within a 15m radius will immediately notice you. Well, it is a complete item, but its usefulness is so low that Ass can only exclaim, "What the hell is this?" The invisibility cloak looks pretty cool, but right now, he has no clue what to do with it. It is the first time Ass has seen this piece of gear. He thinks it is probably meant for peacetime use. This item has too many unpredictable variables, so it needs to be thoroughly tested before real use. Now for the last chest. This time Ass does not even bother yelling anymore, just closes his eyes and silently prays. Alright, for the last one, please give me something useful. Pretty please. A golden light spreads throughout the room, and he can't help but shout out in joy. The sword in his hand gleams in front of his astonished eyes. Ass stammers. Oh my. He can't believe his eyes. It is really the blessed Heat Eater sword. The system pops up the item info. Heat Eater. Level 45. Classified as a longsword. Attack ranges from 30 to 40. Durability 20 out of 20. Strength plus or minus 10. Intelligence plus or minus 10. This sword is for those who pursue calm, light, and darkness, chaos and order. It will return to a neutral state by absorbing the current trend and converting it into power, consuming trend points to generate sword energy. Sword energy can deal magical damage equal to twice the weapon's base attack. This feature cannot be used if the trend points are 0. Expanding the list of applicable trends. The Heat Eater is often used as a redemption for characters who made mistakes during development, rather than being used as a weapon in the game. If the trend points are set incorrectly, a holy knight might inadvertently gain some negative trait and fall into darkness, or a soul charmer might accidentally be blessed and filled with light. Such flawed characters are bound to appear during the gameplay, and if you have the Heat Eater in hand, this issue can be easily resolved, the admin mutters. Indeed, it is exactly that attributes related to humanity like beastification and divinization. Trend lists. Human trends. Monsters. Divinity. Simply put, if you abandon your humanity and embrace beastification, your beast level will rise, and if you accumulate too much humanity, you will gain divinity and ascend. Either choice means giving up being human. But hey, the admin is just going to use it to manage the stats anyway. Right now, the item you need has been precisely provided. After feeding the devouring creature the egg and exhausting the beastification trend points, you would better never use this attribute again. The admin sheaths the sword, calculating for the future. You do not know how the front line will develop, but all of these seem useful right now, so make sure to use them wisely. These spoils are from warriors who traded their very lives for them. You must use them as effectively as possible. The admin decides not to explore freely until the next defensive battle starts. The wounds from the last fight are still fresh. The same goes for the damaged equipment that has not been repaired. It would be unreasonable to explore freely with the little time left. You have let the team members rest, ordered new equipment, urged the repairs on the combat gear and damaged artifacts, and rebuilt the walls. 3 days later, at the Crossroads temple, Lucas appears, his face still bandaged from injuries. My lord. The admin inquires right away. Lucas, how are things? He reports in detail. The deity searched thoroughly inside the church. But aside from the goddess statue we discovered that day, there are no other items for reconnaissance. The admin asks further. And what about Margarita? Lucas responds that since that day, she has been locked up in the priest's private room. We have been keeping a close eye on her. And during that time, she has not done anything suspicious. Then, as he says this, he scratches his face. But the admin is curious. But why? Lucas states bluntly. She has been drinking continuously. The admin is surprised. Drinking? Lucas nods affirmatively. Yep. She has been drinking and saying things like, why do I have to live like this? At this moment, Margarita is in the priest's room smoking a cigar, surrounded by empty liquor bottles. She is drunk, her eyes glazed over from the alcohol, clearly displaying her wariness. The admin hands a sword back to Lucas, saying this time you did a great job on the investigation. Lucas, this is a gift for you. Lucas extends both hands solemnly. After the holy mirror, you grant me another magnificent sword. I will use it with great care. The admin, noticing Lucas's slightly surprised demeanor, explains that this sword has the power to suppress beast transformation. Although we do not know why you chose to wield such immense power, from now on, do not use it anymore. He becomes serious as he makes the suggestion. You are strong enough without relying on that power. Upon hearing this, Lucas slightly bows his head. My lord, I must become even stronger so that I can protect you. The admin lightly punches Lucas's chest, telling him there are many ways to get stronger if he wants to, and speaks candidly. But I want you to choose the path of integrity, even if it takes longer. I hope you progress steadily and honestly. Lucas is taken aback by Ad's words. He truly appreciates the effort he puts into protecting me. However, you must never give up on yourself for my sake. Always remember that. Ad reminds him. Lucas quickly steps back, bowing deeply. I will carry your words in my heart. Your Highness, from the Demian temple. The prince approaches, saying, you have arrived. Lucas strides over, throwing an arm around him, not forgetting to credit Demian. For the past 3 days, Demian has helped me tremendously. Thanks to him, the search has gone smoothly. Demian looks at Lucas and replies, I want the prince to see how magnificent this temple is. I genuinely want to show you that. Demian hesitates before continuing. As for the saintess, unfortunately, the other priests are focused on healing the injured soldiers. I hope you can understand this. Ad is not surprised as he cheerfully pulls out a large bag to hand to Demian, along with a reminder. I understand. Now, Demian, I also have a gift for you, a special item that can enhance your abilities every time you defeat an enemy. Remember to use it wisely. Demian is astonished as he pulls out a shimmering cloak, exclaiming, wait, I can really use something this amazing. Ad thinks. What are you talking about? Among us, you should be the one using the best gear. They go on to explain the advantages of the cloak, mentioning he can fire 3 more shots before facing a cooldown. Demian happily holds the cloak in his hands. Got it. 3 shots. I will remember. Watching Demian's ecstatic reaction to receiving a gift, Ad thinks. If I would known he would be this happy, I would have brought him armor sooner. Ad shows no additional emotion but is already calculating what needs to be done next. After all, right now, I need to go and help the saintess calm down. In the room, light filters through the stained glass windows, and empty bottles and cigar butts litter the floor. This is the office of the priestess. The saintess Margarita's face is slightly flushed. She seems a bit tipsy. She slurs. I just want to focus on healing the wounds. She lies on the floor, sobbing, still clutching a bottle of wine, much to Ad's helpless observation. I am sure that is why the goddess granted me healing powers. I believe that. She recounts the judgments of those above her when she was in the great hall, saying, but they recklessly promoted me to the position of high priestess, and then sent me to this strange place. Astonishment washes over her as she stands before the statue of the goddess. Still, I identified myself here to heal everyone. Yet suddenly they have me doing espionage work instead. She recalls the time she trembled in fear having to appear on the battlefield. Not to heal injured soldiers but to fight. His Grace even asked me to battle the monsters on the city walls. Ed quickly interjects. That saintess. Mahirita continued to cry, tears streaming down her slightly flushed face. And finally, I got caught red-handed doing intel work. Now everyone looks at me with suspicion. I could only sigh in helplessness at her complaints. Oh my. I have told them countless times that I am not cut out for this kind of job. Those people are just a bunch of crazies. You pleaded with her. Holy maiden, please just calm down for a moment. As soon as you finished speaking, Mahirita started flailing wildly. I do not care. I am not being the holy maiden anymore. I want to quit. You took her hand and pulled her up from the ground. Holy maiden, you half sat. Half kneeled in front of her. Calm down and listen to me. From now on, we are in this together. Instead of feeling reassured by your words, she pushed you away. The higher-ups are definitely going to pin me to the wall. Holy maiden, I do not want that. Those monsters are terrifying. Please just let me go. You were left speechless. Let us put the monster issue aside for now. Think about it. Holy maiden, you reminded her that her spy identity had been exposed. And with the pitiful look she had at that moment, she was already outed as a spy. Even her methods of intel gathering were compromised. I bet the agency and the special ops are in total chaos. Right now everything must be a mess. Then you brought up the sacred map system. The entire spy network of the continent has probably been thoroughly examined. Special ops might even be restructuring the whole intel network they built. They are probably tearing it down right now. Mahirita became panicked, her mouth agape. Her face turning pale as sweat poured down her face when she heard you speak. All of this happened for one reason only. She got caught. Holy maiden, you remained calm in front of her. Special Ops 1 let you off easily. I'm right. Are not. But your seemingly light words made her body tremble in fear. If that is the case, what is going to happen to me? That moment, she was a mix of disbelief and fear as she listened to Ash explain her concerns. Your words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed right in her face. If the worst-case scenario happened, she could be wiped out without anyone knowing. So what I mean is, our situation is similar. So we are in the same boat here. Mahirita held her head and collapsed to the ground. Her face was now ashen, devoid of any color. Ash kept patiently calling out to her. Now that we are in this mess, show my sight. Holy maiden. Ash looked at her, who was crumpled on the ground, feeling confident about what he was saying, not the central faction or the agency, but the side of the third prince. I can definitely keep you safe. I may not excel at much else, but I am the best at taking care of others. What do you think of my offer? Mahirita, with tears like a river, replied. Your Highness, I have no other choice. Ash smiled with satisfaction. You have always been my main support in our team. Mahirita, though a lot has happened, let us work together really well this time. And so, we managed to resolve some internal conflicts and continued preparing for the defensive battle. 4 days later, on the morning of the defense battle, the sky was dreary, clouds obscuring the sunlight. Lucas and Evangeline stood on the walls, gazing into the distance. A gentle breeze rustled through, stirring every strand of hair, while he silently focused on the horizon. We have been preparing everything for a week, but time is still tight. Lucas and Evangeline were intensely focused, waiting for what was about to happen. Their wounds not fully healed yet. The defenses were only patched up temporarily, and there were only enough cannons in certain areas. The equipment was not fully ready, and the walls still had not been repaired since the last battle. A soldier observing through binoculars seemed to notice something. A horde of flying dragon monsters was approaching, but the beasts were completely unaware of humanity's plight. They were appearing once again. The soldier called out a warning. They are here. The winged dragons are coming. Ed tilted his head slightly. Is there any news from the Holy City's reinforcements? Lucas hesitated. Still no sight of them. In another location, only the shadow of a soldier riding a horse was visible across the vast land. Ed kept pondering. Damn it. Whether the scale of the reinforcements is large or small, we need to be ready. If they are traveling by road, our scouting team sent north should definitely have encountered them by now. Yet there is still no word. You grit your teeth, annoyance clear on your face, silently cursing those central bastards. Is my brother's report just a load of crap? So this is how they stab me in the back. You recall the dragon icon that once popped up in the game, the winged dragon, also known as the flying dragon. They are a degraded species of dragon, but because they are a direct descendant of dragons, they possess superior magical resistance and can attack with energy blasts. You picture the monster. Analyzing it, capable of flight, long-range attacks, and high magic resistance. This creature is the worst combination imaginable. You analyze the lead beasts. Their fiery red appearance starkly different from the regular ones. Leading them is the infamous flame dragon. You have seen those leading monsters in the game before. They serve as the damage absorbers of the horde, sucking in all magical fire attacks and swallowing them whole. And at the heart of the horde, the system screen displays information about the number of monsters set to attack. The monster that can be considered the boss in this battle is a three-headed dragon, Chisela, the winged dragon with 3 heads. It is the strongest among all winged dragons. Facing a horde of monsters with such destructive power is a fortress left with just a few cannons. Meanwhile, in the final 5 phases, more than half of our air defense systems have been obliterated. Even though we have focused on repairs, we can fully restore them. Atsith clenches his fists, standing tall against the wave of monsters approaching. What a ridiculous sight. You grit your teeth, helplessness creeping into your eyes. Damn it. There is no other way. We have to put everything into this fight on the makeshift fortress. The few operational cannons are ready as Yang Gao shouts loudly. Prepare the shells. The monsters are drawing dangerously close. One of them lets out a terrifying roar. Thousands of dragons charge in, led by the flame dragons. Atsith clenches his fists, signaling everyone to focus. You concentrate fully, locking eyes with your team. All eyes on you. Atsith raises his hand, calling out, and something massive appears above him. Fire. Atsith is equally astonished as he looks up. A colossal warship hovers right above him, gathering firepower to prepare for an attack. The cannons have been fired instantly. Countless shells are launched toward the flying dragons. In the blink of an eye, the powerful shells create a shockwave that obliterates the monsters. The remains of the giant flying dragons slowly rain down from the sky. Atsith gasps. What the hell? Lucas scans the chaotic scene. It is an airship. Atsith questions. An airship. Lucas looks up, explaining in more detail to Atsith. It is crafted from ancient magic. A ship that can glide through the skies. I have heard that only a few remain across the continent. And that ship right in the middle. You hesitate. That ship in the middle is the largest and most imposing compared to the others. The Royal Warship Anchorage. The door to the battleship suddenly swung open, and a figure slowly stepped down. Their long hair fluttered in the wind, accompanied by a voice from the loudspeaker announcing a message from the Royal Anchorage Special Air Unit. Yuju felt a jolt of surprise as if she recognized something. A woman dressed in military uniform stood right at the entrance of the battleship, making an announcement. I am Jaina Windwell, commander of the Royal Magic Army, an independent unit under the Royal Command. Ash was taken aback by the announcement, as they were dispatched here on the Royal Directive to support the Southern Front in the fight against the monsters. From this moment on, the command of the support troops in the 5-block battle against the monsters will be transferred to the 3rd Prince Ash. The woman looked down with a knowing smile, inviting him to give the order. Your Highness. Ash watched the thrice-blazing fireballs flying towards him and thought to himself, what other orders could there possibly be in this situation? He immediately shouted, destroy those monsters for me. Rena received his command without a second thought, obeying instantly. Without hesitation, she began directing her troops, ordering Artillery 1 and 2 to temporarily withdraw from the area. Upon receiving her order, the aircraft engines roared to life along with the rallying cry, up in the sky. There were currently 3 aircraft in total. Troops on board were gearing up for battle, with one leader using magic. The others were channeling their spells towards the Russian wire. The power in her hands was gradually converging. It began to form a vortex above the thrice-blazing fireballs. And then, a massive tornado appeared, sucking them in. One lost its wings, while another had its head taken off. Juju, witnessing this scene, gasped in shock. The combined magic of a group of wind attribute mages, how could that even be possible? Even Ash could not help but marvel. No matter how high the magical defense, it meant nothing. The power was terrifying. The tornado was now winding down, gradually dissipating. Revealed in the sky was the silhouette of a larger dragon, even more fearsome. It was the 3-headed dragon Chisela. Vena, seeing that these creatures were still alive, could not help but feel awe. Just a few of the big ones left. Truly, they are dragons. Even after taking a beating, they stand tall. She immediately ordered the gunners below, archers 1 and 2, to return to the area. At this point, the guns were fully loaded with magic and ready to fire. We will eliminate the remaining beasts. The battleship will join in too. Just as the command was given, the guns roared to life. Bullets were fired in rapid succession, a relentless barrage. Each shot was aimed directly at the Chisela 3-headed dragons, not missing a single one. The scene of smoke and fire left Ash wide-eyed in disbelief. I only requested reinforcements, and they send enough firepower to flatten this place. Watching the bullets rain down like this, even he had to admit, he had no clue about the structure of the entire Imperial Army. At least we know that these 3 airship ranks, and the mages are all monsters, that the royal family helped train. Then he turned to ask, Lucas, do you know the woman named Xena? Lucas paused before responding. Of course, I know her. Lucas began to introduce the identity of this powerful woman. Rena Windwell, better known by her nickname, the Tempest, the figurehead of the Empire's mage army. He also shared some details about how the mage team transitioned from the First Army to being under the royal family, and it is rumored that she has left the front lines. Upon hearing this, Ash thought, how could such power belong to a mage who has left the front lines? She must be secretly plotting something. Those affiliated with the royal family always have dark secrets lurking behind them. Noticing Juju had not said anything, he turned to Han and asked, Hey, Juju, why have you been staring at her like that? Is something wrong? Juju seemed a bit startled and hesitantly replied, It is nothing at all. Then, out of nowhere, she added, It is just that the bonds between people are really hard to sever. Her words made Ash realize something, prompting him to ask, Do you know her? Aren't you going to admit it? She replied, just a little. Her gaze, hidden under her wide-brimmed hat, held a hint of intensity. Just a little. Now that the three-headed dragons of Chisela have been wiped out, the system immediately displayed a notification. Mission 6 completed. At the same time, the airship began to land on the ground, and Ash along with the townsfolk gathered at the city gate. As the airship's door swung open, the sound of steady footsteps echoed as troops descended from the airship onto the ground. Rena slowly made her way towards Ash and the others. She then greeted everyone, once again sending her regards to all. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Ash. Ash politely responded. I am glad to meet you too, Knight Rihanna. He then expressed his surprise. But the scale of the support forces is way larger than I thought. He added, so the royal family is feeling generous. However, Rena clarified. They are not the support forces, she explained. The official support sent by the royal family consists of just me, along with 5 officers and 50 soldiers. Hearing this, asked directly. Then who are the others? Rena smirked slightly and said, didn't you already guess? Your Highness, I come bearing a decree from the Emperor, requesting that you return to the capital immediately. She stated the reason for the presence of these troops. They were guards sent to escort him back. Moreover, there is a massive warship to escort Ash, the royal special warship in Kirchis, which has been dispatched for that purpose. Faced with this situation, Ash calmly inquired, my father is calling me back. Can I ask why? Rena did not reveal the reason. Simply stating, does an emperor need a reason to want to see his son? At this point, he was not shy about confronting her. I remember my father is still hiding in the palace. Does he really want to see me? Or is there someone else in the royal family using his name to summon me? Rena did not react excessively to his question. She continued to smile and replied, how would a soldier like me know such things? I just follow the decree given by the emperor. Then she mentioned the decree inviting him to board the warship. Now, please, come aboard.
Yeah, sure.
The journey on the Ankerches will be quite comfortable. Ash did not respond to her invitation. Instead, he gave her a blank stare. In return, she looked dissatisfied. And unexpectedly, she stepped forward. Then she hurriedly asked him, Your Highness, do you intend to refuse the Emperor's summons? In that very moment, Ash's guards instantly entered battle mode. They drew their weapons, and on Rihanna's side, her troops were no pushovers either. Even the mages took defensive stances. The atmosphere was thick as both sides stared each other down, neither willing to back down. Guns were cocked on both sides, and it was at this moment that Rihanna slowly spoke up. Oh dear. The Emperor is going to be heartbroken. She looked at Ash as if to say, how could you not listen when your beloved little prince is in front of you? Rihanna's forces had their guns raised, and Ash's soldiers were ready to fire at a moment's notice. The tension was palpable. Yet Rihanna, with a sword aimed at her, remained calm and said, there is no need for that. Prince Ash. She respectfully bowed to Ash and clarified, we are simply soldiers sent to escort you safely back to the capital, with no intention of hostility towards you. Her cold gaze fixed ahead as she spoke. If we wanted to harm you, we could just rain down bullets and wipe everything out while we are still on the battleship. She bluntly stated. Ash remained calm, listening to what sounded like an explanation, but was laced with threats. If we did that, this place would have been reduced to ashes long ago, including your fortress and everyone here. Furthermore, she added, you must understand, we are all on the same side. Right. We are subjects of the Everbreck Empire, serving the Emperor. Finally, she advised Ash, you should order your men to lower their weapons and return to the capital peacefully. Then she added, the royal matters should be resolved within the palace, with the appropriate people present. Hearing this, Ash could only let out a sigh. He quickly commanded, all right, lower your weapons. Lucas. This order made Lucas want to say something, but he held back. Your Highness. However, Ash was resolute. Everyone, do the same. Following his command, Nighty and Juju lowered their weapons. Seeing his men disarm, Vina loudly ordered her troops. Everyone, lower your weapons. This is disrespectful to the prince. Naturally, they obeyed, and their guns were safely secured. Now Ash spoke up. You were right, Zina. If my father wishes to meet with his youngest son, I have no reason to refuse. His words made Zina agree. Your Highness has made the right decision. However, before leaving, he wanted some time to arrange matters. I will return to the capital, but please give me a day to prepare. I am the commander of the Southern Front responsible for holding this position. If I suddenly disappear, it could cause a lot of chaos here at the front line. He presented a reason that left Xena speechless. I need a day to prepare, issue directives, and make my own arrangements. Moreover, he was certain. I think that is reasonable. and my father won't have any objections. Xena could not argue against that and went along with him. All right. Waiting another day won't be a problem. We will set off tomorrow. She agreed to give him an extra day. He politely replied, "Thank you for that." Moments later, at the mansion, Az gathered everyone in the office and said, "As you all know, our dear Hong Haiban wants to meet me. And I think he will send someone to come here and drag me back to the capital." At this point, he chuckled and said, "But thankfully, it is not that serious." In front of his teammates, he could only play dumb to reassure them, even joking that they might send a warship to take him away. After all, being royal does have its perks. Right, moreover, he drunkenly comforted them, saying not to worry. Like Xena mentioned, if they wanted me dead, they could have done it easily already. But inside, he was contemplating what to do when he returned to the capital. He had a lot of questions for Furnace when he saw him, so I definitely have to go to the capital at least once. And since I am heading there, I might as well take care of some business while I am at it. Lucas, now worried, suggested, "Is it really okay for you to go there alone? I think I still need to go with you to escort you." He replied. However, Az dismissed that suggestion with a reason. "No need for that. I have an escort on the warship back to the capital. At least I am the crown prince. So you do not have to worry about anything." He knew well that once you set foot in the capital, countless issues could arise. And it was impossible to predict whether he would get out of there safely. If the Emperor wants me to live, then I will. But if he wants me dead, there is no escape. But the important thing is that the front line cannot weaken, to save time. Az got straight to the point. "All right, before I leave, I need you to pay attention. The orders I give must be followed." He appointed Lucas as the temporary leader at the front line. "First off, Lucas will take over my role as the commanding officer for the army temporarily. I believe you can handle it. As you are already familiar with everything here." The reason he did that was because he believed Lucas was the main character in this game. It was no surprise for someone like him to take the position of supreme commander of the army. Even without me here, he would still do well in this game. No one could do it better than him. According to his calculations, the support team had 5 officers, including Xena. Additionally, there were 50 soldiers. While that number is not large, they are all highly skilled troops. He wanted Lucas to make the most of these people, if he knew how to leverage their strengths. Defending against the current attacks could be quite simple. "I believe you can do this well, Lucas." Even though Lucas felt a bit down and tired, he promised Ash, "I understand. I will do my best to defend this place until I return." Lucas's words pleased Ash immensely. It was indeed a wise decision. Then he turned to the competitive girl, Evangeline, and continued, "Evangeline, in your case, you have been through a lot and have matured quite a bit." He seriously assigned her tasks, saying there was a lot to do, so she should assist Lucas. After all, she was the daughter of the Count of this land. She would be the future ruler here. So getting familiar with all these big responsibilities would serve her well. The girl, hearing this, eagerly pushed Lucas aside and replied, "I got, Senior. Just leave everything to me. I will make sure to do a great job." Just as she was saying this, she suddenly remembered something else. "And there is this too." The girl suddenly begged him to bring back some pastries from the capital. When they reached the capital near the Royal Academy, there was a small bakery there that was really delicious. "Can you get me a little something to bring back?" She was practically drooling at the thought of those pastries from the capital. And since graduating, I have been dying to taste them again. Of course, he could not say no. "All right then." He sighed helplessly and quickly shifted back to the main topic. Seriously, all they ever think about is food. Okay. Next up, he turned to the other 2 members of the team and called out, Damien and Ju. He assigned the first task to Damien. "Damien, you have a pretty sharp eye. So always keep an eye on the newcomers in the squad and lend them a hand. And if anything unusual happens, report to Lucas immediately so we can handle it." Damien was all in with the job he was given, replying eagerly, "Got it." Next up was Juju's turn. "Juju, you too. Especially watch out for Gina. She is an incredibly powerful sorceress. If Jenna has any ulterior motives, only you can stop her." Juju was super excited about this task, responding confidently, "All right, I will be sure to keep a close eye on her." Seeing her enthusiasm, he felt reassured and said, "Good, I trust you." Of course, Ash had also assigned a task to their friend Lily. While Lily, in our absence, should join the regular army and support Juju over there. Lily was, of course, ready to take on the assignment from him. "I will do my best, even if I usually hesitate." He knew very well how she was feeling right now. Lily seemed pretty worn out after the last snake hunt. Still, He reluctantly assigned her the task, because they were short on people. So he needed her to participate in everything going on here. After assigning tasks to the main team, he carefully checked their stats and was quite satisfied. Lily, Lucas, Juju, Damien, Evangeline. So the main lineup after arranging was just as he wanted. Finally, it was time for the elf squad. Gordon, Bonnie, Bernal, you all carry out the tasks I have given you before. Those are the things you are best at. And I believe you will manage. The reason he assigned this task to them was that he believed they were elite soldiers, which is why he gave them a rather challenging mission. He recalled the moment when he called them aside to assign this job, saying, I have something important for you. Only you can handle this, but honestly, this will put you in a position where you could lose your life at any moment. In his view, this job was nothing like the previous ones. This is not a simple, easy mission, but it is crucial for what is to come. Gordon, of course, respectfully declared he would fulfill the mission well, saying, we will do our utmost not to disappoint you, sir. Hearing that, he felt satisfied and wished them luck, saying, all right, good luck to you all. While checking the numbers, he suddenly remembered someone was missing. Finally, he glanced over to the corner of the room and saw Margarita sitting there, radiating a gloomy aura. Even though it was a bit chilly, he called out loudly, holy language. He needed to remind her that in every defensive battle, she should try to hang back and help others, absolutely avoiding rushing to the front. Your mission is to support. Got it. Even though she was in a state of being off limits to everyone, she still responded loudly. I understand. Love. Looking at her like this, he could only tell himself, this is the answer I have been hoping for, but her expression seems a bit off. She must be pretty exhausted. I hope she can recover her spirit quickly. As night fell, Ass's work was still unfinished. His role as a commander on the front lines was significant, something anyone could see. He was even meticulous enough to jot down every task on paper. But right now, Ass needed to head to the capital. So he divided the duties in what he thought was the best way. Ass had explained and guided everyone on what to pay attention to, and everything was documented. Time really flew by. At that moment, he was sitting down to review the documents that Eider had transcribed. Suddenly, he recalled an important issue and wondered, while we are at it, about the secret orders Godon received from Faknandith. Let us keep a close watch on Prince Eider's assistant. How much does Faknandith know about Eider's true identity? Even he was sometimes curious about this guy. He had brushed it off for now because he had his own plans. But questioning Eider's identity was something that needed attention. Previously, he claimed to be a god in this world. But what was his actual position? And what could he really do here? Ass was extremely suspicious of his actions. He brought me here, hoping I could finish this game. But he did not tell me what the real ending of this game was, or how to achieve it. He just stood by, monitoring and keeping an eye on what I was doing to complete the mission. However, the continuous battles left Ass with no time to worry about this. I am way too busy right now, so I can't pay attention to many things. All I know is to fight and push through each wave of monsters. There is no time to think about how this will all end. There were moments when he got so mad, he had to curse under his breath. That damn guy. Ass's gaze was always on Eider, wondering, what exactly is this guy's purpose here? When I meet Faknandith, will I be able to learn more about Eider? Then he called out, hey Eider, upon hearing his name. Eider responded, yep. What is it? He straightforwardly asked. You are on my side, right? Eider gently replied affirmatively. Of course, I stand with you, Prince. What I mean is, as a human in this world, I want you to win it all and finish the game. He even added that he and Ass were in this together, sharing the struggles. Upon hearing this, Ass could only exclaim, so that is what you mean. Inside, he thought, I get what you are saying, but to be honest, I am not really that concerned about how this game ends anymore. Right now, he was focused on one thing. No matter how terrible this world gets, he still wanted to protect those he cared about. That was his biggest wish at this moment. After finishing up, Ass returned to his bedroom. Yawning, Lucas saw this and said, hey, you look like you have been through a lot. Suddenly, Ass calls out to you. Lucas snaps back, and you quickly respond. Yep. Ass's deep voice resonates, saying, I have something to ask you. This statement prompts you to calmly reply. Go ahead. Ass unexpectedly turns around and says, actually, you have noticed it too, have not you? Your cryptic words leave Lucas bewildered. What do you mean, sir? Ass cuts straight to the point, declaring that he is not the Ass you know, but someone else entirely. Facing Ass's serious expression, you still manage to speak slowly. You have known this for a long time, have not you? According to the lore in the game, since he was very young, Lucas has been the Ass's bodyguard. However, everything has changed now. Here I, thrown into this game, inhabiting S's body, it is obvious that all my actions, even the smallest movements, have completely transformed. S guesses that Lucas has recognized the difference, but he does not react at all. Still, Lucas remains by my side, guarding me. Perhaps realizing this, S decides to remain silent, acknowledging the loyalty of his companion. Both of them understand each other implicitly. We all know that breaking the current bond is unnecessary. But now, I must go to the royal castle. Given the current situation, it might be time to shatter this unspoken agreement, since the relationship between me and the royal family is quite tense. I decide to have an honest conversation with Lucas about S's character and the relationship between me and the royal family. However, Lucas insists. Your Highness, this is clearly the Prince Zas whom I have served my whole life. Faced with this, Zas feels a bit helpless but ultimately agrees. Moreover, he is astonished, asking why we have to pretend when we already know everything. Suddenly, Lucas says, "You mentioned it to me before," which leaves Zas confused, exclaiming, "What? When did I say that? I do not remember." Lucas suddenly brings up something even Zas does not remember. When surrounded by spiders at the frontline base, on the second night there, you called me over and said the following. Now, Lucas repeats those words. Hey Lucas. Starting tomorrow, I will act like a different person. At that moment, As stated. But even so, no matter how I act or what happens, I am still me. The ass you have served your whole life. Moreover, he sternly warned, do not doubt anything. Just continue to support me as you always have. Remember that, after mentioning this, Lucas believes, you said that, but at that time I did not understand your meaning. But since that day, your actions have changed significantly, as if you have become a completely different person. Moreover, he insists that thanks to the prior notice, my loyalty remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Zas is astonished to realize, so that means S, you could never have anticipated this situation. You knew you would inhabit this body. Yet how could that be? But knowing this and still allowing it to happen is unbelievable. Seeing you quiet for so long, Lucas anxiously calls out, Your Highness. And you instinctively respond. Oh right, inside. You are tangled in confusion. Even now, if I say I am from another world and a gamer, he would not believe me. Would he? Well, I might as well take advantage of the opportunity that S has set up for me. Even though my heart feels a bit uncertain, I still have to play my part perfectly right now. Yep. That is exactly what I said that day. But after that day, I lost all my memories and just acted like a prince to fit my status and circumstances. Hearing you say that, Lucas expressed his curiosity. He did not understand why there were basic things that were still unclear. I guess something's about to happen. Like suddenly knowing more about the dungeon and those monsters. Seeing Lucas's curiosity, As decided to make up a story. Well, about that, besides losing my memory, I also gained this instinct on how to take down those monsters. Maybe before I lost my mind, I had some kind of magic. I do not know why Lucas was so captivated by my words, even more than Bon, and excitedly exclaimed, Truly, he is definitely a prince of the gods. For me, I felt helpless in the face of his blind trust. I never thought he would take my words seriously. It is like I just realized I might have said something a bit off. After that, he shifted to the main topic. Anyway, Lucas, I need your help with something. I need to know what my current relationship with the royal family is and my past habits. Lucas cheerfully replied. I understand what you mean, so I will share everything I know. You probably need to leave soon. So let us make this quick. Through Lucas's stories, As realized that this original spirit was as changeable as the weather. You could say that As's personality is quite hard to approach. His emotions often fluctuate wildly, as if he were a different person. Depending on the day, personality changes more than flipping a pancake. Some days he is as kind as a saint. Other days he is as furious as a madman. Thanks to that, no one doubts how my personality can change so drastically. Suddenly, Lucas suggested, Your Highness, could you tilt your head back a bit? When As heard that, he complied. Like this. But as soon as he did it, his old monstrous face appeared, causing Lucas to shout. Yep. Exactly that angle. You always maintained that viewpoint before. No matter who you were facing. Always looking down like a superior. Hearing this and glancing at my reflection in the mirror, I could not help but sigh. Do I really look at everyone like that? I must be a madman. After that, Lucas began discussing As's deceptive royal family, followed by the complexities of his own family. However, explaining everything in a short time is a bit tricky. Let me briefly touch on your relationships with key figures in the royal family. Through his narration, As picked up on some fundamental issues regarding his position and the troublemaker in the royal family, essentially the one who always causes chaos. Because of that, the important figures in the royal family usually avoid him and do not care to pay attention to a troublemaker. There is one thing that Lucas was not quite clear about. Sometimes His Majesty would meet privately with you. At that time, I could not follow, so I am not sure what the relationship was like between you and the king. However, I noticed that he hesitated a bit here, so I asked, well, what do you mean? You have to be honest. The prince is always terrified whenever he meets the king, and even after returning from that encounter, he is still shaken. Hearing this, Azaz felt a twinge of caution towards the emperor. So does that mean he is pretty scared of the king too? I wonder just how strict that guy really is. At this moment, Lucas suddenly remembered a character, and it seemed he had a grasp on the situation now. Right. There is someone else incredibly important, which piqued Azaz's curiosity. Who could that be? Lucas did not reveal who it was, only cryptically stated that he could not say anything just yet, even if he knew beforehand. He would be pretty shocked when meeting this person. He chuckled lightly, comparing this individual to a natural disaster once you meet them. You will totally get why he said that. Sometimes there are natural disasters you just can't predict. And this person is definitely like that. This made Ash shudder with fear, pressing for details. What do you mean natural disaster? Come on, spill the beans. Or at least drop a hint. Seeing Ash so insistent, Lucas finally revealed. Alright, just remember this, in the capital. The next 3 words he uttered made Ash freeze your betrothed from back then. Vas could not help but gasp. What the heck? In the mansion at night. The horrified scream of Ash echoed his fiancée. Time was slipping away, and Ash had to leave. He stepped forward, only to suddenly hear someone shout, wishing for his safe return. Looking back, he saw his soldiers lined up respectfully, ready to send him off. They all looked earnest, the sunlight casting clear shadows of them. This made Ash chuckle, thinking to himself, seriously, why is this guy wasting time with all this? Just then, Jenna spoke, asking, are you ready yet? Your Highness, he casually replied. Yeah, I am good to go. He then reminded her that while he was away, Lucas would take command of the army at the southern front, and he hoped she would cooperate with him as best as she could. She of course had no objections to his arrangement, naturally assuring him, do not worry. Your Highness, I will cooperate fully. Hearing her say that satisfied him, but suddenly he remembered something. Like relying on that woman. He leaned in close and warned her, if you do anything shady, I will end you. So do not even think about messing things up around here, while I am gone. Just focus on keeping the monsters at bay. Got it. She took Ash's warning seriously, and Rena remained quite silent. Seeing her say nothing, Ash asked sternly, why are not you saying anything? Rena, at that moment, she finally replied, you do not need to say that. Your Highness, I will understand on my own. Just 10 days on the ship, and I will ensure you reach the capital as quickly and safely as possible. Now Ash had stepped onto the battle deck, turning back to look at his comrades. Then he shouted loudly, I will definitely return to all of you. Hearing this, they smiled and sent him off. As soon as Ash stepped inside, the ship's door slowly began to close. Finally, it closed completely. The battleship then slowly lifted off. All 3 battleships soared through the sky, taking Ash away from his teammates. Lily looked quite sad. Evangeline was eagerly looking forward to reuniting with Ash, Juju and Damien, though a bit down. Still smiled. Lucas is worried about his master. Their figures gradually fade away and become smaller. Ash is on the warship, talking to himself. For the first time since arriving in this world and staying in Crossroads, Ash is leaving for King Town. His hands are trembling. This time, leaving makes him feel quite anxious. Thinking about the challenges ahead, he feels a bit worried. Going to King Town means meeting the high-ranking person Ash fears. He has to navigate complex relationships with Huang Hainan and get important figures on his side. On top of that, there is another matter on his mind. He has to meet his fiancée. Ash gazes out at the sky where the clouds drift by, and the warship moves forward. At this moment, he can only sit still with a head full of thoughts, rushing towards King Town as fast as possible. The flight north is still far away, and his heart is heavy with deep contemplation. Just then, a notification from the system pops up. Quest 6 completed. Rewards have been granted. Please check the PV interface for Chapter 6, featuring guest character Sinister. It is now the 3rd day since leaving Crossroads, and they are nearing the capital of New Terra. At this moment, a subordinate enters the lounge to report. My lord, we are almost there. Ash warily replies, right. Please let me off soon. He is about to lose it from sitting in the cabin for 3 whole days. Practically glued to this chair, it is torture. At this moment, an announcement blares over the warship, currently approaching the Alcurtas region of New Terra. Beginning descent. The 3 warships gradually lower their altitude. Ash's eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, whoa. He finally sees the magnificent capital of the Ever-Black Kingdom. There it is, the heart of the Ever-Black Empire, New Terra, the largest city on the planet. He is a bit taken aback by its sheer size. Even though he can see it clearly, it must be dozens, maybe hundreds of times larger than Crossroads. He thought that a country named Everblack would have a dark and gloomy capital. However, reality surprises him. Instead, it is a brilliant, white city, luxurious and dazzling. Although the capital is indeed beautiful, he can shake off a sense of caution except for one place. Right in front of Ash stands a grand, magnificent palace. He knows what this place is called, the Thorn Palace. They have finally arrived. The warship slowly lands, and to his surprise, there is a designated landing spot for the warship. Ash steps off the ship leisurely, letting out a sigh of relief. It is warm here. He looks around and realizes that summer is approaching. With weather this pleasant, it is no wonder. Just then, a butler speaks up. Welcome, Your Highness. We have been waiting for you. Of course, he does not remember who this person is, so he hesitates in his response. That means you are. Seeing that Ash does not recognize him, the butler quickly introduces himself. I'm Mbek, the chief steward of the royal palace. It has been a long time since we last met. The moment that name slipped out, Ash immediately remembered Mbektu, one of the people Lucas had mentioned. He is the strict overseer of everything in the royal palace. And it seems he has been doing this job even before I was born, in front of someone who knows my true self so well. I had to play it just right. After all, I needed to greet him with the real Ash flair. I put on my best tough guy face and boldly said, "Hey, stubborn old man, long time no see. At your age. Still working? Come on, take it easy and go home to rest." My words left the maids stunned as if lightning had struck. Everyone was in shock. Even Mbekta could not believe what he was hearing. The scene made Ash feel a bit awkward, wondering if he had just exposed a really bad side of his personality. Was it really that disrespectful? Should I have been more polite? Suddenly, Mbekto started trembling. He suddenly grabbed Ash's hand and said, "Your Highness, it has been tough out there, but I see you have finally grown up. It is such an honor to hear such a warm greeting from you." His attitude left me speechless, not knowing what to say. "Yeah." And he started crying, saying, "Seeing you grow up like this, a useless person like me," Mbekta can only be moved to tears. This scene made Ash think to himself, what the heck have I been doing every day? Is this the difference that comes from talent between a naturally carefree Ash and a copycat like me? It feels like there is an unbridgeable gap. After that confusing exchange, Mbekta politely invited me inside, saying, "Please follow this way." "Your Highness, it has been so long since you have come home. Let me escort you." Mbekta led me to a villa located on the outskirts of the royal palace, quite a distance from the main hall. So it took a while to get there. As the door gradually opened, the scene inside the villa was incredibly lavish. The sight left Ash gaping in awe, exclaiming, "Whoa, this is my house." Just then, Mbekta suddenly bowed and apologized. "Please forgive me. Your Highness, I tried my best to arrange things nicely, but it seems I still have not met your high aesthetic standards." His words threw me into a panic. "What are you talking about?" "I mean, it is beautiful. I am seriously impressed. Do not get me wrong. Looking at the luxurious items around, I calculated that selling this villa alone would cover Crossroads' expenses for months." At that moment, Mbekto smiled and said, "Then I will prepare dinner right away." "Your Highness, please feel free to relax." However, Ash did not relax at all. Instead, he started searching every room in the villa. The reason I was doing this was that, after all, this would be my home for a while, so it is better to understand the layout. As I checked each room, I thought to myself, funny, I expected to be thrown into a cell as soon as I arrived. But that is not the case. This caught me off guard. To me, it felt like just a facade. Even though I was brought in under what felt like a prison atmosphere, I was being treated quite nicely. No matter how rotten things get, royal blood still runs through my veins. At that moment, he noticed something. Looking at the picture frame upside down on the table, Ash felt a mix of confusion and curiosity. What is this frame doing here all alone? He picked up the photo and found a woman in it. Her striking resemblance made him gasp. She looked just like she could be Ash's mother. From what he heard from Lucas, she had passed away. Moreover, Lucas's expression made him certain that Lucas did not want to talk any more about it. There must be some deep reason behind it. Staring at the photo of the woman with little Ash, an inexplicable emotion welled up inside him. It felt strange, even though she was not his biological mother. Yet, gazing at that portrait stirred an unusual feeling in his heart, a bittersweet sensation that was hard to describe. After that, he placed the photo back where it was. Time passed, and it was now dinner time in the dining room. Watching the servants take turns serving him food, Ash felt a bit astonished and curious. Is this how royalty eats? Or is it just that Ash is a bit too odd, finding the whole serving thing a bit excessive? He snatched the fork from one of the servants and declared loudly, "Forget it, I will serve myself." Just that one action made Mbekto feel emotional. exclaiming, "To see someone so young take charge like this. A talentless person like me feels that life today is truly worthwhile." Then he enjoyed the spread on the table with delight, realizing that the chef at Crossroads was not half bad. But the royal chef was on a whole other level. Wow. It was absolutely delicious. Besides eating, he had the chance to learn everything through Invecto, and while enjoying dessert, they got to chat about all sorts of things, including a surprising story he heard. What he shared left Ash utterly astonished, prompting him to ask, "A victory celebration for the East?" He confirmed, "Yep. It is a ceremony to celebrate the end of the war with the Bringer Duchy." Then he asked Ash, "Isn't that why you returned?" "Your Highness." Of course. Ash had no clue about any of this. "I have no idea at all. I was practically dragged back here against my will. And the war is not over yet. From what I know, they have not even caught the formula. And guerrilla forces are still popping up everywhere." This victory celebration made him suspicious of something. Why hold a victory party when they want to declare that the war is over? He guessed they might need to stabilize the chaotic atmosphere left by the war with a long-time ally, which is why there was such a big push for this event everywhere. However, he felt that there was something off about this party. Suddenly declaring over communications that they would support the Bringer Duchy was not that like starting a huge prank on the entire empire. Moreover, he believed that from the perspective of Vice Minister Kim and the second Prince Ferdinandus, they must find a way to control him quickly. That is why they sent troops to support and drag him back to prevent him from doing anything reckless during the ceremony. Gradually, he started to piece everything together. Now, he was beginning to see the bigger picture, so he asked, "When is the party going to take place?" Ambito quickly recounted everything, saying there is just 1 week left until the return of the Grand Prince Latch. Prince Latch Avalanche Everblack, known as the Prince Latch. He is the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, the Golden Spearhead of the Western Front, and also the undefeated knight who directly led the campaign to annihilate the Duchy of Bringer this time around. Knowing he was about to meet some big players, I could not help but feel a bit overwhelmed. This time, he would be meeting Latch and the whole royal entourage together. It was practically a special summit. But damn, he had no clue about royal etiquette or party protocols. Is this going to be okay? As nightfall approached, the sound of metal clashing echoed when 2 spears collided. The guards would not let Ed leave the castle. Sir Ferdinand ordered that the young master must temporarily stay in the palace and wait for further instructions. All Ed could do was sigh in frustration. What else could he do? But not wanting to cause a commotion, he turned around and left, thinking to himself that lately, he had been treated way too nicely. Fine. For now, let us just head back to the room quietly. However, with his personality, there was no way he would let this slide. He pretended to be obedient before slipping into his invisibility cloak. Ed took slow, careful steps, not expecting to easily outsmart the 2 guards. Nice. Time to put those sneaky skills to the test. Feeling adventurous, he decided, why not take a stroll around the city, since he was already in the capital? There were a few things he could take care of too, at that moment. Down the narrow street, darkness enveloped the area, with only the flickering streetlights illuminating the way. The streets were deserted, and in that silent atmosphere, the sound of his footsteps echoed sharply. Mysterious footprints pressed into the cold ground. The sound of footsteps continued to resonate as he stopped at another corner. Ed glanced around, a smirk creeping onto his lips, thinking to himself, at this point, it should be fine to send it out now. He then slowly removed his invisibility cloak, the thin fabric almost dissolving into the air, revealing Ed's figure in the deserted street. He threw the cloak over his shoulder, a cheerful expression lighting up his face, a grin of delight spreading across his lips. Inside, he whispered, "All right, I am just going to step outside for some fresh air, Dad." With that, Ed quickly walked forward, leaving the empty street behind and blending into the bustling crowd ahead. Before his eyes, the scene burst into life. People were bustling about in the streets, the lights twinkling everywhere, and the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air. Over here, 2 beautiful young girls were strolling, giggling and having a great time. On the other side, people were busy shopping, with a stern guard standing watch outside the store, his eyes scanning around. Ed looked around, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he blurted out, "This is amazing, from up high. This city looks even bigger than I thought. Guess it is time for a little sightseeing." He quickly pulled out a map to check, his eyes darting over every street. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Where should I go first? There are 3 places I need to hit up." I kept glancing at the map while walking, talking to himself. This way for sure it is where the architect and trading guild I sent letters to are, and also the mercenary guild. Before long, he arrived at New Terra, the architect's office. Ed kicked the door open aggressively. It swung wide, and he shouted with all his might, "Come on in." The architect jumped in shock, panicking and exclaimed, "Who is there?" Ed quickly answered, Who else would it be? It is the client. Of course. He then stepped closer, placed his hand on the bald head of the man, and said firmly, "Do not tell me you forgot about the letter I sent." Uncle. Ad's cold gaze bore into the man in front of him, causing the architect to tremble in fear, tears welling up as he stammered. "That letter is about the hotel project in Crossroads. Do not tell me." Prince Ad. At that moment, Ad's face twisted into something horrifying. An icy chill filling the room as he spoke each word slowly, low and heavy. "It is not about do not tell me. It is in his mind." Thoughts echoed endlessly. All this time, I have been pushing to turn Crossroads into a tourist city. Investing in tourism has always been a risky business. But thanks to the guiding rewards, I am currently swimming in finances. After some consideration, I decided to build a high-end hotel with a casino. It is a strategy to attract high-level heroes to the city, which is why I sent a letter to the architect and the trade guild in the capital. He immediately bowed his head in fear, trembling as he pleaded, "I am really sorry." "Your Highness," my words continued. No matter how persuasive I was, the architect remained stubbornly resistant. Ash raised an eyebrow in surprise, his tone half concerned, half threatening. "Zika, no matter how much I pay, you still won't do it. You are saying no matter what happens, you can't accept." "I know it sounds odd, but I am Prince Ash. If you keep refusing, you have no idea what could happen next." The architect, terrified, clutched his head, tears streaming down like rain, sobbing, "Please spare me." "Your Highness." The big guy ordered that no work related to Crossroads is to be accepted under any circumstances. He squinted, a dark expression crossing his face, pressing for answers. "Who is this big guy that is so intimidating?" The architect shouted in panic. "I can say." "Your Highness, I truly apologize." Ash was shoved out by the panicked architect, the door slamming shut in front of him. He stood there, stunned and silent, his gaze growing darker. After that, Ash moved on to other places. Just like other offices and other trade guilds, the outcome is always the same. Anyone who tries ends up groveling, putting their lives on the line just to reject his request. Enduring this humiliation, he is so furious he can hardly breathe, his teeth clenched, lips pressed so tight they bleed. Feeling a simmering dissatisfaction. Does it really have to be this way? Who is this so-called big shot who can wield such influence? Is it the Emperor? Or perhaps someone else? If it were either of them acting directly, would not that be beneath them? Both of those guys have 100 better ways to mess with him. Ash slowly walks down the street, the shimmering lights reflecting off him as heavy thoughts weigh on his mind. So who could it be? Suddenly, he pauses, his eyes wide with realization. Shocked at how fast he has been moving without even realizing, Ash slips his hands into his pockets, tilting his head up to gaze at the building ahead, a faint smile creeping onto his lips as he calmly speaks. "We have arrived." Before him stands the Terra Mercenary Guild, a branch like Terra. Ash suddenly clasps his hands in prayer, hoping for everything to go smoothly. Thoughts echoing in his mind. That is right. Let us put unresolved matters aside for now and recruit a badass hero first. Of course. I know this is the capital of the Empire. In a place like this, there is no way mercenaries are just wandering around looking for a fight. This is merely the headquarters handling administrative tasks, managing the guilds scattered across the continent, not the spot for recruiting real mercenaries. However, they should at least know where the valuable mercenaries are hiding. As he opens the door and steps inside, a voice echoes from within. "Have you just hit Sir Rank?" Ash is taken aback, his eyes wide, confusion etched on his face. Speechless, before him stands a young girl, her entire being enveloped in a brilliant orange aura, like a living flame dancing around her body. She softly speaks. "The day has come." "Your Highness." Ash gasps. Almost whispering, Elise lightly gathers her dress, continuing in a steady but earnest tone. "We heard you have been in touch with the architects and trading guilds, so we assumed you would come here. And we have been waiting." She gracefully curtsies, her gaze still lowered, her voice resonating. "My master wishes to meet you." Suddenly, Elise lifts her head, the previous softness vanishing, her eyes sharp as she stares at him, her tone firming up. "Please follow me obediently." At this moment, Ash squints slightly, internally speculating that this girl's master is the so-called big shot, someone who can pull strings behind the scenes with merchants in the capital, and even dares to summon royalty like him for an audience. Sweat beads down the handsome contours of his face as a chill runs down his spine. A nagging sense of unease creeping in. This is getting dangerous. You bottle up the anxiety inside, your gaze instantly turning cold, your voice booming with authority and disdain. "Who dares to send me on errands like this, disrespecting the royal family?" Elise remains calm, her eyes unwavering in the face of Ash's threats. Gently asking, "Aren't you coming with me?" You quickly respond, "What if I say no?" Suddenly, a booming sound reverberated, shaking the very atmosphere. She coldly stated, "Then we have no other choice." Elise's face darkened, her eyes glinting with coldness as her hand tightened around the coffin. Her voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "We will have to use force to make you comply." Ash unexpectedly smiled. What a coincidence. With that, he spread his arms wide. "I actually wanted to meet your master too." Elise was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. She stammered. "What? Really?" He did not hesitate, replying instantly. "Of course it is true. I want to meet your master just once, even if it sounds a bit arrogant. But if they are the ones extending the invitation, there is no reason for me to refuse. Let us meet and see how it goes." Elise gently placed her hand over her mouth, her eyes thoughtful. "You are actually willing to come. Seems like the past has been engraved in time, has not it?" Hearing this, Ash was taken aback, thinking, what is that supposed to mean? Have we met before? She hoisted the coffin onto her back and turned to walk away, her voice flat as she said, "Follow me. I will lead the way." Ash awkwardly replied, "Okay." Moments later, the two of them were seated in a carriage, crossing a small bridge leading to a secluded building. Quiet in the dark of night, Elise softly said, "We have arrived." "Your Highness." Ash reached for the door handle, turning it gently. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a scene that left him stunned. His eyes widened, breath catching in his throat for a moment, as he silently exclaimed, "This is..." He focused intently on the building, New Terrace Winter Silver Trading Company. Thoughts raced through his mind. It was indeed Winter Silver, the largest trading company in the empire. The family running the largest guild on the continent had influence, reaching every corner of the empire, was Winter Silver. Even in the game, there was a connection to this trading company. But for some reason, they absolutely never conducted transactions with Crossroads. Almost like a dead data point. Ash's gaze darkened, confusion swirling in his heart. Could it be that Winter Silver was the one blocking all his transactions? Wow. The round moon hung high in the night sky, its soft light spilling over the building, making it feel even more serene, almost detached from the world. The two entered inside. Stopping before a large door, Elise stepped forward, gently knocked, and spoke respectfully. "Master, I have brought His Highness here." They were on the top floor of the building, the room of the Winter Silver Guild leader. He cast a quick glance at two muscular guards, their towering forms and rugged faces, eyes glowing a dangerous red. Inside, a voice rang out cold yet firm, "Come in." Elise immediately responded. Yep. Then the two of them slowly walked inside. And when Ash saw the person in front of him, he was utterly shocked. Inside, he was reeling. What the heck is this? Contrary to what Ash had imagined, he silently screamed in his heart. "It is a woman," Serenade softly said. "That is enough, Elise." And she immediately bowed and replied, "Yep, Master." In the blink of an eye, the heavy door closed with a loud thud, and the room instantly fell into silence. Ash stood frozen, staring at the girl in front of him, internally sighing. "Hey, if you called me here, at least say something." Suddenly, she glared at him with a gaze sharp as a knife. Then, Serenade focused on her work, her hands smoothly gliding over the paper, jotting notes nonstop. The atmosphere was eerily silent, and he started to sweat, his face tense, his mind in a frenzy. What is going on? Why does the air feel so strange? This damn Ash. Do not tell me he is in debt to the Winter Silver Trading Company, or something. A stream of thoughts flooded Ash's mind. He had heard that he once risked everything on gambling. This could totally happen. Right. A huge trading company like this calling him in, what could it possibly be for? His eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror, and in his head, he was screaming. Actually, I should be realized at the moment I was summoned like this. How much do I owe? Anyway. Whatever. It is not my money, so I won't pay. End of discussion. Suddenly, she looked up, her lips parting as if about to say something. Serenade coldly stared at him, her voice steady as she said, "It has been a while. Do not you have anything to say to me?" "My lord." Ash was frozen, his whole body tense, stuttering out, "My lord." Serenade's gaze pierced down onto the table, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her voice soft yet heavy, as if each word was choking the air around them. "Are you already tired of this place? No matter how much you hate me, you must admit one thing," Serenade continued calmly. "Our parents arranged our engagement when we were born." Hearing those words, Ash was shocked, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. And inside, he was screaming in horror. "What?" That is when he noticed the nameplate. Serenade Winter Silver, the master of the Winter Silver Trading Company, the largest in the continent. And she is also Ash's fiancée, this very person. Next, she picked up her coat, her voice steady as she said. Serenade donned her coat and quickly turned to head for the door, her voice echoing softly behind. "This place is not suitable for celebrating our reunion." Then, the scene shifted to a large ship gliding swiftly over the water, its hull slicing through the waves. leaving behind trails of frothy white bubbles against the dark sky in the distance. The lights from the city on the shore reflected off the water, making the entire surface of the sea shimmer in warm golden hues. The sails filled with wind, puffing up, propelled the ship through the sparkling waters. Serenade gently swirled her glass of red wine, the liquid swirling softly inside, reflecting the faint golden lights. At this moment, she and Ash stood on the deck of the ship, the sea breeze lightly brushing through their hair, carrying the salty mist of the dark night. Although it seemed calm outside, inside, it was a completely different story. Ash was still in shock, his mind screaming, "Finky, I have only heard about the engagement. From the start. That jerk Lucas never bothered to clarify anything. And who would have thought I would run into him on my very first day in the capital?" At a glance, I could tell the person next to me was feeling confused. Sure, I am a veteran at taking down monsters. But when it comes to matters of the heart, I am totally clueless. Suddenly, Serenade spoke up, her voice steady but laced with disappointment. "After all this time away, she just returned to the capital without even giving me a heads up." Her gaze drifted to the bustling streets ahead, her voice heavy like the sea breeze. Even when she left, she did not say a word. I thought I was used to being ignored. But this time it hit differently. Serenade shot me a cold look, her tone reproachful. "Asking was not that a bit much," Ass awkwardly replied. "Are you worried about me?" The moonlight cast a gentle glow, stretching across the quiet night, as if holding her hidden emotions. Serenade's voice echoed with regret, always worrying that I might break my promises. Leaving her feeling uneasy, I stayed silent, not saying anything, just stealing a glance at her. My expression complicated, like I wanted to say something but held back. Then Ass quietly asked, "So that is why you were waiting for me?" She furrowed her brow, confused, and replied, "Waiting? What do you mean?" I snapped, my irritation bubbling up. "Don't play dumb. You made all the architects and traders I contacted back off." Serenade's gaze fell slightly, shrouded in a mist of uncertainty. She paused for a few seconds before slowly responding. "That, of course. I had to handle it." Ass snapped back. "What?" Serenade calmly continued. "Because the Winter Silver Trading Company promised to provide you with the best commercial services. Right. We can let a bunch of clueless pests mess things up." She gently placed her hand on her chest, her eyes steady as she looked straight at Ass. "I will personally choose the right architect for you. I do not know what business you have in Crossroads, but whatever it is, the Winter Silver Trading Company will handle it all." Ass seemed taken aback, his eyes flickering with confusion before settling down. In his mind, a clear line of reasoning rang out. So she did not want to see me signing contracts with other trading companies and acted first to prevent it. Is that what she meant? Serenade gently set her glass down on the ship's railing. She softly continued, each word sounding like it had been considered for a long time. "Just leave everything to me from now on. You just need to say the word. And if you need money, just ask. Even if you want to gamble it away, I am ready to lend you some." Serenade's voice blended into the still night, gentle yet firm, like an unbreakable promise about the goods. "Whatever the trading company has, just say it, from resources to rare items. If I can find them, I will deliver everything to you." He was stunned, speechless, just silently staring at her. While his mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts, why would she go this far? Suddenly, he spoke up, his voice low and hesitant. "So how should I respond?" Serenade gently replied. "You are pretending to forget again. Right from the start, our family's requests have been crystal clear." She reached out to gently grasp the hem of her coat, slowly moving closer to him, and continued earnestly, "Our merchant family, like Winter Silver, is not lacking. Other than money, we have nothing. Please grant us the favor of the royal family." He furrowed his brow in confusion. "Favor?" She lightly tugged at his sleeve, hesitatingly saying, "What I mean is," at that moment, Serenade's face flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with hesitation and a hint of pleading. Whispering, "Like your royal lineage. Please grant it to me." Upon hearing those words, his cheeks flushed bright red. Feeling like he would been struck by lightning, his heart racing. Oh my. The ship glided silently over the calm night waters, the waves gently lapping against the hull like a lullaby, contrasting sharply with the turmoil inside him at that moment. He stammered, then quickly yanked his sleeve back, stepping back as if jolted, his heart racing. "Oh dear, what is this girl talking about? There is a thing called boundaries. Miss, how could you say such things? This is bad news." At that moment, Serenade stood still, staring at her own hands, her gaze somber, and in embarrassment, she quickly turned away, raising her hands to cover her face as if wanting to vanish from time. In his mind, a chaotic stream of thoughts echoed. "Oh my, what a disaster. I can't even look her in the eye." Suddenly, she spoke, her voice filled with sadness. "It is always like this, is not, my lord?" He jolted awake, opening his eyes to look at Serenade, softly uttering, she continued speaking, a famous playboy. Always tangled up in all sorts of romances with noble ladies. Yet somehow, I have never once been held by you. Serenade clenched her fists, her shoulders trembling slightly, her voice dripping with bitterness as she spoke. Not only have you never held me, but you do not even look at me like this, you do not even bother to acknowledge me. He felt flustered, unsure how to respond. Stammering. That is not it. Inside, Ash silently scolded himself. Maybe it is just my awkwardness. At that moment, her beautiful face was streaked with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. You really do not hate me that much. Do you? Hearing Serenade's words, he froze, his entire body stiffening, his eyes wide with shock. She trembled, her voice quivering as if she was trying to contain an overwhelming surge of emotion. Is it because I am the daughter of a lowly merchant family? Or is it because I bought my position as your fiancé with money? You are afraid that if you hold me, you will smell the stench of my desperate ambition. Ash panicked, unsure of what to do, hurriedly speaking up, his voice rushed. It is not because of that. His mind was a whirlwind, wondering what the right thing to do was in this situation. Serenade's choked voice continued. Even though it was just a contractual relationship, arranged by the adults on both sides, we are still the ones who promised to be each other's consorts. I have given everything I have. Yet, tears kept streaming down her beautiful face as Serenade sadly spoke. Why has not the Lang Quan ever looked at me clearly? At that moment, Ash whispered to himself, wanting to say something to comfort her but found himself at a loss for words. The relationship between Ash and Serenade was a strange one. After all, he was just a player embodying Ash, completely unaware if he should even interfere in this delicate relationship. It seemed that the emotions she had been bottling up were finally spilling out. She hurriedly wiped her tears and softly said, I am sorry for getting all emotional and crying like this, and for being such a brat. You must be getting tired of me already. Ash immediately spoke up, his voice laced with concern. It is not that. Serenade quietly turned her back to him, speaking softly as if blaming herself. After finally reuniting after so long, I got too excited. Maybe that is why my emotions went overboard. The gentle sound of the waves lapping against the ship blended with Serenade's somber voice. My lord. Then, she calmly spoke. It is getting quite late. No matter how good the security in the capital is, it is still very dangerous for a member of the royal family to be wandering the streets alone. I will prepare the carriage. Please get in for your safety. I apologize for speaking out of turn today. My lord. Just a little while later, the carriage was ready. The two of them stepped ashore in silence. Before parting, Serenade bowed her head slightly, her voice as soft as a whisper in the night. Let us forget about today, and just like before, whenever you need money, support, or anything, please come find me. I wish you a safe journey. Ash remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. Her eyes were still glistening with unshed tears, yet Serenade managed to smile, her gentle voice echoing in the stillness of the night. I am really happy to see you today. My lord. The carriage slowly rolled away, the sound of hooves echoing through the quiet street, gradually disappearing into the night. I had finally managed to get in touch with the architect and the trading group I needed in the capital. If it is the Winter Silver Trading Group, the largest in the empire, then I can trust them to handle things. The plan to turn Crossroads into a tourist city, along with the exclusive magic stone trade route, could all proceed smoothly. However, an unexpected issue had suddenly arisen. He leaned his head against the carriage door, gazing quietly outside, letting out a soft sigh. In the end, the hardest part was still dealing with people. In Crossroads, I had never encountered this kind of problem because nearly every relationship started from scratch. It was all me, not us directly building it up. But here, in the capital of New Terra, every relationship belonged to As the Prince, the steward, the servants, and even the Fanky I met today. Those were all connections As had painstakingly built. Should I really interfere with all of that? At that moment, the image of Serenade's tear-streaked, sorrowful face flashed in his mind. She had once sobbed, asking why the Lang Quan had never looked at her clearly. And he could not help but think that this was not just Serenade's problem. I have arrived at the royal capital and now I have to constantly face the people of As. I need to be clear about my stance. It is either to stay completely away from anything or to bear all that belongs to As. After all, I have always seen As as a stranger, someone entirely separate from me. Can I truly accept the life of that stranger as my own? Do I have the determination to do it? Suddenly, the carriage screeched to a halt, the sound of the wheels skidding on the road jolting As out of his thoughts. He gasped. What the heck? Is the carriage broken? Suddenly, the door flew open, and a hand from outside shot in, grabbing straight for As. Before he could react, he was yanked by the collar, his eyes wide with shock, his body frozen in fear. Stammering, He was thrown out of the carriage by Elise, her dress billowing. Her Gacy? Ass was terrified and confused, shouting, "What is happening?" His pain cries echoed through the quiet night, shattering the stillness of the empty street. Covered in mud and dirt, his hair a mess, Ass roared in anger. Who the hell dares? At that moment, Elise's eyes blazed with fury, her whole presence radiating a heavy aura, standing before him like a vengeful ghost in the dark. Her cold stare pinned Ass down as she spoke icily. "Prince Ass, you are nothing but a rat." He recoiled in fear, beads of sweat pouring down his pale face. Stuttering. "What? Why is this happening?" Elise forcefully slammed something down next to her, declaring, "Miss Serenade has endured for you out of love, but I can't take it anymore. You have only brought harm to our guild, and above all, you have hurt the master," she yelled. "To repay the debt owed to the late guild master, and for the rest of our beloved master's life. As soon as I see that black coffin, I panic and step back." Elise's eyes burned into him, exuding a powerful energy. "You must end your life here." Ass was taken aback by her confident words and thought to himself, "She is not joking." He sat up, gripping a small sword, cursing himself. How dare she say she will wipe out the royal family? Is she insane? What am I supposed to do to calm this down? Ass analyzed the information he had. He already knew Elise was an SR character, so she had to be really strong. He tightened his grip on the small sword, deciding, "First, I need to subdue her." Ass recalled the past, thinking about how he had taken down countless monsters, growing stronger through the hardships in the dungeon beneath the lake. A pampered character like her, living peacefully in the royal capital, should be easy for me to handle. Elise on the other side began chanting a spell to loosen the iron chains wrapped around the black coffin. Sword. Open. The coffin lid opened, revealing a blinding light shining out. Ass stared wide-eyed, completely stunned by the scene before him. What the heck is this? He suddenly realized Elise's game identity was the funeral knight Elizabeth. Why was she here? Ass was terrified to recall the information she had. And among all the swordsmen who had ever appeared to protect the empire, she was one of the strongest, a true monster, the funeral guardian of the sword. Elizabeth always donned her ceremonial outfit and distinctive hat. So now, in a maid's uniform, I could not recognize her at all. You cursed silently. Damn it. Lucas. You should have been clearer. The real disaster is not the Fianchy Serenade but her guardian. This Elizabeth. Across the table, Elizabeth extended her hand, and a long beam of light appeared in her palm. The beam of light slowly transformed into a dagger. She closed her eyes and said, "I will send you off without a trace of pain." Elizabeth swung the dagger forward. This was her final mercy for the one who had almost become my master's husband. Ass gasped, her mind screaming, "Wait. Hold up. There is no way it one to hurt in that position. That is just ridiculous." In a deserted corner of the city at night, sounds of fierce clashes echoed. Attacks from Ass flew through the air toward the opposite side. Elise did not stand still. She moved with lightning speed, slicing through everything in her path. Ass gritted her teeth. Too strong. She quickly thrust her hand out, unleashing another attack. 3 streams of her power shot into the air simultaneously toward Elise, but she merely waved her hand a few times and shattered the attack effortlessly. Ass could not help but think, "Elizabeth, this woman is incredibly strong." Elise tilted her head, assessing calmly. "Looks like you have improved quite a bit since we last crossed paths." She reached her hand out. Then, "It is my turn to get serious." Ass shouted, wanting to negotiate. "Wait, this is already too much. Can't we just pause for a moment?" Elise ignored her words and directly commanded, "Sword. Awaken. Release." Sword number 3. A blinding light erupted from within the coffin. Next, an extremely long sword shot out, spinning a few times in the air. Elise deftly caught it, her eyes gleaming as she charged forward. The sharp blade sliced through the air at breakneck speed. Ass turned her head and ducked, narrowly avoiding her attack. She tilted her head. "Wait. Hold on. Elizabeth, if you really take me out, your entire winter silver trade will be in deep trouble. Do you even realize that?" Elise suddenly shot back. "It is Ass blinked in confusion. "What?" She introduced herself again. "My name is Elise. Not Elizabeth." "Please do not call me that." Ass wondered silently. "Is not at all the same. It is just a full name versus a nickname," Elise told her. "When the winter silver trade summoned me, I cast aside the name Elizabeth, a name that was steeped in blood. Instead, I chose to live with the name Elise, the name that my lady called me with such tenderness." She looked at Ass, who was panting, and added, "And I will end my life with the name Elise." Elise was filled with determination. "After I deal with you, I will take my own life right here." Ass asked once more. "What?" She fabricated a reason as if it were obvious. We will be victims attacked by bandits on our carriage ride. I am really good at setting the stage, so do not worry. As thought to himself. The thing I am worried about is something completely different. Elise tiptoed to grab the dagger. Because no matter how things turn out later, as long as you disappear, my lady's life will change. She rushed into attack again. For my lady? Please come with me. As shouted loudly. Does she think the royal family can be bullied that easily? You kept swaying left and right to dodge the threatening attack. Tonight, I will uncover every last detail. And no matter what, I will make your trade caravan take responsibility with lightning speed. After dodging all the attacks, As lost his balance and fell almost to the ground. Elise turned around. Her gaze fixated on him. She thrust both hands forward, launching 2 discs. As quickly reacted, raising his small sword to block the attack. The 2 discs flew parallel, getting closer to his position. Both discs zipped past the gap under Ass's arms and slammed into the wall behind him. The stone wall began to crack under the force of the impact. Elise focused all her strength into her feet and prepared for the strike. She shouted for a summon. Sword number 8. Sword number 11. Release. Just as she finished speaking, 2 objects flew out from the black coffin. Elise swung her sword, sending the 2 summoned swords flying towards him with great force. Ass wiped the sweat from his brow, gritting his teeth. This is just crazy. She attacked relentlessly, not giving him a moment to breathe. He fought back while secretly looking for a way out. What am I supposed to do? Ass smiled mischievously, mentally scolding himself. Damn it. I want her to drop dead already. Hold on. First I need to think about how to control this effectively. The only silver lining right now is that I know all of Elise's skill set. Elise summoned something else. Sword release. She confidently charged at Ass. Sword number 1. This is the end. Ass gritted his teeth, standing still, unsure of what to do next. He tightened his grip on the small sword, pondering. All the magical swords have been destroyed. Ass reached into the system menu. Time to strike. Lucky strike. A weapon I rely on based on the luck I possess. Ass analyzed. Elise has the appraisal trait that allows her to identify items. She must have figured out that the gloves I am wearing are a high-grade weapon. That is why she will definitely dodge my attack. He smirked. Since she does not know the true nature of this weapon, and is unaware of what properties it hides inside, I am sure she will try to evade. Elise. The punch is just a feint. What I am really aiming for is the wall of this crumbling building, cracked from her previous attack. The jackpot wheel appeared and stopped at the 3 numbers 016. The wall immediately exploded into a shower of debris. Elise bit her tongue in shock, staring wide-eyed at what was happening. She ran to avoid the falling rubble that had collapsed right where she was standing. Ass's eyes sparkled as he sang loudly. Elise. Just stand still for a moment. The display board announced. Command evaluation complete. Success. 1 target. Proceeding with enforcement. Elise's whole body felt like it was bound by countless shining golden threads. Unable to move, a massive pile of debris crashed down below. Stacking up, Elise knelt on the ground, while Ass stood before her. Arms crossed, she closed her eyes, surrendering to her fate. Begging. Please, just end it. She bowed her head and continued to plead. Your Highness. Please show mercy on my lady. This was all my doing. You babe. Spare Miss Serenade. Ass looked at her and asked. Do you really think those words are enough for forgiveness? Elise lifted her head, hearing him continue. Your impulsive actions, driven by emotion, could not only cost the Winter Silver Guild, but also your master's life. Are you confident in your abilities? Her body slumped as Ass's voice echoed in her ears. But she had to consider the consequences of failure. Elise blamed herself, realizing her guild master was right. I am hot-headed and reckless. I always stir up trouble since I left the underground world. Tears streamed down her face. He always warned me to live peacefully and not cause trouble. I never thought my actions would hurt my lady even more. Suddenly, a beam of light shone from afar, accompanied by mixed sounds. Found you. Over here. The sound of many footsteps approached, the noise of frantic footsteps growing closer. One of the approaching figures called out, Ath, bring me my adorable troublemaker. Ath thought to himself, recognizing that gentle, familiar voice. The person stood before him and said, I told you to stay at the mansion. It is midnight. And where have you been wandering? Do you know how hard I searched for you? Ass's face turned pale as he mumbled. That voice. When he saw the person's face, he barely managed to say a name, Fake Nanded. The newcomer was none other than the second prince of the Everbrack Empire, the chief administrative official, and commander of the Special Task Force EG, Sarveg, also known as Fake Nanded Amber Keeper Everbrack. He smiled, hands in his pockets, reminding, you should call me Brother Fake Nanded. Then, Fake Nanded glanced at Elise. Curious. And what is going on here? He surveyed the wreckage around them and asked, Looks like you two just had a fierce brawl. He turned his gaze to Elise. Speculating. And that girl over there looks like the head maid of the Winter Silver Guild. Fake Nanded's eyes held a threatening glint. You dare to draw your sword at the royal family. What is going on here? We might have to hold the Winter Silver Guild accountable. And investigate if there are any treasonous plots. Ass thought. Gritting his teeth. Trying to figure out how to smooth things over, he placed a hand on Elise's shoulder. Denying. It is not what you think. Ass smiled and explained. Actually, she and I are dating. Elise just heard him say that and felt furious. Wanting to shove his hand off her shoulder. What the hell? Ass covered his mouth. Warning her that if she did not want to get involved with Serenade, she better play along. You idiot. You switched the topic and asked Fetlandet back. But hey, bro. You popped up out of nowhere. What were we supposed to do? Ass made up an excuse. We did have a little argument. But we just made up. And then you show up and totally freeze the vibe. You leaned in close, pressing your face against Eliz's. Right. My love, we are good now. Our big brother is just hilarious. Ass gestured to the person next to him. Smile. Come on. I am telling you to smile. Elise was trembling, wearing a strange smile. Fetlandet remained silent. Expressionless. Just staring at the two of them. Aha, maybe it is because Ass is notorious for being a player. Just doing this, he could easily turn into a total jerk. Not even hesitating to lay hands on his fiancée's head maid. Fetlandet, being fair-minded, carefully considered the serious offense of drawing a sword against the royal family, but in the end, he accepted Ass's request to let it slide and not ruin his brother's love life. He crossed his arms, chuckling. Seriously, his brother is just impossible. All right, if you say so, then I have no reason to argue. I will let this slide. But Ass, his gaze turned serious, like a warning, saying not to cause too much trouble from now on. Ass stayed silent, showing no fear as he met Fetlandet's gaze directly. He turned to leave, throwing out a request. Clean up quickly. I will be waiting in the carriage. Let us head back together. Elise, who had not said a word until now, suddenly spoke up. Well, Ass glanced to the side, confused by her question. Your Highness, I am the one who tried to kill you, he casually replied. I know. Elise continued. But why are you helping me? I could still find a chance to plot against you anytime. Ass smiled and replied. I know, but by doing this, you will believe me later on. Elise frowned. What? Ass reassured her. Elise, no matter how much of a jerk I was before, I genuinely do not want to make your master suffer now. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. I am not even sure how to act so that person won't cry. Ass looked at Elise. But one thing's for sure, if you are gone, that person will be heartbroken. So let us pretend today's attempt on me never happened. On the deserted streets of the old city, a black carriage rolled forward. Inside, Fetlandet was reading documents while demanding, do not get involved with the Winter Silver Trading Company anymore. Whether it is the fiancé or the maid, let us end this. In a few days, I will break off the engagement. Continuing to receive help from them 1 be good. Ass Sata, wide-eyed in disbelief. Zika, break off the engagement. Fetlandet calmly asked. Why are you surprised? Did you forget? This was decided a long time ago. He seemed to be reminding Ass. We only used that trading company to serve our national transportation project. Feet Nandet recounts the exploits of the Winter Silver Trade Federation. Those guys. They have been eagerly paving the way using their extensive national distribution network. And that is not all, they are fully taking charge of the entire project, even covering half the investment costs. He closed his eyes mockingly, thinking he would soon be related to royalty. Which is why he was trying so hard. What a pitiful bunch of fools. Feet Nandet tilted his head, looking straight at him, asking, do not tell me you are actually worried about getting stuck marrying into that lowly family. No matter how much of a discarded child you are, the king would never force you to marry the daughter of such a mediocre clan. Ass just stayed quiet, listening to him talk about a family that bought their noble title with cash. Feet Nandet's voice echoed in the air. Thanks to your name, roads throughout the empire have been cleaned up, and the road project is nearing completion. Now there is no reason to hold on to that engagement anymore. The job's done. And soon the Winter Silver Trade Federation will be slowly swallowed by the royal family. Ass did not respond, but in his mind, everything clicked into place. So that is what it was, from the start. The royal family had intended to use and then discard the Winter Silver Trade Federation. Could it be that Serenade sensed this, and that is why she has been so restless? Feet Nandet's words kept coming. And those merchants truly are laughable. Even if they bought their noble titles and allied with the royal family, their shady history can just be wiped away, because they wanted to mix a drop of Everbrack blood into their lineage, offering their hearts and guts as tribute. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit sentimental. saying, "It is just bloodlines." As soon as Feet Nandet finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to assess the person across from him. My bad. My bad. This might be a bit uncomfortable for you. He did not even let Ash speak and went on. Because your mother also comes from a lowly background. Right. She probably would not like hearing things like that. Not intentional. Sorry about that. Ash was also quietly surprised by this revelation. What? Ash's mom was a commoner. The carriage sped down the road as Feet Nandet seemed genuinely apologetic. Let us skip the chit-chat and get to the point. You have probably heard. There is going to be a celebration party for the victory in a week. Until then, do not cause any trouble, just stay out of the way. Inside the carriage, he removed his glasses, saying, once my brother returns from the Western Front, we will wake the king from his winter sleep. Feet Nandet had some news for him. It has been a long time since all four of us gathered for a meeting of the Guardians. Atham wondered. The Empress winter sleep. The Guardians conference. What the heck is this guy talking about? Feet Nandet continued. I know you. The commander of the Southern Front has a lot of grievances. And I understand how overwhelming it is to hold back those monsters. That is why I get why you are so angry this time. But we have been through tough times as Guardians too. His words seemed to be reassuring, saying, for now, just hang in there a little longer. At the meeting, you will have a chance to speak directly to the king. Once he gives the go-ahead, I will immediately mobilize more troops from the capital to support the south. Feet Nandet looked at him with certainty that all of this was to protect the empire from its doomed fate. As he sank into his thoughts, he muttered to himself, fate, doom. That phrase. I feel like I have heard it somewhere before. Feet Nandet's voice broke through his thoughts. Right. It is to resist that fate. He looked at him and declared, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifices. The four of us swore we would protect the empire until the very end. At this moment, completely lost in the haze. What were they even talking about? Fate and rebelling against it. What on earth were the royal family members doing right here at the center of the world after returning to the palace? Azis residence. The palace steward was already waiting to greet him. You are back already. Your Highness. As tilted his head and called out to him. And Bekto. His eyes sparkled with a golden hue. From now until sunrise. Answer every question I ask honestly. With a slight forceful command. And Bekto was compelled to respond to as, please ask anything. My lord, your highness. His bright eyes fixed intensely on the man before him, calculating in his mind. Even after the skill ends, he might realize I have lost my memory. But for now, I have no choice but to directly inquire about his past. Outside the palace, the sky had sunk into the darkness of night, with only a hazy moon floating high above. Embido had taken a seat, and he clasped his hands together, deep in thought. First and foremost, Embido had no idea about the Emperor's hibernation or the Guardian Conference. It might be beyond his jurisdiction. But that also meant the Emperor and the princes had kept this matter completely under wraps. Even the steward had no clue. On the flip side, Embido was quite aware of other things that piqued his curiosity. That included the story about Ash's mother, the second Queen Dastia, as well as matters concerning the Winter Silver family and Ash and Serenade's past. Not knowing how much time had passed, only Ash stood alone in the room, unsure of anything. He looked at himself in the mirror and said, despite having heard everything, I still can't be sure about who Ash really was, what his true desires were, and what path he would choose in this situation. Even after going through the character list and hearing everyone's words, I still can't truly feel anything. He lowered his head to look at his hands. The time given to me is 3 years. After conquering everything in those 3 years and witnessing the conclusion, I have no idea what will happen to this body. Will the real Ash, the one who once owned this body, return, or will I lose my soul and collapse, quietly fading away here? He closed his eyes, ran his hand through his hair, sighed. Regardless of the outcome, I have made my decision. I will keep it simple. Ash opened his eyes, radiating determination. Just doing what he wanted. He raised his hand as if reaching for a beam of light. What he truly wanted to do was protect people, to save those within his reach. Ash faced his reflection in the mirror. So Ash, I will save you. In all 742 times I have played this game, I have never once saved anyone. But now I will take on your life, whether as the frontline commander battling monsters or the third prince of this empire. I will live my life to the fullest as a human, fighting in my own way until the end, no matter the outcome. Do not come back and blame me. For you are the one who lent me this body. Ash's reflection in the mirror seemed to be looking back at him with a confident smile. The next morning, at the top floor of the Winter Silver Guild, the guildmaster's office, Serenade was sitting behind her desk when a newcomer approached and asked what was the matter. My lord, she spoke directly to Ash, saying if it was about what you mentioned yesterday, I am already on it. I am selecting the best architect. And I am also preparing to establish a branch of the guild at Crossroads. So you do not need to worry. Elise glanced over nervously at the side. Ash just pressed his lips together in response to her without saying a word. Then he called out, "Serenade." She quickly replied, "Yep. Please go ahead." "My lord." Ash smiled as he revealed his purpose. "In a week there will be a victory celebration at the royal palace. It might sound hard to believe, but honestly, I do not know how to dance." Serenade's expression turned blank upon hearing his request. "Could you teach me?" Her hand paused as she was gathering documents. Her words hesitated. "Do you mean you want me to invite a dance instructor?" "I understand. I will find the most famous one in the capital right away." Ash slowly stepped forward, shaking his head. "Serenade." His hand resting on the wooden table. Ash looked her in the eye and said, "I want you to teach me." Serenade was still processing this. How strange. Elise, standing behind, also heard his request. "I want you to teach me how to dance directly. And if you could also teach me the etiquette for the party, that would be great." Ash inquired with a hint of concern. "Or am I putting too much pressure on the very busy guild master of Winter Silver?" Serenade's eyes widened at his words. The chair she was sitting in toppled over with a loud crash, accompanied by a scream. "No way." Serenade hurriedly stood up from her chair with lightning speed. Her cheeks flushed pink as she waved her hands defensively, explaining, "I was just pretending to be busy. Really, I have plenty of time." Nam luck. Monster Frontline. Crossroads City, west of the city. The cemetery. Senna stood silently with an impassive expression, her gaze fixated on what lay before her in that moment. Vina sighed. Who would have thought to depart in a place like this? It felt as though she was speaking to someone. "Just as I wished. It is indeed the south, but there is no pool full of water, nor is there a cozy vacation spot anywhere." Vina asked again. "To end one's life in such emptiness. Did you really do that on purpose?" Her eyes reflected confusion. "Even now, I still can't understand you." Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the space. Approaching, Vina glanced back and called out. She asked the newcomer, "Are you Jupiter's granddaughter?" Juju shook her head. "I am her daughter." Ven observed as Juju placed a bouquet of flowers at her grave. "So you are the one Jupiter adopted that day, the last survivor of the Camilla kingdom. Do you remember me?" She pursed her lips and pointed two fingers at Juju as if aiming a gun. Juju remained silent. Looking up without responding, she suddenly asked, "Whether I remembered had forgotten. Does it even matter?" Vina wondered about that. Juju explained, "I have already forgiven my mother, and the woman who used to be her boss back then. I really do not feel anything special anymore." Vina looked at her in admiration. "So you are a sorceress?" "Ah. Quite talented. But you are running out of life, are not you?" She reminded her, "If you do not stop using magic right now, the little bit of life left will be burned away." Juju bluntly replied, "That has nothing to do with me." Vina turned away. "Exactly. It has nothing to do with you." She walked further away and then added, "But if you die, would not your mother be sad?" Juju watched Jaina's back. "Whether my mother is sad or not is not something she needs to worry about." She let out a short laugh. "Right, that is true. It is just a pity. Seems like you really do have some talent." Jaina's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned her head and called out, "Hey, daughter of Jupiter." Juju tilted her head in curiosity in that direction. Vina straightforwardly asked, "How did Jupiter leave?" Juju did not respond immediately, just stared intently at her. In her mind, countless images of her mother flashed by. Juju uttered 4 words, like a spell. Jaina's expression tightened. "I see." Then she shoved her hands into her pockets and continued walking. "That is enough." Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Crossroads center, at the alchemy shop, a voice echoed through the space. "Lily, I know you are inside." Lily. Gotham stood by the window, pleading continuously. "Just once. Can you please listen to me? Lily, I am about to leave Crossroads to carry out the mission Prince Ash assigned me." He spoke earnestly. "This mission is quite dangerous. And maybe I want to be able to come back. I am not here to ask you to believe me again, or to seek your forgiveness." Gotham's words drifted into the room. "I just want to say, Lily was inside, sitting with her back to the door. Gotham outside was still trying to call her name. "Lily, my teammates and I are about to leave for our mission. If I can come back safely, I hope to meet you in person to apologize." The window in front of him remained completely still. Gotham's face was filled with loss as he said goodbye. "Well then, I will take my leave." The gate, shaped like sharp iron angles connected together, gradually opened. Gotham, carrying a body bag and burnout, left the city to carry out his mission. At this moment, Lily sat alone in her room, lifting her face slightly to glance at the window. On the other side, In the Lord's mansion. In the living room. Inside. Evangelion lounged on the sofa, making strange noises. Lucas did not look at her but still spoke up.
Hey, kid.
What position is that? Just because the Lord is not here. You are relaxing like that. Evangelion rested one leg on her knee and replied. Just leave me alone. Dude. I have got no motivation left. She sighed dramatically. Since the senior is not here. Everyone in the team is doing their own thing. No one seems to care. And the regular soldiers are still as gloomy as ever. Evangelion is totally frustrated with the recap. And now. The Dawn Brigade has been officially disbanded. She angrily condemns the situation, saying that the Vietnamese soldiers coming from the capital have such a terrible attitude, treating this border area like a joke, and looking down on us. It is just infuriating. Lucas lets out a sigh and asks, but did not you say you hated this countryside and wanted to move to the city filled with stars? Evangelion sits up, feeling a bit shy. Well, yeah, I did say that back then. But only the locals have the right to criticize the village. She closes her eyes and clasps her hands, insisting that only the villagers have the right to speak ill of their home. Lucas, feeling helpless, agrees with her. It does make sense. He smiles as he listens to Evangelion chat animatedly, but deep down, he can't stop worrying about the current situation. Tensions are starting to brew between the aid troops from the capital and the Crossroads soldiers. But the commander who could control both sides is all the way back in the capital. Rina is busy investigating all over the city, and it seems like this conflict is going to drag on for a while longer. Evangelion sighs again, feeling like everything in Crossroads has come to a standstill without their senior here. She turns to the person sitting across from her and asks, Senior, will you come back? Lucas stays silent for a long time, totally unsure of how to answer her question. Finally, he can only say, of course, I will come back. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, in another place, the holy ground of Crossroads. In the backyard, Harita sits cross-legged in a chair, a cigar pinched between her fingers. Wondering how everything turned out this way, she is tired and thinks to herself that one day, she realized she was already holding a drink and a cigarette. No matter how tough things have been, she has always managed to get through, and now, the intel mission has been exposed, which she never wanted to be a part of. Plus, the prince keeps pressuring her day by day, and then there is the judging stares from everyone around the city. Now, it is certain that someone from the central sanctuary will come to investigate and reprimand her. I am just an ordinary citizen, wanting to use a bit of magic to cure someone's cold and hear a few words of thanks. But when Harita opens the cigar box, she finds it empty. Why is nothing going right? Come on. She looks off into the distance, wondering where her life is actually heading. Suddenly, someone hands Harita a cigar, making her wonder if that was tough for them. Here, smoke this for now. She looks at the hand and replies, thanks a lot. Harita lifts her head and, upon seeing the face of the person who just appeared, her words falter. But, may I ask who you are? Rina introduces herself. I come from the central sanctuary, and I am here to oversee you. Harita, the one in charge of the south. Harita's face turns pale and beads of sweat form as Rina continues. You must know why I am here. Right. She points two fingers like a gun at Harita, declaring, let us end this here. Fear clouds Harita's eyes, and as she regains her composure, she spins around and bolts away as fast as she can. Rina stands still, speaking, I do not enjoy doing this either, but I am always assigned these kinds of roles. It is just ridiculous. Then she unleashes a massive surge of power, launching an attack toward Harita. A surge of power raced past her back, just a few millimeters away. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gun extended and fired a shot with tremendous force. The bullet zipped past Harita's head, shattering the energy that was chasing her. Rina was left stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The gun's muzzle was still smoking. Demian shouted loudly, Priest, this way. Rina refused to back down and swung her hand to channel her power, thinking, where do you think you are going? This time, she unleashed 3 attacks simultaneously. Demian calmly raised his gun, firing continuously. All 3 shots pierced through Rina's attack with deadly accuracy. She glared in disbelief and asked, what kind of sniper technique is that?
Kid.
I have been the battlefield my whole life, but I have never seen anything like this. Rina started to close in on Demian, piercing through the magical core with her magic bullets to force the spell to unravel. This was no longer something that belonged to the realm of humans. She directly asked, hey kid, what is that person seeing with those eyes? Rina's eyes glowed red as both her hands emitted a massive surge of power. Alright then, let us see if you can break this spell. Suddenly, a scream cut through the air, halting everything. She frowned in annoyance. The real deal. Sanjata has wasted way too much time. The blue power that Rina unleashed was slowly dissipating. She glanced over at the newcomers. Lucas angrily asked, Rina, what are you doing? Rina raised her hands in a gesture of innocence, saying, nothing much. Just a little scuffle. Commander. Lucas gritted his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his forehead. Rina. You are just the commander of the support forces for the defense here. Please do not overstep your authority. She calmly brushed past him. Got it. I will behave myself from now on. Rina paused, glancing in another direction. Well then, see you later. Kid Sniper. And you too? Priest Maharita. She noticed Maharita hiding timidly behind Demian and left a warning. You better stay hidden. Do not draw attention. Finally, her gaze met Juju's. They simply stared at each other in silence. Saying nothing, Lucas watched Rihanna's departing figure and muttered, what a hassle. He thought to himself. I had a hunch about her, but I did not expect her to act so brazenly. Is that really all she is hiding? Demian collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Maharita was behind him, clutching her head and sobbing. I do not want to die. Lucas felt completely powerless, running a hand through his hair and sighing. He screamed internally. Please come back soon. Master. Later, in the capital. New Terra. On the upper floor of Winter Seaver, the 5th floor, the president slowly opened the door, the sound echoing in the stillness. Serenade stepped in, her presence graceful under the lights. Today, she looked even more stunning in her sparkling evening gown. Her cheeks flushed, she shyly said. You have been waiting for a while, have not you? Seeing her, Az was stunned. His face instantly flushed at Serenade's stunning beauty. He awkwardly replied. Not all. But honestly, I really can't dance at all. She hesitantly spoke up. Is that really true? Az rubbed his temple, avoiding her gaze, his voice a bit shy. Meaning he forgot how to dance because he had to dance at such a ridiculous place. So I want to learn from the beginning properly. Serenade immediately smiled and suggested. All right then. Could you stretch out your hand? He quickly raised his hand. Her soft hand intertwined with his, warm and strangely natural. Serenade's gentle gaze fixed on his. She stammered. Okay, let us start. To which he bashfully replied. Sure. The situation almost turned more romantic. But Az once again stepped on her foot, causing Serenade to let out a soft yelp of pain, making him panic and quickly say. Sorry. As his inner monologue continued. Indeed. Nothing sweet like that ever happens in my life. And this is the 4th time I stepped on her foot. She squatted down, holding her foot, her face contorted in pain. She sorrowfully asked. Did you do that on purpose? My lord. Do you hate me so much that you want to torture me like this? He froze, panicking and defending himself. It is not like that. I do not have that weird hobby. Az quickly helped Serenade up, letting out a soft sigh, his voice filled with regret. I am really sorry. I guess I am just too clumsy. She smiled gently, softly saying, it reminds me of our engagement day. That was 10 years ago. Right. Looking back, you were not that great at dancing either. He was surprised and asked, did I step on your foot back then too? Serenade covered her mouth with her hand, laughing joyfully. Not just stepping on my foot. Your foot got tangled in my dress, and we both fell flat on our faces. It hurt and was so embarrassing. But that was the happiest moment of my life. Then they continued again. She gently said, all right, no more pain. This time I will teach you from the beginning very carefully. Put your right hand on my waist. Az felt his cheeks flush, shy at her tender words. Now let us try taking a few steps until you get used to it. I will lead. She softly guided him, her voice soothing like a lullaby. All right, relax. Do not be tense. Just take it slow. Left foot step forward. Right foot close to the left. Good job. Serenade's gentle voice continued to echo throughout the room. Right foot step back. Left foot slide to the side. You are doing very well. His inner thoughts echoed on. And just like that, the morning practice came to an end. Changing out of his sweat-soaked clothes, he was ready to continue training. She needed no further guidance. Her voice steady like a gentle melody. 3. Great job. 3. Just like that, maybe because he had relaxed and his body warmed up. From then on, he no longer stepped on Serenade's feet. Serenade's gentle gaze was fixed on us, and she smiled and praised. You are learning very quickly, my lord. Just a bit more practice, and you won't have any problems when you are in a crowd. Suddenly, he called out, his voice low and a bit hesitant. Serenade. She immediately replied, her tone as sweet as honey. Yep. My lord. As his next words made Serenade's dance freeze mid-step. My family is about to be annihilated. She gasped, her eyes wide, her face paling with fear, stammering in disbelief. Yep. What do you mean? You calmly continue to speak. I mean, Serenade. Your family is about to be wiped out. Keep dancing. There are definitely eyes watching us. Just as Axe predicted, across the street, a figure in black quietly lurks by the window, cold eyes tracking their every move. missing no detail. The dance goes on. Footsteps in sync. Your gaze becomes serene, and a low voice rises. Learning to dance is just a cover. I came here to tell you this. I have shared with her what I heard from Enbektu. Wintersever is a merchant family of humble beginnings, buying nobility with money. The emperor has long intended to use them, and then toss them aside. As soon as the road renovation project wraps up, my engagement with Serenade will be annulled, and the imperial family will swallow the Wintersever trading company whole. And now, that moment has arrived. Axe continues, his deep gaze fixed on Serenade. Do not you feel any signs? She replies anxiously, her eyes downcast, her voice trembling. I did think maybe the engagement would be called off. But I never thought the imperial family would stomp on my entire family like this. It is something I would not even dream of. If the imperial family wants to devour the Wintersever trading company, they can let the Wintersever family retain their power. A total annihilation is unavoidable. Serenade stares intently at the person across from her, her heart heavy with his firm words. Asite gently touches her hand, his gaze resolute. Serenade, I am here to protect your family and your trading company. In this game, the Wintersever trading company is completely out of sync with Crossroads. Probably because they were swallowed by the imperial family. They have been reassigned to other tasks within the empire. At this moment, thoughts echo in his mind. Do you think I will just let this slide? We need to preserve the Wintersever family and turn them into a solid ally for Crossroads. If we can achieve that, it will be a massive advantage in the upcoming conquest. First off, I have decided to live as a sat, so saving Serenade, the fiancée of Acid. Then, he continues, his voice calm yet resolute, in just a few days, I will meet with my father and the princes to hold a meeting of the guardians, where I will meet the emperor and the princes and uncover the true intentions they have been hiding. And once I understand that, I will be able to lay out a clear plan to save Wintersever. As he moves with the rhythm, Aspit speaks softly. Before we get to that point, we need to prepare. Tell me, Serenade replies softly.
Yep.
And you ask again, your tone sharp. What kind of goods is your company dealing in? Each of Asit's rapid-fire questions fills the air. The mood between them grows tense. The dance that seemed light now carries a heavy weight. Among those, is there any information of all types of goods? The most valuable and dangerous is information. Serenade appears flustered, her eyes wavering, her steps more hesitant than before, her voice lowers, tinged with regret. I am really sorry. Our trading company has only ever dealt in physical goods. He immediately suggests, his voice firm yet gentle. Then let us take this opportunity to establish a new category. Asit's calm voice echoed on, saying that from now until the masquerade, he would come to learn dancing from her every day. During this week, he would completely reorganize the trading guild to exchange information like it was a commodity. It sounds grand. But honestly, it is not that hard. Just as long as we can convey information quickly and securely, that is all that matters. With the Winter Silver Guild having a nationwide distribution network and having participated in the Imperial Highway project, it should not be a big deal at all. Soon enough, the two of them performed the closing bow of the dance. Serenade gently tugged at her dress, bouncing lightly on her feet, saying it was such a beautiful moment. My lord, she said as he bowed in return, a smile creeping to his lips, his gentle voice responding sincerely. I am really happy too. Serenade, and thus, today's dance lesson came to a close. Miss Dujang spoke up. Well, that is it for today. I will take my leave now. Suddenly, Serenade hesitated, her eyes flickering as she slowly spoke. My lord, to be honest, I thought you hated me. You even hate our guild. She continued. Though I am really glad you have gone this far for us. Is there any reason that could change your mind? Ash's gaze flicked to Dujang, a slight smile on his lips as he calmly replied. Do I need a reason? We are already engaged. Serenade's eyes dropped to the ground, her eyelashes fluttering as she shyly continued, her voice soft. I, a girl from a struggling merchant family. You do not hate me. Do you? His next words left Serenade stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Never. Not even once. From Crossroads' perspective, you have always been a desirable partner. He added, and Embedo has already told me. Serenade is Ash's first love. I have never lived in a world where sweet or bitter things existed. So I have no idea what that feeling is like, but I have no reason to hate either. I just hope we can become good partners, whether in business or in social dances. With that, Ash quickly turned to leave, his demeanor decisive but not forgetting to glance back and remind her. I will be back tomorrow. Remember to apply ointment on your sore foot. After that, I visited Serenade every day to learn the social dances and etiquette for the masquerade. Even though I could feel the watchful gazes from everywhere, fate and death had stopped intervening with me. And then, 3 days later, in the morning, at the imperial capital of New Terra, at the West Gate, The bustling streets were filled with people rushing to clear a path, forming neat lines to let the impressive soldiers march through. A shout of triumph echoed, resonating through the streets, as His Highness Avalanche Everblack, the Crown Prince and the commander of the Imperial Army, returned in victory. He stood high above, observing, thinking to himself, that man was the one wielding the entire military command in the Empire, the commander of the Western Front, the undefeated knight. In front of him stood a young man clad in shining armor, gripping the reins tightly, his serious gaze enhancing his strong and rugged appearance. That man was none other than the Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire. Avalanche Everblack. Ash gently tilted his head, asking the person beside him, "What is wrong with him? Is something bothering him? Why does he look like that?" Ambito replied calmly, "It has always been like this. He rarely shows his emotions." At that moment, Latch's cold gaze subtly drifted toward the two people standing on the city wall. You jumped in surprise. Ash's heart raced with confusion. What just happened? It felt like our eyes met just now. Suddenly, he leaped off the horse. Latch's movements were decisive and powerful, his cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. Ignoring the astonished looks from the crowd below, in no time, Latch was standing right in front of you, and Ash's heart jolted. Silently questioning, "Wait, what is going on here?" Latch quickly stood up, his icy voice cutting through the air. His dangerous aura bearing down on you, making your insides twist with unease. The royal attendant exclaimed, "What is going on? He is coming right at us. Did we somehow offend him?" Ambito cleared his throat several times. Looking somewhat awkward, he quietly said, "About that." At this moment, Ash was completely panicking, cold sweat pouring out as he thought, "I do not know what is happening, but if it is my fault, I will take the blame." Suddenly, you were lifted high into the air. Your blood felt like it had frozen, your body stiffened, and your heart seemed to stop, in sheer terror. Ash screamed. He hoisted Ash up high, the brilliant sunlight shining down on him, making Ash's figure stand out in the sky, dazzling yet utterly tragic. Latch squinted his eyes, cheerfully speaking, "My little brother, how have you been lately?" Ambito gently explained to you, his voice soft like a whisper. "Prince Latch, busy on behalf of the Emperor, has been taking care of Prince Ash since he was little. Back then, he really cherished you. Since their last conversation, Ambito has always been considerate, quietly providing information from behind the scenes like this." He happily held Ash tightly, his eyes filled with affection. "Still as charming as ever. My little brother, I have missed you so much." Ash's face flushed bright red. Gritting his teeth, he flailed his arms wildly, kicking his legs in the air, shouting, "Everyone's watching. This is so embarrassing. Hearing this, he immediately set Ash down. The unexpected movement was gentle yet firm. He said, "I heard you. You have been working hard, right? On the Southern Front. I am so sorry I could not be there to help you." Then, he hugged you tightly, his strong embrace making Ash feel like he might burst. Panic coursing through him, his heart racing, breath caught in his chest. While trying to speak amidst the joy, he said, "Come on. This is a brotherly hug. Little brother." Suddenly, Mbekto's voice rang out, and Ash shook all over, his eyes blank, his mouth foamed from lack of oxygen, completely dazed by his brother's overwhelming strength. "Prince Latch. Prince Ash. Summoned for an audience at the royal court." His words echoed on, "Both of you. The Emperor summons you for an audience." Latch nodded in response. Finally, the moment for the meeting of the guards had arrived. Meanwhile, the king's door remained tightly shut, silent, emanating a severe coldness, as if signaling a daunting challenge waiting ahead. As you made your way to the royal court, golden sunlight poured through the tall iron gates. The bright afternoon light flooded the wide corridor, creating dappled patterns on the stone floor, both radiant and solemn. Latch loudly asked, echoing down the hallway, "How's the situation on the Southern Front?" "I have heard that the monsters there are pretty wild." Quite the opposite of his smiling face. That moment, as looked gloomy, hanging limply on his brother's shoulder. Luck, however, continued chatting away without a care. Excitedly, he asked, "Need anything? I can give you money. Or do you want some supplies?" Those inner thoughts echoed in his head, and he kept answering. At this point, a soldier helped us down, while Lockie eagerly strode toward the man in front of him, arms wide open, a grin plastered on his face. Suddenly, in a panic, he exclaimed, "Whoa, wait a second." And just like that, he wrapped us in a powerful hug, and he kept answering. At this moment, Lucky was just getting started. Answering. At this point, he was answering. answering. Before long, his strong embrace had tightened around us, leaving him no time to brace himself. I stood behind, grinning with delight, feeling secretly pleased that someone else was in trouble this time. Lassie cheerfully chimed in. Bro, this brotherly hug is just the best. It is great that we are together. He let us go and gently asked, how's your dad? Replied. He just woke up. Lufleg bit his lip and sighed. Guess he is not in a great mood then. He has been off lately. Nen, with sharp eyes, turned his gaze toward Fat Nanded, his tone growing more serious. By the way, why did you suddenly declare victory? Fat Nanded. Do not you know the situation on the Western Front? We have not even captured Bringer yet. He calmly replied. I have my reasons. Our allies on the Northern Front are getting increasingly restless. Lucky raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled, and immediately asked. The North? Well, Fat Nanded quickly answered. Right now, as we attack our longtime ally, the Duchy of Bringer. They are worried we will turn on them too, according to intel. Some are plotting to break the alliance and attack us. His words continued to echo. That is why I had to declare victory quickly, to prevent them from acting rashly, and as a sign that we won to attack them. Each word from Fat Nanded carved itself into As's mind. I have invited all the allied ambassadors to a victory feast. He thought to himself, finally understanding the reason behind the celebration. He continued. The situation in the West is said to be shaky, but the siege around the duchy has been completed. If we capture the formula, the war will end swiftly. Lessie hesitated. True. But before he could finish his sentence, Fat Nanded interrupted firmly. So you need to show your face a bit. You are the symbol of the nation's military strength and authority. If you are not at this event, it won't look good. Suddenly, Fat Nanded's voice slowed down, layered with meaning. More importantly, our capital finally has time to gather after a long time apart. He then stood before a large door, quickly pulled out a key, and waved it in front of everyone, a smile creeping on his lips. Time for the council meeting. Next, Fat Nanded inserted the key into the lock with a swift motion, the sound of the click ringing clear. The massive door slowly creaked open, and at that moment, a blast of cold air rushed out. The three of them strolled in, their footsteps echoing through the vast hall. Stunned by the sight before them, At's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but mutter to himself. What in the world? The Emperor sat majestically on his throne, his expression cold and authoritative, with a colossal tree looming behind him. Its roots were deeply entwined with the ground. But sadly, the entire tree was frozen, and the atmosphere was thick with invisible pressure. The man leaned on his chine, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd below. His deep voice resonated throughout the hall. Welcome, my children. I am the Emperor of the Everblack Empire, father of the peacemaker Everblack. The others gasped in shock, immediately kneeling in respect, their gestures full of reverence. In unison, they spoke. Father, we hope you are well. At quickly followed suit, bowing his head and whispering, I. The Emperor shot a cold glance at the chess pieces scattered across the table in front of him, his expression darkening. A heavy voice echoed. The spiritual front in the north, which I oversee, is not doing so well. Then he asked with a slow tone, his gaze sweeping over the three below. How about the three fronts you are in charge of? Tell me. They answered promptly. Yep. Father, the Blood Dragon front is about to finish. The Bringer Duchy is on its last legs, and we will seize their Blood Dragon. Fetlandet quickly reported. The Dark Front in the center is in turmoil, but we will soon identify the enemy and eliminate their commander. Ash felt his entire body tense up, his face pale, overwhelmed with confusion. Good. Finally. What about the monster front in the south? He stood up slowly, hesitating before continuing. Well, about that. His voice echoed throughout the hall, laced with confusion and despair. What the heck are we talking about? Ash's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, their bodies stiffening, jaws dropping, and wide eyes unable to believe what they had just heard. Fetlandet's face immediately darkened, his lips twitching slightly, his gaze growing colder and more intense. Utterly speechless. I tried to keep up, but I could not. So I have to be honest. Ash pointed to his head, speaking softly. I got seriously injured in the battle at the southern front and lost most of my memories. So right now, I can't keep up with what everyone is saying. Ash could not hold back any longer, pressing on with urgency, his voice echoing through the hall, filled with confusion and frustration. Can someone explain this to me? What is the Guardian? Really, and what are you all scheming about? The spiritual front. The Blood Dragon front. The Dark Front. What the hell does all of this mean? A bunch of nonsense. His gaze icy, his expression unflinching, his voice deep and cold. Lost memories. As soon as Ash finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled violently, the chill in his demeanor evaporating in an instant. His face turned pale, his eyes wide with worry. The Emperor looked straight at Ash, his gaze contemplative, and spoke slowly. I see. You will remember eventually, but since you are the guardian of the Southern Front, I should at least explain this much to you. Luckily, it is going smoothly. He continued. Do you remember the color of this tree? You did not hesitate, instantly shaking your head with a firm reply. Did you? Dad slowly continued. It is black. This tree is the national tree and guardian spirit of the ever-black empire. The thorn tree is always black, eternal and unchanging. At that moment, a thought flickered in Ash's mind. Quietly deducing. Is the name of the empire derived from this tree? Dad gently placed his hand on the tree trunk, his fingers slowly caressing the rough bark, his voice warm and affectionate. The first emperor brought it from the spiritual realm and planted it here. It is also the magical beacon that lights the future of the empire. But 7 years ago, this tree suddenly froze. That is why our guardians rushed to uncover the reason. He paused briefly, his gaze darkening, his voice growing heavier. The tree was frozen, yet still alive. Dad's next words left you utterly stunned. With magical light, I have seen the future. His voice suddenly dropped, his eyes filled with sorrow. This tree has 10 years left to live. And that is when our empire will meet its end. Suddenly, and spoke up, his voice trembling. Before you could finish your sentence, Dad immediately continued. It was 7 years ago, which means in 3 years, the empire will collapse. Your eyes sharpened, and you thought. 3 years. That number feels familiar, the king's voice echoed on. To prevent that fate, I have gathered all the remaining guardians in the empire. The tree has spoken. There are 4 things that will lead to the empire's downfall. Dad continued. The first comes from the west. Allied with our dragon blood, the Duchy of Bringer will invade and bring ruin to the empire. He went on. So we decided to take them out first. West. Dragon blood front. We will handle it, Dad calmly narrated. The second threat lies at the center. There are unknown figures in the royal city plotting schemes. They will destroy the empire from within. He let out a soft breath, his voice maintaining its calmness, but concealing an indescribable gloom. Center. Dark front. Fatch Nandas has been tirelessly searching for the lurking shadows within the royal city for years. Each word Dad spoke echoed throughout the hall. The third threat. From the north. The gods of the other races we have punished have come from the spiritual realm to save their descendants. They want their offspring to be free, and they will destroy the kingdom, he recounted blandly. North. Spiritual front. I have no choice but to go into battle myself. I entered the spiritual realm through this tree, and fought them with sword and magic. Dad continued. The fourth threat comes from the south. Nightmare monsters emerging from the submerged kingdom have collapsed and threaten to destroy the entire world, he added. South. Monster front. Take my youngest and the smallest of my children. You led the remaining soldiers south when the invasion began in earnest. Dad's voice continued to resonate. And you, surprisingly, held up very well. Zaz spoke, her face full of worry, her eyes flickering restlessly. Dad is talking about the guardians. Dad continued. Those with power connected to this tree. Those who can see the future with magical light and protect the kingdom. We are the ones who carry the royal blood of Ever Black. His words astonished the 3 people below. They all looked to the king. Now, it is just the 4 of us. In As's mind. Thoughts echoed. So what? The Emperor's off playing solo in the spiritual realm up north. Big Bro's stuck in a real-time strategy simulation out west. The second brother's in the center with mafia games and political simulations. And here I am in the south with my own tactics. 4 completely different game lines, all under one title: Empire Defense. This game is next level, Dad suddenly asked, his tone pushing for an answer. Have you remembered the situation yet? You did not reply. Your gaze sharpened as you shot back a question. I have one question. He responded immediately. Go ahead. Ass immediately chimed in. Why is the southern front the monster battlefield overlooked the most? Like you said. The other 3 fronts are important, but they only impact the Empire's fate. The southern monster front is a threat to the entire world. Dad laughed heartily, his laughter resonating, deep and full of hidden meaning, making the atmosphere even more tense. You say you have lost your memory. Yet you ask the same questions as you did 7 years ago. He paused, his penetrating gaze piercing through your mind, a smirk creeping up his lips. You ask why the southern front, fighting for the greater cause, is the least prioritized. Hearing this, Ass clenched his fists, a chill running through him. Thinking, that is exactly what I said back then. The king continued in a monotonous voice. The answer is simple. We are the guardians of the empire. You gasped. What? He elaborated. As you mentioned, the battle against monsters could cause the most damage among the 4 calamities. But it is not a direct threat to the empire, which is why it is deprioritized. Hearing this, Ass was taken aback, his thoughts racing. What? Dad's voice rang out again. The monsters do not want the empire to fall. They want the entire human world to collapse. That is their goal, Plain and simple. The Empire. Their conquest is solely aimed at Everblack's neck. Dad's icy gaze locked onto you, his voice chilling as ice. I am not the guardian of the entire world, but merely the emperor of one nation. Therefore, I must eliminate the nearest sword pointed at the Empire. The emperor's logic was crystal clear. Even if I die and the southern front falls, other kingdoms in humanity will serve as shields. In the meantime, they will eliminate threats to the Empire, and only then will they help eradicate the monsters. That is the mindset of a self-proclaimed guardian. Really, it is logic. Protecting the Empire, exploiting and eliminating those outside the Empire. Even if the world crumbles, we only need to defend the Empire, an organization called the Empire. When it comes to protecting the concept known as the Empire, there is no clearer and more sensible principle than this. But can I accept that conclusion? The Empire's reasons. The Empire's laws as the youngest prince and commander of the Southern Front. As someone who swore to protect the people, how can I accept this? The king's voice broke through Ash's thoughts. But do not lose hope. I have talked with Fernandez. His words lit up your eyes. I have heard about the situation in the spiritual realm. Do not worry. I will send reinforcements to the south. Well, Dad calmly continued. I hope you keep growing and maturing while fighting for your life. And you have. I am proud to see you holding back the monster invasion so far. At that moment, his eyes suddenly softened, filled with a rare affection. His voice deep yet warm. It is a shame you lost your memories. But really, I am so glad you have become a more useful guardian. Dad continued. I will send a lot of aid. In return, you must listen to your father and your brothers. Okay. Dad gently leaned against the throne, his shoulders slightly slumped, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. I am a bit tired today. I trust you all and your front will do well. And I will return to the spirit realm. Then, layers of translucent ice quickly spread, enveloping his body. Magical light flickering around the throne. His voice rang out, steady and calm. I heard the grand victory feast is about to start. I will sleep until then. See you soon. My children. The three of them bowed respectfully, their voices steady but filled with reverence, replying in unison. Wishing you sweet dreams. And enjoy your tea. Before the ice completely enveloped his body, Dad managed to speak, his voice echoing softly in the cold space. Of course. Even though this place is filled with dark nightmares, the three of them quickly turned and walked outside, not uttering another word. Behind them, the heavy door slowly closed, with a dull sound. The last rays of light faded away and completely vanished behind the firmly shut door. Outside the throne room, the three stood silently, their eyes fixed on the now closed door. Suddenly, one of them pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the guy, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Your fiancé has been chosen. He lifted the paper in his hand and announced. Your betrothed has been decided. He handed it over to Oz while introducing. This time it is a lady from a distinguished lineage, the princess of the Ariane kingdom. As you know, Ariane is the largest nation among our northern allies. A political marriage to strengthen the ties between the Everblack Empire and the Ariane kingdom. They believe you are the perfect candidate after the previous engagement was cancelled. Oz squinted at the paper he just received and asked, what if I refuse? What if I turn down this marriage and insist on keeping my oath to the Winter Silver family? Fetland as bluntly dismissed his thoughts. Do not be ridiculous. Princess Ariane is on her way to the capital to attend our victory ceremony. Remember your father's words. From now on, you will listen. Fetland as felt puzzled, but your reaction seems quite intense. If you had a bit of responsibility as both a prince and a guardian, he looked at the person in front of him and said, you did not hesitate to question political matters. Fetland seemed to be advising, accept this marriage, and you will return to Crossroads with reinforcements. Out of nowhere, someone suddenly appeared and wrapped both arms tightly around Ash and Fetland. Come on, my dear brothers. Let us hug for solidarity. Ash closed his eyes and pushed them away, assuring, okay. I will break off with Winter Silver and meet Princess Ariane. A story from Little Ash, along with the second Queen Dastia and Prince Ash. Once again, Countess Winter Silver and her daughter Serenade came to visit. At that time, Ash asked Serenade, sitting in front of him, what is wrong? You do not seem okay at all. The way he looks at her is filled with concern, but her expression does not seem too good. Ash recalls the past, where he always called her that. No matter how many times she begged him not to, you lean your face closer to Serenade and say, tell me what is wrong. I will fix it. She hesitates and lowers her head, saying, it is just, today they called me a loser again. Whenever Serenade and her mother enter the palace, people around can't help but stare at them and start whispering. The most common thing she heard growing up was that this newly risen merchant family was always wandering around with their heads held high. The second queen is just a commoner too, probably just as lost as the rest of us. I guess. Serenade has no friends at all. No noble child wants to associate with the daughter of a merchant, even those who bought their way into a higher status. She does not have any common friends either. The titles bought still belong to earls. And no common child can play with the hair of an earl. The Winter Silver family hangs in the gray area. Neither noble nor common. And in this lonely situation, Ash becomes Serenade's only friend. She hugs her stuffed bear and says, "The only one who plays with me is Prince Ash." Ash chuckles and confidently replies, "Of course. I am just Emma's first friend." Ash feels that loneliness too. In the vast palace, no one stands by Dastia's side. Her son faces the same treatment in terms of bloodline or family power. The son of the first queen is clearly the heir, and she openly scorns Dastia. In such a situation, no one dares to approach the second queen or her son, except for Winter Silver. The Countess Winter Silver is Dastia's only friend in the palace. Ash continues to comfort Serenade, telling her not to let the words of fools hurt her. Only those with nothing to be proud of judge others by their bloodline instead of their abilities. He raises his pinky, saying, "I promise you, I will create a world where you won't have to hear those words anymore." Serenade stops and repeats the phrase she just heard. Create a world, Ash assures her.
Yep.
A world where bloodlines do not matter. A place for those of us who've been cast aside. He sincerely vows that mothers won't shed tears anymore. And she won't be bullied. He is sure he can make it happen. In that moment, Serenade knows she will love this boy forever, whether he can keep his promise or not. Just one bright spark in those eyes is enough for her to vow to follow him for eternity. She secretly promises to always watch over that shining smile. Serenade's eyes slowly open after a long sleep. She tilts her head toward the light coming in through the window. Elise just pushed a food cart in and looked at the person sitting on the bed, asking, "You are awake, my lady?" Serenade replies, "Good morning, Elise." She responds and begins to arrange the things she has prepared, saying, "Good morning. Here's your face wash." Serenade puts her feet down on the bed and slips on her slippers. Thanking her, she walked over to the shelf and started washing her face. Elise, standing beside her, suddenly asked, "Don't you know?" Her voice was filled with concern. Between pampering herself and teaching Prince Ask how to dance every day, who only slept 3 hours, I worry about his health. Serenade wiped away the water droplets lingering on her smooth face. Elise, not hearing a response, called out again, "Mistress." Serenade tilted her head to the side and asked, "Elise, are you tired?" She respectfully replied, "I am feeling great." Serenade smiled and confirmed, "I am not tired at all. In fact, I feel like I could fly." In her mind, she silently thought, who needs sleep anyway? Ask actively came to see her and remembered she was teaching him to dance. Even though that troublesome prince was the best dancer in the capital, I still do not understand why I pretended to be so clumsy back then. But honestly, it does not matter. I have not felt this happy in years. According to Ask, the Winter Silver family is on the brink of extinction, and I have prepared as Ask instructed. Serenade was brushing her long spring hair, thinking to herself, I know there is no time for childish pleasures right now, but truly, if this is the way I can get close to Ask again. Serenade, I'm willing to pay any price. Serenade slipped into an extremely luxurious dress, secretly hoping, if I could hold his hand and dance today, that would be enough. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open by someone else. A frantic maid rushed in, calling out, "Miss." Serenade looked at the maid with confusion and asked, "What is wrong? Is something happening?" The maid quickly reported, "The Count is having another episode. You need to hurry." Serenade's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "Father." Outside, the sky was still clear, and the flag representing the Count's family fluttered in the wind atop the mansion. As soon as Serenade stepped into the room, she called out, "Father." The frail, gaunt man lying in bed raised a weak hand upon hearing her voice. Serenade. She took his weak hand and asked, "Father, are you okay?" The man struggled to speak. Serenade. "My daughter, my beloved child." But his next questions made Serenade's face go white. "Do you have it? Do you have the bloodline of the prince?" Serenade fell silent at his question. "Has Prince Ask granted you his blood?" Serenade clenched her fists tightly, completely silent in response to his inquiry. Count Wintersilver shouted in anger, "Why are not you answering? Do you know how much our family has spent to buy that title?" Only then did Serenade speak up, calling, "Father." The body of Count Wintersilver trembled, his terrifying expression fixed on her. Serenade. Do not forget the shame our family has to endure. They mock us as title buyers when we became barons. And then when we ascended to count, they called us new nobility. His eyes were filled with red fury. No matter how much wealth we accumulate, this stain in our blood can never be erased. Serenade could only bow her head and listen to what Count Wintersilver said. There was only one way to erase this. We must blend our bloodline with the noblest blood in the world. She thought to herself. Both her grandfather and father were obsessed with status and lineage, and they would climb to the top by any means necessary. So they chose wealth, letting their trade empire flourish. And they bought the titles their relatives craved. However, that disdain never faded. They allied with the royal family, even securing an engagement. But when princes came of age, the wedding still never happened. Serenade had foreseen the annulment. Memories from the past flashed in her mind. When Count Wintersilver ordered her, even if the engagement fell apart, we must still blend our blood with the royal family. Their bloodline, if necessary. You should beg Princess, at the very least. You need to get his seed. Serenade often wondered. What would that even mean? The seed of the third prince. A useless man who would never ascend to the throne. Received after the engagement was broken, what was the point? But their lifelong obsession with status had long surpassed reason. Royal blood. Royal blood. They screamed this every day until the end. Serenade had no choice but to approach, to reclaim the price for her family's loyalty, to plead for his seed, that the man who no longer desired her could push her to this point. Serenade just wanted to die as the last remnants of her pride were torn away. And what is replied was a cold, disdainful look, treating her as if she were worth no more than anyone else. Yet she still forced him to make a promise. When Serenade returned home, struggling to swallow her tears, her mother, Countess Wintersilver, was furiously threatening to leave the estate, her rage directed at her husband. Before leaving, she asked, "How could you do this to our daughter? Are you insane? The true disgrace lies not in blood, but in your heart," leaving Serenade with nothing but an apology. Her mother departed. When she left, her father fell ill, and Serenade took over the Wintersilver Trade Guild. While Princess broke his promise, Countess Wintersilver raised her frail hands, constantly trembling, murmuring, "My child." She never understood. He clutched his head and went mad, because she was a noble lady born into privilege. She could never fathom the pain of outsiders like us. Serenade, do you understand? The common blood flows in your veins. You must understand. Serenade ignored his words, saying, "I am leaving now. Father. You stay. I go." When she stepped outside, Countess Wintersilver was still screaming wildly. "We must blend the royal blood with this lineage. Only then can we break the curse." As the door closed completely, Serenade felt nearly shattered. She tried to cover her mouth with her hand to keep the sobs from escaping. Next, Serenade hurriedly made her way to the room where Axe was waiting. She saw him standing in the warm golden sunlight, smiling and asking, "What is wrong?" The image of the two of them pinky swearing as children flashed through Serenade's mind. "I promise." By now, she understands. "Yes. When I loved you, it was not because of your title or your noble blood. It was solely because you carry wounds just like me, and have embraced the scars in my heart." The corners of Serenade's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she silently wondered why she could not say this back then. "I never needed your lineage or your legacy. I just needed a tiny piece of your heart." Standing in front, curiously called out, "Serenade." She wiped away her tears and replied, "It is nothing." Serenade smiled softly, extending her hand toward him. "Shall we dance?" "My prince." The sunlight streamed through the window, and a gentle voice chimed in rhythm. 3. Serenade could not help but praise. "Your dancing skills have really improved, Prince." Axe intertwined his fingers with hers, guiding her, and her compliment made him feel a little shy. Axe recalled what he had said that day. "I will break off the engagement with Wintersilver, and will meet the princess of the Ariane Kingdom." He had said it just to get through the situation back then. But this was clearly the right decision. The daughter of a merchant family on the brink of bankruptcy compared to a powerful princess from the northern realm, such a comparison was inherently unfair. Moreover, among the northern countries, the Ariane Kingdom boasted the strongest military potential. A political marriage with the princess means the ability to mobilize the northern army to the front lines, while simultaneously receiving support from the capital. But I still hesitated. My gamer instincts, having played through 742 scenarios, warned me that something felt off about this choice. After a few seconds of silence, Ass decided to speak up. "Serenade, have there been any developments in your mission?" Serenade suddenly remembered and replied, "Yep. I was just about to report to you. The Merchant Guild has restructured to gather intelligence as I requested earlier, and Serenade has prepared everything perfectly. An information network stretches across the continent, and the encryption for information exchange has been set up, and every branch has a messenger hawk." Ass could not help but think to himself, "The Merchant Guild is far more capable than I thought." He instructed, "Start gathering the information I requested." "Good. Serenade, we will proceed in the next 3 days." First, the two chatted until sunset. As the last rays of daylight began to fade, Serenade hesitated, asking again, "Is that all right? That information is very dangerous." Ass replied calmly. It is essential for your family's survival. Destroy it immediately. At that moment, she stopped hesitating and responded. Yep. I will follow your orders. After the dance ended, Serenade stepped back, lifting her skirt in a curtsy. It is a pleasure to be by your side, Prince. Ass also placed a hand over his heart. I am very pleased as well, Serenade. Both the information and reason tell me to leave Winter Silver behind. But my instincts urge me to stay with you. I hope my instincts are right. Whether it is the glow of the sunset or because I am facing Ass. A slight blush suddenly appeared on Serenade's cheeks. Ass kept his gaze fixed on her. Encouraging. Mun. Serenade. Just one day before the victory ceremony. Even though Mbeto had cried and pleaded, please stay here today. It seemed like fate was already set in motion. I immediately threw on my invisibility cloak. Sorry, Mbeto, but right now, I can't follow your orders. The streets are packed with people. And Ass can't help but think. It is a festival. The streets are so crowded, watching everyone happily eating and having fun. He thought to himself, bringing a team member here must be a blast. Ass chuckled to himself. I wonder how they are doing. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice calling out. There you are. Prince. Ass turned around in surprise to see Elise. Her face as cold as ice. And behind her was a coffin that she was dragging with chains. Ass stared at her. Speechless. What the heck? It is a festival. Why can't you just chill out a bit? At least put that coffin down. A coffin at a festival. Are you trying to scare people? Elise walked up to him. Keeping pace. The lady gave me orders. She is sure you will go out alone. So I am here to protect you. Ass stood there, dazed. So you have been waiting for me, Elise explained earnestly. I was near the mansion when I suddenly felt something. I followed it. And it turned out to be you. Prince. Ass could not help but look at her. Noticing that the cloak of invisibility could not be detected by magic below level 3. Just by instinct. That is some level skill. Impressive. Where are you going? Ass asked skeptically. To the lady you serve. Where else? Elise fell silent, and Ass curiously asked. What is it? Don't you like that? Just as Ass thought she would remain quiet, Elise suddenly spoke up. Well, to be honest, I do not like it, but the lady will be happy about it. In fact, I was told to escort you to her if possible. Even though it is something I have to do, Ass took the chance to ask about the situation. Is the Merchant Guild still okay? What is the pressure from the royal family like? What about the Shadow Organization? How are those things going? Elise looked confused but replied. It is no problem at all, but she also had some doubts and asked. Is something going to happen with those matters? Ass shoved his hands in his pockets and casually replied while walking. Who knows? The world is full of mysteries. The royal family has not touched the Winter Silver Guild. There is no order to dissolve it, and no moves to re-establish it. That means we still have a chance. If tomorrow's party goes smoothly, the Winter Silver Guild will survive. Even if I break off my engagement with Serenade and ally with the Kingdom of Ariane. She asked. What is going on? Elise turned left and right. Taking a deep breath, she hesitated before answering. I smell something burning. Ass was not too surprised to guess. It is just the grill on the street. Right. Elise disagreed. It is. Her eyes widened, and Ass heard her gasp. It is the smell of fire. Clearly. He was shocked by that answer. Elise bolted away. Lady. Serenade. Ass gritted his teeth and chased after her. This is crazy. The flames roared to life, as if declaring they would consume anything that got too close. When they arrived, the entire mansion was engulfed in flames. And the people outside the fence were panicking. Hurry. Hurry. Bring water. Elise's voice was choked. Lady. She quickly ran to someone carrying water. Where is Lady Serenade? He replied with a pale face. I do not know. Miss. I did not see her earlier. The coffin dropped with a thud. And Elise quickly snatched the water barrel from his hands. She lifted the barrel high, and without hesitation poured it straight over her head. Ash urgently grabbed her arm and asked. Wait, Elise. What are you doing? Elise shouted in frustration. Can't you see? I have to save her. As he tightened his grip on her arm. He scolded. You are insane. If you go in there, you will burn to death too. Elise had tuned out everything he said. Murmuring softly. What if the lady is trapped in there? If she can't escape? Then I will die with her. Elise's eyes glinted with determination. As she firmly declared. This is the last thing I can do for her. I am willing to do it. Just then, a figure in a black coat approached and said, You do not need to do that. Elise, it was Serenade. Her face still showing signs of soot from her escape. I got out before the building collapsed. She said. Ash and Elise breathed a sigh of relief and called out. Serenade. Miss, the mansion was still engulfed in flames. And Serenade looked at them, saying, This way. Let us get out of here first. There is a narrow alley nearby with fewer people. Elise instinctively moved to guard the coffin, while Ash worriedly asked, Are you okay? Serenade. weakly sitting on the ground and covering her mouth as she coughed, replied, "Everything is fine." More importantly, Serenade pulled out a singed stack of documents, saying, "The information you asked for. I managed to bring it out, but everything else is burned." She recalled the moment the fire broke out. "Forgive me, Prince. My people passed out from the toxic smoke. I could not leave them. You did the right thing. Nothing is more important than human lives." Serenade's face was smudged with ash. Her eyes seemed to glimmer with unshed tears. Instead of focusing on the burned documents, Serenade began recounting what she remembered, details that were unclear, and the connections between the information were lost. But that was enough. What Ash needed was not perfect data, just enough evidence and information to decide the next steps. Serenade furrowed her brow and asked, "Can I be of any help to you?" "My lord," Ash immediately replied. "Of course. Serenade. That is more than enough. You did great." He pulled a new card from his jacket pocket and said, "Here. Take this." Serenade looked puzzled but still extended her hands to accept it. "Prince. What is this?" Ash briefly explained. "It is an invitation to the victory banquet." Serenade stared at the card in disbelief, and he asked, "What is wrong?" She did not answer, simply saying, "It is just that it is my first time. On the 10th I will be at an important event. But, dear Prince, I must apologize." The black coat concealed Serenade's small, fragile body as she turned her face away from Ash, saying, "I do not think I can attend." He probed. "Why not?" Serenade did not respond. She just pulled her hood down. Her once platinum hair was singed by the flames. With a heavy heart, she said, "How can I show up at a royal party looking like this among the noble folks around? If the head of the Winter Silver Trading Company appeared like this, everyone would laugh at her." With that, Serenade turned to walk away. "More importantly, in this state, I can stand beside you, if that is the case. It is better if I just do not show up at all." Ash suddenly approached and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Serenade, let me be clear. I need you to be there tomorrow." Serenade hesitated, replying, "Okay." Ash explained and persuaded her, saying that to save her family and secure the future of the southern battlefield, she had to attend the party tomorrow. The flames had made everything clear. The royal family has begun actions to eradicate the Winter Silver family. Whether it is because we discovered their forbidden secrets, or simply because they have run out of patience. To survive, Serenade must attend the party tomorrow, to find a way out of this mess. Serenade took a deep breath and replied, "All right. I will attend the party, even if I end up being ridiculed. I will definitely be there." We spent time afterward discussing plans for tomorrow. The three of them returned to the scene of the fire. The burned building returned nothing. The culprit was never found. But a flaming arrow was discovered. This was clearly the work of the Phantom organization. Serenade sadly gazed at the wreckage, while Ash glanced at her, thinking, getting Serenade to the party tomorrow won't be easy. Thinking that, he turned to the side and called, "Elise, you can protect your lady, right?" "As a promise," Elise replied fiercely. "If necessary, I would give my life to save her." Ash was taken aback by her fierce expression and quickly advised, "Just try to stay alive. Be strong." Serenade suddenly remembered something. Turning to remind him, "You should head back to the mansion." "Your Highness, I will prepare the carriage." Ash did not decline but asked, "What about you?" Serenade had made arrangements. She said, "Where I stay will become dangerous. So tonight I will stay with Elise to prepare for tomorrow's party." Ash looked at her with a satisfied smile. "I will wait for you." Serenade kindly warned him, "Just do not get your hopes up too much about me." The next day, the day of the victory celebration party finally arrived, hosted by Prince Ash. He had been awake since dawn, being groomed under the watchful eye of Mbekto, and Mbekto was tearfully lamenting, "I used to wear ceremonial attire properly, but now I would not regret dying." He added, "You probably still have a mountain of regrets, so stop crying." Ash looked at himself in the mirror with a smirk, thinking, "By the way, I want to take a selfie to show off to the others. Let them see how their master looks when dressed up." Suddenly remembered something and turned his head back to call. And Mbekto. He immediately responded respectfully, "Your Highness, is there something that makes you uncomfortable?" Ash's expression became serious. "There is something I want to ask you. I trust you to handle it. Will you?" And Mbekto gasps and looks up at you. The scene unfolding in the grand banquet hall of the royal palace. The official banquet starts at 6 p.m. But the hall is already packed. As people chat away, an announcement rings out. Entering now is His Highness Ash Everblack, the third prince of His Majesty the Emperor, and the commander of the Southern Front. The sultry sounds of the music hit the air as Ash strolls in with one hand in his pocket, the atmosphere inside making him a bit suspicious. What is going on here? This theme music feels like something out of a superhero movie, reminding him of those flashy athletes strutting onto the field. The nobles start gossiping about Seesaw. The biggest troublemaker in the royal family has arrived. Did you hear? They say he lost thousands of soldiers in the very first battle at the southern front. They are not even trying to hide their disdain. Shouting loudly. Utterly pathetic. If only he were half as capable as his older brother. Right. That is why bloodlines matter so much. In stark contrast to those people, right in front of Axe is a group of enthusiastic fans. Prince Axe. Please just look this way once. Why's the vibe here so intense? The ladies are clamoring for updates. Your Highness. How's the southern front? I heard it is swarming with prisoners. Did you capture anyone yourself? I heard rumors you even spent the night with the queen of the prisoners. Prince Axe. You are a beast. What are they even talking about? They have lost their minds. If they are referring to the queen of the black spiders, then yeah. I did spend some nights in the battlefield with her. Anyway, this is the nobility. All of them worthy of being here at these grand banquets. They might even become supporters of the southern front. So it is best to make a good impression. Thinking that, Axe smiles gently and raises his hand to explain. I did not have a steamy night with a monster queen. But I did personally take down quite a few of their legion leaders. He humbly asked, do you want to hear about the hardships I faced on the southern front? The girls excitedly cheer. Yep. Please. Tell us all about it. The tales of those who risked their lives on the front lines are merely seen as a bit of light entertainment here in Kindle. But that is life, no matter how tragic. The stories of others are just a luxury pastime. Ash raises a hand to cover his mouth, slightly clearing his throat. All I can do is make them aware of how many are struggling on the southern front and squeeze out as much funding from them as possible. The nobles gather in a circle around Ash. He excitedly begins. All right then. Let us start with the story of my first battle. Ladies and gentlemen of the noble capital, today's content is a live broadcast. The sunlight streams through the window, casting a warm glow over Ash's masculine features. And thus, we held a memorial for the 155 who fell in that battle. A girl gasped, covering her mouth. These are things she has never heard before. Ash smiled widely. This is the story of the heroes defending the southern front. If this piques your interest even a little, then I am thrilled to take you to that tumultuous battlefield. As expected. Just as you thought. Someone in the crowd shouted, I want to donate. My lord. People began to rally enthusiastically. Whether they were gentlemen or ladies. All pushing their way to the front to see Ash, including his own family, to support the southern warriors. Someone proposed that instead of doing this, we should set up a support fund. Ash grinned, his eyes sparkling. Feeling as though he was drowning in mountains of gold and silver, he smugly thought to himself, look at you all. Even your masters are here putting in the work. Transitioning scenes. It is hard to tell how much time has passed. Ash snuck away from the palace, exhausted, and plopped down on the floor. Letting go of his royal facite, Ash let out a long sigh, totally worn out. But it seems like the hours of work paid off. He not only collected donations but also secured promises of minerals, fabrics, and food. To be honest, he never expected it would turn out this way, so it was a delightful surprise. While Ash was calculating his profits, someone approached him, the infamous party animal of the Empire. Your charm is commendable, Prince Ash. It is quite entertaining just listening from the outside, June remarked with a teasing tone. But how much of what you said was true, and how much was just exaggeration? The lighting here must be poor, because Ash could not see her face clearly. He curiously asked, who are you? June crossed her arms and tilted her chin up, responding, who knows? Maybe one of the ladies you have been involved with. This girl seemed to have some grudge against Ash. The way she spoke hinted that there was some connection between them. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise, quickly getting up to greet her as per royal etiquette, apologizing for recognizing her too late. Miss, as you know? The third prince of the Everblack Empire. May I know your name, Miss? Despite her not being particularly fond of him, June replied. June. June Ariane. Your Highness. Ash silently confirmed. He gently placed a kiss on her hand. It is an honor to meet Princess June. June could not help but twitch her lips as if trying to hold back. Ash felt a bit awkward too. I am just following the etiquette. Please do not hate me for it. It took a lot of courage for me as well. June Ariane, 19 years old. The second princess of the Ariane Kingdom. Famous for her intelligence, wisdom, and bear-like courage, making her very popular among her people, at least according to her profile. After a rather stiff greeting, Ash assessed her. But no matter how he looked at her, she resembled a sheep more than a bear. June withdrew her hand. She calmly stated, I was sent as a special envoy and only learned that the marriage negotiations had progressed once I arrived. She walked inside, Truly the twisted fate of royal descendants. But who would have thought it was a proposal to the most renowned third prince? Ash stood frozen. June was being too blunt. She knew the third prince was standing right in front of her. June curiously looked at him and asked, "You are not going to deny your own reputation, are you, Prince Ash?" Ash shrugged, calmly replying, "You can truly understand a person just based on rumors. Princess June, do not you both dislike me?" June pouts. "What reason do I have to like you? A player? A scumbag?" Ash interrupts her. "All of that could just be baseless rumors. But honestly, where there is smoke, there is fire." Ash chuckles softly. "If I really were the player everyone says I am, would not all the girls I seduce be flocking here like bees to honey?" June strides forward, completely unfazed. "You think I do not know? You are infamous for approaching people, draining them dry, then tossing them aside without a second thought." June closes it, not giving him a chance to defend himself. "I have heard plenty of young ladies have lost their hearts, their bodies and fortunes, all for your whims. Aren't you just planning to use me in my kingdom, then throw everything away?" This hit Ash hard, leaving him speechless. This scumbag Ash is not just a simple player. He exploits people to the end, and in the end, he cuts ties with everyone, not just the Winter Silver Trading Company, but also the daughters of other noble families. "You really are." June's voice cuts through his thoughts. "I support strengthening the alliance between our two nations. I mean, who in this world would dare oppose an alliance with the Everbrash Empire?" She turned away in frustration, but turning it into a political marriage. "That is so outdated." Ash looked at her curiously and asked, "If we are not going to use marriage, what else can we do to strengthen our alliance?" He explained, "I admit that marriage sounds a bit old-fashioned, but is there any closer way to become partners?" June raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do we really need to get that close from the start?" She looked back and said, "We just need to clarify our responsibilities and limits, establish a treaty, and announce it. Instead of tying each other down with marriages, we just need to sign a clear contract and fulfill our obligations." June excitedly said, "A cool, refreshing relationship. Like hail in the summer, does not that sound amazing?" Ash stood there, dumbfounded. He could not help but think, hail in the summer. This woman really does not want to marry me at all. When Ash returned to the main hall, he just caught the announcement that the second Prince of His Majesty, and also the Minister of Administration, Prince Ferdinand, the Firekeeper of Everblack, was entering. "Oh boy, my brother is here." As he entered, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd gasped, chanting his name. Prince Ferdinand, the second Prince of the Everblack Empire. Ferdinand, the Firekeeper of Everblack. But it did not stop there. The doorman continued announcing that entering now was the eldest son of His Majesty, and the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army, Prince Latch, the Avalanche of Everblack, the Grand Prince of the Everblack Empire. Latch, the Avalanche of Everblack. According to regulations, no weapon longer than 50 centimeters is allowed inside the palace. But Latch, as the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army, is exempt. The nobles quickly gathered around Latch, congratulating him on his victory. "Lord Latch, look over here." Latch seemed a bit touched. Compared to when he first entered, his fame was indeed on another level. June, standing beside him, suddenly asked, "I heard Prince Latch is already married, right?" He replied honestly, "Yeah, I heard he has 3 kids." She bit her fingernail and said, "That is a shame. He is totally my type." Ash was stunned. "Does that mean you like men who are already married? Is that your idea of danger?" "Princess June," she snapped back. "What are you talking about? Not all. Out of the 3 princes, he just suits me the best." In another corner of the main hall, Fetlindet was also being courted. Ash curiously asks her, "What about Fetlindet? He is still single, handsome, and even taller than I am." Jun replies bluntly, "I do not like schemers. He is the type that is always plotting." He presses on, "What about me?" Jun rests her chin in thought, mumbling, "Let me think. A schemer or an oddball?" Intrigued, asks, "So what is your type? What are your standards?" Jun raises her arm and pats her bicep, saying, "Seriously, why do not these southern guys get it? It is all about those solid muscles." Ash chuckles at that. Jun continues to rave about her type. Muscles rippling, a powerful physique, a man who can move mountains with strength and shake the world with will, a formidable hero with overwhelming power. Speaking of northern men, Jun seems to lighten up and smiles. "And by the way, those standards apply to women in my kingdom too." Ash does not shy away and bluntly asks, "According to those standards, Princess June, it seems you are not exactly the most popular. Are you?" She clenches her fist defiantly, saying, "If I took my clothes off, you would be shocked." But there is no way I am showing you. Sorry. That might sound a bit dangerous. Just as they are bantering away, a sudden voice rings out. June gasps in disbelief. What? No way. No way. All the nobles, regardless of rank, kneel to pay their respects. And the guard shouts with all his might. The one chosen by the goddess to build paradise on this land. The supreme and noble. The revered monarch of this nation. The entire hall falls silent. The atmosphere heavy with reverence for one person. The emperor of the ever-black empire. The doors gradually creak open. And the emperor makes his grand entrance. If the god created humans from gold instead of clay, they would surely look like this. As he sat on the throne, Ash had never noticed this exceptional figure. Dressed in those colors and radiating a brilliant golden glow. Hidden deep within those seemingly soulless eyes. The emperor of the ever-black empire. Kaha. The one who brings peace to ever-black. Truly. He looked like someone born to be an emperor. Kaha's gaze swept across the grand hall. He slowly spoke, asking, "Where is Ash?" Run's face turned pale as he glanced over at Ash, who was frozen like a statue. All eyes, uninvited, converged on the two of them. Ash's face was drenched in sweat, and he nervously thought, wait a minute. Well, why was I the first one called out today? Following behind Kaha was the representative from the Ariane Kingdom. And Ash understood it turned out that was why the father called the son first. The allied nations on the northern front, led by the Ariane Kingdom, were the first the emperor met with to hold a meeting. And only then did he attend this banquet. Kata looked at him fondly. Ash, come here and follow me. He appeared surprised to see Run beside Ash. The princess of the Ariane Kingdom is also here. Come with me. Run, who was not called out, jumped in shock. And then Chao began to call two more people. Ferdinand, Lack, come with me. Let us go up together. Ferdinand and Lack replied in unison. It is truly an honor. Your Majesty. Once everything was arranged, Kaha donned his cloak and stepped up to the podium. Only he has the right to stand alone at such a high peak in this entire nation. Kaha's voice resounded with authority. Listen. My people. Behind him stood Ferdinand, Lack, Ash, and Run in order. He continued. Currently, our Everblack is facing an unprecedented crisis. Danger is looming from all sides, even within our borders. On Ka's face, the unease about the situation was evident. I have been in seclusion for a long time, and during that time, my eldest, Lack, has dealt with the concerns in the West. He naturally looked towards Lack and said, I am truly proud of you, my son, to which Lack bowed respectfully in response. It is all thanks to your guidance. Father. Kaha raised his head high and declared, today's gathering is held to commend Lack's achievements. But remember this well. Other crises still loom, tightening their grip around Everblack. The delegation from the Ariane Kingdom below also looked up at him with trusting eyes. And indeed Chaha continued, to overcome this crisis, we first need to strengthen our internal issues and with our neighbors. We must tighten our bonds of friendship with our allies, the Emperor proclaimed. Therefore, right here, right now, I announce the engagement between my third child, Ast, and Princess Jun, the second child of the Ariane Kingdom. Although it had been anticipated, Jun and Ast could not help but feel astonished. Ka was still sailing smoothly. A link between the brave Northern Kingdom and our Everblack is no longer just an alliance. Now it is a bond forged by blood relations. He turned to the delegation from the Ariane Kingdom and exclaimed, my people. I want everyone to warmly welcome our guests who have traveled from afar. They are no longer mere guests. They are family to Everblack. The nobles burst into enthusiastic applause. And in response, the members of the delegation waved back at them. Jun stood on the podium, trying to maintain a smile on her lips. Whispering softly, I had a feeling I could not refuse this marriage, but I never expected them to announce it. And today, Asp is just like her, keeping a calm and cheerful face. That is right. I did not expect it to progress this fast. Once the shock faded, Jun easily regained her usual confidence. She waved goodbye to him, saying, I was born into royalty, enjoying fine food and living comfortably all this time. So I think this is the price I have to pay. I am looking forward to your affection, my future husband. Asp looked a bit stunned, hesitating to raise his hand. Before he could act, Jun firmly grabbed his hand. She decisively pulled him along while teasing, the biggest party animal in the empire. Let us see how well you can dance. The two became the center of attention on the dance floor, under the watchful eyes of the nobles. They held each other's hands and lost themselves in the music. Jun spoke quite comfortably. Since things have turned out this way, let us just be the stars of tonight's party. Asp looked puzzled. What does she mean? Jun smiled, squinting her eyes at him. Anyway, our engagement has been announced. So let us make our engagement party instead of a victory celebration for the empire. Asp smiled back at her. I like that idea. Other couples soon joined in, moving to the rhythm of the music. The dazzling lights streaming through the windows could not overshadow the grandeur of the imperial palace. Meanwhile, in a different place, Serenade lifted her hand to gently brush back her silver hair, feeling sad as she thought. I have nurtured this hair for most of my life. But after it got burned in the fire last night, cutting off the damaged parts left it this short. The burn on Serenade's leg still felt the heat from the flames. And the makeshift dress she hurriedly borrowed was a complete mess. Looking at herself in the mirror, Serenade thought painfully, this is so bad. I just want to stay in my room. However, Ass told Serenade that he needed her. So she stepped into the carriage to attend the party being held at the Imperial Palace. Elise, who was driving, leaned her head in and said, Miss, you may have suspicions about this. But those who set the fire last night might strike again. If they attack again today, it will be very dangerous to head to the Imperial Palace. We should evacuate everyone to a safe place. But Serenade was not afraid at all. She firmly replied, I must go to the Imperial Palace. Not just because of Princess Ass' request. With Serenade's warm voice blending into the night, Winter Silver's lifeline is there too. She softly pleaded, Please, Elise, take me to the Imperial Palace. Elise tightened the reins, clearly hesitating for a few seconds before answering. All right, Miss. Elise's gaze was filled with determination. Whatever stands in our way, I will destroy it all. And I wish you a safe journey to the Imperial Palace. Serenade gently replied. Thank you. Assessing that the direct route from the port to the palace was too dangerous, Elise drove the carriage along a detour. Whether her judgment was correct, or the enemy's threat was just paranoia, they got closer to the palace without any attack. Just when Elise thought she could relax her guard, this is a memory. Surely they would not dare to attack immediately. A glowing arrow zipped past her. The carriage was ambushed, causing a loud explosion. The wheels lost control, clattering on the road. One horse managed to break free and ran off just before the carriage tipped over. Elise shouted loudly, Miss. Just then, 3 shadowy figures appeared, hovering ominously in the air. They were the elite special forces, directly commanded by the royal family, the Aegis Task Force of the Hack Division, experts in assassination, Team Zero. The sound of swords slicing through the air echoed, and in mere seconds, dozens of strikes had been delivered. The guy in the black cloak was still trying to comprehend what had just happened, when bam, his head was cleaved into pieces. Elise winced as her hands ached. The 3 members of the assassination team lay in bloody heaps, crimson rain spilling from the sky. Her eyes flickered with urgency. These were experts who had successfully completed numerous assassination missions in the capital. Suddenly, another 5 or 6 figures in black cloaks surrounded her. Elise bit her lip, thinking she had to be careful and ensure she took them all down. If not, they would kill her. With that resolve, she unleashed her third sword. A massive surge of power erupted, illuminating the street with a blinding light. The bodies of the assassination team members lay sprawled on the ground, their lives snuffed out. Elise's arm was injured, blood streaming down her forearm. She anxiously pulled Serenade from the carriage and asked, Miss, are you okay? Serenade was also hurt, mostly from the chaos outside. Glancing at her blood-soaked arm, she asked worriedly, Elise, are you all right? Elise quickly replied. But you, Miss. Serenade's dress was torn and tattered from the ambush. Her stockings ripped to shreds. She resolutely said, I am fine. But the carriage is useless now. What about the horses? One horse, in a pen, had bolted away, and Elise hesitated, saying, There is still one left. From a distance, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed. A crowd was approaching fast. Once again, the familiar cloaks appeared, but this time, there were way too many of them. Elise could not help but grit her teeth in frustration. Damn it. In the midst of the blood-soaked atmosphere, for the first time in her life, she felt truly helpless. Miss, those bastards are coming for you. But with my hand like this, I can fight and protect you at the same time. Serenade, still confused, asked. Then what? Without hesitation, Elise responded, I will hold them off. Serenade gasped. Auntie. Elise looked ahead and said, The palace is not far. There will be enemies waiting at the other end of the alley. So we need to use that device to get through. With 2 long swords in her hands, she reassured Serenade, I will deal with these guys and then find a safe place to hide. Miss, go to the palace and attend the party. And Serenade looked at her with worry, asking, And what? I need. Elise's voice, though not soft, was filled with deep concern. You deserve to have what you want, Miss. You are the wealthiest person in this country, so you should get everything you dream of. Serenade hesitated for a few seconds. What I want, it is not what the Winter Silver family wants, nor that wretched prince. Living for myself, that is Elise's wish, that this despicable woman, not for others, but for herself, would live more selfishly than anyone else. Even though she knew deep down that Elise was not the type to do that, as Serenade remained lost in thought, the assassination team drew dangerously close, and Elise firmly commanded, Miss, leave them to me. Serenade stumbled, calling out, Elise. She was nearly back to her composure. Looking straight into Elise's eyes as she said, "You know you still have not repaid the debt to our family. Right. You need to come back and settle it." In response, Elise smiled gently. Of course. Serenade turned on her heels and left. She hurriedly ran towards the direction of the palace. Left alone, Elise stood against the assassins, her determination hardening within. "I am not dying here. I will kill them all. No matter what. I will survive and reunite with Serenade." And her maid outfit was drenched in blood. Her hand gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air, identical to the one that had struck the carriage before. Without any warning, it lodged itself into Elise's shoulder, just like before, even without feeling any trace. The sniper's arrow flew towards her. There must be a sniper with exceptional skills. Her face was flushed with tension, massive chains appearing around her. Elise spoke in a hoarse voice. "That is right. Only someone at this level can be called the Special Forces of the Black Division." The screech of metal against the ground created an ear-piercing sound. The assassins charged in with swords drawn, and Elise did not hold back either. She leaped high, countless phantom swords materializing behind her. Back at the royal banquet, thanks to the princess and prince's dance, the party became more lively. Finishing his dance, hurried back to his seat, exclaiming, "Oh man, I'm exhausted." Fetlandet sitting beside him looked at him with admiration. "Great job. You have no idea how happy your father and brothers are watching you fulfill your duty. I am so proud of you." Ash replied smugly, "Dad, it is time for me to grow up. Right?" Fetlandet chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Absolutely." Pausing for a moment, Ash nervously asked, "Brother, the fire at the Winter Silver Estate, was that you?" Fetlandet answered as if it was obvious. "That is right. Today we decided to announce your engagement. But what if they refuse to back down?" Ash's expression darkened, and he fell silent while Fetlandet rambled on justifying his actions. He explained that they were already planning to cut ties with the Winter Silver family, so he acted immediately. The real master of the Winter Silver family is the lady Serenade, who has gone mad. So if we get rid of her, that place will be like a headless snake. His tone carried a hint of regret, but the truth was Serenade did not die in the fire. He had planned to cover it up as an accident. Fetlandet lazily brushed off the responsibility. Probably because his people had not done their job right. Ash cautiously asked, "Did you send anyone to finish the job?" Fetlandet picked up his glass and swirled the wine inside, casually responding, "Of course. I did not intend to go this far. But it seems she is planning to crash the party. We are announcing your new engagement, and if your ex-fiancé shows up, that would be a disaster. Right? Just imagine how embarrassing it would be with the northern diplomats. I have to stop her." Fetlandet raised his glass for a sip, adding that he sent a few skilled people to take care of it. Who would erase her from this world without a trace? Ash's reaction was curious as he asked, "What is wrong? Are you upset because she is your ex-fiancée? You hate that girl?" Ash stood up from the couch with a slight twitch, saying, "You are doing great. But about the bodyguard council?" he asked. "Meaning someone qualified to be a bodyguard. They can hold a meeting anytime, right?" Fetlandet did not understand what he was planning but replied, "Of course. If there is something important to discuss." Ash shoved his hands in his pockets and stepped in front of him, announcing, "Then I want to start a meeting right now." Fetlandet was taken aback. "Zico, the bodyguard council. Right now," Ash spoke with a clear and confident tone. "I want to hold a meeting. I have something to say. Something really important. That is right. It is time for you to grow up." Transitioning scenes. Under the bright lights, and Bekta was watering the trees in the garden. The serene atmosphere was shattered when he suddenly spoke up. "The day has come." Serenade appeared behind him with her invisibility cloak, and Mbekta was not surprised. He calmly called out, "Miss Serenade." She smiled as she pulled off the cloak, revealing her dirty clothes and various wounds on her body. Serenade exclaimed in surprise. "And Bekto." Ash's invisible cloak. He cheerfully turned to her. "It has been a while. The day has come." Serenade replied with a smile. "You are still the same." And Bekto. In the distance, a noise broke the moment. He quickly detected it. The sound of guard footsteps, and Bekto gestured invitingly, adding, "I have heard from His Highness. I will escort you to the party." Serenade hesitated, saying, "But Mbekto, if you are caught helping me, you could get into trouble." He smiled back confidently. "I have worked here for nearly 50 years. It is about time I took a break." Serenade could not help but feel emotional hearing him say that. "I am truly glad I have the chance to help the Countess, who is also my granddaughter." Tonight's moon is exceptionally full, as if it is illuminating the final path of hope for Serenade. In the main hall, at the heart of the victory banquet, the lights twinkle brightly, and Bekto only brought her this far. He looked at her warmly and said, "You have come a long way. Lady Serenade, please go in. Prince Ask is waiting for you." As Serenade took a slow step forward, her thick heels clicked, and she frowned, embarrassed, saying, "With an entrance like this, everyone's going to laugh at me." And Becto whispered reassuringly, "So what if they laugh? You are here to meet the foolish ones who mock the appearance of His Highness. Or are you here to meet Prince Ask, who is waiting for you?" Serenade's cold shoulders seemed to shudder slightly. "Even the prince must be embarrassed by me," and Becto assured her, "That is not true. Trust me, His Majesty will never be ashamed of you." Lady Serenade. He could not help but recall Ask's words before the banquet. Honestly recounting, Prince Ask told me that tonight, he needs you. Lady Serenade. So I must escort you to the ballroom no matter what, he chuckled softly, looking at her. And the reason Prince Ask needs you is because of your beauty. Is not that right? Serenade was completely taken aback by his words. In that moment, her mind was fully awakened. It was just as she had thought when she barely escaped the fire. She was here because Ask needed her, even if he felt embarrassed about her. So what? Serenade gripped the hem of her dress tightly, declaring, "We will endure the embarrassment." She looked at him with a gentle smile. "Thank you." And Becto. Serenade gathered her composure and headed toward the ballroom. Behind her, hurried footsteps echoed, and Becto rolled up his sleeves defiantly and said, "Wearing muddy army boots to a banquet. Don't you guys know basic manners?" His face turned icy at that moment. This old man was going to teach them a lesson. The scene shifted, and the banquet room door swung open once again. The nobles exchanged puzzled glances. Questioning. Prince Ash's engagement to Princess Jun has been announced. Why does his former fiancé have the right to appear here? These words inevitably reached Serenade's ears. Ash's engagement to another princess. Even without looking, she could feel their disdainful stares. She came here to stir up trouble, did not she? The faces of the nobles in Serenade's mind seemed to twist and contort. She had been a royal bride for 10 years. So she should be satisfied. She was truly detestable, even to the very end. Those malicious words seemed intent on enchanting her. What a lowly thing. But then, as the door to the secret room cracked open, Ash stepped out first, followed by the princes and the emperor. Jun watched him approach, astonished, and then, amid the cheers of all the nobles, Ash knelt down and gently kissed her hand. Serenade was lost in the crowd, unable to resist widening her eyes at that person. Her heart felt like it had stopped. That beautiful girl was Ash's true fiancé. They looked so perfect together. Compared to her, she felt like a bleached crow trying to pass as a dove. As the cheers began to fade, Ash slowly stepped down from the podium. Serenade stared in shock as she followed his direction. She did not know why Ash had called her here, but if she had fulfilled her purpose, she was rejected from being his fiancé, and for Ash to start a new relationship with that princess. She thought this might be the last time she sees Ash. Serenade clenched her fists to stay focused. She silently vowed, "Yep, I will endure, even if the things he offers are just farewells and pain." Ash's footsteps echoed in her mind. Even if the only thing waiting for her is a thorny path filled with mockery, abandonment, and hurt. She silently vowed, "Yep, I will endure, even if what he has for her is just a goodbye and heartache." The sound of Ash's footsteps lingered in her thoughts. Even if the only thing awaiting her is a path of thorns full of ridicule, abandonment, and pain. With that thought, Serenade did not shy away. She looked straight into Ash's eyes. "If it comes day by day, then I will be ready to face it." Ash stepped in front of her and paused. He spoke gently. "Serenade," she softly replied. "Your Highness Ash." Ash smiled and said, "You can just call me Prince like usual." She frowned with worry and said, "But, your new fiancé, the princess, is over there, with her dirty feet and broken shoes." Ash gently replied, "You have been through so much just to be here for me." Then he decisively kicked off his own shoes. "All right." Serenade gasped as he bent down to touch her worn-out shoes. When Ash's warm hand touched her foot, she gasped in surprise. Serenade blushed, her eyes wide as if showing her confusion. "Your Majesty Ash, what are you doing?" Ash treated it like it was nothing out of the ordinary. He replied, "Like this. Even if I step on your foot again, it won't hurt." Serenade could not believe it. Blurted out, "No way." Ash did not respond. He clapped his hands a few times. The soothing sound of the violin began to play. Without waiting for Serenade to react, he wrapped his arms around her and started clapping. Isn't it just a matter of making the most of the moment between men and women? Ash did not hesitate to intertwine his hand with hers and said, "We have practiced together. Now it is time to put it into practice." He chuckled. His hair and outfit today made him look like a true gentleman. He asked, "Shall we dance?" Cinderella. Serenade's eyes filled with tears, unable to respond. The two of them danced barefoot to the music. No need for fancy outfits or expensive jewelry. They became the center of attention. Flashback. 30 minutes before Serenade arrived. The secret room of the dance hall. At the council meeting that Ash requested, Ash firmly declared, "This is really happening. We should not start. 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 We should not start. 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 We should not start. 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 We should not start. Start." At that moment, Idol had told me, requesting Viet Bind from the capital would trigger a serious event among the players. Both Idol and I knew this well. That event is the Empire taking control of the southern front. The notification system stated that the selected order could not be executed. When Viet Bind from the Empire was dispatched to the southern front, they gradually took command. In the past, they stripped the players of their rights and controlled the southern front at the behest of the court. In reality, seems to be crying out, questioning why they all have to suffer for the palace. Back when I was a naive newbie, I kept asking Viet Bind and ended up getting my face smashed in. The second reason, he slowly answered, is that what he is trying to protect is not the Empire, but the people here. Well, Anini are the people. Ash calmly stated while standing on the monster front. I have just one goal, to slay monsters and save lives. As he recalled the chaotic and deadly scene, he explained slowly, monsters do not discriminate. They kill indiscriminately, showing no preference for the citizens of the Empire or other races. Remembering the sacrifices of the soldiers, said solemnly, on the monster front, there are no ideologies, no nations, no races, just one singular goal, to save the people behind the walls. His gaze sharpened with conviction, affirming that the monster front must not be divided by ideology, nation, or race, and there should be no internal disputes. For that reason, the monster front must stand independent. Chaiha silently assessed these reasons. The cup on the table, illuminated by flickering light, highlighted the tension in the air, and he spoke with a tone that held a hint of mockery. I truly admire your lofty ideals. But is it really necessary to oppose the entire empire for such seemingly noble reasons? Chaiha smiled, his voice ringing with praise. Placing the people above the empire sounds beautiful. A bit extreme for a prince of the empire like you, but I like it. Immediately after, his expression darkened, eyes gleaming with malice as he said, but you reject all the benefits from the empire. Is that really the only reason? Sounds pretty reckless. Why do not you give me another one? Ash softly replied, as I fight to protect the people. The third reason, I want the southern front to be independent. He confidently lifted his head, unafraid, saying it is to save the empire. Your Majesty, and your city leaders, who are killing people. Right. Ash recalled Serenade's back and quietly resolved. Serenade. I will use the information you risked your life to send me to aid the southern front. The images of suffering civilians and soldiers flashed before him as he calmly explained. From what I have heard, the prisoners captured at the Blood Dragon front and civilians abducted from the heart of the empire. The three listened in shock as Ash revealed the next piece of information. They were all used as sacrifices. He began to explain his plan when facing the monsters. Your Majesty, to maintain the Northern Spirit Front, you have used living people as sacrifices. I have heard that to activate Everblack, to glimpse the future and contact the spirit realm through a tree, requires an enormous amount of magic, so much that the amount of magic stones on the market can't supply it. Kao remained calm, silently listening as Ash spoke. So you have captured prisoners from other races across the continent, using them as sacrifices, using their souls as fuel, thereby connecting to the spirit realm. The gods are breaking in to rescue their children, the other races. But in order to block them, you use those very races to serve you. How ironic. Ash was not afraid to expose his plans. But gradually, the number of prisoners available for fuel dwindled, forcing him to find other means. That is why he initiated the invasion of the Bringer Kingdom, which he had been planning for a while. Deep inside, he felt a thrill at the mention of war prisoners. Especially those bringers with dragon blood. They were the perfect fuel. If he could capture the formula and take their dragon blood, he would have even higher quality resources. The cold, dark prison was the last place they set foot in. Ash continued speaking without a hint of hesitation, claiming that in the capital, people were captured and tortured to root out the rebels. Fernandez silently contemplated his words. After the torture and interrogation, the valuable ones were selected. And naturally, they became sacrifices. He recalled what he himself had said. No matter the cost, we will protect the empire, even if it meant sacrificing everything else. The four of us vowed that on that day. They never spoke of the pain. In their quest to safeguard the empire, they truly did everything and sacrificed everything. Ash maintained his current state and asked, what is next? One surprise after another. It is impressive how all four fronts are in action, moving together like this, with slaves from different races, prisoners, and civilians from the outskirts. What are you planning to burn next? He calmly pointed out the crimes that the three had committed to sustain the empire's body. His father and brothers were killing, just killing. 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 Over and over again. Ash sternly questioned. Father, you are killing innocent people indiscriminately. Are not you just a monster? Your goal is to eliminate monsters and save humanity. and that value must never fade. That is why I can to stand with you. Those who have become monsters for a single race, it is as simple as that. Kao suddenly laughed excitedly, and under Ash's skeptical gaze, he asked, "So what, my son?" Kaha looked at Ash as the moon rose high, saying, "Are you planning to go back to the monster fields all by yourself and distance yourself from us, the guilty ones? You will wither away and die in solitude. Proud of being a good person." His eyes sparkled with a crazed excitement as he continued, "You are choosing a path straight to hell." Ash listened silently to Chaha's relentless questioning. "You say you want to protect the people. But who are the people you are talking about? Humanity? Other races? Or a monster that speaks human language? Where do you draw the line?" Reflecting on those power-hungry traitors, he raised his voice. "What about the betrayers? The schemers? The thieves? Robbers? And con artists? All that garbage you call people, you intend to protect all of them, no matter the cost." Kaha stood up from the throne, stepping forward to say, "The more you pursue endless goodness, the more you will suffer. You are heading straight for hell." He faced Ash, questioning, "No matter how pure and noble your flag is, once it crosses a battlefield, it will be stained with blood and ashes." Kaha's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "My son, why can't you understand?" Ash resolutely cut through his father's arrogance. "I have sacrificed so much already 741 times. In all those games, I always put my character in harm's way. You do not have to stir things up, just respond calmly. There will always be moments of helplessness. Times where you have to compromise your own beliefs. Maybe at the end of this road, you will become half a monster like before, but I tell myself, I will give it my all. And at least I won't forget what is most important." I still held on to that conviction and firmly stated, "If there is even one white spot left on my flag, even if it is just the flagpole in my hand, despite the countless challenges ahead, I will stand tall and keep moving forward." I declared seriously and fiercely. "I will say it again. I will block the monsters on a completely independent path. I will protect the people, not the empire." After those words, the space fell into silence once more. Father has smiled as if it were the most natural thing, saying, "I understand your desire. You want to break free from being just a pawn and become a true player." Impressive? He quietly wondered. Pawn? Player? What do you mean? He calmly picked up a pawn from the chessboard and explained, "I mean it literally. The chessboard is this world. You want to be just a piece controlled by others. You will be the one who decides your own fate, discussing the destiny of the world by risking your life, fighting directly to influence the world as a higher being." Father confidently placed the pawn down, asserting, "A person who is qualified to play chess, that is the player. It is simply, that is the king." I could not help but feel doubtful. The chessboard. The pawn. The player, so those who call me a player. Looking at the board being arranged, he praised, "The youngest, the foolish and weakest one, have grown so much on your own. As a father, I am very proud." He frowned, listening to the nonsense Father was saying, "But as an emperor, I can easily forgive you. All parents welcome their children's independence. But this is the palace, and I am the emperor with the vast imperial map." He spoke slowly, declaring that declaring independence for the southern front means a part of the territory will break away from the empire's control. Father exuded the presence of a king. Warning, I am still here, with my eyes wide open. Do you think I would let that happen? I began to tense up. Negotiating. The southern front is clearly the land of the empire and of my father. But for the next 3 years, just 3 years as a completely independent front. Please entrust the management and struggle of that area to me. His eyes lit up with intimidation. And why should I do that? What benefit would that bring to the throne and the empire? Exactly. In the end, what convinces people is not logic, but practicality. I made his proposal. "I will send all the magical stones obtained from the southern front to the royal family." Father asked, "Magical stones from Crossroads? Are you sure about that?"
Yep.
"Right now, in the storages of Crossroads, there are heaps of unsold magical stones. Partly because I have not sold them to maintain profit margins, but mostly because demand is not keeping up with supply. I will provide those magical stones to the empire for free." I began to nervously calculate. Well, not all of them, maybe just half. Thinking about the enormity of the Everbrack tree, he started to persuade. With that many magical stones, you would not need to sacrifice humans anymore. To activate the Everbrack tree means no more killing innocent people. No need to bring in bringer prisoners or peripheral citizens as fuel anymore. Father Hai is no pushover. He is starting to pick apart the flaws in this proposal. It is quite an intriguing offer. But Crossroads is so far from the kingdom. The roads are still under construction, and security is lax. How are we supposed to transport the magical stones? The bumpy dirt roads through the forest are a real concern. I quickly proposed a workaround, correctly stating that even though the highway project is nearly complete, He has already talked to the chairman of the Winter Silver Group beforehand. They will take charge of building the road to the southern front and handle all the logistics for transporting the magical stones. He explained in detail that the group is already responsible for the National Road Project. So they will get it done right. They are even experts in distribution in the southern Suzoi region. So they can safely transport the magical stones back to the capital. Father Han nodded, clearly satisfied. I continued. Furthermore, the Winter Silver Group promised to supply resources to the Western Front at cost price, meaning we won't have to burn through the Bringer Kingdom's resources or plunder innocent civilians. He kept listing the benefits of this deal. The Winter Silver Group is also strong in intelligence gathering. They have a nationwide network of spies. And Winter Silver is the source of all the information I have mentioned today. Ferdinand took a sip of his drink, absorbing what it said about the Aegis unit. It seems they are facing a lot of gaps due to rapid expansion. Aegis has tripled in size in a short time to maintain the central front, making their special unit title feel meaningless and chaotic. Ferdinand, the commander of the Dark Front, knows better than anyone. I confidently asserted that if the Winter Silver Group provided intelligence support, they could plug those gaps. Instead of randomly arresting and torturing innocent civilians, we could pinpoint the spies and traitors for sure. Kata smirked. My son, are you saying that keeping the Winter Silver lineage alive not only supports all four fronts, but also spares us from killing innocents? He replied honestly. Yep. But right after, as felt a wave of tension as he realized Kaha could easily guess his true intentions. So you want us to abandon the plan to take over that group and save your ex-fiancé? He seriously replied. Yep. Amidst Kaha's mocking laughter, as calmly responded that the young countess and the Winter Silver Group would benefit all four fronts and the empire as a whole. I would be beneficial for you too. No one can control the southern front better than I can, and no one can kill monsters and extract magical stones more efficiently than I can. As firmly proposed that they keep the Winter Silver Group and allow the southern front to gain independence. Acknowledge my worth. Acknowledge Serenade's worth. Both Serenade and I are essential for this empire. Kaho agreed to compromise, saying, all right, but I will make the final decision after meeting Miss Winter Silver. Where is she? Fernandez reported seriously. We have dispatched a special force. She won't survive to return, as responded calmly. Then we will just have to wait. The door slowly opened, flooding the room with blinding light. Inside, the royal chamber had been waiting for a long time. He stepped forward toward Jun, who had just entered amidst the cheers of the crowd, as knelt down and kissed her hand. Stealing a glance at the audience below, Serenade was lost in the sea of people. Her eyes locked on him, and he secretly rejoiced inside she is finally here. Serenade, still on one knee, he looked up and softly said, I truly value the time we have spent together, even if it was brief. But I think this is the end of our relationship. Bewildered, asked, what do you mean? She gasped. You really are going to leave me right after announcing our engagement? As quickly reassured her. Don't worry. The alliance between the kingdom, Aryan, and the empire will remain strong. With their hands still clasped together, he calmly spoke. It is not through outdated political marriages, but through a clean and beautiful alliance. Asa smiled, like a refreshing summer rain. Let us keep our relationship as lovely as that. Jun could not believe her ears and snapped angrily. Prince Az, you are such a coward. He merely smiled and replied coolly. I always have to hear that. As stepped off the stage and embraced Serenade in his arms, he seriously explained the misunderstanding to her. That is everything that was discussed between me and my father. He had recounted their entire conversation from the bodyguard meeting, as nervously reminded her. Serenade, this is the final test you must pass. Are you ready to meet the most powerful person in this empire? Serenade fought to suppress her nervousness and nodded in response. In the deepest chamber of the grand banquet, she knelt before Kaha. Serenade bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, this humble subject greets you with the authority of a superior. He commanded. Lady Winter Silver, this is our first time meeting face to face, in the lavish room. Kaha continued. Let us skip the formalities and get straight to the point. I have heard your merchant group has agreed to support the royal family. Is that true? She straightened up and replied. Yep. Our merchant group has. He interrupted her. As has already informed me. No need for further details. Kaha got straight to the heart of the matter, wanting to know. We can sort everything out when we start working together. What I want to know is, what do you want in return for your loyalty to the empire and the royal family? She hesitated before answering. After this? Your Majesty. He noticed her hesitation and pressed on with an imposing demeanor. You are a merchant. If you offer something, you should expect a price for it. What do you want in exchange for your loyalty? Serenade continued to respond cautiously. Your Majesty, Kaha began mentioning her family. Your father, Lady Winter Silver, has always been precise in his calculations. He received exactly what he put in. Nothing more. Nothing less. That is why I appreciate him. He is a reliable business partner. He looked down at her with a sharp gaze, warning her. But he was too greedy in that last deal. He miscalculated. The Winter Silver family arrogantly demanded a marriage alliance with the royal family, which you clearly stated was excessive ambition and a mistake. Cha, with his imposing status, threatened. Lady, I hope you won't make the same mistakes as your father. Name your price. Serenade felt the tension in his veiled warning. Now, answer me. In exchange for serving the Empire and the royal family, what do you seek to gain? Serenade knew her family faced destruction due to her father's greed, and she understood she had to respond perfectly at this moment. She should not demand anything. She should declare that she would give up everything her merchant group possessed to the Empire and the royal family, becoming a loyal dog to His Majesty and following all his commands. She promised to never harbor any excessive ambitions and begged for her life. This was the right answer. She knew it. So she had to say it. She had to say it. At that moment, the image of Elise comforting her flashed in her mind. Take what you want. My dear. What do I want? The memory of young Ash reaching out to Pinky Swear with her appeared. I promise. Sister. She knew this was greed, and she was miscalculating, which could lead to her death. But if she did not achieve what she truly desired in life, how was that any different from being dead? Serenade boldly declared. I only want one thing. She raised her head firmly and said, please do not break the engagement between me and Prince Ash. I will make him happy for life. Chaha silently stared at Serenade with a cold gaze. In the room with just the two of them, he reminded her, Lady, do you realize there is lowly blood within your family? Serenade calmly replied. Yep. I do. Chaha continued. Your grandfather was a slave from another race. She responded steadily. Yep. I know. She quietly listened to his harsh words. I recognize that. Surely you have been reminded every time you look in the mirror. Her pale gray hair was inherited from her father and grandfather, from a race from across the ocean. Merfolk blood flowed in Serenade's veins. Her beautiful hair came from the merfolk, and it was an undeniable mark of having once been a slave. Chaha looked down at her with disdain, questioning. A lowly child born of mixed blood. Becoming a lady in this country was already astonishing. And now you still want to marry into the royal family. Serenade pursed her lips in silence as he mocked her. So arrogant. Both father and child. Chaha wondered why she insisted on clinging to this marriage with Ash. He did not hold back in voicing his biased speculation about marrying into royalty. Could it be that the blood of the common people will wash away to fulfill the dreams of your clan? She knelt on the ground but still held her head high, firmly saying no. Are you saying you will revive your clan alongside the merchants by mixing in the blood of the royal family? Serenade once again firmly denied. The tension in the air grew thick as he skeptically asked. Then what is the plot and scheme behind this? Speak frankly to me. He was stunned into silence upon hearing Serenade's answer. It is because the goddess has loved him. She stood firm in her choice because she loved him with all her being. He let out a mocking laugh at Serenade's unexpected answer. You say love, and because of such a childish feeling, you are putting your entire clan at risk. Foolish. Truly foolish. She looked up defiantly at him and said, But your majesty, because of that childish feeling, Prince Ash was born. Immediately, he fell silent, lost in thought. Because of love, the emperor had backed himself into a political corner, yet still took Dastia as his second queen, because back then he loved Dastia, who was once a war slave. The emperor was also a fool, a man who burned with love. He sat in silence, and the result of that love was Ash being born. Serenade kneels and speaks up. Your majesty, I am a merchant. I make deals, calculate, and weigh the losses. Remembering those warm and happy moments from the past gives me the courage to negotiate. But I also know the world does not just work that way, beyond calculations and transactions. There are other things that ignite, and those things are incredibly beautiful. I know that well. Serenade states seriously. The Winter Silver Group will do everything it can to serve the royal family, so please, Your Majesty, do not cancel the engagement between us. Facing Kaha's cold gaze, she remains steadfast. This humble girl simply hopes for this. Then, the chandelier glitters as he mocks. Youth, foolishness, boldness, and stupidity such as youth. Kaha softly responds. You remind me of Dastia. She was once incredibly beautiful. Serenade replies. Yep. Your Majesty, recalling that graceful figure, more beautiful than anyone in this world. Serenade is stunned by the answer. He decides, I accept the continuation of the Winter Silver Group. The Winter Silver family should continue to lead it and fulfill the vow to serve the Empire and the royal family. She quickly bows and responds loudly. I am truly grateful. Your Majesty, just as she was about to rejoice, the next words hit Serenade hard. However, I cannot accept the engagement between you and Ash. Ka calmly reminds her. That is something the young must figure out for themselves. Those lovers who claim they can't live without each other today may part ways tomorrow. He recalls Ash's carefree demeanor and can't help but feel annoyed. After all, is not he the biggest playboy in this empire? He even just ditched Princess Ariane, humiliating his own father right after the engagement. Ka helplessly cradles her forehead and sighs. And now, he wants to follow his own path. I thought he had matured, but he keeps doing whatever he wants. If you really love that useless guy, you better work hard. He looks up at her and says, Here, take my troublesome son, hold on tight. But be prepared that he could be kicked to the curb at any moment. Back at the royal palace, in the banquet hall, a strong arm tightly embraces Ash, and Jun yells in anger. Right after that, she performs a suplex, taking Ash down in one move. Afterward, Jun calmly brushes her hands and looks down, saying, In the north, no one commits adultery. Do you know why? Because if someone does, regardless of their reputation or gender, they will end up like this. He moans on the ground, looking disheveled, and replies, I. Ash shivers. This is indeed a violent country. Fernandez smiles, preparing to leave. Now, I think that has cleared everyone's mind. Right, someone like you marrying my brother is truly a huge waste. Princess Jun chimes in with a similar awkwardness. Even our royal family has a lot to say about how engaging with Ash will bring shame to Ariane. The guests in the banquet hall start murmuring, Is Prince Ash causing trouble again? It seems so. Truly living up to the reputation of the big playboy of the empire. Sirenev just stepped out of the conference room with her father, bewildered and unsure of what was happening. A sound caught her attention. Everything is fine with my father. Right. Sirenev looked at Ash, who was brushing dust off himself, and approached him with a curious question. What happened? He hesitated before speaking up to explain. Well, there were a few things that I had to take responsibility for. Sirenev excitedly shared the good news with him. But everything has already been sorted out. He promised to let our merchant group continue operating. Ash nodded in approval. Great job. You did really well. She cheerfully replied. It is all thanks to you. Really? Thank you so much. My love, Sirenev shyly said. We have done great together. And moreover, both of us have received his favor. Just then, Ash suddenly cut through this moment of happiness with a shocking statement. Sirenev, let us break up. She was taken aback, instinctively asking, What? You still had that serious look as you said. Let us cancel our engagement. Cancel.